I opened my eyes and found myself cradled in the arms of a white couple, surrounded by the unfamiliar setting of a hospital. The style of this place was entirely different from anything I remembered. Before I could make sense of what was happening, exhaustion swept over me, and I soon drifted back into a deep sleep. My name is Dio. That's what I'm called in this life. When I was little, the name always sounded vaguely familiar. It wasn't until one day, gazing into the mirror, that I realized I had grown into the image of Thanos, the mad titan who once destroyed his own planet. My skin was a strange shade of purple, and deep, vertical lines marked my broad chin. What puzzled me most was why my parents had named me Dio instead of Thanos or Sanos. Listen up, everyone. The resources of Titan are running dry. Our scientists have proven this is no accident, but the inevitable result of environmental change. In a few decades, or at most a century, Titan will cease to exist. Standing at the podium was my father, Allers, the leader of Titan. He was delivering this bleak announcement to the assembled crowd. Chaos broke out at once. Heated discussions erupted as everyone debated how to respond. Faced with inevitable destruction, people seemed helpless and panicked. Only I remained composed, adjusting my glasses and jotting notes in a small book as I pondered the situation. Dio, what do you think? Amidst the commotion, my father seemed to have little faith in the other suggestions, and so he turned his gaze to me. The moment my father called my name, the room fell silent, as if a teacher had suddenly entered a noisy classroom. My name is Dio, eldest son of Allers. By the age of 30, I had mastered every eternal power, strength, speed, regeneration, agility, surpassing any other eternal on Titan. My combat abilities were unparalleled. In recent years, I had even enhanced myself, giving my hands and eyes the power to fire energy beams. In terms of abilities, I had exceeded the Eternals. With my father inviting me to speak, I sighed, pushed my glasses down my nose, and said, "Dad, why did you all leave Earth and come to Titan in the first place?" My question caught him off guard. Back then, he had clashed with a rival faction of Eternals on Earth. After being defeated, he led his followers in exile to settle on Titan. All the elders here know why we left Earth for Titan. So why can't we do the same again? I looked around the room, meeting everyone's eyes until many dropped their gaze. We could search for a new planet to colonize. Are you joking? No sooner had I finished than the crowd erupted in fierce opposition, with people leaping to their feet in protest. Everyone knows that Earth lies near the border between the Skrull Empire and the Kree Empire. Thanks to the presence of the gods, our solar system has always been safe and untouched by outside forces. But the moment we leave the solar system, everything changes. The major empires of the universe have already carved up most of the star systems. The remaining territories are either loosely allied small nations, like the Nova Alliance, or lawless regions overrun by marauders. There's simply no place for us. So what are you really trying to say? I fixed my gaze on the brash fellow who had just been speaking so loudly. My stare unnerved him. His arrogance vanished in an instant, replaced by visible unease. I mean, maybe we could ask the gods for help, or even join one of the empires, he stammered. This suggestion made more than a few Eternals nod in agreement, thinking it might be a way out. The truth is, the Eternals were an experiment of the Celestials on Earth. This is no longer a secret. Leaders of the major empires are well aware. If we throw ourselves at the mercy of any empire, all that awaits us is endless dissection and experimentation, not kindness, I said, my voice low and steady. Everyone understood this, deep down. When we left Earth all those years ago, the Eternals split into two groups. One ship, captained by my mother Susan, and another led by my father Allers. My mother's group left first and encountered the Kree assault head-on. Most on that ship were ordinary civilians, utterly defenseless, and in the end, almost everyone perished. Only my mother managed, by sheer luck, to escape to Titan. Among my mother's group were relatives and friends of many present here. So when I brought up this memory, a heavy silence fell over the gathering. Perhaps things have changed. Maybe we'd be treated differently now. Someone ventured, voice trembling. But as soon as he spoke, every eye in the room turned on him in anger. Even so, a sliver of hope lingered in everyone's heart. After all, it had been 1,000 years. Maybe, just maybe, something really had changed. Those who cling to wishful thinking are no different from gamblers. I said, my anger rising. You need to understand, if you trade the sacrifice of your kin for a glimmer of hope, that's a price none of us can bear. I shook my head, ignoring the stunned look on that man's face, and turned to address my father on the dais. Dad, I still insist on going out there, to look for a new world to colonize. If no one wants to join me, I'll go alone. My father looked shocked and hurriedly asked, Dio, are you sure about this? I nodded resolutely and strode up to the dais. With my towering height and powerful build, everyone in the room could feel the weight of my presence. "Listen up, everyone." I seized the microphone from my father's hand and declared in a booming voice, "I will set out alone to carve a new future for the Eternals. If you cowards lack the courage to join me, then go find yourselves a new protector. Dio will never stoop to your level. From this day forward, I will face the dangers of the universe alone, because I believe I will succeed." My words, to be honest, didn't spark much enthusiasm. Most people just looked at me with pity. More than a few were secretly snickering. After saying my piece, I headed straight home. The meeting broke up in haste. My father rushed back, anxious to talk some sense into me, worried sick that something might happen. The moment he walked in the door, he found my mother in a panic. "Susan, where's Dio?" he asked. My mother, flustered, replied, "He said he's leaving Titan on his own. He went to the basement to pack his things." Without a moment's hesitation, my father hurried to the basement in the backyard. As soon as he opened the door, he saw I'd already finished packing. "My child," he approached, worry etched on his face. "Are you really set on doing this? Leaving Titan all alone to face the endless unknown of the universe?" "Dad, you know how strong I am," I answered, keeping my tone light. "I know," he sighed, looking up at me, now taller than he was. "You're incredibly strong, even comparable to the gods. But remember, there's far more than gods out there in the universe." With that, he handed me something. This contains the scientific knowledge our people have gathered over the years and the genetic code of our race. "I made a backup for you. Take it." He placed the small device in my hand. A jolt ran through me. The genetic code of the Eternals? That's a secret only the Celestials might possess. Occasionally, our kind produces an Eternal of godly stature, and the difference in power between them and ordinary Eternals is immense. In the Marvel Universe, Thanos and Hyperion are the most famous of these. Think about their strength. One is Marvel's answer to Darkseid. The other is almost a mirror of Superman, both overwhelmingly powerful. Now, with the genetic code of the Eternals in my possession, I had the chance to create more beings like them. In this world, Thanos is powerful, but he lacks ambition and cruelty. All he wishes is to find a path forward for Titan, though in the end, Titan may still be doomed like countless other worlds. Just as I accepted the device from my father, a deep, distant voice echoed faintly in my ear. I frowned and turned, but saw nothing. As for the name, Dio, I haven't really thought about what I was called before I crossed over for a long time. All I remember is that my surname was Xing. On the first day after my transmigration, I was still an infant. When I became conscious, the system presented me with a newbie starter pack. Since I was reborn as Thanos, I acquired all the knowledge Thanos possessed at his peak, without the aid of any special equipment. So what is Thanos' ultimate state without the Infinity Stones, the heart of the universe, and other such artifacts? Naturally, it's that legendary figure who once drove Galactus into such a desperate retreat that he fled to Earth for help, who slaughtered almost the entire universe, and who forced Thanos himself to send the cosmic Ghost Rider back in time to seek out his younger self. The knowledge granted by the system was, in essence, a vast library, a gigantic repository containing all the wisdom and unique perspectives of Emperor Thanos. The system was set up in a very human way. Dio had to spend time studying for himself to truly master it. However, there was one major advantage. Spending centuries in the library would only cost a single second in the outside world. Relying on Emperor Thanos' knowledge, Dio spent 500,000 years in solitary study and relentless research. It was through this knowledge that he built the machine, which granted Emperor Thanos the power to unleash energy and completed his own transformation. After leaving Titan, Dio spent several more centuries gradually earning the title that once belonged to Thanos, the Mad Titan. Just as in the original story, Dio conquered a planet single-handedly and captured its army. That army was none other than the Chitauri, the very swarm that attacked New York in the first Avengers film. Like a plague of locusts, this legion fought alongside Thanos through 6 centuries of expansion and brutal rule, ultimately helping him seize control of half the galaxy. To outsiders, this newly forged empire was known as the Dark Quadrant, but Dio himself called it the Garden, or sometimes New Titan. The territory of New Titan stretched across nearly half the galaxy, but thanks to Dio's extreme methods, it was a realm few dared approach, save for the most profit-hungry merchants. Still, in its early days, New Titan faced severe shortages of resources and funds. To ease the crisis, Dio had no choice but to turn his gaze to the cosmic black market. The Collector virtually controls the entire black market trade of the universe. That may be a bit of an exaggeration, but he truly can buy and sell most resources in existence. As one member of the Eternals once observed, After New Titan was established, Dio immediately relocated the remaining inhabitants of Titan. The planet's environmental collapse had accelerated beyond all expectation, and he was unable to find his own family. Only a handful of abandoned youths could be brought along. Dio's arrival brought new hope to these young people, and they followed him without hesitation. After unlocking the genetic code of the Eternals, Dio began a thorough transformation of his followers. These young people were remade as eternal gods and assigned to manage various affairs within the garden. Yet, it was precisely this management style that led the garden to frequently fall into financial deficit. In the Marvel Universe, the Avengers have repeatedly defeated alien invaders. So many people doubt the combat effectiveness of alien fleets. Dio initially shared this view, but he nearly paid the price for underestimating them. For these fleets were equipped with planet-destroying weapons and antimatter missiles. From the Empire's perspective, investing vast resources and manpower to train super soldiers was less efficient than simply firing a planet-killer cannon. After all, most super soldiers would still be helpless in the face of such overwhelming firepower. As a result, the average residents of imperial worlds, though stronger than ordinary humans, only enjoyed limited enhancements. However, Dio's appearance changed everything. He was like a walking engine of destruction, leaving his enemies utterly stunned. That was how Dio managed to launch a successful decapitation strike and claim a decisive victory. This was also why he was able to seize control of the Chitauri in such a short time. He killed their king with his own hands and swiftly took command of the entire Chitauri planet. With his followers upgraded to eternal gods, Dio's resources grew scarce, plunging the garden into a shortage of funds. We could open a restaurant, serve gourmet food, Dio suddenly recalled, remembering his own remarkable culinary skills from his past life as a Chinese man. Everyone present looked at him in confusion. Gourmet food? What was that supposed to mean? Would these mighty Eternals really be reduced to chefs just to survive? Yet, faced with Dio's unquestionable strength and decisive orders, the decision was soon carried out. Dio chose a planet as a pilot site and began his experiment. He personally took on the role of head chef and crafted a few robots to act as his assistants. As for ingredients, Dio's domain stretched across half the galaxy. A single sweep for supplies yielded resources that could easily rival those of Earth. Dio approached the task with utmost seriousness, and everyone was awed by his determination. But what surprised them even more were the merchants who came to trade. Despite the outside world calling Dio's domain the Dark Quadrant, some merchants still arrived in pursuit of profit. To their astonishment, they found the infamous Mad Titan himself standing at the stove, personally preparing dishes. After just a few bites, the merchants discovered they simply could not get enough of Dio's cooking. One must admit, Chinese culinary culture is both profound and boundless. It's not just the merchants who are fascinated. Even the members of the eternal race found themselves captivated. Usually, Dio presented himself as a cold and stern figure. Now, seeing this entirely different side of him left his companions genuinely surprised. Yet this shift brought about unexpected benefits. Thanks to the merchant's enthusiastic promotion, this pilot gourmet planet quickly became a sensation, drawing countless visitors every day eager to taste its delicacies and even spurring the growth of related industries. Before long, it became the talk of the cosmos, a topic hotly debated among all the major powers. With ample funding secured, Dio embarked on his own scientific pursuits. Because of a genetic mutation, his physique was taller than that of an average member of the eternal race. His skin was a striking shade of purple, and his chin was massive, marked by deep, pronounced grooves. Dio decided his first order of business was to address his appearance. Although genetic engineering had granted him the ability to channel energy, and obtaining the eternal race's genetic code made physical transformation much easier, there were still things he wanted to change. He had no intention of altering his height. 2 meters was something he'd envied in his previous life. But his face still needed work, especially that vertical groove along his chin which had to go. And that purple skin, he wanted to look more natural. Dio ran his hand over his head and suddenly realized he'd overlooked something important. Right, he needed hair. While a bald look did lend an air of authority, it lacked a certain youthful vitality. Over the next 3 or 4 months, Dio spent his days in the cultivation chamber, fine-tuning himself. When he finally emerged again, his skin had taken on a healthy yellowish tone, looking much more natural. The only pity is that my hair still hasn't grown in, Dio thought, touching his bare scalp with a self-deprecating smile. His scalp was tough, and it seemed hair would take a little longer to appear. Though there was a tinge of disappointment, his overall appearance had improved dramatically. Now, his build was closer to that of Thanos in the movies, rather than the short, stumpy figure from the comics. Dio recalled how, Reading the comics, he'd always found Thanos' gate rather odd. At that moment, a member of the Eternal race approached, handing him a device about the size of a USB stick. Lord Dio, a message from the Collector has arrived. Dio pressed the button on the device, and a translucent virtual screen unfolded, displaying an irregular, yellow-hued object. The remnant of creation, Dio murmured, his breath quickening as he stared at the screen. The afterglow of creation, no one knows the true origin of this artifact, but the legends surrounding it are renowned throughout the cosmos. It is said that even a single speck of dust from its surface could breathe new life into a dead planet. Dio sought it out, not for altruistic reasons, but to study its potential uses. The rest could be harnessed as an unimaginably powerful energy source. If it could revive a dead star, the power it contained was clearly extraordinary. He had always been selfish, never intending to benefit the universe or take on any so-called responsibility. What terms did the Collector propose? Dio asked. The member of the Eternals hesitated, a complicated look crossing his face, clearly at a loss for words. Dio, puzzled, repeated his question. At last, the Eternal spoke, his tone uncertain. What the Collector wants is you, or the genetic code of the Eternals, in your possession. He is the most powerful Titan, convinced he controls everything. Yet he fails to see that betrayal has already crept in beside him. In that moment, Dio found himself almost glad that he was bald. After all, his fury had long since surpassed the limits of the old saying. His hair bristled with rage. A scorching, destructive energy erupted from within Dio, rampaging through everything around him. He kept his power in check, making sure it didn't harm his kin, but his anger was far from abated. The genetic code of the Eternals was in his hands, a secret known to no one but his adoptive father, Allers. Even when he allowed his followers to evolve into Eternals, Dio had merely told them it was a method of self-enhancement. But now, it was clear that someone else had discovered this secret and leaked it. As for Allers, he was always cautious, never revealing important information lightly. Moreover, this genetic code was vital to the future of their entire race. Allers would never give it away. It seems I have no choice but to conduct a thorough investigation for a traitor, Dio muttered darkly. Veins bulging across his skin, his whole presence like a demon risen from the underworld, terrifying to behold. With that, he left the ruins. Behind him, his people fell to their knees, cowed by his overwhelming presence, their faces twisted in terror, completely subdued. Dio summoned everyone to assemble, hoping to catch a hint of guilt or fear in someone's reaction. Yet under his immense pressure, no one betrayed themselves. Only the one who had been petrified with fear, Dio, detained him alone. He investigated at length, but still could not uncover the source of the leak. Unbidden, his mind turned to the original story, recalling Thanos' 5 most loyal followers. With no other options, Dio took 2 of his kin and set out for nowhere, the base of the Collector. The land of nothingness was, in fact, the colossal skull of a humanoid creature. Legend had it that this was the remains of a deity, and the brain matter, marrow, and blood within the skull were all exceedingly rare materials. Dio gazed upon the massive skull, unable to suppress his awe. I'd only ever heard about it before, but seeing it with my own eyes is truly overwhelming. How could such a gigantic being have been slain? They entered through the gaping mouth. Once Dio found a place to disembark, he strode confidently into the skull's interior, leading his people. Although Dio's name was well known, the public image of him was that of a giant with purple skin. Now, with his changed complexion and appearance, almost no one recognized him. Even the Collector's maid, after scrutinizing him repeatedly, failed to identify him, until she noticed the attendants by his side, and only then was she certain of his identity. Honored guest, the great Collector Lord Diaphan is waiting for you, the maid said respectfully, bowing low. Dio nodded, signaling her to lead the way. The maid guided them through a labyrinth of corridors, finally stopping before an inconspicuous door, and indicating that only Dio himself could go in. Dio instructed his attendants to wait outside, and entered alone. Lord Diaphan, Lord Dio has arrived, the maid announced to a tall man with white hair who stood with his back to them inside the room. The man turned at the sound of her voice, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Ah, my dear Talia, you finally brought us our esteemed guest. Dear Mr. Dio, I've heard so much about you, he said, waving the maid away. He then stepped forward, his eyes alight with curiosity as he examined and touched Dio's arm. Oh, Mr. Dio, I always thought you had purple skin and your chin, the Collector spoke in a peculiar accent, even gesturing to illustrate the shape of Dio's chin. I just wanted a change of appearance, that's all, Dio replied, looking down at the Collector. He didn't know much about this cosmic elder, only that he was extraordinarily long-lived. I think we should get straight to the point, Dio said, his tone earnest. The collector chuckled, stepping back and clapping his hands. From a corner of the room, two heavily armed guards escorted in a man with his head bowed and dressed in odd clothes. Dio found the stranger familiar, but couldn't immediately recall who he was. The collector stepped up, seized the man's chin, and lifted his face for Dio to see. "Mr. Dio, do you recognize him? He's your own younger brother." Seeing the bruised and swollen face, Dio finally recognized him. It was indeed his brother, Eros. He wandered everywhere under the false name Star Fox, leaving a trail of broken hearts and falling deep into gambling. Eventually, he racked up a massive debt. The collector explained with a smile. "Unfortunately for you, Mr. Dio, he owes me a considerable sum. When my men went to collect, not only did he claim to be your brother, but he also revealed a crucial secret." At this, Dio understood how it had all unfolded, so this trouble was stirred up by Eros. Still, he was certain Eros had no idea that their father had already entrusted the gene code to him. Wait, did the collector just say Eros had been wandering all this time? That's not even the most important part. What's more critical is that he bribed one of your subordinates, a particularly ambitious individual, the collector added, mentioning a name and then signaling with his eyes for Dio to draw his own conclusions. Dio forced down his anger, his eyes narrowing. For centuries, he had treated his followers generously, doing his utmost to provide them with the best possible benefits. Now, with his family's wealth and influence at its height, every one of them was indispensable. "So, why are you telling me all of this?" Dio took a deep breath, keeping his tone calm. "I simply want my clients to have all the facts when doing business with me," the collector replied, spreading his hands, his answer firm and clear. "I want the Genesis afterglow. In exchange, you'll get my rogue subordinate and the gene code. As for my brother, I ask that you settle his debts on his behalf," Dio replied, his expression unreadable, betraying nothing of his inner turmoil. The collector's eyes lit up instantly. He applauded as he stepped forward. "I didn't expect you to be so straightforward, Mr. Dio. It's a deal." He extended his hand, clearly eager to collect his part of the bargain. Dio pulled a compact device from his coat and handed it to the collector, who turned eagerly to verify its contents on his computer. Meanwhile, Dio turned and strode toward the exit. Unexpectedly, the trader in question had come with Dio to this desolate place today, making the handover remarkably convenient. Dio grabbed the terrified subordinate, subdued him with practiced ease, and tossed him to the collector as if discarding something worthless. "He's yours now." With that, Dio dragged Eros over as though hauling a rag doll, and at the same time accepted a vial filled with the shimmering Genesis afterglow. Amid the puzzled stares of another subordinate, Dio headed straight back to the spaceship. "Congratulations, host. You have dealt with the traitor and earned a treasure chest." On his way back, the system's voice sounded in his mind. "System, you really know how to keep out of sight. All these years, and you finally show up," Dio replied inwardly, his thoughts calm. "Oh, dear host, you've always been content with the way things are. I never had much reason to show myself," the little system's sprite replied, her tone tinged with playful mischief. Dio shook his head, choosing to ignore the system for now, and turned his attention instead to the newly appeared treasure chest. Host, this time there's definitely something good in the chest. I can give you a little hint," the system's sprite whispered conspiratorially. At that, a flicker of anticipation lit up in Dio's eyes. The system sprite had never lied to him. If she said so, then whatever was inside must truly be valuable. With a casual wave of his hand, Dio opened the treasure chest with a satisfying click. Asgard, the gathering place of the Azure gods, perched at the pinnacle of the world tree. Odin, the king of the gods, reigned as the mightiest among them, while his daughter Hela was famed across the cosmos as the goddess of death. At this moment, aboard a starship, Dio himself was leading a team on a direct course to Asgard. 3 centuries had passed since the traitor had been dealt with, and Dio's business empire now spanned the entire universe. Today, however, he was heading to Asgard for a particular reason. A shipment of goods had been intercepted by the Azure gods. Accompanying him was his younger brother, Eros. "Big brother, I think we could just let that shipment go. You know how proud the Asgardians are. Dealing with them is never easy," Eros said, legs crossed, lounging lazily in his seat. "Shut up," Dio snapped. "If you hadn't tried to flirt with Hela, we wouldn't have to make this trip ourselves. You need to understand, this shipment is a vital strategic resource that the Skrulls urgently need. If we could deliver it successfully, they'll give us the Kree equipment we just seized in exchange. That would finally complete the last piece of our garden project." Eros was momentarily stunned. He'd never realized how critical this shipment was. He'd always assumed it was just another batch of contraband, nothing special. It was only out of habit that he'd bantered a little too boldly with Hela, never expecting such trouble to follow. Still, he understood what Dio meant by the last piece. The thought that, once the weapons were assembled, they would be virtually unstoppable across the universe filled Eros with irrepressible excitement. Eros was exceptionally handsome. His looks were rare even by cosmic standards. Not only did he possess the formidable physique of an Eternal, he also had the power to manipulate minds, hypnotizing others to make them fall in love with him or with anyone else he chose. He was Dio's own blood brother, and the only family Dio had left in this world. Back then, after bringing Eros back from the Collector, Dio learned from him about the upheaval on Titan. Due to the sudden worsening of natural disasters on their planet, his father, Allers, was forced to lead a small group of their people to escape in batches, wandering the cosmos. During a skirmish with the Kree, even with the protection of their guards, most of their ships were destroyed and many of their people were captured. Eros' mother, Susan, was killed instantly in the explosion. Before parting, his father told Eros that he had entrusted the genetic code of the Eternals to Dio, hoping that one day the two of them might be reunited. Afterwards, his father shoved Eros into an escape pod and piloted his own ship into a warp point. The vessel, heavily damaged, was destroyed during the jump, but the escape pod, against all odds, remained intact and safely carried Eros to an unfamiliar planet. On that world, Eros encountered the Ravagers. With nowhere else to go, he ultimately joined their ranks. When Dio's reputation began to soar, Eros left the Ravagers, wandering far and wide as he gradually drew closer to Dio's territory. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He lost again and again in the grand casinos, racking up a mountain of gambling debts. After much hardship, he finally managed to contact Dio, only to have his whereabouts discovered by an ambitious individual, setting in motion the events that followed. "You'd better rein in that personality of yours while you're working, or I won't show you any mercy." Dio's eyes were cold, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed upon him. A chill shot down Eros' spine. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he froze in place. When Dio first received the treasure chest, he was granted several rewards: bestial and divine body research from the Super God Academy, the Golden Light incantation from under one person, and the Twin Mastery skill. The moment he laid eyes on the technology from the Super God Academy and the Twin Mastery, he was truly astonished. Why do I say this? In the animated series, the technological advancements of the Super Seminary are truly staggering. But what shocks Dio the most is none other than the dual hands. According to the original work, the dual hands are explained as follows. The blue hand can alter and manipulate souls and memories, while the red hand is able to change and control the physical body. In reality, the red hand's abilities aren't the most crucial. What truly matters is the blue hand. It can actually act directly upon the soul itself. Across the entire universe, powers that can touch the soul are exceedingly rare. Aside from Asgard and the Sorcerer Supreme, only the most famous Soul Stone possesses magic and abilities related to souls. Beyond these, hardly anywhere else holds such powers. This discovery fills Dio with excitement. He takes a deep breath, pulling himself from his thoughts, and looks ahead. On the computer screen, he sees they are about to arrive at the outer harbor of Asgard. Dio gives Eros, who is still visibly tense, a reassuring pat and signals for him to get ready. The ship lands smoothly in the designated docking area. Dio, carrying a small box, leads Eros out of the hatch, where they are immediately met by a burly man wielding a greatsword. "So, you're Thanos?" the burly man asks, his expression unfriendly and his voice laced with challenge as he fixes his gaze on Dio. Dio remains calm, nodding slightly. Thanos was the name the outside world had given him. After learning of it, Dio couldn't help but marvel at the strange twists of fate in the universe. The man sizes Dio up and down before gesturing for him to follow. At first glance, Asgard appears to be a vast, flat continent, but in truth, it is as grand as Earth itself. The upper layer is where the Azure gods reside, while below lies a crystalline structure that maintains Asgard's gravity and ecological balance. After leaving the port, the burly man leads them onto a small shuttle piloted by Asgardian soldiers. "I'm a leader of Asgard's Berserker Corps. You can call me Nyman." He introduces himself simply once aboard the shuttle. "Princess Hela is occupied at the moment. When we arrive, you'll have to wait." With that, Nyman pays them no further attention, turning his back to sit down. Eros, baffled by this treatment, nudges Dio gently with his elbow and whispers, "Brother, what's going on here?" "They're probably trying to intimidate us," Dio answers after a moment's thought, now understanding their intentions. When the shuttle reaches their destination, Nyman leads them to a waiting room before leaving them there. They are left to wait for 3 long hours before finally being granted an audience with the king of gods, Odin. Inside the resplendent palace, Odin sits at the height of his power, eyes bright, gripping the spear Gungnir as he sits upon his throne, surrounded by a host of deities. Thanos, I remember that when Heimdall first saw Titan, he mentioned you to me. You are quite remarkable. Once Dio stood still, Odin was the first to speak. His powerful aura pressed invisibly on everyone in the room. It is my honor to be noticed by the great Odin. Dio remained unfazed, bowing his head slightly in respect. Eros, on the other hand, was intimidated by Odin's presence and instinctively lowered his head as well. Odin gave a faint smile, a hint of inscrutable meaning flickering in his eyes. Honored King of the Gods, I have come today because my younger brother offended Princess Hela. I brought a token of apology to show my regret. As he spoke, Dio presented the box in his hands. The onlookers were astonished. To offend Princess Hela and offer only such a small box as compensation. Wasn't this rather perfunctory? Odin narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the box in Dio's hands. Then a glimmer of surprise appeared on his face. Spatial folding technology? I didn't expect your people to have mastered such advanced science. Odin gestured for the guard at his side to take the box. Odin's words shocked all the gods present. In Asgard, where magic and technology coexisted, they possessed spatial folding technology themselves, but found it less convenient than magic, and thus never paid it much mind. The arrival of such technology here meant that any civilization wielding it had the potential to become a major power. After all, time reigns as king, space commands respect. This was no idle saying. The study of time and space had always marked the pinnacle of any civilization's scientific achievement. Very well. The belongings that were confiscated from you may now be returned. Led by the guards, Dio and Eros were soon brought to a warehouse. After thanking the guards, Dio went straight to check his goods. Odin's acceptance of the gift and his straightforward agreement to return the confiscated items brought a wave of relief to Dio. After confirming that his goods were intact, Dio broke into a broad, childlike smile, an old soul overjoyed like a child of hundreds of years. Hey, who gave you permission to take those things? Put them down at once. Just as Dio and Eros were preparing to leave, they were suddenly halted by a sharp female voice. Turning around, they saw a woman approaching, clad in black fitted attire and wearing a uniquely shaped crown. Princess Hela. The guards immediately bowed in greeting. Dio's eyes flashed with admiration. The Hela before him was nothing like her cinematic counterpart. She was young, beautiful, and exceptionally striking. These are items that Lord Odin has just agreed to return. Or has Asgard taken to breaking its promises? Dio narrowed his eyes and replied coolly. Hela's expression shifted slightly, and then she snapped sharply. As you said, it was my father who promised, not me. And I never said you couldn't take your belongings. I said I wanted the tongue cut out of that insolent boy who dared speak to me that way. As they spoke, an overwhelming sense of pressure erupted from Hela, her murderous aura descending like a vengeful spirit, leaving Eros frozen in shock. Dio tensed immediately, stepping in front of Eros to shield him and help him recover from the fright. Princess Hela, I know my brother can sometimes be careless with his words, but we have already offered a formal apology to the great Odin, and he has graciously accepted it. If you still have any grievances, please bring them forward. As long as it is within my power, I will do everything I can to make amends. But if you intend to harm my brother, that is something I absolutely cannot accept. In truth, Dio felt deeply conflicted. He didn't know exactly what Eros had said to Hela, but, knowing his brother, it was unlikely to have been anything good. He also realized that, given the circumstances and the people involved, it would be difficult to resolve the matter peacefully. With everyone present, Hela might very well demand something unreasonable. Yet Dio was well aware that, with his current abilities, he stood no chance against Asgard. All he could do was try to negotiate as best he could. After listening to Dio, Hela studied him with interest, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. You're quite a burly one, she remarked suddenly, leaving Dio a little perplexed by her unexpected comment. If you don't want your brother's tongue to be cut out, then fight me. In Asgard, we respect strength. If you defeat me, not only will I forgive you both, but I'll also let you leave freely, and I'll even take you to the dwarves to have a legendary weapon forged for you. On the other hand, Hela continued, folding her arms, if you lose, your brother's tongue is mine, and you'll serve me here for 3,000 years. Dio fell silent for a moment, the terms of her challenge stirring something within him. He knew his own limitations very well. Eros, meanwhile, was visibly excited. He tugged at Dio's arm, brimming with hope that his brother would accept, convinced that Dio couldn't possibly lose. The surrounding Asgardian soldiers lit up at Hela's proposal. They had every confidence in her abilities and believed there was no chance she would be defeated. If Hela emerged victorious, Asgard would not only gain an eternal in their service, but also witness the princess's prowess in battle, a prospect that filled the soldiers with anticipation. After pondering for a moment, Dio finally nodded and agreed. The duel was set in a spacious area resembling an ancient arena, a scene that reminded Dio of the Grandmaster's fighting pits on Sakaar. When word spread among Asgard's people that Princess Hela would be dueling an outsider, with such tempting stakes, crowds flocked eagerly to witness the spectacle. The atmosphere grew electric with excitement. I'll give you 3 chances. You can choose to surrender at any time. With a wave of her hand, Hela conjured a pitch-black longsword out of thin air. Dio saw clearly that she was actually manipulating microscopic particles, condensing the energy within her to form the blade. He noticed that this power seemed to be connected to the fearsome helmet atop Hela's head, as he could sense the flow of energy gathering there. Refusing to be outdone, Dio unleashed his own energy. His eyes burned red, as though molten lava coursed within them. Hela glanced at Dio with a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect you to be capable of this much." Dio offered no reply. He clenched his fist, focusing energy into his palm, and then launched a powerful punch straight at Hela. With a gesture, Hela summoned a wall of swords that shot up from the ground to block him, but Dio shattered it with ease, following through with a punch that struck Hela square in the face and sent her flying. Recalling that the Asgardians were famed for their love of battle, Dio had no intention of holding back. He understood that, for people who took pride in their combat, mercy would be seen as an insult. If he appeared too soft, he might run into trouble when it was time to leave Asgard. Hela twisted in midair, landing steadily on her feet. A strange, almost delighted smile played across her lips, leaving Dio momentarily puzzled. Does she have some kind of unusual taste for this? Dio wondered in his mind. Hela reached out with an empty hand, and under Dio's questioning gaze, a hammer crackling with lightning flew into her grasp. Dio couldn't help but slap his forehead. How could I forget? She's the second master of Mjolnir, and the power of Mjolnir is nothing to take lightly. Dio remembered well in his own world, in Avengers. Endgame, Captain America had wielded Mjolnir to unleash a relentless assault on Thanos, leaving the Mad Titan nearly defenseless. "You're welcome to use your weapon. Show us your glory, warrior." Hela raised Mjolnir high, and the Asgardians around them erupted in thunderous cheers. Odin himself once wielded Mjolnir, conquering every battlefield with it. Now that it had passed to Hela, a large part of her formidable reputation came from this very weapon. With a resigned sigh, Dio reached to his waist and drew a broad, heavy blade. The weapon was called the Floating Water Edge, a unique blade he had found in a treasure chest, originating from a comic he'd read in his previous life, Zombie Brother. In that story, the protagonist had wielded it in the final battle. Originally, the blade had stringent requirements for use, but Dio had modified it so that it worked in harmony with his own energy, allowing it to unleash an edge sharp enough to cut at the subatomic level. He had also specially reinforced the blade's material. Although this blade could already be considered a divine weapon, Dio couldn't help but compare it with the Tyrant's Slayer, the weapon he planned to forge in the future, one capable of cleaving even a vibranium shield. Even though he wasn't sure if this blade could stand up to Mjolnir in a direct clash, Dio remained fully confident in his own abilities. After all, in the original story, the weapons wielded by the Black Order's Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight were all personally forged by Thanos. Now that he possessed all of Emperor Thanos' knowledge, he was certain he could achieve the same feat. Hela raised an eyebrow as she watched the long blade appear out of thin air in Dio's hand. "I didn't expect technology in the Dark Quadrant to advance so rapidly. Has spatial technology already become available for civilian use?" Dio glanced at the aquablade in his hand and nodded. "As long as you're not trying to carry anything too large, it pretty much meets all civilian needs. Still, letting this tech become too widespread isn't necessarily a good thing." Hela said nothing more. Instead, she simply raised Mjolnir and charged toward him. Dio relied on the shark glide sword technique he had mastered, nimbly dodging just as Mjolnir was about to strike him, then swiftly counterattacked with a slash aimed at Hela. But he noticed that Hela showed no panic at the incoming blade. Instead, a rush of air whooshed from behind her. Reacting instantly, Dio retracted his attack and rolled aside to avoid the blow. Hela caught Mjolnir and looked at Dio in surprise. "How did you know I could call Mjolnir back to me?" This move had helped her defeat countless opponents with ease. She had thought it would work again, but to her shock, he had seen through it. "I didn't know. I just react quickly," Dio replied, rising to his feet and advancing again, blade in hand. In fact, Dio wasn't certain if Hela could summon the hammer back to her hand like Thor did in the movies. In the earliest Avengers comics, even Odin couldn't make Mjolnir return automatically. He had to pick it up himself. But this world was clearly closer to the cinematic universe. While Dio knew Hela could likely summon Mjolnir, the limited scenes in the films had made him subconsciously overlook it. As their battle raged on, the intensity between them grew, echoing the relentless hammering of a blacksmith at his forge. Dio pressed the attack with strike after strike, forcing Hela to rely solely on Mjolnir for defense. She launched only the occasional counterattack, tossing her long sword to keep him on his toes. Yet these assaults had no effect on Dio. They couldn't even leave a scratch on his skin. Their fierce duel left the spectators numb. Other than the constant ring of clashing metal, there was little else to feel. The combatants moved in perfect rhythm, as if synchronized to the beat of an anvil. And the spectators knew that the pounding echoes of this battle would reverberate in their heads for days to come. Because they were in Asgard, Hela's stamina seemed limitless, as if she could fight for 30 or 50 days without feeling the slightest fatigue. Dio was in the same state. Not a trace of weariness showed on him. Yet, after so long swinging his weapon, a bit of impatience began to creep in. He watched the still, spirited Hela, and the thought of ending this quickly took root in his mind. By now, he had gauged Hela's basic physical capabilities. Whether in strength or speed, she couldn't match him. Even with Asgard's blessings, that fact remained unchanged. However, endurance was another matter. The power of Asgard's land kept flowing into Hela, continuously sustaining her. So it was impossible to tell just how long she could truly last. This realization brought Dio a sense of calm. Suddenly, with a burst of strength from one arm, he caught Hela off guard. He dropped his body swiftly, and in the instant her balance faltered, his eyes blazed with searing energy, which he unleashed straight at her face. Though struck unawares, Hela's hands reacted without hesitation. As her body was hurled into the air, she twisted sharply and flung Mjolnir. In an instant, thunder boomed. The hammer wreathed in lightning like a silver serpent, surging with immense power as it swept toward Dio. Dio dared not hold anything back. He unleashed all his power in a single flash, pushing his speed and strength to their limits. Not only did he evade Mjolnir's strike, but in the same moment, he closed the distance to the just recovering Hela, and landed a heavy punch to her head, slamming her to the ground. Immediately, he pressed the tip of the floating water blade to her throat. "The fight is over, Princess Hela. Now it's time to uphold your promise." Dio looked calmly at Hela, who still seemed stunned by what had happened. Around them, the Asgardians who had gathered to watch fell utterly silent, shock written on every face. They had never imagined their princess could be defeated. Hela herself was dazed. She couldn't comprehend it. After all, they had been so evenly matched at the start. How had she lost so suddenly? A dull ache from her nose and head finally broke through her confusion, and Hela realized this was no illusion. She had truly been beaten. She racked her memory. When was the last time she had fallen like this? It seemed it hadn't happened since childhood, when her father had punished her. At last, Hela regained her composure. She wiped away the blood from her nose and said coolly, "Don't worry, the Asgardians don't break their word. I'll take you to Nidavellir soon. Your brother may leave first." Dio nodded, sheathed the floating water blade at his waist, and walked toward Eros. Meanwhile, Odin sat on his throne with his eyes closed, feigning rest, quietly listening as his subjects recounted every detail of the battle between Dio and Hela. Hela actually lost? And lost so quickly? Odin was genuinely surprised. After all, Hela, like himself, possessed the divine power of Asgard. As long as they stood on this land, the endless energy of Asgard would bolster them. Speed, strength, reflexes, and divine might, all would be vastly enhanced, and their ability to recover was nothing short of astounding. Yet, even with all these advantages, Hela had still been defeated. Odin pondered for a moment. In recent years, Asgard's frenzied expansion had made both him and Hela fiercely combative. Hela, in particular, was always urging her followers to march forth and conquer the universe. Now that Hela had been bested by an outsider, perhaps this was the perfect moment to temper her arrogance. It might be a blessing for both Hela and Asgard as a whole. But is it really worth the price to have the dwarves of Nidavellir forge a mighty weapon for us? Odin hesitated as he recalled Hela's request. At this time, Odin was in his prime, wise and courageous, quite different from the man he would later become. However, Hela gave him little time to deliberate. Soon, a guard entered to report that Hela had already set off with Dio for Nidavellir via the Bifrost. Odin weighed his options. Since Dio had managed to defeat the formidable Hela right here, in Asgard, her strength was clearly not to be underestimated. There was no immediate need to seek out allies for Ragnarok, but having another powerful figure on their side could only be a benefit. Moreover, he thought, perhaps Hela could learn to restrain herself a bit, and maybe even find a trustworthy companion along the way. Unbeknownst to Hela, her father had already begun to consider her future. She and Dio had arrived at Nidavellir. Dio looked around, taking in a scene straight out of a film, a massive star ring encircling a blazing stellar core. The ring was built in 2 layers, but Dio saw no signs of living quarters. She guessed this was merely the dwarves' workshop. Hela pointed to a young dwarf wielding an iron hammer. This is Eitri, the new king of the dwarves. If you have any forging requests, you can speak to him directly. Dio lifted her gaze slightly, realizing that these dwarves were actually about her own height. After a moment's thought, she produced her floating blade. Eitri glanced briefly at Hela and Dio, but remained absorbed in his craft. He waited until the metal he was working on faded in color, its rough shape emerging, then returned it to the furnace to heat once more. Only then did Eitri finally turn to face them. "Princess Hela, how may I be of service?" Eitri asked, bowing politely. Hela didn't bother with whether Eitri had greeted her immediately. She simply stated their purpose. Only then did Eitri shift his attention to Dio. Dio handed over the floating water blade. "I hope to upgrade this blade with a more durable material, without compromising its existing functions," she stated her request. Eitri examined the floating water blade closely, turning it over in his hands, and marveled. "This is masterful work, almost on par with the hammer of the Thunder God. Its only shortcoming lies in the limitations of its material." But he paused, his tone shifting. That made Dio's heart skip a beat with apprehension. This blade has already been modified before. The craftsmanship was ordinary, but it's still worth noting, Eitri remarked, running his fingers along the blade. "Since you want a sturdier material, I have to inform you that, with my current level of clearance, the best I can offer is a gold alloy. Would that be acceptable to you?" Dio considered for a moment, understanding that this alloy was a special blend of osmium and other metals, renowned for its remarkable hardness. Not only that, this metal also excels at conducting energy. Yet Dio remained adamant about using URU metal. Eitri looked troubled when he heard this. URU metal is a magical substance unique to Asgard. In terms of both hardness and energy conductivity, it is among the finest in the entire universe. However, only by the order of the All-Father are the dwarves permitted to forge armor or weapons from URU. Without the king's explicit command, anyone caught smelting or forging URU would face the severest of punishments. This put Hela in a difficult spot. A faint flush crept over her face, not out of anger or excitement, but from a touch of embarrassment. After all, she had boasted earlier and allowed Dio to choose any material he wished. Only now did she realize there were restrictions, and she began to doubt whether she could keep her promise. "So what about me? What's the highest level of authority I can exercise?" Hela tapped Eitri's wrist and asked earnestly. Eitri glanced at her and answered with respect. "Princess Hela, you are permitted to use URU metal, but not for the creation of weapons. By King Odin's mandate, you may use URU to forge certain types of armor, but weapons are strictly forbidden." The moment she heard she could access URU, Hela's mood brightened considerably. As for the rest of Eitri's explanation, she didn't seem to mind much. "In that case, melt the URU into the mix, and inscribe these runes onto it as well." As she spoke, Hela pointed to several sets of runic symbols etched on her thunderhammer. Eitri's hesitation deepened, for Hela's demands were skirting the very edge of taboo. Enough hesitation. Hela waved her hand, her tone brisk. "I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. Asgardians should honor their word." Eitri's expression grew more conflicted, but mindful of Hela's formidable reputation, he could only grit his teeth and agree. In the vastness of the universe, time is of little consequence, especially for beings like Dio, whose longevity spans millennia, even tens of thousands of years. Over the years, Dio's name had spread swiftly throughout the cosmos. He had not only brought the assassin duo, Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive, under his command, but had also conquered the entire galaxy with a mysterious bio-weapon. Contrary to the rumors of his bloodthirsty cruelty, Dio himself was actually rather mild-mannered. At the very least, no one had ever heard of him ordering a massacre of any conquered world. Given his overwhelming strength, the Universal Alliance and the great empires had all quietly accepted his supremacy. "Lord Thanos, we have pinpointed the exact location of Morag," reported Corvus Glaive, dropping to one knee before Dio and speaking in a low voice. Dio was in the midst of using the Mind Stone to enhance his psychic powers. Upon hearing the report, he simply nodded slightly without turning around. "You must be extremely careful. Although the Power Stone is protected by a special casing, there are still unknown risks involved. Remember, never touch it directly with your hands, otherwise the Power Stone will annihilate all organic matter. General Corvus Glaive nodded, then turned and left without another word. The Mind Stone had been acquired during a cargo escort mission. At that time, the other party tried to pull a fast one and failed to pay as agreed. So Dio took matters into his own hands and wiped them out completely. It was only while sorting through the spoils of battle that he unexpectedly discovered the Mind Stone. Dio had always been somewhat lacking in mental strength, so he spent considerable time forging a helmet with powerful psychic defenses. After obtaining the Mind Stone, he used it constantly to strengthen his own mind. With the Mind Stone in hand, the system granted him several rewards. Among them, the ninefold Thunderblade and its corresponding movement techniques from the protagonist of Swallowed Star. The Sky Evasion Shuttle and its matched psychic cultivation methods, a meditation technique for boosting spiritual power, and a sacred golden orb hailing from the world of Zombie Brother. Last but not least, he gained the biological force field of Superman from the DC Universe, as well as the legendary forging skills of Hephaestus from Olympus. While the Olympian gods of the DC Universe mainly relied on their innate divinity and authority, Hephaestus's mastery over forging was something he accumulated painstakingly over time. These gains were of great significance to Dio. Now that he possessed the Mind Stone, Dio had no grand ambition to wipe out half the universe like Thanos in the movies. But he remained passionate in his pursuit of power. Clearly aware of his own limitations, he set his sights on the Power Stone, the only Infinity Stone still unattached and wandering the cosmos. The other Infinity Stones were either already claimed or sealed away. Even the Soul Stone was nearly impossible to obtain. Yet Dio had no intention of using the Power Stone lightly. His real concern was that someone else might one day wield it against him. Since it was still unclaimed, he decided to secure it for himself. Dio gazed calmly at the Sky Evasion Shuttle before him as it shifted through its myriad forms. He slowly closed his eyes, settling back on his throne as if to rest for a moment. This Thanos is undertaking something entirely different from what others have done in any universe. I don't know if that's good or bad. His power surpasses anyone I've ever seen. Maybe I should stop him, but I'm more curious about how he's managed to do all this. An uncanny voice echoed once more. Dio's eyes snapped open, a mysterious energy swirling within them. You? Dio seemed to glimpse a figure with an unusually large head, clad in flowing blue robes. I see you now. Yes, Dio did indeed catch sight of the other figure, none other than the most famous Watcher in the Marvel Universe, Wadu, known for his principle of observing but never interfering. Though in reality, he has influenced many major events from behind the scenes. Fortunately, before traversing into this world, Dio had watched a few episodes of Marvel's What If animated series. Though his understanding was shallow, he still remembered this big, headed Watcher who loved to spy from the shadows. What? A panicked voice suddenly rang out, only to vanish instantly. The sensation of being watched disappeared along with it. Dios me infante. To be honest, it was a stretch for him to notice the Watcher's gaze with his current abilities. It was mainly thanks to the Mind Stone embedded in his helmet. Still, the fact that the Mind Stone's amplification alone allowed him to perceive the Watcher made Dio uncertain about the true extent of his own power. He had no real benchmark for comparison. Should he challenge Odin, as in the original storyline? That was out of the question. Whether in comics or in film, Odin's full might was never fully revealed. But from the few glimpses available, it was clear that Odin had surpassed the so-called Skyfather level, reaching the scale of a single universe by himself. Dio was deeply afraid of dying, and he would never recklessly attempt something so uncertain. Nevertheless, what had just happened proved that Dio's strength was far from insignificant. He stroked his chin, a spark of interest flickering in his expression. Who would have thought that someone as old as Wado would still have a touch of social anxiety? After fiddling with the Mind Stone for a while longer, Dio took off his helmet. The overwhelming surge of mental power faded in an instant, leaving him with a slight sense of loss. He focused inward for a moment. Although removing the Mind Stone left his mental energy somewhat diminished, he clearly sensed that some hidden barrier in his mind had been shattered. Dio could distinctly feel his psychic strength growing rapidly. This wasn't an external boost from the Mind Stone, but rather the Mind Stone unlocking his own dormant potential. He opened his eyes, which now flickered with the same orange glow as the stone. The surge of psychic energy was instantaneous, an invisible wave sweeping across the entire planet. Sensing the tremendous power flowing through him, Dio couldn't help but marvel. Telepathy, telekinesis, mind manipulation, thought reading, mental domination. In the blink of an eye, Dio had gained 5 different abilities, all connected to the mind. He let out a long breath, a confident smile playing across his lips. Like a child with a brand new toy, Dio eagerly used his psychic powers to scan the entire planet. His first concern was the military camp. Besides the bioengineered Chitauri warriors, Dio had also recruited soldiers from across the galaxy, each with their own unique strengths. Among the Black Order, one of the 5, Black Dwarf, hails from a race native to this very galaxy. For that reason, Dio once came here to recruit soldiers. However, he did not include Black Dwarf among his core followers. In both the comics and the movies, Black Dwarf is notorious for his inefficiency. If not for his unique advantage in physical density and strength, Thanos in the original story would likely have expelled him from the Black Order long ago. Now, Dio had already mastered the beast body technology of the Super God Academy, and no longer needed to rely on Black Dwarf's brute force. He had crafted 2 beast body warriors of his own. At this moment, one of the beast body warriors was feasting ravenously, while the other was drilling the troops with meticulous discipline. Watching them, Dio couldn't help but feel a touch of resignation. The beast body warrior, Sotan, was created from a crocodile, his name a tribute to the Super God Academy. Strangely enough, both Sotan's strength and personality bore an uncanny resemblance to his namesake from the Academy. Formidable in battle, yet endearingly simple and naive at heart. It almost gave Dio the illusion that the Sotan from the Super God Academy had truly crossed over into the Marvel Universe. The other beast body warrior, General Sean, was forged from a gorilla. He wielded a pair of long maces, his demeanor serious and his actions resolute and precise. Qualities that filled Dio with satisfaction. If Sotan was a vanguard charging into the fray, then General Sean was the commanding officer holding the center, a mighty warrior and a leader. In fact, he was currently the only true commander among Dio's 4 generals. As for Ebony Maw, Dio had crossed paths with him as well. Yet Ebony Maw had no interest in Dio's offer, and even went so far as to try to commandeer a spaceship to attack and kill him. In the end, Dio crushed him in one swift blow, scattering him to cosmic dust. As mentioned in the previous chapter, time held little meaning for Dio amidst the vastness of the universe. He poured himself into studying every form of knowledge and technology his system provided. Years passed. Dio's reputation grew far and wide, his power ever expanding, all in pursuit of vengeance against those who had attacked Titan and driven the Eternals from their home. This time, Dio was preparing to unleash a brand new biological weapon, the Parademons. In DC Comics, Parademons are the loyal, ferocious foot soldiers of Darkseid, engineered for war. Their creation became possible after Dio acquired the Power Stone. When the General of the Deadblades brought him the Power Stone, the system bestowed upon Dio the means to create Parademons. Of course, this was not the only reward he received. The system also granted him abilities akin to Superman's, absorbing stellar energy, upgrading his genes, converting energy, and manipulating matter down to the atomic scale. These new powers elevated Dio's strength to an entirely new level. After such a long time, Dio had come to understand that every time he collected an Infinity Stone, the system would reward him with a special ability related to the name of that stone. At this moment, he was savoring the surge of power brought by stellar energy. Yet, this enhancement had its limits. After all, his body was not like Superman's, capable of absorbing energy endlessly. The absolute ceiling of what he could withstand was still constrained by the boundaries of his own genes. Still, feeling the abundant energy coursing through him, Dio knew he was far from reaching that limit. After all, he had long since modified his own genetic code, pushing his capacity well beyond that of ordinary Eternals. With the system's gene upgrades layered on top, he could now absorb and harness even greater amounts of energy. Now it's time to settle things with the Kree. Let the Parademon army advance first. Dio ordered General Sean. General Sean nodded, and together with another Eternal, issued the attack command. Though he didn't possess the Space Stone and couldn't open a portal to the Kree capital as Darkseid might. The Lee Point technology allowed the Parademon army to cross half the galaxy in the blink of an eye, materializing right at the borders of the Kree Empire. Lacking any trace of self-awareness, the Parademons were absolutely loyal to Dio. Each one was created by transforming existing beings, inheriting all the original superpowers of those individuals. This made the Parademon horde both formidable and ruthlessly efficient. The Parademon army swept across the planet like a locust plague, leaving nothing behind. Even after moving on, their numbers hadn't diminished. In fact, they had grown. There was virtually no effective resistance on this world. Perhaps it was the surprise of the attack, Or perhaps the Kree Empire's fearsome reputation had left people unwilling to believe anyone would dare strike them so openly. Witnessing all this, Dio paused in thought before turning to Sotan. Sotan, I'm putting you in command of the Parademon army. Show them what you're truly capable of. With that, he gestured for Sotan to head to the front lines. Heh, big brother, just sit back and enjoy the show, Sotan replied, hefting his crescent-shaped battle axe with a grin, then stepped into the tractor beam, which whisked him away to the battlefield. This tractor beam was a miniature teleportation device Dio had invented, inspired by the workings of the Bifrost Bridge. Unlike the standard beams of ordinary ships, this device could transport someone across half the galaxy. While it couldn't match the true Bifrost in speed or power, it was compact and consumed minimal energy, especially with the Power Stone fueling it. Though Sotan might look simple and harmless, never underestimate him. For if he gets hungry, even you might start to look rather appetizing. With Thornton joining the fight, nothing on the battlefield could stand in his way. He was like an unstoppable god of war. No matter who the enemy was, they could not halt his advance. The Kree Empire quickly learned of the situation and began organizing a counterattack. Dozens of warships appeared in orbit, launching missiles in a barrage aimed at the already lost planet, trying to bombard the surface into submission. Yet, the deviants were not so easily dealt with. Bombarding them with missiles was like using a cannon to swat flies, almost completely ineffective. Even large-scale energy beam weapons did little to wipe them out. Swarms of deviants rallied and launched dense counterattacks against the Kree ships. The scene reminiscent of those awe-inspiring Zerg armies from the CG cutscenes of Dio's previous life games. The Kree are striking back. General Deathblade, you and your wife move out together, launch a decapitation strike, and destroy their command ship. The moment enemy warships appeared, Dio immediately dispatched the infamous couple. This pair of legendary assassins, General Deathblade and Proxima Midnight, were not only ruthless, but also executed orders with ruthless efficiency. In the comics, when Thanos descended upon Earth, Proxima Midnight once single-handedly defeated all of Atlantis, forcing even the proud and unyielding Namor to bow his head in defeat. You have to know, Namor was the kind of character who dared challenge anyone, even standing toe-to-toe with the Hulk in his rational state. Yet, against Proxima Midnight, he was overpowered. Her strength was undeniable. Though their powers were toned down in the cinematic universe, they were still not to be underestimated. Since Dio's ship was cloaked, the Kree had no idea he was lurking, eyes locked on the battlefield like a predator. General Deathblade managed to slip aboard the Kree command ship without a hitch. 7, you lead a squad to the next target, Dio said, turning to the tall man seated beside him. This man was named 7, the same name as the famous Ultraman. He was one of the Eternals whom Dio had rescued from the ruins of Titan years ago, and over the years had become one of Dio's most trusted lieutenants in countless campaigns. Dio had always been deeply impressed with 7. After rescuing him, Dio performed genetic tuning with the power of the eternal gods, granting 7 a physique as formidable as Dio's own. His strength and endurance were nearly unbelievable. He couldn't fly, but his power and toughness rivaled the Hulk in his most rational state, making him the team's most powerful tank. Later, Dio mastered the forging skills of Hephaestus, and at 7's request, crafted a unique waterfire staff just for him. However, since the weapon was finished rather late, 7 had mostly served as a sheriff in the Garden system, never really having the chance to unleash his true power. Now, 7 nodded eagerly and led a squad of deviants and Chitauri soldiers out on their mission. Watching the Kree reinforcements descend into chaos, Dio continued to issue orders. Koraik Oli Dio called out, "The 3 of you will proceed to your assigned targets according to the battle plan. Remember, your safety comes first. We're here for vengeance, not to collect your bodies." The 3 nodded solemnly, then each led their teams out. They were siblings. Olii, the youngest sister, possessed formidable psychic teleportation abilities, making her of immense strategic value. Dio never allowed her to operate alone. Every mission saw one of her brothers at her side. Kor, whose arms could unleash devastating energy-cutting beams, was also gifted with a highly developed mind, one of the rare tactical commanders among Dio's Eternals. Ike, on the other hand, boasted super speed, able to run at over 50 times the speed of sound, with reflexes and physical resilience to match. He could also create psychic barriers strong enough to withstand even large-scale nuclear attacks. Only when Kor and Ike operated as a team did Dio feel truly at ease. Splitting up had its advantages. It scattered the enemy's attention and divided their forces. But this strategy carried grave risks. If their opponents were a powerful interstellar empire, dividing their forces was almost tantamount to suicide. The Kree, though renowned for their advances in biotechnology, were equally formidable in other scientific fields. One example was their creation of supreme intelligence, an artificial intellect at the very core of the Empire's rule. Yet Dio's sudden assault had thrown the entire Kree Empire into utter disarray. Because the Demonids had replaced traditional Vanguard units, Dio had no fear of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Demonids could be replicated in mass, their numerical advantage a constant headache for the enemy. Nearly every planet under Kree control had been converted into a demonid production base. Dio's forces not only piloted their own warships, but also turned captured Kree vessels to support the battlefield. To prevent the Supreme Intelligence from regaining control of these captured ships, Dio ordered the Demonids to pilot them on suicide runs, ensuring they couldn't be used against them. According to our intelligence, this attack comes from Thanos of the Dark Quadrant. His aim is likely to avenge the survivors we left on Titan centuries ago, reported a blue-skinned Kree, standing before the Supreme Intelligence. Thanos' troops are all special bioweapons, capable not only of forcibly converting prisoners to their ranks, but of formidable combat prowess as well. However, our current intelligence remains quite limited. After a moment of contemplation, the Supreme Intelligence spoke. Thanos is leading almost his entire force in person to attack us. Most of our military has already been deployed, and the number of soldiers left within the Empire is limited. If we forcefully conscript new recruits now, their combat effectiveness might be so poor that it would be sending them to their deaths. Thanos' ferocity, at its core, is still driven by vengeance. Back when we ambushed that Eternals team headed for Titan, our real aim was to uncover the secret behind the Creator's so-called perfect beings. Yet after all these years, we still haven't gained anything. The Supreme Intelligence's words made the Kree leaders lower their heads, their faces filled with a deep sense of unwillingness and frustration. The Skrulls, the Kree, the Eternals, the Deviants, and even humans all originate from the Celestials' genetic experiments in the Marvel Universe. Among these races, the Eternals stand out as the pinnacle, both in individual power and technological advancement. Aside from the Deviants, no other race can rival the Eternals in these aspects. Had the Eternals not fractured internally in ancient times, and had they not happened to emerge on Earth at the heart of the cosmos, they might have already established a vast galactic empire, rivaling the Kree, Skrull, or Shi'ar empires. As Kree, they had always longed to unlock the genetic secrets of the Eternals. So, when the Eternals left Earth for Titan for the first time, the Kree launched an ambush, hoping to capture some members for research. But their methods were so ruthless that many Eternals died of their wounds in the void of space before they could be taken prisoner. The second attempt came after the destruction of Titan and the Eternals' subsequent migration. That time, the Kree returned with a considerable number of living specimens, yet still failed to make any substantial breakthrough in their research. The Supreme Intelligence's words made the Kree leadership see the stark reality of their situation. They now had only two paths left. The first was to launch a devastating strike in hopes of wiping out Dio in a single blow. But with the relentless, locust-like hordes of demon-like creatures sweeping across their worlds, and the elusive Dio Kree hiding their tracks, there was no clear target to strike. Without a target, any attack would be futile. The second option was to return the surviving Eternals and all research data before their losses became irreparable. If possible, they could even hand over the remains of those Eternals whose studies were unfinished. After all, despite the Kree Empire's might, the ever-watchful Skrull Empire lurked right next door. If they were weakened in their war against Dio, how long could their remaining strength hold out against a Skrull invasion? The Kree leaders exchanged glances, their pride making it hard to swallow such humiliation. Yet, they could not deny one fact: they were truly powerless. As the atmosphere grew tense and deadlocked, the Supreme Intelligence intervened just in time. Once this is over, if possible, we could even request reinforcements from Thanos. The bioweapons under his command are the finest strategic assets available. There's no reason for us to cling to that illusory sense of dignity any longer. In this universe, everything is measured by profit. Thanos' bioweapons are remarkably advanced, aren't they? In fact, there's nothing stopping us from learning their technology ourselves. The Supreme Intelligence's words sparked a glimmer in everyone's eyes. Indeed, in this universe, there are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. Everything is bound together by countless chains of benefit, ties as robust as they are fragile. But what does it matter? This is simply how the universe operates. There are countless ways to make a profit. There's no need for excessive scruples. Orders were issued swiftly, and the frontline Dio forces soon received a clear sign of goodwill from the Kree Empire. They returned every single Eternal abducted, dead or alive, and surrendered all research results related to the Eternals accumulated over the years, not even keeping a single DNA sample. On top of that, the Kree Empire delivered a vast cache of resources. Dio stared at the list, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Even his own soldiers were left stunned by the Kree Empire's drastic gesture. Ignore all of this. My objective today is the complete destruction of the Kree Empire. Continue with the operation. I've already located the Kree capital, Dio ordered, allowing no acceptance of their surrender. Right after the Kree Empire released its statement, Dio followed the trail and finally pinpointed the Kree capital. He knew that, should he breach this city and destroy the Supreme Intelligence, it would spell the end of Kree technology and civilization. It would mean wiping the Kree Empire from the universe in one decisive blow. Still, Dio remained vigilant, for the technological prowess of the Kree homeworld was not to be underestimated. In the comics, the Kree's most renowned accuser, Ronin, was able to wield a high-tech warhammer forged on the Kree homeworld. Alone, he stood on par with the Silver Surfer, a force capable of single-handedly shifting the tide of cosmic battles. After uncovering the location of the Kree homeworld, Dio, cautious as ever, decided to attack one of its satellites first to gauge how the planet would respond defensively. Activate the Wormgate terminal. Connect to stellar energy, Dio commanded without hesitation. Stellar energy connected. Wormgate opening. Before them, a strange ripple began to spread through the void, an uncanny sight as the Wormgate slowly opened. A faint blue sheen shimmered within the gateway, and at its center, a brilliant point of yellow light began to gather. That was the stellar energy cannon. This was the weapon of mass destruction that Dio had devoted himself to developing. Unlike conventional planet killer weapons, this one required the construction of a Dyson sphere around a star to collect its energy. The Dyson sphere would then siphon off the stellar power, channeling it through a massive wormhole gate and delivering it with precision to a target's vicinity, unleashing devastating destruction. Moreover, when the stellar cannon was not in use, the Dyson sphere continued to extract energy from the star, serving as a constant backup power source. The searing heat and the sheer force unleashed by the stellar cannon could obliterate a planet the size of Jupiter, or even twice as large, in an instant. As the wormhole gate pulsed, the point of light inside it expanded rapidly. In less than a second, it transformed into a colossal beam of blazing light and heat as wide as the gate itself. On Kree Prime, alarms blared in every direction. What's happening? A high-ranking Kree official cried out in panic. Stellar energy detected, 55 million kilometers from Kree Prime, the Supreme Intelligence announced, sounding the alarm. How is that possible? How could something get so close without us noticing? Another official, equally shaken, demanded. A spatial wormhole has opened. Someone has opened a gate right next to us. The Supreme Intelligence thundered in fury. Pandemonium erupted among the leadership. It must be Thanos. He's broken his promise, an official shouted, slamming his fist on the table in anger. The words had barely left his mouth before the conference room descended into deeper chaos and fear. They had fought countless wars, but never had they encountered an enemy like Dio, who would strike so directly at their very doorstep. On the surface, the enemy was only as far from Kree Prime as Earth is from Mars, a short hop by their civilization standards. For Dio, that distance was nothing, a mere burst of acceleration, and his ships would arrive in an instant. With a roar, the Supreme Intelligence silenced the frantic assembly in an instant. The Kree civilization has never suffered such humiliation. If Thanos wants war, then war he shall have, the Supreme Intelligence declared, voice blazing with fury. Without waiting for a response, the Supreme Intelligence immediately ordered every remaining Kree military force to mobilize, issuing an urgent recall for all frontline troops to return and defend Kree Prime. The leadership, jolted into action, issued emergency orders for all citizens to respond to the draft. The beam from the stellar cannon swept past the edge of Kree Prime at nearly the speed of light. The side facing the blast was instantly scorched. Land evaporated, the ground cracked open, and buildings twisted and melted like butter before erupting in a violent explosion. The ensuing blast wave tore through most of Kree Prime. Those Kree who failed to escape in time were vaporized by the heat, leaving nothing but a field of ash in their wake. In Dio's eyes, that side of Kelly Star was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire, and soon after, most of the planet was ablaze. Dio stroked his chin. It really does look quite ugly. Still, this strike confirmed for Dio that Kelly Star was almost defenseless. Adjust our course and prepare for the next attack. I want Kelly Star completely destroyed, Dio ordered coolly. Then, the spatial gate in the void vanished. Half an hour later, the gate reopened, and the stellar energy cannon began to charge. The stellar energy cannon, however, had several obvious drawbacks. First, its charging speed was rather slow. Second, its attack could only travel in a straight line, and changing its trajectory demanded a significant amount of time. Furthermore, opening a space wormhole had its own limitations. To create such a wormhole, someone had to place a beacon signal near the target. Only then could the stellar energy cannon be fired through the wormhole for an interstellar attack. Given current technology, these beacon devices were still quite bulky, meaning someone had to infiltrate deep into enemy territory to deploy them. That was why Dio had risked sneaking into the Kelly Empire to plant the beacon on Kelly Star himself. The first shot from the stellar energy cannon had all but obliterated Kelly Star's defenses and plunged its supreme intelligence into total paralysis. At this point, Kelly Star was little more than a corpse. Never underestimate a strike from the stellar energy cannon. It concentrated the energy of an entire star, and though it lasted only a few seconds, it was as if a sun had suddenly descended, enough to annihilate every building and every living thing on the surface in an instant. The fact that there were any survivors at all on Kelly Star was a testament to the tenacious vitality and advanced technology of its people. Half an hour later, the stellar energy cannon locked onto Kelly Star completed its charge. Dio gave the order to fire without a moment's hesitation. Even from a distance, Dio could feel the searing heat through the ship's thick armor. He wiped the sweat from his brow and ordered the ship to retreat at once. Behind them, Kelly Star was utterly destroyed, the shock waves from the explosion rippling out into the void. After the destruction of Kelly Star, the retreat and rescue teams that arrived could do nothing but watch as their homeworld was reduced to cosmic dust. Many broke down in tears, clutching their heads in grief. The explosion of Kelly Star also changed the situation at the front lines. After a brief resistance, the remaining Khalees scattered and fled. Where they went, Dio did not know. But what he was certain of was that he could now begin to take control of nearly half the territory of the Kelly Empire. As for why it was only half, the reason was simple. Although Dio's military strength was formidable, the number of administrators under his command was far too few. He simply did not have enough people to station troops and maintain effective control over every planet in the Kelly Empire. Moreover, remnants of the Kree Empire's military forces still linger on certain planets. Although they possess devices powered by the Infinity Stones, and thus need not worry about energy consumption, the actual output of these machines is not particularly high. Additionally, in the early stages of the war, other empires took the opportunity to intervene. Among them, the Skrulls, who have been mortal enemies of the Kree, dispatched a massive army to assist Dio in his offensive. While Dio did not specifically request this reinforcements, given his own population constraints, he generously ceded a portion of the occupied territories to the Skrull Empire. After all, once Dio had fully developed his strength, reclaiming those regions would be a simple task. These creatures, so useful and ravenous like locusts, were perfect for his purposes. The Skrull Empire. To think that, after all these years of bitter struggle, the mighty Kree Empire could fall so easily, the Skrull King mused, putting away the battle report in his hands. Your Majesty, Thanos' forces wield a peculiar biological weapon. He and his subordinates refer to them as Necrons, a high-ranking Skrull official reported. Gravely, it said that these creatures can be rapidly modified to become those abnormally powerful monsters, all while retaining their original traits. What's even worse is that the Necrons are incredibly strong on their own. They can survive in the vacuum of space and move at astonishing speeds. If they launch a large-scale assault, no matter how we try to counter them, it will be nearly impossible to hold them back. The Skrull King furrowed his brow. Of course, he had long been aware of this intelligence. In truth, this information had been deliberately leaked by Dio. After all, anyone capable of toppling the Kree Empire could just as easily bring the Skrull Empire, renowned as the Kree's equal, to its knees. For Thanos, it will be no challenge at all. Send envoys to contact the Black Order Alliance. We cannot afford to make an enemy of Thanos. At least, not for the time being. The Skrull King nodded thoughtfully. They were in no position to oppose Thanos now. But perhaps, in the future, such a chance might arise. Dio was now famous throughout the entire universe. After all, he had single-handedly destroyed a colossal empire that had reigned at the very top of the cosmos for countless ages. Core, make sure to organize the list so our brethren can settle down peacefully in the garden, Dio instructed Core. Core handled everything with meticulous care, and being a fellow Eternal, Dio trusted him completely. even in the wake of past betrayals. As for the list Dio mentioned, it was the roster of Eternals whom the Kree Empire planned to return in exchange for peace. Dio had reviewed the list. Honestly, he didn't recognize a single name. Yet, genetic tests confirmed they were indeed Eternals, likely just ordinary civilians. Their numbers were pitifully small. Out of nearly 200 million Eternals once living on Titan, fewer than 100 now remained, evenly split between men and women. It seemed the Kree Empire still intended to keep these Eternals as little more than livestock. Also, have Layla provide them with psychological counseling. If necessary, you can request the use of the Mind Stone from me, Dio added. Kor nodded in response. Layla, gifted with psychic transmission abilities, had a natural advantage in this area. While she couldn't read minds outright, she could keenly sense the emotions and honesty of anyone before her. Moreover, being a woman, Layla was innately empathetic and had volunteered for the role of counselor from the very start. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion, and Dio, for once, found himself with a rare moment of leisure. Lord Dio, envoys have arrived from Asgard and Olympus, sent by King Odin and King Zeus, announced a voice as a streak of light flashed. Ike, the supersonic messenger, had appeared. Dio was in the midst of experimenting with a new recipe, and Ike's sudden interruption made his hand slip, spilling the salt into the dish. Well, I suppose this pot is ruined, Dio said with a hint of regret. Cooking was one of the few ways Dio could still recall his life before crossing worlds, a small ritual to keep himself from losing his identity in this new existence. He glanced over at Ike, who had taken to appearing out of nowhere lately. Ike claimed his powers were evolving, that he was becoming even faster. Good grief, at several hundred times the speed of sound, he was already a blur. If he got any faster, would he reach the speed of light? Turning to untie his apron, Dio said, All right, bring the envoys to the Grand Hall. Ike nodded, and with another flash of light, he vanished. After tidying himself up, Dio made his way to the Grand Hall. The hall itself had been modeled after the palace of the mad Titan, Thanos, except that the throne was now fashioned from the skull of a fearsome beast instead of the old tyrant's head. Standing at the balcony, feeding his ravens, Odin turned at the sound of someone calling his name. Odin watched as his beloved wife, Frigga, walked toward him step by step. From the look on her face, he already knew what was coming. My love, Odin sighed, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. Surely, you're not that angry with me. Frigga could hardly contain her frustration at Odin's words. And yet, you went so far as to use your own daughter as a bargaining chip for an alliance? Frigga pointed out the window with an accusatory finger. Have you and your daughter really come to suspect each other to such a degree? Odin looked utterly helpless. He knew he was in the wrong. He'd been considering this ever since he first met Dio. After all, Hela was growing ever more powerful, and her ambitions seemed as bottomless as an abyss, impossible to satisfy. She longed for endless conquest, while he yearned for peace and rest. She blazed as brilliantly as the midday sun, while he felt the twilight shadows gathering at his feet. Hela is your daughter. What kind of conflict could you possibly have that can't be talked through? Frigga's voice was trembling now, growing more agitated with every word. Odin could hear the rising emotion in her voice, but the notorious stubbornness of his bloodline took over as he roared back. Frigga, don't fool yourself into thinking you know my daughter better than I do. I understand her far more than you ever could. His voice thundered with authority, and this time Odin even infused it with divine power, making his words strike the very soul. Even though he held back, Frigga still recoiled in shock from the force of a god's fury, stumbling back and collapsing onto the floor. Seeing this, Odin's face softened with fatigue. He hurried to help Frigga back to her feet. One day you'll understand. Hela has grown up. She's beyond her parents' control now. Inside the grand hall of the palace garden, Dio found himself rubbing his temples as he looked at the striking woman before him, clad in sleek black leather armor. Hela, the goddess of death from Asgard, Odin's eldest daughter in the cinematic universe, the first in line to inherit the throne, and a queen with a relentless appetite for conquest. And standing opposite her, from the heights of Mount Olympus, was Hermes, the son of Zeus, messenger of the gods. The two faced each other in silent confrontation. Dio paid them little mind. Instead, he glanced down at the two envelopes in his hands. He couldn't quite fathom why, in a universe brimming with advanced civilizations, people still preferred sending messages on paper. Still, he wasn't surprised. He simply opened the letters. He started with the one from Mount Olympus. As soon as he broke the seal, the paper dissolved into a shimmering, translucent screen, and the message was delivered directly to his ears by some mysterious means. The content was simple enough. Congratulations to Dio for destroying the Kree Empire. Apparently, the Olympians had long found the Kree insufferable. They also invited Dio to visit Mount Olympus whenever he had time. It was all empty talk, and Dio was left utterly bewildered by the whole affair. Then Dio opened another letter, this one from Odin. Unlike the previous one, this was just an ordinary paper letter. The first part was written in very formal diplomatic language, much like the last letter, offering congratulations to Dio for destroying the Kree Empire and expressing a desire to establish trade relations with him. But at the end, Odin made a surprising proposal. He wanted to arrange a marriage between Dio and his daughter, Hela. Yes, you heard right. Odin was offering Hela's hand in marriage to Dio, and all the earlier conditions would be part of her dowry, with even more added on top. For instance, Dio would be granted the right to employ dwarven craftsmen, gain access to the legendary weapons forged by the dwarves, and study Asgard's magical technology. There would even be a hefty sum of money and resources included as part of the dowry. Dio skimmed through the letter and had to admit, for a brief moment, he was tempted. But only for a moment. Even though his garden hardly lacked for supplies now, who would ever complain about having too much money? After all, even the smallest gain is still a gain, especially when it comes to treasure from Asgard. Yet Dio simply couldn't figure out what Odin was thinking. Why would he be so eager to marry off his daughter to Dio? They had only met once. Was Odin really willing to trust him so easily? What if Dio turned out to be abusive? After all, outside of Asgard, Hela's strength was nowhere near a match for Dio's current power. If Dio lost his temper, there was every possibility he could kill her by accident. Dio was truly troubled now. Odin had practically sold his own daughter to him, and the conditions were astoundingly generous. Even Dio, who now commanded territory the size of several superclusters, found the offer hard to refuse. I never imagined Mount Olympus truly existed. I always thought it was just a bedtime story my father told me, Hela said, her tone lazy yet graceful and commanding as she gazed at Hermes. Hermes' lips twitched. Despite Mount Olympus having concealed itself, becoming even more hidden than the Dwarven Kingdom, in terms of overall strength, it was actually on par with Asgard. Although he was reluctant to admit it, even their king of gods, Zeus, might be a little weaker than Odin. Hermes sighed, lowering his stance and replying calmly. Respected Princess Hela, the truth is Olympus and Asgard once stood as the two great divine realms of the nine worlds. The only reason we vanished from sight was simply because we didn't want to keep exhausting our people and resources. That just shows you lack ambition. Hela shot back without hesitation, her words sharp as ever. Cowards, the lot of you. Her words stung, and Hermes was angered by the insult. But what could he do? Hela's strength was known across the entire universe, and he was just a humble messenger. Clever, perhaps, but not much of a fighter. If it came down to a real confrontation, all he could do was run for his life. Suppressing his anger, Hermes fell silent. Hela muttered a few more words under her breath, but her voice was so low that Hermes, standing at a distance, couldn't make out what she said. Still, it didn't take much imagination to guess. Hela was surely cursing him again. For a moment, the two were both silent, their gazes turning in unison toward Dio. At the same time, Dio lifted her eyes to meet theirs. Seeing this, Dio shook the letter in her hand. Thank you for delivering this letter, messenger. Please tell King Zeus that I'll visit Olympus when I have the time. Hermes nodded, offered a respectful bow, and then turned to leave in haste, almost as if fleeing. Hermes, as the god's messenger, had come alone to the Garden Star domain. Hela, on the other hand, hadn't arrived by herself. She brought an entire retinue, a hand-picked company of Asgard's elite soldiers, likely her personal guard. Dio turned her attention to Hela. Princess Hela, have you read the contents of this letter? Kratos stepped down from his seat and handed the envelope to Hela. Clearly surprised, Hela accepted the letter. Odin had enchanted the envelope, so she had never been able to open it and had no idea what it contained. The moment she glanced at its contents, her expression changed again and again, her face contorted with rage. In a fit, she threw the letter to the ground and summoned razor-sharp spikes, attacking the paper in a frenzy. Startled, Dio scrambled to the corner, trembling with fear. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let her see it. After a while, Hela, having vented her anger, looked over to Dio in the corner, breathing heavily. What exactly were you thinking? Hela brushed her hair back. The royal crown failed to appear, giving Dio a clue about her state of mind. Dio shrugged. I don't really have a reason to refuse, do I? The dowry is far too generous. Though honestly, I probably can't afford the bride price, Dio thought to herself. Hearing this, Hela tossed her hair with disdain. And what about your own bride price? Can you afford that? That's none of your business. The announcement of Dio and Hela's wedding sent shockwaves through every major empire. The scale was beyond imagination, truly grand. On one side stood Asgard, whose might and technology were unique and unrivaled, a name that once made the entire universe tremble. Even children were hushed to sleep with tales of Hela and Odin's cruelty. And on the other side was Dio, last of the Eternals, who at first had seemed hopelessly unremarkable, but then seized an opportunity with the Kree Empire, rising in one leap to become a legend and founding a new empire. News of Dio's name spread, drawing Eternals wandering the cosmos to flock to her side. Even those who had carved out comfortable lives elsewhere resigned their posts and journeyed to Dio's domain. No matter how alluring the outside world, nothing could compare to being among your own people. There, one always feels most at home. So, when are we going to war? On the morning after their grand wedding, before even getting out of bed, Hela pinned down Dio, who had just woken up. Seeing the impatience on her face, Dio was at a loss for words. War isn't something you can just start on a whim. Right now, I've only just finished absorbing the legacy of the Kree Empire, so what we need is... Before Dio could finish, Hela cut in eagerly. War. We need war to make outsiders fear us, to make them bow beneath our banner, so they can never stand tall again. Let them either become our slaves forever, or be wiped out completely. The more she spoke, the more animated Hela became. She reached out to grab Dio, only to be stopped by him. You can get as excited as you want, but you should also consider your happiness for the rest of your life. Dio hurriedly slipped out from under the covers, still shaken as he dodged away. Hela rolled her eyes and shook out her hand, then got out of bed to get dressed. Well, don't you think my suggestion is great? Let's gather the army at once and get ready to march. With a sweeping gesture, Hela was practically trembling with excitement, already picturing herself wielding a blade, leading her troops into a fierce clash with the enemy. Dio, exasperated, lifted Hela up. What's the rush? We've just swallowed half of the Kree Empire, and it'll take a long time to digest it all. Besides, if we want to prepare for the next war, we'll need a technological breakthrough. Ignoring the murderous glare Hela shot him, Dio continued, and war isn't just about throwing wave after wave of soldiers at the enemy. If that really worked, then back when you fought alongside your father, wouldn't the other side have overwhelmed you with sheer numbers? Remember, war is an art. Hela gave Dio a strange look, her meaning clear in her eyes. Aren't you the same? Realizing he was on shaky ground, Dio cleared his throat awkwardly. Hela, you fought your way through countless battles. You should know how crucial tactics and weaponry are. They're decisive factors, second only to the quality and morale of the troops. Hela gestured for Dio to put her down, then asked, so what are you getting at? What I mean is, even though we're rich and well-armed right now, our lands need time to recover after such a huge war. Whether it's technological progress, the people's livelihood, or anything else, we need development. Besides, isn't technological advancement also key to making war more effective? Dio spread his arms wide. When we develop even more powerful weapons and equip our soldiers with them, then we'll be able to launch an overwhelming offensive, leaving the enemy with no way to fight back. Isn't that satisfying? Dio smiled at Hela, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yes, Dio was feeling rather guilty at the moment. In fact, he didn't really want to start a war and planned that, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't wage war in the future either. Wouldn't it be better to focus on sustainable development? Why was everyone always so obsessed with fighting wars? So, half of what he had just said was really just to mislead Hela? Hela paused for a moment in contemplation. After all, she had once been the first in line to inherit the throne of Asgard. Although now, married off to a foreign land, she was basically out of the running for the throne. But still, she had been raised according to Odin's standards for an heir. Granted, her straightforwardness was legendary, but that didn't mean she lacked intelligence. Perhaps it was the family trait of youthful impetuousness passed down from Odin. But after a brief consideration, Hela found Dio's argument reasonable and nodded in agreement. However, just as Dio breathed a sigh of relief, Hela spoke again. But if I find out you deceived me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. After founding his nation, Dio threw himself into developing technology, rapidly rolling out all sorts of inventions to make life more convenient. Of course, many of the deadliest technological weapons were kept under wraps and not used for civilian purposes. After all, with so much technological knowledge at his disposal, it would be a crime to let it gather dust. Dio used this knowledge to launch into full-on military expansion. Naturally, the Chitauri remained the expendable grunts. Dio stationed them as the visible outer guards of the garden, but he didn't pay much attention to their technological capabilities. After all, as cannon fodder, no matter how much you improve them, their fate was still to be sacrificed. The second tier was the Vanguard. Originally, they were his ace troops in the main storyline, and because of their different types, the Vanguard had a variety of abilities. In appearance, they looked more monstrous than humanoid. As the heavy hitters of the second echelon, Dio improved the Vanguards, turning them into a species reminiscent of the Predators. Those over 2 meters tall were outfitted with heavy armor and broadswords, the standard Predator cloaking devices, thermal vision masks, shoulder cannons, collapsible spears, and wrist-mounted mini-nuclear devices. Those under 2 meters wore light armor and wrist blades. In addition to the signature gear, they were equipped with recon drones and spring-loaded devices on their legs and backs. Since most Vanguard had 4 arms apiece, in combat they were far stronger than most species. After Dio's enhancements, their basic strength was nearly on par with Spider-Man. The third tier was the Parademons, a highly practical troop type, on par with Doomsday's race in the DC universe. Parademons weren't a biological species in the broad sense, but rather a technological race, transformed through bioengineering, inheriting characteristics from whatever species had been modified. There's no need to change the Demonkin. After all, no matter what, they will always be utterly loyal to Dio. Next comes technology. Even though he's now an Eternal in this life, deep down, he still regards himself as Chinese. Research, development, innovation, stockpiling, pre-research, design, exploration. He is in essence a man who wears caution like a badge on his forehead. Then there's the fourth category, the Eternals in recruitment mode, together with the various races living within Dio's garden. Dio cares deeply about these troops, since the previous categories were mostly cannon fodder, shock troops, or assassins lurking in the shadows. But now, the fourth category focuses on elite squads. These are the squad leaders, company commanders, battalion chiefs, field officers, generals, and the like. With so many under his command, Dio can't possibly manage everything by himself. He needs to delegate to let others help run things. Otherwise, by the end of a battle, no matter how many casualties there are, he'd be the one dropping from exhaustion. Now, thanks to advanced starships, weapons, and all sorts of equipment developed under his direction, his technological prowess rivals that of the original Kree Empire. And after ramping up planetary defenses within his star domain, Dio even imitated the legendary Chinese grand formations, using various flying blades as both shields and weapons to protect his worlds. These defensive formations are the fulfillment of Dio's childhood dreams. After all, what boy could resist the allure of sword flight? Dio forged these flying swords himself, using techniques he'd acquired. Each planet is guarded by dozens of sword arrays, each with a central control node. These nodes channel energy and direct the flying swords. At peak output, their sword aura can even slice at the atomic level. Naturally, this innovation grew out of Dio's research into his own weapon, the floating water blade. Of course, that's not all. Dio has come up with many other remarkable inventions. These are just the tip of the iceberg. All of this cost Dio more than 1,000 years. Master, Hyberon is clamoring to challenge Lord Seven again. General Deathblade suddenly appeared at the door to Dio's laboratory, announcing the news with utmost respect. As Dio's personal attendant, General Deathblade had received extensive upgrades. First, Dio sealed his soul inside a painting, rendering his body virtually immortal. No conventional means could destroy him. Second, General Deathblade's gear had also been enhanced. He now had invisibility armor much like the Predators, though fashioned as an energy shield, and his black cloak's defenses had been greatly strengthened. Next came an extensive enhancement to Corvus Glaive's body, transforming him to withstand impacts on the scale of nuclear explosions, granting him the strength to lift nearly 100 tons, and enabling him to dash at almost supersonic speeds. His wife, Proxima Midnight, received similar upgrades, not just to her weaponry, but to her very body as well, bringing her up to par with Corvus Glaive's own formidable modifications. With their combined combat prowess as a couple, there was practically no one who could escape once they had marked a target for elimination. The Hyperion, that Corvus Glaive spoke of, was none other than one of Marvel's famed 4 Supermen, a being, like Dio, who was a unique member of the Eternals, belonging to the race of the Eternal Gods. Each member of the Eternal Gods possessed powers that set them apart. Dio, for example, was capable of anything except flight, while Hyperion's abilities more closely resembled those of Superman. Then there were the Earth-based Eternals, such as Ikari's, leading the group in the comics. Their abilities and physical strengths varied widely from one to another, making it clear that, among the Eternals, power was often a matter of luck as much as birthright. Hyperion had only joined the Garden relatively recently, within the past few centuries. Upon his arrival, brimming with confidence, he immediately set his sights on Dio's position and challenged him for it. The result was simple. Dio knocked Hyperion out with a single slap, tied him up, and hung him at the palace gates for a full week. After this humbling experience, Hyperion realized he was no match for Dio and redirected his ambitions toward a lesser role, one of the positions held by other Eternals under Dio's command. After careful consideration, Hyperion set his sights on Seven's position. Seven was the Eternal whose abilities, aside from lacking energy projection and a system interface, most closely resembled Dio's. His role was akin to that of city enforcement captain or a police chief. Hyperion, undeterred and bursting with self-confidence, waged numerous battles against Seven for the position. Every time, Seven simply knocked him out with a single blow and left him lying there. Refusing to give up, Hyperion repeatedly caused trouble for Seven while he was on duty, leaving the garden in complete chaos. When Dio learned of this, he assigned them an entire lifeless planet to serve as their personal arena. Anytime they wanted to fight, they could head there. Over time, this planet became the garden's official battleground for duels. It resembled the Grandmaster's combat planet in many ways. However, there was one key difference. This planet had absolutely no buildings or decorations. The battles between Hyperion and Seven were so intense and destructive that ordinary arenas couldn't contain them, and repairing the damage would have been a never-ending task. Thus, the entire planet served as their limitless arena, with no boundaries to hold them back. The audience, meanwhile, watched from outside the planet, using all manner of cameras to catch the action. And every time Hyperion and Seven clashed, it became one of the rare moments when Dio could truly relax and enjoy himself. Heberon, one of Marvel's 4 superhumans, stands at the very top in terms of combat power among the quartet. The name Heberon originates from Greek mythology, where he is counted among the 12 Titans and is known in English as the Sky Strider, the father of the sun god Helios. In the comics, Heberon possesses incredible strength, essentially a mirror image of Superman, and it's said that he has the power to destroy the universe itself. However, Heberon has yet to appear in the cinematic universe. Dio actually suspects Heberon might never show up on screen. After all, his powers are so overwhelming that his presence would throw the balance of power into chaos. But in this universe, Heberon's abilities are rather ordinary, not much different from his original self, except for the added powers of flight and atomic ray projection. Dio figures it's probably because Heberon hasn't absorbed enough cosmic energy yet. If he ever does, it would be nearly impossible to find him a worthy opponent. Do you really think having an adult on your side means you can beat me? Seven leaned on his waterfire staff, staring at Heberon with an unreadable expression. Seven's appearance is reminiscent of a Samoan, broad and powerfully built, with the fierce hairstyle of a true warrior. His emotionless face, paired with the armor Dio designed, radiates an overwhelming sense of pressure. It must be said, the technology from the Academy of the Divine is truly formidable. Dio even borrowed some ideas for the armor. Dressed head to toe in black, Seven radiates an almost murderous aura. In the first few encounters, it was this oppressive presence alone that startled Heberon into hesitation. Heberon smiled confidently, toying with the 10 rings on his wrists. These rings were crafted by Dio, inspired by the 10 rings from the Shang-Chi movie. Their function is simple. They channel cosmic energy for energy blasts, enhance wrist strength, and generate protective shields. Of course, since they're still experimental, the rings aren't at full power yet. Still, they're more than enough for Heberon's current needs. No, I'm going to beat you until you yield. Heberon snarled, then kicked off with force, launching himself at Seven. The rings on his arms flared with a bright yellow light, beautiful yet deadly. Seven moved just as quickly, driving his flaming waterfire staff upwards and swinging it down hard at Heberon's head. The two clashed like mortal enemies, locked in a battle that could only end with one's defeat. Yet the onlookers were unfazed. No matter how fierce the fight became, as long as they had a breath left in them, Dio could always bring them back. A thunderous crash echoed out. Seven's waterfire staff didn't strike Heberon's head. In the critical moment, Heberon twisted away and dodged. Seven's staff smashed into the ground, the force undiminished. A tremendous force smashed a colossal crater into the ground, its rim aglow with the molten red light of exposed magma. Forced back by the power of that strike, Heberon barely managed to avoid the blow. Hovering in the sky, Heberon gazed down at Siwen through the lingering smoke, his expression grave and wary. He knew all too well that Diao's subordinates had each entered a period of rapid power growth. Take Ike, whose abilities had advanced. The fastest, his speed was now approaching the very limits of light, and the shields he conjured boasted defenses that defied belief. Tests had shown that, aside from being struck by a blue giant star, there was simply no known attack that could break through Ike's shield. But that wasn't all. These shields could even function as a biological force field, allowing Ike to break free from a planet's gravity and soar into space. Cywin, on the other hand, had grown vastly stronger in terms of sheer physical might. Cosmic energy, brute strength, bodily resilience. Every aspect of his physical power had been magnified to astonishing heights. Habron's heart pounded with anxiety at the thought of Cywin's strength, and his defenses seemed nigh unbreakable. But so what? He couldn't back down now, not after boasting that he would challenge Cywin, and even swearing to eat dirt if he couldn't outperform him. He had no choice. He'd played the braggart before, and now, even with tears in his eyes and blows raining down, he had to keep up the act. Looking back, he wished he could slap his old self across the face. Why'd he always insisted on fighting with dogs for scraps? As the smoke cleared, Cywin stood there calm and composed, seemingly untouched. Habron clenched his fists, struggling to steady his trembling arms so Cywin wouldn't notice his nerves. Don't think you're the only one who's grown stronger. Habron roared. Atomic beams shot from his eyes as he summoned every ounce of strength and dove headlong at Cywin. Cywin blocked the atomic ray with a single hand, his other hand gripping the water and fire staff. His face was unreadable as he looked at Habron, whose features were twisted with a mix of complexity, ferocity, and a hint of fear. Watching Habron plummet toward him like a meteor from the heavens, Cywin felt the pressure mount. He drew a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and channeled his strength from his feet, up through his legs, waist, back, arms, and finally to his wrists. Beneath his feet, the ground shattered and cracked under the immense power. Then, with a motion like the crack of a mighty whip, Cywin lashed out with the water and fire staff, aiming directly at the charging Habron. Habron saw the attack coming, but in his current state, dodging as he had before was out of the question. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself to take the hit head-on. The 10 rings on his arms blazed with fierce light, shining like a golden sunrise. Just as Cywin's staff was about to strike, Habron managed to raise his arms in time, the glowing rings forming a barrier before him. Just like the saying, great music has little sound, the arena erupted with tremendous commotion, yet barely a sound escaped. Even through the virtual screen, the sheer force of the impact could be felt, making it seem as though one's very organs shuddered along with the scene. As a result, both Cywin and Habron were flung clear across the field. Cywin tumbled once before righting himself, leaving deep furrows spanning several hundred meters in the ground where his feet dragged. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open from gripping the water fire staff, and his entire arm trembled uncontrollably. He nearly lost his hold on the weapon altogether. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Cywin finally managed to catch his breath. Habron, on the other hand, fell unconscious instantly. The 10 glowing rings around him dimmed, several shattered due to the impact, and his arm bones were shattered into over a dozen pieces. The word tragic hardly suffices. Bored, Dio waved a hand, signaling his attendants to carry Habron off for treatment. All right, the opening act is over. Master, it's your turn, Dio said to the man beside him, a figure clad in flamboyant robes, pale-skinned with painted jaw, and a shock of silver hair spiked upright. This man was none other than the Grandmaster, a member of the Cosmic Elders, an ageless figure renowned for his mastery of almost every form of entertainment and game across the universe. No problem at all. While my gladiators may not be quite as formidable as those serving Mr. Thanos, they each possess their own unique charm. The Grandmaster's tone was peculiar, always tinged with a sense of playful irreverence. Then I look forward to being dazzled, Grandmaster, Dio replied with a faint smile. The name Thanos was what people across the universe called him, a direct transliteration of his English name, Thanos. It was unclear who first coined the term, but once it spread, it became ubiquitous throughout the cosmos, no matter how much he tried to correct it. Just as in the film, Let the Bullets Fly, everyone preferred to believe the character's name was Zhang Matzi rather than Zhang Muji. As a cosmic elder, the Grandmaster's strength was immense, nearly at the level of a celestial. His near-infinite lifespan was one of his defining traits. Passionate about all manner of games, the Grandmaster's endless years had allowed him to learn and master the rules of tens of thousands of games throughout the universe. When he became enamored with competitive combat games, much like his brother the Collector, he began gathering various battle-hardened species for gladiatorial cage matches. Much like the Roman Colosseum, bloodshed and violence have always been the Grandmaster's themes for his arenas. This time, the contestant was a stone man. Is this? Dio murmured impazientemente. This stone man belonged to the same race as the one who appeared in Thor, Ragnarok. A fat Dio had once looked up himself. This race's bodies aren't simply made of stone. They're composed of some kind of silicon-based material. In an anaerobic environment, each of them has strength that rivals Marvel's mighty Hercules. Keep in mind, Hercules is someone who can go toe-to-toe with the god of thunder. This is a race from one of the 9 realms. What were they called again? Ah, never mind. It's a bit hard to remember. But their natural abilities are impressive, perfect for holding the audience's attention. The Grandmaster grinned, tapping his fingers excitedly as he watched the arena. Dio glanced over as well. The stone creature was being transported by a guiding beam to the very spot where Hebron and his companions had just battled. Its opponent was a being with 2 heads. Dio's expression didn't change. After so many years surviving in the cosmos, he was no stranger to strange sights. In fact, he even recognized this particular race. They were known for being formidable fighters. A quick glance at the stone creature's look of disdain told Dio everything he needed to know. This 2-headed species didn't stand much chance against the stone man. Seems Mr. Thanos already has his pick for the winner, the Grandmaster remarked to Dio with his usual smile, his tone and gaze betraying no particular emotion. Dio nodded, making it clear he had little faith in the 2-headed fighter. Sure enough, the stone creature quickly pummeled the 2-headed being into a broken heap, leaving it sprawled and motionless on the ground. The match might not have had the awe-inspiring impact of the earlier fight between Sai-1 and Hebron, but it was a spectacle of raw brutality and bloodshed, sending the crowd into raucous cheers. Dio found himself rather pleased. After all, this kind of primal, bone-crunching violence was something extraordinary beings like himself rarely experienced. If they fought seriously, one slap would truly be the end of everything. There was no chance for the adrenaline rush of a blow-for-blow battle, not even a flicker of excitement. All he could do was marvel at how his own powers had grown, while the world around him seemed more and more fragile. Over the years, his genes had been evolving without end, and the more energy his body could contain, the stronger he felt, just as Superman once said. It was as if everything around him was made of glass. He had to be constantly careful, always restraining his strength, so as not to harm even a single blade of grass or the floor beneath his feet. It felt as though the faintest pressure would send the ground shattering beneath him. My apologies, Grandmaster. I have some business to attend to, so I won't be able to keep you company any longer. Please, enjoy yourself. Dio glanced at the time and smiled. The Grandmaster responded in his usual peculiar tone. Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Thanos. If there's something you need to do, go ahead. I'll have a wonderful time on my own. Don't forget, I'm a regular here. As he spoke, the Grandmaster broke into a wide grin. Dio nodded, rose, and left the platform. This was a viewing platform built upon a global orbit, much like the spectator seats in an ancient coliseum. Since the entire planet had been transformed into a battlefield, the viewing stands were established out in space. Dio left the ring through a teleportation device. Where have you been? Come here and take a look at this. Isn't this the droplet you mentioned? As soon as he arrived home, he ran into Hela, who was wandering about, and before he knew it, she dragged him into the laboratory. On the projection, a droplet-shaped object was displayed. This was the new weapon Dio had developed, a superweapon inspired by the droplet concept from the 3-body universe. Hela pulled Dio in front of the screen. After studying the data on the screen for a moment, Dio nodded in confirmation. With Dio's affirmation, Hela was overjoyed. So what are we waiting for? Hurry up and build it. I can't wait to cut through the battlefield with this weapon. Hela exclaimed, waving her night sky sword with excitement. Dio could only smile helplessly. He had no intention of waging war across the cosmos. Building this weapon was simply a precaution, an extra means of self-defense. There's no need for that right now. We still need time to develop. The universe is at peace, and we must wait for chaos to arrive, Dio replied, watching Hela's disappointed expression as she reluctantly put away her night sky sword. Still, there are always some little pests in the universe, never content with the status quo. They cause just enough trouble to be annoying, even if they're not truly dangerous. Taking a force to wipe them out wouldn't hurt. Seeing Hela's spirit's flag, Dio changed the subject, feigning a headache. All we're missing now is a capable commander. Who should I choose? Dio's eyes flickered as he glanced over at Hela. Hela's eyes lit up. She immediately declared that wherever there was battle, she would be there. Pleased, Dio entrusted several squads to Hela's command. With everything settled, Dio let out a long, contented breath. He had to admit, Hela's energy seemed boundless. Even without Asgard's blessings, her stamina was nothing to scoff at. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over 5 centuries had passed. Throughout those 500 years, Dio never stopped his cultivation. He worked not only on strengthening himself, but also on advancing technological research. Using advanced technology, Dio created a gravity chamber capable of simulating anything from zero gravity to the crushing force of a neutron star. With this, he could further hone his body and push his potential to the limits. After all, for 500 years, Dio's genetic enhancements had never ceased. The gravity chamber was built precisely for this purpose, to accelerate his personal growth. My lord, we've received word from Asgard. The firstborn son of King Odin has been born. They invite you and Lady Hela to join the feast at the City of Omnipotence. On this day, one of Dio's siblings, Korg, arrived at his door with a message. In addition, King Zeus is also hosting a banquet in the City of Omnipotence, and he has invited you as well. After a while, the gravity chamber opened, and Dio stepped out. Odin and Zeus are both inviting me. Odin's intentions are obvious enough. He's most likely going to announce in the City of Omnipotence that his eldest son will inherit the throne to quash Hela's ambitions. As for Zeus, that notorious womanizer is a lot harder to read, Dio speculated, wiping the sweat from his body. Cole considered this and said, could it be a trap? Is he planning to ambush you at the banquet? To be honest, that was a real possibility. Among all the gods in the City of Omnipotence, Zeus held an extremely high status. Although Odin was more powerful, Zeus was far more popular. If Zeus did have such an idea and called for an attack after a banquet set up as a snare, Dio would definitely be targeted by the gods en masse. But then again, that seemed unlikely. After all, he was Odin's son-in-law, and a son-in-law was practically family. He counted as part of the Asgardian camp. If Odin was throwing a banquet in honor of his son in the City of Omnipotence, and Dio was attacked by Zeus's faction right there, it would be a slap in the face to Odin. While Asgard and Mount Olympus were evenly matched in terms of status and strength, if it came down to a real fight, Odin would still have the upper hand over Zeus. If things got serious, Zeus would be soundly beaten by Odin. The City of Omnipotence was the gathering place for all the gods of the universe. It looked like a floating fortress in the sky, connected on all sides by several massive buildings, with the central area securely protected. The City of Omnipotence. This is where all the gods of the universe come together. I've been here a few times before with Odin. As I remember, the other gods were all rather weak, and I never had a good impression of that Zeus, Hela remarked, gazing at the city ahead. At that moment, the City of Omnipotence was holding a welcoming ceremony in honor of Dio's arrival. Dio followed behind Hela, listening to her words, thinking of the mythological image of Zeus as a notorious philanderer, and nodded knowingly. Soon, the two of them entered the inner halls of the City of Omnipotence, where both Zeus and Odin had sent representatives to greet them. Welcome, famed Thanos, to the City of Omnipotence. I am Athena, here on behalf of my father Zeus to greet you. Heimdall, by order of King Odin, has come to welcome Mr. Thanos to the City of Omnipotence. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw a man and a woman waiting to receive them. Dio recognized Heimdall, though he seemed much younger than Dio remembered, and if it hadn't been for the beautiful blonde beside him introducing herself, Dio wouldn't have realized she was Athena. After all, Athena had never appeared in the Marvel films. To have the two of you come out to welcome me is truly an honor. Please, lead the way. After exchanging a few casual words, Dio extended his hand politely. The other two nodded and took the lead, guiding the way ahead. As they walked, Dio noticed something off in Hela's expression and quickly lowered his voice to ask, "What's wrong? Did someone make you angry?" Hela shot Dio a sharp look and jerked her chin in Athena's direction. "Be careful with that woman. She might not be the strongest in a one-on-one fight, but she's cunning and ruthless. She's always scheming," Hela said, her face grave. Dio recalled how, before he crossed over, netizens had such polarized views of Athena in the myths. After pondering for a moment, he nodded to show he understood. Before long, Dio finally saw the full expanse of the City of Omnipotence. Inside the city, buildings and roads seemed to float and intertwine, resplendent beyond words, their opulence dazzling the eyes. What's more, the architecture blended every style from east and west. Though at first glance the mismatched fusion seemed odd, it did have a certain surprising charm. I'd really like to know who's responsible for these buildings. Nothing matches here. It's like someone dumped everything into a pot and called it soup. Dio muttered under his breath to Hela, frowning. Hela nodded in agreement. She wasn't fond of it either. The mashup of every architectural style in the universe was novel at first, but the more she looked, the less she liked it. Soon, they stepped into a vast grand hall. The space was immense, with every deity having their own seat. Because both Zeus, king of Olympus, and Odin, king of Asgard, were hosting the banquet together, the gathering was especially lively. Yet, no matter how lively it was, the entire hall fell silent the moment they entered. "Ha ha! My guest, you finally arrived." Zeus was the first to speak, his laughter ringing out. "Everyone, let's give a warm welcome to my guest, the Eternal from Titan, Thanos." Zeus called out to the assembled gods, who responded with enthusiastic applause. Dio raised his eyebrows in surprise. He'd thought Zeus and Odin would only invite gods from their own pantheons, but to his astonishment, nearly every seat in the grand hall was filled. With a practiced, flawless smile, Dio nodded in greeting to all the gods. Ha ha, there's no need to stand on ceremony, my guest. After all, everyone here witnessed the power you unleashed in your campaign to destroy the Kree Empire not long ago. Such strength is enough to stand above most of the gods present. Zeus sent this last message quietly to Dio's ear. For a moment, Dio took a closer look at the Zeus in front of him, dressed in classic Spartan muscle armor, but sporting a bit of a belly. Honestly, compared to his underwhelming performance in the movies, this Zeus was a cut above. But as things stand now, this subtle skill of transmitting words directly to the mind isn't something just any deity can pull off. After all, everyone's used to acting with sweeping gestures. Who still bothers with such fine, intricate maneuvers? Seeing Dio fall silent, Zeus didn't seem to mind at all. He simply beckoned Dio to hurry over and take a seat. Well then, let the gathering begin. But to avoid startling our new guest, tonight's event will be a simple one. My friends, eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves. Zeus raised his hands in a cheerful salute. Not far away, Odin gave a little grimace, waving a hand dismissively, as if something unpleasant had wafted his way. Dio turned to Hela, puzzled. What does Zeus mean by that? Are there more complicated gatherings? Hela made the same disdainful face as Odin, her tone chilly. Zeus likes to throw orgies. Just from those two words, Dio instantly understood what the previous gatherings must have been like. Well, what can you say? No wonder Zeus is the central character propping up an entire mythology. A gathering, or rather, it should be called a banquet now. The gods and divine servants of music and the arts began to play their instruments, while dancers took to the floor, spinning gracefully. Gods who knew each other well clustered together, chatting and competing in toasts. Naturally, as the guest of honor, Dio drew plenty of attention. Many deities came over to raise a glass and make conversation. Fortunately, the fine food and wine didn't go to his head, so he managed to handle it all with composure. It took quite some time before Dio finally managed to extricate himself. He gazed at the platter of fruit and delicacies before him, but had no appetite left. His eyes roamed the room, as if searching for something. You're certainly popular tonight, being the guest of honor. A woman's voice sounded by his side just then. Dio turned and saw Athena standing there. But before he could greet her, Hela spoke up first. Long time no see, Athena. Is there something you want? Hela's voice was anything but friendly, her face full of suspicion. Athena smiled ever so slightly. From Dio's perspective, she looked like a fox in the midst of a grin. Recalling how Hela had described Athena earlier, Dio found himself growing wary. Oh, nothing in particular. I just wanted to see tonight's star. Surely it's no trouble. After all, everyone else has stopped by, so what's one more? Athena replied, her smile unwavering as she held her goblet. Hela's expression darkened further. Of course you're welcome, Dio replied with a dry chuckle, finishing off his wine. Now that I'm done, if there's nothing else, we actually have some matters to attend to. Excuse us. Without waiting for Athena's response, he grabbed Hela and steered her toward Odin. Athena's smile froze, her hand lingering awkwardly on her wine glass, neither drinking nor setting it down. What an interesting person, she murmured. This was Dio's second encounter with Odin. At this moment, Odin and Frigg were sitting together, eating and drinking mead, but it was clear to any observer that neither of them was in high spirits. Dio approached with Hela, and only then did Frigg's eyes light up. It's been so long, mother. Hela looked at Frigg with gentle eyes, but she barely spared Odin a glance. Dio knew exactly what was happening. No matter how well Hela was doing now, she still couldn't let go of the hurt caused by Odin's choices. My dear Hela, Frigg stepped forward and took Hela's hand. She understood her husband's decision all too well, but her heart still ached for it. Let's talk somewhere more private. Watching the two women leave, Dio silently sat down across from Odin. Odin looked at Dio in surprise. Very few dared to sit directly in front of him. Zeus himself wouldn't have the confidence to do so calmly, especially when the person was his own son-in-law. They locked eyes for a while before Dio spoke first. Your Majesty, aren't you going to say anything? Odin looked at him, puzzled. You handed your daughter over to me without a word, to a man you'd only met once. No father, no matter how great, even a king of gods, could make such a decision so lightly. Dio's face was expressionless as he spoke. Odin understood. He sighed and said, You've roamed the universe for so many years, so you must know there's a prophecy of Ragnarok upon Asgard. Dio nodded. Of course, he knew. Ever since Odin took the throne, the rumor had spread, no one knew by whom, that mighty Asgard would one day fall. Every god in the cosmos knew of it, and many watched from afar, waiting for the spectacle. Still, even if Asgard were to be destroyed the very next moment. Odin's power was legendary. Anyone bold enough to look down on or flaunt themselves before Asgard had better be ready for Odin to personally put an end to their arrogance. Thoroughly. So, people treated Asgardians as they always had, at least outwardly. Yet behind their backs, they were often regarded with a curious, wary gaze. Odin took another sip of his drink and continued. But recently, the prophecy has changed. There have been variations before, but the ending was always much the same. This time, however, it's different. Asgard will still be destroyed, but will be saved by another empire. And in the final vision, I saw you and Hela standing together, side by side, fighting Surtur in defense of Asgard. Dio was taken aback by Odin's words. Asgard was Hela's home. Of course he would come to her aid when Ragnarok came. But what really caught Dio's attention was the word Odin had used, empire. Although his territory was now vast, its internal operations had not fundamentally changed. The old systems still persisted. That said, there were signs of transformation, but it was still a long way from functioning like a true empire. And judging from the infant in the cradle beside Odin and Frigga when he first arrived, the timeline on Earth was rapidly approaching the era of the Avengers. In other words, the events leading up to Ragnarok were also drawing near. After all, for beings like them, 1,000 years passes in the blink of an eye. 1,000 years. Dio mused. That should be enough time to conquer most of the universe. Still, he would need an elite force of warriors with extraordinary military prowess. The Eternals and Beast-form warriors went without saying. They were his trump card. As for the Chitauri, even after Dio's modifications, they were little more than cannon fodder, perhaps useful as assassins at best. And the Outriders? Forget it. They were like locusts, good for swarming, but not for a disciplined army. Dio's mind whirled at lightning speed. By chance, his gaze fell upon the soldiers standing behind Odin, the Asgardian warriors and the Valkyries. In that instant, Dio's imagination leaped to a famous and formidable troop type from his previous life. He hadn't played much of the Warhammer series himself, mostly he just read the lore. He stumbled upon it while searching for game guides online after beating other titles in his past life. Suddenly, the concept of the 21 genetic modifications and the gene seed of the Astartes, along with their power armor, sprang to mind. In the next moment, Dio had already mapped out the entire process in his head. Once he returned to his garden, he could immediately begin the Astartes cultivation project. What's wrong? Even here in the city of all power, the wine isn't so strong as to leave you dazed, Odin quipped, lightening the mood as he noticed Dio lost in thought. Dio snapped back to reality and smiled. Oh, nothing. Just got caught up thinking about a few things. Ah, youth. Odin chuckled, taking another swig of wine. It's good to be busy, to have things to do. As he spoke, he dipped his finger in the wine and let a drop fall into baby Thor's mouth. Dio could only watch this in utter disbelief. Trust a Viking god to give wine to a newborn. Back when he was a baby, his own father used to dip chopsticks in wine and let him taste a little, but Odin took it to another level. He simply stuck his finger right into Thor's mouth. The difference was staggering. Even Asgardian infants were fragile in their early days. Was Odin truly not worried about little Thor? See, he likes the mead, Odin declared proudly, watching Thor smile in delight. He seemed completely oblivious to the expressions on the Valkyries behind him and on Dio's face. Odin tried to lift Thor, swinging his arms in a motion much like rowing a boat. Down first, then up, but in the very next instant, Thor's head landed with a resounding thud against the edge of the table. A chorus of gasps rose from the crowd, and the Valkyrie, flustered and frantic, scooped little Thor into her arms, only just managing to prevent any further mishap. Dio could only shake his head in disbelief at the scene. He thought to himself that Thor's famously dopey behavior in the original story was probably Odin's fault for moments like this during Thor's childhood. It's just as the saying goes. In times of danger, a father is the safest person to be around, but when things are safe, a father could be the most dangerous. Maybe Hela's current stubbornness was also the result of bumping her head as a child. Should we go back and have that checked out? Dio muttered under his breath. HM? What was that? Odin's attention had just returned from Thor, so he didn't catch Dio's words. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about whether there are any other details in the prophecy. Dio quickly shifted the topic. Odin nodded. There are a lot of details in the prophecy. In fact, besides the scene we just saw, there are 2 lines that go with it. The gods' ancient foes, their bones will be offered up by the god of thunder to the world tree, becoming the future dwelling of the gods. Thunder will replace the mad god's divinity, and cunning will, in the end, become king of the gods. When Odin finished speaking, a troubled look clouded his face. Odin had many titles, and among the Midgardians who worshipped the Azure, he was known by one of them. The mad god was one such name they used for him, and his own son, Thor, was destined to become the god of thunder. Odin wanted to probe deeper into the prophecy, to understand who the Cunning One referred to, but no matter how he tried, he could find nothing new. Watching the bitterness etched on Odin's face, Dio began to piece things together. First, there was that second line of the prophecy. The first half, thunder will replace the mad god's divinity, meant that Thor would succeed Odin as the king of Asgard. But the second half, cunning will, in the end, become king of the gods, surely referred to Loki. Could he truly become king of the gods? Would the warlike Azure ever accept that? On the strength of his magic alone? Dio thought it over, connecting it to the earlier vision Odin had seen. It seemed likely that either he or Hela would play a part in Loki's rise. It must be that one of them helped train Loki, giving him a popularity to rival Thor's. After all, Odin himself was known as the god of deceit. Would he really take the throne a second time? What is this, the third Hokage, all over again? Odin would never do something like that, so it really might be Loki. And thinking of Thor's character in the original story, even in the comics, he was the type to hand off his responsibilities. Just like in Avengers, Endgame and Thor, Love and Thunder, where he left New Asgard to the Valkyrie and went adventuring on his own. But unlike the Valkyrie, Loki stands a real chance of actually replacing Thor as the king of Asgard. After all, he has the qualifications. He just lacks a bit of guidance. As for the first line of the prophecy, who are the gods' greatest enemies? And why do their bones become the dwelling place of gods? Is this asking Thor to recreate the myth where Odin killed the primordial giant and used his corpse to forge the Nine Realms? But who could possibly have such a massive body and still be a former nemesis of the gods? Could it be the Celestials? Don't even joke. Those beings aren't so easy to kill. If you take down a young one, the elders will show up. If you slay one, you might just summon the entire host of Celestials, and then you'll find yourself on the receiving end of a brutal, righteous beatdown. Forget Thor. Even with all his current power, he couldn't be sure he'd survive a full-on assault from the Celestials. Thor? Unless he was Rune King Thor from the comics. Maybe. But in reality, reaching that level is next to impossible. It's more likely he'd perish. Still, Dio looked at Odin and tried to offer some comfort. Isn't it possible that your second son could become the king of the gods? Odin paused, and to be honest, it really was possible. After all, there was no rule in their world that the stronger or higher the life form, the harder it was to have children. Just look at Zeus, the ultimate stallion. Not even an exaggeration. That's a being who could sire children with any race, completely unimpeded by any kind of reproductive barrier. So yes, it was entirely possible. Yet Odin showed neither relief nor a smile of understanding. He merely responded calmly. That's just one possibility. We still have to prepare for the worst. Seeing this, Dio had nothing more to say. The two, father-in-law and son-in-law, shared drinks and played with little Thor, simply waiting for the banquet to end. The feast lasted a very long time. By Earth's reckoning, it went on for over a month without rest or sleep. After all, they had summoned God from across the entire universe. A gathering like this couldn't possibly be wrapped up in just a day or two. And since everyone present was a transcendent being, a month of revelry hardly affected them at all. What's more, Dio encountered a prominent figure from the Eastern pantheon, a goddess clad in robes of radiant, multicolored clouds. To his astonishment, she introduced herself as Venus Taibai, nothing like the white-bearded old man Dio had always pictured. But, upon reflection, it made sense. In Eastern mythology, the gods people worshipped shifted with each dynasty. For example, during the Ming dynasty, Emperor Yongle would worship the true warrior emperor at court, but before a military campaign, he'd pay homage to Wang Lingguan, the heavenly lord of thunder. Likewise, depending on the era, Venus Taibai was depicted quite differently. Before the Song dynasty, she was mostly envisioned as a goddess, robed in shimmering colors. Only from the Song onward did she slowly evolve into the white-bearded elder familiar to later generations. Of course, Dio had only chanced upon this particular claim. Whether it was actually true depended on what the historical record said. It was possible that the deity represented by the Great White Venus held not only the office of the god of slaughter, but also doubled as a divine envoy for wartime diplomacy. Dio and the other party had found their conversation quite enjoyable. After all, diplomats are always eloquent. But as he was about to leave, Dio watched as the other party, with a casual wave of the hand, transformed into an old man with flowing white hair and a sage-like aura, leaving him utterly baffled. A month later, when the banquet finally ended, Dio also caught sight of Hela, who had vanished for a whole month after being taken away by his mother-in-law. "My daughter, remember to come home when you have time. Don't worry about your father. He wouldn't dare do anything to you, as long as I'm around." Frigga clung to Hela, her words becoming more and more outrageous as she spoke. Odin, standing nearby, hurriedly cleared his throat. "You make it sound as if I'm plotting something," he muttered quietly to Frigga. Frigga shot him a glare, then turned her gaze to Dio. "Don't bully my daughter, and make sure to bring her home more often." "No problem, Lady Frigga. Though honestly, I consider myself lucky if she didn't bully me." Dio nodded in agreement to his mother-in-law's request, but bringing Hela back to Asgard more often would be easier said than done. They had already planned to expand their army before even arriving at the omnipotent city. Hela simply couldn't sit still. Whenever she had a moment to spare, she'd be out drilling the troops, putting the current Vanguard through their paces, until she was satisfied, and even then, it wasn't enough. She'd often jump into brawls with the Beast Warriors and members of the Eternal Pantheon. Every single day, she insisted on a good fight. Even Hyperion, a training fanatic himself, would go out of his way to avoid her. He could win a bout against Hela, but the constant challenges had started eating up all his training time, driving him up the wall. That alone spoke volumes of Hela's fierce battle spirit. Frigga understood her daughter's temperament well and knew exactly how Hela would behave. She was really just curious to see how Dio would handle it. With that, everyone went their separate ways. Back in the garden, Hela immediately began clamoring to organize the troops for an expedition, but her plans were abruptly halted when Dio flung a stack of planning documents in her face. After all, the Astartes transformation project was truly an enticing proposition. Dio had stripped out some of the more religious elements, as those things might be useless in the Marvel Universe. And so, the process of genetic modification began. As for the army, hadn't the fourth category troops mentioned in earlier chapters always been perfect test subjects for this experiment? After all, the Astartes had originally been created by gradually enhancing ordinary people. The fourth category troops were mostly recruited from commoners within the Empire, making them a perfect fit for his requirements. And with that, the Astartes project was officially underway. As for the gene seeds and the artificial organs required for the various surgeries, these were hardly an obstacle for Dio. In fact, he even enhanced the process to better adapt the Astartes to their homeland. Instead of simply copying others, after all, it's still necessary to infuse more of one's own style into the design. As for the process, let's not dwell on it. It took another 300 years or so before the entire fourth-class army was fully transformed into Astartes. You have to understand, the fourth-class army was recruited and modified from every life-bearing planet under the Empire's rule. Each planet could provide at least 1 million soldiers who met the strict requirements for Astartes transformation. After all, once someone became an Astartes, there was no telling when or if they'd ever retire. So, from the very start, the recruitment requirements were made clear. Applicants had to have siblings. Only children were strictly not allowed to enter the Astartes program. This was a matter of sustainable development. After all, if everyone became an Astartes, living for centuries or even millennia without raising new generations, then it would be no different from cutting off the future of their people. Of course, to care for the morale of those soldiers who weren't selected, Dio launched another genetic modification initiative. Though these recruits weren't as formidable as the Astartes, they were still a cadre of little superhumans. This initiative was called the Spartan Program. Thanks to everyone's efforts, our empire is finally on the right track. But even greater challenges are just around the corner. I ask all of you to summon 10,000 times your previous dedication and spirit, so we can build our garden together. At this banquet, Dio had gathered all the eternal gods, with a hearty dose of motivational words, followed by a mix of rewards and stern warnings. He left the crowd dizzy with resolve, promising to do their utmost until their dying breath, a commitment that finally put Dio's mind at ease. Yet, how things would truly unfold depended on what deeds would be accomplished in the days to come. After such a lengthy period of sweeping reforms, our nation and army have grown immensely in strength. Recuperation is no longer our top priority. It's time to expand our territory and make those who once benefited at our expense pay the price. Dio set down his wine glass, gazing at everyone present. He was carefully observing them. As expected, upon hearing Dio's words, a few members of the eternal race stiffened, their expressions turning extremely complicated. Dio silently watched them. To have managed the Empire's affairs, both internal and external, so thoroughly in such a short time, he relied entirely on his superhuman speed. Just like Superman or the Flash, with that incredible speed, he could sort out all the events happening in a single day across countless life-bearing planets spanning half the galaxy, all within just half a day. Not only that, he could also ensure the Astartes and Spartan programs proceeded with perfect order. But the cost for all this was that among the eternal race members he had taken in, traitors had emerged. These people enjoyed the high salaries, exceptional benefits, and social security that Dio provided. Their workdays were 9 to 5, weekends off, and their jobs were all relatively easy, worlds away from the relentless grind of overwork. Of course, this excludes those who willingly work overtime and take on high-intensity tasks. Yet, even among them, there are some who secretly shelter the Kree intellectuals he has placed under a bounty, providing them with privileged living conditions. Some even sympathize with these Kree, who are being hunted by Dio, and slander Dio himself, letting these Kree live in luxury, hidden safely within their own territories. One must remember, there's a deep and bloody feud between the Eternals and the Kree. Dio harbors an utter loathing for traitors. Unless you are an undercover spy deep within enemy lines, he will show no mercy for any betrayal, regardless of the excuse. He will root out traitors to the last. I have received word that a group of Kree are brazenly living within the Empire. You have 3 days to find them and hand them over to the tribunal. If you fail, I will send the Chief Inquisitor and the Imperial Guard to deal with this myself. With a sweep of Dio's hand, 2 warriors clad in full battle armor stepped forward. They gripped their weapons, dropped to one knee, and struck their fists against their chests in a display of allegiance. The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. They were all familiar with the so-called Astartes project, which was divided into several specialized legions. Chief among them were the Imperial Guard, defenders of Dio's headquarters on the Sanctuary Star. Their golden armor was forged from an alloy Dio had invented. By chance, its hardness rivaling that of adamantium. Each soldier was equipped with a variety of weapons, guardian spears capable of firing energy or explosive rounds, bolt guns, meltaguns, high-frequency vibroblade, or a weapon that could unleash a pulse of energy. Then there were the Ultramarines and Imperial Fists, who fought across the stars under Hela's command. They donned blue and yellow power armor respectively, and were equipped with advanced warships, airships, all-terrain vehicles, motorcycles, and mighty dreadnoughts. Every soldier carried a personal arsenal: firearms, shields, longswords, chain words, daggers, or massive warhammers. Each legion had its own distinct style and function, reflected in their specialized armor and weaponry. Among the Astartes were also the elite Grey Knights, the Special Forces. Selected from the most exceptional warriors in every legion, the Grey Knights wore the latest, highly advanced power armor developed by Dio. A material so secret its composition was known only to a few, yet its resilience matched that of the Imperial Guards. Their suits were fitted with field generators, enabling them to produce powerful energy shields. These warriors wielded weapons equipped with disintegration fields or pulse generators, and their firearms were mounted directly onto their forearms. It's said that every Grey Knight can even channel energy for flight or cast spells in the heat of battle. And finally, there were the Chief Inquisitors. In truth, every legion had one or several Chief Inquisitors who operated in small groups. Their status was akin to a mix of political officer and administrative chief within the ranks. But if anyone thought a Chief Inquisitor was just a bureaucrat, they were truly playing with their own life. Their selection comes from those who failed the Grey Knights' trials. If admitted into the Inquisition, they undergo specialized training, an ideological indoctrination on par with the Grey Knights themselves, and are then fitted with custom-made, approval-grade power armor. Moreover, every Astartes warrior stands over 2.5 meters tall, and the Custodians, in particular, can reach nearly 3 meters in height even without their armor. When Dio mentioned the High Inquisitor, he was indeed referring to the Custodian High Inquisitor. Though technically a civilian position, the High Inquisitor answers directly to Dio and follows almost exclusively his orders. Their loyalty to Dio is unwavering. Even in administrative roles, their strength is formidable. The group shivered with unease, inwardly blaming whoever had leaked the information. Fortunately, Dio had set a deadline, so they hurried back to hand over that group of Kree. Don't assume Dio would go easy on his own kind. Quite the opposite. Whenever an Eternal commits an offense, the punishment is often several times more severe than usual. Additionally, the genetic modifications Dio has performed on these Astartes are a closely guarded secret. Beyond possessing physical prowess to rival Asgardians or even some Eternals, they now have enhanced abilities in energy manipulation. At present, these soldiers may not appear overwhelmingly powerful individually, likely because as a new force they haven't yet achieved any major victories to cement their reputation. However, one thing is certain: their combat strength is unmatched by any other legion under Dio's command. And while they may have their own private troops, even those elite Vanguard warriors would struggle to take on the Astartes head-to-head, let alone defeat them. What's more, all of this is achieved without additional equipment or support from air or ground armor divisions. And that's not even mentioning how Dio uses the complete industrialization of multiple planets as the Empire's reserve, constantly churning out all manner of cutting-edge technology. As the banquet dispersed, Dio spent the following days rooting out traitors within the Empire. There were always those who gambled on their luck. On a colonized planet near the Empire's edge, have the Astartes and Spartan soldiers prepare for landing. We're dropping straight onto the surface. A commander, eyes locked on the battle unfolding before him, issued orders with a grave expression. How did these guys manage to get the Kree to set up such intense firepower and defenses on the planet? A Spartan soldier grumbled loudly. Who knows? Enough chatter. Final check on your gear, then get in the landing pods. Prepare for ground assault. What about the priests? Except for our own priests, the others are all fleet-based spellcasters. They won't be coming down with us. The term priest is a unique designation used within the Astartes to refer to those among them with magical abilities. It is not an official title granted by any authority. At present, the entire planet is shrouded in magic, making it impossible for any mage to simply open a portal and step directly into the planet's interior. Not in the short term, at least. One Astartes, seeing a Spartan soldier still dawdling, unceremoniously hurled him into the dropship, then turned and secured himself inside a conical landing pod. Moments later, he plunged down, joining the others as they descended in rapid succession. Dropships are standard equipment for Spartan landing operations. Of course, the Astartes have their own, but their bodies can withstand the tremendous pressure of falling straight from orbit to the planetary surface far better than the Spartans can. No sooner had they departed than the troop transport that had delivered these soldiers was locked onto by ground defenses and immediately subjected to concentrated fire. The shields were breached in an instant, and the transport ship was obliterated less than a second later. But just how powerful is the combined might of the Astartes and the Spartan soldiers? On several worlds near the Empire's frontier, planets that have been branded as traitors, the first defensive tower on each was overrun by a single fully armed standard squad of Astartes, 12 warriors, accompanied by 2 squads of Spartan soldiers. And that's not all. Along with them came the latest additions from Dio's workshops, 6 second-generation mechanical units, and 3 mechanical dinosaurs. Because the assaults were launched simultaneously, the time it took to reclaim each planet was nearly identical. This showed the people back home, in vivid detail, just how formidable the Astartes and Spartan soldiers truly were. Consider this. Planets near the border are almost universally equipped with multiple Temple-class warships, hundreds of carriers, tens of thousands of standard fighters, and each carrier boasts thousands of drones as part of its standard complement. And that's just the standard defensive force stationed in orbit. On the surface and within the planet, defenses are even more formidable. Every 5,000 to 8,000 kilometers stands a massive signal tower, allowing the planetary headquarters to monitor every movement on and off the planet in real time. Atop each tower sits a powerful field generator, ensuring its safety. When all field generators across the globe activate together, they can create an immense shield that envelopes the entire atmosphere. Working in concert with the planet's magnetic field and internal mages, the defense can be further strengthened, generating a secondary magnetic shield and sealing off the planet from magical intrusions. No mage could simply open a portal and step inside. Each signal tower is also equipped with a formidable arsenal, 15 quad-barreled automatic cannons with a caliber exceeding 500 millimeters for ground-to-space defense, 10 electromagnetic cannons, 12 rocket launchers. With a maximum range of over 1,000 kilometers, 15 supersonic missiles capable of striking targets in orbit, and scores of armored tanks and vehicles, all capable of unleashing both laser and kinetic fire. In addition, there was an auxiliary swarm of 3,000 combat drones. And these were only the external defensive forces. This didn't even account for the number of armed personnel inside, or the shape-shifting, autonomous combat machine life forms. Just hearing these figures was enough to make anyone feel hopeless. Not to mention, these soldiers had managed to seize a signal tower and open up its defensive field in a short time, all without any logistical support, clearing the way for the punitive army to advance without hindrance. After all, most of Astartes' campaigns have been led by Hela herself, so no one truly understood the full extent of Astartes' combat strength. Given Hela's own legendary reputation, people often overlooked the prowess of her other soldiers. But the autonomous battle robots unveiled in this operation left the onlookers utterly astounded. After all, these combat robots were designed by Dio, inspired by the Transformers, and their fighting capabilities far surpassed those seen in the movies. They could even shift into all sorts of vehicles and flying modes. While their variety was dazzling, their style and power went hand in hand, making them truly impressive. Collectors who managed to get their hands on first-hand footage even contacted Dio, hoping to purchase a few units to help maintain order in the Voidlands. Dio was left speechless. All this fanfare was meant simply to give the homeland a real sense of his army's power, and leaking a few snippets of footage was only intended to make outsiders more wary of their technological and military might. He never expected that the collectors would be such unpredictable characters. But what could he do? The price they offered was so high that even Dio himself was tempted. In the end, he couldn't resist the offer. On an obscure planet within the Empire, Your Majesty, the rebellious planets have been reclaimed, and the involved personnel have all been punished, turned into servo-skulls or servitors, and sent to the various legions. That's not all. The combat performance of the Astartes during this war has intimidated many petty troublemakers. In our campaign of territorial expansion, quite a few planets surrendered outright, allowing us to seize vast swathes of territory without lifting a finger. Several servo-skulls floated over, voices sounding from within as they reported on the state of the war. Dio, carrying an enormous metal barrel, one even larger than himself, walked over and set it down in front of several similarly massive barrels, without looking back. Since the situation is so favorable, send people to take control of these planets at once. Stabilize civilian life and the economy, and get them back to their previous condition as quickly as possible. Do I really need to teach you everything? Dio struck the bronze gong in his hands, producing a thunderous sound. The ground began to tremble, and a deep rumble echoed out from the valley ahead, as though some colossal creature was rampaging through. Before long, a mechanical Tyrannosaurus, nearly 20 meters tall, came charging out and pounced onto the metal barrels, feasting voraciously. Close behind it, a smaller Tyrannosaurus, or perhaps a Spinosaurus, along with Triceratops and various other mechanical dinosaurs, hurried to join the procession, each one vying to be at the forefront. At your command, Your Majesty, the servitor's skull responded, its voice unwavering as it fell in step behind Dio. The orders had already been dispatched long before. Dio's heart brimmed with joy as he gazed upon the mechanical dinosaurs before him. Autonomous, mechanical life forms. That was the name Dio had bestowed upon them. But, deep down, he preferred to call them Transformers. Their creation had been a twist of fate. At the time, Dio was studying the lingering radiance left behind by the act of creation when he accidentally stumbled upon a peculiar quantum state energy entity. This energy had the uncanny ability to transform, or perhaps influence, certain machines, turning them into strange mechanical beings. Moreover, Dio discovered that this energy could assimilate the bodies of the mechanical life forms, forging them into a unique kind of metal. This metal possessed a most fascinating property. It could be programmed by hand, much like writing DNA. Once the DNA sequence was set, the energy could activate it, giving birth to different kinds of mechanical life forms. Theoretically, this metal could reproduce itself infinitely, provided the internal DNA information was properly encoded and the energy was supplied in abundance. What's more, this energy could store virtually limitless amounts of DNA information. This discovery allowed Dio to scan and implant a myriad of biological DNA patterns. He watched in awe as these mechanical creatures, after a series of rapid, clattering transformations, revealed their true nature. Only then did he realize exactly what he had made. Wasn't this peculiar quantum energy just like the Allspark from Transformers? And weren't these assimilated machines, brought to life by the Spark, his very own Transformers? Before long, with deft skill, Dio created his first generation of Transformers. Their appearance closely mirrored the designs from the first 3 live-action films, an intense sense of mechanical fragmentation, but with greater adaptability. Some could even switch not only between beast and humanoid forms, but also transform into vehicles, true triple changers. Their combat prowess was formidable. In beast and vehicle modes, they were particularly strong, but in humanoid form, unless they carried the defensive properties of their vehicle mode, they appeared somewhat fragile. Within the Empire, their fighting ability was second only to the Astartes. Those Transformers that had scanned or developed their own unique vehicle modes served as mobile artillery platforms in the Empire's rear ranks. The second generation leaned even closer to the designs from the 4th and 5th films, more anthropomorphic, with intricate transformation mechanisms and greater physical strength and defense. No matter the form, they displayed outstanding combat ability, but their humanoid mode was especially formidable, excelling in both ranged firepower and close-quarters combat. The Transformers who rebelled within the border planets are considered the second generation. Judging by their current prowess, they can easily overpower the first generation, and in close combat, they can even hold their own one-on-one against a fully armed Astartes. Of course, when I mentioned earlier that Astartes entered the planet to quell the rebellion, They were accompanied by a mixed squad of first and second generation transformers, serving as both firepower and close combat support. The third generation, however, is truly fascinating. These evolved on their own without any interference from Dio. Their appearance is closer to the classic G1 era, with a more compact structure compared to the second generation. Their strength and defense have been further enhanced in the most physical sense. Some have even developed the ability to transform between humanoid and beast forms, much like the Maximals. What's particularly interesting about these transformers is that they can replenish their energy by consuming organic matter, proteins, or even certain inorganic substances similar to their own body material. However, since they have only recently evolved and been manufactured, their numbers are still extremely limited. In fact, no third-generation transformer has yet produced a first offspring. Standing before Dio now are the Dinobots, mechanical dinosaurs he created based on the third generation, once part of the Autobots' mighty Dinobot force. There's Grimlock the Tyrannosaurus, Sludge the Apatosaurus, Slag the Triceratops, Snarl the Stegosaurus, Swoop the Pteranodon, and Scorn the Spinosaurus. What's intriguing about these transformers is that, even among other beast form transformers, most have a half-mechanical, half-organic appearance, complete with organic features found only in biological creatures. Put simply, they look like a fusion of machine and living organism. This type of transformer has incredible survival abilities. Despite their partly organic bodies, they can enter the most extreme environments of space without protection and survive. Their resilience is astonishing. So long as their spark endures, they can repair themselves by consuming matter and channeling the energy within their spark, even if only half their body remains. The Empire's territory has swelled several times over, with countless more life-bearing planets under its banner. After centuries of conquest, Dio's empire now surpasses the former Kree Empire in size. It's no exaggeration to say that Dio's domain now stretches beyond the scale of a nebula, with actual control spanning hundreds of thousands of light-years, a true colossus in the universe. For comparison, even the largest of the other empires rarely control more than half the Milky Way. Unsurprisingly, this has drawn the suspicion and wariness of both the Nova Empire and the Skrull Empire, who are now plotting to join forces and suppress Dio's growing power. Thanos is getting more arrogant and outrageous by the day. He wasn't satisfied after annexing the Kree Empire. He's still expanding. Exactly. Thanos' ambition is expanding at a breakneck pace. He's recklessly building up his military and launching wars without restraint or secrecy. He's even put his own wife, Hela, the once famed goddess of death, at the head of his armies. He truly intends to rule the universe. My proposal is that we all unite and form a star alliance, gathering every ounce of strength to resist Thanos' ambitions. Otherwise, by the time his armies are at our doorstep, it will be far too late to act. The Skrull Empire, the Nova Empire, and several smaller cosmic nations were all present in this virtual summit. The Skrull Empire took the lead in suggesting the formation of the Star Alliance, and most of the cosmic nations attending agreed to join. Only some of the smallest nations, whose territories and strength barely extended beyond a single star system, hesitated and remained undecided. After all, these nations had only just emerged from their own star systems, recently achieved unity or internal alliances, and were painfully weak in both strength and territory. For them, getting involved in a war on a galactic scale was the last thing they wanted. Life still had to go on. If the Alliance won, that would be one thing, but if they lost, their nations would be destroyed and their people wiped out. The phrase annihilation might even be putting it lightly. There was no telling if their entire star system would survive. The thought that their own history and culture might not be passed down was a terrifying prospect. Some of these smaller nations were even contemplating quietly surrendering, proactively integrating themselves into Dio's empire. This way, they could minimize their losses and maximize their gains while ensuring their cultural heritage would be preserved. After all, by any measure, Dio's side appeared to hold all the advantages. He was not only the son-in-law of Asgard, but also stood behind a father-in-law of godlike power. Dio had fought for every inch of his territory himself, and his personal strength was unmatched. What's more, the technology level within his empire was incredibly advanced. It wasn't just the small nations. Sometimes, even the massive Skrull Empire couldn't make sense of some of the technologies that had leaked from Dio's hands. As for the loyalty of these small nations, Dio greeted their surrender with genuine pleasure, immediately instructing his subordinates to arrange all the necessary procedures and dispatching military and administrative officials to take over. When it came to the moves of the Skrull and other empires, Dio was already well informed. He was nobody's fool, He'd planted spies and bought off traitors long before his campaign for revenge against the Kree Empire had even begun. As for their so-called Star Alliance, Dio scoffed at the idea. Alliances, in reality, were fragile, especially in the world of American comics, where even a shared enemy couldn't prevent alliances from being torn apart by internal strife. After all, in this world built on American-style sensibilities, such betrayals were all too common. Your Majesty, the Minister of Foreign Affairs reports that our diplomatic personnel, dispatched to other empires, have come under intense attack from local armed factions, and almost all at the same time, a servo skull zipped by to deliver its message. A gleam flashed in Dio's eyes. Although the newly acquired territories still needed to be properly managed, this did not mean the Empire would shy away from a fight. It was well known that aside from the Spartan warriors and the Astartes, most of the Empire's soldiers and other units were cloned troopers born from genetic programming. Given the Empire's current scale, the cost of these soldiers was astonishingly low. So Dio deployed numerous first- and second-generation transformers to provide covering fire and real-time tactical coordination, sending a third of the Astartes and Spartan warriors, along with various other units, to these empires to demand an explanation. To further display his resolve, Dio even dispatched the Eternal Protoss, newly forged beast warriors, and a large contingent of the giant first- and second-generation transformers stationed at home to join mission. First, the show of force was overwhelming. The colossal transformers towered up to a terrifying kilometer high, enough to strike fear into the hearts of any onlooker with their sheer presence. Second, this grand mobilization meant the giant transformers carried massive payloads, each armed with antimatter missiles weighing over 20 tons apiece, capable of obliterating a planet the size of Earth with a single strike. If their demands were not met, the threat of force could be enacted at any moment. They needed to understand that even in this period of imperial vulnerability, the Empire was not to be trifled with. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned, and Dio should have been overjoyed. Yet his joy was short-lived. For as the Empire pressed forward in its expansion, one or perhaps several civilizations mounted a stubborn resistance against Dio's legions. Your Majesty, urgent news from the front. A servo skull darted in, projecting the image of a person. Your Majesty, we have encountered a mastermind known as the High Evolutionary. Under his command, dozens of civilizations have posed significant obstacles to our advance. Are the enemies strong, Chapter Master? Dio sat upon his throne, glancing over internal Imperial reports without so much as looking up at the projection. They are not formidable, Your Majesty. Though the resistance from the high evolutionary civilizations was fierce, they lacked unity. At first, we subdued and gathered a wave of them, but as the campaign continued, the resistance grew more intense, and we could not sway them to our side. In fact, the opposition became so fierce that the masterminds behind these civilizations have stepped onto the battlefield themselves. As he spoke, the Chapter Master's body wavered for a moment. Only then did Dio realize the man was kneeling. The Chapter Master then stood and shifted aside, revealing someone else behind him in the projection. Dio glanced over, and instantly his eyes widened in shock and fury. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from him, streaming from the surface of the world in a near-limitless tide, blasting straight into the vastness of space. The surrounding buildings had been battered by a violent impact. The Imperial guards, serving as protectors, immediately took cover in an underground safe house constructed from vibranium and cosmic-grade alloy. By the time they emerged, most of the surface had been sheared away, and even their safe house, buried thousands of meters below ground, was now completely exposed. Looking across the planet, it no longer resembled its usual elliptical shape. It looked instead like an apple with half its flesh gouged out. What could have driven Dio to such fury? It was Hela, lying in a hospital bed, her arm and legs severed. Fortunately, her lost limbs had been recovered, and surgery was underway to reattach them. Somehow, the servo skull had managed to evade Dio's tidal wave of energy and had flown out once more. Dio turned to the company commander and asked his question. The commander bowed his head, reported their current location, and uploaded all the information at their disposal. Dio didn't know who this enemy was, but as he scanned the details in the battle report, his brow furrowed deeply. What was known so far was that this so-called High Evolutionary commanded hundreds of minor civilizations, with the sovereigns at their forefront. When confronted with Dio's vast armies, this foe displayed powers that far surpassed not only Hela and Surtur, but even the formidable Astartes. Clad in violet armor, the High Evolutionary could unleash plasma beams so devastating that, aside from a few transformers equipped for both physical and radiation defense, most were melted down and rendered helpless in an instant. Of course, the Allspark chamber had been sealed in high-strength alloy on Dio's orders, the same alloy used for the Imperial Guard's armor. Even if thrown into the sun, it likely wouldn't melt, so the Allspark was certainly safe. During battle, the High Evolutionary even revealed the ability to manipulate force fields. Reports described how he, protected by waves of his own Suicide Squad civilizations, transformed into a giant nearly 100 meters tall and fought against Hela, Surtur, Beast Warriors, and the Astartes Company commanders for days on end. In the end, he used force field manipulation to severely wound and ultimately tear Hela apart. Just as he was about to finish her off, it took a desperate suicide attack from Surtur for the Astartes to rescue Hela in time. Before crossing over, Dio had been a Marvel fan, but his knowledge was limited to the MCU and a few online videos. Truth be told, he knew little about this particular character. But now none of that mattered. Dio's current power was such that he felt confident he could withstand the combined assault of Odin and the other ancient gods and walk away unscathed. Clearly, his strength had reached astounding new heights. Imperial Guard, assemble the troops, prepare for battle. Dio no longer cared who stood in his way. With such overwhelming power, he might not be untouchable in this universe, but he could certainly act with impunity. Whoever dared to block his path had only one fate, death. Dio was clad in armor forged with the finest high-tech craftsmanship, gripping a combat blade that had been refined through countless improvements. He commanded a cosmic warship, his flagship, formed from the transformation of a Titan-class transformer, escorted by hundreds of Sanctuary-class warships. Seated upon the throne at the center of the bridge, Dio issued his command to initiate a space jump directly from within the Empire. The fleet pierced through the Empire's nebula, crossing even the vast distances between several galaxies before finally arriving at their destination. Your Majesty, the Supreme Evolution is positioned directly ahead, 90 million kilometers from our location. They've already detected us and are rapidly deploying their fighters. Shall I join the battle as well? As soon as the warship came to a halt, a deep, slightly rugged electronic voice rang out. It was the voice of the transformer that had become the ship itself. Upon hearing these words, Dio opened his eyes. Now, inside the warship, thousands of transformers stood ready as the Imperial Guard's vehicles, awaiting nothing but the Emperor's command. No need. Stay in the rear and provide fire support. Imperial Guards, prepare to attack on my signal. His final sentence echoed through the ship's broadcast system. Instantly, the Imperial Guards took their positions within the waiting transformers. The moment the hangar doors swung open, the Vanguard surged forth without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the Supreme Evolution side, "Sir, we've detected the opening of a massive spatial portal. Likely reinforcements from the Black Quadrant have arrived. The escort units have already gone ahead to investigate." A figure, his entire body gleaming as if coated in gold, hurried into a laboratory and spoke with utmost respect to the being known as Supreme Evolution. The Supreme Evolution merely nodded, removed his gloves, and stepped away from his experiment table. Upon that table lay a captive Astartes, now dissected until only the upper half of his torso remained. Of what was left, only the heart, lungs, and skull were intact. Every other organ and limb had been stripped away. Even the face had been flayed, exposing the pale bone beneath. Yet the Astartes clung fiercely to life. Severed nerves and muscle fibers twitched and writhed, struggling to knit themselves together. Though his mouth gaped open in a silent, furious roar, it was clear his vocal cords had been cut. No sound escaped. His mangled body was strapped down tight to the table. Thanos truly is full of wild ingenuity, the Supreme Evolution mused. Such magnificent genetic engineering, and he's managed to mass-produce it for armies. He turned to regard the sovereign soldier. Launch a direct assault, destroy their ships, and every living force they have. Force Thanos to face us alone. I want to pry the knowledge from his mind myself. With supreme arrogance, the Supreme Evolution issued his command in a ringing voice. He was a true polymath, a genius who, in the briefest span of time, created 100 civilizations of varying levels. On top of that, he owned a massive, legitimate interstellar corporation that funneled enormous wealth into his coffers through elaborate money laundering schemes. But that wasn't all. His formidable power came from self-engineered genetic modifications. He had endowed himself with super strength, unmatched intelligence, accelerated healing, telepathy, plasma rays, mastery over force fields, and mass manipulation, and even immortality. To further tip the scales, he wore an invincible suit of high-tech armor of his own design, capable of enlarging him into a colossal giant over 90 meters tall. With all of this, he felt utterly invincible in this war. This time, His bold and arrogant advance was backed by the knowledge that Dio would appear in person. He went all in, mobilizing every resource at his disposal, leaving his rear base almost devoid of soldiers, and poured his entire fortune into amassing and manufacturing vast quantities of arms and supplies. Before stepping onto the battlefield, he had done his homework, learning about Dio's past. For instance, he analyzed records of Dio's battle with Hela and Asgard, which gave him a clearer picture of Dio's individual strength by observing his combat with Hela. He also studied the remains of the Transformers salvaged from previous battles, using them to deduce the strengths and weaknesses of these mechanical life forms. This time, every unit in his army was equipped with high-intensity laser cannons, capable of melting the Transformers' external armor and making it easier to destroy their inner mechanisms, allowing for swift elimination of their combat power. All in all, he believed he had uncovered all of Dio's cards and capabilities. In his eyes, this round was his to win. His subordinates fought with equal vigor, perhaps fueled by the Supreme Evolutionary's overwhelming power, or maybe simply out of ignorance. Among his forces, the most advanced civilization under his command was the Sovereigns, the golden-skinned people of Sovereign. Their technology was so advanced that their fighters could be remotely piloted in real time across interstellar distances without any delay. While this technology wasn't exactly rare in the universe, after all, instantaneous interstellar communication posed little challenge to the great cosmic powers. The tactic of remotely piloting entire fleets in a battle was quite unique. However, for all their novelty, the Sovereign ships were not particularly durable. The Transformers' aerial units were themselves flying vehicles, far more agile than any pilot could hope to be. In no time, they wiped out the Sovereign squadrons with ease. The Supreme Evolutionary's face darkened. That first clash had already put him at a disadvantage, souring his mood. Without hesitation, he ordered the Vanguard fighters and laser cannons to launch an all-out assault on Dio's forces. Seeing this, Dio simply nodded, finally giving the order for the Triple Changers and the Royal Guard to enter the fray. With the Vanguard paving the way, the Royal Guard swiftly boarded the Triple Changers and arrived at the heart of the battlefield. However, with Dio commanding the warships to open fire from behind, the powerful cover allowed the Royal Guards to break through smoothly and enter the Supreme Evolution's fleet. Of course, there was still some distance to cover before they could reach the flagship. But even so, the mission of these Triple Changers had come to an end. "From here on, it's up to you. Our assignments differ from yours," they said. The Royal Guards nodded, then shot out from the cockpit, their bodies enveloped in radiant energy. Under the protection of the transformed Triple Changers, they rushed toward the Supreme Evolution's flagship. Seeing this, Supreme Evolution let out a cold sneer and ordered his subordinates to deploy magnetic restraint devices, aiming to prevent Dio's Transformer troops from getting any closer. Supreme Evolution's countermeasures were indeed clever, but ultimately limited. After Dio began deploying the Transformers in military operations, he upgraded their sparks, allowing each Transformer to be coated in a thin, yet absolutely sufficient high-energy particle shield. This shield could now withstand temperatures exceeding 50,000 degrees Celsius, endure lows below minus 260 degrees, and even neutralize degaussing attempts. The Transformer bodies that Supreme Evolution had obtained were all ones abandoned on the battlefield, stripped of spark energy protection. Though still durable, their strength was similarly limited. Thus, Supreme Evolution's magnetic restraints had little effect on the Transformers. As for the Royal Guard's powered armor, the energy surrounding them could achieve degaussing in a short time, nearly isolating them entirely from any external physical restraints. Before long, the team was speeding straight toward the Supreme Evolution's flagship. "Sir, we've detected an energy layer enveloping these bodies. It seems this energy is blocking the magnetic force," a Sovereign trooper promptly reported. Supreme Evolution frowned deeply. After sweeping the battlefield, he found that these Transformer bodies could still be restrained by magnetic fields, but clearly, something had been overlooked. Yet he did not allow himself to panic. Train all main guns from the flagship and surrounding escort ships on them. Open shields, launched the drone swarms. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates immediately followed the order. Ironically, the drone swarm tactic was inspired by Dio's own strategies. Dio loved to assign entire squadrons of drones to his fleets, sometimes so many that they required dedicated warships just to transport them. Using drones in space warfare was not unheard of, but no other civilization relied on drones as the backbone of their battlefield forces. "Scatter!" The Royal Guards, spotting the dark mass of drones swarming toward them, quickly issued the command. On Dio's side, the Transformer units kept launching, almost as if there was an endless tide of Transformers pouring out. Of course, it wasn't just the flying Transformers who joined the battle. Some Transformers piloting fighter jets had also entered the fray, and a few had even managed to break through the ranks of the Supreme Evolution's advanced fighter squadrons, reaching the perimeter of their fleet. Meanwhile, although Dio's flagship was under heavy fire from the Supreme Evolution's elite forces, not a single shot since the battle began had managed to weaken its energy shields, nor had any Supreme Evolution ship come close to breaching its defenses. Your Majesty, according to our reconnaissance, the enemy has thrown in everything they have, and Astartes reported to Dio. That's all they've got, Dio replied with surprise. Even though the battlefield was so packed that the space between Dio and the Supreme Evolution's fleet, a span of 90 million kilometers, was filled to the brim with fire, explosions, and the wreckage of machines, leaving not a single gap in sight. Dio still couldn't believe that this was the extent of the Supreme Evolution's army. How could this possibly be considered enough? Back when he had single-handedly defeated the original Chitauri forces, their armies had engulfed an entire planet, and the wreckage was so dense that not a ray of sunlight could reach the ground during the day. And yet, the Chitauri still had fighter jets left to take to the skies. That alone showed just how overwhelming a civilization's firepower could be. He simply refused to believe that the Supreme Evolution had committed all their forces to this fight. After all, while his own civilization was not particularly advanced, they had sheer numbers on their side. He was certain he could field even more troops if necessary. Increase the pressure. If it comes to it, bring in Hela's forces as well. Do whatever it takes to pin down their main strength. Faced with Dio's command, the royal guards had no objections. Your Majesty, our scans are complete. The opposing fleet has no magical shields. While they do have energy shields, that won't stop us from opening portals. Another Astartes approached the bridge, reporting respectfully to Dio. Are you certain? Yes, Your Majesty. We made several confirmations before coming to inform you. Good. Then open the portals. Dio rose to his feet with a sweeping gesture. The Astartes nodded, moved to the control console, and, together with the other royal guards, entered the coordinates of the Supreme Evolution's flagship. Inside the ship, countless portals opened one after another. Squad after squad of Transformers and Astartes stepped through into the unknown. This was a tactic Dio had long been considering. If they could keep the enemy's main forces occupied outside, there would be few defenders left within. Then, by opening portals behind enemy lines, he could send in teams to carry out a decapitation strike. Seizing the enemy's command post would not only allow them to capture vast stores of supplies, but also turn the enemy's own weapons against them. Before long, chaos erupted within the Supreme Evolution's fleet. Several warships began turning their guns on their own, and some vessels burst into flames, breaking apart in spectacular explosions. Dio's flagship also received reports from the commando teams operating within. Yet, there was still no movement from the location of the High Evolutionary's flagship. Curious, Dio asked, haven't we received any information about the enemy flagship's position? It's been 10 minutes since the operation began. The signal hasn't been lost, but there's still no message coming back, one of the Astartes under his command replied. Are the scans functioning properly? Dio turned to ask a hovering servo skull. The enemy flagship isn't jamming the signal, but we've detected that most of the life signals from our deployed troops have vanished, and the remaining ones are significantly weakened. The servo skull floated over and projected a translucent screen. Additionally, several high-intensity energy signatures have been detected inside the enemy flagship. Preliminary analysis suggests that these powerful entities swiftly wiped out the team sent on the decapitation strike. Dio's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the High Evolutionary to have such tricks up his sleeve. Still, it didn't bother him much. After all, these Transformers and Astartes were mass-produced. He felt no particular loss at their deaths. However, this did reveal a minor flaw to Dio. Looks like next time, I'll need to install a program that lets any fallen Astartes or Transformers transmit their final signals and combat footage. That way, I can get intel in real time, he said, hefting his broadsword and striding toward the deck. But a servo skull zipped over and spoke up. Your Majesty, that sort of program already exists. If we haven't received any return signals, someone inside the enemy flagship must have intercepted them. Dio paused, then nodded in understanding after a moment's thought. With the High Evolutionary able to foster so many civilizations and raise his own power to the point of dealing serious injury to Hela, he clearly possessed immense intelligence. Intercepting signals would be a simple matter for someone like him. Seems like I haven't been on the battlefield in a while. I've gotten a bit rusty, Dio muttered with a wry smile, then strode out of the warship. Though clad in battle armor, for Dio the armor served as little more than decoration. His skin was tougher than so-called vibranium or adamantium. The armor's only real purpose was to enable communication with the flagship and the Garden Star. He took a moment to admire the sky ablaze with fire and debris, and with his supervision, he pinpointed the High Evolutionary's location. Dio's gaze pierced through the layers of wreckage and the blockade of ships, and he saw the somewhat disheveled High Evolutionary, surrounded by several figures radiating vibrant energy. But the more Dio looked, the more familiar it all seemed. This High Evolutionary's got some real talent. He cracked the genetic code in the Astartes' bodies so quickly. Still, it looks like it's not a complete solution. Dio now found himself somewhat admiring the High Evolutionary skills. Yes, the High Evolutionary had actually managed to crack part of the genetic code embedded in the Astartes' gene seed. To think, Dio had gone to such great lengths to ensure secrecy, using the genetic coding of the Eternals when implanting the Astartes' gene seed. Even the Skrulls and the Kree, races also created by the Celestials and known for their advanced technology, had been unable to unravel its mysteries. Yet, how long had it been since the High Evolutionary and Hela's forces first encountered it? And already, part of the code had been deciphered. Meanwhile, far away on his own flagship, the High Evolutionary sat disheveled in his command chair. A sudden chill ran through his heart as he instinctively glanced in that direction. But even with all his technological prowess, the High Evolutionary hadn't enhanced his eyesight to superhuman levels. Still, his technology provided the view. And there, standing atop the armored hull of Dio's flagship, was the one person he had been obsessively thinking about. Dio flashed a savage grin, baring his teeth. The High Evolutionary's heart instantly sank with dread. Before he could utter a word, with a powerful kick, Dio launched himself forward, his figure blurring across the battlefield and its many obstacles in the blink of an eye, like a shooting star. A thunderous crash echoed out as, in an instant, Dio appeared directly before the High Evolutionary. If not for the shattered hull and the violent rush of air caused by sudden decompression, the High Evolutionary might have believed Dio had simply teleported before his eyes. His body, swept up uncontrollably by the torrent of air, was dragged alongside others toward the breach Dio had torn open. The sudden loss of pressure and the chaotic wind made everything go black for a moment before the High Evolutionary instinctively grabbed hold of something. But before he could be swept far by the airflow, he slammed into a solid wall. Driven by a desperate will to survive, he clung to the obstacle with all his might, and in that instant, he knew exactly who he was holding on to. Dio, the monster who had just torn through all his defenses in the heart of the battlefield in a heartbeat. The next moment, the ship's self-defense systems activated. Shields flickered back online, stabilizing the internal pressure in an instant. Even so, several on the bridge were still swept out into the void. Hello there. Completely unfazed, Dio gazed down at the man clinging to his arm. The High Evolutionary's mind was blank, his body rigid. At the sound of Dio's voice, he trembled, lifting his head slowly. Thanos, the High Evolutionary spat out the nickname through gritted teeth. Dio, watching the man still clutching his arm, reached out with his free hand, gripping the High Evolutionary by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Just then, the High Evolutionary's loyal lackeys snapped out of their shock. Seeing their boss in Dio's grasp, they immediately raised their weapons and aimed at Dio. But none of them dared pull the trigger recklessly. After all, if they accidentally hit their boss, the consequences would be unimaginable. Those few who could project energy didn't hesitate for a moment. They rushed forward to attack Dio, their fists wrapped in dazzling energy as they swung directly at his head. But Dio stood as steady as a mountain, not budging an inch as he took the punch head-on. It was his attackers who suffered instead. There was a sharp cracking sound. The attacker's wrist snapped, and his arm bent at an unnatural angle. Sensing things were going wrong, the High Evolutionary found himself seized by Dio. Dio's fingers clamped tightly around his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. His eyes bulged as if about to pop from their sockets, and his body writhed desperately, struggling to break free. Yet Dio's grip was like an iron vice. Not even the powerful punch from before had shaken him in the slightest. The High Evolutionary's face turned red from lack of air, his eyes locked fiercely on Dio. Dio just gave a soft chuckle, completely ignoring the concentrated attacks from the High Evolutionary subordinates. With a sweep of his great blade, countless razor-sharp winds sliced through the air. What's happening? Is my weapon broken? Some soldiers slapped their suddenly silent guns in confusion. But at that touch, their firearms disintegrated into a pile of worthless scrap. No, please. Suddenly, one soldier's hand dropped to the ground, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Next one his arm, his leg, his torso, his neck. The soldiers nearby scattered in terror, fleeing in all directions. But they didn't get far. After a few steps, their bodies too shattered across the floor. The weapons they held and the armor they wore offered no protection at all. The energy wielders met the same fate. They were suddenly split apart, joining the heap of mangled flesh on the ground. To be honest, I only came here to see for myself what kind of being could defeat Hela, Dio said, ignoring the carnage and turning his attention to the high evolutionary in his grasp. I thought you'd be some ancient monster hidden from the world, or perhaps the chosen of some deity. But looking at you now. Dio glanced him over with disdain, clicking his tongue and shaking his head in disappointment. Although the high evolutionary couldn't turn his head to see what was happening around him, the screams he'd just heard told him all he needed to know. Stung by Dio's mockery and desperate, he summoned his energy. A plasma beam, restrained within his palm, shot toward Dio's face. With a furious roar, the high evolutionary unleashed the plasma ray, the temperature rivaling the surface of the sun, and engulfed Dio completely. Even though the high evolutionary had kept the plasma contained with a force field, the instant he fired, it burst forth and swallowed Dio whole. But even so, the high evolutionary dared not relax for a moment, for Dio's hand still maintained its unyielding grip on his throat. The searing heat was so intense that even with his own force field for protection, the high evolutionary could barely endure it. In less than 3 seconds, the high evolutionary ceased his energy release. His flagship couldn't withstand such extreme heat. The entire bridge had been destroyed by the surge. The only fortunate thing was that the shield generator wasn't located on the bridge, so there was no issue with air pressure. In contrast, Dio remained completely unaffected. To be honest, that blast of energy didn't even feel warm to him. It was more like a cold shower. The high evolutionary glared furiously, struggling with renewed force. His powers of field manipulation erupted as he tried to push Dio away. But Dio didn't budge an inch. All right, that's enough struggling. After watching for a while and growing bored, Dio decided to end it and exerted his strength. You cannot resist me, just as mankind cannot resist fate. Dio is Narrated. With the high evolutionary's face twisted in shock and rage, Dio slowly crushed his neck. Although the shield was still active, gravity was absent. The high evolutionary's body, propelled by Dio's forceful grip, drifted aside. Dio toyed with the high evolutionary's severed head for a moment, considering making it the core of a new servo skull, then casually stowed it away. With their flagship lost, the high evolutionary's forces were now leaderless. It didn't take long for the enemy army to be completely wiped out. With the war over, Dio went to visit Hela as she recovered. How are you feeling now? Dio asked, seeing that Hela could move her arms freely again. Hela said nothing. She wasn't someone who couldn't take defeat. After all, she'd followed Odin across countless battlefields, and injuries were nothing new. But never before had she been wounded so badly. The frustration weighed heavily on her. Dio noticed the shadow on her heart and offered some comfort, then produced the high evolutionary's head. I've killed him, and I've also claimed all the civilized worlds under his command. You've had a setback this time. Take a break and rest at home for a while. Hela stared at the severed head before her in disbelief. You finish him off so quickly? How did you do it? She asked, curiosity piqued. The high evolutionary's original goal in optimizing his own genes was simply to enhance his mind. The physical enhancements for combat were only meant to let him survive in harsh environments. Dio explained. So you're saying I'm even weaker than that? Hela's face darkened. No, not at all, Dio quickly denied. The high evolutionary was actually very powerful, but he was far too arrogant. Turning into a giant and fighting you all those days burned through all his energy. That was why his elite troops aboard the flagship had seemed so desperate, and why, no matter how Dio humiliated him, the high evolutionary could do nothing to resist. Even if the high evolutionary had been seized by Dio and instantly grown into a giant, he might have broken free. Yet, until his death, he remained in the body of an ordinary man. This shows that the battle between the high evolutionary and Hela had already drained all his energy reserves. Still, he remained confident, believing that, even far from his prime, he could deal with Dio. You have to admit, the high evolutionary was truly reckless. After a moment of silence, a hovering servitor skull zipped by, reminding Hela to begin her rehabilitation training. Although the physical prowess of his guardians is nearly unmatched among all humanoid beings in the universe, even they need some physical therapy after reattaching lost limbs to fully recover their strength. I have something to tell you. I'm planning to go home for a while, Hela suddenly announced. Dio looked bewildered. After all these years of marriage, Hela had always used leading troops to vent her dissatisfaction with Odin. By now, there must be nearly 100 years old, right? But apart from glimpsing him as an infant in the city of omnipotence, Hela had never really seen her brother since. Going back isn't a bad idea. I can take the opportunity to call a ceasefire as well. All these years of expansion have reached their limit. It's time to consolidate what we've gained and maybe focus on developing the entertainment sector, Dio said, helping Hela up and nodding thoughtfully. Besides, you really need some self-reflection. All these years, your power has hardly improved. Now, even a random youngster, just a few centuries old, can beat you like this. Don't you think it's time to take a hard look at yourself? Seeing Dio's odd, amused smile, Hela rolled her eyes in exasperation. All right, enough nagging, she grumbled, shaking off his arm in a fit of pique, trying to escape his support. But Dio held her firmly. After a bit of token resistance, she realized she couldn't break free and was forced to accept his help as she resumed her rehabilitation. Elsewhere in the cosmos, Dio's armies ceased their territorial expansion. Though they remained stationed in conquered regions, the formerly disjointed members of the Stellar Alliance breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yet, wary of Dio resuming his campaigns, those alliances became, at least outwardly, more united than ever before. Taking advantage of the lull, Dio dispatched trading fleets to restart commerce, selling his latest inventions and even secretly supporting certain civilizations to stir up internal political strife. Once he had mapped out the next phase of his plans, Dio stepped back from daily affairs, leaving them to his subordinates, and took Hela with him back to Asgard. The port of Asgard. Aside from the Rainbow Bridge, this was Asgard's only gateway to the outside world. In fact, when Asgard was first founded, there was nothing here at all. It was Odin, after marrying off his daughter, who insisted, despite opposition, on building this port to facilitate trade with Dio and other interstellar empires. Now, the once bustling, lively port, always teeming with activity day and night, had been placed under strict lockdown by Odin. Valkyries and Einherjar stood guard on either side. After receiving word from Dio, Odin confirmed the time and promptly ordered all nearby merchants to be temporarily cleared out, all to ensure this meeting with his son-in-law would be held in solemn dignity. He even had his two sons arrive at the port early in the morning to prepare for the welcome. One was Thor, dressed in gleaming silver armor with a red cloak, wielding the mighty Mjolnir in hand. The other was Loki, the god of fire and mischief, robed in green with a horned helmet atop his head, twirling a pair of razor-sharp daggers between his fingers. It's been ages since we last saw our big sister. I wonder if she'll even recognize us, Thor said as he squatted down, peering into a small mirror. Unlike the fresh-faced, handsome youth he once was, this Thor sported a wild, bushy beard. If not for his neatly combed hair, one might have mistaken him for a vagrant. Loki, standing beside him, rolled his eyes and retorted with clear annoyance. With the way you look now, who could possibly recognize you? Besides, the last time we had a video call with her was before this whole war began. Almost 20 years ago. Who knows what she'll make of your beard after all this time? Seeing his younger brother's look of utter disdain, Thor simply grinned. That's exactly why it'll be a surprise for her. If she still recognizes us, I'll shave it off. But if she doesn't, I'll keep it forever. He stroked his beard with obvious pride, making Loki's face twist with even more distaste. No one really understood what went through Thor's mind. Ever since that last video call ended, he'd stopped caring about his appearance. Sure, he still took care of his hair, that much he never neglected. But his beard? He let it grow wild, and now it was even longer than the famous beard of Volstagg, one of the Warriors 3. Thor even went so far as to braid his beard and tie it off with a silken ribbon in the shape of a little bow. While Thor and Loki traded jibes and complaints, an announcement echoed through the port. A colossal interstellar merchant ship, so vast it nearly blotted out the entire port, was guided by Asgardian vessels to a dedicated docking bay outside the main harbor. The belly of the merchant ship opened, and several smaller craft emerged, gliding into the special port Odin had prepared for Dio's arrival. The doors swung open, but stepping out first were not Dio and Hela, but rather Dio's golden-armored royal guards. Only after them did Dio and Hela appear. Thor and Loki hurried forward to greet them. "My dear sister, welcome home." Thor, tall and broad-shouldered, reached Hela before Loki could. But instead of the curious gaze he expected from Hela, he was met with a resounding slap. With a single, powerful swipe, Hela sent Thor flying into a decorative stone pillar standing nearby. The pillar toppled with a crash, conveniently landing right on Thor's head. Loki didn't even have time to be shocked. The look of undisguised annoyance on his face, prompted by Thor stepping forward before him, hadn't even faded before he saw his brother buried under a pile of rubble. Thor's fine, just a mild concussion. He'll be back to normal after a good night's sleep. In the Grand Hall, Dio offered Odin an awkward yet courteous smile as he explained the situation. Truth be told, Hela had recognized Thor. But lately, Thor had let himself go to such an extent disheveled and wild, like some stray Tibetan mastiff, that she hadn't realized it was him at first. That's why Hela didn't recognize him immediately. Only after knocking him aside did she pause, struck by a vague sense of familiarity. It took her a moment to realize this scruffy mastiff was actually Thor in disguise. Whether this incident was a big deal or not depended on perspective. After all, the former heir to the throne coming home, and immediately. Decking the current one would be front-page news for any earthly royal family. But for Odin, it was all a matter of how he chose to handle it. Odin's face betrayed nothing, his expression unreadable. He waited until the servants had left, then let out a sigh and said, "My dear daughter, I'm sorry your homecoming had to begin with such a farce." Hela shot her father a glare, said nothing, and turned on her heel to leave. "Hela's temper is probably my fault. I've indulged her too much. Don't worry, I'll have her come back in a bit," Dio said, originally content to be a bystander. But upon seeing Odin looking his way, he forced a sheepish grin and adjusted his posture, lowering himself ever so slightly in deference. Odin shook his head, and only after seeing Frigga leading Hela out at the doorway did he finally speak. "I know about Hela. Her grasp of power is too extreme. If she'd just take the time to settle her mind and truly explore her own potential, even without Asgard's blessing, her strength could easily surpass my own." Dio was taken aback by Odin's bluntness. As he turned over Odin's words in his mind, he couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Didn't Odin say something similar about Thor in the movies? Was this Odin's way of boasting about his Azure genes, that each generation is stronger than the last? Are his descendants powered by Duracell batteries? Still, Dio wasn't surprised Odin knew all about Hela's situation. Not only had Dio already informed Odin of Hela's recent circumstances before arriving, but the battlefield itself was left entirely unshielded. Never mind Heimdall. Even a 21st century Earth telescope could have picked up everything happening in the center of that battle. Then Dio spoke up. "Hela's longing to grow stronger has always been a nagging concern for her. I wonder if you have any way to help her settle down and truly refine herself." Dio's thinking was simple. Just leave his wife at her father's house. After all, a steady approach would be best. But Hela's temperament had long been twisted by Odin. She simply couldn't sit still. As expected, Odin shook his head. "I have no way," he replied. "And don't think you can keep her here in Asgard. Now that Hela is linked to this realm, her strength, endurance, and recovery have all reached terrifying levels. Even at my peak, I wouldn't dare claim I could easily suppress her. And that's not even considering all the people of Asgard." Dio rolled his eyes at Odin's words. "Can't suppress her? Sure, Odin in this world may not have donned the destroyer armor and taken down a celestial like in some stories, but the might of the Allfather is no empty boast. Among the many cosmic deities of the omnipotent city, Earth's gods are without question the most powerful. And among those earthly pantheons, only the gods of China, Greece, Egypt, and India have always stood at the very top. Meanwhile, Norse mythology, Odin's realm, and the gods of the East, the Japanese pantheon, have emerged as powerful dark horses. The Japanese, for their part, rely on a split-off fragment of a Matsumi Kaboshi, one of their 5 primordial creator gods, and a being of pure destruction, to compete with the strongest of the 4 great pantheons. While it's true that avatars like these may exist in other pantheons, Amatsumi Kaboshi is unique. Ambitious and cunning, he was plotting to become the king of chaos even before the Japanese gods rose to prominence. Actions quickly discovered and suppressed by other pantheons, who sealed him away at once. Still, even though he was stopped, he managed to absorb the powers of several gods beforehand, giving the Japanese mythology its place among the elite. As for Norse mythology, it's Odin's sheer strength that keeps them neck and neck with Greece and Egypt. Of course, over the years, these rankings have shifted. Some gods fell from grace due to neglect or other reasons. Wait, that's off topic. Nevertheless, it's undeniable. Among all the gods of the universe, Odin's power is second to very few. Without exaggeration, on a planet like Earth, if he wanted to destroy a few worlds, he could do it without breaking a sweat. This Odin might not be as ridiculously overpowered as his comic book counterpart, but if you really believed every word he just said, well, that's just laughable. In any case, Dio wouldn't believe a single word, or even a single punctuation mark, of it. Some time ago, I spoke with the celestial sovereign of Huaxia. He said that for people like you, if you want to further enhance your strength, you'll need a period of quiet cultivation. Coincidentally, he has a place that can help. After you rest for a couple of days and get better acquainted with Thor and the others, you should go, Odin said, exhaling deeply as he sat on a chair nearby. Dio was momentarily stunned. A conversation with the celestial sovereign of Huaxia? Could it be the Jade Emperor himself? Before crossing over, Dio had seen the Marvel version of the Jade Emperor, a deity who had ascended from the realm of mortals, dressed in a flowing emerald robe, his whole figure resembling a massive piece of jade from afar. In the film Thor: Ragnarok, when Thor and his companions arrived in Omnipotent City, Thor passed right by the Jade Emperor as he made his way from the audience to Zeus. In fact, the Jade Emperor was so towering that Thor had to stride right over his enormous feet just to get by. But the place for quiet cultivation that Odin mentioned, could it be that secret sanctuary, Ta Lo, from the movie Shang-Chi? Oh, and where exactly is this place that can boost one's power? Dio feigned ignorance, glancing at Odin. Odin pondered for a moment. I think it's called Ta Lo. It's a sacred land on Earth with a direct path to the Eastern Heavenly Court. To be honest, if the Jade Emperor himself hadn't told me about it, I wouldn't have known it existed. Not even Heimdall can see it. If it's a place that connects straight to the Heavenly Court, why would the Celestial Sovereign let us go? Dio asked, puzzled. You must know that in Omnipotent City, we've neither met nor had dealings with him. At most, we've encountered some of his envoys, Dio continued. Odin smiled faintly at Dio's words. Your influence and power have already become renowned across the universe. As fellow Earthborn deities, of course we'd want to draw you in, to have you stand with us, and help protect Earth as one of its own. Dio understood. In plain terms, they were worried about the Celestials stirring up trouble and wanted to recruit more fighting power. What's more, as a member of the Eternals, he was indeed born on Earth, an Earthling by nature. Though none of these deities had stepped in when he was being hunted across the cosmos, it was clear he hadn't yet proven his worth at that time. Now, with his value made plain to see, ruling a powerful nation that spanned entire star systems, with both its technology and his personal strength formidable and stylish, he was finally worth courting. Dio Saith. This world might not adhere to the law of the Dark Forest, but the rule of the strong devouring the weak was just as merciless. In the end, Dio agreed to Odin's suggestion. After some time, he would travel to Ta Lo with Hela to see if they could find a period of tranquility and cultivation. Perhaps there was a way to help increase Hela's strength. Though Thor had suffered a concussion, he was still a member of the Asgardian gods. Such wounds healed with incredible speed. The first thing Thor did upon waking up was to rush over to see his eldest sister. But it wasn't to pour out his longing for her. No, he charged in, swinging Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, itching for a fight with Hela. Hela, of course, would never turn down such an opportunity. Having absorbed the power of Asgard, she pinned Thor to the ground and rubbed his face in the dirt with the very hammer he once wielded. And that's not even the worst of it. Thor, never the brightest, lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in grief about my hammer and the like. He looked so utterly miserable. It was as if he were the protagonist in some tragic love story, betrayed and heartbroken. Is your brother truly that clueless, or what? Does he not realize that this hammer used to be Hela's personal weapon? Dio observed from a distance, one hand pressing down on his younger brother's head. Loki dared not move a muscle. Just moments ago, he'd considered using his illusion magic to play a trick on Dio, but his invisible form had been instantly detected. Loki prided himself on his magical prowess. Frigga often praised his skills. True, he knew his illusions were nothing special before Odin, but as Frigga's personal student, he believed no ordinary god could so easily find his true location. Yet now, not only had Dio effortlessly dispelled Loki's illusions, but after catching him, Dio had also sealed his magic, rendering Loki unable to cast a single spell. He probably just grew too used to having things go his way, Loki replied with a forced smile, attempting to slip free from Dio's grip. Dio suddenly squeezed Loki's head harder. What are you plotting now? Mental magic won't work on me. The sudden pain made Loki abandon his little trick at once. The moment he sensed a psychic intrusion, Dio didn't need to guess who it was. In all of Asgard, only Loki had both the ability and the guts to try such a thing. Though Loki couldn't even scratch Dio's mental defenses, Dio had to admit, Loki's psychic power was formidable. Even with his magic sealed, Loki could forcibly gather his will and attempt an attack, proving that he could wield his mental strength independently of magic. In the Marvel Comics universe, pure psychic abilities are exceedingly rare. Mutants aside, very few can launch mental attacks relying solely on willpower. Most depend on magical energy. Without it, they're just ordinary people. Since arriving in Asgard, Dio had noticed that the growth paths of these two youngsters still matched their original trajectories about 90%. One, all brawn and no brains, charging headlong into everything. The other, clever and skilled in magic, but reluctant to put to use. Asgard actually had a strong magical atmosphere. From Odin himself to ordinary citizens, magic touched every aspect of life. Yet, dedicated magicians remained rare. Most folks relied on high technology and magical alchemy creations as auxiliaries. Moreover, Asgardian soldiers are naturally inclined toward close combat. Their use of magic or runes is mostly limited to effects similar to enchantments, so magic has never truly been mainstream. Although Loki, as a prince, is far from weak in close-quarters combat, he simply can't match Thor. What's more, Loki's style of doing things is at odds with the mainstream of Asgard. This makes Thor far more popular among the army and the people, leaving Loki with a profound sense of awkwardness about his own place in Asgard. Loki himself is rather stubborn by nature. He claims to despise those barbaric, brute force brawls, yet secretly, he trains both his body and his magical abilities. But for reasons unknown, he has never mastered either path. He calls himself the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms, but apart from his illusions, he has precious few spells worth showing off. Most of his magic is useful for bullying mortals, but when faced with peers or stronger opponents, he lacks any decisive means. As for his martial skills, apart from the regular Asgardian soldiers, he can't best any warrior of true renown. Take the Warriors 3, for example. When it comes to a brawl, Loki can only rely on his cunning to dodge a sound thrashing. He's the very definition of better than some, worse than others. In truth, throughout the universe, there are countless ancient texts on the art of magic. In the Empire where Dio resides, he has nearly every magical tome in the cosmos copied and stored on a planet dedicated solely to serving as a library. Earth's sorcerers, for instance, use portals. These exist elsewhere, too. While gathering arcane literature, Dio had come across all sorts of magical texts attributed to Earth's gods and its sorcerer supreme. Of course, magical artifacts like the Rings of Power are exceedingly rare. It's said that in the black market, such items fetch sky-high prices. Add to that the rather demanding requirements for entry-level magic, and it's easy to see why, despite the abundance of mystical treatises, true practitioners remain few and far between in the universe. After all, as people often say, if an orbital strike can solve your problem, why waste time developing something that depends on talent and may never be mastered? Across the entire universe, it seems that only Dio's empire has a complete, systematic training pipeline for sorcerers, perhaps Earth as well. With this in mind, Dio gazed at Loki, who was grimacing in pain, and wondered whether he should bring him back to the Empire for formal magical training. Once Loki had recovered, he spoke up. "I've heard all about your prowess, brother-in-law. People say you're formidable in both magic and physical strength. I just wanted to see for myself. So, then, did you learn anything from the experience?" Dio asked with a gentle smile, watching Loki flex his fingers in discomfort. "As expected, your reputation is well earned." Loki forced a smile, offering some flattery. "To build an empire single-handedly, whether it's brains or brawn, you're truly among the best." Dio rolled his eyes. "Enough of the flattery, let's go. Your brother's match just finished. It's our turn now." No sooner had he spoken than, ignoring Loki's struggles, Dio dragged him down to the arena by force. Inside the arena, Hela had one foot planted firmly on Thor's back, pinning him to the ground. No matter how hard Thor fought back, he couldn't break free. Stubborn as a mule, Thor refused to give in. He strained with all his might against Hela's foot, determined to force himself upright. But the gap in strength between them was simply too great. "All right, Hela, that's enough for round 1. Now let's move on to round 2. With that, Dio grabbed Loki by the belt and hurled him toward the center of the arena. Loki, Thor caught a glimpse of his brother being tossed unceremoniously to the ground. Grief and anger welled up inside him, and with a roar, a bolt of thunder crashed down from the sky, striking at random. Hela scoffed at the display. With a flick of Mjolnir in her hand, she drew the lightning away. Yet the thunderbolt didn't just vanish. It clung to the hammer, crackling and twisting like a whip made of pure electricity. All eyes in the arena widened in astonishment as Hela, holding Mjolnir, strode out without looking back. Thor's love for his hammer was legendary. Ignoring the battered Loki sprawled on the ground, he scrambled to his feet and dashed after Hela, intent on reclaiming Mjolnir. Dio waved cheerfully, then skirted around the arena's mechanisms to activate the protective barrier. This kind of shield was a scaled-down version of the Golden Palace's defense system, but its function was the opposite. While the palace's barrier kept intruders out, this one was designed to prevent anyone inside from running away. It had been installed specifically to stop people fond of using illusion magic. Loki, for instance, from fleeing mid-battle. The Vikings regarded the Asgardians as their gods, and shared many customs with them. For example, retreating in the midst of a fight was almost unheard of. Of course, if the difference in strength was too vast, even a Viking would run. After all, they enjoyed the thrill of battle, but weren't fools rushing to their deaths. Still, this underscored the Asgardians' code in combat. During a duel, no one was expected to flee before the outcome was decided. Originally, the shield was meant only to prevent stray magic from hurting the spectators. But after Loki, the notorious trickster, came along, the barrier was reinforced to its current strength. Loki, resigned to his fate, struggled to his feet and looked wryly at the imposing barrier now in place. "Well then," Dio said, stepping forward as energy gathered in his hand, "let's see what you're really made of. Are you truly worthy of being called the greatest sorcerer in the Nine Realms?" In the void, several energy orbs the size of basketballs began to form. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, these orbs even displayed corona rings, phenomena usually seen only on the surface of the sun. The surrounding temperature visibly warped the air, distorting the space itself and creating an almost surreal bending of reality. Loki, who had just summoned his divine power, was nearly so stunned by the sight before him that his energy dissipated altogether. Good heavens, those are solar corona rings. Their very existence meant that the energy within these orbs was unimaginably vast, completely disproportionate to their actual size. Wait, I surrender." Loki hurriedly wiped the sweat from his brow and raised both hands in a swift gesture of capitulation. "Are you kidding me? If one of those things actually struck him, wouldn't he be obliterated on the spot, reduced to nothing but dust? All this just for a duel? Was it really necessary to go this far? That won't do. Come on, Loki, defend yourself with everything you've got," Dio said with a nonchalant wave of his hand, sending the energy orbs hurtling toward Loki. A torrent of power crashed down on Loki, unleashing a tremendous explosion. Every place but where Dio was standing was devastated in an instant. The spectators froze in shock, then erupted in chaos. None of them had expected Dio to actually go through with the attack. After all, this was Asgard, and Loki was the third son of King Odin. As panic spread and the crowd rushed to activate the protective shield, a blade gleaming with the sheen of obsidian flashed overhead, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Hela's voice rang out. "Are you all blind? Can't you tell what's real and what's not?" Her commanding presence quelled the commotion in an instant. As for Thor, he hadn't lingered. Knowing full well that Dio had once fought Hela, and that he himself couldn't even best Hela, he realized he had no chance against Dio. Besides, he was well aware of his younger brother's abilities. It was obvious this was a one-sided match. Not wanting to embarrass himself, Thor retreated to the Golden Palace as soon as the shield was raised. Inside the protective barrier, as the smoke and dust finally settled, the onlookers caught their first glimpse of the aftermath. The ground was ravaged, streams of black-red magma flowed everywhere, and Dio stood calmly atop the lava. In stark contrast to Dio's ease, Loki looked utterly bewildered. "Is this an illusion?" Loki stared at the searing magma and the space around him, twisted by the heat, unable to believe his eyes. Because this magma, it was real. When Dio's energy orbs descended, Loki had known he couldn't dodge. Resolving to withstand whatever came, he conjured a protective shield as best he could. But after waiting, the expected impact never came. Instead, there was only a deafening roar and a thick cloud of smoke. Soon after, the ground began to glow, and by the time Loki noticed, it had already turned into a churning sea of molten lava. At first, Loki realized it was just an illusion and promptly dispelled his protective barrier, but the moment the ground started to soften beneath his feet, confusion overtook him. He hadn't sensed any surge of energy, yet somehow, the illusion had become reality, and the earth itself had transformed into searing magma. As for why Loki was so certain this was real, the reason was painfully obvious. The ground, now blazing hot, scorched his clothes and sent searing pain shooting through every patch of exposed skin. This power to turn illusion into reality. Loki had only ever read about such feats in ancient texts. Even Frigga, famed as both a valkyrie and a sorceress, had never possessed a reality-warping ability of this magnitude. Steeling himself, Loki reminded himself that a sorcerer must always remain composed, no matter the situation. Even as his clothes began to ignite and his feet sank deeper into the molten earth, Loki summoned his magic to shield himself. At the same time, he launched a counterattack against Dio. There are 3 fundamental elements to magic. You must have heard of the 3 essential criteria required for learning magic and manipulating energy within my empire, Dio said, unfazed by Loki's assault as he strode forward, step by deliberate step. Wherever Dio walked, the semi-liquid ground beneath him gradually solidified, returning to firm earth. Meanwhile, Loki's magical attacks fizzled into harmless flurries of birds and petals, scattering in the air. Loki was left utterly bewildered. He knew that reality-warping magic allowed the caster to manipulate events as they pleased, but what was happening now felt far beyond the bounds of reason. Loki's own talent for magic and energy manipulation was exceptional. Even Odin himself, if he tried to distort Loki's spells, would leave traces that Loki could sense, a subtle discomfort, as though a pressure was building inside him with no outlet. Yet now, Loki couldn't detect the slightest flaw in what was unfolding before him. The first and most crucial element is mental strength, Dio continued, pausing to look directly at Loki. Though there are many branches, its primary role remains the same. One important aspect is resistance to illusions. Hearing this, Loki stopped his attacks and listened. Indeed, mental strength was vital for any mage, not just for resisting illusions, but for memory, thought speed, reasoning ability, multitasking, and overall intellect. At higher levels, it became the foundation for telekinesis, astral projection, psychic intrusion, and even the manifestation of thoughts into reality, all of which depended entirely on the strength of one's mind. Don't say I'm bullying you. The illusion I'm using now is a very standard one, a top-level illusion that a freshly graduated mage can perform. It was cast by the first mage in my legion to graduate from school, and his grades were only average in his class, Dio explained as the surroundings began to change. The smoke and swirling mist faded away. The searing magma and the softened, liquefied ground beneath them gradually vanished as well. Loki realized he hadn't been trapped in molten rock at all. Instead, he was kneeling on the ground, unable to stand, his hands inexplicably pinned behind his back. The clothes that had just been scorched were now restored as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the lingering pain on his skin, Loki would have truly believed that everything he'd just experienced was nothing more than a dream. This is merely the work of a newly graduated apprentice. Such an illusion is indistinguishable from reality, Loki murmured, still kneeling, his gaze unfocused. Although Dio had forced him into this duel, as the self-proclaimed greatest sorcerer in the Nine Realms, Loki's magical prowess was indeed formidable. In all of Asgard, aside from Odin and Frigga, Loki believed no one could surpass him in the mystic arts. This pride had accompanied him ever since he first began studying magic. Yet now, Dio had used nothing more than a graduate's illusion to completely deceive him. Not only his eyes, but even his body. In other words, Loki had been kneeling there the entire time, swaying helplessly, his arms pinned behind his back, unable to cast a single spell. But honestly, haven't you ever trained inside a virtual universe? Dio asked, lifting Loki to face him directly. Snapped out of his daze, Loki stared back in utter confusion. A virtual universe? You actually managed to invent one. Far away in the Golden Palace, a few beads of cold sweat trickled down Odin's brow. The virtual universe was something Dio had replicated using the technology from the Swallowed Star world. The method of entry was simple. Dio had developed a visor-like device. Just put it on, and you could step inside. Within the virtual universe, people could play games and conduct trades of all kinds. You could even feast on delicious meals, and when you returned to reality, the taste would linger on your tongue. Of course, this was nothing more than the brain deceiving the body. No real energy was absorbed, so hunger would still return soon enough. But the virtual universe had far more to offer. Inside, arenas and training grounds had been set up. Magical tomes could be bought to hone one's mind, and even combat skills could be practiced. That said, training in combat only helped the mind become familiar with the moves. If your body wasn't up to the task, you'd still be weak in the real world. After all, this was a pirated version of the virtual universe. Unlike the one in Swallowed Star, which allowed users to comprehend the laws of the cosmos, Dio's version was a pale imitation by comparison. But for magicians, the virtual universe is a true treasure. Leaving aside the magical tomes available for purchase, the training rooms alone offer an effect much like the hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball. The maximum internal to external time ratio can reach an astonishing 100:1. Of course, entry comes at a price. Dio would never allow unlimited, unconditional access. That would be far too costly for him. When the virtual universe was first established, aside from launching it within the Empire, Dio immediately sent out a few accounts with unrestricted access to the training rooms to Odin and the others. After all, Odin was his father-in-law, and he couldn't resist offering a little preferential treatment. Even though Hela was constantly leading troops to battle and spent less time at home than her own Transformers, Dio could still catch up with her in the virtual universe. At first, he couldn't quite figure out why, but as he wandered and explored the virtual universe, he often bumped into Odin and Frigga, and now and then he'd see Hela too. Yet, he had never once encountered Thor or Loki. He understood Hela well. She was a war fanatic. Unless the battle was over, she had no interest in doing anything else. On rare occasions, she'd drop into the virtual universe for a break, usually at the very start or at the closing stages of a campaign. As for Thor and Loki, Odin and Frigga always claimed that the two were under enormous academic pressure and simply didn't have the time. As someone who once belonged to the ranks of Chinese students, Dio knew all too well the crushing weight of schoolwork, so he hadn't questioned it much. But now, things seemed rather suspicious. Dio shook Loki in his hands and asked curiously, "Did you ever receive the items I sent you?" Seeing the bewildered look on Loki's face, Dio instantly understood what was going on. While it seemed Odin was old but still shrewd, Dio had some knowledge of Asgard's educational system. Children started school at 7, and depending on their aptitude and interests, learn a variety of subjects. On average, it took about 20 years of scattered study to barely meet graduation standards. To master the entire curriculum would take around 60 years. Thinking it over, Asgard's academic pressure didn't seem all that intense. Classes were only held 4 days a week. The rest of the time was left to the students, and even then, there were never more than 3 lessons a day. There weren't even any extracurricular cram schools. Even for a genius like Loki, if he aimed to complete every subject and meet graduation requirements, it would still take about 50 years at the very least. But how long had it been since Loki's name had become renowned? From what Dio had learned while chatting with Odin and Frigga in the virtual universe, Loki had a remarkable gift for magic. Where it took the average Asgardian 10 years to just scrape by the graduation minimum in magic, Loki had managed to graduate with top honors in under 5 years. And though it took him a bit more time to study other disciplines, he still graduated 5 years ahead of his peers. In the 3rd year after graduation, Loki began to make a name for himself. If you think about it, though the virtual universe had only been completed and delivered to Asgard half a century ago, at that time, only Thor was still buried in his schoolwork, struggling to make up for failed exams. On closer reflection, it must have been Odin, that old fox who locked his son's device. No, wait, there was Frigga as well. Given Frigga's nature, she theoretically wouldn't have hidden anything, but in reality, she never breathed a word to either of her sons about the virtual universe. Dio cacholitos Loki Isaith. Here's the deal. Fight one more round. Let me see what you're capable of. If I'm satisfied, I'll throw in an unlimited account for you as a bonus. Loki's eyes darted back and forth as he listened to Dio. His mind raced with possibilities. The lure of the virtual universe was real, but he felt it still wasn't quite enough. Dio, for his part, remained unconcerned. Some features of the virtual universe could only be accessed and understood after logging in. Before it officially launched, only a handful of basic functions had ever been revealed. For example, online trading and shopping, fully immersive, sensory gameplay, and the ability to meet with family and friends in real time, even if they were separated by several galaxy clusters, tens of thousands of light years apart. Just those basic features. Everything else required logging in to discover. And the secret of the virtual universe had been tightly kept by Odin and his wife. No matter how sharp Loki's mind was, he couldn't possibly guess what else was hidden inside. His gaze flickered. In the end, Loki couldn't resist the temptation. After all, even these few features would make anyone's eyes light up with envy. All right, I'm in. But there has to be some kind of passing standard, right? Otherwise, whether I succeed or fail is all up to you. And wouldn't that be unfair? Loki flashed his signature grin. Anyone looking at him could tell he was definitely plotting something. Dio responded at once. I can give you a standard. I'll create an illusion right now. There will be 3 layers in total, each with a different requirement for passing. If you clear all 3, you've succeeded. No time limit. Loki's smile faded as he asked. No time limit. Dio's assured reply made Loki's face fall. Just now, Dio's little demonstration had already left Loki unsure what was real and what was not. Now, with a huge illusion and no time limit, didn't that mean he could be trapped inside for 1,000, 10,000 years, never able to get out? No, he had to negotiate the terms further. Just as Loki opened his mouth to speak, he realized the surroundings had completely changed. It had begun already. Before Loki could react, a flash of white light swept before his eyes, and the world around him shifted dramatically. We've captured Loki, delivering him immediately. A stranger's voice echoed out. Loki was momentarily blinded by a harsh, white light, his eyes stinging from its intensity. Instinctively, he tried to rub them, only to realize both his hands were tied behind his back. As his vision gradually returned, Loki found himself inside a building, his wrists still bound. The place bore signs of destruction, walls cracked, debris scattered, as though a fierce battle had broken out here not long ago. All around him were unfamiliar faces, people he didn't recognize at all. What was I just about to do? Loki wondered, his mind scrambling for answers. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his brother, Thor, covered in dust and dirt, with fresh wounds marking his body, as if he too had just emerged from a brutal fight. Thor seemed to be holding on to him, chatting easily with those strangers, as though he knew them all quite well. "Thor, what are you doing here?" Loki blurted out before he could stop himself, still trying to piece things together. He also spotted the person who had just spoken, a man dressed in a form-fitting blue suit, almost like a costume straight out of a play. Not far away, another man with a neatly trimmed goatee was lowering a glowing blue energy cube into a suitcase. The Tesseract. Loki's eyes widened in shock, but before he could finish the word, Thor clamped a gag onto his mouth, silencing him instantly. "Was this plot your idea?" Hela, arms crossed, leaned back against the wall, her gaze fixed on Dio as she questioned him. "As one of Asgard's brightest students, you ought to know about parallel universes," Dio replied, casually draping an arm around Hela's shoulders. Hela nodded. She was familiar with the concept of parallel universes, though her own power wasn't yet sufficient to actually traverse them. Her knowledge was purely theoretical. In Asgard, the only ones who had truly encountered parallel universes were the Guardians stationed at the Bifrost and the two figures seated atop the throne. As a result, for most Asgardians, the idea of parallel universes remained as abstract and distant as it did for ordinary people on 21st century Earth, something found only in books. Even the Asgardian nobility, unless they possessed considerable power, had no real access to such mysteries. "I've touched parallel universes through the power of the Infinity Stones. Or rather, I've met versions of myself from other universes," Dio declared, his tone solemn, spinning a tale with utter seriousness. After all, the events inside the illusion were his own invention, inspired by the American TV series Loki. Hela, as his closest companion, knew perfectly well whether Dio was capable of concocting such a narrative. Artistic inspiration? He had none. Humor and romance? Equally lacking. Fortunately, Hela was a warrior, a shield maiden among Norse Vikings. Not that shield maidens didn't appreciate romance, but they tended to value honesty and straightforwardness more. As someone who prized strength above all, Hela might not dwell on such things, but a woman's intuition is always sharp enough to make any head of a household break out in a cold sweat. Yet, she believed Dio's explanation. After all, they were talking about the Infinity Stones, whose power was as vast as it was unpredictable. Even so, Hela couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Next, Dio recounted everything he knew about the original Thanos. When Hela finished listening, she looked utterly baffled, as if a giant question mark hovered over her head. Is that Thanos an idiot? With the Infinity Stones, couldn't he just create unlimited resources? And what about those so-called superheroes? In that world, how could they not figure out Thanos' motives when they had moles within their own ranks? Thanos might be an extreme idealist, but as long as you give him a good enough reason, he's not above negotiation. Sit him down, have a proper talk, and the resource problem would be solved, wouldn't it? Hela pressed a hand to her chest, as if she were genuinely pained by the absurdity. You know, there really is a universe where Thanos was persuaded to give up his crusade. He disbanded the Black Order and his armies, and became a Ravager, Dio recalled, thinking of a certain universe where Black Panther was Star-Lord. A Ravager? Isn't that just a fancy word for scavenger? Hela looked at Dio with a bemused expression. Ravagers, in the universe at large, were a motley crew, a mix of scavengers, bounty hunters, and pirates. Their chief characteristic was their complete disregard for rules. And from Dio's earlier description, it sounded like the guy who talked. Thanos, out of destroying the universe, must have been a Ravager himself. Only a Ravager would dabble in such small-scale smuggling and trading. Dio cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. In that world, after Loki failed his invasion of Midgard and was taken into custody, an incident involving time travelers caused a timeline anomaly. That allowed him to escape, which in turn drew the attention of the Time Variance Authority, Dio said, nodding toward the Loki inside the magical barrier. The barrier was decent, but it couldn't hold Dio. Back when Loki was still reeling from the effects of Dio's previous illusion, Dio had already slipped out. From then on, it was Dio himself, using illusions to communicate with Loki. And now, in this illusory plot, the story had reached the part where Loki uses the Space Stone to escape, only to be captured by the Time Variance Authority. Dio continued, giving away spoilers for Loki's tale. After the TVA captured Loki, they discovered that, much like a movie villain, his fate was to be the antagonist. Once he learned he was a frost giant, he started down the path of the villain. But now, having strayed from his original script, the TVA decided he needed to be pruned. At this, Hela's brows knit together. With her powers, Hela could tell at a glance that Loki wasn't actually an Asgardian. He was simply using an ancient magic to disguise himself. The technique was familiar. It must have been Odin's handiwork. But why would Loki be cast in such a role? Was he truly born to be a villain? Just then, Dio changed tack. But Loki managed to outwit them and escape. He even found the founder of the TVA, the one known as the Variant. And then, Heikau's curiosity was piqued. After all, the plot inside the illusion was progressing rather slowly. Then, Dio teased, deliberately keeping them in suspense. If you want to know what happens next, you'll have to wait for the next episode. Hela pulled out a sword and stabbed at Dio with all her might. It wasn't her signature night sky sword, though, and couldn't even scratch Dio's skin. She was just venting her frustration for a moment. After a few stabs, she felt better and turned back to watch the unfolding story in the illusion. Dio stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had set this illusion to end the finale of the first Loki movie. Though the TV series had a lot of plot, the actual time covered was short, just a few hours in total. The storyline would probably wrap up by nightfall. After all, they had come here with a mission in mind. Asgard was just a temporary stop on their journey to the Taros Sanctuary and the Celestial Court. If they wasted too much time, wouldn't that make the Jade Emperor lose patience with them? Deciding there was no need to meddle further in the illusion, Dio gave Hela a quick farewell and left. As he was leaving, he heard a wave of astonished exclamations from the audience seats. Without turning around, Dio knew exactly what had happened. Lady Loki, Sylvie, had just made her entrance. And as for why he was so sure, Dio glanced at Thor, who had somehow hidden himself nearby. Thor's eyes were wide with amazement, a flurry of emotions flickering across his face: surprise, delight, fear, and utter bewilderment. Ignoring the rest, Dio made his way back to the Golden Palace to find Odin. At that moment, Odin was sitting stone-faced in a chair, wearing his eye patch. It was obvious he was fully immersed in the virtual universe. Beside him sat Frigga, looking thoroughly exasperated. You honestly hiding away and leaving me to deal with everything? Not a chance. With a flash of magic, Frigga vanished, but not before shooting a fierce glare at Odin, who remained unmoved in his seat. After a while, Dio found Odin's hiding place. Seeing the old rascal had retreated into the virtual universe, Dio pulled out his own eye patch and followed suit. In fact, removing the eye patch forcibly would yank someone out of the virtual universe physically, but it would also scramble the account data within, making it difficult, sometimes impossible, to log in again, and even risking the loss of account information. What kind of information might be lost was anyone's guess. For those who had stored their assets in their virtual accounts, this kind of glitch would be nothing short of catastrophic. That's why most people prefer to use a private, undisturbed room to enter the virtual universe. And Dio was never one to force someone out physically, especially not his own father-in-law. Dio didn't make things difficult for Odin. After waiting a bit and seeing Odin had no intention of coming out, he left. He wandered around Asgard for a while before heading back to the arena, arriving just in time. What's going on? Isn't it over yet? Dio glanced at the scene within the illusion, a hint of confusion on his face. At this moment, inside the illusion, the last remaining person had already perished, and Loki had also been returned to the Time Variance Authority. But this sequence was not something Dio had set up, and he had just withdrawn his spell from the illusion. Hela looked at Dio with surprise when she heard his question. Yes, don't you know? As the one who had personally constructed this illusion, Dio should have been the person most familiar with its details. But I clearly already dispelled the illusion, Dio murmured softly in disbelief. The two exchanged glances, and Hela knew full well that Dio had no reason to joke about such things. Besides, she was certain that in Asgard, absolutely no one would dare to deliberately tamper with anything under Odin's watchful gaze. Yet, despite this, Hela sensed something was amiss. Just then, a surge of dark green, mysterious energy erupted from Loki at the center of the room. Like ripples spreading across a lake, it swept outward, filling the entire space in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, surged through the whole universe. Dio's body went rigid, rooted to the spot. For a moment, he couldn't even move a muscle. At the same time, Loki's once empty, lifeless eyes now glinted with an eerie dark green light. Slowly, he turned his head, his gaze locking directly onto Dio. How interesting. A soul merged with a body, but a different face. Thanos in this world is quite the anomaly, Loki said with a wide grin, his eyes roaming up and down as he studied Dio. Dio was utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Since when did Loki get this strong? That power just now. Wasn't that related to time? Though he'd never held the Time Stone and gained its mastery, the powers of the Power and Mind Stones had granted him enough strength to glean some understanding of the other stones' natures. He couldn't control soul, space, or time, but at least he could sense the laws that govern them. Of course, it was only sensing, nothing more. Still, that alone was enough for Dio to keep his mind unaffected, even when faced with this Loki, using an ability akin to pausing time. He watched as Loki reached into Hela's mind, searching through her memories. In moments, Loki had grasped the whole story. So that's how it is. All of this happened because of you. By the accounts I've seen in other worlds, you're what they call a transmigrator, aren't you? Loki moved in front of Dio, and with a sly smile, watched Dio's eyes track every movement. You really are remarkable. I've seen other transmigrators become Thanos, but you're by far the most unique and the most powerful. Loki, without anyone seeing where it came from, produced a glass of wine and took a sip. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, Dio suddenly felt a subtle disconnect between himself and the world around him. Still propelled by his previous momentum, he took 2 more steps forward before coming to a stop. So you succeeded? You become something akin to one of the 5 great creator gods, a being on the multiversal level. Dio steadied himself, glanced around the space saturated in pale green, and then turned to ask, I'm curious, how did you manage it? Loki flashed his signature sly, wicked smile, but offered no answer to Dio's question. To be honest, I've seen quite a lot of traversers. Some people, for reasons nobody can explain, hop from one numbered universe to another. Every time they appear somewhere new, their powers inexplicably surge, and they always seem to vanish after completing some mission-driven goal, as if they're here on assignments. Then there are those who linger in a single universe, spending their days beating up Thor, and me, for that matter. Loki stepped forward, and, as he finished, a peculiar expression flickered across his face. Judging by your look, I'd say your counterparts in those universes have been on the receiving end of more than a few beatings. Seems like you've had a pretty rough go of it, Dio said, arms akimbo as he looked down at this version of Loki, showing not the slightest hint of caution. Loki shook his head with a small, amiable smile. Not too bad, really. You're the one with the rotten luck. Either you get chopped to pieces, or you end up working for them, barely more than a slave at this point. Hearing this, Dio understood what was truly going on. The people Loki spoke of were, without a doubt, traversers like himself. Just like the protagonists in those Marvel fanfictions he'd read in his previous life. Once they arrived in the Marvel world, they'd take charge of the Avengers, gather followers, win over beautiful women, defeat Thanos, and even challenge the Celestials. They'd trample the living tribunal underfoot and punch the goddess of death in the face. Soon enough, their names would echo across the universe, forging alliances with Odin or the chief gods of various pantheons. It all sounded impressive, but anyone who had read those stories knew the journey was anything but simple. For protagonists powered by ordinary system tropes, at least there was a gradual climb. Step by step, they'd rise in strength until they could face the Thanos of other universes, perhaps even trying to talk that universe's population control director out of his plan to wipe out half of all life. After all, in worlds like Marvel and DC, where cosmic catastrophes are a dime a dozen, every friend you make opens up another path to survival. But some just rush in, annihilate Thanos outright, and then forcibly take over SLD's resources, basking in luxury and collecting an entourage of beauties and supercars. It's as if they've finally thrown off the last shreds of self-restraint. As for those traversers Loki mentioned, the ones who leap from universe to universe, they're similar to the protagonists of all-world traversal novels, completing missions in parallel worlds to strengthen themselves. Much like the realm of the Lord God, this group is not to be trifled with. If they have the main god space as their backing, striking down the underlings could very well draw out the true heavyweights. In fact, once the main god space records the coordinates of this place, it might turn it into a massive mission instance, letting its agents farm experience here. But if it's simply a matter of traversing myriad worlds, then it could be worth trying to befriend them. After all, that would open doors to figures from beyond just the Marvel universe, allowing for all sorts of intriguing exchanges. With this thought in mind, Dio was just about to ask a question when Loki spoke first. These memories are quite different from what I know. Though my sister married out, their relationship has eased a lot. My brother and I had very different childhoods. And the cosmic landscape has changed dramatically. The High Evolutionary is dead, the Kree are nearly wiped out, and apart from 2 or 3 Eternals, the rest have basically rallied behind you. Countless interstellar alliances have sprung up across the universe. In a way, the cosmos is more united than ever. Loki turned to Dio. Honestly, I didn't expect you to pull off something like this. I thought you'd end up following in the footsteps of the other Thanos, pursuing that same mad course. That wouldn't be a problem. If I wanted, I could do what the other me did. But right now, I want to know, why have you come here? Dio finally asked. If his guess was right, this Loki should be the theoretically strongest Loki of them all. Is it because of a multiversal crisis triggered by the death of he who remains? Before crossing over, Dio hadn't seen Loki Season 2 or Ant-Man 3, so he didn't know that the death of He Who Remains would lead all the Kong variants to invade the universe. All he knew was that at the end of Loki Season 1, there was a crisis in the multiversal timeline. It was something bound to affect the development of the entire multiverse. Though truth be told, he'd already thrown this world into utter chaos. He Who Remains? Loki looked at Dio with a puzzled expression and waved his hand. No, it's not just about them. Them. Dio fronith. As for He Who Remains, Kong, Dio, as a casual Marvel fan, didn't know much about him. His first impression came from the Marvel cartoons he'd watched as a kid, where the Conqueror Kong had fought the Avengers. Kang's universe was ravaged by a bizarre disaster, one that could trigger space-time rifts at random anywhere in the universe. Because of an argument with Kong, his wife failed to dodge when one such rift opened and was swallowed by it. Though Kong managed to rescue her, his wife ended up in a state much like the ghost from Ant-Man 2, intangible, flickering between worlds. But unlike the ghost, she was left in a coma, as unresponsive as a plant, never waking again. Kong attacked Earth with the sole purpose of conquering it and enslaving humanity, all in order to find a cure for his wife. Naturally, justice prevailed. Earth's defenders defeated Kong. Although they promised to help him heal his wife, Kong was still imprisoned in the end. That was the only impression Dio had of Kong. Of course, impressions can sometimes become oddly distorted, just like how an AI meant to retouch photos might somehow turn a single blade of grass into a dog. Utterly absurd. Even though Dio possessed formidable mental strength and had developed his mind to an extraordinary degree, some of his memories were still bizarrely jumbled. Multiple Kangs? Dio stroked his chin, and his immediate reaction was to think that this Kong wasn't all that impressive. But on second thought, Kong was actually terrifying. In his previous life, Dio had read analyses of Kong, noting that while Kang's victories against the Avengers were impressive, most of them happened when he traveled back in time, attempting to alter the past to affect the future. By sheer difficulty, Kong was the most troublesome adversary of all. Perhaps Kang's only real advantage was the highly advanced temporal technology at his disposal. After all, in the source material, Kong was depicted as a super scientist from the future. When you looked at it that way, he seemed a bit like a Dr. Doom who couldn't use magic. But, judging from the American TV series, it seemed that the physical abilities of He Who Remains, that version of Kong, weren't particularly strong. Still, it was possible that only special weapons like those used by Loki and Sylvie could actually harm him. And then there was the Council of Kangs in the comics, a gathering of many Kangs. In the final episode of Loki, He Who Remains even mentioned he had encountered many versions of himself, which meant the so-called Council of Kangs must exist as well. A single Kong wasn't too frightening. After all, even a tiger could be overwhelmed by a pack of wolves, and two fists can't fend off four hands. But if an entire group of Kangs were to appear, even the comic book version of Thanos might find himself with a headache. That's right. Now that the timeline is no longer managed as it once was, many Kangs will gradually discover the sacred timeline. When that happens, I'll have to rely on those within the sacred timeline to hold them back. What do you mean? Dio picked up on the hidden meaning in Loki's words. You already know that beneath the Omniverse, there are countless multiverses, Loki began, and Dio nodded in agreement. While a multiverse isn't made up of numerous parallel universes spawned from a single universe, the connections between them are significant. Each multiverse has its own primary universe, and the many parallel universes stemming from these primaries collectively form a multiverse. This is how the multitude of multiverses under the Omniverse came to be. As for your universe, it actually exists as a multiverse separate from the one I belong to, the 616 primary universe. If we think of a single multiverse as a galaxy, then the Omniverse would be the entire universe, and you would be someone from another galaxy altogether. Dio paused for a moment. Although he wasn't sure if Marvel actually used that analogy, he quickly grasped what Loki was trying to say. That's right. Loki nodded, snapping his fingers in confirmation. He Who Remains was once like me. He left his own multiverse and encountered alternate versions of himself from other multiverses, which eventually led to war. But now, my multiverse has come back to life, which means the other Kangs will soon notice it. And that's where the trouble starts. Even though I've revived my multiverse, brought those characters back to their worlds, and even planned to observe and contact those travelers, hoping they'd stay and help me, it still feels woefully inadequate. So, just like He Who Remains, I took the risk of leaving my own multiverse. But the moment I emerged, I stumbled upon a most peculiar universe. Dio immediately understood. Loki was suffering from what could only be called firepower anxiety. The heroes in his own universe weren't enough, so he was searching for reinforcements from elsewhere. Peculiar? You mean because of me? Dio asked. Not just you. The remarkable thing is, this multiverse has no Kangs at all. What in the world? The words had barely left Loki's mouth when Dio let out a booming shout. The force of it startled Loki so much that caught off guard, his skin and muscles began to unravel, blood spraying everywhere as his body was flung backward, crashing into the wall behind him. Dio wore an awkward expression. The growth in his strength had made his body formidable in every way. While he couldn't shatter a boulder with a mere whisper like Black Bolt, if he put his all into it, he could certainly punch a hole through a mountain. Of course, that was only if he went all out. Still, even when he tried to restrain himself, his raised voice had quite literally skinned Loki, a being of the gods. With an embarrassed chuckle, Dio dug Loki out of the wall. Loki didn't move at all. With a blink, he was instantly restored to his previous appearance. Yet, Dio noticed a flicker of energy, a gleaming emerald flow of temporal power. I know this is a lot to take in, but your reaction is a bit much, Loki said, rubbing his face and arms. This body might just be another version of himself from this universe, but it was still his to inhabit. Even though he'd healed quickly, the phantom pain of being torn apart lingered and made it hard for Loki to keep his composure. Sorry about that, but are you telling the truth? Dio placed a hand on the other's shoulder, looking him straight in the eye as he asked. Loki rubbed his still aching face and nodded. That's right. Every universe has its own Kong. Once they start traveling through time, they consolidate the entire multiverse. The Kong from my world is the one we killed. You should know what he did. Dio nodded. Kang's deeds were made crystal clear in the Loki TV series. When I was searching across the omnipotent universe, most of the time I was recruiting talent right under the noses of various Kangs. But when I arrived here, just a single glance told me. This universe is the only one without a Kong. As he spoke, Loki's face took on an expression never seen before. Kong is powerful. With so many different variants, I honestly can't be sure that even the combined might of all the superheroes could handle them. I've seen your life so far. You're hungry for knowledge and technology, tirelessly studying and inventing. TVA has collected the wisdom of countless universes, and if you agree, I can let you access it all. Dio felt his heart stir at the offer, but Dio raised his hands and stepped back. I never agreed to join you. Don't think I don't know who Kong the Conqueror is. No one really knows how. Many variants of himself he's gathered. This isn't something you can fight just by assembling a few people. Personally, I won't get involved. Loki wasn't surprised at all. His expression didn't change as he replied. You could have access to all of Kang's technology and knowledge. You know people too well. Nung. So you want to enter a war that could start at any moment, and you're not planning to take me along? As time resumed, Loki returned to his usual self. But that was hardly good news, since he'd just experienced the most humiliating moment of his life in front of all Asgard. Right now, Loki would have loved nothing more than to punch Dio, but after weighing their strengths, Loki had enough self-awareness to back down. Thus, the illusion ended, and he slipped away invisibly, hurrying back to his own room. Before time had paused, however, Hela had sensed something odd. So after Loki snuck away, she grabbed Dio and took him to her room in Asgard to get some answers. Dio saw no reason to hide anything from Hela, so he told her everything. Which brings us back to the opening statement. Forget it. If your power were a bit greater, I'd definitely take you with me. But right now, you're just not as strong as your counterparts in other universes. Dio's face remained calm as he spoke the words that nearly drove Hela mad. In order to win him over, Loki had even shared memories from some Marvel travelers who'd perished, giving Dio insights into future Marvel storylines. Almost like an episode of Marvel's What If? Like that one where a white-clad Hela falls in love with Wenwu. In terms of sheer power, the white-armored Hela could easily keep Odin in check, but the Helas standing before him now, not to mention Odin, even Frigga at her full strength, might not be able to defeat her. One must remember, in this universe, Frigga was once the queen of the Valkyries, much like her depiction in the God of War games. What did you just say? Any comment on her strength was a forbidden topic for Hela. Perhaps due to Odin's upbringing, Hela took immense pride in her power, yet was also extremely sensitive about it. Dio spread his hands, completely at a loss for words. This was, after all, something Odin had confided to him back in the omnipotent city, leaving Dio speechless. The next day, the news about Loki sent all of Asgard into a jubilant uproar. While Odin and Frigga were just as curious about the happenings within the illusion, their feelings toward the TVA were anything but positive. After all, inside that illusion, Sylvie, Loki's daughter in her variant form, had actually been taken away from Asgard by TVA agents. It was as if the TVA had ground Odin and Asgard's dignity into the dirt. Loki, for his part, was left in an awkward position. After all, he was the protagonist of the story. Yet, amusingly, so was the heroine. Now, with every step he took, Loki could feel the stares of people around him, their faces sporting that knowing, half-smiling look. This is social death. Absolute social death. Loki nearly wept, throwing his head back with a dramatic sigh. There was nothing for it. Loki had no choice but to hide as quickly as possible and, above all, avoid Thor's inevitable teasing. But alas, while Loki could dodge the eyes of many in Asgard, Thor was not among them. Loki! Thor bellowed with laughter, spotting his brother desperately trying to slip away. With a single sweep of his large hand, he caught him easily. Ignoring Loki's flushed, embarrassed face, Thor enthusiastically recounted yesterday's events inside the illusion for all to hear. Watching all this unfold, Dio couldn't help but think. If Thor had been the one put on the spot this time, things would surely have played out in reverse. After all, growing up, Thor had almost always been the one tricked by Loki. Leaving after just one night? When Dio and Hela went to find Odin, he was walking with Frigga's brother. Honored Allfather, we've already imposed for a night. After all, he's a fellow god king, and I cannot break my word, Dio said, bowing his head slightly in respect. Odin's face was expressionless, bothered by the TVA, whose existence he wasn't even sure of. He was in no mood to concern himself with his son-in-law's family. He simply waved them off. Dio bid farewell to both Odin and Frigga, then hurried with Hela towards the Bifrost. I can't be certain where the Tarot Secret Realm is now. I can only send you to where I last saw its entrance, Heimdall said, driving his great sword into the mechanism to activate the Bifrost. That's fine. The entrance to the Tarot Secret Realm should still be there for now. After all, we're invited guests. They wouldn't just let us arrive and be lost in the dark, Dio and Hela replied, unconcerned. Heimdall nodded, twisted the sword hilt, and the whole room began to spin, gathering energy. Soon, a swirling golden passage appeared before them. Dio and Hela bid farewell to Heimdall, and under Hela's guidance, they leaned forward slightly. Dio felt a gentle tug, then transformed into a blur as they plunged into the Rainbow Bridge. With a thunderous crash, a pillar of rainbow-colored light struck the ground, etching several mysterious runes into the earth. As the dust settled, the figures of Dio and Hela gradually emerged. Who would have thought that such a small planet held so many secrets? Hela remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the bamboo forest before them. After receiving a message from the parallel universe Loki, Dio had learned that every mythology on Earth had left behind secret realms, or at the very least, artifacts capable of choosing new divine emissaries. The Egyptian Moon Knight was one such example. There was even an interdimensional portal near Earth's Mount Olympus that led to the true Olympus of Greek myth. And let's not forget the Eternals, those bioengineered beings created by the Celestials, living right here on Earth. It was only after hearing all this that Dio realized how different his own identity as Thanos was between the comics and the movies. In the comics, Thanos was simply an Eternal, with the Eternal Titan meaning only that he was an Eternal born on Titan. But in the movies, the Eternals were little more than synthetic beings created by the Celestials, mere tools to ensure the birth of new Celestials. As for Thanos, he was simply a native of Titan. Titan was both his birthplace and the name of his species. Yet perhaps because, as Loki had said, no Kong variants existed in this universe, here he remained the Eternal Titan, while the Eternals on Earth might be failed offshoots the Celestials created in an attempt to reproduce the excellence of the original Eternals. Dio nodded in agreement at Hela's observation. Soon, as the two of them surveyed the bamboo forest, a familiar face suddenly appeared, emerging from among the stalks. Tai-Bai. Dio immediately recognized this striking beauty disguised as a man. It's been a long time, young friend, Tai-Bai Jinxing said with a hearty laugh, bowing politely to them both. Dio and Hela returned the gesture at once. Straightening up, Tai-Bai Jinxing extended a hand and said, "The Grand Supreme Elder has already prepared a banquet. Please come." "Please," Dio replied instinctively, stepping forward. The three of them walked together into the depths of the bamboo forest. "I thought you'd arrive yesterday, young friend, but the Grand Supreme Elder gave orders to prepare for today. Who would have guessed I'd run into you the moment I stepped out?" Tai-Bai Jinxing chuckled, stroking his beard. With that kindly face, it was hard to imagine that he was none other than the Western Metal Star, Tai-Bai, the very embodiment of martial might and decisive action. "Yesterday, I spent some time playing around with my two brothers-in-law in Asgard, which delayed me a bit. That's why I only arrived today," Dio replied with a matching smile. Tai-Bai's face lit up in understanding, and he nodded. "All right then, let's get moving. The banquet was already prepared when I left. Since this feast is being held by the great celestial venerable himself, we really shouldn't keep him waiting," Tai-Bai Jinxing said, stopping to nod before waving his hand. To their surprise, A portal opened right in the air before them. Tai-Bai Jinxing stepped forward and entered the portal first. Dio and Hela exchanged a glance and followed him in. Inside, they found themselves standing on a bed of white clouds, and not far away loomed a grand and imposing gateway. No words, no talk of intricate carvings or exquisite craftsmanship could do justice to its magnificence. Amidst the drifting clouds, they could just make out 3 characters inscribed above the gate: Southern Heavenly Gate. Hela's eyes went wide, utterly transfixed. This place was nothing like that small room leading to Asgard. Here, the atmosphere was majestic and overwhelming, while Asgard, by comparison, seemed almost quaint and modest. But it's just like Olympus. Both have a massive gate, Hela remarked. Yet even Olympus's gates don't inspire this kind of awe, she added. Dio, however, felt rather indifferent. He had seen the Southern Heavenly Gate depicted in countless movies and TV shows back in his previous life. While those versions were purely the work of modern imagination, the one before him now was strikingly similar in structure. The only real difference, it seemed, was the atmosphere. There was something about this place Dio couldn't quite put into words. Staring at the Southern Heavenly Gate, he felt a mysterious and indescribable sensation wash over him. Tai-Bai, if I remember right, aren't the 4 heavenly kings supposed to guard the Southern Heavenly Gate in the legends? Dio asked, following behind Tai-Bai Jinxing as they walked through the gate. He was genuinely curious about what the 4 heavenly kings of this world might look like. Tai-Bai Jinxing's smile never faded. Today, the heavenly kings aren't on duty at the gate. Instead, you'll find the 4 marshals, Ma Zhao, Wen, and Guan, standing guard. But if I recall correctly, it's the King of Growth's turn to inspect all 4 gates today, Tai-Bai explained. If you want to meet the heavenly kings, there's no rush. Since you're here to train and study under the guidance of the great celestial venerable and the venerable Lord of Virtue, you'll eventually encounter the other immortals as well. Oldait, Dioriplaid, Unconcerned. He was just curious, after all, about what these legendary immortals really looked like. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the Great Celestial Venerable's Hall. The Great Celestial Venerable, also known as the Jade Emperor, or simply the Jade Lord, was revered by the common folk as the Old Heaven. When Christianity first came to China, missionaries even borrowed his title to help explain their own god. And when Dio first laid eyes on the Jade Emperor, he couldn't help but wonder if it was just the effect of being in a superhero universe. Even dressed in the regal robes of an emperor, he radiated an unmistakable aura of power. Beneath the imperial bearing, the Great Celestial Venerable struck Dio as much more like a battle-hardened general than a mere sovereign. And then there was his height. Even Dio had to look up to meet his gaze. Though he appeared stern and rarely smiled, when the grand heavenly sovereign spoke, his voice was gentle and warm. For a while, the hosts and guests all enjoyed themselves immensely. After the meal, a handmaiden escorted Hela to her quarters, but the Jade Emperor requested that Dio remain. The Jade Emperor looked at Dio and said, "Mighty one of the Eternals, I trust you know why we've summoned you to Earth." Dio nodded. Of course he knew. As a member of the Eternals in this universe, he was a life form that had originated from Earth, by nature, a guardian of this world. Even if Dio himself was not born on Earth. Once Dio had displayed his extraordinary potential and strength, the gods of Earth recognized in him a potential ally, someone who could help them unite against the Celestials. Especially after learning that a celestial hatchling slumbered deep within Earth's core, the urgency among the gods grew palpable, setting their minds to action. Among all the Earth's pantheons, only the Eastern Huaxia gods possessed the skill and experience to properly train the next generation. After much deliberation, it was decided the Huaxia gods would take Dio under their wing and help him grow stronger. The Celestials are overbearing and incredibly powerful, the Jade Emperor said, pacing slowly with his hands clasped behind his back. Even if their goal of maintaining peace is painted on a cosmic scale for the living beings of the universe, it's a terrifying disaster. In ages past, each pantheon fought its own battles. Even when the Celestials first came to Earth, we acted no differently. It wasn't until every pantheon suffered losses at the hands of the Celestials that Odin decided to test the waters first. Who could have imagined? Even when the mightiest gods joined forces, they were still no match for the Celestials. The Jade Emperor's tone grew solemn. That was when we realized we need allies. The reason our combined strength failed was simply because we were too few. If we could nurture or find more strong companions to join our cause, then perhaps the Celestials would not be so invincible after all. And so, we spent more than 100,000 years searching for allies, but found none, until you appeared. I tell you all this to make it clear. Our purpose in training you is not to have you charge headlong into battle with the Celestials. Though rivalries and suspicions persist, among the gods, we all understand that a single god alone cannot stand against the Celestials. The Jade Emperor gazed down into Dio's eyes, his look unwavering and earnest. Something occurred to Dio, and he asked in surprise, "So, the rumors across the cosmos, the stories of a divine gathering where the gods allow dimensional invasions and uprisings among their own, yet never send a great army to quell them. Is that place Earth? What's the purpose? Is it to temper your warriors?" The Jade Emperor did not deny it. To cultivate a powerful warrior from nothing is an immensely difficult process. It's hard to mold real combat strength. But, much like how Asgard collects heroic spirits, we too gather famous mortals and mighty generals under our banner, hoping that they might become pillars of support for us in the future. After a moment of silence, the Jade Emperor finally broke the quiet to explain. For example, the Leaf family, who aided King Wu of Zhou in overthrowing the Shang dynasty. Because of their great merit, their entire clan was deified. Erlang of Guankou, who conquered the floods and brought blessings to generations, whose deeds were immeasurable. He too was made a god. Across the dynasties, renowned ministers and generals, those whose wisdom and courage were unmatched and who excelled both in intellect and might. They too could attain godhood. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it sound a bit like we're grabbing at whatever help we can get? The Jade Emperor let out a self-deprecating chuckle as he finished. Dio was left unsure of what to say. To his surprise, he could hear a faint trace of sorrow in the Jade Emperor's words. Yet, perhaps it was precisely because of this that the gods had recommended him to come here for training and cultivation. When Dio first joined the family of Earth's gods, the others hoped to nurture his strength so he could quickly rise to the rank of Heavenly Father, and thus give Earth's deities greater influence in the City of Omnipotence. And those people the Jade Emperor had mentioned, who had been deified, most had become some of the top combatants among the gods within the span of 1,000 years. Even across the whole universe, their power was truly first class. Take, for example, the heroes raised by Athena in Greece. Almost every one of them bore Zeus's bloodline, chosen with the highest selectivity, and except for a rare few, most were never qualified to join the ranks of the gods. Even among Asgard's ranks of heroic warriors, most were little more than cannon fodder. As for other pantheons, they either shared Greece's extreme selectivity or failed to produce warriors of sufficient strength. In comparison, the task of nurturing new strength seemed to fall to the Chinese gods. All right, the welcoming banquet is over. Take some time to rest and get familiar with your surroundings. Tomorrow, we'll arrange for you to visit the palace of Doshuai and meet the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. After another brief silence, as if lost in reflection, the Jade Emperor waved his hand and ordered the celestial guards to escort Dio away. Arriving at his lodgings, Dio felt as if he'd returned to his old home from a previous life. The house was just like the one in his rural hometown, a single-story building of gray brick and red tiles, with a small courtyard enclosed outside. Hela, embracing local customs, had already changed into a long Taoist robe, gazing idly at her reflection in the mirror. When she saw Dio arrive, she called out, "The clothes here are so comfortable. You have to try them on." Dio smiled and slipped in the robe he'd prepared, though his hair was so short that he looked a little odd in it. Still, he had to admit, the clothes were truly comfortable. "Looks like it fits you well." At that moment, a voice drifted in from the doorway. Dio and Hela both turned toward the source of the voice. They saw a child, looking to be around 10 years old, standing before them with arms folded across his chest, an expression of wild defiance on his face. As D.E. and his companion turned their heads, the child jerked his thumb toward the door behind him and said, "The door was open, so I just walked right in. You don't mind, do you?" With those words, his adorable face twisted into a terrifying, sinister grin. He looked no older than 10, his cheeks still round with baby fat and a vermilion mark on his forehead. Despite his almost androgynous, cherubic features, his gaze radiated untamed arrogance, and a menacing aura seemed to swirl about him. That smile on his face sent a chill straight to the heart. This was no ordinary child. It was Neza, infamous as the most rebellious son of heaven, the one who defied the celestial court and faked his own death to escape the pagoda. Ahem. No, to be precise, it was Neza. "So it's you, then?" Neza sized up D.E. from head to toe. "Not bad looking, but let's see if you're all show and no substance." No sooner had he spoken than Neza's hands flashed his waist. In an instant, fiery wheels appeared beneath his feet, and in his hands materialized a gleaming steel hoop and a sharp blade. Before D.E. could react, Neza pressed down with his feet, ready to launch himself forward. But just as Neza sprang up, a hand appeared out of nowhere and held him back. Third Prince, this guest is here by imperial invitation. Please, let's not be discourteous. The newcomer was clad in golden armor, a golden whip hanging at his waist. On his forehead was a vertical eye, and his wild red hair bristled in fury. His eyes blazed with righteous anger. I am Wang Shan, a spirit official serving at His Majesty's side. This is the Li family's third prince, Marshal of the Central Altar, Neza. This was none other than Wang Lingguan, the foremost among the 500 spirit officials, honored as the Grand Celestial Inspector and the thunder deity of supreme transformation. I beg your pardon, honored guest. Wang Lingguan clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. The third prince's temperament is a little unruly. Please forgive any offense on his part. Allow me to apologize. No need, no need. I've heard tales of the third prince myself. No apology necessary. He replied hastily, not daring to accept such respect, and quickly stepped aside. This world was no longer the Marvel universe he had known. In the comics he'd read in his previous life, the Chinese deities in Marvel were either pitifully weak or mere background figures. Who knew how powerful these divine beings truly were now? Besides, he'd never seen this Wang Lingguan anywhere in the Marvel comics he remembered. Brother Wang, I was just weighing his abilities. It hardly counts as an offense, does it? Neza shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Hela, meanwhile, stood with hands on her hips and head cocked, eyeing Neza. So your name is Neza. At last I know who it was the Eternals defeated. Huh. This time, he was genuinely bewildered. What was going on? Since when did Neza have anything to do with the Eternals? Neza shot Hela a disdainful glance and scoffed. And you think you're so tough? If you've got the guts, go take on the Eternals yourself. With that, Neza's expression grew even more disdainful. He crossed his arms over his chest and strode out. Enough, enough, this is getting dull. Brother Wang, I'm off. When you finish your shift, remember to come by my place for a drink. Hela paid no mind to Neza's scorn. She simply turned her head away, falling silent. Wang Lingguan cupped his hands toward Neza in farewell, signaling that they'd meet again later. Sir, His Majesty asked me to pass on a word of advice. Once Neza had disappeared from sight, Wang Lingguan turned back to Dio and Hela, his expression serious. Cultivation may not strictly forbid desire, but please do not indulge too often. Excess is harmful to your progress. I've delivered the message. I still have duties to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Wang Lingguan offered a brief salute and walked off without looking back. Dio wasn't surprised by the Jade Emperor's reminder. In China, the Taoist path of cultivation emphasizes the harmony of mind and body, and perfecting both is essential. At the initial stage, strict self-control and discipline over one's desires are required. These cultivation methods had already spread throughout the universe. Dio himself had practiced them for a time, and could say he'd achieved a certain level of accomplishment. Yet, despite their reputation, these techniques had never truly caught on across the cosmos. The reason was simple. The entry barrier was just too high. Even if someone managed to barely get started, true mastery was almost impossible. Besides, most of those who needed to cultivate were the universe's outlaws and desperados, people with nothing to lose, seeking freedom to act as they pleased. They couldn't afford advanced tech, but ancient tomes on magic and cultivation were everywhere, practically littering the streets. Of course, they weren't quite as common as toilet paper, but with a bit of spare change for drinks and food, you could easily buy a complete set. And yet, even so, Chinese cultivation methods were widely despised in the universe. There was no real reason, just that they were so damned hard to learn. An alien could master basic magic in a few months, but even after half a lifetime, someone studying the Chinese arts might never even touch the threshold. Even the great interstellar nations and alliances, knowing that Chinese cultivation could extend life without side effects, still preferred high-tech solutions, simply because the path was too arduous. And once you started, real progress required years of steady, painstaking effort. Without at least a decade or two of dedication, any hope of achievement was a fantasy. So, most people read about Chinese cultivation, then set the books aside to gather dust. Dio and Hela weren't bothered by Wang Lingguan's words. Their relationship wasn't built on physical desire, after all. While they kept each other company often enough, they understood moderation, especially since Dio had already made significant progress in duel cultivation. Without self-control, he'd never have gotten this far. By the way, what was it you said about Neza and some kind of heavenly team just now? Dio suddenly recalled Hela's earlier remark and couldn't help but ask. Curiosity piqued. Hela waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing much. The Celestials have visited Earth more than once, and they've clashed with the gods several times. On one occasion, The Celestials provoked a member of the Chinese pantheon after just a few words. I was far away at the time, so all I saw was a flash of fire as that Chinese god fought one of the Celestials. That god even transformed into a giant, nearly the same size as the Celestial. I didn't see what happened after that, but according to Odin, the Celestial actually bled, something almost unheard of, and even had its armor sliced open. As for the Chinese god, all anyone knows is that it was someone named Neza, a real powerhouse, but who it is now I have no idea. I just never expected that such a formidable figure would turn out to be a child, Hela added, her tone shifting into surprise. But if anyone was even more astonished, it was Dio. The Celestials, everyone knows what they are. They're the legendary, rebellious children who once stabbed the original firmament of the Marvel multiverse in the back. Their power ranges from Skyfather level to full multiversal scale, and some of them could even rival the living tribunal itself. They're notorious troublemakers in the Marvel universe, through and through. Dio had been unlucky enough to watch Eternals, that absolute train wreck of a movie. In the cinematic universe, Celestials are massive cosmic beings born from living planets. Their ability to create stars and life itself shows just how impossibly strong they are. There's no way Dio could stand a chance against them right now. Yet Neza, ages ago, managed to go toe-to-toe with one of the Celestials, maybe even the weakest one, and actually survived. Judging by the fact that not only did Neza make it through, but the entire Chinese pantheon seems to have suffered little loss. Their underlying strength and heritage are leagues beyond anything Dio could afford to offend. Not that Dio ever had any intention of making enemies out of them. Just thinking about it left Dio clicking his tongue in disbelief. It really does seem like fate is handing me an opportunity, he murmured to himself. Off to the side, Hela noticed the strange expression flicker across Dio's face, and couldn't help but give him a curious look. In the days that followed, Dio and Hela began a period of training together, with no set end in sight. But truth be told, it was Dio who had the hardest time. As an Asgardian, Hela had her own unique training methods. She didn't need to train as relentlessly as Dio did. Though she'd reached a bottleneck in her power, the peculiar traits of the Asgardian gods had her stuck at that threshold. The Asgardians are arguably the most extraordinary race in the universe. Their people possess a trait that strikes fear into the hearts of all. The older they get, the stronger they become. But the reality is a bit more nuanced. The strength of an Asgardian steadily increases as they age. At first glance, those two statements might sound the same, but there's a world of difference in their meaning. If Asgardians only became strong once they were old, wouldn't that mean they'd be as weak as a pile of jelly before reaching middle age? Therefore, the strength of an Asgardian is actually proportional to their age, and because each individual's potential differs, the ceiling for each is also different. Take Thor in the movies, for example. After several awakenings, he has essentially broken through any bottlenecks. What remains now is simply to let time temper him, allowing him to grow ever stronger. Even though Thor's performance in Thor, Love and Thunder was a bit lackluster, his power has indeed touched the threshold of an Allfather. Now, as for Hela in the series, it's likely that Odin was defeated due to the demands of the plot. But if she truly beat him, her breakthrough would be similar to Thor's first awakening when he arrived on Earth in the films. More likely, though, is that Hela, being older than Thor, had accumulated enough over time so that upon awakening, she instantly rose to the level of an All-Father, thus utterly overpowering Odin. Put side by side, Hela's potential is in no way inferior to Thor's, and right now, she's simply stuck at that threshold. As expected, the power of the mind truly is the ultimate cheat. Dio wanted to bury his face in his hands. Suddenly, a ruler smacked Dio on the face, snapping him out of his tangled thoughts. Calm your mind and focus your spirit, intoned an elderly man in simple Taoist robes, seated cross-legged on a meditation cushion. With a wave of his hand, the ruler that had just struck Dio's head flew neatly back into the old man's grasp. Even though Dio had already transformed himself, becoming the strongest even among the eternal Celestials, his physiology remained largely human. With some power held in reserve, Dio could, in theory, practice all kinds of cultivation systems. In fact, it was even easier for him to get started. Taking a deep breath, Dio settled once again into meditation. Dual cultivation of body and spirit might sound simple, but in truth, it is a daunting challenge. To perfect both is to keep soul and body advancing together, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation side by side. But to truly achieve this is incredibly difficult. There's the strange creak of bones, the soreness of muscles stretched to their limits, the pain that lances through your ribs, and the sheer willpower required to grit your teeth and push through. The monotony of deep meditation can even make one nostalgic for the hardships of physical training. Given Dio's unique constitution, the Grand Elder had personally crafted a special artifact for Dio's physical training. Legend has it was forged from several black holes, able to freely adjust the gravity around his body, letting Dio relive the joys of those first, grueling workouts after he crossed over to this world. Now he endures 900 billion times Earth's gravity just walking or meditating, up from the initial 300 million times during training. His growth has been nothing short of astonishing. Of course, if Dio had control over the artifact himself, he would be even more grateful. Within a certain residence in Heaven's Court, how powerful do you really think these so-called Eternals are? Even the Jade Emperor and Lousy are getting involved, but honestly, I don't see what's so special about them, Neza remarked as he sat with the others, savoring the delicious food. A man clad in ornate official robes, with a square face, broad mouth, and eyes open wide in a mock glare, chuckled and said, "Third Prince, you've never been the jealous type. What's gotten into you today, acting like this? It doesn't seem like you at all." "Exactly. Everyone knows that here in the Celestial Court, your prowess in subduing demons and monsters is second to none. Even we star officials can't compare. And yet today you're coming to us with gifts and questions. Now that's something I never thought I'd see," chimed in a woman, also bedecked in splendid robes, though her tone carried a hint of teasing irony. Neza opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss. In his early days in the Celestial Court, he had been quite brash and headstrong, until he was taken down a peg and became more restrained. Still, he always considered himself on par with the gods, and looked down on the star officials. But today, he truly needed something from them. I admit I was in the wrong before. Today I'm here to make amends, and incidentally, to chat about that newcomer cultivating in the Celestial Court, Neza said stiffly, raising his cup. It was his first time humbling himself like this, and the awkwardness showed in his manner. The star officials exchanged glances. One of them, appearing elderly with white hair and beard but wearing a cheerful expression, spoke up. Since the marshal himself is willing to lower his stature, how could we possibly refuse you? After all, we're colleagues. No point holding grudges overnight." With that, he lifted his cup, signaling the others with his eyes. The rest followed suit, raising their cups in a toast to Neza from across the table. Neza saw nothing amiss and downed his wine in one go. "Thank you all for your generosity. You've been part of the Celestial Court since its founding, so you must know far more than I do about what's really going on. Could you help clear up my confusion?" Neza asked with a smile. "Of course," said the square-faced, broad-mouthed official as he set down his cup. "The Eternals were originally created by the ancient assembly of gods." Within moments, the official had recounted the history and relationships between the assembly of gods, the Eternals, and the Earth gods. Neza paused to consider, then nodded. "If that's the case, then perhaps they truly are worthy allies." No, that's not quite right," the official replied, shaking his head. "If there's any alliance to be made, it would have to be through the Jade Emperor. We're just star officials. It's our job to follow orders from above." Neza nodded, his doubts resolved. He ate and drank with the star officials, and for a while, everyone enjoyed themselves in perfect harmony. "Thank you, Elder Jimujiao. Let's gather again when we have the chance," Neza said as the banquet drew to a close, addressing the first official who had spoken. "Consider it done," Jimujiao replied with a nod, saluting before leading the other star officials away. Although Neza had resolved his doubts, he couldn't suppress the curiosity of youth. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would come to watch the spectacle of Dio's cultivation. After all, even though the entirely family had been enshrined as deities, they still needed to cultivate themselves to temper their vitality and magical power, and only then had they achieved what they had today. Don't even mention the so-called merits they'd been credited with. Heaven was never short of merit. Whether it was monsters from Earth or alien invaders from beyond, all of them were walking opportunities for merit. If they had just rested on their laurels, relying on old achievements, they would have been pushed aside long ago. The title of Marshal of the Central Altar and the office of Lady of the Heavens weren't simply handed to them. Neza had fought for every bit of it, blade by blade, spear by spear. Watching Dio's cultivation was, in a way, a form of vicarious satisfaction. After all, back when he himself was reborn in a lotus body, he'd suffered plenty of hardships at the beginning of his own training. To walk the path of cultivation without nurturing one's destiny, that's the first flaw of practice. To cultivate destiny but neglect one's nature, no. Matter how many tribulations one endures, the soul will never reach true sanctity, the Elder Lord intoned, shaking his head as he spoke to Dio. Some say that cultivation is nothing more than refining one's character, tempering the will, strengthening the soul, and honing magical power. They all forget the second half of the lesson. Without the body, where could the soul find its home? With a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips, the Elder Lord looked at Dio, whose legs were now trembling uncontrollably, and continued in a calm voice. At this point, the magical treasure was already operating at full force. In other words, this artifact was now exerting a gravity even greater than it had possessed as a black hole. No, once forged into a treasure, this black hole could unleash a gravity even stronger than before. Its central force pressed evenly upon every inch of Dio's body. And at this moment, he had managed to awaken power surpassing anything he'd ever felt. In fact, he was close to exhausting the very limits of his genetic potential. In truth, tempering the soul, the will, and magical power can be done anywhere. The bustle of mortal life is a prime time for cultivation. It's also a way to refine one's nature. Cultivating the power of destiny means hardening the muscles and bones, enduring monotony and pain, but this too is a way to temper one's inner nature. Boy, hold fast. Right now is the perfect opportunity for your cultivation. As soon as the Elder Lord's words fell, the power of the artifact surged. Dio felt the gravity push him right to the edge of what he could bear. He clenched his bloodied teeth, chewing a few of the newly grown ones he'd just shattered, and spat them out fiercely. Yet, this blow, powerful enough to pierce a star, could not leave a mark on anything in this place. "Looks like you've endured," the Elder Lord said, holding his horsetail whisk, smiling at the grimacing Dio before him. With a flick of his whisk, the overwhelming gravity binding Dio instantly vanished, and in its place came a ravenous hunger in his body as he began to absorb energy with desperate thirst. All these years, we've all witnessed your growth firsthand, but simply honing your life force without any protective techniques is not the right path. You've been silent for a while now. Surely you've decided what you want to learn, haven't you? The Elder Lord stroked his beard and smiled. Dio remained silent, too exhausted to speak for the moment. Still, the Elder Lord was right. He did have a clear idea of the skills he wanted to learn. I want to study magic, the arts of transformation, the methods of creating clones, and, after all, he was here on a mission to cultivate. Theoretically, he could ask to learn anything, and they would teach him. So once he regained his strength, Dio couldn't wait to speak up. Practicing magic is only the most basic way to tap into the laws of the universe. In your spare time, you've surely read books about talismans, right? You should know what talismans are for. If you can grasp the deeper mysteries, then ordinary spells become trivial, interrupted the Elder Lord. However, the art of transformation is a different story. Most of those who have ascended to godhood in the celestial court through their achievements excel in transformation. Technique. Here's what you'll do. If you want to learn transformation, seek out the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's family in Erlangshen. They are among the very best in this art. As for the art of creating clones, there are actually few in the celestial court who specialize in this, but I do have a method I can give you. You'll have to study it on your own. In addition, I'll gift you another technique. Strictly speaking, it's called a spell, but it's also a path of cultivation. With that, he flicked his whisk, and a stream of spiritual light shot into Dio's mind. It was a profound method of cultivation, one that was later incorporated into the Buddhist tradition. This technique allowed a practitioner to embody their understanding of the Tao and the law, transforming their body into various forms and appearances. Typically, these forms manifest as beings with 3 heads and 6 arms, or sometimes 3 heads and 8 arms. Usually, the transformed avatar takes on a fearsome visage, a face like a wrathful demon with glaring eyes, a body like a mighty warrior with indigo skin, crimson hair, a gaping mouth, and protruding fangs. The figure is adorned with garments strung with what looks like human bones, and there's a skull-like ornament on the forehead. Once this avatar is activated, it greatly enhances one's combat abilities. After all, its unique nature allows the merging of spirit and flesh, shielding the practitioner from most magical attacks, and pushing their physical strength to the very limit. Those who have ascended through merit especially favor this kind of spell, for it can not only terrify enemies with its dreadful appearance, but also overwhelm them with formidable power. Back in the day, when Neza managed to survive an encounter with the Celestial Task Force, it was not just his lotus root body that saved him. His formidable avatar played a crucial role as well. After reading the introduction to this avatar technique in his mind, Dio couldn't help but feel speechless. How did this world, which was supposed to be like a Marvel comic, end up like this? If this setting were actually written into a novel, it would probably be the last desperate struggle of a writer doomed to obscurity. If this setup really made it into an American comic, chances are Western audiences would be cursing up a storm. Fortunately, I'm not the protagonist of some flop of a web novel, Dio thought to himself, nodding as if he understood everything. He turned to the Elder Lord and said, "Thank you, Supreme Lord, for for bestowing this technique. With your permission, I'll take my leave to cultivate. The Elder Lord did not reply. He simply sat upon his meditation cushion, eyes on the alchemy furnace before him, and gently waved his horsetail whisk. Dio gave a courteous bow, then silently exited the palace of Doshuai. Once outside the great hall, Dio immediately made his way toward the courtyard the heavenly court had prepared for him. From the very first day of his cultivation, he hadn't set foot back here. He truly was here for advanced study. And even though all those cultivation novels he'd read in his past life emphasized the balance of work and rest, for him, there'd been no rest at all. Now, with rare leisure, Dio strolled at a relaxed pace, taking the opportunity to admire the beautiful scenery of the heavenly court once more. Before he knew it, he'd arrived back at his courtyard. Cultivation was beyond the bounds of time, and he wondered how Hela was doing now. But before he could even reach the gate, he saw a child riding a cloud toward him. It was none other than Neza. Third Prince, Dio greeted him, curious as to what brought him here. Thanos, right? Congratulations on finishing your studies, Neza said cheerfully. To celebrate, I've prepared some food. How about a little feast together? As he spoke, Neza patted the storage pouch at his waist. Dio thought for a moment and agreed. After all, by tomorrow, he'd have to ask Neza and the others to teach him the art of transformation. No harm in getting acquainted beforehand. No sooner had Dio agreed than Neza eagerly pushed open the door Dio had just unlocked. But as he stepped inside, Neza slowed, moving with uncharacteristic quiet and care. The scene inside also gave Dio pause. Hela, now dressed in clothes-fitting attire, stood facing the doorway, her expression clearly visible to Dio. Her new outfit gave her a different air. If before she was simply a Viking shield maiden, now she radiated the spirit of an Eastern heroine, valiant and undaunted. At that moment, Hela stared blankly at the courtyard's lone tree, her eyes empty and unfocused. Brother Thanos, that was a bit inconsiderate, came a child's voice in Dio's ear. Before Dio could make sense of it, the voice continued. My bad, my bad. I forgot you haven't learned any spells yet. But never mind. Let's just tiptoe out and close the door behind us. With that, Neza slowly backed out, gently pushing Dio along, then closed the door behind them. After all this, Neza let out a sigh of relief. Hands on his hips, he turned to Dio and said, Not cool, man. We nearly ruined her moment. Only then did Dio realize that Neza must have used some kind of secret voice transmission technique to speak to him. But Neza's words left Dio momentarily confused. What just happened? What was wrong with Hela just now? Dio's mind was still spinning, unable to grasp the situation. Neza glanced over Dio, and, realizing that Dio truly didn't understand, crossed his arms and said, You really don't know? Dio shook his head. Unlike us, the Chinese gods, most other pantheons base their lineage on bloodlines, creating new gods and maintaining their rule through ancestry. So, the only path to greater power for them is to temper the strength within their blood, to awaken the forces hidden in their lineage, and thus grow stronger, even surpassing those who came before. Your wife is Asgard's goddess of death, though that title was given to her by her soldiers on the battlefield, and her divine power grew ever more fierce and destructive because of Va. Plus, Asgardians are fond of prophecy, an unreliable way to interpret fate, so they prefer to search deep within their souls for the true power their destiny supposedly grants them. Your wife's power is great, but she's like a blade that's too rigid, likely to snap. If she can't understand her own nature, she'll never truly grow stronger. Just now, she entered a state of sudden enlightenment. If she succeeds, she'll break through to a higher level. In moments like that, it's absolutely vital not to disturb her. Disrupting someone's training is as grave as killing their parents. If she's interrupted, who knows when she'll reach this state again, or if it will be as effective next time. With that, Neza gave Dio a meaningful look, letting him ponder the implications. How long does this kind of enlightenment usually last? Dio asked. After all, he couldn't just camp out here forever, could he? It depends, but most breakthroughs last more than a day, so it looks like you won't be going home tonight, Neza replied, unable to hide a touch of mischievous glee. Well, how about it? Come to my place. We'll have a feast tonight, and tomorrow we start training. Seeing Neza's gleeful expression, Dio could only agree with resignation. He certainly couldn't go back to Dashwai Palace and keep freeloading in the old lord's rooms. After all, Neza's residence was grand and stately. Even the gate alone looked imposing at first glance. But perhaps because most of these celestial mansions were built to a similar style, aside from a few personal touches, Dio didn't find it all that awe-inspiring. Not bad, right? I asked the Jade Emperor for this place when I was promoted to Marshal of the Central Altar. Before that, I lived with my father, Neza said, gesturing with his thumb toward the opposite side. Indeed, Li Jing's Heavenly King's Hall stood right across from Neza's marshal's mansion. Come on, let's go in for a drink. Jinjuan gave me some game from his last hunt, and I haven't had a chance to cook it yet. Let's enjoy it together. Once inside, Neza ordered his attendants to prepare the meal. The culinary culture across the entire universe is, in truth, far from a perfect harmony of color, aroma, and flavor. If it were Dio's initial culinary plans would never have worked so well. Nutrition and energy were always more than sufficient, but as for the appearance and aroma of the food, let's be honest, just having something to eat was already a blessing. Yet, with his own efforts, Dio single-handedly stirred up a culinary revolution throughout the universe. Even so, Dio couldn't help but feel a sense of discomfort. In his previous life, though not a nationalist, he had always held a deep, passionate love for his own country and culture. Now, finding himself in a world that resembled an American comic universe, where pure Chinese culture did not truly exist, left him feeling unsettled. But after arriving here, he couldn't help but harbor a sliver of hope. And now, seeing Chinese cuisine before him once more, Dio was suddenly moved to the verge of tears. What's the matter? If I remember right, you started out running a restaurant yourself. I even had someone buy your food once. It wasn't much different from ours. Feeling homesick? Neza raised an eyebrow teasingly. No, Dio replied, rubbing his eyes and brushing away imaginary tears. Go on, have a taste. This is heavenly court cooking. The ingredients may be rare, but some of the techniques were inspired by you. Neza didn't press further, instead urging Dio to try the food. Dio took a bite, and his eyes lit up. The flavor was incredible, the cooking time just right. The outside was crisp, the inside tender, and the marinade had fully penetrated the meat, releasing a tantalizing aroma when grilled and stir-fried. Dio found himself at a loss for words, much like the first time he tasted his own signature dish. Back then, he had repeatedly run experiments just to see if his skills had slipped, setting up control groups to compare. With the very first bite, Dio realized that even after traversing worlds, his culinary skills remained intact. In fact, they might have even improved. After eating so well for so long, his palate had grown discerning. And yet, the dish before him, crafted by the heavenly court, made him feel as though he were tasting true delicacy for the first time, utterly fresh and new. It's delicious, right? If you like it, have some more. Erlang Shan guards Shu, often hunting demons and monsters in the forest. From time to time, he squirrels away some of his catch. Whenever I go down to the mortal realm to subdue demons, I stop by his place to borrow a bit. Over time, whenever he has a good haul, he sends some my way. Neza pointed to the meat on the plate and continued. Don't be fooled by the fact that this is the flesh of mountain spirits and monsters. The quality is excellent. With a little care, it's perfectly edible. But the meat of man-eating demons is always gamey and unpleasant. No matter what you do, it's impossible to swallow. Dio was taken aback. Are you saying this meat comes from earthly demons? No. Neza waved a hand dismissively. When we talk about demons, we generally mean those that harm and prey upon humans. Spirits, on the other hand, are creatures that practice cultivation in the mountains. If a spirit ever chooses to harm humans but doesn't eat them, we'll subdue it and, well, sample its flavor. These meats are actually those malevolent spirits in disguise. If it were demons, the stench would be unbearable, let alone eating it. Even catching a whiff would make you sick. Diao nodded in sudden realization. That's why I said these ingredients are precious. Neza broke into a smile. The food was delicious, and the two of them feasted heartily, downing food and wine with gusto before finally stopping. Rubbing his belly, Neza sprawled out in his chair, completely unconcerned about his appearance. Diao, for the first time in ages, felt the pleasant ache of overeating. Ever since his genetic enhancement, he'd been nourishing himself by absorbing external energy, never really experiencing hunger. Glancing at Neza, Diao noticed that he'd curled up in his chair and drifted off to sleep. Well, isn't there a saying that a full stomach leads to mischievous thoughts? Why don't you just fall asleep after eating his fill? Shaking his head in resignation, Diao called for the attendants to get Neza properly settled. Since he wasn't sleepy himself, he found a quiet spot to meditate and practice his inner cultivation. The next morning, before Neza was even up, there came a knock at the main gate. The attendants went to greet the visitor and soon ushered him inside. Erlang Shun, Diao, was surprised when the attendants announced the guest's identity. Standing before him was a tall, powerfully built young man with a stern face. What surprised Diao even more was that Zhao Yu was exactly the same height as himself. Could it be that all the gods of heaven were giants? No, that couldn't be. The Elder Lord and the Great White Venus were both the size of ordinary old men. Just call me Zhao Yu, Zhao Yu said, his expression unchanging. Neza is unreliable. He was supposed to guide you in cultivation, but instead he's gotten lost in pleasure. Zhao Yu shook his head, then turned to Dao, his tone calm. Come with me. I'll teach you the arts of magic. If you have any questions, just ask. Dao knew the name Zhao Yu. It was during the late Northern Song dynasty that this became the name of Erlang Shun, and because of it, Erlang Shun was later honored with the title True Lord of Clear Source and Wondrous Way. Nodding, Dao couldn't shake the feeling that there was something odd about this Erlang Shun standing before him. There's no need to be puzzled. After becoming a deity, one's form can be freely altered. What you see now is the same size as the statues in the Erlang Temple. Zhao Yu spoke without turning around, startling Dao. Could he read minds? That shouldn't be possible after the empowerment of a Mind Stone and his own meditative discipline, unless he deliberately opened his mind, who could read his thoughts. Surprised how I knew? It's simple. I have a treasure that enhances my spiritual abilities. Combined with a technique we cultivate to understand the wishes of our believers, I can perceive some simple thoughts. Even some of the god kings from other pantheons can do so. Zhao Yu glanced back at Dao, explaining. But your mind is strong. I only caught a fleeting sense of your confusion. Besides, gods from other pantheons are always curious about our forms, so I answered your unspoken question. Zhao Yu's reply made Dao suddenly see the light. Soon, the two of them arrived at a grand residence. The moment Dao caught sight of the plaque at the entrance, he immediately recognized it as Erlang Shun's estate in the Heavenly Court. But inside the residence, Dao saw another person. It was Erlang Shun, Li Erlang himself. This is Li Erlang, the second son of Li Bing, and also, he is me, Zhao Yu introduced to Dao. Dao's face was full of astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. So the legend that Erlang Shun might actually be two people is true? Li Erlang, holding a long spear, was practicing with such vigor and flair that he seemed to command the wind itself. When he heard Dao's words, he paused and explained. After I became a god, life quickly grew dull. The longer it went on, the more tedious it became. So, I often split my soul and reincarnate to experience life anew. Many gods live like this. Not only does it help deepen their enlightenment and cultivation, but it also passes the time. After getting used to the high life, sometimes you want to experience the world at the bottom. Letting a split soul cultivate again can even make the true self stronger. But then once, something unexpected happened. Zhao Yu, having slain demons and performed great deeds, was granted godhood. He is also a split soul of mine, making him Erlang Shun as well. But once a soul is deified, it's hard to return, so now we exist as two souls in one body. But, Zhao Yu interrupted. All right, introductions are over. Let's get started. Don't go telling everyone every little thing like a child. Li Erlang froze, then pouted, and with a childish huff, ran off in a sulk. Seeing this, Zhao Yu sighed. Forgive me for the scene, Zhao Yu said, his tone as calm as ever. Yet Dao could sense a trace of resignation beneath his words. Dao wanted to reassure him that it was no big deal, but the look of eager curiosity on his face was impossible to hide. As Zhao Yu's expression turned increasingly dangerous, Dao wisely reined himself in. By order of the Supreme Elder, we are to teach you the arts of transformation and the manifestation of divine forms. Which would you like to learn first? Zhao Yu's composure returned as he put the question to Dao. Dao straightened up, collecting himself. In truth, he was most eager to learn the art of manifesting divine forms. In both his past life, through web, novels, and various mythological stories, he had always been fascinated by the power of the divine form. He even placed it above the art of transformation. But after some thought, he decided it was wiser to start with transformation. After all, whether in the stories of his previous life or in ancient tales of gods and demons, transformation had another name. The art of evading calamity. It was also the path to immortality. In Journey to the West, didn't Sun Wukong learn the 72 transformations to avoid the 3 disasters and gain eternal life? Besides, in those web novels, transformation was always depicted as an immensely powerful magic. All sorts of divine and demonic transformations were derived from it, each one formidable in its own right. Of course, whether these things would hold true in this world was another matter. Still, learning transformation first would only be a help, not a hindrance. I'd like to start with transformation. I'm really curious about it. Zhao Yu nodded and began to unravel the mysteries behind the art of transformation. The difficulty of mastering transformation, in fact, depended entirely on the individual. For some naturally gifted practitioners, this art of transformation might very well be their innate divine ability. Of course, in that case, it shouldn't be called the art of transformation. It should be termed the way of transformation. It may seem like just a single word's difference, yet the distinction is world apart. The gap between art and way is greater than that between a person and a pig. An art is merely a protective technique learned during one's cultivation. No matter how advanced or incredible it becomes, it falls short of glimpsing the true Tao and cannot grant immortality. If you spend too much time on it, it will actually hinder your cultivation. But a way is different. It allows you to cultivate your body and spirit, to keep both intact, to touch the Tao itself, and to achieve immortality. When it comes to transformation, it really depends on how you practice. If you treat it only as a technique, it's easy to learn, but if you regard it as a Taoist path, it becomes much harder, especially for those who already have their own means of cultivation. Of course, if you wish to abandon your previous studies and start over with transformation, I won't stop you, Zhao Yu said calmly, but there was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Dio felt a little awkward. Good grief, are they really trying to make me abandon my hard-earned progress and start anew? These heavenly deities sure have it in for me. Do they really think my psychic sense stops working just because I'm in a heavenly court? Neza might have invited me to a meal, but he's also deliberately stalling and not teaching me anything, while this Erlang Shun in front of me is trying to persuade me to abandon my previous cultivation. If Zhao Yu weren't such a serious person, unlike the more easygoingly Erlang, I might have actually wavered. After all, think about it. I was doing perfectly well within the system, even held a fairly important position. Then one day, someone parachutes in and claims they can take your place. If this were my previous life, maintaining civility would already be a sign of good manners. Still, my status isn't all that crucial. I'm just an ally, after all. These gods are only playing tricks behind the scenes. If it works, great. If not, at least they've made things a bit more difficult for me. Dio quietly recited the incantation for the art of transformation, forming the hand seals as he began the attempt. This is where Chinese cultivation methods have their own unique flair. Unlike the special effects-laden sorcerers serving Emperor Wei Shan, a beginner here needs only a simple spell and an incantation to start. There are no dazzling visual effects, only the magic that appears upon true success. Soon, Dio's body began to shift, his whole being turned ethereal, twisting like a wisp of blue smoke. Then, out of nowhere, a cloud-like mist appeared and gradually dissipated. Standing there now was an average-sized Asian man with ordinary features. This was exactly how Dio looked in his previous life. Or perhaps, how he would have looked if he'd managed to lose some weight. Zhao Yu stared in surprise at Dio's transformed appearance. It wasn't rare for someone to succeed on their first try with the art of transformation, but most ended up turning themselves into imposing giants or fierce, intimidating figures. It was the first time he had seen himself appear as an ordinary person. How interesting. Even after the transformation, the original strength of the body remains unaffected. As expected of the art of transformation, what a terrifying technique. The inaudit insatisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu, after his initial surprise, looked at the successfully transformed D and continued. The art of transformation is deep and mysterious. After transforming, both inside and out, you become something entirely different. If you turn into a stone, you truly become a stone. If you turn into a beast, you are in every way a beast. In theory, you can take the shape of any object you can imagine. You could even help others or other things transform as well. But if you don't understand the structure of what you're turning into, it's better not to choose forms you know little about. Oh, why is that? Dee asked with curiosity. Could it be like the rules of transfiguration in the world of Harry Potter? If you transform into something you don't understand, do you end up as a monster? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yu explained further, if you don't understand what you're turning into, it's easy for the transformation to be inconsistent, inside and out. I once had a little imp under my command, skilled in the art of transformation. One time, it infiltrated a mountain stronghold where demons and human bandits worked together. But a demon there had a supernatural vision. It noticed the imp's internal organs and flesh were slightly off and tore it apart on the spot as a sacrifice. Also, in theory, the transformed object size and duration can be controlled by the caster's will. But if your magical power or will isn't firm enough, it's easy to give yourself away and revert to your original form. The inaudit in understanding. No matter how common this knowledge might seem, it was gained through lessons written in blood. So, does this mean I've mastered the basics of the art of transformation? Dee looked at his former body and asked Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu nodded. If you wish to delve deeper, it will depend on your own insight and comprehension. From here on, I can only teach you techniques for quicker transformations to help you reach a level where you can change without incantations or hand signs. Of course, Dee accepted and began to seek further instruction. Finally, Zhao Yu added, The art of transformation is profound and unfathomable. But before reaching a high level, there's always a weakness. If you are attacked at a certain spot, the transformation will break. For humans, this weakness is rare, but rare does not mean non-existent. Zhao Yu's words gave Di pause. He suddenly recalled Sun Wukong's weakness in Journey to the West, his collarbone. If it was pierced, he would immediately lose his ability to transform, his body would go limp, and he wouldn't be able to muster any strength at all. He had always thought that weakness was unique to Sun Wukong, who lacked a pair of gills, but now it seemed everyone had it. Di nodded, realizing the truth. So, can you tell me about the manifestation technique? Di asked eagerly. Let's set aside the transformation techniques I've already mastered. The entire method for creating duplicates is firmly etched in my mind. With enough diligent practice, there's no reason I can't perfect it. Right now, the most crucial task is to comprehend the manifestation of the Dharma body. But what does it truly mean to pour one's own insights into the Tao and the law into this process? How exactly does one pour understanding into form? Zhao Yu was a bit surprised. Was I really planning to master everything in one go? You can't digest everything at once. Learn what you have before you rush ahead. Didn't you want to study spells as well? Focus on fully grasping these first, Zhao Yu said with a shake of his head. He turned away and left. Di was speechless. Zhao Yu's excuse for deflecting sounded just like those empty promises from his previous life's boss, but Zhao Yu's technique at painting rosy pictures really was lacking. Not that it mattered. After all, he was in no hurry. He had plenty of time on his hands. With this thought in mind, Di cheerfully returned to the small courtyard. Seeing that Hela had yet to awaken from her epiphany, Di sighed, and then hurried over to Nez's residence. Saw thee. After lunch, I habitually took a nap. The servants told me brother, Zhao, came looking for you. It seemed your cultivation went smoothly today. Neza stared at Di for a moment, then, recognizing him, broke into an apologetic grin. If Di hadn't known ahead of time that this guy was just putting on an act, he might have been won over by such apparent sincerity. It's hard to be harsh with someone who's all smiles, so Di smiled back. Yes, indeed. Today's harvest was quite bountiful. My companion at home is still in deep contemplation, and my first thought was to come straight to you, Brother Neza. At this moment, Di was still wearing his ordinary human appearance, which was why Neza hadn't recognized him immediately. Once inside the residence, Di shifted back to his true form. Neza ordered the servants to prepare a feast once again, just as lavish as yesterday's. Di couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. What was it with these immortals and their extravagant banquets? The Greeks did it, the Norse did it, and now even the Chinese? Still, the aroma was irresistible, and Di joined in the meal. Of course, it wasn't that he lacked self-control. Thanks to his dual cultivation of body and spirit, he had a powerful restraint over all his desires. Simple hunger was nothing he couldn't master. But since he needed Neza's help, it was only polite to indulge him a little. Neza stretched lazily and patted his belly. So how is it? Isn't Brother Zhao's teaching style incredibly dull? Di shook his head. Brother Zhao's teaching is actually quite proper. Maybe a bit too serious, but his explanations of the techniques are very thorough. That's true. Zhao Yu's always been that way, meticulous in everything he does. So, did he say anything to you before you left? Neza asked, a look of curiosity lighting up his face. In the end, he did give me a word of advice. He told me to focus on improving my life force and cultivation first. But I've been training in the Palace of Do Shuai for so long, and the Elder Lord never gave me that black hole artifact. So, I suppose I don't really need to bother with that for now, do I? Dio finished his thought, a look of uncertainty on his face. Dio's question made Neza fall silent for a moment. He took a sip of wine, smacked his lips, and said, Brother, do you know what we immortals really are? Dio was intrigued. What else could immortals be? Of course, they're still immortals, aren't they? Before Dio could voice his confusion, Neza continued, Immortals aren't all the same. We each have different roles, and those roles give us different responsibilities. Take me, for example. I've been given all sorts of grand titles like Marshal of the Central Altar, Supreme Celestial Master, and among the people, even the great god of the three altars of the sea assembly. Sounds impressive, right? As if I wield supreme power, holding the fate of others in my hands with a single word. But here's the thing. No matter how mighty I may seem, I am, at the core, a deity to be worshipped, a protector, a spiritual official. Me, Erlang Shun, Wang Shan, the four great marshals, and those few gods of wealth, we all walk the path of spirit officials, serving as guardian deities. To other pantheons, it may look as if our side is incredibly powerful. Every so often, A mortal is promoted to true godhood, and our combat gods are both numerous and formidable. But we all share one very fatal weakness. We depend on mortal worship, incense and prayers, if you will. Diofronith. At first, he didn't quite understand what Neza was getting at, but then, as if a flash of insight struck him, he reached for the thought, only for it to slip just out of grasp, leaving him dazed. Do you know the pros and cons of taking the path of a spirit official? The advantage is simple. Guardian deities on this path can advance rapidly. How fast, you ask? In just a few years, a mortal could go from youth to adulthood, complete their training, venture out to gather or receive magical treasures and spiritual items, and instantly gain impressive combat strength, even surpassing many gods of established renown. Neza's words made Dio think of son Wukong from Journey to the West. He remembered reading a comic analysis about this in his previous life. It explained that when Sun Wukong obtained the Rui Jingu Bang, he completed his pure yang form. Later, he guarded the peach orchard, and since peaches are of pure yang nature, eating them further strengthened his yang essence. Meeting the 7 fairy maidens, who represented ultimate Yin, became the final catalyst for his breakthrough. Coupled with his title, Great Sage Equal to Heaven, the Dragon of Qi-Tian is a rising dragon, and as the saying goes, a rising dragon is bound to fall, a fate hard to escape. When Erlang Shun, with his lesser yang, nature, and the status of a minor sage, confronted Sun Wukong, who had already broken through, victory was assured. Originally, this story was meant as a cautionary tale for future cultivators, but when viewed through this lens, it takes on a curious new meaning. Sun Wukong is like a fast-tracked guardian deity, but the title Victorious Fighting Buddha wasn't created solely to make him a protector god. The downside is even simpler. To become a god, we need incense and the power of mortal wishes. This is the foundation for establishing our divine bodies and powers. Once that's set, we won't lose our strength just because incense offerings are lacking. However, incense allows us to grow and recover much faster. It even makes our minds crave it almost uncontrollably. Without incense, we become empty inside, plagued by an unbearable itch, restless and agitated, almost driven mad in pursuit of that power from mortal prayers. Dio immediately thought of this. It's terrifying, Dio said, taking a few sips of his wine. Yes, it truly is, Neza replied, idly turning his wine cup in his hands. So that's how they keep you under control? Dio asked. Control? Do you even hear yourself? Neza's face twisted with alarm as he slowly edged backward, as if to say, if you want to get yourself killed, don't drag me with you. That's just the flaw of the god worship path. The weakness of the spirit officer path is that it lacks potential in the long run. Sure, you can reach your peak quickly, but after that, it's almost impossible to make further progress in a short time. What on earth are you thinking? Dio felt a bit embarrassed. He blamed all those conspiracy theories from Journey to the West he'd read in his previous life. He must have brought that kind of mindset here. But why did you choose the path of god worship? Couldn't you have chosen the spirit officer path? Dio asked, brushing aside his embarrassment. You think I didn't want to? I was born a god of slaughter. Not long after my birth, I killed a dragon and stirred up chaos in the sea. In the end, I had to cut flesh to repay my mother and carve bones for my father. It was the Buddha who finally saved me, remaking my body from lotus root and using incense and prayer to anchor my soul. Without the power of mortal wishes, I would have vanished long ago. Neza gestured animatedly as he spoke. Dio nodded. It seemed that Neza in this world was different from the one in Investiture of the Gods, but quite similar to the version from Journey to the West. Lao Jun taught you the basics of the spirit officer path. Although he instructed you in magic, he warned you not to become obsessed with spells alone. You must continue to refine yourself, cultivate both body and spirit, and seek true understanding of the Tao. The spirit officer path sounds grand, but honestly, it's just a fancy name for the Taoist order soldiers. In the end, you're just a more advanced enforcer. As he spoke, Neza signaled for the servants to clear away the wine and dishes. Although I am a worship god and walk the spirit officer path, I've studied Taoist texts extensively. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. Or you can meditate and practice on your own. That works too. Neza tried to pat Dio on the arm, but due to the height difference, could only reach his thigh. But remember, don't shut yourself away and reinvent the wheel. If you're confused about something, just ask me. If I don't know, we'll go ask someone else. My old man lives right across the way. He's even more knowledgeable about Taoist arts than my eldest brother. Don't be fooled by his martial title. He may not lead the charge on the battlefield, but his own strength is nothing to sneeze at. With that, Neza took his leave, but not before instructing the servants to show Dio to his room. The next day, Dio was deep in discussion about the Tao with the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King when all of a sudden, a surge of powerful energy shot into the sky, only to settle down just as quickly. But that commotion could mean only one thing. Hela had emerged from her retreat. Dio hurriedly excused himself from the Heavenly King's residence and rushed back to his own small courtyard. Familiar gods who knew Dio had already gathered there, and even Wang Lingguan, whom he'd only met once before, had come to witness the occasion. In the courtyard stood a lone figure, her entire form shrouded in swirling black energy, flecked with shimmering white sparks. The black and white danced together, intertwined like the ancient symbol of yin and yang, resembling a pair of swimming fish. The energy around her seemed almost tangible, like roaring flames that wrapped themselves around Hela, forging a brand new set of divine armor upon her. The aura she exuded was now so overwhelming that Dio could distinctly sense the intermingling of life and death itself. Hela, crowned with a fearsome and regal helm, looked at Dio as he burst through the door, and with a playful smile said, "What's this? Has it been so long that you've forgotten how to walk through a door properly?" Dio rushed forward and embraced Hela, pulling her tightly into his arms. Hela returned his embrace with warmth. Her demeanor seemed to have changed somewhat, as though her newfound strength had transformed her personality, too. "How do you feel?" Dio asked. "Incredible. I can sense everything so clearly now. Though, is it just me? Or have you gained a little weight?" Hela replied, reaching out to gently touch his face. Her answer was hardly what Dio expected. It was true. She had changed. Dio stood there, dumbfounded, yet somehow it all made perfect sense. "It's wonderful. After sorting out a few things in my mind, I felt as if I'd broken free from a heavy shackle. It's like my old self was bound inside a thick suit of armor, and now I've finally stepped out." Seeing Dio's look of astonishment, Hela couldn't help but give a soft, musical laugh, finally offering the answer she probably should have given first. Dio still hadn't quite recovered from the surprise of Hela's transformation, standing there in a daze. "All right, I still need to stabilize my power. Your friends are waiting for you," Hela said as she stepped aside, her figure graceful and captivating. With a playful gesture, she traced her hand lightly across Dio's chest before turning and heading back inside. Dio was even more shocked. After all these years of marriage, this was the first time Hela had ever made such an alluring move. If Dio hadn't been so large, blocking the doorway, the crowd of onlookers peeking in from outside would have caught quite the scene. Snapping back to his senses, Dio quickly left the courtyard and, with a flick of his hand, repaired the broken door with a spell. Congratulations to Madame Hela on her successful breakthrough. Neza was the first to leap out and offer his congratulations. "Congratulations," echoed Xiaoyu. "Hey there, old pal. Your wife's advancing faster than you. Aren't you afraid she'll leave you in the dust when you get home?" quipped Erlang. With a sharp crack, Xiaoyu smacked Erlang on the head, sending him flying. "Congratulations to Madame Hela. Also, His Majesty has sent a gift: 10 bottles of fine wine, 100 taels of gold, and 3 peaches of immortality." As Wang Lingguan finished speaking, several of the gods nearby, who had been watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but hold their breath in awe. After Wang Lingguan finished speaking, he waved his hand. A strong attendant and 2 maidservants entered, each carrying something in their hands. Although Dio was eager to see what the legendary peaches of immortality looked like, his curiosity was now piqued even more by the envious and covetous expressions worn by those around him. Dio glanced down at Neza, who didn't seem particularly interested or excited. "What's going on with them?" Dio asked in a low voice. Neza replied, a hint of envy in his tone. "In the heavenly court, aside from a few star gods who are born divine, almost all the rest are deities who rely on offerings and incense. The wine bestowed by the Jade Emperor can ease our dependence on incense power, and it also helps us gain insight into the Tao more quickly, allowing us to advance further." "And what about the gold? Is it the standard currency of the heavenly court? But what could you even buy with a mere 100 taels?" Dio's expression grew more puzzled. Neza shook his head. "That's not ordinary gold. It's refined gold, essential for forging magical treasures, armor, or even for those immortals who master the laws of metal to aid their enlightenment. Of course, it can also be used as currency." Dio was stunned. He hadn't realized it had such uses. "The peaches of immortality can accelerate our comprehension of the Tao and increase our cultivation and power. Just one is worth thousands of years of hard work," Neza continued, the envy once again flickering in his eyes. Dio's confusion only deepened. "But isn't there the Queen Mother's birthday banquet? Why do you all seem so desperate for it? Don't you get to eat them?" he wondered aloud. Neza's answer was simple. Not everyone is qualified to partake, even at the Queen Mother's banquet. With his questions answered, Dio muttered to himself and returned to the courtyard to join Hela. The next day, Dio resumed his usual routine, immersing himself once again in the study of Taoist arts. To call it Taoist arts was perhaps an oversimplification. In truth, it was the study of cosmic laws. With every sip and every breath in the boundless universe, with the waxing and waning of the sun and moon, everything within sight was a manifestation of the Tao. To delve into Taoist arts was to seek understanding of these laws, to grasp one or several rules within the great Tao. The Elder Lord had given him the method to cultivate his divine form. Once Dio had gained insight into the laws, his cultivation progressed with astonishing speed. As for the laws themselves, Dio had already come into contact with the mind and power stones, and thus had a measure of their power within him. He used the power of the stones to comprehend the laws, then used those laws to manifest his divine form. Everything fell into place effortlessly. Dio managed to succeed without ever having to consult another deity. In fact, while in his divine form, he found he could perceive the laws with even greater clarity, and he could wield the corresponding spells and abilities without restriction. His cultivation goals achieved, Dio finally requested a spell of immobilization before taking his leave from the Jade Emperor. As Dio and Hela departed, Neza and the two Erlang gods exchanged whispers. "Did you know?" Neza began, struggling to suppress his laughter as he covered his mouth. At first he thought incense power was just the heavenly court's way of keeping us under their thumb. Li Erlang was utterly astonished, and even Zhao Yu, who was usually expressionless, now had his eyes wide open in disbelief. "Ha ha! Who would have thought he'd have such an idea? That's absolutely hilarious." Li Erlang burst out laughing, clutching his belly until tears streamed down his face. Zhao Yu quickly regained his composure. The Lingguan path might yield quick results, but the initial stages of cultivation are unimaginably difficult. At the slightest misstep, losing one's life or very soul is a mild outcome. Choosing to worship the gods is often a desperate last resort. Otherwise, why would Marshal Ma have been reincarnated so many times? If things were easier, Brother Bingsheng wouldn't be the only one leading the Dutian Lingguan. I wonder where he picked up such conspiracy theories, actually believing that the Jade Emperor would resort to underhanded tricks to control us. Li Erlang paid no heed to Zhao Yu's explanation and continued to roar with laughter. In no time, veins bulged on Zhao Yu's forehead. He gave Li Erlang a smack on the back of the head, sending him sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dio had returned to Earth, but first, he used the Bifrost to make a quick trip back to Asgard. "By the way, what exactly is your current situation?" Dio looked at Hela. She now resembled her mythic, half-living, half-dead self, but he still wanted to hear the details from her directly. Black and white flames swirled in Hela's palm, radiating a powerful aura. "I can now control both death and life. It feels like I've grasped the power of law you once spoke of." As Hela clenched her fist, the flames vanished, and she looked over at Dio. Death and life. Dio was inwardly startled. If nothing else, she already looked stronger than the white Hela from Marvel's What If series. "I'm going back to give the old man a proper fight. Let him see how strong I am now. Let him regret not choosing me." In a flash, Hela's demeanor shifted, transforming into the very image of the Viking warrior woman Dio remembered. Well, perhaps those stereotypes aren't so helpful after all. After summoning Heimdall, the two were whisked away by a streak of rainbow light. The battle between Hela and Odin lit up all of Asgard. Having mastered both life and death, Hela had grown immensely powerful. The old obsession with war was gone. Now, every blow she struck carried newfound force. Odin was no longer in his prime, but he was far from weak. Still, against the current Hela, he was being utterly overwhelmed. Hela's transformation astonished Frigga, Thor, and the others. As for the outmatched Odin, nobody seemed to care about him anymore. Odin, for his part, wanted to send Thor and Loki off to the Chinese pantheon. They were just too much trouble these days. Not only were they not particularly strong, but they also had a knack for courting disaster. Thor himself was actually eager to visit the Chinese gods. After all, Hela hadn't even needed to go there to utterly outclass him, and now she was strong enough to overpower their father. By any measure, Hela was the stronger one. Ever the dutiful son, Thor nodded vigorously in agreement. As for Loki, after his previous baptism in the illusion and the frequent possession by the god of stories at the end of time, both his physical prowess and magical talent have greatly improved. He doesn't even need any further training. Just by studying diligently in Asgard during this period, he has managed to reach a level where he is now evenly matched with Thor. "Aren't you going to stay a little longer?" Frigga was reluctant to let Hela go. "I have a country to govern. I've been away for so long. I really need to go back and take a look, don't you think?" With the Golden Royal Guard escorting them, Dio and Hela boarded the ship. "Don't worry, Mother. I'm not who I used to be. And if you compare things now, I've actually achieved the goals I once set for myself. Hela smiled, her words a gentle reassurance, as, under Frigga's lingering gaze, she departed. Thor, on the other hand, couldn't be happier about their departure. The Royal Guard's combat strength was truly formidable. Their prowess in close combat made for an even match with him, especially with those monomolecular-bladed explosive power spears in their hands. He felt as if his own Mjolnir was about to be shaved down a layer. Of course, Thor had no idea that his battle-scar Mjolnir was often secretly repaired by Odin. After all, it was an artifact. Unless the damage was catastrophic, a little magic was all it took to restore it. Upon returning to the Empire, Dio and Hela took a brief rest before quickly working through the accumulated affairs that had piled up during their absence. Dio even went so far as to make a series of modifications to the Astartes transformation procedure. He also expanded their ranks, adding new units called the Iron Hands and the Salamanders. The Iron Hands were created so the Astartes and Spartan units could conduct their own technological research and development. After all, Dio couldn't be the one coming up with every weapon forever. Only the soldiers themselves truly understood their needs. The Salamanders, meanwhile, were warriors dedicated to rescuing civilians. After capturing a territory, the fastest way to gain the people's acceptance was to win over the civilians. The Ultramarines and Imperial Fists projected an overwhelming aura of intimidation. And, due to their personalities, while an Ultramarine might try to reason with you for a moment, more often than not, their reasoning came in the form of brute force. The Imperial Fists, on the other hand, rarely spoke at all. If they didn't shoot you on sight, you're already lucky. Previously, these duties had been left as side jobs for the Spartan units. After all, when they donned their power armor, they only reached about 2 meters in height, less intimidating than the Astartes, and therefore more easily accepted by the people. Besides, the Spartans were one of the rare units among the Space Marines that included female warriors. The Salamanders and the Lamenters were famous throughout the Warhammer universe for their compassion toward ordinary people, sometimes risking, or even sacrificing, their own lives to save civilians. Dio's goal was clear. After taking a planet, he wanted to be able to pacify the people as quickly as possible. With their gentler approach, the Salamanders could win the trust and confidence of the populace far more swiftly. Then, upon his return to the Empire, his subordinates brought him the first piece of good news. A race somewhere in the galaxy had decided to join the Empire, bringing their entire planet along with them. The reason was that, during a battle between the Ultramarines and their enemies, the front lines had spilled over onto this race's homeworld. Right before their eyes, the Ultramarines charged forward with fearless abandon and overwhelming force, crushing the enemy with sheer violence and bravery. To these people, the Astartes were the epitome of real warriors, men among men. And not just any men, but paragons of masculinity. What happened next was a mystery. Even the Ultramarines themselves weren't sure what they had said, but this race insisted on joining the Empire as a whole, planet and all. When Dio glanced at their profile, he was utterly astonished. They were the Kylos. For those unfamiliar with this race, imagine Drax the Destroyer from the Guardians of the Galaxy. While in the comics, he's a human from Earth, remade by Thanos' grandfather. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he belongs to his own alien species, a people driven out into the stars by war with the Kree. Because of the Kree, his race was nearly wiped out. Throughout the entire Guardians of the Galaxy film series, Drax is the only one of his kind wandering the cosmos. Does that mean he's the last of his people? That's hardly likely. A glimpse through a narrow crack can reveal the whole leopard. The Kylos are not known for their intelligence. Relying on their formidable physiques, they blunder about the universe, so it's no wonder they were nearly annihilated. But that's not the main point. The truly remarkable thing is their physical traits. They possess extraordinary resistance, strength, and stamina. Their physical prowess rivals that of the Astartes. In fact, the strongest warriors among them can utterly overpower an Astartes in direct combat. Bear in mind, Dio's Astartes have undergone not only the original gene forging process, but also his own improved versions, incorporating the techniques used in crafting the Primarchs. In terms of sheer performance, he believed his Astartes even surpassed those of the Warhammer universe. His Astartes were essentially Hulks in armor. Each one could easily don ceramic steel power armor weighing 2 or 3 tons. If it weren't for the need to activate the systems inside, they could move about effortlessly without even a power pack. What's more, the gene seeds for his Astartes were sourced from members of the Eternal Race. The Ultramarines and Imperial Fists had used genetic codes derived from Seven, whose physical strength was off the charts, to create their gene seeds. With this comparison, one could only imagine the upper limits of the Kylo race's physical capabilities. Perhaps it was in their nature, but while they had a near-obsessive pursuit of strength, they also showed surprising patience and care towards those weaker than themselves. Dio pondered for a moment. If he were to bring them into the Empire, he could try recruiting them into the Salamander Corps. Given their physical prowess, they wouldn't even need much modification. Just a boost in height so they could fit in a powered armor would suffice. Feeling pleased, Dio poured himself another drink. Looking back on it now, it seemed he was the only one without powered armor. Perhaps it was because he was so strong on his own. Dio had never designed powered armor for himself. There was simply no need. Armor couldn't offer more protection than his own body already did. But that aside, Dio still crafted a set of dark gold armor for himself, complemented by a set of powered weapons. With that in mind, Dio began reallocating the gene seeds. The gene seed for the Spartan project had been created using the genetic code taken from Ike, who possessed both incredible speed and a telekinetic barrier. Because of the Spartan project's design, these warriors had only a single gene seed to enhance their bodies. No other procedures were performed on them. Even so, the Spartan warriors boasted extraordinary physiques. Dio had even designed a special heavy machine gun for them, called the Heavy Cannon, the very same weapon from Doom. Now, with plans for 2 additional legions, Dio intended to use genes from Ole, the youngest of the 3 siblings, as the template for their gene seeds. As a psychic transmitter, Ole herself possessed formidable mental abilities, which could help the Iron Hands unlock greater portions of their brains and increase their mental capacity. As for the salamanders, Dio made up his mind. He would use his own genes to create their gene seeds. The reason? Perhaps it was because, as a Cloud Hammer, he felt a kindred spirit with these warriors who, in a nightmare world of Warhammer, still showed compassion for ordinary people. Of course, another motivation was Dio's desire to recreate the Salamander's legendary gift of immortality. As the strongest among the Eternal Celestials, his own longevity was unmatched. It's well known that the Eternals were created by the Celestial host as perfect humans, endowed with flawless appearances and extraordinary powers. True to their name, the Eternals have lifespans so vast they defy calculation, provided no disaster befalls them. Of course, even Eternals cannot last forever. After all, even a universe itself will face its end someday. At least, Dio doubted he would live to see the final silence of this cosmos. Still, that didn't dampen his desire to bring the Salamanders back. He couldn't help but think this group would be more receptive to socialist values. After all, even promoting those ideals within the Empire was a formidable challenge. Not everyone across the stars shared the same worldview. Even now, Dio still relied on Confucian principles to help assimilate these diverse peoples. As for socialism, it was implemented, and only in a handful of planets. The pace was actually not very fast, but Dio was still confident that he could spread it throughout the entire Empire within 1,000 years. Dio had already launched a new round of 5-year plans. The first test subjects were the Kalo people. They adapted quickly. Once they received assistance from the Empire, they immediately began transforming their planet. They restored the original ecosystem, brought back agriculture, industry, and manufacturing. Then, based on the unique characteristics of their planet, they began developing it further. The goal was to help the Kalo people achieve prosperity and actively respond to the Empire's policies. Moreover, with Hela's resurgence, the Empire stopped its external campaigns and instead focused on consolidating its territory in peace. With a massive number of space warriors at his disposal, Dio began to revise the service policy. At first, Dio had not specified any retirement timeline for those conscripted. This was especially true for the Astartes and Spartan warriors. Given their genetically engineered enhancements, their lifespans were measured in millennia, and their service could easily span 10 or even 20,000 years. But now that the wars had ended, merely training the old generation of space warriors was not enough. They needed to be reintegrated into society to continue contributing to the nation in new ways. As for the units left understaffed after these retirements, fresh blood would be recruited to fill their ranks. After all, this was the Marvel Universe, not the Warhammer world, where every moment was a hellish nightmare at the highest difficulty. There was no need for space warriors to fight until they were missing limbs, confined to gigantic coffins, and still charging into battle. So Dio made a sweeping decision. After extracting the matured gene seeds from eligible space warriors, he would have them retire in batches. This would not only better train the new recruits, but also allow the veterans to mentor the newcomers, helping them acclimate to the unit's atmosphere more quickly. Turning his attention elsewhere, Dio saw that a variety of welfare policies for the people were being rolled out step by step, with employment as the first priority. And then, what is Thanos doing? Is he actually pursuing a path of sustainable development? He's even managed to form the beginnings of a decent society. How astonishing. A familiar voice sounded in Dio's ear, prompting him to let out a sigh. He put down the document in his hand, closed his eyes, and quietly put his abilities to use. He's thinking, weighing which capable lieutenants to promote to help with decision-making, and even considering giving this nagging person by his ear a good beating. Just as the voice turned uncertain, a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed at the speaker's throat. The person recoiled in terror, dodging backward, causing Dio to miss his mark. Moments later, a tall figure appeared by Dio's side. He was bald, with an oversized head, dressed in a long white robe with a pale blue high collar. His eyes shimmered with a faint glow. The surrounding Imperial guards reacted instantly. In the blink of an eye, the disintegration fields of their power spears and power swords crackled to life, all weapons aimed squarely at the figure who had appeared out of nowhere. The rest, holding shields, activated their own fields and Gauss weapons, forming a protective barrier in front of Dio. "Observer, has anyone ever told you that you're really quite noisy?" Dio said in a calm, almost indifferent tone, waving his hand to signal the guards to stand down. The Imperial guards, who obeyed Dio's commands without question, withdrew their weapons, though the disintegration fields remained active, their eyes fixed warily on the observer. Of course, Dio's words were mostly for show. The observer might look harmless, but in truth, he possessed godlike combat abilities. Even though the observers claimed not to interfere in universal affairs, they always seemed to find a way to get involved, especially Uatu, whose power, at least in theory, rivaled the 5 great cosmic deities. But that was only in theory. In the Marvel What If series, Uatu was utterly outmatched by Ultron armed with all the Infinity Stones. Even in the comics, an Ultron wielding all the stones would, at best, match a Skyfather in strength. Certainly not Thanos level of spectacle, but still what fans in his previous world would call single-universe tier combat power. "I'm sorry, but I cannot interfere with any universe," Uatu said, standing up, ignoring the wary glances of the guard around him. "My apologies for disturbing you, but I must be going," Uatu added, visibly tense and a bit disheveled, his body bearing clear marks of a recent battle. "Took a beating, and now you're looking for backup?" Dio remarked coolly, causing Uatu to freeze mid-step. Uatu spun around, surprised. "How did you know?" But almost immediately, he seemed to understand. "Of course, you've had dealings with that one. It would make sense you'd know," Uatu said, comprehension dawning on his face. As for who Uatu was referring to, Dio considered it for a moment and quickly guessed. Uatu paused, as if contemplating whether he could add another candidate to his list. "Dio, son of Allers, member of the Eternals, you possess the power to change worlds. I ask you, please lend me your aid," Uatu said, beginning to float as cosmic energy suffused his form, causing ripples to shimmer through the space around him. Dio was momentarily taken aback. His real intention had simply been to keep Uatu from prattling on at his side, especially when he was deep in thought, something he had always hated in both this life and the last. But seeing this, was it truly about the Ultron crisis and gathering allies? Dio considered for a moment, but when he saw Uatu's hand begin to grow, clearly about to whisk him away, Dio's brow furrowed. He thrust out his own hand, unleashing a surge of immense energy that forced Uatu's hand back, holding him at bay for now. "Hold on. If you want my help, fine. But I've got things to take care of first. When I'm done, I'll come and help you," Dio said firmly, struggling to keep Uatu from getting any closer. Uatu paused, thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "All right, but time waits for no one. Please be quick. I'll be back soon," said Uatu. As soon as he finished speaking, a rift opened behind him, and he stepped through. Watching the rift close, Dio didn't hesitate. He quickly sketched out a rough 5-year plan for the Empire's development and sent it to Hela, asking her to discuss it with the others. "What's going on? Are we going to war so soon?" Hela's tone was calm, without the excitement she once showed at the mention of battle. "It's not that. A giant robot has rebelled. I need to put down the uprising." Huh, Hela was puzzled. Dio, meanwhile, remembered that in the Warhammer universe, there had been a major robot rebellion, intelligent machines turning on humanity. "I wonder if this counts as my own Iron Man rebellion?" Dio murmured under his breath. "What was that?" Hela didn't catch his words. Dio didn't bother to explain. He simply told her they'd talk more when he returned, then headed straight to his own armory. He donned a suit of dark gold armor, strapped on a power-assisted greatsword with hydroblades, and then Dio surveyed the array of power weapons around him. Power swords, power hammers, power axes, power gauntlets, power claws, and a brand new ultra-phase blade fresh from the drawing board. He glanced at the melta gun nearby, considered for a moment, and took it up. If nothing else, it could at least cause a distraction. After another moment's thought, he took the ultra-phase blade too, then eyed the power claw. "If my hair were longer, could I pull off a cosplay of the Emperor?" he mused. But he shook his head. After all, he'd already crossed into the Marvel Universe. Who knew if he might one day bump into the Emperor from the Warhammer world? Wouldn't it be strange if he saw another version of himself in a similar getup, but with short hair? He sheathed his blades. Looking up, he saw Wadu already waiting to take him away, and strode over purposefully. The moment he stepped through, before he could even react, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Dio turned his head. Sure enough, it was Thor. Before anyone else could react, Dio found a chair and settled himself comfortably. Who goes there? Gamora, daughter of Thanos, stood clad in her father's old armor, wielding the same brutal tyrant's blade. Her eyes caught sight of the tall, composed figure of Dio sitting quietly in the chair. The others, alerted by her words, grew tense and wary. Dio, his face still half hidden in shadow, allowed himself a mischievous smile. He shifted back into his original form and slowly stepped out of the darkness. It's been a long time, my daughter. Looks like you've inherited the legacy of another me. Dio's voice, deep and resonant, sent a chill down Gamora's spine. Even though she had already killed this devil-like man, even though she had taken control of all that he once possessed, the nightmarish voice and face still made Gamora tremble from head to toe. Hey, you look awfully tense. Captain Carter, shield held before her, glanced at the anxious Gamora and teased her lightly. Thanos? Oh, right. You're not the Thanos from my universe. Star-Lord T'Challa, seeing Dio, started to greet him but quickly realized the difference. The Black Panther who had killed his own world's Tony Stark and the armored Golden Jaguar quietly stepped back after suiting up. From behind the bar, Dr. Strange spoke up. No need to be so nervous. If he meant you harm, you wouldn't have made it in here. Captain Carter turned back, casting a puzzled look at Dr. Strange. Meanwhile, Thor, spotting Dr. Strange and the rows of liquor behind him, casually placed the mechanical head he was holding on the bar and called out, "It's probably just another one of Loki's tricks. Hey Loki, pour me a drink, would you? I'm festy." Dr. Strange didn't bother correcting Thor's mistake and simply poured him a drink. Suddenly, the bar lights flickered and the towering Watcher appeared. Captain Carter recognized the Watcher at once and immediately asked, "Where are we?" Gamora, gripping her massive blade, stood ready and demanded, "Who are you? How did you bring Thanos back?" The Watcher regarded their reactions, then began to briefly explain the situation with Ultron. Wow, Loki, I have to say the quality of this illusion could use some work. Anyway, I'm heading back. I got a date with Jane. So, I'll see myself out, Thor said nonchalantly after the Watcher finished. He downed an entire bottle of liquor in one go, then strolled to the door, completely unconcerned, and prepared to leave. But the moment he opened the door, a violent swirl of space nearly swept him away. If Thor hadn't grabbed the door handle with all his might, he would have been lost. Before he had time to react, a massive hand reached in and pulled him back. It was Dio who saved Thor, hauling him back to safety. After all, he wanted to play his part in this. Thanks, big purple guy. Guess this isn't an illusion after all. Loki could never pull something like this, Thor said, patting his chest in relief. Gamora looked at Dio's smiling face with utter disgust. So where's the enemy? Captain Carter, catching Thor's little display, smiled and turned to ask the Watcher. I'll send you to a universe that Ultron has already visited. From there, you'll have to strategize on your own, the Watcher said, preparing to send them off immediately. But Gamora wouldn't have it. Wait, Gamora pointed her massive blade straight at Dio. Anyone else is fine, but not him. His desire for the Infinity Stones is beyond words. If he decides to seize them in the end, none of us would be able to resist. Gamora's voice was hoarse with fury as she shouted, glaring at Dio, who wore an indifferent expression. The Watcher let out a helpless sigh. Now he understood exactly why Dio had come, to stir up trouble for everyone. Gamora, calm down. He isn't the Thanos from your universe. He won't pursue the Infinity Stones with the same madness as you've seen. The Watcher tried his best to reassure her. Thor quietly slipped over to the bar for another drink, while Star-Lord T'Challa watched the drama unfold. Leopard, meanwhile, picked up the robot's severed head and started tinkering with it, showing no intention of getting involved at all. Captain Carter stood by, her face etched with worry as she watched the scene play out. The Watcher practically wore out his voice before Gamora reluctantly agreed to let Dio tag along, for now. But this meant their plan would have to change. Originally, Thor and Dio were to lead the main assault, with Captain Carter, Leopard, and Star-Lord T'Challa providing interference and seizing a stone when the opportunity arose. Dr. Strange would then use his powers to keep the stone under control, and finally, they'd use Gamora's Infinity Stone Crusher to destroy it. But if Dio wasn't allowed to participate, they'd have to find a new main attacker. Maybe I'll just hang back and watch. Dio's shocked. If they didn't want him to take part, he might as well enjoy the spectacle. Strangely, He didn't mind the idea at all. After some discussion, Doctor Strange and the others didn't seem to object much, but in the end, they still couldn't come up with a perfect solution. So they decided Dio would step in if needed to deliver the finishing blow. If Ultron still had any fight left after the stone was destroyed, Dio would take his head off in one swift stroke. The Watcher, resigned, didn't waste any more time. Without further delay, he transported them all to a remote planet. A flash of white light, and the group found themselves on a mountainside. Lifting their eyes, they saw a sky glittering with stars. Well, since we're all together, why not have a little gathering? Celebrate a bit, suggested Thor. Doctor Strange thought it was a fine idea and conjured a few glasses of wine with a flick of his hand. Let me get the drinks ready, he said. No party is complete without a bonfire. Star-Lord T'Challa chimed in, and before anyone knew it, he had a fire roaring. No one could quite tell where he had gotten the firewood. Dio accepted a glass with a smile and was about to drink when Gamora spoke up. I poisoned it, Gamora said coldly. But Dio wasn't the least bit fazed. He downed the drink in a single gulp. With that, the group broke off into small clusters, chatting among themselves. Dio gazed up at the star-filled sky, pondering which sector of the universe this was. The planet had a pleasant environment. Maybe it could be turned into an agricultural world. Vidas! Thor cheered, raising his hammer high and sending a bolt of lightning crackling into the heavens. Dio's eyes lit up. This Thor was even stronger than the one from his own universe. Very soon, a gigantic projection appeared in the starry sky. It was Ultron, now possessing the Vision's body. Wow, so there is still life left in this universe after all. This sudden turn of events left everyone utterly stunned. Dio was especially shocked. Fortunately, Ultron was not human and had no soul. Otherwise, what just happened would have been a full-scale attack through astral projection, not merely a spectral image. Everyone glanced at each other in disbelief. Doctor Strange's cloak tugged at him, drawing his attention to the fractured space floating in midair. This scene caught everyone's eyes, and they quickly picked up their weapons, going on high alert. 6 infinity stones, 1 set in his forehead, 5 symmetrically embedded in his chest. In his hand, a massive double-headed spear, his cloak, billowing behind him. With the immense energy radiating from Ultron's body, for a moment, he looked like a god descending from the heavens. Yet as Ultron's divine form appeared, no one hesitated. They stuck to the plan. The only difference was that it was happening a little earlier than expected. All right then, time for a little magic, Doctor Strange said, raising his hand. A vast magical circle appeared, and soon, everyone was clad in rune-engraved armor. Seeing this, Dio lifted his own hand. I guess it's my turn to work a bit of magic too. Despite calling it magic, what Dio actually did was toss out several small gadgets. These are miniature shield generators. They can project a force field right against your skin, he explained to Doctor Strange, who looked at him in utter astonishment. Okay, I admit, I'm not that well-versed in magic. Maybe I just know too many things. Sometimes I don't even know what to use. The others were speechless at Dio's explanation. Gamora frowned. In her universe, Thanos never invented such compact shield generators. Usually, those sorts of things were only found on large or medium-sized starships. Making them small enough to wear on your body? That was practically impossible. All right, let's stick to the plan, Doctor Strange said, opening a portal with a wave of his hand. Black Panther and Gamora nodded and stepped through without hesitation. Before leaving, Gamora shot a glare at Dio. Seeing this, Thor strode boldly toward the front. For Las Vegas. Thor raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning as thick as a tree trunk, sending it crashing toward Ultron in the sky. Ultron seemed to relish their desperate counterattack. He made no move to dodge, simply taking the blow head-on. Thor's attack was effective. It managed to make Ultron underestimate them. Ultron casually crushed the lightning with a wave of his hand, then leveled his double-headed spear, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that leveled the entire mountain and buried the team beneath the rubble. As Ultron left, disappointed, the shattered stones exploded outward. The group emerged, unharmed, protected by a golden, armor-like stream of light that had shielded them from harm. It was Dio who shattered the mountainside. With a mere lift of his hand, countless shards of rock danced at his command. Just as Ultron's attention snapped back to the battle, the stones hurtled toward him like a relentless barrage. Thor! Dio called out in warning. Thor instantly hurled his hammer with all his might, aiming it straight at Ultron. At the same time, Doctor Strange conjured another spell, multiplying the hammer into countless copies. An overwhelming storm of hammers descended. The flying debris was nothing to Ultron, who could simply withstand it with his body. But Mjolnir was a different story. Forced to confront the hammers with brute strength, Ultron found himself pounded again and again. Their force was immense, their speed blinding, and their numbers overwhelming. Several hammers struck him in rapid succession. Seizing the moment, Captain Carter leapt onto Black Panther Star-Lord's back, and together they soared into the air. Using the momentum from their descent, combined with strange magical boost, they crashed down hard onto Ultron. Ultron staggered, thrown off balance. Furious and humiliated, he raised his spear to attack, but Dio intercepted him, cleaving the weapon in two with a single swift strike. Ultron froze in surprise, and in that instant, Black Panther Star-Lord struck again. Rage surged through Ultron. He flung Black Panther Star-Lord aside, but not before Star-Lord snatched an Infinity Stone from Ultron's chest. This gave Dio the opening he needed. He activated the Phase Saber and swung it straight at Ultron's neck. Ultron raised the broken spear to block, but theoretically, no armor could withstand a Phase Saber's atomic-level destruction, unless the armor was thicker than the blade was long. Clearly, Ultron's body was not. With a single slash, Dio sliced Ultron clean in two. Perhaps realizing too late the danger, Ultron tried to shift his position, but even so, Dio's blade cut him in half at the waist. If it exists, it can be cut. The Phase Saber, like all energy weapons, destroyed matter at the atomic level. So, in theory, even those so-called gods or spirits, so long as they obeyed the laws of physics, could be cut open by this blade, even the Silver Age Superman from the DC universe. Though Ultron was bisected, he did not lose control over the stones. He quickly reconstituted his body and launched another attack. But once again, he was surrounded by a storm of Mjolnirs. Thor summoned a bolt of lightning, striking Ultron just as he reformed, paralyzing his body. Captain Carter watched as Black Panther Star-Lord completed his mission flawlessly. She signaled to Doctor Strange, who immediately opened a portal, letting them escape first. At that moment, Ultron realized something was wrong. He was missing an Infinity Stone. Struggling free from the barrage of hammers, Ultron once again wielded a spear to attack, only for Dio to intercept and break it yet again. "Why are you so infuriating?" Ultron roared, his temper flaring as he unleashed a blast of energy at Dio. Dio was struck by the surge of energy, sent flying backward until he crashed into the mountainside and vanished from sight. Seeing this, Doctor Strange raised his hand, and 3 dragon heads materialized, unleashing magical fire toward Ultron. "Whoa, you've got that up your sleeve too," Thor cried out in astonishment, startled by the sudden appearance of the dragon heads. However, Ultron simply exerted his power, and both the dragon heads and the flames were instantly snuffed out. "We're going to need some backup," Doctor Strange said calmly, drawing a circle with his hand. From a zombie universe, hordes of zombies tumbled through the portal and lunged at Ultron like dumplings dropping into a pot. Doctor Strange moved swiftly. Ultron had just vanquished the dragons and hadn't even had a moment to react before the zombies overwhelmed him. "Whoa, zombies! Brilliant! Zombies are my favorite," Thor exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at the swarming undead, his words tumbling out almost involuntarily. "If you like them that much, I'm sure the big ball guy could arrange a one-way trip to the zombie universe for you," Dio quipped as he landed from above. He had deliberately let Ultron blast him away just to gauge the extent of Ultron's power. Fortunately, the protective spell on him had absorbed the blow perfectly. "We need to get moving. Those zombies should keep him busy for a while," Doctor Strange said as he saw Dio return, motioning to Thor to hurry through the portal with him. On the other side, they walked straight into a standoff between Captain Carter and Black Widow. "Easy, Natasha," Captain Carter said, her voice steady. In her own universe, she and Natasha were close friends, and with her experience, she quickly pieced together what was happening. "We're from different universes, and we're here for one reason: to take down that giant robot. Natasha, you have to trust me." Moved by Captain Carter's impassioned words, Black Widow was persuaded, at least for the moment. After all, Ultron had already destroyed this planet with nuclear weapons. She was basically the last survivor. Apart from trusting these strangers, what other choice did she have? Just then, Ultron, having wiped out the horde of zombies, tore open the fabric of space and descended upon them. As everyone's attention was drawn to him, Ultron reached out, trying to seize both Black Widow and the Infinity Stone in one swift motion. Thor spun his hammer, ready to intervene, but Dio caught Ultron off guard with a surprise attack, breaking his concentration and interrupting the spell. Doctor Strange seized the opportunity to bring Black Widow safely to the ground and cast a protective spell around her. Seeing he couldn't reclaim the stone, Ultron flew into a frenzy. The surge of energy sent Dio hurtling away, and Ultron slammed a crumbling building down to pin him. "I could wipe out an entire galaxy in one breath. How can I not handle the likes of you?" Ultron bellowed in fury, his voice echoing with rage as he summoned the full might of the stones, unleashing a blast of immense power. Dio and Doctor Strange reacted instantly. Dio burst from the rubble, and together with Doctor Strange, they worked to contain the energy. Of course, most of that power was deftly absorbed by Doctor Strange, who swallowed it down without hesitation. Wait, what? Ultron's mind froze for a moment. He couldn't make sense of what was happening, but no one else paused to wait for him. Captain Carter swung her shield with full force, only for Star-Lord T'Challa to catch it deftly and slam it into the ground, unleashing a barrage of attacks with his elemental blaster. Ultron, snapping back to his senses, swept his hand and sent them flying. Now the objective was clear. Ultron was going after the Infinity Stone. Dio took a deep breath, his telekinesis surging forth. He tried to hold Ultron in place while reaching out for the Infinity Stone. Ultron suddenly felt as if he were trapped in quicksand, with Black Widow and Captain Carter attacking in tandem. For a moment, even he seemed to struggle to move. Seizing the opportunity, Dio handed the Infinity Stone to Gamora. Gamora was stunned. Had it really been that easy to get the stone? Barely had she composed herself before she saw Ultron charging straight at her. Without hesitation, she joined the others in assaulting Ultron. Dio cursed under his breath, yanked Gamora out of the fray with his telekinesis, and ordered her to get the Infinity Stone Crusher ready. Then, brandishing his hyperphase blade, he lunged at Ultron. Soon enough, Ultron found himself besieged by a righteous storm, with Dio leading the charge. Thor, Captain Carter, Black Widow, Gamora, and Dio pressed the attack, while Doctor Strange and Star-Lord T'Challa provided support from the flanks. Yet, perhaps wary of Dio's hyperphase blade, Ultron dodged Dio's every strike with desperate agility, even as Mjolnir and the vibranium shield battered him repeatedly. Dio frowned, then used his telekinesis to hurl the others clear, choosing to face Ultron alone. Dio's speed and strength were overwhelming. Even Thor, with his godly senses, could only catch a blurred afterimage. Everyone else saw nothing at all. They could only hear the relentless clash and the shockwaves reverberating through the battlefield, forcing them to shield themselves and retreat. Ultron managed to hold his own by constantly shifting his position, evading any fatal blow, while using the power of the stones to regenerate his body. The clash of metal that filled the air was the sound of Dio's hyperphased blade slicing through space. The longer they fought, the more astonished Ultron became. Dio's attacks grew so swift, they began to outpace even his own system's processing speed. If this went on, he might be dismantled before he even realized it. Desperate, Ultron gathered his energy for a powerful blast, hoping to force Dio back. But Dio, now, like an unstoppable freight train, could not be deterred by such ordinary measures. As Ultron paused to unleash his energy, Dio seized the opening. A shimmering arc of the blade flashed, and Ultron watched in horror as his own head was lopped clean off. But Dio didn't stop there. He grabbed Ultron's head, pried out the Mind Stone from its forehead, and with another swift slice, peeled back a layer of metal from Ultron's chest, taking the remaining 5 stones in one fell swoop. After finishing everything, Dio finally let out a long sigh of relief. The others were utterly stunned by Dio's maneuver. For a moment, they stood frozen in disbelief, until Thor blurted out in astonishment. "That's it? It's over." Gamora snapped back to her senses at Thor's words, gripping her massive blade and poised to strike. Captain Carter reacted swiftly, reaching out to stop her. "What are you trying to do?" Captain Carter shouted in disbelief. But Gamora dodged her interception with a nimble twist, charging at Dio without slowing down. Dio, of course, knew exactly why Gamora was acting this way, but he had no intention of paying her any mind. Instead, he was completely absorbed in the system's notification ringing in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on coming into contact with the Infinity Stones of a parallel universe. The following rewards have been granted. Mind Stone enhances mental and cognitive abilities, granting psychic power. Power Stone allows absorption of all strength from enemy units defeated by the host. Space Stone grants spatial abilities, phase technology, and knowledge of all space-related sciences. Time Stone grants temporal abilities and knowledge of time-related sciences." With one hand effortlessly holding up 5 Infinity Stones and the other easily fending off Gamora's attacks, Dio fell deep into contemplation. To be honest, the abilities granted by the system this time were anything but weak. In fact, they were overwhelmingly powerful. At the same time, though, his abilities were becoming far too complex. By now, he had dabbled in and learned nearly every form of magic, sorcery, Taoist techniques, and science circulating the universe. The mental abilities alone were impressive, a real showstopper in the Marvel world. But what exactly was this psychic power? Was it what he thought it was? If so, wasn't he moving further and further down the path of cosplaying as the Emperor of Mankind? Still, Dio gladly accepted everything on offer. Thanos, let go of the Infinity Stones. Gamora launched a frenzied assault, but none of the others moved to help. Because now Dio had his back to them, and the passionate duel with Gamora was being fought not by him, but by a floating greatsword controlled by his telekinesis. No matter how desperately Gamora attacked, she couldn't get within 2 meters of Dio. At her shout, Dio didn't even turn his head. Instead, Gamora's body suddenly froze, and an orange stone soared into his hand. Doctor Strange and the others all wore looks of shock. Congratulations, host, on coming into contact with the soul stone of a parallel universe. Reward, union of body and soul, which grows stronger as your life force increases. Dio raised his eyebrows. This reward was actually quite decent. Saying nothing more, Dio turned around and placed all 6 stones into Gamora's arms, who was still immobilized, and gently stroked her cheek. Let Gamora go. The others were on high alert. Energy surged from Doctor Strange and Thor, roaring through the air, while Black Panther and Star-Lord unleashed a desperate barrage from their elemental guns. Using his newly acquired psychic powers, Dio conjured a barrier to block the attack. He noticed a flash of panic in Gamora's eyes and spoke. I can hardly believe that another version of me actually developed a fatherly affection for you. Just because you were the more exceptional of the two? I don't believe that he lived all those years only to meet someone like you. He shook his head. Not yet a father himself, Dio couldn't understand these feelings. Perhaps one day, when he had his own child, he might. Glancing at the dazzling display of attacks being held back by his psychic force, Dio let out a sigh. Stronger again. His eyes glowed with psychic energy, and a surge of power swept out, instantly enveloping everyone and cocooning them in its embrace. All right, big head, Ultron's dealt with. Time to send us home. Dio called into the void as he released Gamora from her paralysis. A flash of white light, and they were back in the familiar bar. Dio let his psychic shield dissolve. There was a thud as something heavy hit the ground. Dio looked over. It was Thor. Apparently, Thor had been about to leap at him with a hammer strike before being restrained. Now freed, he landed in a rather undignified heap. So, that was all a misunderstanding? Star-Lord T'Challa stepped forward to ask. I think so. After all, if he were a real threat, the Watcher would never have brought him here. Doctor Strange replied, still wary of the recent surge of energy that had, for a moment, even slowed his own reactions. The lights flickered, and the Watcher appeared inside the bar. Thank you all for your efforts, the Watcher said with genuine gratitude, though his expression fell when his gaze landed on Dio and the Infinity Stones in Gamora's hand. You really shouldn't keep those things with you. Hey, it's not like I'm the one holding them, Dio retorted. With a resigned sigh, the Watcher returned the Infinity Stones to their proper universe. Once again, thank you for your contributions to the multiverse. Now, you may all return home. I trust this has been a memorable experience for everyone. With a wave of his hand, the bar's doors swung open, no longer opening onto swirling temporal chaos, but instead revealing a gentle, welcoming light. Star-Lord T'Challa and Thor beamed with delight, bidding the group farewell before stepping through, with T'Challa even giving a nod to the leopard. The leopard's expression soured. He had already figured out the level of technology hidden within Ultron's robot henchmen's heads and had planned to steal the Infinity Stones during the chaos, only to be frozen in place by Dio's psychic blast. Now, not only had he failed to get the stones, he'd likely return home to face the wrath of Wakanda's royal guard. With a scowl for T'Challa, he hung his head, lost in his own troubled thoughts. It didn't really matter when Doctor Strange decided to leave. After all, he had always lived in a pocket dimension. After arriving behind the bar, he poured himself a drink and began sipping in solitude. Captain Carter glanced at the shimmering white portal, about to depart, but then something occurred to her. She turned back and asked, I just wanted to ask. However, her question was cut short by the Watcher. You will meet again, the Watcher replied, already knowing what Captain Carter wished to ask, his answer as enigmatic as ever. Captain Carter looked bewildered, but before she could say more, the Watcher sent her away. Black Widow watched as several people departed, then turned her gaze to the Watcher. Will the people from my universe ever come back? She asked. They cannot. The Watcher's words struck her like a plunge into icy water. But in the blink of an eye, the Watcher transported Black Widow to a vast deck. Upon that deck, chaos reigned. A fierce battle was underway. But here, they're missing a Natasha, the Watcher remarked. With that, he sent Black Widow away, and Dio exchanged a brief farewell with Doctor Strange before heading for the portal, intending to leave as well. But Gamora stopped him. "What's wrong?" Dio asked, looking at Gamora, sensing something unusual. "How about a drink before you go?" Gamora suggested. Dio looked at her in surprise, considered for a moment, and then nodded. At the bar, Dr. Strange waved his hand and handed over a bottle of liquor and 2 glasses. Meanwhile, the Black Panther, sitting on the floor, looked even more despondent. Resigned to his fate, he stepped into the portal. What awaited him on the other side, only the heavens could know. Thanos, my adoptive father. The first time I met him, he slaughtered half my people before my eyes, including my mother. Gamora began, taking a thoughtful sip of her drink. Later, he lied and claimed my home was now paradise. In truth, it had long since become a dead world, and I was left the last of the Zeoberii. Dio didn't dispute her words, though Thanos' second daughter, Nebula, always claimed he never lied. In this matter, Thanos had indeed deceived everyone. Then he took me in himself, trained me, altered me, all just so I could help him gather the Infinity Stones faster. Gamora's tone grew heavy and desolate. "Well, wasn't he just wonderful?" Dio quipped sarcastically. Dr. Strange shot him a strange look. Gamora managed a bitter smile. "Yeah, he raised me, taught me everything I know. I suppose, in that sense, he treated me well. But he forced my sister and me to live without any real bond, and he disassembled and rebuilt Nebula right in front of me. All just to keep us in line." Gamora's voice caught in her throat, trembling. "And yet, he saw all of this as love." As she spoke, Gamora's body began to shake. Dr. Strange joined the lively gathering, handing over another bottle of wine. "I've never been a father myself," he said, "but when I was a doctor, I saw families where the parents were incredibly strict, always claiming it was for their children's own good. Especially those wealthy folks," he added. Dr. Strange's comment cast a brief awkwardness over the room. Dio shot him a strange look, while Gamora lowered her head and fell silent. Sensing the tension, Dr. Strange quickly tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. "So what else did he do?" "Thanos," Gamora said, "he's a master at using our fear of him to control us. He'd commit acts of cruelty right in front of us, taking pleasure in tormenting his enemies, only to turn around and speak to us with a gentle, almost fatherly demeanor." "Wow, he really knows how to play mind games," Dr. Strange marveled. Dio shot him a look, signaling for him to be quiet. Dr. Strange raised his hand and mimed zipping his lips. With a flicker of light, his mouth vanished entirely. Gamora let out a sigh. "I still don't understand why you spoke to me that way when we first met. But now that I've spent some time with you, I can feel it. Just as the Watcher said, you're not him. At the very least, he wouldn't have invented technology like this." As she spoke, Gamora produced a small device, one of the portable force field generators Dio had given her. Dio blinked in surprise. "I remember there's a kind of portable spacesuit that works on a similar principle. Since you've inherited his mantle, can't you use his resources to create new technology yourself?" Gamora was caught off guard, unsure how to respond. "Don't tell me he never taught you anything about science or engineering?" Dio crossed his arms, looking down at Gamora. Gamora's somber mood shifted to embarrassment, and she lowered her head, much like a child whose parents have caught them neglecting their homework. "Don't tell me he never even taught you the basics." Dio's tone grew sharper. "He did, actually." Gamora rubbed the back of her neck, still avoiding Dio's gaze. Dio watched Gamora's reaction with amusement. "He didn't just teach you how to make bombs or assassinate people, did he?" Dr. Strange, his mouth restored, ventured hesitantly. Gamora's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Dio and Dr. Strange exchanged a look of exasperation. Was Thanos training terrorists? All right. I think I finally understand why he had such a hold over you. You were completely at the mercy of your ignorance." Dio threw up his hands in resignation. Gamora didn't know what expression to wear. This was probably the second time in her long life that she'd felt the awkwardness of being a child, unable to answer when questioned by a parent. His fingers unconsciously twisted around the cup, his eyes darting nervously around the room. Well then, good riddance. As a foster father, he didn't have to be perfect, but he was always scaring the kid, never taught her anything, and even made her do illegal work. All I can say is he got what he deserved. Dio slapped the table emphatically, completely understanding Gamora's resentment toward her foster father. Seeing Dio so worked up, Gamora opened her mouth as if to speak, but in the end, she didn't reveal the true cause of her foster father's death. "Well, since he's gone, you should just accept his inheritance and catch up on your studies. Don't let your mind be filled with nothing but bomb-making." Dio patted Gamora on the shoulder, then stood up and headed for the door. "Oh, by the way, Sorcerer, it was nice meeting you. Until we meet again." Dio also took the opportunity to say goodbye to Dr. Strange. Gamora touched her shoulder, feeling a warmth and care she had never known from Thanos. She whispered in the direction Dio had left. Thank you. Soon after, Gamora also said her goodbyes to Doctor Strange. Once everyone had left, the Watcher reappeared. Is something wrong? Doctor Strange noticed the Watcher's troubled expression, set down his glass, and asked. Wada the Watcher actually possessed the ability to accurately foresee certain futures. Although he never understood how Ultron, with all the Infinity Stones, had discovered him, ever since he'd sought out the dark version of Doctor Strange, he'd already glimpsed flashes of what was to come. All he needed to do was act according to those prophetic glimpses. He'd only checked in on Dio on a whim, narrating events as they unfolded almost out of habit. But now, even the future had changed. With a sigh, the Watcher didn't explain the details. He only remarked that he had seen yet another universe headed toward destruction, and felt a pang of regret that there was one less story for him to watch. Doctor Strange silently took another sip of his drink. Well, in that case, I should head home. If there's ever another opportunity like this, don't forget to call me. With those words, Doctor Strange formed a circle with his hands, conjured a portal, and stepped through. The Watcher watched him leave in silence, uncertain what he could possibly say. How could a narrative crafted by the God of Stories ever go off track? Could it be that the God of Stories had rewritten everything, and he'd simply missed the latest chapter? Lost in thought, Wada the Watcher left the bar as well, and with his departure, the bar itself faded from existence. Returning to the palace, he sent Hela the footage captured by the hidden camera in his armor. He also shared details about other parallel universes, helping her understand why her younger brother always shouted for Asvegas instead of for Asgard. As expected, Thor's slow progress in power is all because of that frost giant's influence. After reading, Hela's first comment nearly made Dio lose his composure. Dio was utterly speechless at Hela's words. What are you thinking? Thor has his own reasons. In that universe, Thor liked throwing parties. He defied Odin and Frigga's orders just to party. On Earth, dragged people from across the universe to Earth for wild revelry. Dio briefly recounted the things that Thor of that world had done. So that must be his true nature, Hela remarked. Fond of excitement, loves parties, and leaves a trail of romance wherever he goes. Hela paused for a moment. Just like Odin used to be. Dio chose not to comment. Hela knew Odin far better than he did. Whatever she said, he'd take her word for it. So what's next? Hela asked. Now that all those so-called major events are over, do you have any suggestions? Suggestions? My advice is to focus on strengthening yourself. When something does happen, you don't want to end up as cannon fodder. Dio leaned back in his chair, propping his cheek in his hand. Do you have any ideas about those people on Earth? Hela suddenly asked. Dio shook his head. Those bioandroids are mass-produced. Even if you take a few out, more will just be shipped over in a couple of days. There's no need to bother with them. Besides, Arishem has existed since before this universe was born. His power is beyond imagination. Unless I had strength on par with the Eternal One, Arishem could capture or kill me with ease. Dio understood what Hela was getting at. Earth was the birthplace and foundation of their divine race. No matter what, they wouldn't give up this place, even if Earth was just a single piece in the grand puzzle of their dominion. Hela could only let the matter drop after hearing this. Time slipped away quietly, almost unnoticed. It was now the 2.5K era of the Empire's founding. Much had happened during this period. Thanks to Dio's introduction of advanced technologies and people-centered policies, the standard of living for the population soared, and the Empire's revenues grew. More than 1,000 years ago, over 95% of regions and citizens had already achieved comfortable, well-off lives. Vigorous crackdowns on vice and crime created a stable, orderly society. For a star cluster, level domain like Dio's, even the once mighty Kree Empire had never managed such a feat. Externally, the Empire launched fierce campaigns against all forms of crime. Whether interstellar pirates or the marauding ravagers led by the Starhawks, Dio sent troops to root them out. But because of their unique nature, he didn't wipe out the ravagers. Instead, he incorporated them, using them as covert agents to monitor other interstellar alliances and cosmic empires for the Empire. With these achievements, Dio's empire became a name renowned across the universe. Many fledgling alliances and nations, just entering the cosmos, scrambled for a chance to join Dio's empire. Yet Dio made it clear, would only accept partnership, and only with those who genuinely needed assistance or whose regions offered valuable resources. Such arrangements brought mutual benefit, achieving a win-win outcome and enhancing the Empire's reputation beyond its borders. But the reputation was not necessarily a good one. Interstellar pirates and marauders were fundamentally cut from the same cloth. The difference was that marauders were more united and disciplined within their ranks, refusing to become lackeys for the interstellar alliances or cosmic empires. Pirates, owing to their loosely knit organizations, had become the convenient scapegoats for many cosmic empires and interstellar alliances. The Marauders, on the other hand, thanks to their unique structure and the formidable power of their leader, Starhawk, could not be easily absorbed by any empire. More often than not, these empires paid them handsomely but saw little work in return. Now, with Dio's rise, these cosmic empires and alliances had grown more cohesive, and Marauders found themselves with more odd jobs, though mostly the kind that offered little pay, plenty of danger, and endless trouble. At this point, Dio had more or less brought the Marauders under his banner. He supplied them with resources, and in return, they gathered all sorts of secret, shadowy information for the Empire. By eliminating the interstellar pirates, Dio had inevitably offended the interstellar alliances and cosmic empires. Yet, wary of his empire's might, they could only swallow their resentment in silence. The Empire's power is truly unmatched, brother. I just don't understand. Why do you insist on staying cooped up at home? Asked Star Fox Eros, Dio's younger brother. He was in Dio's home at that very moment, raising his question. Ever since the Empire's strength had soared, Dio had shifted from a 5-year plan to a 50-year one. After outlining this long-term vision, he'd slipped into a semi-retired state. He had taken an elite guard with him, intent on training a successor, and delegated authority to a handful of newly risen, capable members of the Eternal Gods. It wasn't that he hadn't considered passing his position to his own descendants. After all, neither his nor Hela's race suffered from the limits of mortality. However, since Hela's power had grown, the forces of life and death churned ceaselessly within her, making conception a near impossibility, perhaps only possible after centuries of union. Not that Dio minded. Hela herself had no desire for it either. Besides, after so many years, Dio had grown weary of wielding absolute power. Holding power was fine, more than fine even, but that was all it ever was. For the sake of his empire, Dio had rarely indulged in selfishness. His greatest personal desire, perhaps, was to see the eternal gods inherit his place. Even his own brother and Hela, when the time came, were gradually eased out of their positions. Eros, after being cared for a while, was sent off to find his own path. It was only after Dio brought the Marauders into his fold that he found Eros again. Now that he's back in the Empire, Eros is living a comfortable, idle life, supported by the money he accumulated as a Marauder. As for his future plans, Eros simply says he has his own ideas, and Dio has stopped interfering. Hela, meanwhile, returned to the Empire to train herself after being severely wounded by the Supreme Evolutionary. Later, she followed Dio to the Chinese Divine Clan, but after coming back, she didn't reclaim her military command. At present, Dio retains authority only over the Space Marines. After taking 100 Imperial Guards and 1,000 Transformers as his personal retinue, he withdrew from active affairs. Day in and day out, he does nothing but train or try to find ways to strengthen his guard. You're right. Shutting myself away at home and tinkering behind closed doors won't get me anywhere, Dio said after a moment's thought, nodding in agreement. Eros perked up instantly. Lately, no matter what he said, Dio wouldn't step outside, leaving Eros with no chance to drag his brother out for some fun. Come on, brother, let's go unwind for a bit. Don't wear yourself out, Eros insisted, well aware of his brother's influence within the Empire. Without hesitation, he whisked Dio off to a foreign land. On a leisure planet, Eros arrived with Dio in tow. This time, it's a gathering of Marauders. Starhawk asked me to make sure you came. He's got good news, Eros explained. These days, Dio no longer meddled in anything Eros did. As long as it didn't break the law, he turned a blind eye. Still, he had no idea Eros was in contact with Starhawk. Starhawk wasn't a single person, but rather a fusion of two. He was the adopted son of the OGD family, a man named Skada OGD, who together with his wife Aletta, could merge into a single being. Skada and his wife once ventured into a forbidden land, where they touched a statue called the Hawk God. Because of that, Aletta could transform into a being of pure energy and fuse with Skada, forming a new entity. Together, they called themselves Starhawk. In the form of Starhawk, they possessed many formidable powers, one of which was immortality. This gave Starhawk a lifespan beyond imagination. At the very least, Dio had heard of the legendary leader of the Marauders, Starhawk, ever since he left Titan to explore the universe. Who knew how many ages Starhawk had lived? Starhawk's abilities were much like those of Superman. He could fly at light speed through the cosmos, wielded superhuman strength, endurance, senses, and resilience. In addition, Starhawk could control both light and darkness, shaping them into solid forms or unleashing them as energy attacks. Of course, there were limits to such power. Otherwise, Dio would never have managed to recruit Starhawk, an individual sought after by the great alliances and superpowers. Starhawk, or rather Skada and his wife in their separate forms. Dio gazed at the man who had once been the quintessential tough guy on the silver screen. Now, his face showed the signs of age, but also a kind warmth that Dio had never seen in his previous life's cinematic memories. In the Marvel Universe, Stakar Ogord, known as Starhawk, was portrayed by Sylvester Stallone and Michelle Yeoh. Perhaps because Starhawk was more of a background character, he didn't really have much of a chance to shine on screen. Since Dio wasn't familiar with this character either, he couldn't say whether Stallone's performance was good or bad. What Dio remembered most vividly, though, was the sight of Starhawk knocked to the ground by his own hand, still trying to put up a fight. This time, it was Skada who had come. His wife had apparently fallen out with him not long ago, and the two of them were now working separately. The moment Dio entered, Skada immediately stood up, respectful and attentive. "So, what's so important that you'd risk exposure just to talk to me?" Dio asked after sitting down. A moment ago, Dio had scanned the entire planet. Nothing seemed amiss. The Imperial guards were cloaked and standing by outside, ever vigilant. The only thing that didn't show up on the scan was the case that sat beside Skada. "This is it. An unusual piece of equipment from the Star Alliance," Skada said respectfully, lifting the case. "It's made from anti-radiation materials, so in theory, it's invisible to any scanning device," Skada explained, handing the case to Dio. It said the Star Alliance developed a device that can, using this material, create a singularity in space, a sort of micro-black hole. Supposedly, it could destroy an entire planet in just 3 minutes. As Dio took the case, he found the latch and opened it. Inside was a transparent, cylindrical container. Suspended within it was a red, drop-shaped object, smooth and gleaming. Dio's eyes widened in surprise. The appearance and function of this thing reminded him of a certain film from his previous life. His hands trembled slightly. Was this antimatter? He quickly regained his composure and asked, "How did you manage to get hold of something this classified?" Skada shrugged. "It was pure chance. There was a Star Alliance smuggling ship under attack nearby. We happened to be in the area, and to make some extra money, we decided to help the smugglers. In the end, their ship's engine was destroyed, the hull breached, and even life support was lost. The captain and crew all suffocated. While searching their cargo hold, we found this. Later, we pieced together information from our contacts in the Star Alliance. We're pretty sure this is their latest secret, superweapon. As for its effects, well, we only learned about it after all our undercover agents in the Star Alliance were wiped out." As he spoke, Skada's eyes brimmed with tears. "Dio nodded. They're all heroes. They brought us the most crucial intelligence." Eros leaned in to whisper in Dio's ear. Because their cover was blown, Skada's brother-in-law lost his entire family. That's the real reason things went wrong between him and his wife. Tears finally spilled from Skada's eyes, and Eros, along with the nearby crew members, hurried to comfort him. Wiping away her tears, Skada continued. "We have no idea what the smugglers are really after. All our informants within the Alliance have vanished, and we don't even know if they have more of this thing or not. That's why I had to risk exposure and contact you as soon as possible." Dio picked up the box and stood. "This intel is critical. I need to take it with me immediately. You must remain undercover. Don't let yourself be discovered. Abandon the ship outside, quickly." Skada nodded. "There's a mage in our team this time. He can open a portal for us." Dio nodded back, then left with the box. "Eros, you stay out here. I'll take the others back first," Dio instructed as he was leaving. But Eros was stricken with panic. "Wait, at least leave me a ship." Eros cried out, his face twisted in dismay. Dio paid him no mind. He knew that Eros had already befriended a dwarf with teleportation abilities, allowing him to move freely across the universe. For that reason, Dio wasn't concerned about his brother's safety. Without hesitation, Dio led the Imperial Guard back to the Empire. Once there, he took out the intel and retrieved the item from the box. "This thing gives me an uncanny feeling," Hebron spoke up first. As deputy director of the Imperial Bureau of Statistics, he technically had no right to attend, but it just so happened they were all meeting today. "This appears to be some form of antimatter," said the only non-eternal being present, scanning the object with a device. "What does it do?" Dio asked. "In theory, it will react with any kind of normal matter and create a singularity, a micro-black hole. According to the data, just this tiny droplet could destroy an entire planet," he explained, projecting the data from his device. Dio glanced at the readout. As an accomplished scientist himself, he understood the data perfectly. It matched exactly what the man had just said. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Dio Sadeni Inkwayev. The man immediately grew nervous, a mixture of fear and surprise flickering across his face. "My name is Zat, from Zahobari. I'm currently the director of the Academy of Sciences." "A Zahobari? Of course. I should have recognized that," Dio said, nodding at the man's distinctive skin tone. He knew this species well. After all, in the original story, one of his adoptive daughters, Gamora, was a Zahobari. Your Majesty, he's extremely talented. Thanks to his abilities, the Academy successfully developed the stasis field you proposed, said a member of the Eternal race, raising his hand. Dio shot him a surprised look, then quickly understood. He's your student? Dio asked, gesturing at Zat. The Eternal's expression changed instantly. Dio waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. As long as he's capable, I don't care how he climbed to the top. Dio gave Zat a signal. This material is encased in some kind of high-density shell. In theory, as long as it doesn't come into contact with the outside, the antimatter inside can remain stable indefinitely, Zat continued to explain. After thinking for a moment, Dio said this thing was created by the Star Alliance. They probably intend to use it as a threat, or perhaps to destroy us by triggering a singularity. No sooner had Dio finished speaking than someone reacted immediately. Orders went out to lock down all ports and major transportation routes, demanding the strictest inspections. There won't be a next time. As soon as the meeting's over, hand over your duties and step down right away. Get out and go home. Only after laying out everything and holding the meeting for at least half an hour did Dio remember. This police chief was truly unfit for the job. Yes, sir, the chief replied with a pained expression. The Science Bureau needs to figure out how to control or destroy this kind of antimatter, in case they try to smuggle it in. With that, Dio stood up. All right, I'll get in touch with the Star Alliance to buy us some time. The rest of you, get moving on the investigation. That's all, meeting adjourned. Across the universe, countless cosmic powers and interstellar alliances were watching the Empire's every move. Now, with the Empire clearly showing signs of preparing for war, everyone was on edge. Before long, a video communication request came through. If I may ask, could you explain why your country is moving its military forces on such a large and frequent scale? A diplomat asked nervously. The Empire's diplomat was a retired interstellar warrior named Titus, a veteran champion among the elite warriors. He had once been a member of Hela's honor guard, and was one of those who had rescued Hela from the Supreme Evolver. With a stony face, Titus replied, "There's no need to be nervous. We're just carrying out a routine rotation of our forces, and most conducting some military exercises." Rotation? You've already got your cannons aimed right at us, some members of the Interstellar Alliance roared in protest. Bolstered by their recent surge in power, they were growing bolder. You're planning to start a war. We have stated more than once that we will never fire the first shot or initiate a war. But that doesn't mean we have no temper. If you continue to slander us, we'll see that as an act of provocation. Titus's eyes flashed coldly, his presence radiating an unmistakable menace. Oh, really? Well, we're going to slander you. So what? What are you going to do about it? Come on, hit us if you dare, came an insolent voice. Titus looked around and quickly spotted the speaker lurking in the corner. From the intelligence he had gathered, this was the very Star Alliance that recently acquired some kind of antimatter weapon. The Star Alliance stood at the very top among all cosmic federations, a force to be reckoned with throughout the universe. However, the Star Union kept a low profile. When the Supreme Evolutionary Alliance launched their assault on the Empire, the Star Union sent their troops from the middle to the rear positions, deploying only limited forces and equipment. In fact, after an entire battle, they had barely even fired a few shots. After the war, when faced with the Empire's accusations, they surrendered at the slightest sign of pressure, which led Dio to mock them as the France of the galaxy. That wasn't all. Their diplomats had a particularly irritating tone, and even when they groveled and humbled themselves, their words still managed to grate on everyone's nerves. Titus's face lit up with delight, a grim smile spreading across his features. Very well, if you want war, then war it shall be. Remember, we are declaring war on the Star Union. If anyone else tries to join the fray and gets their ships blown up, don't blame us for our poor aim. Thanks to his military achievements, Titus had been appointed as a diplomat after his retirement, a living embodiment of the Empire's external stance. He held considerable authority in the foreign ministry and always had access to the most up-to-date intelligence, both domestic and foreign. In fact, before this very negotiation, he'd already been given secret instructions. If necessary, propose war. The Empire would back him up. The representatives of the cosmic nations and interstellar alliances were all taken aback. What's going on? We were only here to make inquiries. When did it escalate to the verge of war? The Star Union was just as bewildered. How did things spiral into threats of war so quickly? Why the rush? For a moment, the Star Union's leadership was thrown into panic. It was all well and good that they now possessed a devastating weapon, but being suddenly told to prepare for war left them truly unprepared. They had only meant to intimidate the Empire, but hadn't anticipated the Empire would play by its own rules. The meeting was still ongoing when Titus transmitted information he had received from his neural implant to the diplomats representing the other interstellar alliances and cosmic nations. This is a smuggling ship we intercepted in the past. On board, we discovered an item the Star Union was attempting to sneak into the Empire. We also have reliable intelligence that the Star Union now possesses these antimatter weapons on a large scale, with some already deployed in their military. Titus's tone grew calm, but in the ears of the Star Union, it thundered like a sudden storm. This is why we are prepared to go to war. Star Union, prepare to face judgment. As he spoke, Titus watched the expressions of those diplomats from the interstellar alliances and cosmic nations. Their faces changed dramatically. They immediately forwarded the information to their superiors, and once they received their orders, all eyes turned accusingly toward the Star Union. Star Union, what exactly are you hoping to achieve by developing such a thing? One diplomat from Interstellar Alliance demanded harshly. Are you planning to wipe us all out without anyone ever knowing? Truth be told, a weapon capable of creating a singularity with antimatter was terrifyingly powerful, on par with Earth's first nuclear bombs. The difference was, this antimatter weapon was even more insidious, born from the very depths of the unknown. As long as you take it out and toss it into the enemy capital, there would truly be nothing left. Utter annihilation. If you went about it discreetly, no one would even know how the victims died or who was responsible. So, much like nuclear deterrence, the Alliance had now established a new form of singularity deterrence. Once the plot was exposed, the Alliance stopped pretending altogether and tore off their masks. Erickson, don't look at me like that. One warhead has already made its way into your country's interior. Let me tell you, if you want to live, you'd better pledge allegiance to the Alliance right now. Otherwise, just prepare to meet your end. The diplomat was now shouting at the top of his lungs. Almost everyone on the conference screen turned pale in an instant. Then, silence fell, because the Alliance had managed to smuggle the weapon directly onto the capital planet. Watching the national news broadcasts as they brazenly revealed the location of the antimatter device. Strictly entry only, no way out. The moment these nations learned the truth, they tried to impose a media blackout, but it was futile. Ambitious journalists couldn't be stopped, and soon, chaos erupted everywhere. Titus, what does it matter if your empire knows? We're the real collective now. There's no future in the empire. Why not join me instead? The Alliance members, seeing others start to rally together, were practically glowing with excitement, their eyes fixed eagerly on him. Dio's expertise in biochemical modification was legendary. The Astartes and the Imperial Guard stood as prime examples. Everyone in the galaxy coveted this technology. The only ones who'd managed to acquire it, the Supreme Evolvers, were chopped to pieces by Dio before they could share the knowledge. Now, are you trying to insult me? Titus's face darkened. Dio disliked the Warhammer universe's crude method of brainwashing the Astartes. Instead, he relied on ideological education to foster loyalty to the Empire and its people. As for loyalty to himself, Dio declared his retirement. Do as you please. And now, the Alliance was brazenly asking a retired Astartes, who had spent his life defending the Empire and its people, to betray all he held sacred and switch sides. Wasn't that the ultimate insult? Rage welled up in Titus's heart, only to be extinguished just as quickly. Because in the Alliance diplomat's video feed, he watched as several Imperial Fist Astartes strode out of shimmering portals, each holding one of the Alliance's infamous red antimatter devices. Before long, amid the diplomat's panic screams, these warheads were placed right before him. Other diplomats soon received word as well. Astartes were stepping through portals into the very heart of their nations, and with a single, searing shot, they would obliterate their targets, taking the antimatter device and vanishing back through the portal. The Covenant diplomat was in disbelief and hurriedly asked about those who had been sent to plant antimatter weapons in other alliances and nations, but received no response at all. Yet when he noticed a severed arm still clinging to one of the containers, realization struck him in an instant. Soon after, the Astartes set down the captured antimatter and walked through the portal, disappearing without a trace. A cruel smile appeared on Titus's face. What's the matter? Weren't you just acting all high and mighty? Titus's expression was a stark contrast to that of the Covenant diplomat. You lot are nothing but country bumpkins and glorified construction workers. The only reason the Empire hasn't crushed you is because we don't need such vast territory. Yet, you're already in the palm of our hand. Conquering you is just a matter of time. Don't mistake our temporary mercy for license to insult the Empire at your whim. Titus's face shifted quickly, his arrogance impossible to hide, looking down on them from above. Soon, the meeting was over. What could have erupted into an interstellar war was quelled by the mere display of a portal. After all, that portal was a perfect weapon for decapitation strikes. In no time, nations and alliances began quietly researching all manner of spatial technologies. Teleportation devices and portals capable of traversing space were suddenly the focus of feverish development. Another arms race had begun. When the meeting ended, Titus rubbed his face. To be honest, Titus was someone with excellent self-control. His emotions rarely got the better of him without good reason. But he had no choice. The moment he took office, the order was clear: be as arrogant as possible, and if he could, radiate the swagger of someone who believed himself the greatest in the universe. Titus even paid to attend acting school for a while to master the performance. Even though he graduated with near-perfect marks, he still hadn't grown used to it. You really went through the ringer, brother. How about grabbing a bite after work? My treat, said another retired Astartes, clapping Titus on the shoulder. Sounds good. Order whatever you like. I'm all in. A gleam of excitement flashed in Titus's eyes. Who would have thought the Covenant would go so far this time? Smuggling weapons and like that. After this fiasco, those human traffickers are in for a rough time, Seven said, shutting off the news and turning to Hyperion. The Empire banned that ages ago. They even ordered severe punishment for those traffickers. Smuggling is already a criminal enterprise tied to all sorts of shady business. Whether the Covenant wins or loses, life's about to get a lot harder for those snakeheads. They'll barely be able to keep going, Hyperion replied, speaking with measured confidence. Well, listen to you. Getting all scholarly now that you're an official, Seven said, surprised. Oh, come off it. Aren't you one too? Imperial librarian. Hyperion shot back with feigned sarcasm. At the very least, I don't have to manage anything. Saban spread his hands, looking utterly at ease. Heberlong was at a loss for words, but a flicker of envy flashed in his eyes. He too longed for a leisurely, almost retired life. Nowadays, a single mistake at work would land him in real trouble, the kind that leaves a deep and lasting impression. He couldn't fathom what Dio was thinking, letting someone as talented as Saban, skilled in both the arts and the martial, step down from the police and become a librarian, while he himself, after leaving the force, ended up in human resources and climbed all the way to deputy director. This event, which nearly escalated into a war, has become a topic of idle gossip within the Empire. Thanos, also known as Thanos, is a ruthless tyrant in the cosmos. But in this universe, he changed his name to Dio, and he didn't become a tyrant. Instead, he became a merciful ruler of the Empire. Watcher Watu, peering into a prism, found a universe where Dio resided. With a glance, he began to narrate, almost unconsciously. After an accident that never truly happened, he found himself once again enjoying a retired life, without Thanos manically seeking the infinity stones. The Battle of New York with the Avengers never came to pass. Still, as a scientist, Tony Stark was invited to research the cosmic cube. The Watcher's gaze turned to Earth, where inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark was busy at work. Stark, are you sure you can handle this? Nick Fury, keeping a safe distance, raised his hands defensively against the dazzling light radiating from the cosmic cube. The instruments nearby let out an ominous, unsettling noise for reasons unknown. Of course I can. Who do you think I am? I'm Tony Stark. Iron Man, Tony Stark, was making adjustments at the console. But when he saw the numbers on the screen shift, his breath caught in his throat. Damn it, Tony cursed under his breath and hurriedly pulled Nick Fury back with him. But the data was changing far too rapidly. Even Tony couldn't keep up. Fortunately, his ever-reliable AI, Butler Jarvis, reacted the moment things started to go wrong, remotely activating the Iron Man suit to shield Tony. Just as he was about to take off, the cosmic cube unleashed a massive surge of energy. The protective glass shattered instantly, and the Iron Man's suit, just lifting off the ground, powered down momentarily. Before Tony could be blasted away by the energy, the cube pulled him in. In that split-second twist of fate, Tony Stark was swallowed whole by the cosmic cube. No! Nick Fury cried out, watching in horror as Tony was consumed, while the security team around them didn't even have time to react. Rescue teams scoured the site again and again. The lab wasn't particularly large, but there was no sign of Tony Stark. All they could conclude was that he'd been killed by the cosmic cube's unleashed energy. Just like those soldiers who were killed by the Red Skull's energy weapons during World War II. Nick Fury, his wounds only just bandaged, received a message. Because of his promise, the son of a S.H.I.E.L.D. elder was left without a trace, and humanity lost. A brilliant scientist who could have led them forward. The cost was immense. Under Alexander Pierce's persistent efforts, Nick was dismissed from his position. All his assets were confiscated. Every record from his time at S.H.I.E.L.D. was wiped clean, no credit cards, no house, no money. Now, he had nothing left but to beg for a living. Half an hour later, he received the news. It was Melinda who sent it to him. Nick Fury covered his face with his hand. He knew that, all things considered, this was already a merciful outcome. If the matter were pursued further, he'd have been executed on the spot. From that moment, Nick Fury lost all his drive. Even though he still had many safe houses under false names, each one stashed with enough money to last him the rest of his life, none of it mattered anymore. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. elevated a Hydra agent to a position of power. But all of this has nothing to do with Tony Stark drifting through the cosmos. At this moment, luck is on his side. He's landed aboard a ship. Let's turn the clock back half an hour. Tony Stark was swept away by the energy of the Tesseract. A spaceship cruised through the depths of space when, suddenly, a streak of light flashed inside. A thunderous boom echoed through the vessel. A retired soldier, towering at nearly 9 feet tall, shot up from his bed in an instant. Man overboard. Someone's jumped ship. The old soldier, still undressed, grabbed his gun and rushed out of the room. His commotion roused everyone aboard, and in a moment, the entire crew stood ready for battle. Man overboard. How could anyone go overboard here? Startled voices rang out from deep within the ship. As it turns out, this vessel was none other than a transformer. How old are you anyway? Losing your mind already? With all this noise, what else could it be but someone jumping ship? The old soldier bellowed. Hold on, hold on. The ship ran a self-diagnostic and blocked the soldier's path. No one's jumped ship, and my hull's completely intact. But I did detect an intruder suddenly appear inside. I've got him contained, the ship reported quickly. An intruder? The crew exchanged wary glances and hurried over. There, they saw a man clad in a red and gold power suit, struggling slightly as the ship's mechanical tendrils held him fast. Tony Stark. Seriously? Oh, all right. Yep, definitely a man. Genuine article. Tony Stark narrowly dodged a blade over half a meter long that skimmed past his scalp. Just moments ago, that very blade had effortlessly disassembled his armor into a pile of spare parts. 42 years old. P.S. In the film universe, Tony Stark was born in 1970. The events are set during the first Avengers movie, which takes place on Earth in 2012, making Tony 42 now. Where are you from? The one in charge of the interrogation was a retired Astartes veteran named Tara. She paused in her writing, looking at Tony Stark with a puzzled expression. Where is Earth? Laniakea Supercluster, Virgo Cluster, Local Group, Milky Way Galaxy, Orion Arm, Gould Belt, Local Bubble, Local Interstellar Cloud, Oort Cloud, the third planet in the solar system, Tony Stark replied, his face solemn as he looked at her. Tara pressed her hand to her forehead in exasperation. Do you have any idea how many solar systems are in the Orion Arm? And you can spout such an obvious lie with a straight face. Either you're incredibly gutsy or utterly foolish. With a roar, Tara signaled the ship, and mechanical arms shot out, restraining Tony Stark once again. I think it'd be best just to eject him into space, suggested a female Spartan veteran. Tony Stark was stunned, immediately bursting out in panic. Come on, guys, don't do this. I'm a scientist. Look here, this is something I built with my own 2 hands, he protested, puffing out his chest to display the reactor embedded there. The others glanced at the reactor on his chest, then exchanged looks of mild curiosity. Controlled nuclear fusion wasn't especially advanced technology within the Empire, but building a miniature cold fusion reactor by hand, without an ideal working environment, was still no easy feat. He's got some skill, I'll give him that, but not much. My son built one of those for his middle school physics exam. The female Spartan scoffed. Sorry, beautiful, you're married? Now, that's a tragedy. Tony blurted without thinking when he heard she had a son. A heavy thud sounded against Tony's stomach, and he immediately doubled over, the bravado draining from him. He must be a spy from some interstellar alliance. We really should just throw him out, Tara declared, her tone leaving no room for doubt. The ship seemed to catch her meaning, internal mechanisms shifting as it prepared to eject Tony. Clutching his battered stomach, Tony drooled and struggled to form a coherent sentence. Wait, you're just going to throw me out? Not even a suit? Are you joking, right? Panic surged in his chest as he felt himself slowly drifting away from the center of the ship. I have skills, I swear. I could do all sorts of things. You need someone to clean up on a long space voyage, right? I'm in great shape, really. Pride abandoned. Tony pleaded desperately, biting back the pain in his gut. After all, his life was hanging by a thread. If they really tossed him out, he'd be an instant popsicle. Just as Tony finished speaking, the ship's preparations to eject him abruptly halted. Are you kidding me? Titan, you're actually going to keep him here. Tara stared at the ship in disbelief as she called out. The ship, named Titan, was a massive Transformer-class vessel. Originally, It belonged to the Transformer Corps, but after Dio introduced the service system to their ranks, things had gone a bit wild. Some Transformers, with a taste for adventure and fun, applied to travel the galaxy after retirement. Others, feeling gratitude, chose to continue serving in official positions within the Empire even after they'd left active duty. This particular mission, for example, had been assigned to a group of these retired veterans. Their objective was to intercept and seize an unknown device being secretly transported by the enemy. Just as Terra finished speaking, the interior of the ship shifted and assembled itself into a humanoid robot. If he can build a cold fusion reactor with his bare hands, it shows he's got some real skills. And my interior spaces are always neglected. You never clean up, and I have to wait ages before someone gets around to it. He's handy, so I'd like him to help me with the cleaning, Titan explained, trying to justify himself. Both Terra and the female Spartan warrior rolled their eyes. We're almost at the target. If he gets himself killed in the fight, don't expect me to care, Terra said as she opened the door and strode out. Titan, just remember, you're the one who refused to bring a few servitors to help with the cleaning, the Spartan woman remarked before leaving as well. Servitors are like the living dead. Their bodies rot, and the stench is unbearable. Even Terra can't stand it, Titan retorted. The Spartan woman didn't look back, but she raised her middle finger in reply. Titan let out a sigh and turned to look at the motionless Tony Stark. With a thought, he released him. From now on, you're my official cleaner. Head down to the next level, grab some tools, and get to work. And so, Tony Stark managed to avoid a grim fate in the cold depths of space, finding himself a temporary place in this strange new environment. The ship traveled for about 3 days before it reached the region where their target was expected to pass. Because this was a special operation, there were no more than 7 people on board, 2 retired Astartes, with the rest being former Spartan warriors. Over these days, Tony Stark tried to win them over with his silver tongue, hoping to land a better job. After all, the interior of this transformer was truly enormous. By his own measurements, it could be more than 800 cubic meters. As for why he could only guess, it was because the 7 veteran Space Marines never allowed him into the room where they store their armor. Tony Stark's attempt to get closer to the others failed completely. They all assumed he must be a researcher from some interstellar alliance or cosmic nation, accidentally teleported onto their ship during an experiment. Their only thought was to hand Tony over to their own government once the mission was done. As a result, no one on the ship paid him any attention. Tony tried to gather the scattered pieces of his armor, hoping to repair it, but soon realized that not a single one was intact. They were all beyond salvage. He could only keep a few parts as mementos. The rest, under the watchful gaze of Titan, were thrown into the incinerator. How much longer until we arrive? Terra, now suited up in armor, asked the ship. At the current rate, you have 1 more hour to get ready, Titan replied. Terra nodded, having wisely ordered everyone to suit up in advance. Now, they were busy maintaining their weapons. Tony Stark was left speechless with amazement, seeing everyone around him clad in such formidable armor. As a scientist, he'd always watched science fiction for inspiration, never imagining that the wildest, most scientifically improbable designs could ever exist in reality. Yet, he had to admit that even his own Iron Man suit would be hard to explain with conventional science. Just the absurd maneuverability and the shock-absorbing system, thin as it was, that could withstand tank shells, would take Earth scientists 100 years to develop, if at all. Is this Halo, the Spartan project? Tony couldn't help but reach out to touch the nearest suit of Thunderhammer armor. Suddenly, there was a sharp slap. Tony's face stung as his hand was swatted away. The closest warrior was a Spartan woman. Dazed and a little dizzy, Tony wasn't angry. He struggled upright and turned to look at Terra and the others. Standing before him were 2 giants, nearly 9 feet tall, towering even over the Hulk, clad in blue armor, emblazoned with the inverted Omega symbol. Tony's shock deepened. Warhammer 40,000, that legendary universe, originated in the late 20th century. It was a dark, gothic space opera set in the distant future. As a super scientist, Tony had always drawn inspiration from such works. His own Iron Man suits, after all, used the Mark naming, just like the Mark series power armor in the Warhammer universe. Such massive warriors. Could they be Primaris Astartes? Tony muttered under his breath. But his quiet words were easily picked up by the genetically enhanced soldiers around him. They paid him no mind. After all, the Astartes and Spartans were the 2 most famous enhanced warriors of the Empire, renowned across the galaxy. The Astartes' battle prowess was so feared that some interstellar alliances considered them demigods. Whenever they appeared on the battlefield, it was as if gods themselves had descended, unstoppable in their onslaught. Spartan warriors, on the other hand, are super soldiers used to support the Astartes and carry out decapitation strikes. Though smaller in stature, their strength is by no means lacking. Their formidable combat prowess has earned them the title of Blood Angels. Looks like you're not some backwater planet-born who's never heard of us. You even know our famous name, Terra remarked. But what exactly is Primaris? After all, Dio had undergone the Primaris procedure directly. So for him, there was no distinction between Primaris and non-Primaris. Tony was about to answer, but was interrupted. Forget it. Maybe there was a translation error somewhere along the way. Don't mind him. The targets appeared. Another Astartes reminded them. Everyone looked up to see, on the ship's screen, a vessel dropping out of warp. It was now attempting to hide within a nearby planetary asteroid belt. So do we move now or wait? Titan asked the two Astartes soldiers. Let's wait until they've settled, until they feel safe. Then we strike, Terra suggested. It was a solid plan, quickly agreed upon by all. The group began their final checks before battle. Tony Stark had finally snapped out of shock. To see both Astartes from Warhammer and Spartans from Halo gathered here was mind-boggling in itself. But Tony noticed that neither the Astartes nor the Spartans were exactly as he remembered from their original lore. Maybe they're just similar, not the same? He mused to himself as he polished a massive round of ammunition. A few hours later, the 5 Spartan warriors were the first to quietly leave the ship, stealthily approaching the enemy vessel. Meanwhile, the 2 Astartes armed themselves and entered the boarding pod. Tony Stark felt nothing but calm, not a ripple in his heart. The entire ship was under the relentless watch of an AI called Titan. He had no idea this was actually a transformer. He tried some covert moves, but each attempt had been detected and neutralized. Now, all Tony could do was sit quietly, arms wrapped around himself, watching the battle footage unfold on the screen. The Spartans had already reached the enemy hull, hacked their systems, and signaled that it was clear to board. The 2 Astartes readied themselves. The boarding pod shot out, hurtling toward the enemy ship. With a burst of laser fire, they punched through the energy shields and crashed straight into the vessel's heart. Alarms blared within the enemy ship. The breach was quickly sealed by metal shutters, and the 5 Spartans seized the opportunity to slip inside. What's going on? Why wasn't there any warning about the attack? The enemy commander roared in fury. Our alert system identified the incoming ship as friendly, so the deputy's words only stoked the commander's rage. Fix it now, and prep for an emergency jump, the commander barked. The deputy, startled by his outburst, hurried to relay the orders. But when they tried to start the engine, they discovered it had stalled. A pair of muffled gunshots rang out. The commander, stunned, demanded, "What's going on? Why am I hearing gunfire from here too? Where are the people holding them off?" His deputy hurriedly pulled up the surveillance feed and saw 2 figures in blue power armor advancing at a steady, unhurried pace. Their ceramic steel armor shrugged off the incoming bullets flawlessly, withstanding both energy blasts and kinetic rounds without a scratch. The one in front wielded a massive ceramic steel shield, while the one behind shouldered a heavy autocannon, his Terminator armor making him look almost leisurely as he followed along. As they turned a corner, they ran straight into an ambush. A mob of armed enemies opened up on them with a wild barrage of fire. At the front was Terra, who raised a shield to block the incoming shots, calmly returning fire with his bolt gun. Behind him, his comrade in Terminator armor hefted the autocannon and unleashed a sweeping hail of bullets. The commander was left utterly speechless. How can there be Astartes here? His furious outburst sent everyone in the room into a panic. They huddled in corners, hands clamped over their mouths, holding their breath as if that alone might keep them hidden. For a brief moment, the commander's rage gave way to unexpected clarity, and he muttered in confusion. Why do the sounds in the video not match the ones next door? The only answer he received was a tungsten core bullet. They're not even in the same group. Their gunfire's bound to sound different, Spartan said at last, after clearing the room. Less chatter, more searching. Find the package. Another Spartan ordered, weapon at the ready, as he covered the room. Only 2 of them had come to the command center. The other 3 were already heading for the warehouse. If the computer logs held the location, they could simply unlock the warehouse door. If not, they have to search the whole ship. The soldier nodded and immediately began combing through the computer's database. According to the data, the goods are in the warehouse. Are you there yet? We're almost there. The fighting at the entrance is fierce, replied the only female among the 5 Spartans. Damn it, weren't they supposed to be distracted? She shouted, dodging a grenade that exploded nearby. Meanwhile, the 2 Spartans in the command center tried to open the warehouse doors, but found themselves locked out. They guessed. The warehouse must be on a separate system. Probably only unlocks once goods are delivered. These people must be hired muscle brought in by the employer. Damn it, we need backup. These maniacs are lobbing explosives everywhere. The warehouse structure looks like it's been reinforced with high-grade alloy, but who knows if the ship's frame can take this kind of punishment. With that, the Spartans in the command center rushed out to join the fight at the warehouse. At this moment, Terra's team had already overcome the resistance and arrived at the command center. After a brief inspection, they asked, "Titan, we've sent you the scan results. Did you find anything?" Titan paused as he studied the report, then exclaimed, "Except for those in the command center, the DNA of everyone else is nearly identical. They're clones." No sooner had Titan finished speaking than the Spartan warriors let out a sigh of relief. Reinforcements had just arrived, and together they had neutralized the defenders. According to the scans, these identical clones were clad in high-strength alloy armor. Defenses at least equal to, if not surpassing, the ceramite plating of powered armor. Even more impressive, the alloy was lighter and more maneuverable. So sturdy? Then how did you manage to defeat them? Terra asked upon arrival. The Spartans' firepower usually struggled to pierce Astartes' ceramite armor, let alone this new alloy, which seemed even more formidable. Titan's analysis showed these clones have genetic flaws. They can't handle intense exertion. In the end, they pretty much wore themselves out, the Spartans explained. Titan picked up a set of the armor and tested it. An Astartes' immense strength could normally tear ceramite plating apart barehanded, but now he could only crush the alloy armor into a ball. Another Astartes spoke up. "Let me have a go." He gripped the alloy with both hands, braced himself for a moment, and to everyone's amazement, managed to rip the armor open with sheer brute force. "Your strength has grown again," Terra remarked in awe. "Just regular training does the trick. Unlike you. Every time you get home, you just crash in bed," the Astartes teased, shifting his attention back to the torn alloy in his hands. "This alloy armor is strong, but it's clearly fresh off the assembly line. It lacks any full power assist system, and theoretically, bolter rounds could still damage anyone wearing it," he analyzed. The clones' alloy suits were only a thin shell. Underneath was just standard fatigues, and even the shock-absorbing system amounted to little more than an extra layer of foam padding. "Hurry and secure the target items. We'll bring the captured armor back to the Empire as well. I'm sure the Emperor can analyze and replicate its design," Terra ordered. Everyone nodded and began gathering up the equipment, preparing to await Titan's arrival and then board the ship. Naturally, the one doing most of the heavy lifting now was Tony Stark. But as Tony gazed at the all-too-familiar style of the armor before him, he couldn't even muster a sarcastic comment. "Seriously, this universe is wild. Even Star Wars elements are here. Could it be that all those sci-fi stories on Earth were inspired by aliens?" Tony Stark's lips twitched in exasperation. With the mission a complete success, everyone set off on their journey home. The journey home was swift, likely because Titan was eager to get back and give his body a good cleaning. Although Tony Stark worked with remarkable diligence and speed, Titan still longed for the specialized cleaning machines waiting for him at home. It had taken a week to track down their target and arrive, but only 3 days to return. It wasn't that the distance was too great. With the aid of advanced spatial technology, the trip home took barely a day. The rest of the time was spent signing off on post-mission reports and handing over mission-related items. Once again, they defied all laws of physics, plunging directly into the atmosphere at full speed without any attempt to slow down. Tony Stark held onto himself, watching this spectacle with a calm composure. But that was nothing compared to what happened next. When it was time to deliver the mission items, the ship suddenly transformed into a towering robot nearly 20 meters tall, stretching as if waking from a long slumber. The sight left Tony utterly speechless. He was no stranger to the Transformers franchise. It was originally created by Jack Lone to help sell more toys. He'd been a fan at first, but as his scientific curiosity grew, he realized that creating a real Transformer was entirely impossible. From then on, he'd lost interest. But to discover that the massive ship he'd been living on for days was, in fact, a Transformer, now that was a genuine shock. Titan's piloting was flawless. After all, he was one of the very first Transformers, a veteran who had served for over 1,500 years. If nothing else, his flying skills were second to none. Tony's attention was soon captured by the city below, a place straight out of a science fiction movie. Vehicles of every shape and size zipped through the air, and all manner of aliens mingled among them. Titan smoothly docked at an airborne port. One by one, everyone disembarked from the ship. "To be honest, my great-grandson has his heart set on joining the Astartes," Terra rambled on. "I don't know how many times I've told him it's not that easy to get in, but he just won't listen. He insisted on going, but couldn't even survive the first 3 years of basic training." Terra's complaints about her disappointing descendant flowed endlessly. The others, long accustomed to her chatter, responded with absent-minded, "Yeah, right, sure" comments. At the port, the group said their farewells to Titan. But as they turned around, they all suddenly fell silent, dropping to one knee in unison. Tony, meanwhile, was wide-eyed, gazing around in delight at all the surrounding facilities, marveling at everything he saw. He didn't notice at all that the entire area had fallen into silence. Soon enough, he was stopped. It was only then that Tony realized where he was, an alien nation. If there was a nation, there would surely be rules and systems in place. Without any identification, he'd be hard-pressed to get by. And to these people, he was the alien. Would they dissect him for study? No, that can't be. There are plenty of aliens with forms like his, and even the Adeptus Astartes were once ordinary humans who underwent transformation, so he probably wouldn't end up dissected. For a moment, Tony Stark's mind went into overdrive, brainstorming countless possibilities. The towering figure in golden armor before him raised a hand and scanned him thoroughly. Tony Stark, Terran, transported into the body of a Titan on assignment due to unknown reasons. Tony Stark stared, mouth agape, at the person before him. The Emperor's most elite guards. Each one was the embodiment of the Emperor's supreme will. Could his arrival have already caught the Emperor's attention? If we go by the setting, he's a human from the 2K era. Shouldn't that make him quite a rare specimen? But wait, what did this person just call him? Terran? Where's that supposed to be? Note, Terran is a term used in Guardians of the Galaxy, when Yondu threatened to eat Star-Lord and called him a Terran. Tony Stark's mind spun as he tried to recall the scant bits of Warhammer lore he'd come across. But Warhammer was a British thing he didn't really understand. His grasp of the setting wasn't nearly as vivid as the impression left by those twin sisters from before. Yes, Tony Stark didn't really know how to respond, so he simply went along with what the other said. The custodian across from him lowered his arm and said, "Come with us. His Majesty wants to see you." Utterly bewildered, Tony Stark followed the custodians ahead of him. Only then did he notice that the Space Marines, led by Terra, were kneeling on one knee, heads bowed. Stepping into a circular device, Tony Stark suddenly realized he was now on a different planet. This is actually a teleportation device. Tony couldn't help exclaiming in awe. Once again, Tony looked around in astonishment. The style here was nothing like where he'd just come from. Where he'd been before was the classic vision of a sci-fi future. Pristine white streets and buildings, immaculate roads, floating vehicles everywhere. But here, the atmosphere was pure cyberpunk. Floating skulls drifted nearby. The buildings were adorned with skull-like carvings. And at the very top of some structures, mysterious ring-shaped, levitating objects hovered. Led inside by the custodians, Tony was amazed at the sheer scale of the architecture. The interior was filled with all sorts of high-tech devices, the kind you'd only see in a science fiction world, and Tony's face lit up with delight. A world brimming with advanced technology. This was exactly the kind of place a super scientist like him loved most. The air practically buzzed with innovation, and all sorts of technologies far ahead of his own time filled him with glee. Before long, they arrived at the palace where Dio awaited. Dio was utterly surprised to see Tony Stark suddenly appear here in the depths of space. He hadn't lent his brother-in-law any troops to wage war on Earth, after all. Unable to make sense of the situation, Dio ordered the Imperial Guard to bring Tony Stark before him. Tony walked up to the throne, staring in amazement at the towering figure before him. "Is this really the Emperor?" Tony asked uncertainly. After all, he'd never actually seen any pictures of the Emperor online. He only knew the Emperor was said to be as tall and imposing as the Primarchs. Still, Tony thought this figure was about the same height as the Hulk. He didn't dwell on it. Instead, like the Imperial Guards, Tony dropped to one knee and called out, "Your Majesty." "I greet you, Your Excellency." Dio waved his hand, signaling the Imperial Guard to withdraw, and allowed Tony to rise to his feet. "Tony Stark, one of the rare geniuses of Terran Blue. Can you explain how you managed to teleport from your planet onto a ship traveling more than 5 light years away?" Dio asked, yet his tone left no room for doubt. It was less a question than a quiet command. Tony's heart skipped a beat. Though Dio wasn't overtly intimidating, Tony felt an invisible weight settle over him. He tried to gather his thoughts, searching for the right words that might let these people understand what he was about to say. Seeing Tony silent for so long, Dio asked, "What's wrong? Is it a difficult question?" Dio's words jolted Tony back to the present. He shook his head quickly and offered a brief, concise explanation. To put it simply, the story unfolded much like the early Marvel movies. Odin punished his son by banishing Thor to Earth, and Loki sent the destroyer armor after his brother, setting the stage for their brotherly feud. Dio remembered these events. In fact, after this debacle, a furious Odin had sent Loki to Dio for some much-needed discipline. Nick Fury, realizing Earth lacked a superhero team for real-time defense, decided it was time to assemble one. But there was no Battle of New York. Instead, what came was a counterattack from the remnants of the Kree. Last century, a Kree scientist named Marvel had come to Earth, using the cosmic cube to research a faster-than-light engine. But an accident destroyed both the engine and the scientist. When the scattered Kree forces got wind of this, they tried to recover Mar-Vell's experimental data, only to be blocked by the U.S. military. Fortunately, Mar-Vell's fellow pilot, Carol Danvers, survived and, for reasons unknown, absorbed the energy of the Lightspeed engine, becoming Captain Marvel. When Dio heard this, he paused to recall. Wasn't there talk, a decade or two ago, of an extraordinarily powerful woman who was hunting Kree across the galaxy? Back then, he'd found the story quite intriguing. The entire universe knows that the Eternals and the Kree have an almost genocidal hatred for each other, though this feud wasn't originally started by the Kree themselves. To get on Dio's good side, many small nations across the cosmos would capture any lone Kree they found and hand them over to the Empire. But no one ever dared to actually hunt down and attack a group of Kree. The reason is simple. Even though the Kree Empire has fallen, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Their scientific prowess remains formidable. If any small cosmic nation happened to cross paths with a squad of fleeing Kree, their only real choice was to surrender. That's why Dio was so surprised when he learned someone had actually pursued and attacked a Kree squad. The cosmic community even organized a team to assist. Tony Stark continued his account. At the time, that group of Kree believed the pilot was part of a secret cyborg experiment by Mar-Vell. They wanted to strike first, conquer Earth, and capture her. But that hot-tempered pilot utterly humiliated their fleet. Since Nick Fury was in charge of the situation, he became the contact with his pilot. Afterward, the Kree sent their fleet several more times. The pilot grew so fed up that she took off into space to hunt down the Kree herself. Later on, the alien incident in New Mexico prompted Nick Fury to restart his special team initiative. And since the faster-than-light engine involved the cosmic cube my father once studied, Fury invited me to research it as well. But then there was an accident. The cube suddenly flared with a brilliant light and sucked me inside. When I regained consciousness, I found myself inside that Transformer's body in the middle of a mission. Tony Stark finished his story with a blank, dazed look on his face. Then, with a sudden shudder as if snapping back to reality, he instinctively reached out to touch himself, then felt his head and stared at Dio in utter terror. Frightened, Dio said to him, "Just now I used my psychic abilities to put you in a sort of hypnotic state. That's why you were able to recount everything in such detail." Although Dio could read minds, he preferred hearing people speak, so he let Tony explain everything he knew in his own words. Tony still looked terrified, but he forced himself to calm down, steadying his breath. Watching Tony Stark in front of her, Dio couldn't help but find the sight amusing. She'd always seen Tony Stark on TV, always brimming with confidence, often the leader of the Avengers. But now here he was sitting on the ground, all sense of dignity gone, looking utterly terrified. All right, stop acting like you're about to die of fright. You seem like a decent scientist, so I'll give you a virtual universe helmet. There's plenty in there for you too. Study when you get home. I'll send you back to Planet Talon soon. I'm heading that way anyway to visit some old friends." Dio stood up, walked over to Tony Stark, and looked down at him. Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, he instinctively nudged him with the tip of his foot. It was only then that Tony Stark snapped back to his senses, muddle-headed as he stood up, steadying himself with Dio's calf. "I thought hypnosis didn't have any side effects. Or is this like the post-traumatic symptoms in the original plot?" Dio looked at Tony Stark with a peculiar expression. He shook his head, thinking to himself that this guy's psychological defenses were really fragile. Before long, the spaceship was ready. The Imperial Guards and the Transformers unit assembled. This was Dio's own private armed escort, and wherever he went, he had to bring them along. "We're really going back? To Earth? No, wait, you called it Terra Blue, right?" Tony Stark had regained his composure and strode noisily into the spaceship. "Are you sure it's really Earth? The place I came from? Don't take us to the wrong planet." Rubbing his left wrist, Tony Stark felt as if this was all just a dream. He'd been abruptly transported to an alien world, and somehow wound up entangled with its civilization. Although this emperor wasn't exactly pleasant, he still gave him a gift. Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, Tony Stark wisely found a secluded corner to sit down, studying the bracelet on his wrist. Just moments ago, Dio had said he'd give him a virtual universe helmet, but instead handed him a bracelet, saying it was the Empire's newest creation, a multifunctional technological wristband packed with numerous features. It could make calls, access the internet, and monitor his physical condition in real time. Inside, it housed a quantum backpack capable, in theory, of storing an unlimited number of items. Of course, the virtual universe helmet wasn't forgotten. It was tucked safely inside the quantum backpack. In truth, Dio had taken inspiration from a video game to create this backpack, its principle being the use of a quantum singularity to shrink objects for storage, restoring them to their original size upon retrieval. The wristband itself was actually a prototype military model Dio had developed. He picked the least advanced one and gave it to Tony Stark as a trial sample. Consider it an act of charity. Supreme Sorcerer, I felt like visiting Earth for fun today. Tell your people to keep an eye out. I'd rather not have a brawl the moment I land. Dio's eyes flashed blue as he spoke. At this moment, he was using a power akin to astral projection, under the guise of training his psychic abilities. And standing before him was none other than Earth's Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. Clad in her saffron robes, the Ancient One furrowed her brow. I wonder what brings a self-proclaimed ruler of the universe like you to our Earth. Just catching up, that's all. And, incidentally, coming to establish diplomatic relations. Dios Maíz. The Ancient One's expression grew solemn. You're bringing your Imperial guards for a diplomatic visit? Dio's face remained unchanged as he spread his hands. Is there a problem? They're my escort, here to ensure my safety, just in case anyone tries to assassinate me. Seeing the strange smile on Dio's face, the Ancient One was left utterly speechless. What in this universe could possibly harm you? Nevertheless, the Ancient One closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Since that's the case, on behalf of Earth's magical community, I welcome your arrival. However, I must ask that you restrain your powers. A force like yours is beyond anything Earth can withstand. She had no other choice. This wasn't one of those dimensional demon gods whom she could simply manipulate from behind the safety of the dimensional barrier. With them, she could pull a few strings as she pleased, knowing they couldn't easily cross over to retaliate. But the one before her was different. He didn't even need to set foot on Earth himself. He could simply open a portal from space and channel the energy of a star straight onto the planet's surface, laying waste to it in an instant. Though she was the Sorcerer Supreme, mighty as she was not so powerful as to drag the entire world into the mirror dimension. After receiving the message, the Ancient One immediately informed her disciples. As the current ruler of the Empire and a sovereign power in the universe, Thanos was bringing his fleet to Earth. She cautioned them to keep their eyes open and not to mistake Dio's fleet for interdimensional invaders. Her disciples exchanged uncertain looks. Wasn't it a bit out of their jurisdiction to deal with galactic overlords? The Ancient One only smiled, giving them a knowing look, leaving them to figure it out on their own. Dio's flagship was a marvel of engineering, so stable that even after multiple consecutive space jumps, its occupants felt as steady as if they were standing on solid ground, with not the slightest discomfort. But when Dio's fleet finally arrived in Earth's outer orbit, the gathered sorcerers instantly understood why the Sorcerer Supreme had warned them. Dio's psychic presence was so immense and overwhelming, it felt as if a black hole itself pressed down upon them. Even from off-world, his very aura crushed the breath from every sorcerer's lungs. It was no exaggeration. The Ancient One watched as many of her disciples found it genuinely impossible to breathe. Some had already fainted from suffocation. Hastily, she conjured a spell to shield them, easing that dreadful pressure. If the Sorcerer Supreme hadn't warned us, I would have thought some demon god had descended in the flesh, gasped the master of the mystic arts, turning to Mordo. Mordo, unable to speak, could only nod in silent agreement. Even with the Ancient One's protection, the pressure remained, albeit lessened. Seeing this, the Ancient One sent a telepathic message to Dio, her tone calm but edged with displeasure. You've gone too far. Dio caught the note of anger beneath her composed words and gave a nonchalant shrug. After all, he'd meant to teach Earth's sorcerers a lesson. But his words betrayed nothing but courtesy. My apologies, Sorcerer Supreme. I must have overestimated your disciples' strength. I'll rein it in right away. As he spoke, he gradually withdrew the oppressive force he'd released. Dio knew full well. For now, with the Ancient One openly protecting Earth, it was best to show some respect. Dio was exceptionally precise in his control of energy. Those who possessed magical abilities were overwhelmed by his psychic pressure and fainted, while ordinary people felt only a sharp pain in their heads before instinctively looking up. A massive spaceship, reminiscent of a towering transformer or a colossal mechanical fortress, hovered silently in Earth's orbit. Earth's nations, almost simultaneously, detected Dio's ship with their satellites. At this moment, the entire planet was thrown into chaos. Dio's arrival made humanity realize that they were, in fact, not the universe's only intelligent life. Of course, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were an exception. After all, it was S.H.I.E.L.D. that had handled the Captain Marvel incident. Yet, even the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. were more terrified than ever. They feared the Kree might have returned. Although the Avengers were on Earth, one of their core members, Iron Man, Tony Stark, had gone missing some time ago. The most powerful Avenger, Thor was off-world, and with only an uncontrollable Hulk left, there was a pervasive sense of insecurity. What's more, Nick Fury, who had once been in contact with Captain Marvel, had vanished after being dismissed. Now, even if they wanted to negotiate, they had no way of reaching him. Pierce, newly reinstated as director, looked even grimmer than Fury ever had. He knew Fury was beyond his control, but he hadn't expected that even with Hydra's resources, they still couldn't track down their former director. Just moments ago, Congress had called him as well, demanding he find a way to deal with the thing in the sky. The panic among the lawmakers was spreading, with rumors of alien invasion flying everywhere, and even mass looting taking place. How am I supposed to deal with what's up there? I can't even make contact with them. Pierce, normally even-tempered, was so furious he nearly hurled something across the room. At that moment, Task Force Captain Rumlow walked in. "Director, we have news," Rumlow announced, handing Pierce a tablet. Pierce shot him a wary look, but the moment he glanced at the screen, he froze. A video was playing, accompanied by a woman's voice. Tony Stark, who had been missing for days, has reappeared, claiming to have been abducted by aliens and recently returned. Pierce's expression stiffened. He turned to see the same shock mirrored in Rumlow's face. Stark Industries was immensely valuable. After confirming that Tony Stark had died due to the energy of the cosmic cube, Hydra had secretly begun plotting to absorb Stark Industries into their own holdings. Yet just as the plan was getting underway, with no results to show for it, Tony Stark had somehow survived and come back. Pierce forced himself to breathe steadily, grabbed Rumlow by the collar, and steadied his voice with effort. "Now, immediately, bring Tony Stark and the rest of the Avengers to me. Now." Romulo, rarely having seen Pierce like this, was momentarily startled and flustered. But he quickly regained his composure, nodded, and walked out. As for Pierce, let's set him aside for now. The world leaders were thrown into a panic. Some countries even began to make veiled accusations against the United States, turning it into the target of everyone's blame. Although the U.S. often makes movies about alien invasions, that doesn't mean they have any real way to deal with extraterrestrials. Their performance at the United Nations was rather awkward. Before long, news about Tony Stark broke out, leaving everyone at the United Nations utterly stunned. Soon after, the United States unveiled its high technology for the first time, virtual projection. With the eyes of the world upon them, Tony Stark's figure appeared, looking no different from when he'd left, perhaps even a bit more robust. After all, the Astartes special canned antelope beef is packed with protein. Even just a little was enough to make Tony Stark, who spent his days laboring aboard the Titan, more than a little overnourished. "Mr. Stark, could you share what you've learned during your time on the alien world?" one of the representatives asked. Tony glanced at the virtual projection, saying nothing for the moment, though a look of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he was interested in the technology as well, but he quickly collected himself and began to recount what he discovered. This is a very peculiar galactic empire. From what I've gathered, its dominion spans countless galaxies and holds a position of supremacy in the universe. As Tony Stark spoke, he painted a picture of a vast and powerful empire among the stars. What surprised everyone most was that the famously proud Tony Stark was actually praising them. Soon enough, however, everyone was engrossed in the vivid scenes Tony described. "Mr. Stark, do you know why this galactic empire crossed entire galaxies to come to a remote place like Earth?" another UN representative asked, a question that won unanimous approval. But just as Tony Stark was about to answer, the virtual projection flickered and abruptly vanished. As shock spread across the faces of those in the United Nations, the U.S. representative announced that there was a technical issue and repairs were underway. "Apologies, everyone. The equipment is newly developed, and there are still a few bugs to iron out. Our scientists are working on repairs as we speak," the representative said after murmuring into their earpiece, though their expression was tinged with arrogance. "In that case, we'd ask the U.S. representative to provide a detailed explanation about how much longer this will take," another delegate asked, his tone grave and stern. "It's very likely that this is the only formal contact humanity will ever have with an alien civilization, and we might even establish diplomatic relations. We can't afford any mistakes." The American delegate, however, simply shrugged and said, "I'm not sure about that. After all, it's a newly invented device. There are bound to be some glitches the first time it's used." This attitude infuriated not only all the delegates, but also the countless people watching the live broadcast. Clearly, the United States wants to monopolize the first opportunity to establish diplomatic ties with the aliens, someone posted from China. "Looks like someone's feeling jealous," replied another, their IP address untraceable. America's ambition is impressive, but don't they realize the aliens can see right through them? Even if they do succeed, at best they'll be treated like a dog, just used to stir up conflict among us. Another anonymous poster chimed in. Fucksk, who are you calling a dog? Came a furious reply. Knew you'd show your true colors, just like a dog, quick to bark back, the previous poster taunted. The internet quickly erupted into a storm of arguments and insults. Back at the meeting, all the delegates frowned, sensing that the Americans were up to something. Sure enough, the U.S. representative soon announced that the equipment had been repaired, but Tony Stark was now exhausted from the long journey and had gone to rest. Bang! The Russian delegate slammed the table, furious, and jabbed a finger at the American's face. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to keep this vital information to yourselves? The other delegates glared furiously, voicing their support for the Russian. Suddenly, the American delegate was grabbed by the collar and landed a hard punch to the face. Seeing this, everyone dropped all pretense. They grabbed chairs and microphones, hurling them at the American delegate in a chaotic brawl. The Chinese delegate glanced around, then cautiously stepped forward. Seizing the opportunity, he stomped hard on the American's face. The blow was so fierce that, for a split second, it looked as if the American's eyeballs might pop right out of their sockets, almost bouncing off his shoe. Of course, this was done so discreetly that no one could say for sure who had delivered the kick. The farce at the UN ended quickly, and the news was released soon after. The emperor of this galactic empire had arrived in person, and he was here to find an old acquaintance. But obviously, no one was buying it, even if the news turned out to be true. As for Dio, Earth squabbles couldn't be hidden from him. In his previous life, he'd often heard about brawls breaking out between countries at the UN, but he'd never actually seen a video of it. Now, witnessing it unfold in real life, this was a first. At that moment, the internet exploded. Holy crap, who's that? He just appeared out of nowhere, guys. Look how massive he is. That outfit, it looks so familiar. You idiots, it's obvious. That's an alien. Internet users, with the sharp insight of Leeuwenhoek, quickly noticed the sudden appearance of Dio. The commotion online was soon detected by the authorities, who wasted no time in sending messages to the representatives caught up in the brawl. As expected, a farce is always best enjoyed live. Dio remarked with a wide grin, watching as the United Nations delegates fell silent in an instant. Hardly had Dio finished speaking when a unit of fully armed soldiers burst into the room. Before they could even raise their guns, they were forced to the ground. Looking closely, one could see a group of towering figures standing motionless, each clad in golden armor, wielding exotic spears and swords. The moment these golden-armored warriors appeared, the internet erupted into an even greater frenzy. For a while, the word loyalty flooded the screens, but even more questions began to emerge. What's going on? Loyalty? What does that even mean? Will someone with real knowledge please explain? As the flood of comments subsided and the chat grew quiet, an eloquent essay appeared from a British IP address. It gave a detailed account of the Custodes' combat prowess and the significance they represented. Each suit of power armor was worth a planet, equipped with monomolecular weapons that could break down force fields, evade lasers, and react at the speed of nanoseconds. Their superhuman strength, endurance, and military skill were unmatched. Each custodian was even a master of the arts, whether in song or painting. Their very presence signaled the arrival of the supreme will of the Emperor himself within the Empire. For a moment, both Warhammer veterans and newcomers fell silent. No, these were not just superhumans. Gleaming golden helms, ornate red robes, and banners blazing with radiant light. Powerful halberds flashing, eagle-crested armor firmly planted. With the imperial standard held high before them, their golden armor blazed even brighter. These were the Emperor's Custodes. Within the Warhammer universe, they are the absolute T-0 combat force beneath the Primarchs, the very embodiment of superhuman might. Yet, no one had ever truly believed, or even imagined, that these legends could walk among us. If an Astartes could kill an ordinary person as easily as crushing an ant, then a custodian could dispatch an Astartes just as effortlessly. But whatever the case, one fact was undeniable. They were here now. The appearance of the Custodes, and the British accounts and media analysis, prompted the British authorities to swiftly detain the folks at GW and the Warhammer game studio. Their goal, to extract every piece of information possible about the Custodes standing before them. Why the sudden silence? Are you unhappy? Dio quipped, a playful glint in his eye. At first, Dio's words were mistaken for an alien tongue, but soon enough, people realized he wasn't speaking an unknown extraterrestrial language. He was speaking Esperanto. But what exactly is Esperanto? Esperanto is an artificial language invented by Dr. L. Zamenhof, a Polish Jewish ophthalmologist, on the basis of Indo-European languages on July 26, 1887. At first, Dr. Zamenhof's intention was to create a language that could help people of different skin colors, races, and regions to interact as equals and friends, united under a single identity, as citizens of the world, without aiming to replace any national language. These two paragraphs are quoted from Baidu. The difficulty of learning Esperanto is quite peculiar. Some say it's so challenging that one needs to master more than 15 foreign languages before being able to learn it, while others find it extremely simple, with an entry barrier lower than any language on Earth. But regardless, the fact that Dio can now speak in Esperanto means that this alien has likely already gained a comprehensive understanding of the entire situation on Earth. A representative stammered, trying to say something, but only opened his mouth without managing to utter a sound. Judging by this, he was probably a delegate from some fortunate country that had joined the United Nations, yet did not possess much national power. May I ask, sir, are you the leader of the spaceship in orbit? A representative drew a deep breath, straightened his jacket, and asked in a solemn tone. He spoke in Esperanto. Dio studied the man's attire and bearing before nodding. Of course. Dio answerti mandarin Chinese. This surprised everyone present. The difficulty of Mandarin is universally acknowledged, yet Dio spoke it fluently and with perfect pronunciation. It was obvious that he had already familiarized himself with every nation and ethnicity on Earth. A flash of surprise crossed the eyes of the Chinese representative, but he quickly switched back to his mother tongue and asked, "May I ask the reason for your arrival on Earth? If you need any assistance, all the nations on this planet, including ours, will do everything in their power to help." On the other end, the interpreter dutifully translated the Chinese representative's words, and for a moment, the world's delegates were moved to the brink of tears. China always handles things so well, at least better than the United States. There's no need. I'll come back to find an old acquaintance, and that person is right here in China. When the time comes, I'll visit myself. By the way, I can also establish diplomatic relations with Earth. As Dio stood up and moved closer, everyone instinctively stiffened, and many delegates took a step back. Oh my God, did I just hear that? This guest is here to establish diplomatic relations with Earth. Tony Stark said the Emperor of the Empire has come to Earth in person, and he's even escorted by the Imperial Guard. He must be the Emperor himself. Wow, a national leader personally coming to establish diplomatic ties with us. This would be a badge of honor even in the universe. It's like a sci-fi movie plot come to life. Interstellar travel is no longer just a dream. Compared to the silence at the United Nations, the internet was a storm-tossed sea. People had subconsciously stopped thinking about the Emperor's status, guarded by the Imperial Guard, and were instead swept up in their fantasies that a sci-fi future, once only dreamed of, was about to become reality. Wait a minute, Imperial Guard? Emperor? Could this be? Bro, that twist? Holy crap. In an instant, the internet fell back into a stunned hush, as if someone had pressed pause on the world. But in real life, everyone was on the brink of madness. Now, it all depended on the Warhammer universe. If this grim, hellish world was real, if the Imperial Guard and the Emperor truly existed, did that mean everything else from Warhammer was real too? The Warp, the 4 Chaos Gods, and all those other terrifying entities? Heads of state everywhere, having gotten their hands on the first-hand information, fell silent, each quietly reaching for the phone. But the calls were in vain. By then, Dio, surrounded by the Imperial Guard, had already stepped outside. The live broadcast equipment was moved along with him. No one knew which cameraman had risked it all for this chance, but when fortune of this magnitude came, knocking, he'd literally kicked his superior off the chair to seize the seat himself. Even his boss would later praise him for having the perfect fit for the job. Meanwhile, the American leadership showed little reaction, because they'd already gotten word from Tony Stark. Apparently, there was no warp, no 4 Chaos Gods in this universe. There were even elements from Star Wars, stormtrooper armor, clone troopers, and so on. Not just Warhammer's Astartes, but also Halo Spartans. Clearly, the universe only wore the skin of these sci-fi worlds. The catastrophic dangers lurking beneath did not exist. On the surface, the American leadership remained calm, but inside, they were cursing furiously. They had planned to establish contact with Dio the moment they got concrete information, but the truth left them looking grim. At the same time, they couldn't help but envy China, for the landing site had already been confirmed. It was in China. Would they dare try to intercept? Better to forego some sleep during the day. After all, if you're dead, you can sleep as much as you want. As for Dio, everyone watched through their screens as he, clad in dark gold armor, approached a massive spaceship. The vessel looked strikingly futuristic, but internet users couldn't find any Warhammer vehicle that matched its design. Looks a bit like a transport ship. but the shape's closer to a reconnaissance craft. Why does it remind me of a transformer? The suggestion left everyone stunned for a moment, then laughing at the impossibility. Yet, in the universe, even the impossible can become reality. As Dio and his guards emerged, the craft lifted off, hovering in the air. Then, its parts began to shift and realign. In perfect sync with the sound effects playing in every viewer's mind, the ship transformed, right before their eyes, into a humanoid figure. It was still a mass-produced transformer, identical in model, but with different colors from Red Alert and Rumble. This design, it looks just like the G1 triangular vehicle form. Could it be Starscream? Is this for real? Is there really a Cybertron? Wave after wave of surprises today had left netizens feeling numb, their nerves overwhelmed. The transformer dropped to one knee and bowed its head. Dio nodded, and immediately, the transformer rose to its feet. After whispering a few words, a gigantic spaceship soon appeared in the sky, blotting out the sun. It hadn't flown in from outer space. Instead, it unfolded gradually, like a grand scroll opening before their eyes. The ship was so enormous that it completely blocked out the city where the United Nations was located. The delegates from various countries, who had come outside to see what was happening, were startled to find that daylight had vanished, and darkness had fallen prematurely. Meanwhile, the cameras shifted to outer space, where all the world leaders watching gasped in shock. Its immense size, colossal gun turrets, and the menacing ramming prow all made it abundantly clear. This was a warship of unparalleled power, and this was only one of them. Does anyone here actually believe he's come to establish diplomatic relations? One Western leader asked the others on the video call. I don't really buy it, replied a Nordic leader, shaking his head, a sentiment echoed by many others. So what if we don't believe him? The Chinese representative said, after a moment's thought. With their current position, if they truly wanted to conquer us, could we even resist? The Russian leader spoke up as well. At this point, there's little we can do but accept it. Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants? The American leader asked, his face dark and grim. His fleet is stationed in outer space. His armor is supposedly made of mithril, the legendary metal from our own myths. According to the information from Tony Stark, he's an emperor who single-handedly resists the major forces of the universe. The Imperial guards at his side wear armor that, compared to the guards in our novels, boast defenses rivaling endoskeletons that can withstand intercontinental missiles. Don't think he's like those foolish aliens you see in your movies. And those Transformers at his side, I guarantee, as an emperor, he's surrounded by elite forces. If anyone dares to oppose him, one salvo from his cannons would wipe everything out. Besides, there aren't many people on Earth who could even make it to space to fight. Don't think that just being technologically advanced is enough. If your firepower can't even penetrate their defenses, it's pointless. Remember this. Right now, we have no chance to resist. The Russian leader, his anger barely contained, burst out furiously, casting aside all decorum. A heavy silence fell over everyone. What the Russian leader said was true. Even though Tony Stark is someone whose technology can rival the gods, like Thor, for him to develop a spacecraft or a fighter jet capable of space travel. There's an old saying in China, 3 feet of ice is not formed in a single day. No matter how amazing Tony Stark is, he still needs time to learn and build. To expect him to whip one up immediately? Let's be serious. Even in novels, things aren't that far-fetched. The leaders and officials of various nations fell into silence, but the Chinese leader looked especially troubled. Dio was both delighted and anxious to arrive in his own country. After all, Dio hadn't revealed exactly who his old acquaintance was. If their relationship was good, it might be manageable, but if not, if they came to blows on home soil, no one could stop it. Would you really send soldiers, made of flesh and blood, to face an enemy harder than steel? When confronted with a superhuman Imperial Guard, that simply wasn't possible. He had faith in the unwavering resolve of his nation's defenders, but if they could hold the line, all the better. If not, it would only mean needless sacrifice. For the safety of the local residents, the only choice was to evacuate them at least 100 miles away as quickly as possible. Soon, Dio arrived. He did not come with an air of arrogance, nor did he show any sign of disdain. Instead, he appeared approachable and friendly. Thinking back, even at the United Nations, Dio hadn't displayed any trace of contempt or superiority. Back then, the world had been stunned by Dio's arrival, gripped by fear of the unknown. But now, in hindsight, Dio had always been approachable, never once revealing any unusual emotion. Such a person is either extremely calculating or truly, genuinely approachable. If I may ask, sir, who is your old acquaintance? Is there perhaps a misunderstanding between you? He asked with a gentle smile. Dio considered for a moment. In truth, his purpose this time was to find Su Wan Wu, the current bearer of the Ten Rings. Strictly speaking, he didn't actually know Su Wenwu. His main interest was in the Ten Rings themselves. The Ten Rings contained a peculiar energy, an energy structure very similar to the cosmic energy wielded by the Eternals. What's more, they kept emitting bursts of energy out into the universe. Before coming to Earth, the Imperial craftsman Heberon often complained that the Ten Rings he'd made for Dio would randomly send out energy waves, as if something was calling to them. If it weren't for the fact that Heberon could only shoot lasers from his eyes and wasn't skilled in other forms of energy manipulation, he might have realized where that energy was coming from. To be honest, even Dio found it exhausting that he could sense his own Ten Rings being summoned by something unknown. As for the message sent out by the Ten Rings, Dio had yet to decipher it. The energy fluctuations resembled a securely encrypted safe. Normally, Dio would simply break open the safe and read whatever was inside. Most of the time, such energy signals originated from the Gu-E dynasty's universe. The purpose of these transmissions was to keep the upper echelons of various interstellar empires and alliances on their toes. While she couldn't harm them directly in the real world, she found other ways to make their lives miserable. Dio often intercepted these messages and would forward them straight to the higher-ups of the interstellar alliances and cosmic empires. Because of this, those in power hated Dio with a passion. They stopped paying attention to the messages from Gu-E and instead focused all their efforts on challenging the Empire head-on. But that's getting off track. What made this energy fluctuation especially troublesome was that, unless the code was cracked, the safe couldn't be forced open with brute strength. In fact, even before Tony Stark arrived at the Empire, Dio had already been preparing to come to Earth. Yet, after her semi-retirement, her procrastination had worsened to a near-terminal stage, and she never got around to leaving. He's called Su Wenwu. Strictly speaking, he's one of the very few natives on this planet who is truly immortal, Dio explained, trying to keep it brief. He holds 10 rings in his possession, artifacts of technology that clearly do not belong to this world. Over the years, he has been sending out waves of energy messages into the cosmos. A look of shock flashed across the leader's face. He was well aware of Su Wenwu. Every leader, upon taking office, was warned about this immortal emperor lurking in the shadows. Yet as technology and weaponry advanced, their wariness of Su Wenwu only deepened. After coming out of retirement, Su Wenwu became even more power-hungry and unscrupulous in his actions. His subordinates, too, had been upgraded with the times, and in terms of technological sophistication, the Ten Rings organization was nearly on par with a major nation. If not for the lack of a complete industrial chain, Su Wenwu could have easily founded his own country. Everyone knew about Su Wenwu's weapon, the Ten Rings. Many nations had repeatedly sent spies to infiltrate his organization and steal them, but each time, the spies were swiftly discovered, their limbs broken, and they were sent limping back to their homelands. But none of them knew that the Ten Rings could send messages into space. Meanwhile, the listening device hidden beneath the leader's clothes relayed every word of the conversation back to command. Inside command, every officer and soldier heard Dio's explanation. Their eyes met. Without hesitation, they issued an order to apprehend the head of the Ten Rings, Su Wenwu. Dio, on his end, had long since noticed the bug. In fact, he deliberately revealed his purpose, just to see how they would react. As for Su Wenwu, the tide was about to turn against him. No matter how advanced his technology, no matter how elite his followers, under the full-force assault of one of the 5 great powers, they actually fought their way to Su Wenwu. Su Wenwu, we must ask you to come with us. Using special methods, they trapped Su Wenwu in a natural cavern. Even though he possessed the 10 rings, facing more than 10 automatic weapons pointed at his head at close range, Su Wenwu finally surrendered. Su Wenwu still attempted to escape, but he was pinned down by the Imperial guards. Their defenses were impervious to him. Imagine, in the series, the 10 rings, once praised by Heimdall as weapons capable of threatening gods, were now seized by the Imperial guards just like that. When Dio created the Imperial guards, he had drawn upon bioalchemical techniques. Yet, simple products of bioalchemy alone could not pose much of a threat to the magically modified Astartes. So Dio sought inspiration elsewhere. At first, it was merely a combination of magic and bioalchemy. Dio even used the forging techniques he had acquired from Hephaestus, treating the guards' very flesh as metal to be forged. This was what gave the Imperial guards power on par with the gods. After his journey among the Chinese deities, Dio incorporated even more elements into the next generation of Imperial guards: alchemy and Taoist soldier crafting, magic and psychic abilities. As a result, the Imperial guards possessed physical prowess rivaling that of the gods, and with their armor and tremendous magical resistance, most attacks simply bounced off them. Let alone Su Wenwu. who was merely human in constitution. No matter how he struggled, it was utterly futile. The 10 rings were secured, and soon enough, Su Wenwu was escorted by the guards, who had come to assist the Chinese soldiers, and brought before Dio. With even his mouth bound, Su Wenwu could not speak. He could only glare furiously at Dio, and when he saw the 10 rings in Dio's hand, his eyes flashed with defiance. He tried to summon the 10 rings with all his will, but they only flickered with a brief glow. They did not fly back into his grasp as they once had. A jolt of shock ran through him. Su Wenwu had lived for over 1,000 years, his experience and power beyond question. Yet this was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. Meanwhile, Dio marveled at the glowing 10 rings. These 10 rings had once belonged to the Eternals, though they were not of eternal make. They merely incorporated some of their technological elements. As for their full capabilities, even Dio did not know. But judging from the images in his memory, the rings seemed to use their own radiated energy to enhance the bearer's physical abilities, granting longevity, and could unleash a variety of energy attacks depending on the user's intent. As for their power, by the standards shown in the films, they could rival those of the gods. Apparently, the rings had been cast into space when the Kree ambushed the Eternals as they left Titan. Who could have guessed they would find their way back to Earth? Dio couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The craftsmanship of the 10 rings was extraordinary, beyond the technological enhancements employed by the Eternal race, and aside from the artifact's own forging style, there was even a faint trace of alchemical influence woven within. Compared to the set he had crafted for Hyperion, the skill displayed here was on a completely different level. The 10 rings he made for Hyperion were purely technological constructs, with a glaring flaw. Once damaged, they needed to be sent back to the workshop for repairs. The regenerative metals found throughout the universe were ineffective against severe damage, unless one resorted to ultra-advanced technology for modifications. But the 10 rings before him were different. Even if the core components were damaged, they could repair themselves. This was far beyond the scope of mere technology. In terms of energy release and physical enhancement for the wielder, a conservative estimate would place them at 10 times the power of the set he had handcrafted. As he examined the 10 rings in his hands, it was clear that this artifact would elevate Dio's forging skills to an entirely new height. Just as Dio was studying the rings, a middle-aged man wearing glasses approached the leader's side. "Zhang Xian, you're here." After saluting respectfully, Zhang Xian said, "Apologies, sir. There's been an incident with our colleagues at the North American Spear Bureau. SHIELD has attacked our agents. In addition," he paused, choosing his words carefully, then lowered his voice, "there's also the matter of those aliens in North America." This newcomer was Zhang Xian, director of China's Spear Bureau. When he mentioned those aliens in North America, he was referring to the female Earthling once affiliated with Nick Fury, known as Captain Marvel, and the Kree fleet that opposed her. The leader considered this and replied, "Thank you for your efforts." Zhang Xian shook his head. This was simply his duty. The two of them walked over to Dio. "Sir, this is Zhang Xian. He's in charge of our nation's external affairs. From here on, you'll be under his care." "I'm afraid I won't be able to." Dio smiled upon hearing this. "I understand completely. National leaders are always busy, otherwise I couldn't expect you to stay by my side all the time. That wouldn't be realistic." The leader nodded in agreement. After giving Zhang Xian a few final instructions, he bid farewell to Dio and the others before taking his leave. Zhang Xian watched the leader depart. Then, turning to Su Wenwu, he asked, "Sir, did you summon Su Wenwu just for the 10 rings he carries?" "Our people once infiltrated Su Wenwu's home, intending to steal the 10 rings. But no matter what we tried, we couldn't remove them. Even if we somehow managed to take them, the rings would instantly return to Su Wenwu the moment he summoned them. We never did figure out how that worked." Zhang Xian spread his hands, his tone light as he looked at Dio. "That's perfectly normal," Dio replied, carefully studying the 10 rings. "The 10 rings were originally an artifact obtained by my people. After being technologically modified, their whereabouts became unknown. Somehow, they ended up on Earth and eventually fell into Su Wenwu's hands. After he picked up the 10 rings, they underwent DNA locking. Only he or his direct blood relatives can control the 10 rings, and they're even able to establish a mental connection with the rings, meaning they could be controlled purely by thought. However, recently, the 10 rings sent out a strange energy signal into the cosmos. I picked up on it and followed the signal here." With those words, Dio feigned sudden realization, though inwardly he cursed Su Wenwu 1,000 times over. If it hadn't been for this guy's 10 rings broadcasting that signal, these aliens wouldn't have shown up at all. True, the arrival of extraterrestrials and a third kind of contact might bring new opportunities for Earth, but it would absolutely shake up the international balance. If things turned out well, that'd be one thing. But with this alien leader showing up directly in China, the global situation was guaranteed to change dramatically. China could very well become a target for everyone. If I may, sir. Zhang Xian quickly put on a look of eager curiosity. What exactly was in the signal that was sent out? Could you share any details? Of course, if there's anything classified, please don't take offense. Zhang Xian appeared cautious and respectful, like a well-behaved child afraid of being scolded. Dio was still working on deciphering the message. He shook his head and replied, I haven't finished decoding it yet. But don't get your hopes up. Even my own people, in all our history, could never figure out the true maker or function of these things from their craftsmanship or design. If it's good news, that'd be ideal. But if it's bad news, Earthlings, well, you'd better hope for the best. With a smile, Dio finished speaking and left with the 10 rings in hand. He also took Su Wenwu along. After all, the 10 rings were bonded to his DNA. If there were hidden functions, it'd be best for this guy to handle them. As for how to make him cooperate, Dio's psychic abilities might rarely be used, but they were far from ornamental. Is that really what he said? Absolutely, every word. In that case, you know what to do. Same as before. Understood. I'll leak the news to the spies, let them spread it, and then... All right, I'll leave the rest to you. It's my duty, serving the people. Zhang Xian gave a crisp salute, then left to carry out his mission. Before long, countries in Europe and America learned about Dio's arrival in China. Polarized reactions quickly spread in those nations. On one hand, they were furious with the 10 Rings gang and Su Wenwu. After all, it was his weapon that had brought the leader of an extraterrestrial civilization to Earth. This single event shattered the existing balance of power on the planet. It meant that some of the so-called minor countries, which might otherwise have survived for a long time, could be forced to merge into the 5 major powers in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, there was a deep sense of gratitude. After all, this not only proved the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, but also held the possibility that Earth could soon soar into the galaxy and set out to explore the endless sea of stars. After all, the Americans had kept everything about Captain Marvel and the Kree tightly under wraps. Even though everyone had sensed that something was off, they stubbornly refused to admit anything, creating an undercurrent of psychological pressure for the rest of the world. No one could say for sure just how much contact America might have had with alien civilizations, or whether they had even established formal relations. But after Dio arrived, hope sparked in the hearts of other nations, especially when they learned that he was the emperor of a vast interstellar empire. Outwardly, everyone maintained their composure, but inside, their minds were reeling with excitement. Although it was curious that such a huge cosmic empire still seemed to operate under a feudal monarchy, the fact that their sovereign would personally come to Earth to establish diplomatic ties meant that, no matter what happened in the future, the citizens of that empire would never dare to look down upon them. Even if the emperor's attention eventually turned elsewhere, his people would surely give Earth a measure of priority. But what should we do about the 10 rings? Maybe we should just wipe them all out? Are you crazy? The news broke from within China. They must have mobilized people to eliminate the 10 rings right away. It took days for the news to leak out. For all we know, the 10 rings might have already been absorbed by China. Sigh, what a pity. Countries across Europe and America let out long sighs, expressing their mixed feelings. But once they leave, we can force them to hand over their technology. Some Western leaders whispered among themselves. Yes, exactly. If they refuse, we'll impose a resource blockade. Lock down everything we can. The new director, Pierce, felt like his head was about to explode. The fact that the extraterrestrial civilization had not established diplomatic relations with the West had already caused an uproar among those brainwashed by American cultural supremacy. In theory, this kind of minor issue shouldn't have been SFLD's concern, but the higher-ups insisted it fell within their purview and handed the entire matter over to them. The result? They scrambled to suppress information and control the narrative, only for hackers to leak everything right after. And when they tracked down the hackers, who should have been easily apprehended, the strike teams arrived, only to find no one there. If that weren't bad enough, they also discovered street camera footage showing Captain Marvel and Nick Fury walking casually downtown in civilian clothes. But by the time they got there, the pair had vanished without a trace. This was the first time since Captain Marvel had returned to Earth that she hadn't reached out to them. Pierce wasn't surprised by Captain Marvel's return. He simply felt doomed. He had long suspected that Nick Fury and Captain Marvel maintained some mysterious means of communication. The agents of Hydra had exhausted countless attempts, guessing, spying, stealing, in their efforts to uncover exactly how Nick Fury and Captain Marvel kept in touch. But in the end, they gained nothing. Pierce went so far as to sacrifice everything, stepping aside and elevating Nick Fury to the position of Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., all in hopes that Fury would become Hydra's mole within the agency, taking over the role Pierce himself once played. But later, Pierce discovered that Nick Fury was utterly impervious to persuasion or bribery. Here was a man who, despite being nothing more than a tool in Pierce's eyes, shamelessly worshipped those lofty ideals of freedom and democracy cherished by the white elite. The very thought stung Pierce's eyes. Remembering that he had once tried to recruit Fury, Pierce felt he might as well crawl into a hole and disappear. It was an utter disgrace to Hydra. Worse still, after becoming director, Nick Fury grew even more cautious. He had a staggering number of safe houses, both those officially documented and those kept entirely off the record. Pierce had every reason to believe that, on average, every city in America might harbor at least 5 of Fury's secret safe houses. And those were just the ones that had escaped documentation. It was precisely for this reason that, after Fury's resignation, they could never track him down. Now, Tony Stark had returned, and even Captain Marvel, who could stand up to nuclear weapons and single-handedly rout an interstellar fleet, was back as well. More importantly, it was clear that Nick Fury had noticed something. He must have realized that there was more going on within S.H.I.E.L.D. than met the eye, though he hadn't yet pinpointed exactly what. Pierce paced back and forth in his office. He had already given the order to awaken the Winter Soldier and, without the knowledge of the Avengers, had begun a secret campaign to eliminate those social elites. Africa, Wakanda. Father, this galactic empire is truly formidable, said the young T'Challa, his eyes shining as he watched the video on the screen. His sister, Shuri, flicked her fingers across the controls and commented, "There was a flash of blue energy when that emperor appeared. So quick it lasted less than a single frame." The Imperial Guards were different, though. They moved into the United Nations hull purely through their own physical speed. Our footage managed to capture faint afterimages lasting about a frame. My guess is that the Emperor used some device unknown to us to teleport directly into the hull, unlike the guards. As she spoke, Shuri glanced at their father, T'Chaka, the current Black Panther and King. An alien civilization? Their armor is exquisitely crafted, and I noticed a sheen reminiscent of vibranium. T'Chaka mused, narrowing his eyes. Shuri rolled her eyes. "That's impossible, father. You can't determine the elemental composition of an object just by watching a video. Father, your so-called ability to see vibranium with your eyes alone is totally unreliable." The young Sue retorted without hesitation, and as she spoke, she glanced at her father, who could only offer a wry smile. All right, my clever daughter, you've defeated your father once again with your scientific reasoning," T'Chaka said gently, stepping forward to give his daughter's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Father, do you think we should try to establish diplomatic ties with them on our own?" T'Challa asked quietly. T'Chaka glanced at his son. As the chosen heir, T'Chaka felt nothing but satisfaction with him. He had involved T'Challa in politics from an early age, and even went so far as to break ancestral tradition by allowing his son to secretly consume the heart-shaped herb, making him a powerful Black Panther warrior. T'Chaka placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "You should give this more thought. Have you considered what price we might have to pay if we build relations with these aliens?" T'Challa pondered for a moment. It seemed vibranium was the only valuable thing they had to offer, but since vibranium was itself an extraterrestrial metal, who was to say there wasn't an entire planet of vibranium out in the cosmos? If that were the case, the other side might not value vibranium at all. Thinking it over, T'Challa said in a low voice, "It seems we don't have anything truly impressive to offer. Vibranium might not be rare to them. After all, they were capable of interstellar travel. Their technology must be far more advanced." He had graduated from a prestigious British university and had heard of the so-called Space Marines. According to what Tony Stark had revealed, the Empire possessed not only the Adeptus Astartes and the Imperial Guard, but also the legendary Spartans from Halo. Their human enhancement technology was likely centuries beyond anything on Earth. In their eyes, the value of Captain America's super soldier serum might not even be worth a can of lemonade. A sense of discouragement washed over T'Challa. Such a golden opportunity to reach for the stars. Yet here they were, utterly unprepared. The chance was slipping away, just like that. Undoubtedly, those Western liberals would seize the opportunity to claim African land, and knowing how they operated, his homeland and people would find themselves enslaved. Wakanda might put on an air of superiority, noses in the air, but the leadership understood the truth. Advanced technology and vast war reserves were only part of what made a nation strong in conflict. The size of their population and the people's ability to endure the hardships of war also played crucial roles in a nation's fighting strength. Their technology was indeed formidable. Calling themselves a third-world empire wasn't an exaggeration. But here lay the problem. Aside from their technological edge, the other factors were nothing to brag about. Their war reserves might be abundant, but the neighboring tribes watched them like hungry wolves. If they ever tried to transport large quantities of resources, anyone involved could easily end up in prison for corruption or bribery. After all, their country was still organized along tribal lines. In terms of governance, other than his father's unshakable position, everything else was rather haphazard. Outside the bamboo forest, Dio gazed at the nearly unchanged woods, feeling a surge of emotion. It had been several centuries since his last visit, yet his own strength had shown no sign of growth. Apart from the abilities he'd gained from the Infinity Stones, nothing else had changed since those centuries passed. Because of the 10 rings, Dio had decided to seek answers from the Chinese deities, but it seemed they were unwilling to meet with him. Wandering in the bamboo forest for days, he found himself retracing the path he'd once taken to the southern heavenly gate. Instead, he encountered the bizarre creatures of the Tarot realm, along with villagers who managed to survive within. Although he hadn't met these villagers the last time he came, it was clear to him that they were quite different from what he'd seen in the movies. At the very least, these folks had electricity and firearms. Well, isn't that something? Originally, they were all martial arts masters, but now they're experts in guns and ammunition too. Doesn't that mean, why bother with kung fu when you got guns? How does anyone become a Grandmaster this way? Fine, if that's how you want to play, let's see what you've got. On his next journey in, Dio brought Su Wenwu along. Su was visibly agitated, twisting and struggling as they moved. After his marriage, Su Wenwu had tried to reform, abandoning the organization he'd spent 1,000 years building, even sealing away his 10 rings to live a secluded, peaceful life with his family. Who knows how, but just as he was enjoying the warmth of home with his wife and children, an old enemy somehow managed to find out his address and attacked his house while he was away. When Su Wenwu returned, he found his wife had died protecting their 2 children. Devastated, Su reclaimed his position as the leader of the 10 rings. He swiftly avenged his wife by killing her murderer and began grooming his son as his successor. But fate had other plans. As his son grew, he developed his own ideas. Su was invested not only in Shang-Chi's martial prowess, but also in his academic education. After all, his son had become a top student at a prestigious university. Yet inexplicably, the boy ran off to America and willingly took up a job as a valet. Su Wenwu was so furious he could barely breathe. Then, at that very moment, Su heard his wife's voice whispering in his ear. She told him she was imprisoned in a cell within the Tarot realm, and only the 10 rings could save her. To Su Wenwu, his wife meant the world. Without hesitation, he dropped everything concerning his son and began a frantic search, eventually breaking into the Tarot realm. Su's actions perfectly embodied the saying, "Parents are true love, children are just accidents." But breaking into the Tarot realm was no easy feat each year. There was only one day when it was possible to enter from the outside, and even then, the chances of success were far from certain. The Tarot realm itself existed as a unique pocket dimension on Earth, surrounded by a ring of bamboo forest that concealed its entrance from the outside world. Flying in was out of the question. They had no choice but to go on foot. But the bamboo forest outside the Tarot's secret realm was no mere decoration. It was alive. Or rather, it seemed to possess its own consciousness. This bamboo forest could bar anyone with intentions of entering the Tarot's secret realm, or worse, lure them into deadly traps where they'd meet their end. The last time Su Wenwu made it inside was pure luck. Even he couldn't guarantee entry every time. So now, with Dio leading him in, Su Wenwu was overwhelmed with excitement. Dio glanced at the Tarots who, despite their guarded expressions, still lined up to greet them. He nodded. It really is nothing like in the movies. I suppose it has something to do with what Loki mentioned. At least in the films, people here didn't use electronics or modern weapons. With that, Dio strode boldly forward. A woman who looked to be in her 30s stepped out to meet him. "Emperor of the Cosmic Empire, welcome. I am Nan, current guardian of Tarot Village," she said, approaching Dio and bowing slightly. Dio gestured for her to rise, then cast a glance at the signal tower by the river. "I see you're keeping up with the times." "Yes, though we live in seclusion, it's impossible to cut ourselves off from the world entirely," Nan replied, following his gaze and nodding. "Do you know I've been here before?" Dio asked. Nan and the villagers nodded. "We're aware. A few centuries ago, you left the Celestial Court and passed through Tarot. About 100 years after your departure, the gods declared the Celestial Court closed. All the gods, except those overseeing the stars and the cycle of seasons, went on leave. In addition, the Jade Emperor kept his post, but the rest gradually departed the Celestial Court." Nan's words left Dio stunned. What was the Celestial Court up to? The gods all on vacation? Dio's face was a picture of bewilderment. It didn't leave any message? Dio pressed. He still had questions. How was he supposed to get answers if everyone had disappeared? Well, according to our elders, before the closure, the gods said that humanity wouldn't need them in the future. Recently, apart from the three pure ones and the four sovereigns, most have left. Even the Star Lord is on leave, Ing Nan said, turning to confirm with an elderly villager nearby. Dio Saith. It seemed there was no hope of finding the Chinese pantheon here. Originally, since the 10 rings fell to earth and were found by Su Wanwu, a native of China's heartland, Dio had assumed the Chinese gods must have taken notice. With their abilities, surely they'd investigated the origin of the 10 rings. After all, the depth of the gods' legacy was unrivaled. Even though Dio had scoured the universe for magical technology and historical lore to rival any pantheon, real heritage wasn't something that could be matched by mere accumulation. Dio thought for a moment, then took out the 10 rings. So, have any of you heard about the 10 rings from the gods? Dio asked, presenting the rings for them to examine. Ingnan glanced at an elderly man standing beside him. The old man, with the air of a seasoned landlord, stroked his chin thoughtfully before speaking. It said that when the Western Buddha was remaking Neza's body, he gifted him a ring. No one really knows what it was called, and even the Buddha himself wasn't clear on its origins. They only knew it possessed immense power, and it fit perfectly in Neza's hands. Later on, when Neza was subduing demons and monsters, he mostly relied on that ring to destroy evil creatures. It was especially potent against them, but then a nameless demon from hell took notice. Using the fear and resentment of the monsters, that demon turned the ring into a portal connecting the world of mortals and the realm of demons. After that, although the Supreme Lord and the Buddha managed to close the portal, they worried the demon might use the ring again. So, they tried to destroy it outright. But unexpectedly, the ring had developed a mind of its own. When the Supreme Lord struck with his sword, the ring split into 10 pieces, transforming into 10 separate rings that were cast out beyond the heavens. To make up for the loss, the Buddha gave Neza another ring, called the Universe Ring. As he spoke, the old man stroked his beard and nodded sagely. Oh, hearing this tale, Dio remembered the story of the 10 rings from Marvel Comics, a memory gifted to him by Loki, the memory of a dimension traveler. The stories weren't all that different. The only real difference was that, in the comics, the Jade Emperor's strike actually created 11 rings. The extra one was given to Neza, and the remaining 10 were stored in the celestial treasury. When disaster struck the mortal world, the Jade Emperor bestowed the 10 rings upon Shang-Chi, who had once displayed great virtue before him, declaring Shang-Chi the destined wielder of the rings. Dio raised his eyebrows, gazing at the 10 rings in his hand. In truth, the 10 rings had been found in the cosmos by the Eternals. All they knew was that the rings emitted a potent cosmic energy, and when combined, they possessed tremendous power. The Eternal scientists studied them for some time, but couldn't figure out how to use them, so they tried to modify them. After applying Eternal technology, the 10 rings became usable. But mastering them as an extension of one's own was still exceedingly difficult. Later, when Titan was on the brink of ruin due to dwindling resources, and the Eternals were preparing to leave, they were ambushed by the Kree. The 10 rings were cast into space once again, and, propelled by the force of their ejection, eventually returned to Earth. Dio lowered his gaze to the rings in his hand. It seemed clear now. The energy signature the 10 rings emitted was indeed that of the Eternals. But the format was different from what they used, so these must not have belonged to that particular group of Eternals. If that was the case, then these rings must be the work of the batch of biorobots left on Earth. Fortunately, in his previous life, Dio had never watched the movie Eternals. The character settings and plot in that film were, in his opinion, nothing but nauseating. But after gaining the memories of a transmigrator, Dio truly felt like he wanted to throw up. I've finished my questions, so I won't disturb you any longer. With everything sorted out in his mind, Dio was ready to leave. Before departing, he left Su Wanwu inside the Tarot secret realm. He seems a bit odd. You might want to take a closer look at him. After all, he is the son-in-law of Tarot Village, isn't he? With those words, Dio strode straight out of the Tarot secret realm. Su Wanwu was left behind, appearing as if he were bound, thrown before the villagers with a look of terror on his face. As Dio stepped out of the secret realm, he ran right into Zhang Xian, who had just arrived. It's been a while, Your Excellency, Zhang Xian greeted him. Dio nodded in response. Judging from your expression, it seems you got what you wanted today, Zhang Xian observed, offering his congratulations. It went all right, but I still have a few more people to find. With his hands clasped behind his back, Dio strolled leisurely as he asked, So, what brings you here today? Well, the United Nations reached out to our country today, asking what preparations would be needed if the Empire were to establish diplomatic relations with Earth. Dio pondered for a moment. The idea of establishing diplomatic ties with Earth had indeed been a whim. After all, the Empire rarely bothered to form relations with a civilization that couldn't even step beyond its own planet. Unless, of course, there was some resource on this planet that the Empire desperately needed, something essential. If by chance he happened to feel a fleeting pang of sympathy, then the Empire might kindly develop those resources instead of turning the natives into fertilizer. As for mining and the like, there weren't many places that still required human labor. Most of the work was already handled by robots and mass-produced transformers. A faint smile played at the corner of Dio's lips as he thought it over. That all depends on what you're willing to offer. With that, Dio patted the slightly dumbfounded Zheng Xian on the shoulder and walked away. Now that even the Celestial Court was secretly on holiday, Dio's only option was to track down those repugnant biorobots still lurking on Earth. Dio boarded his ship and had the computer locate the positions of those biorobots, then flew toward the nearest one. And the first target just happened to be in Bollywood, India, a movie star who played an entire family of Eternals all by himself. Kingo. In the Transmigrator's memories, Kingo had the typical appearance of someone from India. His hands could take a pose akin to firing guns, unleashing bursts of energy. The power of his attacks varied, but judging from a movie, they weren't especially formidable. His role within the entire Eternals team, truth be told, was rather inconsequential. When facing anomalies, he could at best serve as a distraction or lure enemy hostility, but to actually deal any real damage, he required a long period to build up his strength. If it was truly about overwhelming firepower and drawing all the attention, the one whose name clashed a bit with the Greek god of fire, Faustus from Non-Tung, another Eternal, could easily do the job. One could say he was more or less an expendable character. Of course, Dio wasn't a fool. The progress of these biomechanical beings was under remote surveillance by the Celestials, and he had no intention of clashing with them just yet. The timing simply wasn't right. He had just finished running through Kingo's information in his mind when the ship announced they had reached their destination. India. Bollywood. Dio's ship didn't bother with any cloaking. It hovered boldly in the sky for all to see. Anyone in India who had watched television knew that Earth now had an alien emperor in residence. Even the most confident of the upper caste could not convince themselves that their country had built such a marvel of technology. But for those of the lower castes, it was a different story. They were already cheering, proclaiming this was the chariot of Surya, the sun god. This made things incredibly difficult for the police, who were desperately trying to disperse the crowd. And right in the middle of that crowd, Kingo was left utterly dumbfounded. He'd seen the United Nations broadcast, live, no less. As for Dio's name, it rang like thunder in their ears. After all, Ajak often brought the water sprite to gatherings at Makari's place, and sometimes even brought Faustus along. They had their own ways of keeping up with major events in the universe, and Ajak would often share stories of her daily life. Of course, sometimes those stories were about cosmic-scale events. Lately, watching the news had left Kingo in a cold sweat. The first to contact him was Ajak, who told him she'd sent the water sprite to reach Circe and Ikaris, while she herself was off to find Gilgamesh, leaving Kingo to try and locate Druig if he could. But Druig had been missing for centuries. Just as Kingo was at his wit's end, Dio sought him out without delay. A tractor beam descended, the Imperial guards appeared one after another, and Dio himself emerged, gliding down in no hurry. A path formed by the guards led directly to Kingo. Sir, Kingo's chubby assistant looked at his boss in utter confusion. His eyes seemed to say, "Do you know this guy?" Kingo shook his head, feeling a little nervous as Dio approached. His plump assistant tried to say something, but one of the guards clamped a hand over his mouth, leaving him whimpering in pain. Kingo. Dio glanced at Kingo, who had now regained his composure. "It's me." Ginge nodded, then looked up at Dio and asked, "So, as the Emperor of the Universe, what business do you have with me? Let me warn you first, my friends will be here any minute. If you're thinking of using force, you're in for a world of trouble." Dio's face instantly turned stony and cold, but before he could reply, his attention snapped to the side. "They're here." No sooner had he spoken than the captain of the Imperial Guard stepped forward, raising his shield to protect Dio. In the very next moment, two beams of laser light struck the shield, which had already activated its energy field. The rest of the Imperial Guard, already on high alert for the captain's movements, braced themselves, gripping their spears and axes as they scanned the surroundings. The people from Tianju had scattered and fled at the first sign of danger. The attacking lasers carried not just searing heat, but also a tremendous force. Yet the captain held his ground, shield unwavering. Catching a glimpse of their assailant in his peripheral vision, He leveled his sentry blade and fired a shot. The crack of the gunshot rang out, as if it were a signal. Suddenly, a chorus of guttural growls echoed nearby, and a pack of monstrous creatures surged out from the shadows. The guards swung their powered weapons at the beasts, but their blades met only thin air. In an instant, they realized they were up against illusions. Still, they remained vigilant. Who could say whether some of these creatures were real, or if the enemy was mixing truth and deception? Soon, it seemed the enemy realized their illusions weren't working. With several sharp cracks, the beast began to take on solid form. The guards, sharp-eyed and quick to react, immediately struck out, slicing through the closest of the monstrous horde. As these creatures' numbers multiplied, whether an actual swarm or just a trick of the eye, the Imperial Guard held the line, standing firm and blocking every attack with precision and discipline. Meanwhile, Ginge had already fallen under Dio's control. These biorobots, at least most of them, weren't much stronger than an ordinary human. Even though Ginge was among the tougher ones in his squad, he was still no match for Dio's iron grip. Shall I guess who's come to join the party? Dio pinched Ginge's hands between two fingers, twisting them sharply before lifting him up, even giving him a mocking shake for good measure. The pain shot straight through Ginge's nerves, making his body tremble involuntarily, but he gritted his teeth and refused to cry out. The lasers from above, that must be Icarus. These monsters are probably the water sprite's illusions. And the one turning them solid, that's your weapon's master, Hephaestus, isn't it? Dio chuckled, hoisting Ginge up until they were eye to eye. Ignoring Ginge's agony, he let out a mirthless, sinister laugh. For a moment, Dio was every bit the tempter, a devil who knew just how to twist the hearts of men. Then take a guess. How many people do you think will show up today? Diomed shook Kingo's hand, making the latter cry out in pain despite himself. Kingo, hang in there, a startled voice rang out. In the next instant, Ikari swooped down from the sky, aiming straight for Diomed. Suddenly, more and more images of Ikari's appeared in the sky, and even on the ground, his illusions multiplied. Weapons conjured by Phastos also began to appear in greater numbers. I told you we should have brought Macari along. Phastos grumbled to the water sprite beside him. At this moment, the water sprite hadn't yet moved in with Circe, so even Circe wasn't with them. The royal guards reacted swiftly. The moment Ikari's reached them with his dive, they activated the force field in their shields, then hefted the heavy shields and slammed them down with force. Blue arcs of light crackled and sizzled in the air, sending a shiver down Ikari's spine. Ikari's was certainly familiar with the lore of the Warhammer universe. After all, for the better part of the last century, he'd shadowed Circe across Britain like a lovesick puppy. He knew the ins and outs of this IP. Of course, Ikari's never really fit in with the rest of the Eternals team. He always felt he should be the leader. So, like a lone wolf, he often acted on his own. This meant Ikari's missed out on the team's knowledge of cosmic affairs. As for these Royal Guards' power weapons and shields, they truly functioned exactly as described in the games. These were genuine power weapons. With a monomolecular blade, they could theoretically pierce any armor, and, coupled with a disintegration field, these weapons could cut through enemies at a subatomic level. Under the laws of physics, almost nothing could withstand their attacks. Even their storm shields were equipped with powerful energy generators, capable of deflecting or blocking devastating blows. Ikari's, get out of the way. Phastos, orchestrating the scene, quickly noticed the commotion on the Royal Guard's side. Just as danger struck, he spotted the Sentinel blade under the raised shield and shouted to warn Ikari's. Luckily, Ikari sensed something was wrong as well and twisted his body at the critical moment. Even so, his clothes brushed against the Sentinel blade's blue light. The water sprite, heedless of being discovered, rushed out from the shadows. Phastos and Ajak tried to stop her, but the water sprite slipped agilely past them both. Cursing under their breath, the two exchanged a glance and darted out as well. The water sprite hurried over, trying to strip Ikari's shirt off, but was blocked by one of the Royal Guards. Phastos and Ajak arrived at the water sprite's side moments later. Sensing the arrival of the other two, the water sprite felt reassured. With a flick of her hand, a shimmering illusion appeared. Phastos asked, "Are you sure this will still work?" The water sprite replied, "It's the only spell I know." Their recent battle had already taught them a hard lesson. Simple illusions could not fool the Imperial Guards. Phastos extended his hand, and energy gathered in his palm, forming several unique ring-shaped weapons that shot out with force. As Phastos gestured, the rings flew forward, anchoring themselves to the ground and sending out tendrils of energy in an attempt to bind the Imperial Guard. But before their eyes could focus, the towering giant, nearly 3 meters tall, vanished in an instant. Phaistos immediately realized where the Imperial Guard had gone, but there was no time to react. He could only curse under his breath as a sharp pain shot through his head, and then, along with the Jack and the water sprite, he slipped into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, on Icarus's side, he had already figured out what that blue light was. A large section of his clothing had been disintegrated, and the damage was rapidly spreading. Realizing the danger, Icarus quickly tore off his clothes and flung them away. But just as he was about to lift his head, several spears were already pressed against his throat. The weapons glowed with arcs of blue energy, lethal as lightning. Even Icarus, with all his bravado, knew better than to test whether he could withstand a strike of such powered weapons. He wanted to take flight, but he hadn't even managed to stand up yet. Sharp, icy points pressed against his knees and heels. He understood all too well, if he dared to fly, he might never stand on solid ground again. Dio observed this scene and found it rather dull. Still, he knew that aside from Icarus, the others were the real combat force. Capturing them all made perfect sense. With Kingo slung over his shoulder, Dio strode over to Icarus. After a quick assessment, he spoke a few words to the Imperial guards beside him, then boarded the spaceship and left without another glance. Before Icarus could utter a word, the Imperial guards immobilized him with a specialized device. He was then hauled back onto the ship by one of the guards. This device, unmistakably, was a stasis field, a tool designed to freeze all movement. Dio's intentions were clear enough. Icarus was an unpredictable wild card, and trying to control him without precautions could spell disaster. After all, in a world of Western comics, not only does black technology defy all logic, but surprise turnarounds where superheroes defeat villains are all too common. Better safe than sorry. Returning to the ship with his spoils of victory, Dio's actions sparked a frenzy of public attention. Shocking. The alien emperor kidnaps an actor at an Indian home. This is the real reason. The secrets between the emperor and actor Kingo. What you need to know. Live witness. Superpowered rescuers attempt to save Kingo, only to be defeated on the spot. All sorts of news were spreading online, including a video. The footage captured the very moment when Dio came to apprehend Kingo. From Dio's arrival to the point where he seized everyone and led them away, the entire scene was caught on tape. The video was brief, less than 30 seconds in total, but its content shocked people all over Earth. No one had expected that, besides the Avengers, other superpowered individuals would suddenly appear on Earth, and more than one at that. There was someone who could fly like Superman and shoot lasers from his eyes, a chubby black man who could conjure physical weapons out of thin air, and a little girl who could create illusions so real they were indistinguishable from reality. As for Kingo and a Jack, neither of them had a chance to use their abilities before Dio and his royal guard subdued them. This led many to speculate that Dio had come specifically to capture Kingo, though his purpose remained unknown. The others were thought to be Kingo's friends, rushing to his aid after seeing him taken by Dio. As for a Jack, some, judging by her appearance, guessed she might be the mother of the water sprite. What's the story with this actor Kingo? And have we found out why this emperor went to India? Alexander Pierce asked his subordinates, his tone heavy with pressure. One of them replied, "According to our findings after the emperor arrived in China, he first worked with the Chinese military to apprehend the leader of the Ten Rings. Then, after spending a few days at a secret location within China, he headed to India to capture this actor. As for the actor Kingo, the records show that his family has been in the entertainment business for nearly a century, and each generation looks exactly the same." Handing the dossier to Pierce, the subordinate continued, "Regarding the people who tried to rescue Kingo, we found some information, but not much. The black man is named Phaistos. He's a TXN in our country and has a partner within the black community. As for the other two, one is called a Jack, and the other's name is unclear, but a Jack refers to her as her daughter. They move frequently, and what we've learned is that they tend to live in remote, desolate places far from crowds." Pierce studied the files before asking, "Why is there no information on the one who can fly?" "Sorry, sir. Our intelligence department has never found records on him. The only evidence we have are surveillance captures showing him wandering around Britain over the past few decades." In that instant, Pierce caught on to something. As the current director, Pierce noticed a subtle clue and promptly sent agents to Britain to investigate. It wasn't long before they uncovered the reason the flying man was in the UK. It was because of a British-Chinese female teacher. Excited by this lead, Pierce quickly ordered the British division of S.H.I.E.L.D. to place the teacher under their control. But by the time they arrived, the others had already vanished without a trace. It was Matt Carey of the Eternals who had taken Cersei away. When Phaistos was captured, the tracker he carried immediately sent a signal to their ship. Matt Carey, who had been staying inside, sensed something was wrong. She quickly pinpointed Cersei's location in Britain and brought her aboard the ship. "What on earth happened?" Cersei's very first words upon arriving on the ship were a demand for answers. In response, Matt Carey switched on the ship's player, broadcasting the message Phastos had sent and showing footage of their fierce battle with the Praetorian Guard. The scenes unfolding before her eyes left Cersei in disbelief. Even Ikaris, whom she considered the strongest among them, was taken down by the Praetorian Guard in a single move. The rest were just as powerless, defeated without a chance to fight back. The Praetorian Guard had always been the most striking figures Cersei remembered from the galaxy's news reports, which she used to watch through a batch of unknown virtual helmets Ikaris had somehow acquired 1,000 years ago. Back then, whenever she and her friends gathered, their conversations often turned to debating who was stronger, the Praetorian Guard or themselves. Because Ikaris was often absent, and especially after they fell out and could no longer joke about him, Gilgamesh became the regular point of comparison. Gilgamesh, of course, would stubbornly insist he could defeat the Praetorian Guard any day. But time and again, in the virtual universe, he would end up beaten back, struggling to hold his own. Similarly, when the Warhammer franchise emerged in the 1980s, featuring iconic characters like the Praetorian Guard and the Adeptus Astartes, Cersei even investigated whether someone from the Galactic Empire had come to Earth to write these stories. The answer, of course, was no. During that period, Phastos even complained that he was starting to lose his mind. Thanos coming to Earth is one thing, but how did they end up fighting? Cersei turned to Matt Carey for an explanation. Matt Carey responded in sign language. It was Kingo. He saw Thanos arrive on Earth in the news and contacted Phastos, asking him to find you all. In the end, he found Jack and the others, and they went to meet up with Kingo. That's when they ran into trouble. Cersei could only sigh. As one of the few who actually thought things through in their group, she always felt mentally exhausted, even though she wasn't the team leader. What should we do now? Matt Carey asked, her hands moving rapidly in anxious sign language before Cersei. Though she was the speedster, Matt Carey was not one for strategy. She was simply a warrior at heart. When Jack had urged them all to live among humans and find their true selves, she was the only one who hadn't listened. Or perhaps, in her own way, she had returned. She returned to the ship and then stayed cooped up inside the team's vessel. Other than Phastos, who often dropped by with new books thanks to his door access, she hardly ever set foot outside. Luckily, before leaving, Phastos gave Matt Carey access as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to go out and look for Cersei. Cersei felt a headache coming on, but under Makari's anxious questioning, she managed to think quickly and decided to seek out the remaining members of the Eternals. Upon receiving her orders, Matt Carey hurriedly asked Cersei to use the ship's systems to locate the other Eternals. Steadying herself, Cersei quickly got to work at the ship's controls. Soon, the ship began to hum, rising from the desert sands. In no time, they pinpointed the locations of the other three. Druig, the telepath, was deep in a remote tropical rainforest far from civilization. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh was with Thena, who suffered from mod-WRE, hidden away in another isolated desert. Seeing this, Cersei hesitated. She lowered her head, lost and uncertain. Druig was the one who, during the massacre of the natives in Spain, had clashed fiercely with the rest of the team, causing the group to split apart. Unwilling to witness humanity's endless bloodshed, he'd chosen to isolate himself and create his own utopia. He was always a maverick, and ever since they parted ways, their paths had never crossed again. Still, when disaster threatened their own kind, Druig was likely to come. Gilgamesh and Thena, however, were a different matter entirely. Because of her condition, Thena would lose control and attack everything around her when her episode struck. Even Ikaris, known as the mightiest warrior, had to flee from her wrath. Only the immensely strong Gilgamesh could subdue her, knocking her out without harm, and restraining her until she calmed down. For this reason, Gilgamesh never strayed far from Thena, knowing her unpredictable flare-ups could happen at any time. Without him, there was no one on Earth who could stand in her way. After thinking it over, Cersei decided that Matt Carey should hurry and bring Druig back. Every ally counted. As for herself, she would go directly to find Kingo. To be honest, before I even went looking for you, you showed up yourself, said Kingo, looking delighted to see Phastos. Truth be told, in the whole team, the most valuable was this technical genius before him. Someone who could manipulate cosmic energy to create technology with his bare hands. After gaining the memories of the Traveler from Loki, his first thought had been to replicate that very ability. Unfortunately, within the Empire, he'd already used certain methods to induce genetic changes in those Eternals who'd chosen to join him, hoping to predict which powers they might awaken as Celestials. There were all sorts of abilities, but none could match the power to craft technological wonders with their own hands. This kind of individual is a rare, scientific talent, highly valuable both in the laboratory and on the battlefield. Then, Dio ordered the others to be imprisoned separately, leaving only Phastos behind. After that, he produced the 10 rings. You should know what this is, right? Seeing the 10 rings, Phastos frowned. He recognized the item, though the memory was only a vague impression. Phastos pondered for a moment, realizing there was no point in bargaining. So he spoke honestly. The first time I encountered the 10 rings was before I even arrived on Earth. At that time, our superior gave them to us. Dio raised an eyebrow. He already had a good idea who that was. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this being existed even before the birth of the universe. Unlike the one slumbering in the Earth's core, Arisham's power is beyond description, and according to the lore, even the Infinity Stones, over which so many lives were lost, were creations of Arisham. For someone like him, forging a weapon that grants mortals immortality is hardly a challenge. So what exactly is the energy signal emitted by these 10 rings saying? Dio couldn't decipher it himself for now, so he had to leave it to the expert. Phastos glanced at Dio, as if searching his face for a hint of jest, but found none. Tentatively, he reached out his hand to analyze the energy within the 10 rings. True to his reputation as the Eternal's resident tech genius, Phastos excelled at energy analysis. He quickly put his skills to work, dismantling one of the rings and extracting the core of its energy. These energies were infused by an external force, and inside, they form a self-sustaining cycle. In theory, these energy circuits allow for both the absorption of external power and internal regeneration, preventing any shortage of energy within the system. Dio stepped closer, studying the intricate energy pathways inside, which resembled the wiring of an electric circuit. To be honest, most of the Eternals were nearly wiped out, and aside from what he had learned himself, much of their technology was lost. He had almost never seen an energy circuit capable of near-infinite regenerative cycles like this one. Perhaps this was the technological marvel Arisham had bestowed upon the Eternals. The more Dio examined it, the more exhilarated he became. With this method of energy regeneration, the bearer could be virtually immortal. He studied the energy circuits over and over in his mind, running countless simulations, but every time, the result was the same. Refusing to give up, Dio had the computer project the energy structure, but the conclusion didn't change. Yet there was a significant flaw in this energy circuit. It required an enormous amount of energy to be infused in advance. Only then could the circuit function as intended. Phastos, on the other hand, didn't seem fazed. After all, hadn't the Eternals been using just such technology for ages? But what truly piqued Phastos' curiosity was the message contained within. Energy levels are rising. Hatching may occur ahead of schedule. Phastos murmured under his breath. What does that mean? Phastos had originally planned to mislead Dio with some false information, but even he found the message he'd just uncovered puzzling. Before he could process it, the message updated once more. Judging by the frequency, it seemed to be transmitting continuously, almost like someone was chatting in real time through a messaging app. I refuse to hatch. They all have such promise. What? Dio was stunned, frozen by Phastos' unexpected words. In the original movie plot, the 10 rings had also sent out energy signals into space. At the time, the then Sorcerer Supreme, Wong, had failed to uncover their secrets, unable even to break the external encryption. But now, with Phastos having decrypted the message and considering what he just told Dio, there was an uncanny sense of familiarity. Could this thing actually be the communicator that Tiamat, the celestial slumbering in Earth's core, uses to connect with the outside? But isn't the device a bit too small for that? Dio was baffled, but Phastos was even more so. His hands trembled as he questioned, what exactly is this thing? He still didn't know the device's true purpose, but the flood of messages pouring out one after another filled him with an instinctive dread, even if he couldn't fully grasp their meaning. Dio swiftly snatched the 10 rings back. Now that he had seen Phastos' decryption method, he was confident that, even if there were variations, he could piece together the rest on his own. With a dismissive wave, he signaled the royal guards to escort Phastos away, planning to send him back to Earth at a more convenient time. Dio, meanwhile, toyed with the 10 rings in his hand. His goal had been achieved. There was no longer any reason to linger on Earth. The 10 rings had yielded all their secrets. Whenever he wished, he could replicate them endlessly. He could have as many sets as he desired. Your Majesty, someone seeks an audience, a royal guard announced respectfully as he stepped inside. Someone's come? Very well, show them in, Dio replied, entirely unsurprised. After all, he had openly declared himself here for diplomatic relations. But anyone with half a brain understood that negotiations usually happened between equals, each offering something of value. So what did Earth have to offer the Empire of Dio? What could they possibly put on the table? Sure, Earth had vibranium. But weren't there countless other high-strength materials across the cosmos? The folks at the United Nations had reached the same conclusion. What about Tony Stark's arc reactor and cold fusion technology? Or Captain America's super soldier serum? Even Hulk's gamma mutation? Earth's representatives thought it over and sighed. Clearly, they didn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, the footage of the royal guards capturing Akaris and his companions was replayed over and over by the people of Earth. To be honest, aside from the beginning and the end, the Imperial Guards only appeared 3 times in the video. Once to help Dio fend off an attack, once to force Ikaros to retreat, and once when they knocked out Phastos and his team. At all other times, their presence was so vague that they were practically invisible. Compared to the enhanced human technologies used by the Imperial Guards, all those so-called super soldier serums on Earth are simply outclassed. They're a blow delivered from a higher dimension. Even Tony Stark's high-tech gadgets are no exception. The only thing that could compete is Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, given its advanced technology. But, just as Rocket Raccoon said in Avengers, Endgame, Tony Stark may be a genius, but that's only by Earth standards. At this point in the timeline, Tony Stark's potential hasn't been fully realized yet. The UN officials couldn't believe Dio would take any interest in Tony Stark's technology. After all, Dio is the emperor of a cosmic empire. What high-tech gadget could he possibly lack? No one could say for sure whether Dio's powered armor was actually less advanced than Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. After all, while there may not be warp space demons in the universe, there are certainly empires with overwhelming military might. So, even though Dio caused that incident in India, the United Nations has kept silent. With their capabilities, it's impossible they haven't noticed anything by now. Just as Dio was thinking it might be someone like Zhang Xian, a government official, he caught a strange look on his face. It wasn't Zhang Xian, nor was it anyone connected to the United Nations. It was Cersei who had come. Macquarie was with her, but darting about the spaceship, clearly trying to find a way to rescue someone unnoticed. Druig was outside, attempting to control the Imperial Guards and the spaceship, and him as well. Dio could only say, "You're impressive. I'd want that kind of control myself." Soon, under the escort of the Imperial Guards, Cersei was brought before Dio. "What brings you here, ma'am?" Dio rose to his feet and stepped towards Cersei, his towering figure radiating an intense sense of pressure. Cersei swallowed hard. Though she had battled towering, formidable beings countless times over her long life and should have been used to such imposing opponents, Dio's presence right now felt as overwhelming as a mountain, nearly suffocating her. My companions were brought here by you. I sincerely hope you can let them go," Cersei managed to say, her voice strained. "Is that so?" Dio looked at her impassively. "And were you willing to offer an exchange?" "In exchange?" Cersei was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to name a price. After all, Druig was already outside, trying to control him. Dio let out a low chuckle, then waved his hand, and 2 figures flew in from outside. One male, one female, one unconscious, the other fully awake. The one who fell unconscious was the druid. He had tried to exert mental control over Dio, but instead, Dio's psychic backlash knocked him out cold. As for Macquarie, the speedster, she was indeed fast, but speed is always relative. Compared to the group of speedsters under Dio's command, Macquarie was only average. "You call yourselves Eternals, claiming to hail from the planet Olympus, living on Earth to combat anomalies and ensure humanity's peaceful development." Dio settled back into his chair, his calm eyes fixed on them, sending a chill of foreboding through Cersei's heart. "How ironic," Dio continued, his next words shaking Cersei's composure. "There is no planet Olympus in the universe. Only Mount Olympus, home of the Greek gods. The Eternals have never been a cosmic race. The Eternals have always been Earthlings." "Earthlings?" Cersei's breath quickened. Behind her, a chorus of shocked gasps echoed in disbelief. Cersei glanced over her shoulder and saw all her captured companions gathered there. Even Akaris, who had once been so proud, now sat quietly with his head bowed, his gaze toward her heavy with conflicted emotion. He lifted his shackled hands. These restraints had been specially developed by Dio to neutralize those brimming with superhuman energy. Of course, the device had its limits. For these biorobots, the sudden halt of their internal energy was merely uncomfortable. Otherwise, with their abilities, they would have broken free long ago. Phastos and Sprite spoke up. "Weren't the Eternals creations of the Celestials? Weren't we sent by them to nurture and protect intelligent life across the stars?" That was what Cersei had always believed as well. But when she looked to Ajak, she noticed something amiss. Ajak looked disheveled, her hair loose and wild, but there was a spark of clarity in her eyes. In this moment, her gaze was complicated as she looked at Cersei and gently shook her head. Cersei stared in astonishment. "It's true. The Eternals were created by the Celestials. But that doesn't include you, Dio said, observing their horrified expressions with a trace of satisfaction. So we're just supposed to take your word for it? If you claim we're not Eternals, then what are we? Sprite, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, her voice sharp with anger. Dio looked at her, surprised. He had always thought of this girl as little more than a lovesick fool, a decorative presence in the team, barely more than a number. But her outburst drew determined glances from the others, all eyes fixed on Dio, as if to say that they would not rest until he gave them a real answer. If you don't believe me, perhaps you'll believe a Jack? Dio gestured toward the still silent Jack. Everyone turned to look at her. Jack looked at her friends, companions who had stood by her side for thousands of years, and let out a bitter laugh. She was about to speak, but caught sight of Cersei, who was shaking her head with tears welling in her eyes. Jack managed a strained smile at the corners of her mouth. He's right. Strictly speaking, we aren't pure Eternals. Jack's words fell like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. In truth, your origins are still somewhat connected to the Eternals, Dio chimed in at just the right moment. Billions of years ago, the Celestials visited Earth and left behind a seed. Then, tens of millions of years ago, the Celestials returned to Earth to conduct genetic experiments, creating 3 races, the Eternals, humans, and the Deviants. The Eternals, as their name suggests, are granted near-immortal lifespans, perfect outward appearances, and a variety of superpowers. Over time, a branch emerged among the Eternals, beings born with extraordinary powers that even most Eternals could not rival. These mighty beings, almost godlike, became known as the Eternal Gods. As for the Deviants, they were the failures of the genetic experiments. Their genes are unstable, so they appear in all sorts of bizarre and grotesque forms. With their genetic defects, the Deviants were shunned and despised by the Celestials. Because of the Celestials' different attitudes toward Eternals and Deviants, the Deviants grew to hate the Eternals deeply, so great wars often broke out between us. In the end, we soon defeated the Deviants, nearly wiping them out, but the wars on Earth drew the Celestials' attention back to this planet once more. This time, however, humanity had appeared. As Dio explained, he kept a close eye on everyone's reactions. Most wore expressions of terror and despair, except for Druig, who, having just snapped out of his reverie, looked utterly bewildered. Jack kept her face tense, trying to maintain a mask of calm. Ikari's eyes glistened with tears, his face rigid as he struggled to restrain his rage. And as for you, Dio pointed at them, drawing the attention of those who had been thrown into confusion by his words. I found details about you in the farthest corners of the universe, so obscure that in some places, your story is little more than a ghost tale told to frighten children at night. The legend goes that there are 9 immortal beings in the universe. When they arrive on a planet, it means the planet's countdown has begun, and every such world eventually erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. My research even traces your records back to before the Eternals themselves first appeared. When Dio finished, they all fell silent. Only Jack remained motionless. Cersei demanded, Jack, is there something you're not telling us? Jack opened her eyes and gave a desolate smile. What does it matter if I know? After all, this is just a transitional chapter in our lives. I simply watch you all meet and fall in love, separate and reunite, even be killed by Icarus again and again. Jack let out a soft, ironic laugh. She then turned to Dio and continued. To be honest, if he hadn't revealed things ahead of time, when the moment came, you would have just thought it was a sudden explosion, and then found yourselves meeting again as new teammates. There was a heavy fatigue beneath Jack's voice, a silence that made everyone's gaze toward her shift. But you, Cersei started, only to be cut off by Dio. Enough. This really is quite the show, but my place isn't meant for your reunion. You can all leave now. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Dio used telekinesis to fling them off the spaceship. After all, this group was tough as nails. Ordinary attacks wouldn't do them any harm. As for himself, he planned to leave immediately. The matter of establishing diplomatic relations with Earth? Dio had simply gathered a random crew to handle the negotiations, casually handed out one virtual universe helmet each to the 5 major powers, and told them that if they needed anything, they could enter the virtual universe to learn more. Then, without further ado, he started up his ship and departed. He still had other matters to attend to. Loki had come looking for him, claiming to have encountered a traveler from another world. Of course, before leaving, Dio made sure to hand the 10 rings over to the Ancient One. He had no use for them anymore. Better to let them continue their purpose on Earth. On the ground, the top leaders of the world stood holding their virtual universe helmets, surrounded by a full squad of fire salamander Astartes and their accompanying diplomats, ready to begin diplomatic work with Earth. Everyone watched as Deer's spaceship soared off the planet, disappearing into a honeycomb-shaped hexagonal portal captured live by satellite feeds. In an instant, it was gone. All eyes turned to one another in disbelief. It was as if a fantasy straight out of a science fiction novel had come to life before their very eyes. Then, everyone's gaze settled on Tony Stark, their expressions seemingly asking, "Can you handle this?" Tony, for his part, simply replied with confidence, "You've come to the right person." Though Tony Stark feared that the technology he created might fall into the hands of governments or the military and be used for slaughter, Deer's sudden appearance had forced every nation to reconsider their strategic priorities. The world leaders glanced at the formidable fire salamander Astartes and ordered them to be shown to their quarters for rest. Then, they pulled Tony Stark aside. "Mr. Stark, do you have the capability to replicate one of these virtual universe helmets?" The UN representatives, clinging to their 5 precious helmets, looked at Tony with a mixture of hope and reluctance. "Though I don't want to dampen your confidence, I have to say that with all the technology currently at my disposal, I still can't scan the internal structure at all. I suspect it not only blocks detection, but may even have a self-destruct mechanism inside. But since I can't get any information about what's within, there's no way for me to take it apart," Tony Stark explained, understanding exactly what they were thinking. Although the top leaders still hadn't tried out the 5 virtual universe helmets in their possession, after hearing Tony Stark's first-hand account of his experience, their curiosity had been thoroughly piqued. And since these were personally given by Dio, a few cunning ideas began to form in their minds. Best not to get any bright ideas. If you want to keep up, you should focus on advancing your own technology first. This device can transmit signals across the universe without regard to distance, except during spatial jumps, Tony Stark said, hiding his hands behind his back as he twisted his left wrist. The leaders glanced at each other, unsure of what to say, when suddenly a chorus of exclamations erupted from ahead. A commander of the Fire Lizard Battalion strode up to them. "Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your gathering, but I do have something to say," he announced to the group. "My name is Zach, and I'm the highest-ranking officer accompanying the diplomatic delegation this time." Zach stepped forward, removed his helmet, and revealed his face. "Is there something we can help you with?" one of the leaders asked calmly. "What I'm about to say might bruise some egos, so I hope you'll forgive me," Zach apologized, leaving everyone puzzled. The Emperor's virtual universe helmets were crafted using the Empire's most closely guarded secrets. Given that your civilization can't even travel beyond its own planet, even if you have a genius like Tony Stark among you, there's no way you could decipher our technology. Even the Empire has many knockoff, low-cost virtual universe helmets, yet those can only be used in certain regions, and not across the entire universe. But the internal technology of the two kinds is quite different. If you're eager to experiment, you can start with those. Just remember, don't assume that simply amplifying the receiver will allow for universal coverage. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Zach's words. His tone was calm, but it was as if they could hear a hint of disdain. This is the new legion he's created, and yet there's a flaw. The contempt he holds for those who underestimate the Empire and overestimate themselves runs deep. "Oh no, wait. I have to go now." Zach's words were sharp, indeed, like a dagger to the heart. But what could they do? After all, an entire battalion from his command had arrived on Earth. Although they knew these Astartes were the kind from the Warhammer universe, they had no idea just how powerful they truly were. Their understanding of the Astartes' military prowess came mainly from Tony Stark, who had only watched combat footage of retired soldiers. Truth be told, even some Warhammer enthusiasts probably knew more about the Astartes than they did. While their combat strength was still a mystery, their equipment was unmistakably game-accurate. Bolters, monomolecular blades, ceramite armor. These were all standard issue. If you simply learned to coordinate, honestly, even ordinary people armed with this kind of gear could achieve impressive results, let alone a group of Astartes who had each served for over 1,000 years. Even if this particular squad of salamanders had only been formally organized for less than a century. After hosting the Empire's diplomats, the leaders of the United Nations returned home and immediately began trying to send people into the virtual universe. Inside the virtual universe, 6 figures appeared. 5 of them, upon arrival, immediately scanned their surroundings with heightened alertness. They found themselves inside an enormous metallic structure, easily covering more than 10 acres by the looks of it. These 5 were the representatives selected by the world's 5 major powers to enter the virtual universe. With the exception of the American, who was a politician, the others were all top-tier experts from their country's national academies. One of them, the Chinese representative, was a gentleman well past his 50s. After confirming there was no immediate danger, the group began to notice their surroundings, scenes that seemed to come straight out of classic science fiction. Tony Stark, acting as their guide, clapped his hands to draw their attention. "All right, everyone, Now that you're all here and settled in, let's get started, he announced. In truth, Tony Stark wasn't fond of playing the guide. That sort of job was usually left to others. He much preferred charming, beautiful women. But this time, he had no choice. The order had come from the United Nations. Tony knew that in America, he could swagger wherever he pleased without consequence. His company was one of the largest in the country, and in a place where money talked, he was a man who could make the whole nation tremble. But this was different. The United Nations had given the order, and no matter how much it irked him, he had to comply. Once he had everyone's attention, Tony gave a quick explanation about the virtual universe they had entered. In this place, every neural response feels real. Whether it's touch, taste, sight, or sound, everything is uncannily authentic. You won't get hurt in the real world if you're injured here. But trust me, it'll still hurt, Tony said, shooting the group a look that all men understood. Their reactions varied, but everyone took note. In addition, you can eat and drink anything here and enjoy it all, though you'll never actually feel full. With that, Tony began walking forward, gesturing for the others to follow. As they walked, everyone realized that the place where they'd just been was actually more like a small room. The space outside was vast, resembling a sea of stars. Just beyond the room lay a street teeming with movement, a crowd of all sorts of aliens, most roughly humanoid in shape, bustling along. The wide avenue was packed with people, each heading toward their own destination. Let's go. We're headed to the place where they sell things, Tony Stark said, pointing in a particular direction. The group followed Tony, and one of them asked, shouldn't we be going to market? Doesn't that place have a name? The place where things are sold here is basically a gigantic mall, Tony explained. But it's a hodgepodge of functions, and it doesn't actually have a name, so I'm not sure what to call it. Do they sell everything inside? I've only explored a few sections, but from what I saw in the directory, there's everything imaginable. Spaceships, planet-destroying cannons, scientific knowledge, and even slaves. Tony rattled off, clearly trying to impress them. There are both male and female slaves in there, and the women are stunningly beautiful. Tony added, his face full of longing. The group exchanged glances. What others liked was none of their business, so they chose not to comment and change the subject. Is this the only place here for buying things? No. Tony shook his head. In this virtual universe, a single area is mapped to the size of an entire galaxy in the real world. Here, the space is about a light year across. How much? 10 light years. Everyone was stunned. The Milky Way, where Earth is located, spans roughly 100,000 to 180,000 light years. After all, it's a long, bar-shaped galaxy. To think that all the intelligent life information within 100,000 light years could be condensed into just 10 light years here. Earth's technology couldn't achieve that in 10,000 years. All right, everyone, there's plenty more to be amazed about. They even sell planets here, Tony said, clapping one of them on the shoulder before leading the way again. Come on, the bank's over there. Did you all bring your stuff? Let's go open an account first. Open an account? The group echoed in unison. Of course. Where else would you get money without a bank? Tony explained, then suddenly stiffened and turned to look at them. You did bring something to pay off your debts, didn't you? The 5 of them averted their eyes. They thought they were just here to learn. Who knew they need money? Tony let out a sigh. Even kids know you need money to buy things. These are all grown adults. Do they really think everything in this virtual universe was being given away for free? Let's go. With a new account, you get a 500 credit free allowance each month. It's usable, but remember to pay it back in time. If you don't, they'll forcibly take items of equal value as collateral. And until you've paid it off, your free allowance won't be restored, Tony Stark reminded them. He truly didn't want to be involved in this. But with all 5 of Earth's most powerful nations making the request together, he couldn't refuse. Even though he'd rarely handled big deals himself back, when he was a businessman, he still knew what to say in situations like this. After a while, the group of 6 arrived at the entrance of the bank. Hey, Tony, a booming voice rang out, striking Tony Stark as oddly familiar. He turned around and, to his astonishment, saw Thor. Tony blinked in disbelief, then rubbed his eyes, pointing ahead in utter shock. Thor! It was indeed the god of thunder from Asgard, Thor Odinson. It really is you. Tony, what brings you here? Wait, how did you end up with a virtual universe helmet? Thor strode over and pulled Tony Stark into a bear hug, but quickly realized something was off and asked his question. Rubbing the arm Thor had squeezed a bit too hard, Tony, watching Thor's apologetic expression, explained how he'd been researching the cosmic cube at S.H.I.E.L.D., only to be transported into deep space, then, by sheer luck, managed to find his way back. Then, after the Empire established diplomatic relations with Earth, they brought the virtual universe helmets gifted by Dio to learn here. We didn't realize that even to study here, you have to pay. So we figured we might as well open an account and use the free allowance for now, Tony explained. No problem, you can use mine. Thor pounded his chest with confidence, as if nothing could be easier. Tony threw up his hands in delight. That's fantastic. I don't even have enough to pay for a single class right now. Hearing this, Thor laughed heartily. Who would have thought that Earth's billionaire would turn into a pauper the moment he set foot in the universe? Tony didn't take offense at Thor's words. He just gave a wry grin and patted Thor on the shoulder. He knew his teammates in the Avengers well. Thor was earnest when it came to business, but at other times he was as straightforward as they come, never one to beat around the bush. If you need money, just let me know. My brother-in-law is the Emperor, and for my birthday last year, he gave both me and my brother infinite limit black gold cards. Seriously, just say the word. Thor led Tony into the bank, the other 5 quickly hurrying after. Thor's words sent a shockwave through the group. What? All 6 voices rang out in unison. What did you just say? Tony's tone shot up several notches in disbelief. Startled by the sudden outburst, Thor let go of Tony and clapped his hands over his ears. What's wrong? Thor looked at Tony with an innocent, bewildered expression. The 5 representatives behind them all wore expressions of utter shock. Who could have imagined that Thor, the Prince of Asgard, had joined Earth's so-called superhero team, the Avengers, and was, in fact, the Emperor Dio's brother-in-law? Who would have thought that such a powerhouse was right here among us? That was the first thought that flashed through the minds of all 6 people. After all, when Dio arrived on Earth, his very presence was downright intimidating, especially with his army in tow. Not just the Adeptus Astartes, the Imperial Guard, and the Transformers, but even the Spartans from Halo. Who knows if the next thing to show up will be a predator or something. It's fine, Tony Stark finally managed to say after holding back for a while. Thor, not quite understanding, scratched his head and thought for a moment before replying. My brother-in-law has already been to Earth? Was it scary? Don't worry, he's a good man. He just looks a bit fierce, that's all. Come on, let's get your account set up. I'll give you my black card to use. I've got other things to take care of, Thor urged, leading the way. But he's more than just a fierce face. The 5 behind them couldn't help but grumble to themselves. While they were opening the account, Tony started chatting with Thor. By the way, Thor, what brings you here? Thor grinned. My father recently made a tidy profit here, and my mother's birthday is coming up in a few days. He asked me to buy something nice for her as a surprise. Tony Stark's eyes lit up in understanding, and he congratulated Thor in his own way. That's great. I'm not sure what your mother would like. Though, I wouldn't even know what to get her myself. Once we're out of here, I'll have everyone on our team help put something together. Thor laughed and assured him it wasn't necessary. The gesture itself was enough for him. But then he grumbled, for my mother's birthday, I'd really hope my sister and her family could come too, but my brother-in-law is busy and could only send his people with gifts. To be honest, my mother treats him even better than us, her own children. Tony thought about it. Family matters like these weren't really his place to comment, but he still offered some consolation. Your brother-in-law is an emperor, after all. I'm sure he has a lot on his plate every day. He's probably just really busy. Thor shook his head. No, even though he's the emperor, as the founder of the Empire, he's pretty much semi-retired now. Honestly, I have no idea what he and my sister are up to all day. Tony nodded calmly, making a mental note to learn more about the Empire. The 2 chatted for a bit longer, and once the black card was ready, Thor was about to leave. Oh, Thor, if we do put together a gift, how should we get it to you? Should we just shout Heimdall's name at the sky? Tony asked as they parted ways. Thor paused, gave it some thought, and replied, that would work too, but you could just use a courier service. Either way, I'll have Heimdall keep an eye out for you. After saying this, he walked away, leaving Tony Stark staring after him in astonishment. Delivery services? Tony Stark's brilliant mind had never considered that there might be courier services in the Galactic Empire. But now that he thought about it, he nodded in sudden understanding. If there were no delivery service, you'd have to deliver everything yourself, and the time and energy that would take would be enormous. For valuable items, maybe that would be acceptable, but for something of little worth, the cost would simply be too high. Shaking his head, Tony Stark led everyone into the learning hall. The name was unassuming, but within, it contained nearly all the knowledge in the Empire that money could buy. Of course, this knowledge was far pricier than what you'd find in any school, and the screening process, both before and after learning, was exceedingly strict to prevent those with ill intentions from gaining knowledge that could harm the Empire. Tony Stark and his 5 companions spent 2 hours together passing the security checks, and then began their selection. These 5 were merely the advanced team, here to scout things out. Once they finished their exploration, they would report back and let their country choose which valuable knowledge to learn or purchase. Now that they knew there was interstellar delivery, their minds became even more active. That's controlled nuclear fusion, one of the representatives exclaimed, drawing a sharp breath. There's antimatter energy extraction and application here too. Another representative, sharp-eyed, had already scanned through the list and felt almost numb for what he saw. Tony Stark's breathing grew rapid as he looked at the list filled with technologies that were centuries beyond anything on Earth. He had always been confident he could achieve such breakthroughs himself, but it would take an enormous amount of time to build models, run simulations, and face countless failures along the way. Yet now, all these secrets lay right in front of him. The American representative, meanwhile, looked at the knowledge with unconcealed excitement. Because Tony Stark was American, they were already considering how to get him to study this knowledge. The representative himself was merely a figurehead. Their true purpose was to build a good relationship with Tony Stark and find an opportunity to nudge him toward learning. Even if Tony Stark mastered everything, Congress back home wasn't worried. Stark was, after all, American, and Stark Industries was the largest and most comprehensive tech company in the country. No matter what Tony Stark did with this knowledge after learning it, some of it would inevitably trickle down for civilian use. After all, since Stark Industries had shifted away from military contracts, it still needed to make money. Now, knowing that interstellar delivery was possible, this representative felt it didn't matter whether Tony Stark learned the knowledge himself. They could simply buy it and bring it back for other scientists to study. The Chinese representative, meanwhile, was dazzled by the overwhelming array of knowledge, taking a moment to regain his composure before slowly starting to pick out the scientific knowledge most needed by his own country. In the end, everyone was weighed down with bags and bundles, some even carrying duplicates of the same items. Although Tony Stark had used his black platinum card for this shopping spree, no one raised any objections, and the American representative didn't try to undermine the process in secret. The payment went through smoothly. The only problem now was that no one knew what to put down for the delivery address. Tevlin Star, Midgard, the mortal realm, Earth. These names were widely circulated, but they were mostly used by aliens among themselves and weren't the official designation or code for Earth. For the first time, Tony Stark found himself in a bind. He was shopping online, yet didn't know what to write for the shipping address. Should we ask Prince Thor? Someone from the delegation suggested. But where is Prince Thor? He might have finished his shopping and already left the virtual universe, another representative argued. There should be a call function here, right? The Chinese representative waved a hand, causing a semi-transparent screen to appear in midair, filled with various panels. Here's the catch. We don't know Prince Thor's phone number, the American representative said with a sigh after glancing at the screen. The realm of the gods must be pretty famous in the universe, right? The British representative suddenly chimed in, sparking a flash of realization among the group. They quickly found Asgard's number and placed a call. After a brief conversation, the folks in Asgard, realizing it was their prince's friends on Earth, promptly passed on the message to Thor. Tony Stark soon received the official galactic designation for Earth directly from Thor. And so, 5 massive orders of express deliveries were placed just like that. As for what the future held for Earth, that was no longer Dio's concern. Inside a pocket dimension. It's been a while, Loki, Dio greeted, looking at the green figure before him. Loki gave a slight nod in return. At the moment, he appeared as a semi-transparent green silhouette, much like a 3D projection. I've encountered a traveler, one of those who roams the universe, taking on missions in different places, Loki said, waving his hand. With a flash of light, a human figure floated between the two. The figure was encased in a substance resembling amber and appeared to be in a deep sleep, eyes closed. He was the very image of a handsome man by Chinese standards, tall, well-built, and strikingly good-looking, with a powerful energy surging within him. Seeing this, Dio narrowed his eyes. Something about this man's physiology felt familiar to him, and the energy within was formidable, extremely so. Judging by these stats alone, this individual was a powerhouse on par with late-stage Thor. This is a traveler I discovered in one of the universes. He possesses the physiological traits of the Kryptonian race from a certain universe. At first, I thought he was simply one of their kind, but then he mentioned something about bloodlines, and I realized he must have only acquired their abilities rather than truly being one of them, Loki explained, as the material enveloping the man began to vanish. Yet as the material faded away, the man did not awaken. I've put him into a deep sleep. Right now, he's probably dreaming of his happiest place. Dio glanced at the man's rapidly rising manhood and the lascivious grin on his sleeping face. Nodding, he certainly seems to be enjoying himself. Loki stepped closer to Dio and pressed the intangible mass in his hand into Dio's grasp. This is his system. I managed to extract it, though it took quite some effort. With that, Loki stepped back. As he walked away, he added, "Before you put your plans in motion, you should know he's utterly ruthless. In that world, every time he saw your counterpart, he beat him so badly he was left a vegetable." Dio's expression turned odd. He twisted his head to look over. Was that intentional? Loki shrugged. "I'm just telling you the facts." Dio turned back, eyes focusing on the unconscious man. With Loki's introduction in mind, Dio finally understood where that strange sense of familiarity he'd felt came from. A Viltrumite, or at least, someone with Viltrumite blood. The Viltrumites are a race from the comic Invincible, the same race as the protagonist. Their civilization is highly advanced, having solved nearly every technological hurdle that humanity has ever faced. Viltrumite physiology is extraordinary. They possess a complex inner ear system that allows them to maintain perfect balance in any position. More than that, their inner ear contains a balancing stone that lets them control their bodies in flight. When Dio was working on the Astartes modifications, he incorporated this very trait. Although it didn't grant the Astartes the power of flight, it did dramatically enhance their hearing and sense of balance. Now, they could execute complex aerial maneuvers and tactical roles, even those used in Air Force training, without needing any practice. Dio didn't see this as a failure. After all, it was just an experiment. He wasn't obsessed with creating new races like some kind of mad evolutionary scientist. Among Viltrumites, even those of moderate strength can fly through space and survive for long periods without air. Once their powers awaken in adulthood, with systematic training, they can easily reach supersonic or even lightspeed flight, just like Superman, and possess immense physical strength, endurance, and power. In the comic, the protagonist teams up with his father and another genetically modified superhuman. The three of them launch an assault so fierce that they even destroy the core of the Viltrumite homeworld. The Viltrumites' unique physiology allows them to heal and recover from injuries that would be fatal to humans, though this process can take an extremely long time. Their powerful bodies are capable of consuming just about anything, even poisons, strong acids and bases, or nuclear radiation, without harm. Amazingly, Viltrumites can easily live for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. By the end of the Invincible comic series, the protagonist is already over 1,000 years old, yet time seems to have left no mark on him. Both his body and mind remain at their peak. You could say this race is nothing short of terrifyingly powerful. Of course, they do have weaknesses. Their complex inner ear system, which grants them the ability to fly, is also their Achilles heel. If they're hit with a certain frequency of sonic pulse, it can render a Viltrumite completely helpless in battle. Prolonged exposure could even kill them. Right now, the man before them carries Viltrumite blood. Coupled with the energy coursing through him, he could easily pull off a Superman impression if he wanted to. Dio slyly drew a vial of his blood, intending to study it. Then, he crafted a pulse generator just in case. After that, he activated his psychic powers. With a startled cry, the man jolted awake. He glanced around in confusion. Dio gave him a hint. The man turned, then got to his feet and looked over at Dio and Loki. He sized them up, and the bewildered look quickly faded. Folding his arms, he nodded at them with his chin and said, "Loki, looks like you've become the god of stories. As for you." He scrutinized Dio, but couldn't quite place who he was. After all, Dio no longer looked anything like Thanos. His hair had grown out, and now he appeared as a tall, rugged, and strikingly handsome human, with an air of mystery about him thanks to his futuristically styled clothes. "Who are you?" the man asked, his tone casual and streetwise. "Dio. My name is Dio." "Dio." The man thought for a moment, but couldn't recall any character by that name. Who in the Marvel Universe is named Dio? It made sense that the man drew a blank. The name Dio comes from the King Thanos storyline in the comics, where King Thanos brought his younger self to the future, hoping the younger Thanos would kill him. But young Thanos refused. He dismissed the whole thing, saying the old man must be senile. After a fight, King Thanos revealed a name. The name Thanos bore as a child. This was a name known only to Thanos himself and his parents. It would make just this one appearance, and anyone unfamiliar with it would never connect the name to Thanos. "Oh, whatever. Why did you bring me here? Planning to cut me open and steal my kidneys? Sorry, but I doubt you'd succeed." The man shook his head and spoke to Dio and his companion. Dio shook his head at Loki. The man's intelligence was questionable. Just now, Dio had even used Chinese when telling him the name, and he still hadn't caught on. It was hard to imagine how he had managed to survive while traveling across so many worlds. Dio's shake of the head was also his way of telling Loki that this collaborator was useless. It was best to abandon the idea. The improved Astartes augmentation procedure by Dio from the setting compendium. Stage 0, Gene Seed Implantation. The gene seed is implanted into the body, utilizing its unique properties to enhance and transform the Astartes. Recruit physically. This foundational modification increases basic physical attributes, fortifies muscle and bone density, and sharpens neural responses as well as cognitive development. Over time, As the gene seed matures, it generates a secondary gene gland within the body. This gland contains all the genetic traits unique to the individual Astartes and, even if the original gene seed is removed, continues to strengthen the body. First procedure, secondary heart. The second heart is implanted to accelerate blood flow, further boosting stamina and overall physical endurance. Second procedure, additional lungs. Breathing capacity is enhanced, working together with the hearts to intensify circulation. The recruit can hold their breath for extended periods, filter out toxic gases and substances, and survive in oxygen-poor, anoxic, or even poisonous environments. Third procedure, Belisarius furnace. This organ, transplanted into the spleen, improves blood circulation and accelerates the body's self-healing abilities, giving the recruit a significant chance to survive even mortal wounds. Replaces the Laraman organ and the furnace from the original Astartes. Fourth procedure, hepatic auxiliary organ. This addition boosts liver and gallbladder function, helping the gene-augmented stomach to digest a wider array of toxic substances, turning even poisons into usable energy. Replaces the pre-implanted stomach. Fifth procedure, pebble kidneys. These organs neutralize toxins and filter the blood. Working in concert with the other organs, they further enhance physical resilience, strengthening bones and muscles. Sixth procedure, bone reinforcement organ. By consuming a special edible powder and protein blend, bone density and thickness are increased, making the skeleton virtually indestructible. Even the ribs expand and fuse, forming a protective shield over most vital organs. The seventh, surgical muscle enhancement organ. This organ further amplifies muscle development, working in concert with the internal organs, bone reinforcement, and the genetic seed to dramatically increase muscle density. The eighth, surgical blood regeneration organ. It alters the composition of blood, improving the efficiency of oxygen utilization during circulation and reducing the absorption of toxins. The ninth, surgical neural ganglion. This enhances the brain's capacity, sharpens neural response speed and dynamic vision, and allows control over the brain's sleep cycles, so that even while sleeping, one can maintain an extraordinary level of alertness. The 10th, surgical gene detection nerve. By consuming food, this nerve can absorb genetic material from what is eaten, sometimes even reading embedded memories and learning from them. The 11th, surgical organ, the ear of lineman. Hearing is heightened and noise overload is mitigated by the implantation of a complex inner ear system. This intricate system enables an Astartes to maintain perfect bodily balance, no matter their position. The 12th, surgical ocular modification. Vision is enhanced, granting resistance to intense light and night vision capabilities. Even sudden bursts of brightness can be ignored without effect. The 13th, surgical organ, the cranial membrane. This further increases brain efficiency, but unlike the neural ganglion, it allows the individual to enter a prolonged state of suspended animation when gravely wounded, reducing damage. It also gives a chance to awaken psychic abilities. The 14th, surgical pigment control sphere. This modifies bodily pigments to protect the skin. With the support of the pituitary, it can change the skin's color, allowing the user to blend seamlessly into their surroundings, achieving true optical invisibility in a physical sense. The 15th, surgical taste detection nerve. Taste sensitivity is heightened. Not only can it detect flavor components in the air to track targets, but it also allows detection of poisonous gases. The 16th, surgical sweat gland improvement organ. Sweat gland structure is altered so that the secreted sweat acts as a natural cleanser, washing the skin and even forming a protective film to regulate body surface temperature, maintaining a constant external temperature. The 17th, surgical salivary gland. The resilience of the internal skin is reinforced, and the saliva produced is highly corrosive. Working with the liver and gallbladder support organs, the gastric juices secreted protect the organs and further aid in digestion. The 18th, surgical organ, tendon coil. This enhances muscle density and endurance, bolstering the body's defenses. The body can endure extreme environments and maintain its external integrity even under significant physical stress, while also reducing the secretion of fatigue toxins, enabling prolonged combat and movement without exhaustion. Unlike the version in the Warhammer universe, Dion has improved this organ. After implantation, the bones and joints are reinforced, without hindering the potential for future growth and height, making the joints extremely resistant to forced separation or violent dismemberment. It also secretes hormones that further strengthen muscle density and endurance, so that even when relaxed, a soldier's tendons possess a hardness akin to alloys, all without compromising their normal function. 19th, surgical benediction. The pituitary. This is implanted within the brain, enhancing the body's existing organs. It can even assist in Astartes in actively unlocking their bodily limiters, increasing their chances of survival on the battlefield when they're forced to risk everything. 20th surgical procedure, the black carapace. Implanted beneath the skin, it connects directly to the Astartes neural system. Once the Astartes dons their power armor, this implant interfaces with the suit, enabling neural feedback. After being modified by Dio, the black carapace resembles a living tissue of sorts. It contracts and expands in response to the Astartes neural signals. Most of the time, it stays hidden beneath the skin, appearing only as a few black spots rather than protruding noticeably. P.S. If you have any suggestions for improvements, feel free to mention them. I'll consider adopting the best ideas. Hey, why are you shaking your head? I'm talking to you. The transmigrator started shouting, but just as he was about to make a move, Dio immobilized him with a binding spell. Dio looked at Loki and said, "This won't do. Aside from having a system, he's not of much value. At least throw away that jar of blood before you say that." Loki replied, exasperated. Dio didn't seem embarrassed at all. He was genuinely fascinated by the Vitruvian superhuman race, so his earlier behavior was perfectly understandable. How does this system work? Loki ignored the transmigrator and asked instead. Dio glanced at the system in his hand. He had just probed it with his psychic abilities and found that it was nothing more than an emotionless artificial intelligence, lacking any interactive features like the systems described in web novels. After a moment's thought, Dio unfolded the system as if he were opening up a 3D model, carefully examining its internal data. After some time, Loki commented, "This is more like a computer operating system, a simple AI." Dio nodded in agreement. Indeed, calling it a system was a bit of a stretch. It was more accurately a quantum-based artificial intelligence. But just as Dio was preparing to investigate further, the system vanished with a sudden pop. The abrupt disappearance startled both Dio and Loki. They instinctively stepped back, leaving only the immobilized transmigrator where he was. For a long moment, nothing happened. Eventually, Dio and Loki reemerged. "Looks like this thing had a self-destruct protocol," Dio remarked, walking over to the transmigrator and releasing him from the binding spell. Loki said, "These systems all have automatic escape routines. When I caught this transmigrator, I thought I'd lucked out." Dio could only look at him helplessly. The transmigrator, still trembling, shrank into himself in fear. "Seems like your system has abandoned you," Dio said with a chuckle, placing a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder. The man trembled even harder, as if he were having a seizure. From the moment he was immobilized, he'd already been stupefied. After his desperate calls to his system went unanswered, all he could do was watch in despair as the two people before him dismantled it. In the end, his system simply self-destructed and vanished. It was clear. The system had completely abandoned him. Thinking of his family still out there, and all the wealth and treasures he'd amassed in this world, none of which he'd even begun to enjoy, he was overcome by a wave of sorrow and hopelessness. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Seeing this, Dio quickly withdrew his hand. "Hey man, don't look at me like that. Are you trying to frame me? I didn't even touch you, all right?" Hearing this, the man bowed his head in utter despair. Dio glanced back and called out, "Loki, isn't there still another transmigrator? Hurry up and bring him out, or this guy's going to be scared to death." At these words, the man froze for a moment, then raised his head in shock, staring at Dio and Loki. With a sigh, Loki reluctantly released the other person. This newcomer was a man of regular features and medium build, probably in his 30s, but he was in terrible shape. Half his body was nearly gone. Dio assessed him. The man was in surprisingly good physical condition, though still limited, not much stronger than Spider-Man on an ordinary day. The moment this person appeared, the first transmigrator, barely recovered, was startled all over again. "Explain," Dio said, arms akimbo, turning to Loki. "They're both similar kinds of transmigrators," Loki explained, "but they claim to be hunting someone from the so-called reincarnation space. Then, they were grievously wounded by another transmigrator in the reincarnation space who had turned into a beast. That's when I quietly rescued him. Then hurry up and heal him. Any slower, and he really will die for good." Dio glanced at the transmigrator sprawled on the floor. A spark of psionic energy flared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the man was fully restored. It didn't take long for the man to regain consciousness. "Who are you?" He looked over the trio, shaking his head to clear it. "It's you." Suddenly, he recognized them. Dio was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the man to know who he was. "My name is Shafulin. Don't look at me like that. Once you join the organization, you have to change your name. Even my face has been altered, right down to the bone structure, all to keep the people from the reincarnation space from finding out who we really are." Shafulin waved a hand at their puzzled expressions and, bracing himself, struggled to his feet. He curiously touched the side of his body that had just been restored. "Don't bother looking. I'm the one who healed you, Dio said, folding his arms and watching him. Shafulin froze at that, exclaiming, "You've gotten this strong already?" His reaction struck Dio as odd, but it did make sense. They were all veterans of ambushing and robbing members of the main god space across the myriad worlds, so it was only natural for them to know information about certain people in this world. Dio didn't concern himself with the others. He simply laid out his own plan. His plan was straightforward. Use his identity as a transmigrator to approach other transmigrators, then leverage the unique traits of transmigrators to grow stronger as he traveled through the infinite realms. As for how to communicate with those other transmigrators, that was another matter entirely. With so many transmigrators out there, surely a few would be able to understand human speech. After listening to Dio, Shafulin nodded in agreement. To be honest, my organization originally intended to approach you first, but the appearance of someone else turned our attention. Someone else? Dio frowned and gestured in confusion to the transmigrator hiding behind him. Him? Shafulin nodded, glancing at the shifty-eyed man lurking behind Dio. At the moment, the man looked completely bewildered. He'd ended up here for no apparent reason, lost his system inexplicably, bumped into another transmigrator out of the blue, and now, somehow, become a target. Shafulin then raised his wrist, and the elegant watch he wore projected a translucent screen into the air. On that screen, the man's information was clearly displayed. Liquan, Male, 27, Unampluya Drifte. A rookie transmigrator, first acquired Viltrumite blood from the comic Invincible, then gained Vulcan's mutant energy manipulation from X-Men. After that, he wandered through various Western comics, chasing girls and amassing riches. His journey has been smooth sailing. The reincarnation space regards him as prime material for their goo-raising schemes. Li Quan was stunned. How do they know everything about him? Hold on, what do you mean, goo-raising material for the reincarnation space? Shafulin glanza Austria Li Quan. Goo-raising is basically when they look for an ordinary modern young man, someone who started off weak, grew stronger through the system, but has never killed anyone with his own hands. That's what they call goo-raising. In this way, they get the thrill of killing a powerful person, while savoring the wails of so-called strongman who, in his dying moments, is as helpless as the weakest prey. Shafulin's explanation left Dio and Loki exchanging glances. Was there something wrong with these people? Enjoying the cries of a strong man, dying like a weakling? Didn't they know what adrenaline was? Didn't they understand the fury of a cornered foe? Noticing their expressions, Shafulin quickly added, "Don't look at me like that. I think they're twisted too." But to be fair, it's only a certain group of the strong who enjoy that. For most, goo-raising just means using the system to raise someone up, then killing them to take everything they have. Unfortunately, Li Quan, you caught the eye of one of their top fighters. Safulin's words made Li Quan instantly tense up. Caught his eye? What does that even mean? Could it be that this guy is from Nantong? A chill ran down Li Quan's spine. Who is it? Loki suddenly spoke up. Safulin looked at Loki and said, "Mr. Loki, you were actually on our list as well. You were once his target, but ever since you became who you are now, he stopped coming after you." Then Safulin turned to Dio. "The other side calls himself Thanos. Of course, not you," Safulin added, waving a hand at Dio. "According to our intel, he possesses the power to gain his enemies' abilities by killing them, just like the Thanos standing before you. But he's already killed quite a few people and grown incredibly strong. They even say he once beat a parallel universe Tiga Ultraman to death with his bare fists." Everyone's expressions froze, stunned by the sheer absurdity of that last sentence. The whole tone of the conversation seemed to shift. "Ahem, let's try to stay serious," Dio reminded Safulin, unable to help a wry smile. Safulin gave a bitter chuckle and continued. "This time, we received intel and intended to intercept one of Thanos' subordinates. But when we arrived, it turned out this was no ordinary lackey. It was an officer. So the folks in reincarnation space are pretty tough, huh? With so many powerhouses, and yet the one who nearly killed you was just an officer." Dio mused, suddenly understanding. But Safulin shook his head. "The truth is, there aren't that many real powerhouses in reincarnation space. The rank of officer is actually quite high," he explained. "Reincarnation space uses a poison breeding model to cultivate strong fighters. That means they produce elites quickly, but the survival rate is low. In other words, there aren't many who both meet their standards and are still alive. For as long as anyone can remember, reincarnation space has been infamous for being slippery and hard to pin down. The only real combat strength comes from their leaders and officers. The rest are just cannon fodder." Loki, piqued by curiosity, casually asked, "If that's the case, why not just send a few top fighters from your side and wipe them out all at once?" Safulin paused, lowering his voice. It's not that we can't. It's that the higher-ups need them. Oh, Dio and Loki exchanged a look, suddenly understanding. People from reincarnation space were like black-gloved hands in the shadows, just like those interstellar pirates Dio had once eradicated. It's not that the authorities couldn't destroy them. It's that those above still needed them around. In that case, let me introduce myself again, Safulin suddenly said, drawing everyone's attention. Safulin, System Space, Veteran Traverser, Team Leader, he said as he produced an object and handed it to Li Quan and Dio. This object looked a bit like a ping-pong ball, but it was made of metal. This is a mini-system produced by the System Space. After being charged, it can take people across worlds to specified locations. Of course, the greater the difficulty of the crossing, the more energy it requires. As he spoke, Shafalin explained the differences between the systems. The Traveler's System Space. This was where Shafalin worked. Every Traveler's golden finger, or system, came in different categories. Some were like Dios. After traveling, the system remained hidden and subtle. These were considered passive systems. They only activated when the host completed certain actions, rewarding them or issuing tasks. Others were like Li Quan's original system, which could actively converse with the host, assign tasks, and grant rewards. Within these two broad types, there were many further subcategories. If you really wanted to break it down, there would be far too many types. Even the most seasoned travelers couldn't remember them all, Shafalin said, spreading his hands. He glanced at the two who hadn't made a move. Are you wary of me? With a chuckle, Shafalin took the small ball back and tapped it himself. A glowing mist-like substance floated out. This is what the system looks like on the outside. You can take a look. As he spoke, the thing drifted over to Dio. Let me see it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the system sphere flew into Loki's hands. Shafalin showed only a brief flicker of surprise before falling silent, simply giving Loki a speechless look. Loki held the system in his hand, examined it for a moment, then opened his palm, only to find it empty. All three looked at Shafalin in astonishment. Come on, this is a system. Even if you're just a projection right now, it can still merge with your body, Shafalin said, spreading his hands again. Loki wore a grave expression as he communicated inwardly with the so-called system, then used his abilities to operate it. It's real. After a long moment, Loki finally exclaimed. Then he looked at Dio, a hint of apology in his eyes. Sorry for taking your nifty gadget, Loki said with a grin. Now I can use this thing to travel too. Dio's face showed little emotion. It was just a system. He found the one inside himself quite handy as well. And besides, this wasn't the only system out there. Dio's gaze shifted to another system in Shafalin's hand. Li Quan hesitated, not daring to reach out. Dio weighed the system in his hand, planning to activate it just as Shafalin had described. Hold on. Dio's attention was caught by Shafalin's sudden shout. I know you don't trust me, but this thing can do more. As he spoke, Shafalin pressed the bead in Dio's hand against Dio's wrist. In an instant, the bead melted into a liquid form and wrapped itself around Dio's wrist. Crossing system detected. Initiating fusion. 1%, 5%, 20%. The moment this little system merged, the dormant and almost unnoticeable system within Dio suddenly awakened, absorbing the new crossing system as well. 100%. Welcome to the system. To operate, please recharge. Dio fell silent. Silence reigned over the evening like a bridge over tranquil waters. He was at a loss for words. He had hoped that after this fusion, the system would become more talkative, or at the very least, not remain as mute as it was now. Oh right, Dio asked. So now, this means the system won't enter my body, correct? Shafulin chuckled. Of course not. This device was specially made to prevent systems from entering the human body. Dio nodded in understanding. He turned to Shafulin. Thank you, Shafulin. This is my gift in return. With that, he handed over a compact shield generator. Yes, the same kind used during the battle with Ultron. Shafulin accepted it with a strange look, but still tucked it away. Thanks. Well, I should get going. Would you mind opening up this space for me? My system can't open it, and it's already starting to sound the alarm. Shafulin looked to Loki for help. Loki nodded and, without hesitation, opened a portal and sent Shafulin out. Dio was taken aback. Was Loki always this decisive? He glanced over at Li Quan. Since Shafulin had woken up, Li Quan had faded into near invisibility, and even now, he was trembling uncontrollably. Dio had no intention of dealing with him. After a brief farewell to Loki, he left. He needed to study this new system. Upon his return to the Empire, Dio immediately began examining the system. Hela, having heard of his return, hurried to find him. The system had already integrated into Dio's body, but the external control interface still remained on his wrist device. Let me see. Hela bounced over, leaping onto Dio's back in an attempt to grab his wrist. But due to the difference in their height and build, Dio easily lifted her off the ground. No rush. I'm just picking the first world to cross into. Dio slid his finger over the interface on his wrist. Just pick any world for the first try. Think of it as an experiment, Hela suggested, seeing she couldn't snatch his arm. I know. I'm trying to choose a world that's a bit more easygoing. There, a place frequent travelers love, famous for being a great spot to rack up points. Dio pointed to an image on the screen. Hela's eyes sparkled as she glanced at it. The world of High School of the Dead. On top of a tall building, Dio and Hela materialized together. Upon arriving in this world, Dio was struck by an odd sensation, as if he had just left a surveillance-filled prison and stepped into open freedom. Glancing around, Dio realized this building was likely a local landmark. Looking down at the sign below, he was surprised to discover that he was in America. Dio had followed the anime High School of the Dead back in elementary school, but after the first season ended, it was labeled online as one of those will never be finished in your lifetime series. Only later did he learn that the original author had passed away, so no one knew how the story would continue. Why did I end up in America after traveling to another world? Wasn't the plot supposed to take place in Little Sakura Land? Dio mused to himself. Meanwhile, Hela took a deep breath. In an instant, her entire form turned pitch black. The left half of her body became thin and shriveled, like a corpse that had been dead for years. A flicker of green flame ignited in the center of her palm. Ah, zombies, how delightful! Hela exclaimed, spreading her arms as she began to float upward. In a heartbeat, a wave of green light radiated outward from the building beneath her, using Hela as its center. All the wandering zombies below froze in their tracks, standing perfectly still. In just 1 minute, Hela had taken control of all the zombies in the country. How does it feel? Dio asked, curiosity piqued. It was his first time seeing Hela like this. Hela returned to the ground, beaming with joy. It's been so long since I've done this. Back on the battlefield, my bloodlust made me notorious for controlling corpses and reveling in war. They called me the goddess of death. But I never imagined I could truly wield the power of life and death itself. These zombies exist in a state between life and death. It actually helps me comprehend this power even more, though it'll take quite a while longer. But it's strange. Here in this world, I feel a rush of freedom. Back in my own world, it always felt as if I were being watched, Hela said, looking into Dio's eyes to see if he felt the same. Dio nodded and shared his own impressions with her. Then it dawned on him. Perhaps some transcendent entity, beyond the level of the multiverse itself, was always watching over the universe. Maybe eternity, or even all 5 of the creator gods together. But never mind, why dwell on that? Such beings are probably forever beyond our reach, so there's no point in worrying about it. But what's going on with you? Tell me more, Dio asked, pointing to the half-withered side of Hela's face and body. Hela sighed and began to explain. In short, after leaving the Marvel Universe, she felt as if a shackle had been lifted from her, like something that should have always belonged to her was finally unsealed. Combined with her own powers, it meant Hela had received an epic boost. But as Hela looked down at herself, she sighed again. There's no doubt I'm stronger now, but the way I look when I unleash my full power is simply hideous. And once I return, I'll definitely lose these abilities. As she spoke, a flicker of longing flashed in Hela's eyes, a yearning to stay outside for a long time. That way, when she returned stronger, she wouldn't lose as much. Dio could only shrug helplessly. He had to admit, this really did look quite ridiculous. Anyone who saw them would instantly think of a classic villain. Come on, let's go see what these so-called main characters of this world are like, Dio said, stepping forward and pulling Hela along. Main characters? Hela asked curiously. What do you mean? Is this world really like a movie? You'll see soon enough, Dio replied with a sly chuckle, and opened a portal. And just beyond that door, they were met with one of the most iconic scenes from this series. Don't move. At a street intersection, several high school students, together with a little girl and an adult female school nurse, found themselves cornered. Their military pickup was wedged perfectly against a barricade, blocking their way. Fueled by adrenaline and the thrill of youth, the teens were unloading firepower, using guns they'd borrowed from the unlucky best friend of the school nurse. They were fighting to cover the retreat of the others. At that moment, a girl with ash blonde hair, clutching a sniper rifle, had fallen and twisted her ankle. She could only watch, helpless, as the zombies closed in on her. Her predicament was quickly spotted by one of the boys rushing to save her. He swiftly cleared the immediate zombies, but there were more on the way. To make matters worse, the sniper rifle's sling had gotten tangled around the girl's chest, leaving her unable to shoot. With no other option, the boy embraced her and tried to wield the weapon himself. And then, the legendary moment unfolded before their eyes. A woman with flowing purple hair and the aura of a mature warrior danced ahead, gracefully swinging her wooden sword to fend off the attackers. Behind her, the boy's sniper shots whistled by, each bullet narrowly missing. The powerful recoil of the rifle made the chest of the blonde girl in his arms tremble with every shot. But that wasn't all. As the purple-haired woman ducked low, a bullet that should have grazed dangerously close instead passed by her. Chest seemed to ripple and bounce at just the right moment, letting the shot fly through unscathed without so much as a scratch. Hela watched this incredible scene, then glanced down at herself in confusion, her mind momentarily frozen as if it had crashed. Suddenly, she cried out, "What the? Is this a cheat code? How is that even possible?" She hugged her own chest in disbelief, staring at the spectacle below. How can she shake like that and not worry about something falling out? And doesn't it hurt? Dio could only spread his hands in exasperation. What could he say? This was just how the story went. At first, he thought, well, it's just anime. Of course things are a bit over the top. But even after crossing over into what was now the real world, the absurdity remained. Never mind that the girl's physique was already something rarely seen among Asians. But that shaking, at that frequency, an ordinary person would be doubled over in pain, unable to move, let alone keep fighting. No one could possibly move like that. So, even Dio couldn't help but be amazed by this scene as it played out before him. Then you'll have to chalk that up as a manifestation of the world's will. As long as the general direction of the storyline stays the same, most of these key plot points are bound to occur in one form or another. As he spoke, Dio pointed downwards. At that moment, the male lead, Takashi Komuro, was leading away a group of zombies in another direction, accompanied by Seiko Bisujima, the purple-haired woman with an air of elegance and strength. For example, take this scene. By the end of tonight, both of them will have matured a great deal. Hela glanced over and let out a curious sound. You'd never guess it, but this guy already has his eye on more than he can handle. He hasn't even secured what's in his bowl, yet he's already reaching for what's still in the pot. Dio didn't comment on Hela's assessment. Frankly, this was mild. If a transmigrated showed up, who knows what kind of chaos they'd wreak here. With that thought, Dio lost interest in watching any further. He turned to Hela and said, "All right, let's move on. If you want to come back, I can make this a fixed spot. We can both see how things unfold." Hela felt a bit reluctant to leave the zombies behind, but she followed Dio anyway. After all, from the footage she'd seen through the cameras on Dio's armor, she knew that in some parallel universe, their world was also overrun by zombies. If she wanted to study the power of these undead creatures, there would be plenty of opportunities ahead. There was no need to cling to this place. So, where do you want to go in the next universe? Hela asked, stepping closer. Dio was already fiddling with the device. There's a universe I've been wanting to visit for ages. Once I get there, I'm going to cosplay as the original version of Thanos from our world. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. Dio showed Hela the display. On the screen, several people, men and women, stood in a row, each striking a pose like they were pledging love to their partners, all wearing bright, sunny smiles. Have you seen the latest news? I have. They say it's the work of a giant bat, as tall as a man. Huh, I heard there's a new villain on the scene, and those superheroes are already closing in. Yes, rumors they've already caught them, and that it was a whole gang working together. You kidding? Dozens of people have gone missing lately. They say the culprits blew themselves up after being caught. Even the police can't find them. Not even Homelanders could catch them. Remember? And both Deep and Black Noir were left unconscious and badly hurt by those guys. In a bar in New York, the owner was directing the bartender to clean up, urging the few lingering patrons to leave. The cops are useless, and those Vought folks are no better. I'm closing up tonight, so you'd all better head home. As he spoke, the bar owner waved his hands, shooing the remaining customers away. What's there to be scared of? I brought a gun. If any trouble comes, I'll blow him to kingdom come. A burly, tattooed man with a face full of scars pulled a shotgun from his bag as he spoke. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? No matter what, these things can't stand up to this firepower, said another man as he pulled out two guns. One was a large revolver. Judging by the model, it looked like a Colt Python. The other was a Desert Eagle. The bar owner glanced at the two of them and drew out a pump-action shotgun. But this one had an absurdly large bore. Most military or civilian shotguns usually top out at a 23mm barrel, but the one in the bar owner's hands had to be at least 33mm. This gun was sold to me by a customer who, before he got into trouble, told me he wanted to blow those bastards to hell. He said it was for self-defense. I remember that day, he fired 3 shots, but it still didn't do any good. The bar owner worked the shotgun a few times, then continued. This was custom-made in that guy's private workshop. It's honestly the best performing gun I've ever used. Blasting a man, apart with a single shot, is no problem at all. But even after 3 shots, he couldn't finish the job. You two can try it yourselves, and see if you'll be back here for drinks tomorrow. With that, the bar owner ignored the two men and called to the bartender to close up shop. The two exchanged worried glances, hurriedly packed their things, and made a quick exit. What do we do now? The ones we caught just blew themselves up as soon as we had them, and they took Deep Sea and the Invisible Man down with them. Seriously wounded them. Especially Deep Sea. He's lost a leg. Schwanza and the Invisible Man are both in critical condition, still unconscious after days. Even Locomotive's face was burned. This is Ashley Barrett, acting as the manager, turned anxiously to her boss, Madeline. Just a few days ago, with the help of the Homelander and the others, they'd managed to capture several of those night-stalking monsters. And yes, they really were monsters. They looked humanoid, but their appearance was bizarre. They wore dark green armor inscribed with strange patterns, and their helmets covered their eyes. Wings sprouted from their backs, allowing them to fly. Their exposed skin was a lighter shade of green than the armor, and they possessed immense strength. Only Queen Maeve and the Homelander, famous for their physical prowess, could take them on head-to-head. Even Locomotive could only manage to knock them away. But for some reason, whenever they were caught, these creatures usually blew themselves up immediately. Yet yesterday, one of them didn't. It waited, quietly to be transported to the police station, and only then, before everyone's eyes, shouted for Duckside before triggering its self-destruction. Madeline felt completely helpless. In the past few days, her boss, Edgar, had thrown files at her several times, barely keeping his composure. But there was nothing she could do. She was just a pawn pushed forward to keep the Homelander and the others in check. If she weren't useful, she'd have been fired long ago. Keep working to calm the fans. Have Homelander go out and make a statement. Say the Seven are out on a mission, searching for those monsters, and can't appear in public for now. Madeline could only focus on reassurance for the time being. In a while, we'll introduce a few new faces, gradually replacing them. After all, those superheroes were always just money-making tools to begin with. If this particular IP stops paying off, then it's time to slowly swap in the next one. Who told them to be so useless? Ashley nodded, then walked out while making a call. Madeline pressed a hand to her forehead, a sharp pain throbbing in her mind. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rap at the door. Before Madeline could say a word, a tall, muscular blond man draped in the American flag strode in with a smile. Is there another problem? At his words, Madeline looked up, her expression shifting in an instant, her body unconsciously tensing. No, it's just that Noir and the others have been out of action for too long. The fans are getting anxious, she replied gently. She understood Homelander better than anyone, and she was the only one truly capable of calming him. That's why, no matter the situation, it was always Madeline who dealt with him. In theory, as long as Homelander wasn't in a state of complete emotional meltdown, Madeline could usually soothe him. But since Homelander's mood spun out of control so often, Madeline had, in truth, been dancing on the edge of danger all along. Yet she never once mentioned asking for a transfer. First, because this position came with immense power, second only to the very top at the company, and she was addicted to that. Power is poison. That saying holds true everywhere. Second, there was a strange thrill to pacifying Homelander, the strongest man on Earth. A twisted satisfaction came with taming such a force, like soothing a kitten or a puppy. I need you to step in and help me, Madeline exhaled, finally relaxing. How so? Homelander wandered around the office, bored. Find those monsters' lair, execute them, and bring me their bodies. A flicker of cruelty flashed across Madeline's face, so quick she didn't even notice it herself. Then, we'll hold a press conference. Madeline exhaled again, letting go of the tension. We'll showcase the results in public, so the people and the government see we've solved the problem. We'll also share the details of Noir and the others' injuries, so everyone is in the loop. There was something she left unsaid. If, even after all this, Noir, the Deep, and A-Train can still keep their fanbase, then they'll still be useful, but they can't stay in the Seven any longer. Of course, such a large-scale campaign would inevitably damage the Seven's brand. But it didn't matter. As long as these issues could be settled in front of the public and the government, VOD International would have more bargaining chips to negotiate the deployment of superheroes in the Department of Defense. Homelander didn't look pleased. Since his debut, aside from his very first failure, this was the only other time something had gone wrong. Other than the surveillance footage, the only people who survived that explosion were members of the Seven. As for the police in the station that day, everyone present was killed in the blast. This was a mistake he absolutely could not allow himself to make. It damaged the company's reputation. If you get this done quickly, I might have a reward for you. Madeline's eyes sparkled as she looked at Homelander. Both Madeline and Homelander knew exactly what this so-called reward entailed. Then you'd better get the press conference ready as soon as possible. Homelander's gaze burned with intensity, his eyes nearly sizzling with anticipation. With that, he said no more and strode out. The sound of running water echoed in the restroom. Queen Maeve was washing her hands, relishing the peace of not having the invisible man around. She remarked, "Now that he's gone, you're here again? You have X-ray vision and telescopic sight. Do you really need to walk right in?" Maeve looked at Homelander, who had entered the women's restroom, and spoke with resignation. "I need your help," Homelander said, surprising her with his request. Homelander was notoriously arrogant and prideful. He never gave anyone else the chance to steal the spotlight. Most of the others are probably still in bed, recovering from their injuries. The fans are getting restless. I need them to believe that this enemy was powerful, nearly unbeatable. That's the only way to calm them down and keep our stock price from dropping. Maeve stared at Homelander with a blank face and asked, "Does corporate know about this?" "Don't worry. Madeline wants me to take care of it fast. She's authorized me to do whatever it takes," Homelander replied, heading for the door. "I'll be waiting for you." Maeve leaned on the sink, feeling a wave of exhaustion. But she had no choice. Whether she'd get paid for this job or not was beside the point. Vought held all the leverage on her. Whether Homelander had orders from above or not, if he called, Maeve had to follow. After a moment, she splashed her face with water once more and then left the restroom. "Let's go. Time to get to work." Madeline sat at her desk, massaging her temples as she looked at a peculiar little device in front of her. It was about the size of an ordinary cookie tin from a supermarket, but its exterior was unmistakably sci-fi. A circular recessed light fixture was set in the center, from which several cable-like strands radiated outward, resembling strips of glowing tape. Madeline even suspected that Homelander had swiped this prop from the set of some sci-fi movie. Thinking back to how Homelander had just placed this thing on her desk, his face full of shock, Madeline felt even more certain about her suspicions. "Madeline, you have no idea. Maeve and I searched the entire city, even combed through the coastal areas, and when we finally found those monsters, they were darting all over the place using this thing." Homelander's expression was one of utter disbelief as he leaned over the desk, pointing at the object. "I even cranked my supervision up to the absolute max, and this is like some kind of spatial gateway. Once it's open, I saw them using it to pop out from almost 100 miles away." Homelander was visibly agitated, slapping the desk with force. The desk, sturdy as it was and made of alloy, couldn't withstand Homelander's unchecked strength. In an instant, he left 2 deep handprints on its surface. The entire building even shuddered from the impact. Startled by Homelander's outburst, Madeline found herself trembling along with the building, but her mind quickly snapped back to clarity. "If what you're saying is true, then the value of this thing is beyond measure," Madeline managed to reply, regaining her composure with some difficulty. Her gaze lingered, complex and uncertain, on the unmoving box resting on the desk. Homelander, on the other hand, could not hide the fear on his face. He had never encountered anything like this before. Those monsters were utterly fearless, charging at him with slogans on their lips. And to make matters worse, some of them were so strong they actually managed to pin him down, pounding on his head relentlessly. Not only did he struggle to break free, but the blows genuinely hurt, stirring up memories of the beatings he'd taken as a child, before his powers had fully developed. For the first time, he felt the urge to retreat. If it hadn't been for Queen Maeve shouting to snap him back to his senses, Homelander might really have turned tail and run. After all, on this entire Earth, there were hardly any weapons that could make him feel pain, let alone actually injure him. But those monsters, several at once, had managed to restrain him and even inflict real pain. Their strength was almost unimaginable. Had it not been for their inability to withstand his heat vision, Homelander would have believed he was truly in danger of falling there. Homelander recounted his entire experience with the monsters to Madeline, even going so far as to present the severed heads he'd brought as proof. And when Madeline heard that those monsters had nearly managed to pin Homelander down, her expression grew grave. Everyone in Vought knew just how powerful Homelander was. On Earth, there was scarcely anything that could threaten him. The common belief among Vought's people was that, except for nuclear weapons, nothing physical could even hurt him. The very idea that something could cause him pain was already unimaginable. In terms of raw strength, they believed that no one, save perhaps Soldier Boy in the past, could stand against him. Yet now, out of nowhere, such a threat had appeared. At this moment, Madeline was no longer intimidated by Homelander's power. Her eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve. "Now get out." Madeline's tone rang with an authority that brooked no argument. Homelander had never seen Madeline like this before. For just an instant, he actually felt a ripple of fear inside him. At that moment, Madeline embodied the aura of a true Iron Lady. Rising to her feet, she ignored Homelander calling after her and rushed straight upstairs. Within the company, internal surveillance footage, discussions with in-house scientists, and research on the severed limbs of these monsters had all led to one conclusion. These creatures were nothing more than manufactured, science fiction-style biological weapons. Moreover, their capabilities weren't particularly impressive. At best, they packed a punch when they self-destructed, enough to threaten superhumans whose powers had only been lightly enhanced by Compound V. For ordinary people, an encounter would be fatal, but for superheroes, the outcome was far less certain. Even last time, when those monsters left Xian and the others severely injured and unconscious, not a single one of them had been a match for Homelander. Because of this, no one really worried about these creatures. The real concern was which country was behind their creation. Some suspected China. After all, the U.S. had become almost pathologically obsessed with information control and fabrication regarding foreign threats, and they were deeply suspicious of China's reported move to incorporate superhumans into their military. To many, it seemed like their old rival was once again spreading disinformation to deceive them. Some even questioned Vought. How did they know what China was up to, and how were they able to create super soldiers as powerful as superheroes? To this, Vought's leadership fell completely silent. After all, they couldn't exactly admit that every Chinese scientist involved in the recent Compound V project had mysteriously vanished. Nor could they confess to losing several batches of Compound V itself. That would give the government every excuse to hold them over a barrel. In truth, their eagerness to get into the Department of Defense had nothing to do with national loyalty or patriotic fervor. For these billionaire executives, talk of patriotism barely registered. What mattered was the bottom line and how much profit this deal could bring. Though they spoke of loving their country, it was merely a pretense to secure taxpayer money. Their real anxiety about joining the Defense Department stemmed from one fear: that China would steal their business. So, the moment these monsters appeared, the prevailing theory within Vought was that if it wasn't the Russians, then it must have been the Chinese. Gathering her thoughts and steadying her breath, Madeline knocked on her boss Edgar's office door. Hearing Edgar's response, she opened the door and stepped inside. "I know what you're about to say." Edgar spoke up before Madeline, who had just entered, could get a word in. He sat in his office chair, hands clasped in front of his mouth, eyes fixed on the surveillance monitors before him. Madeline swallowed hard and nodded, about to place the box she'd brought onto Edgar's desk. But Edgar waved her off. "No need to give it to me. The lab technicians will be here shortly. Hand it to them instead. You can go back now." With that, Edgar made it clear she was dismissed. Madeline hesitated for a moment, then quietly withdrew her hand, taking the box with her as she left Edgar's office in silence. 2 hours later, inside the laboratory. Incredible. The outer shell is made of a material we've never seen before, and none of our methods can penetrate it to reveal the internal structure. A scientist stepped away from his computer, marvel written all over his face as he addressed his superior. "This is truly unprecedented. We ran tests, resistant to extreme heat and pressure, impervious to corrosion, and its malleability exceeds anything we've ever achieved." With wide, almost reverent eyes, the scientist declared, "This is a material only a god could create." The Vought executives paid no heed to the scientist's rapturous exclamations. One of them glanced at Edgar and asked, "Who do you think could have pulled this off?" "To be honest, I'm starting to believe those lunatics who say this thing wasn't made on Earth." Edgar said nothing. Wasn't he grappling with the same doubts himself? But could aliens really exist? Without another word, Edgar left the laboratory, pausing only to notify Madeline. "Tell your big guy to start cleaning up those monsters, no exceptions. If one escapes, kill it. The company will send backup." Edgar finished, then looked to the far side of the lab. Over there stood the last superhuman Vought had created, Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy, uncontrollable as he was, had been subdued with a special nerve gas and hidden away in a secret Soviet lab decades ago. Yet not long ago, Edgar had inexplicably ordered him brought back. The other executives, clearly uneasy, spoke up, "We can't control him." Edgar shook his head. "If nerve gas can put him under, we can take it further. Hypnotize him. Turn him into our ultimate killing machine." His tone was cold as ice, sending a chill through the room. Then he produced a dossier. On the cover, Project Soldier Boy, the Reformation Plan. "You have 3 days." The plan used nearly half a century of Russian torture music to push Soldier Boy into a state of PTSD, then hypnotize him. Progress was promising. By the end of the 3rd day, the initial hypnosis of Soldier Boy was already a success. Edgar was extremely pleased. In the presence of the Soldier Boy, who was unusually cold and decisive, Edgar's own ambition burned ever brighter within him. Inside the VOD International building. What is the company doing? Both the government and the military are pressuring us to deal with these monsters, and now the number of missing people has surpassed 1,000. Queen Maeve paced anxiously back and forth in the Seven's meeting room, clearly agitated. She didn't care much about the company's stock or the financials. After so many years at VOD, she had grown accustomed to living like a marionette, her strings always pulled by someone else. But over the past few days, she had seen with her own eyes children sobbing in confusion, their loved ones missing, no one knowing if they were dead or alive. Scene after scene struck at Queen Maeve's heart, each blow landing harder than the last. And yet, even now, she dared not let herself act too recklessly. Because Homelander's expression was as dark as a storm. Unable to risk using his super senses to eavesdrop on Edgar upstairs, Homelander only knew what was going on after Madeline went up to report, and less. Then 10 minutes later, several people in white lab coats arrived by helicopter. Edgar had them take away a certain box, and then they all left together. Today was the same. If Homelander hadn't instinctively snuck a glance, he wouldn't have even known Edgar had come back by helicopter. But in that fleeting moment, Homelander caught two words: reboot and soldier. Were these the people they were sending to help us, as promised from above? How little faith did they have in him? What Homelander didn't know was that his father had already arrived. Soon, Madeline burst into the room, moving with urgent haste. Breathless, she entered the Seven's meeting room. Behind her walked a man holding a shield painted with a black triangle. He was tall and powerfully built, dressed head to toe in a black tactical suit. A skull-shaped mask concealed his face, leaving only his eyes visible, a figure radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. This is one of the company's trump cards. The Super Soldier, Madeline announced as the Super Soldier strode into the room. Even Homelander felt the weight of his presence, and, along with the stunned Queen Maeve, stepped forward in apprehension. Seriously? This is the company's trump card? What powers does he have? Homelander was infuriated that this all-black figure had actually managed to intimidate him, and so his tone carried a hint of challenge as he eyed Soldier Boy. Queen Maeve frowned, feeling that the man somehow looked familiar. Madeline sensed that Homelander's competitive streak had been provoked, so she quickly stepped in to reassure him. Don't worry, he might be a trump card, but he's not the strongest. You're still the most powerful one here. Simple words, but they had their intended effect. Homelander let out a soft, disdainful snort, saying nothing more. He raised his chin and looked at Soldier Boy with the haughty pride of a peacock displaying its victory. To Madeline, Homelander's little huff sounded as endearing as a child's pout, and her eyes sparkled with indulgence as she glanced his way. She was well aware of the setting. After all, Queen Maeve was present, so she couldn't let herself show the kind of affection she reserved for private moments. All right, it's up to you now. I'll get started on arranging the press conference, introduce our super soldier, and show the public and our fans that we have what it takes to defeat monsters and save hostages. Madeline affectionately patted Homelander on the head as she spoke. A few hours later, Soldier Boy rejoined the Seven with a new name and a revamped image. The temporary alliance formed by the three of them quickly gained a nickname from the fans. The Deadly Trio? Homelander declared he wanted to strangle whoever came up with that name. It sounded absolutely terrible. Talk about luck. Just 7 blocks away, they're the new monster sighting. Homelander, take your teammates and handle it now. The press conference had barely ended, and people were still milling about when Madeline received a call from inside VOT. Overjoyed, Madeline wasted no time giving Homelander his orders. Homelander was taken aback. He hadn't expected monsters to show up right after the team was assembled, but he gathered his teammates and shot into the sky. 7 blocks away, the trio landed at the scene. The moment they touched down, they spotted a pack of monsters herding terrified people toward an open portal. Neither Homelander nor Queen Maeve had the nerve to venture into the portal, but clearing out the monsters on this side was no problem for them. We're here, Queen Maeve reported into her earpiece, her voice wavering as she swallowed hard at the sight of the swarming horde behind them. After setting Maeve and Soldier Boy down, Homelander stayed hovering above the ground, wary of landing and being instantly swallowed up by the sea of monsters. We see it too. Go ahead. The cameras are rolling. Madeline's voice crackled in their earpieces. The cameras were actually tiny button-sized devices clipped to their collars before they set out. On one side stood just 3 superhumans. On the other, a relentless tide of demonic monsters swarming like locusts. Who would prevail in this fight? To maximize the impact of this operation, VOT had even set up a live broadcast, sending a fleet-footed cameraman to follow the action as it unfolded. Soldier Boy possessed formidable combat skills, and with his newly enhanced physique, strong enough to rival Homelander's and nearly indestructible, He tore through the metallic chaos of the battlefield like an unstoppable force. This was also a crucial reason why Soldier Boy was able to dominate the battlefield during World War II. Now, with his mind altered and brainwashed, he's even more ruthless than he ever was before, drawing intense attention from viewers in the livestream. He's the ultimate model of a real man. Soldier Boy's moves were simple, clean, and efficient. Every strike targeted the vital points of these demon-like creatures. Some people wondered if it was too violent, but others argued that when facing criminals and monsters like these, mercy would be a mistake. Overall, public opinion was overwhelmingly positive. Many people became instant fans, and quite a few martial arts instructors, after observing Soldier Boy's techniques, were already planning to use his style as a template to attract students. Of course, they couldn't openly use his name. After all, VOD International was a giant corporation. If anyone dared to put Soldier Boy's face and his current superhero alias on their materials, VOD would sue them into oblivion. At this moment, the three of them were charging into the demon-like horde, but by far the most dazzling was Homelander. With his laser vision unleashed, he sliced through wave after wave of monsters. But the numbers were overwhelming, and soon Homelander, like Queen Maeve, was pinned down by the swarm. Before long, only the agile Soldier Boy was still dodging and weaving, but anyone with sharp eyes could see he was already on his last legs. It wouldn't be long before he too was brought down. Everyone watching the live stream was on the edge of their seats, anxiety written all over their faces. Fortunately, help arrived just in time. How could such a massive operation be missing backup from the military? There was backup, after all. A few shells whistled in, breaking the siege around the trio. Several planes swooped in at high speed, and with so many monsters packed together, even without precise aiming, it was almost impossible to miss. But the monsters quickly noticed the human aircraft. The monsters surged forward, accelerating to match the speed of the fighter jets, giving chase through the sky. In no time, all the support planes were torn apart, and the pilots, before the eyes of the entire livestream audience, were transformed into monsters themselves. They looked much like the original demons, though they lacked the signature armor. These were lesser offshoots of the main monsters, without the full strength or the armor, just cannon fodder. The viewers in the livestream were left stunned and shaken. They could all guess the likely fate of anyone captured by these creatures. By the time Queen Maeve broke free and arrived, the pilots had already become little more than monster fodder. Despair washed over her. Meanwhile, the people at VOD International finally understood what these creatures were. They weren't created by the Chinese or the Russians. In fact, they weren't even of this Earth. These damn things were made by aliens. No human on Earth had access to this kind of biotechnology. The government reacted instantly, hastily dispatching a massive military force and coordinating attacks by land, sea, and air. But as soon as the fighter jets were deployed, the demon-like creatures suddenly accelerated, some even breaking the sound barrier in a flash. What's more, as they flew at supersonic speeds, they executed complex tactical maneuvers, making it nearly impossible for the pilots to get a lock on their targets. Don't bother asking why they couldn't just carpet bomb the area or use nuclear weapons. And don't think the generals in movies and TV shows are dim-witted for always wanting to plant mushroom clouds everywhere, like in the first Avengers where they considered nuking New York. The reality is, if they ever dared to drop a nuke on U.S. soil, the entire nation would erupt in celebration. Even the governors of the states would be overjoyed. You see, every state in America reserves the right to declare brief independence during wartime. The moment a mushroom cloud blooms at home, it's official. The country is at war. Those governors could immediately seize the chance to become presidents of their own nations. If America really wanted to break apart, then by all means, let them drop a bomb. The governors would be thrilled. As for the people, as long as they're living on American soil and paying taxes, it doesn't matter if they take to the streets and protest or go on a looting spree. This was the first time the U.S. military had to wage war on its own turf. Despite their experience, countless skeptics believed it was all a government conspiracy and refused to evacuate, leaving countless innocent civilians to be slaughtered by the demon-like monsters. As for the live broadcast from the battlefield, the moment the superhuman from the motherland broke free, he bolted from the scene, leaving only the fastest of the superhumans behind with the streaming equipment. That man had nowhere left to run. Now, only Queen Maeve and Soldier Boy remain on the field, both barely clinging to life. Queen Maeve's eye had been gouged out, her jaw was gone, and all her limbs had been torn off. Her injuries were catastrophic. Soldier Boy had lost a leg, his face now fully exposed for all to see. The entire internet exploded as viewers watched the live stream. The Soldier Boy, long declared dead and missing, was actually alive. The shock was so great, it caused the newly awakened mystic to faint all over again. And at that moment, someone stepped out from the portal. Clad in a deep green, half-powered exosuit, his armor bore the scars and fractures of many battles. His upper body was bare, revealing pale skin and knotted muscles. His face was devilish, horns crowning his head, eyes burning red, his mouth obscured. In his hand, he carried a scepter-like staff, its head fashioned into a snarling demon's face. At his waist hung a single-barreled firearm, identical to the thermal gun carried by Saint Lys. The demon strode forward with heavy, deliberate steps, and as he advanced, the lesser demon creatures parted to either side, not daring to touch him. A surge of indescribable force filled the air. The camera on the ground captured this moment perfectly, and as soon as the creature appeared, an overwhelming pressure instantly weighed down on the viewers still tuned into the livestream. What is that? Is that an alien? Demons are aliens. That's the demon. Every other monster is just his minion. Rumors started swirling online, but only a handful of people were truly paying attention to what was happening here. Inside the spaceship far out in space. What is that? Hela asked, seated in her chair and watching the figure step out from the portal on the screen. Dio, now disguised as Uncle Da, glanced at the video feed and explained to Hela, "That's a cyborg servant I modified. But I call him the Predator. He has exceptional physical strength and reflexes, and with his energy battle axe, energy shield, and thermal rifle, he's a perfect assassin." Dio had drawn inspiration from the Marauder in Doom Eternal, using it as a prototype for the Predator. To achieve this, he employed genetic engineering to transform a fallen warrior from the Kylo race. The technology behind it was simple, but the equipment was entirely new. He enhanced the servant's strength and neural reaction speed, then outfitted him with an innovative energy axe, energy shield, and a new model thermal rifle, all original creations of Dio. Theoretically, the energy axe could slice through anything with its intense heat. The shield was inspired by Cable's shield from Marvel Comics, so durable that even a nuclear explosion detonating less than a meter from its surface would leave the wielder unscathed. All the Predator's weapons were experimental. If they stood up to the test of this battle, they'd gradually be introduced to the military at large. The Predator glanced at the camera on the ground and, with a casual kick, sent it skittering aside before striding forward without a second thought. By coincidence, the camera then swung to focus on Soldier Boy. The Predator sauntered up to Soldier Boy, who was crawling forward with a broken leg, still trying to attack the demonic creatures. As the Predator approached, Soldier Boy looked up at him. The Predator moved in silence, and with a flick of his right hand gripping the staff, the demonic face at the top split open, unleashing a crimson glow that shaped itself into a double-bladed axe. Witnessing this, a wave of dread washed over everyone in the livestream. The people from VOT International reacted immediately, sending urgent orders through their earpieces, telling Soldier Boy to retreat at once. They hadn't called for his withdrawal earlier because they wanted viewers to see these superheroes fighting valiantly on the front lines, defending their homeland, a spectacle meant to boost VOT's reputation, drive up stock prices, and entice more people to spend their money with the company. As for Soldier Boy's injured leg, it was still within the limits of what they could tolerate. After all, the reputation he earned during World War II had lasted to this day. Even if he had to re-emerge as a disabled hero, he could still make a fortune from it. But in that instant, when they saw the enormous axe, they realized that if they didn't leave now, they'd end up dying on the battlefield for real, their blood soaking into the ground. As for Queen Maeve, well, she was already past her prime. They could always bring in a new female member afterward. There was no shortage of superhuman women. It wouldn't be hard to find someone with the right looks. Receiving his orders, Soldier Boy looked up at the Marauder. Just as the Marauder raised that massive axe, Soldier Boy braced himself on his one good leg, ready to leap aside. But the moment he left the ground, the Marauder caught his other foot with a powerful left hand and slammed him hard against the earth. Before Soldier Boy could react, the Marauder raised the axe high in his right hand and brought it down in a brutal arc. A flash of crimson spilled through the air. Soldier Boy was beheaded in an instant. His face, locked in its final expression, landed facing the camera. A chorus of horrified screams filled the live stream, over and over again. No one was typing in the chat anymore. The screen went eerily silent. Even the bravest viewers were startled out of their seats, most ripping off their headphones and fleeing their rooms in panic. In a single moment, the terror of the Marauder carved itself deep into the hearts of everyone watching. The Marauder didn't bother with Soldier Boy's corpse. Instead, he strode over to Queen Maeve. Maeve was barely clinging to life. Her one remaining eye stared blankly at the sky. The torn wound where her jaw and tongue had once been no longer bled much. Despite her fierce vitality, Maeve was not yet dead. Even without a tongue, she managed to form simple sounds. But the pain and horror had numbed her completely. She wandered now in those final, flickering moments before death. Irina, she murmured. I miss you so much. It hurts. Her consciousness began to slip away. Her lone eye could no longer focus, and her hearing faded to nothing. Yet somehow, she sensed a marauder drawing near. She thought, for a moment, that it was her lover coming to her side. Irina, the marauder glanced at Maeve, her head turned limply toward him, and paused for a moment. Then, without another glance, he turned and walked away. There was no need to finish her off. The demon horde surged into the city, growing ever more frenzied. The military had begun urban combat, and ordinary people fled in terror. Some, gifted with super speed, tore through the crowd, leaving nothing but carnage in their wake. Those who stayed behind turned to looting, grabbing whatever they could in the chaos. Amidst the turmoil, many lost their lives. The police had already given up. As long as no one threatened them or their families, they simply looked the other way. In fact, most of them were already preparing to run for their own lives. You barely make a few bucks a month. What's the point in risking your life? Even the army only stands its ground under strict orders from above, gritting their teeth and taking up arms to hold back those demi-demons. And the purpose behind it all is painfully clear: to buy time for the city's wealthy to pack up their fortunes and speed away in luxury cars. Don't even think about flying out. Those demi-demons can chase down fighter jets. Private planes don't stand a chance. They'd be torn to shreds, pilot and all, before they could even lift off. The rich, ever cautious, wouldn't dare take a plane. Even piling into cars, they curse and complain, knowing the highways are hopelessly jammed with desperate civilians. If they want any chance of escape, they have to take military Humvees and cut across the mountain roads. But the demi-demons are terrifyingly powerful. The army's defensive lines crumble in no time. Soldiers who fall, if their bodies are still mostly intact, are turned into cannon fodder for the demi-demons, forced to continue the slaughter. Still, when it comes to military support, the Americans don't mess around. The Navy unleashes a barrage from offshore, quickly wiping out most of the demi-demons leading the charge. Of course, most of these were once humans, now mere pawns in the demi-demons' ranks, used as suicide squads to drain the Americans' ammunition. But there aren't that many of these converted humans. They can only burn through a bit of ammo before the rest of the demi-demons have to rely on their own agility to dodge the attacks. Now, the Marauder has stepped into New York City itself, striding down the center of the street as if patrolling his own domain. From footage barely captured by satellites and drones, the American general sees the Marauder entering the city. New York is now crawling with demi-demons. Some hunt for and convert the remaining humans, forcing them into cannon fodder ranks, while the rest cluster around the Marauder, as though he were their leader. Hurry! That monster's out in the open. Use an intercontinental missile. Are you insane? Even without a nuclear warhead, it's enough to threaten a Homelandian. I refuse to believe he can survive that. After all, the Homelandians' bodies are already the toughest among all carbon-based life forms they know. If a Homelandian just stood there and didn't run, even their body wouldn't survive a direct hit from an intercontinental missile, a nuclear warhead, and they might die on the spot. No carbon-based creature can withstand a hypersonic metal projectile. But this is their only shot, and once that missile is launched on U.S. soil, I'll go ask the president. The Navy captain steps forward. Everyone looks at him, then glances at their own troops. The president says, the military should use its best judgment. The captain turns to his subordinates. What does that mean? A soldier asks. The captain's response is casual, but his tone is resolute. He looks every bit the Hollywood leading man. Even the soldiers nearby were suddenly fired up, their blood surging as they began to prepare themselves. If this were a scene from a movie, the only thing missing would be an adrenaline-pumping soundtrack to make it perfect. Meanwhile, within New York City, the Demonoids were desperately attacking the military's defensive line. Whenever they tore through the defenses, they would convert soldiers or civilians into expendable pawns. This tactic of feigning weakness never seems to fail, Hela remarked as she watched the fallen Demonoid cannon fodder. Demonoids are top-tier biological weapons, created by Thanos' prototype in a universe not so different from ours, almost like our cosmic twins. Dio sat down and explained. They're his army for conquering the universe. How could such beings possibly be killed by a single shot from ordinary firearms? All those demonoids that humans managed to kill so easily were just converted humans, right? Hela looked at Dio. When she led troops in a battle, it wasn't just the Astartes under her command. The demonoids were part of the force as well. But the demonoids only obeyed Dio, so she always had to request his approval to deploy them. The physical strength of a demonoid isn't actually that high. Their defenses mostly rely on their armor. However, they can harness the physical potential of their hosts, undergoing enhancement during the conversion process. That way, An ordinary person could be transformed into something with nearly superhuman abilities. Of course, the stronger the host, the better the result. As for the average human physique, to be honest, unaugmented humans, once converted into demonoids, truly can't stand up to modern weaponry. At least Dio's original demonoids could use their bodies for supersonic flight and breach the atmosphere into space. In contrast, the cannon fodder demonoids converted from humans could be shot down with a single bullet, even if they wore armor. At this moment, inside New York City, a Ravager was preparing to activate a teleportation device to link up with Dio. But he was interrupted by a sudden blast of heat vision. The Ravager instantly raised a shield, blocking the unexpected onslaught from Homelander and his blazing gaze. There was a deep, thunderous impact as Homelander landed a punch on the Ravager's shield. The force was dispersed by the energy shield, whipping up a fierce wind that turned the dust at their feet into a swirling cloud, shrouding them both in smoke. Soon, two figures went flying low across the ground, slamming hard into a nearby building. A moment later, the building shook and flashes of light burst from within, and then a figure was sent hurtling out, crashing into another building nearby. From the rubble, a man emerged. It was Homelander, but he was in a terrible state. One side of his body was charred black, and part of his arm had already started to carbonize. Clearly, he'd been wounded by a thermal lance. Gasping for breath, Homelander managed a few steps before his legs gave out and he collapsed his knees. The one who had been smashed into the other building was the Ravager. At this moment, he looked quite battered as well. One of his horns had snapped off, but his overall condition was remarkably steady. Calm and unhurried, he stepped forward, coming to stand before Homelander. With a sweep of his axe handle, he aimed to sever Homelander's head. But just then, a bolt of lightning crashed down, interrupting the Predator's movement. The Predator reacted instantly, stamping his foot and sliding swiftly out of harm's way. The newcomer was none other than the wife of Vought's founder, a relic from a bygone age who had lived for over a century, one of the first to benefit from Compound V, Stormfront. How hideous, Stormfront scoffed, a look of disdain twisting her features as she watched the Predator dodge her attack. So what if he had killed Soldier Boy? He still had to flee, flustered, under her assault. Homelander, are you all right? Stormfront didn't spare another glance at the retreating Predator. Her concern focused entirely on the injured Homelander. Seeing Homelander's body, half-charred and smoldering, Stormfront's heart ached with sympathy. But Homelander's eyes went wide. He shoved Stormfront away with all his remaining strength. Wah! Stormfront hadn't even finished her question when, in a flash of crimson light, an axe came swinging toward her. She was too slow to dodge completely. The blow didn't sever her neck, but it carved away half her face. A scream tore from Stormfront's throat. The pain was overwhelming. Despite a century of sadistic endurance, she still cared about her appearance. With her face ruined, how could she hold on to her vanity? I'll kill you! Stormfront shrieked in fury, bolts of lightning crackling from her hands. But the Predator blocked her attack with his energy shield. Homelander watched the two face off. Agony pinned him in place, but thoughts of his son Ryan and his father who had already died at the Predator's hands filled him with a desperate resolve. Summoning the last of his strength, Homelander shot into the air. Die! He roared, swinging his fist with all his might at the Predator. At that moment, the Predator was busy fending off Stormfront's lightning, slipping and gliding across the ground. Dodging one of Stormfront's strikes, he suddenly noticed Homelander's sneak attack. He felt the fierce wind of Homelander's punch. He knew his body couldn't withstand a direct hit. Clutching the axe handle with both hands, the Predator twisted aside, narrowly avoiding Homelander's blow. Then, with a swift pivot, he brought his axe down hard. No! Stormfront's terrified scream echoed, but she was too late to intervene. A brief, muffled burst of static filled the air. Homelander was cut clean in half at the waist. His upper body tumbled to the ground, rolling helplessly, while his lower half spun before collapsing. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Homelander tried desperately to rise. Staring at the empty space below his waist, his face contorted with anguish, and at last, tears streamed down his face. Homelander! Stormfront cried out in horror, rushing forward to comfort him. But she froze, seeing the Predator standing there, energy axe in hand. Only the Homelander was left, his tears streaming down uncontrollably, his heart shattered beyond repair. Monster, I won't hold back anymore. Stormfront roared, her fury blazing as lightning danced in her hands, shining brighter than ever before. With a sweep of her hand and a thunderous cry, bolts of lightning as thick as a baby's arm shot forth, crashing down on the Predator with unrelenting force. Yet, each strike was deftly dodged or blocked by the Predator's shield. Those crimson glowing eyes of the Predator seemed to mock her, making all of Stormfront's efforts appear nothing more than helpless rage. Suddenly, a flash of blue streaked through the air. Once again, the Predator's plasma rifle unleashed its power. A body that could withstand Homelander's heat vision was powerless before the searing temperature of the plasma rifle. In fact, when it came to resistance, Stormfront's body was even weaker than Homelander's. In an instant, the area struck by the plasma beam liquefied and then vaporized. With a scream, twisting her face into something monstrous, Stormfront collapsed, half her face sliced open, looking every bit the demon. The Predator paid her no mind, hefting his battle axe high and bringing it down. No, please. I haven't fulfilled my dream. I haven't. Her words were cut short as the axe split her skull. Stormfront dead. Homelander was numb now, the agony so great he couldn't move. Watching the woman who had sworn to help him die before his eyes, a wave of grief washed over him. His son had been born as a result of his own reckless desires, but learning he had a child had awakened feelings in Homelander he'd never known before. He even began to repent for the countless misdeeds others had condemned him for. And when he discovered Soldier Boy was his father, a storm of tangled emotions consumed him. Desperate for the warmth of family, Homelander now realized he had lost any chance of ever feeling a father's love. He had returned here, again and again, because of his father and his son. His father had tried to flee, only to die at the hands of this monster. And if this monster truly conquered America, or the whole Earth, then his own son would be left to claw his way through a world of hunger and fear. He could not bear the thought of his child suffering a childhood even worse than his own. That was why he came. But in truth, he had overestimated himself. Perhaps on Earth he was strong, one of the strongest, but only on Earth. The company and the government had even suspected that this monster was just a scout, with an entire army waiting behind him. But now, this so-called Vanguard had already wiped out the planet's mightiest heroes, and there was no one left who could stand in his way. His thoughts drifted, recalling the helpless faces of his son and his son's mother, glimpsed through glass before he left. Homelander let out a bitter, broken laugh. Then, a flash of red, blood sprayed from his neck. The Marauder retrieved his axe and left the scene. Homelander dead. Fire the missiles. The captain, seeing the live broadcast with both Homelander and Storm dead, issued the order without hesitation. The missile bays opened, and 2 intercontinental missiles launched, streaking toward New York City. Meanwhile, in the city, the Marauder seemed to sense something and glanced up at the sky. He then produced a device and pressed a button. Behind him, a portal opened. You're going yourself? Even though the supporting cast is gone, if the main character never takes the stage, then all this performance would have been for nothing. As he spoke, the changing form of Uncle Da, now transformed into Dio, slowly emerged. I am entropy, I am death. I am Duxite. Of course, Dio never actually said these over-the-top lines out loud. He just recited them in his mind for his own amusement. After all, with the supporting cast and extras all dead, who was left to appreciate the main character making a grand entrance? So, Dio had to content himself with the performance in his own head. Still, to ramp up the sense of menace, Dio manipulated the weather. In an instant, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled across the sky. Everyone in America, watching the battle, noticed a towering figure appear in New York. His skin had the texture of stone, his eyes glowed red, and dark crimson light, like the molten lava of hell, surrounded his gaze. Clad in obsidian black metal armor, his enormous figure radiated an overwhelming sense of power. He didn't walk. Instead, with his hands clasped behind his back, he floated out of the portal. Expressionless, the giant glanced at the incoming supersonic missiles. Twin beams of heat vision lanced from his eyes, curving in midair before striking their targets with unerring precision. The world was stunned. These were supersonic missiles. Apart from each nation's own missile defense tech, no carbon-based life form could possibly stop them. Not even the superhumans could manage such a feat. Prep the nukes. Back in the submarine, after witnessing this, the captain gritted his teeth and called the president. Once he had his orders, he glanced at the soldiers around him. Yes, sir. None of the soldiers objected. Soon, 2 massive-yield nuclear warhead ICBMs were launched. Everyone knew these nukes didn't stand a chance of hitting their target. But people, well, people always have to try, don't they? Yet almost immediately, everyone was shocked. Both nuclear warheads froze in midair. With a mere thought, Dio redirected them, one toward the nearest military base, the other toward the submarine that had launched them. The moment the mushroom clouds bloomed, silence fell everywhere. If even nuclear weapons couldn't reach him, what could possibly harm this being now? The government made a swift decision. Abandon the homeland and any facilities too cumbersome to move. Just evacuate the talent and the money and leave the rest behind. As for the taxpayers, the high-ranking officials declared that they still had a perfectly intact naval fleet, and that their sons in Asia and Australia were more than happy to welcome them. As for what would happen in the Americas, that was no longer their concern. Even the Vought Corporation had already packed up and fled. They ran so fast that, by the time the local leaders caught a glimpse of them, all they saw was the exhaust left in their wake. Everyone knew that running away wouldn't truly help. But there was no other choice. Everyone had seen what kind of monstrosities Dio commanded, and no one wanted to end up like that. At least running offered a slightly slower demise. Staying put meant instant obliteration. Would Dio let them escape just like that? With a fierce glare, Dio unleashed a surge of telekinetic power, which manifested as a colossal hand slamming down from above. In an instant, ships and planes alike were reduced to nothing but dust and fragments. The entire world braced itself for catastrophe. Most simply gave up, some even resorting to total anarchy, while others, determined to take at least one enemy tooth with them, even if it meant total annihilation, entered the highest state of military alert. But Dio paid them no mind. With his telekinetic power rampaging unchecked, the whole continent of America was swept clean, mountains and valleys leveled without a trace. He even managed to snuff out the eruption of the Yellowstone volcano. After repeating this process several times, Dio finally stopped. He glanced down at the characters displayed by his system on his wrist, and only then did he cease his actions. It had to be said, Vought Corporation was truly as cunning as a fox with 3 dens. There were hidden bases even deep underground. At first, Dio's only reason for doing this was his utter dislike of that bunch of so-called superheroes and the boys. But upon arriving here, the system informed him that if he could wipe out Vought Corporation, he would gain a permanent coordinate for locating this universe. As long as he had enough energy, he could even construct a permanent gateway. This realization thrilled Dio instantly. It meant a whole universe's worth of resources delivered to him for free. And, in this universe, most of the plot revolved around Earth's Vought Corporation. There weren't even any aliens in the cosmos. What did this mean for Dio? It was just like those novels he'd read in his previous life, where someone in the 21st century acquired a portal to World War II. For China in the 21st century, that would mean a whole other Earth's worth of resources for the taking. Without hesitation, Dio chose to destroy Vought. But he had no intention of wasting too much time with endless schemes and manipulation. He opted for total physical annihilation. He even prepared a script for the occasion. But plans rarely keep up with change. Who could have guessed these so-called superpowered beings would be so useless? He'd only needed to deploy a single mechanical servant to wipe them out. To be fair, the new equipment played a part in this victory. But according to the original setting, if these people were a bit more serious, his mechanical servant wouldn't last long at all. Sending out a mechanical servant was really just a way for him to test the new equipment. Afterward, the system recorded the coordinates, and Dio left the area with Hela. As for that group of quasi-demons, Dio didn't bother with them. If the humans of this world could actually wipe out those quasi-demons, then perhaps they'd be worthy of genetic enhancement. Otherwise, they'd end up as nothing more than cannon fodder for the demons. Back in the Marvel universe, Dio sorted through the data he'd collected. The technology from the boys' universe didn't mean much to Dio. After a quick glance, he tossed it out like garbage. But the greatest gain was the ability to use spatial portals to freely travel between universes, gaining access to the resources of an entire universe. At present, the system could only provide information about the nearest accessible universes, displaying recognizable text and visuals for Dio to identify which universe it was. The system would also prompt the host to choose whether to obtain a universe's coordinates. If he chose to, the system would highlight any hostile forces that might try to stop him. For example, in the boys' world, if Dio wanted the universe's coordinates, Vought International and the Seven would be standing in his way. Facing Vought is already a tall order for any ordinary traveler, let alone the Seven. But Dio was different. He could completely ignore the world's social order and simply destroy any obstacles by force. And that's how Dio gained the universe's coordinates. Should we pick another one? Hela asked lazily, sprawled on the sofa as she scrolled through the system in her hand. Where would we go? Dio hadn't decided yet. There didn't seem to be many places left that could actually make him stronger. I remember there are tons of movies and games on Midgard, and I think I've spotted a few worlds that are actually the same. Hela suddenly sat up and shoved the system screen in front of Dio. Look, here's the God of War series, here's the Space Marine series, and here's Spider-Man, Batman, and all the rest. Her eyes sparkled. And look, there are even worlds from DC Comics. I want to go see them for myself. Dio could only scratch his head in resignation and started making his selection. The DC universe was just as formidable as Marvel, maybe even a bit more so. But judging from the major events in both comics, Dio felt there was still a clear difference. If Marvel's big events tend to drag the whole universe in, with even ordinary people being at least aware of them, DC's major events sweep up the entire multiverse. Whether or not the average person even knows what's happening is questionable, but there's no doubt they'd be the first to die. And, in the end, there's no guarantee anyone would make out alive. After the major events in the Marvel Universe, with the exception of those that led to total cosmic destruction, most cataclysms could actually be reversed, even to the point of resurrecting ordinary people. As for how they managed to snatch souls back from death itself, the answer always boiled down to the Infinity Stones. But over in the DC Universe, its temptations might not be enough to lure Dio. Many things simply didn't matter to Dio, and even if something did, it wasn't guaranteed he could seize it. After thinking it over, Dio decided not to head to the DC world for now. So where are we going then? Hela leaned in to ask. Why don't we look for some outside help first? Dio suggested. What do you mean? Recruiting powerful forces from other worlds to fight alongside us. Dio glanced at the interface of his system. Finding a strong fighter isn't hard. After all, the main characters of every world are no weaklings. Right now, besides Loki, who can still help us, there's also Lee Kwan, the one you mentioned who gained his system. Hela mused after a moment's thought. He may not have killed anyone, but his abilities are strong. He could provide valuable support. As she spoke, Hela seemed to remember something. Didn't we see some worlds based on game animations not too long ago? Maybe we could try our luck there. And besides, didn't that Loki brat say our place is a unique kind of multiverse? Then why not seek out people from other parallel worlds, gather the strongest from across our universe as our Vanguard, and launch a full-scale assault with the army at our backs? Hela paused mid-thought. But do we even have enough troops right now? Her words snapped Dio back to reality. While high-level combat power was important, mid- and low-tier forces were just as crucial. There are other Thanoses in those worlds too. We could use their underlings as cannon fodder. Dio nodded. Hela gave Dio's thigh a light kick. Don't think I haven't noticed. Their Vanguard isn't even on the same level as ours. Using them as cannon fodder is just disgusting. Dio remained impassive. The armies under the different Thanoses in alternate universes were pretty much the same. Mostly Chitauri and those so-called Outriders. The Chitauri army wasn't particularly impressive. Apart from having energy weapons and the ability for interstellar travel, they offered little else. On a planetary battlefield, their only edge was numbers, and with their hive mind tactics, a successful decapitation strike could wipe them out in one blow. The only real asset was Thanos' Outriders, a batch of genetically engineered soldiers, somewhat akin to demons in function. They could fly, turn invisible, phase through solid objects, and even communicate telepathically. But what set Dio's Outriders apart was his further enhancements. He transformed them into elite warriors reminiscent of the legendary Predators. Thanos' Vanguard force excels at both reconnaissance and combat. If they're hiding in the shadows, they have a distinct advantage, and their chances of eliminating targets upon first encounter are quite high. However, Dio's Vanguard is different. With the combat prowess of a Predator, they specialize in assassination, traps, scouting, and poisoning. Combined with Dio's upgraded gear, they're even stronger than Thanos' Vanguard in direct confrontations. In that case, Dio declared, let's visit other worlds and deal with those versions of Thanos. If they can be subdued, we'll recruit them. If not, we'll wipe them out. With a clenched fist, Dio activated the system and opened a portal through space. Hela clapped her hands, rose to her feet, and said, why don't I go to other worlds to find some allies? These are all precious fighting forces, she added. Dio thought it over and decided that, for now, splitting up wouldn't be a bad idea. Besides, Hela's strength was formidable these days, and her temperament had mellowed with her growing power. She was no longer the battle maniac of old. She carried herself with the grace and decorum befitting Asgardian royalty. If she ran into trouble she couldn't solve, she could always use the system to escape. So Dio had little to worry about when it came to Hela. Just be careful. If things get out of hand, come back immediately, Dio reminded her once more. Hela waved his concern away. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With that, she opened another portal, tossed out a breezy "see you soon," and vanished inside. Dio Said. She didn't even take a sip of water before leaving. He took a drink himself to soothe his throat, then stepped through the portal he had opened. Multiverse, designation 616, as they called it themselves, though the actual movie universe is designated 863. This time, Dio materialized on Titan. Wow, what a scene to walk in on, Dio remarked as he surveyed the tableau before him. In this world, Thanos had already been slain by Doctor Strange, a massive blade lodged in his chest. Doctor Strange, meanwhile, was on his knees, weakened from wielding the Darkhold. The Avengers, no, here they called themselves the Illuminati, had surrounded Doctor Strange in a defensive formation. Who's there? Professor X, seated in his floating wheelchair, was the first to notice Dio's arrival. But thanks to Dio's repeated enhancements and the overwhelming force of his psychic energy, he appeared to these telepaths like a blazing star, or perhaps a soul-devouring black hole. The instant Professor X reached out with his mind, he collapsed in a swift, unconscious heap. His abrupt motion drew everyone's attention, but before anyone else could react, a sharp pain struck their minds, and they too collapsed in a spectacular faint. Not even Captain Marvel or Captain Carter could put up any resistance. Doctor Strange and Baron Mordo suffered the brunt of the attack, yet managed to hold out the longest. Black Bolt turned back, about to seize the opportunity to unleash a sonic attack, but Dio's telekinesis took hold of him, snapping his jaws shut. He too soon collapsed in spectacular fashion. Dio walked over to Thanos' corpse, gazing pensively at the being who had once been himself. What good is it being a villain? Especially in a world of Western superheroes, where personal heroism and their peculiar social values are everywhere. A world where getting involved with these people just makes Dio feel utterly disgusted. Even Tony Stark, if that guy hadn't been suddenly teleported out, Dio wouldn't have wanted any contact with him whatsoever. Doctor Strange, feeling guilty over his use of the Darkhold, had let down his guard. He, too, soon fainted, leaving only Baron Mordo still standing. "Who are you really?" Baron Mordo glared fiercely, forcing himself to stay conscious, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing earthworms. Dio ignored them all, placed his hand on Thanos' head, and began to probe the lingering information within the corpse. It didn't take long for Dio to learn the location of Thanos' main base. He blasted a hole and left without a second thought. As for the ones lying on the ground, Dio transformed Thanos' corpse into a psionic bomb. They'd all be killed by the Scarlet, which crossing over sooner or later anyway. What difference did it make if they died a bit early? Baron Mordo. Passing through a portal, Dio arrived at this world's Thanos stronghold, the Dark Quadrant. Just like in the other cinematic universes, Thanos here had two adoptive daughters who had rebelled, one dead, one a traitor, and all his generals were gone. Only the Outriders and the Chitauri army remained. Dio took control with ease. After all, this was still the Marvel Universe, so his system could simply construct a gateway. Dio packed up everyone, including the entire planet, and shipped them off wholesale to his own empire. He had planned to inform Hela, but after checking, found she hadn't returned yet. Slapping his forehead, he muttered, "Forgot to ask." Dio actually forgot to ask Hela where she was going. Oh well, she said she wasn't interested anyway, so I'll let her be. Time to check out the next universe. Using his system, Dio locked onto another universe, instructed his subordinates to properly secure Thanos' legacy, and led a squad of Imperial guards through the portal. Still, Dio left Hela a message, reminding her that if she wanted to visit the next universe, she should bring along a few guards or some other protectors. What's the point of doing everything yourself? What are your subordinates for, if not this? Meanwhile, with Hela, the world of Kratos, the god of war. Northern Europe, Asgard. Heimdall was sitting on the edge of a high wall, biting into an apple, when something caught his attention. He turned to see a blue portal appear behind him. Heimdall frowned and glanced at the green-feathered raven beside him. "Odin, something's up here. Get over here, quick." Drawing his sword, he kept a wary eye on his surroundings. Before long, Thor arrived, slightly ahead of the others. From his dazed look, it was clear he'd just been pulled away from a drinking table. Odin followed close behind, gripping his staff tightly. The thin-framed Odin widened his solitary eye, his whole body trembling. This is just like the fissure. Odin was deeply agitated. From within the portal, he sensed an energy fluctuation strikingly similar to the one in the rift beneath his own chambers. Could there be knowledge hidden inside, akin to what he'd found in the rift? Heimdall frowned. "This thing looks dangerous." Thor shook his head, trying to clear the fog from his mind, smoothed out his tangled hair, and with a snap of his fingers, summoned Mjolnir to his hand. "Then let me smash it to pieces." As he spoke, he strode forward, hammer raised. No, no, no. Odin hurriedly blocked Thor's path, extending his staff to keep him back. In the midst of their argument, footsteps echoed nearby, and a figure emerged from the portal. "Well, it seems Asgard in this world is quite hospitable." Hela stepped out through the portal. Glancing at the readout on her wrist, she quickly absorbed some information about this world. The three Asgardians fell silent, their shock evident as they stared at the woman before them. She was tall, crowned with a thorned, spiked headpiece, and clad in blindingly white, form-fitting leather armor. As the portal faded from sight, Odin snapped back to his senses and rushed forward, desperate to intervene. "Why is it like this?" Odin stared at the spot where the portal had vanished, then dropped to his knees, crestfallen. Who are you? Unlike Odin, who had lost his composure, Thor and Heimdall paid no heed to the portal's disappearance, keeping their wary gaze fixed on the woman before them. Hela. Hela, Odin's daughter, Hela declared, lifting her head with regal pride. Former first in line to the throne of Asgard. Her first statement made Thor and Heimdall glance at Odin in surprise. Her second drew astonished looks from all three men. Not from your Asgard. Not from this world, Hela clarified. Thor and Heimdall remained on guard. As gods, they'd grown up hearing Odin speak of countless worlds beyond the 9 realms, so the existence of other deities was no surprise. But parallel worlds? Who could say if she meant them harm? You claim you're the first heir to Asgard in another world? Odin latched onto her words, rising to meet Hela's gaze. Hela relished the chance to look down on Odin, even if this was not the Odin she once knew. This is madness. Odin's wild-eyed expression made Hela frown and take an involuntary step back. Forgive me. Forgive me. Odin hurried to explain when he noticed Hela's discomfort. I just never expected parallel worlds to actually exist, even though it's theoretically possible. Odin laughed, turning to tell Thor and Heimdall to lower their weapons, then took Hela by the hand, intending to lead her back inside. Would you mind telling me what the other 9 realms are like? Hela considered for a moment. Since she was already here, she figured she might as well play along. So, she followed them all the way to the Golden Palace. They called it the Golden Palace, but in reality, it was just a rather spacious room. Hela's mind drifted to Midgard, those mortals who once worshipped them. The homes of those people were not much different from this room, and compared to her own Asgardian palace, the contrast was stark. She curled her lip in mild disdain and stepped inside. A few people stood within the Golden Palace, clearly notified by Odin beforehand. The one outside is Heimdall. This is Thor. You probably know him already. Here's Sif, Baldur, and Mani. Where's my god of courage? Odin introduced them, pausing as he realized someone was missing, his tone puzzled. While Odin spoke, Hela took the time to size them up. Heimdall, to her surprise, was a rather short white man. His complexion, at least, matched the mythology told among mortals. Thor was enormous, taller even than Dio, and quite overweight, a veritable giant. In this world, Thor was 2.5 meters tall. Sif, golden-haired, voluptuous, and striking. Hela compared the two of them in her mind, keeping her expression neutral, but she had to admit defeat. Baldur, in her world, he was the elderly guardian of the Bifrost and Heimdall's mentor. Here, he was a short man, half-naked, with a stature nearly matching Odin's. As for Mani, in the Marvel world, Mani had been one of Hela's powerful warriors during her time in Asgard, later joining the Astartes Ultramarines, and eventually becoming one of her honor guards. He had given his life to rescue her from the Supreme Evolutionary, his soul now resting in Valhalla. The Mani before her now was also bare-chested, but a tall, imposing figure. Modi took his sister out hunting, Sif explained to Odin. All right, never mind then. Odin rubbed his hands together and continued. This is Hela, from a parallel Asgard. She was once the first in line to inherit the throne in her world. Odin's words drew curious glances from everyone present. Hela felt a wave of discomfort, as if she were some exotic creature on display at a zoo. Well, as the former heir to the throne, may I ask you a few questions? Odin stood at the foot of the steps leading to the throne as he spoke. Looking around at the assembled company, Hela's mood brightened a little, and she nodded. If you managed to cross over from a parallel world, then in your Asgard, how did Odin prevent Ragnarok? No sooner had Odin finished his question than gasps of astonishment echoed through the hall. Thor and Sif, voices charged with excitement, exclaimed, Didn't you say that was just a lie? Heimdall looked utterly incredulous, wanting to ask a question. Baldur, on the other hand, was visibly excited. Mani walked over to Sif, joining his father Thor in comforting his mother. Seeing the growing commotion in the grand hall, Odin waved his hand. A surge of powerful magic swept through the room, silencing everyone in an instant. Hela narrowed her eyes. She remained unaffected, but she realized that this Odin was far more complicated than he appeared. Everyone else, finding themselves unable to speak, gradually calmed down. Then Odin waved his hand again and said, Forgive this display. Now could you explain? Hela brushed her hair back, her crown vanishing as her long black hair fell loosely. She flexed her neck and replied, Of course. My old man's problem hasn't been solved. Traveling between parallel worlds was something my partner brought about, Hela answered honestly. Impossible. Odin cried out in shock. As Odin, he prided himself on being the wisest of the gods, an arrogance that bordered on conceit. He believed that even another Odin, from a different universe, would possess the same supreme intelligence. If one could cross parallel universes, wouldn't resolving Ragnarok be a trivial matter? Tisish, boring, Baldur scoffed, waving a hand dismissively at Odin. I'm going out for a walk. You all enjoy yourselves. The others also turned their attention to Odin. Hela explained, Ragnarok simply marks the end of an era. All that's lost is Asgard and Odin. The inheritors will continue to lead the people of Asgard forward. If the land is preserved but the people are lost, all is lost. If the people remain but the land is gone, all endures. How could you not understand something so simple? Besides, the guide of the previous age was already nearing the end of his time. So what if he's gone? With an air of indifference, Hela found herself a chair, sat down with her legs crossed, and leaned her head on her hand, gazing at Odin. Odin's face was a mask of terror as he clutched it in disbelief. No, impossible. I will not die. Odin began to unravel, teetering on the brink of madness. Hela watched with a touch of surprise, completely composed. After all, no matter how powerful Odin had been in his youth, he had always worn a mask of stoic calm, rarely showing such wild emotion. Hela had often mocked and criticized him, saying the more lies Odin told, the thicker his skin became. But now, the man before her seemed to have lost control, as if driven mad. You're lying. Odin gradually regained his composure, his expression dark as he stared at Hela. Seeing Odin like this, Thor hefted Mjolnir, his eyes crackling with lightning as he met Hela's gaze. Odin raised his hand, and a surge of potent dark magic shot toward Hela in attack. Faced with Odin's sudden assault, Hela showed no surprise. Massive, jagged spikes erupted from the ground to block the attack, as she leaped up, intending to smash through the roof. But to her surprise, although the building appeared to be made of wood, its sturdiness was beyond imagination. It was even reinforced by magical wards. Hela failed to break through, landing on the ground and pausing in brief astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Thor hurled Mjolnir at her with all his might. Yet this was Hela, the goddess of death of Asgard, seasoned by countless battles. Watching the lightning-wreathed Mjolnir hurtling toward her, Hela reached out and caught it with one hand. Mjolnir came to a dead stop. This feat was due to Hela's ability, known as the Hand of Honor, a power that greatly amplifies her strength. By channeling all her power into her hand, she could unleash unimaginable force, even strong enough to shatter Mjolnir of the Marvel Universe to pieces. Similarly, the Mjolnir before her now could not break through her grasp. But Hela felt a sharp pain in her palm. This Mjolnir was enormous, almost slipping from her grip, her arm even bent from the strain. Hela couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Thor's attack was truly formidable. Her own brother had never displayed power like this. Ever since reaching her current level of strength, there had never been anything the Hand of Honor couldn't seize. Yet this Mjolnir nearly escaped her grasp. Even as Hela reflected on this, she knew Thor wasn't the only one attacking. In Odin's hands, his scepter transformed into a spear, the legendary Gungnir, the Spear of Meteors. Though this Gungnir lacked the true mythic power of the Spear of Meteors, Odin infused it with his own magical might, launching an attack that instantly sent Hela flying, slamming her hard against the wall of the house. It must be said, for all its humble appearance, as the Golden Palace of Asgard, the building's strength was beyond question. With another wave of his hand, Odin cast a spell. Willow branches sprang up, binding Hela tightly so that she struggled to break free. Not bad. My old man back home never had tricks like yours. Hela struggled against her restraints, casting a critical eye over Odin's abilities. We'll ask the questions. You answer. Odin commanded. If you say one more word, I'll smash your skull. Thor threatened, pressing Mjolnir to Hela's throat. Thor felt deeply frustrated. Ever since Mjolnir was forged, nothing, giant, elf, or even the thickest earth, had withstood its crushing blows. Thor believed nothing could halt Mjolnir's force. But now, a single person had stopped it with her bare hand. Hela sneered coldly. She had only been caught off guard by Odin's unfamiliar tactics and killed upon their first encounter. Besides, at this point, Hela was a match for her own Odin. She could fight him evenly, even tip the balance in her favor. You really think this can hold me? Hela's tone was laced with mockery as a surge of pure white energy exploded from her, obliterating the palace in an instant. Odin was blasted away. Thor shielded himself, while Mani, who had refrained from joining the battle to protect Sif, immediately threw himself over his mother. Yet, even this united family of three was swept off their feet and sent flying. Hela hovered in midair, looking down imperiously at the four before her. From that brief exchange, Hela realized that the gods of this world were physically far stronger than those in her own. If her brother were to face this world's Thor, he would be thoroughly outmatched. Moreover, Odin's magical repertoire was vast and varied. At the very least, Hela had never seen her own Odin wield a plant-based spell like the one that had just tried to ensnare her. After a moment's thought, Hela descended to the ground. The gods of this world were formidable, potentially powerful allies. As for Odin, never mind him. This Odin was brimming with arrogance and cunning. From the very first glance, Hela had seen through him. He was a master of schemes and dark calculations, a truly devious figure. To partner with him was to invite betrayal. He might well stab you in the back when you least expected it. Compared to him, her own Odin was as pure as a white lotus blossom. With a wave of her hand, the sword of night appeared in her grasp. Hela was ready to bring Ragnarok upon them ahead of schedule. Thor paid no mind to Odin's fate. At that moment, he was rushing towards Sif's side. Mother! Mother! Even before he arrived, Thor heard Mani's frantic cries. Thor's heart sank. When he reached them, Thor saw Sif lying unconscious in Mani's arms, her hair matted with blood. Mani looked up as his father arrived, wordlessly showing him Sif's condition. His tear-streaked face was a far cry from the valor one would expect of the god of strength. Muscles twitching in anguish, Thor gently stroked Sif's pale face. The sight of her cut him to the core. He staggered back a few steps, then let out a furious roar. Thunder boomed overhead, and Thor leaped skyward, soaring into the storm. Lightning crashed down upon Thor, enveloping him in its fury. His face twisted with rage, Thor's gaze instantly locked onto Hela, who now stood opposite Odin, long sword in hand. I'll have your life. Faced with Thor's onslaught, Hela's expression grew grave. This Thor was far stronger than her brother. Hela estimated that her brother would have to grow several times over before he could stand a chance against him. As for herself, she could defeat this Thor, but the victory would likely be neither easy nor pretty. Thor, wreathed in boundless lightning, came crashing down on Hela with a furious force. Hela, no fool herself, instantly recognized the overwhelming power before her and knew she could not match it head-on. She quickly retreated, dodging out harm's way. What madness has seized you? Hela kushiet in anger. If you dare to harm my family, you must pay the price. Thor thundered back, hurling Mjolnir at her once more. This time, Mjolnir shot through the air at incredible speed. Hela couldn't evade in time. The hammer struck her squarely, sending her flying. Thor followed hot on her heels, soaring through the air in pursuit. Mjolnir pressed hard against Hela's waist and abdomen, its immense force pinning her down and leaving her unable to break free, giving Thor the chance to catch up. When Thor arrived, he swung a powerful punch at her. Despite being partially restrained, Hela managed to block the blow. With a swift motion, she summoned a sword into her hand and slashed. A deep wound tore open across Thor's chest, so deep that bone showed through. Thor cried out in pain, his grip on Mjolnir loosening, which allowed Hela to finally break free. Landing on her feet, Hela looked at Thor, still shaken by what had just transpired. After all, the sheer might of that lightning had truly rattled her. She felt, for a moment, as if she were facing the wrath of the heavens themselves. I admit I hurt your people, but you should know you attacked me first. My retaliation is only natural. Whatever consequences follow, you'll have to bear them yourselves. And if you insist on continuing this fight. Hela raised her hand, and the sword of night appeared once more. Let me be clear. In my Asgard, I am venerated as the goddess of death. That title was forged on the battlefield. Thor cared nothing for her words. Her taunts and provocations only stoked his fury. Trying to scare me? You're courting death. With that, Thor lifted Mjolnir high. The sky crackled as endless lightning began to gather. Hela's heart raced in alarm. She steeled herself, bracing for the attack, and noticed her own hair standing on end from the charged air. She dared not open a portal now. She couldn't tell if this lightning would energize or destroy it. So, she could only flee in desperation. Thunder crashed all around, as bolts of lightning struck the ground, leaving a series of small craters in their wake. Hela dodged each strike with precision. She realized these attacks, while formidable, had a flaw. They were too slow. Each time, she could pinpoint exactly where and when the lightning would fall and evade with perfect timing. Seeing this, Thor was not frustrated. Instead, more lightning coiled around Mjolnir, and it grew even heavier in his grasp, weighing down his arm for an instant. With a furious roar, Thor raised his weapon once again. This time, Hela felt there was nowhere left to run. She could only muster her energy to create a barrier for protection. Thunder crashed all around. Bolts of lightning poured down like torrential rain, flooding the entire space with searing light. Damn it, Hela scowled, her brow furrowing in frustration. I never expected that my very first solo mission would turn into such a mess. While resisting the falling lightning, Hela glanced at her system, searching for any useful functions. After all, she could hardly move at the moment. Before long, Hela discovered another use for the portal: interdimensional travel within a single universe. In other words, she could now teleport across different locations inside any parallel universe she had already entered. Of course, this also required energy. Delighted by this revelation, Hela didn't hesitate. She opened a new portal, slipped through, and reappeared not far behind Thor. She had no intention of killing Thor. After all, this whole incident was just a misunderstanding, and someone with his strength could be a valuable ally. Thor hadn't noticed Hela suddenly appear behind him. With a sharp cry, he lost his grip on Mjolnir, which clattered to the ground, and dropped to his knees, clutching his side. As expected, no matter who it is, the waist is everyone's weakness. Sword in hand, Hela stepped behind Thor and said, "Well, can you listen to me now?" Thor's face flushed with pain, his body tense as he pressed his hands to the wound. At that moment, Odin hurried over with Baldur, Sif, and Mani close behind. Odin spoke in a measured tone. "Think carefully. If you insist on continuing this, there'll be no room left for negotiation. There's always room for discussion. Please stop." Sif cried out anxiously when she saw her husband kneeling on the ground. "Sif!" Odin frowned at her, clearly displeased with the interruption. Blood-streaked, Sif shot Odin a fierce glare. "I don't care what schemes you have. You once said I was family, and family is what matters most. You said it yourself." Faced with Sif's outburst, Odin's expression remained unchanged. "I have my reasons and my plans. Thor is an important child to me as well, but I need you not to meddle and disrupt what I'm working toward." Having said this, he ignored Sif's conflicted expression and turned his attention to Hela. "So, can you tell us exactly what you want to discuss? Is there something we can help you with?" Odin. Sif couldn't help but speak up again, her tone full of reproach. I know, Odin replied, glancing back to placate her before returning his gaze to Hela. Witnessing this, Hela found herself puzzled by Odin's attitude. She leaned in behind Thor and whispered, "It seems your father doesn't care much about your life. You wouldn't understand." Thor gritted his teeth, forced to respond to her teasing. Hela looked at Thor with a peculiar expression. Is he a masochist or something? It was so obvious Odin wanted to cast him aside, yet he couldn't see it. Odin clearly didn't care about Thor's fate, so why was he still so determined to defend him? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Hela gave a subtle flick of her sword hilt. Before Thor could react, his body instinctively followed the sword's movement, and he shot to his feet in an instant. Thor's sudden motion startled Odin and the others. Thor himself, realizing what had just happened, froze for a moment, his confusion quickly turning to embarrassment and anger. What has happened to me? Was I so afraid of the pain that I let my body move with the sword? Seizing the opportunity, Hela opened a portal. Odin, who had been watching closely, reacted immediately and rushed toward Hela. Thor seemed to realize something as well and reached back to grab her, but his slowed movements allowed Hela to slip away and, with a swift kick, she sent him stumbling back. "Next time we meet, I'll bring my army," Hela called out as she stepped through the portal, making her escape before Odin and the others could get close. Odin hurried after her, reaching out in vain, his hand closed on nothing but air. Sif and Mani supported Thor. Fortunately, the resilience of the gods was remarkable. Even wounds that would have been fatal to mortals, let alone a mere cut, could be survived thanks to their immense vitality and healing powers. "Quick, get Thor to his room," Sif ordered, and with utmost care, she and Mani carried Thor away. None of them paid any heed to Odin, whose face had darkened with frustration. At that moment, Baldur, who had been keeping his distance, emerged from the shadows. He had been drawn by the commotion around Thor. As Odin's most skilled tracker, Baldur understood exactly what needed to be done, so he'd stayed hidden in the darkness. But he hadn't dared get too close, fearing Hela might notice him. And so when she opened the portal, he had no chance to intervene. "How do you want to proceed?" Baldur asked Odin, the implication clear. Should they track Hela? Odin snapped out of his thoughts and replied with biting sarcasm. "Such power to cross worlds isn't just travel between the 9 realms. It's a force that transcends the bounds of our universe. If I can't find her, do you think you can?" With a cold huff, Odin turned and walked away. He still needed to return and comfort Thor's family. There was no time to waste. Baldur's expression soured, but he said nothing. Summoning his winged dragon mount, he left Asgard to resume his previous duties. Meanwhile, in a remote forest of Midgard, Hela opened her portal here for one reason alone: to pay a visit to the god-slayer of this world, Kratos. Deep within this secluded, enchanted forest of Midgard, Hela searched for Kratos' humble cabin. As a demigod who had slain the three major gods of Greece and several other deities, Kratos held immense value as a potential ally. Besides, he was a protagonist in his own right. Do you want to know what your father used to be? Do you want to know who he really is? In the forest outside the Quay family's cottage, a lean young man crouched down and whispered to a child, his tone as sly and tempting as a devil luring someone astray. The boy, bored, squatted on the ground, one hand clutching a sprig of mistletoe, the other idly stabbing at the earth with a dagger. He shot the man a glare. To the little one, this stranger was nothing but a weird old guy. He'd appeared out of nowhere near their home, spouting all sorts of baffling nonsense. If his father hadn't failed to notice anything peculiar about the man, he would never have allowed him to get so close. Some distance away, a pale-skinned, red-tattooed, bearded man knelt in the grass, his forehead pressed to a golden palm print on a birch tree. This was Kratos, the aging godslayer. And now, he was mourning his departed wife, Faye. After a long moment, Kratos rose, hefted the axe his wife had left behind, and with a thunderous roar, brought it down on the birch tree. In just a few mighty swings, he felled the trunk, which was nearly as thick as a man's waist. The young man in the distance smacked his lips in quiet admiration. In Norse myth, Faye, a giantess, symbolized the trees themselves. When Farbody, the lightning giant, struck the trees and set them aflame, the fire giant Loki was born from those flames. To the Norse giants of this world, Kratos was none other than Farbody, and Loki was none other than this little carrot top beside him, Atreus. As for the young man, he was a traveler from another world. His name was Lincoln. Yes, exactly like the president. When his parents named him, they didn't think much of it. Only when they started a new life abroad did they realize their son shared a name with someone famous. By then, little Lincoln insisted on keeping it, and when he grew up, changing it just seemed like too much hassle. Lincoln watched as Kratos effortlessly chopped down the massive tree and thought about how the man was hiding his true strength, pretending to be an ordinary person. If it weren't for Atreus being protected by Faye's enchantments and rarely meeting outsiders, he would have known that no normal man could fell such a tree in a few swings. Even with an axe, it would take ages. Seeing his father finish with the last tree, Atreus started forward to help. Lincoln, noticing that Kratos' forearm bandages were loosening and that he seemed lost in old memories, quickly stopped the boy in his tracks. "What is it?" Atreus looked up at Lincoln in confusion. Lincoln patted him on the shoulder. "You won't be able to lift a trunk like that, no matter how hard you try. Come on, let's go check on the boat." Atreus glanced at the tree trunk at his father's feet, then at his own skinny arms, and nodded. "When you're as strong as your father, you can help out." "No rush," Lincoln said, leading Atreus away. Moments later, they saw Kratos hauling the trunk back to the riverbank. He picked up an iron hook, its end tied to the stern of the boat by a rope. Then, securing the hook firmly onto the tree trunk, he gave the log a solid kick into the river. Kratos intended to use the trunk's buoyancy to bring it back with them. Kratos and Atreus both glanced at the stranger who hadn't boarded the boat. This fellow had been pestering their family for days on end. If Kratos hadn't sensed that, despite his excessive enthusiasm, the man harbored no ill will, he would have punched him long ago. Even when they came out here to chop wood, the stranger shamelessly hitched a ride on their boat, taking Atreus' seat and forcing the boy to lean against Kratos' calf, half of him perched awkwardly on Kratos' foot. "So you're finally embarrassed enough not to follow us?" Kratos said, his face expressionless. Lincoln's mouth twitched. He hadn't realized until now that Kratos could be so sharp-tongued. Yeah, sure," Lincoln replied, hands on his hips. Kratos paused for a moment, his expression darkening slightly. "I'll catch up with you later. I've noticed something strange in the forest. Gonna check it out?" Lincoln said, grabbing onto an excuse and heading into the woods instead of boarding the boat. Kratos didn't care. He settled his son into his seat and set off without another word. The river wasn't swift, and with Kratos' steady hand at the rudder, the boat glided smoothly downstream. Meanwhile, Lincoln turned his gaze toward a woman emerging from the trees. Lincoln's system had already detected her presence, though he hadn't been sure who she was. "Hela." The moment she appeared, Lincoln recognized her at once and couldn't help but exclaim. He was utterly bewildered. Since when did the world of God of War have a death goddess? Hela? And she even looked like the Marvel version. A white dress? "Don't tell me this is some kind of Marvel what if crossover skin," Lincoln muttered under his breath. "Didn't expect to run into another transmigrant. Looks like things in this world are about to get interesting," Hela spoke, startling Lincoln yet again with her words. "Transmigrant? You too?" Lincoln blurted out in shock. This was the first time he'd ever met another transmigrant besides himself. Hela studied the man before her, surprised by the energy she sensed from him. Though he was lean and wiry, His life force was immense. He was clearly very strong, brimming with power, perhaps skilled in magic or some kind of energy projection. Moreover, Hela detected something akin to authority or divine power within him. Ever since she'd attained her white state, Hela felt as though she could touch the very rules that govern the world. She'd asked Dio about it, and he explained that this was likely the essence of the world's laws. If she could truly comprehend these laws, her power would soar to new heights. Unfortunately, she'd remained in the early stages of awakening, with only fleeting glimpses of the law's power. Even so, Hela could still sense the authorities and rules that others possessed. So, she realized that the man before her possessed divine authority, as if he were a god, but his power was neither particularly vast nor truly complete. It was more like something had been sliced off and implanted within him. Yet, there was another kind of strength inside him, and that was the true foundation of his abilities. You probably know who I am. I really am Hela, not from this world, or rather, this world Hela doesn't exist yet. Hela introduced herself. She didn't mind revealing her true name. After all, her identity was far from unique. Who knew how many Helas there were in the multiverse? My name's Han Li, Lincoln replied, a little taken aback by Hela's identity, but managing to utter the false name with a straight face. Hela was perfectly aware he wasn't telling the truth. When Dio went to establish relations with Earth, he had infiltrated the system, and Hela had seen plenty of novels there. She'd even read a few out of boredom, so she knew exactly who Han Li was. A mirthless chuckle escaped Hela as she stared expressionlessly at Lincoln. That look sent a chill down Lincoln's spine. He couldn't help but rub his arms in discomfort. All right, I don't care what your real name is. My system tells me you're one of us, so there's no need to be nervous, Hela said, lifting her wrist. A system interface projected into the air above it. Curious, Lincoln leaned in for a closer look and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Displayed, there was a detailed profile of him. Abilities: FGO series Dragon's Furnace, Dragon Blood Armor, 12 Glories, Mana Burst, Fire, Chinese Martial Arts, A+, Magic Resistance B. Godslayer series. Faced with all this, Lincoln was utterly bewildered. He gaped in astonishment, pointing at Hela. How could his information be so exhaustively recorded? Did the system have some kind of central bureau? Hela glanced at him. Yes, there's a central bureau. Lincoln's eyes went wide and round. He was sure he hadn't said anything out loud. Could she read minds? Enough. Stop letting your thoughts run wild. Hela gave the back of his head a light smack. Your system is a product of the Central Bureau too. That makes us allies. By the way, has your system ever mentioned the Lord Godspace to you? Lincoln shook his head instinctively at Hela's question. Hela Sayhut. Why did all the systems she ran into seem like low-grade AIs? Then, Hela explained the workings of the system world to Lincoln. When she finished, Lincoln finally understood. But then another thought struck him. So, does that mean we'll have to go to war in the future? And not just any war, but a multiversal crisis? Am I really strong enough for that? Hela glanced at the information her system displayed, gauging his abilities. Not bad. At the very least, he could give her own brother a run for his money. In fact, if you looked at his stats, Lincoln's strength was enough to go toe-to-toe with the gods themselves. It's just like talking about toxicity without considering the dosage, completely missing the point. If you only look at the surface stats and not the real combat, then by that logic, humans would still be prey for beasts. So, how strong someone truly is can only be revealed in an actual fight. Hela's heart started to race with anticipation, a glint of crimson battle lust flickering in her eyes. Lincoln, mired in worry about his future, suddenly felt a wave of resignation wash over him like a salted fish giving up on the tide, until he caught sight of Hela from the corner of his eye. Lincoln asked, a little puzzled, "Excuse me, ma'am? You're here to see Kratos too, aren't you?" Lincoln's words snapped Hela out of her thoughts. She realized she'd been lost in her own musings. She quickly sent a message to Dio, letting him know she had found another transmigrant here, and this one seemed pretty formidable. If he wasn't too busy, maybe he could come over to test this person's strength. Let's go. I'm quite curious about Kratos myself, Hela said, allowing Lincoln to lead the way as she followed close behind. Far from these worlds, in a parallel universe. Look at you. I told you. Surrender and you'll be spared, but just look at all these people. They died here because you refused to surrender. Do you realize how many families have lost their men? So many lives lost, so many homes shattered. Dio stood atop a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood, addressing the man he held tightly by the neck. The man's face was twisted with grief, and Dio's grip around his throat only made his expression more wretched. Oh, I'd almost forgot. You said it yourself. Ninjas are just mindless tools, so their deaths don't matter, right? Isn't that so, Madara Uchiha? Madara Uchiha, closed his eyes as silent tears streamed down his cheeks. How could he not weep? All the dead here were from the assembled Ninja Alliance. Every able-bodied ninja, 100,000 strong. Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi. All those who could fight were gone. All that remained were children and crippled old men. From the corner of his eye, Madara caught a glimpse of a figure. Long black hair, a strikingly handsome face, and to Madara, even a hint of foolishness in his expression. Madara could never forget. This was the man who had effortlessly torn Hashirama's Senju, his greatest rival and dearest friend, cleanly in two right before his eyes. I told you from the start, all I wanted were the tailed beasts. Catching them for you is actually doing you a favor, ridding you of your own scourge. And yet, you still sent people to kill me? How does that make sense? So, I killed a few ninjas. Didn't you all claim to be just tools? Destroying a few tools. What's there to be so furious about? So I captured a few of your so-called calamities, killed a few of your self-made, self-used tools. Why did you keep gathering your armies to hunt me down again and again? Dio continued to whisper to Madara Uchiha, his words carrying an inexplicable power, each one driving into Madara's heart like a blade of steel. If you hadn't interfered and just let me capture those tailed beasts, none of this would have happened today. In fact, none of the things before this would have happened either. Dio continued in a low murmur. Uchiha Madara's already fragile conscience began to shatter further, and tears streamed down his face even more. Dio smiled as he watched Madara, then turned his gaze toward the battlefield. At the edge of the battlefield, a group of young children, future ninja reserves who should have been safely within the newly built village, slowly stepped into view. Soft, sorrowful voices began to rise around them. Though not loud, they were just clear enough for Madara to hear. This made the last remnants of Madara's conscience crumble, until nothing remained. A wailing cry burst from him. Madara Uchiha wept. Dio looked on with curiosity at Madara's tears. For a man who was once a rare, formidable figure in the anime of his past life, seeing this vulnerable side of him was a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Silently, Dio recorded the moment, planning to show it to Madara next time he visited a Naruto world. But Madara's sobbing grew quite noisy. Without hesitation, Dio squeezed the life from him and tossed him aside. Dio noticed a message from a system. He opened it, and to his surprise, it was from Hela. I wandered through 3 worlds and haven't seen a single transmigrator, and you just stroll around and bump into one? Dio clicked his tongue, lamenting his own run of bad luck. This Naruto world was the 3rd world Dio had experienced. The first world was one he'd chosen at random, eyes closed, only to find himself in the world of Harry Potter. To be honest, there was nothing particularly useful there, so Dio left without a second glance. The second was the world of the game Call of Duty. Dio took a quick look. War was raging everywhere, and the technology on display was something he could easily replicate himself, so he moved on without a second thought. The third was here, the world of Naruto. Upon arriving, Dio realized the timeline was set in the early days, just as the Kage system was being established. Rather than bother with those glass cannons, he went straight for the tailed beasts. To him, the tailed beasts were like a pack of walking nuclear fusion reactors. Their power was vast enough to scour the very surface of the world of ninja. Of course, how deep that scouring would go was still up for debate. After all, even if it was just a millimeter deep, it would still count as having plowed the surface. But that alone was enough to demonstrate the immense power of the tailed beasts. Moreover, they were beings made of pure energy, a quality that was Dio's sole reason for wanting to capture them. After all, to create life in the form of pure energy, as Otsutsuki Hagoromo once did, was indeed an extraordinary ability. In terms of raw power, the tailed beasts were still formidable. Dio promised them a good living environment, with the condition that they help him fight in the future and allow him to study them. After centuries of pride, at first the tailed beasts didn't believe him. But after a good beating, they became obedient. They were as docile as the dog that lived at his grandfather's house in his previous life. In the world of the God of War series, hidden deep within the forests of Midgard, Norse lands, Lincoln brought Hela to meet the Kratos family. At this moment, Kratos' wife, Faye, was nothing more than ashes. Kratos was preparing to take his son hunting, as a way to see whether Atreus was ready to accompany him on the journey to carry his mother's ashes to the highest peak in the 9 realms. Just as they were about to set out, Lincoln appeared. Kratos, Yisha Hua Shenyi. Kratos stared at him with a stoic face, showing no emotion. Hey, I'm back, Lincoln called out, as if he hadn't noticed the awkwardness. He greeted them with effortless familiarity, even ruffling Atreus' hair. Atreus, he really doesn't understand boundaries. So, this is the commotion you mentioned? Kratos asked, glancing at Hela behind Lincoln. Lincoln cleared his throat. Allow me to introduce, "This is Hela," Lincoln said, knowing full well what kind of man Kratos was, choosing to keep the introduction brief. "Someone from another world? An alien?" Kratos and Atreus repeated the key points from Lincoln's introduction. Something like that. "When mortals learn of our existence and spread our stories, they call us gods. And we do possess powers akin to the divine," Hela said with pride. "For example, I am of the Azure, called the goddess of death in Norse mythology. But in truth, I earn my title on the battlefield, fighting for my father Odin. I can also command the dead and cause my enemies to wither with age." "Whoa!" Atreus exclaimed, eyes shining with amazement. Hela revealed her identity without hesitation, while Kratos' eyes grew cold at first. Then, as if remembering something, his expression softened. "So, you're not really a god, are you?" Kratos' question left Atreus puzzled. "Hela nodded. You can call me a god, or not. It makes no difference to me. However, the name Hela is not mine alone." Hela regarded Kratos with serene composure, while Kratos looked at her in confusion. To be fair, Kratos, raised with Spartan discipline, was indeed illiterate. But having been tricked by the gods so many times, and after solving countless puzzles and labyrinths on his path to Olympus, he'd proven his intelligence and adaptability. So Kratos picked up on the hidden meaning in Hela's words. "What do you mean?" he asked, instinctively placing Atreus behind him. Hela let out a light laugh, about to continue speaking, but Lincoln pulled her back. "Well, hold on. What are you trying to do?" Lincoln exclaimed, grabbing Hela in alarm. "What I'm doing couldn't be more obvious, could it? Besides, I came here with a mission. Why should you care?" she retorted, shaking him off so abruptly that Lincoln couldn't keep his grip. Lincoln was left speechless. He'd originally come to this world just to follow the story as it was meant to unfold. At most, his plan was to redirect Freya's vengeance for her son's death onto himself, then smoothly track down the true god of war, Tyr, and guide Kratos towards self-redemption, not to mention the recent side quest of rescuing Thor. Of course, saving Thor was entirely optional. Whether Thor lived or died in the end wouldn't affect Lincoln's reward, only the final mission rating. Fine, whatever, Lincoln sighed. He had always been easygoing about things. So long as nothing got in the way of his tasks, everything was fine by him. As for the story descending into chaos, he honestly couldn't care less. Just like back in the world of the Godslayer, when he freed son Wukong from his celestial shackles and struck him down, he'd immediately turned around and killed Luo Hao, the king of Chinese martial heroes who'd helped out, claiming he hadn't seen clearly whether she was friend or foe. Whether that was the truth or not depended on your perspective. Lincoln's actions were driven solely by the fact that, later in the comic's plot, Luo Hao's behavior had thoroughly disgusted him. Still, Lincoln had his limits. Otherwise, he'd have already become a tyrant in his own world. "Hey kid, wanna know what your old man was like back in the day?" Hela coaxed Atreus, her voice sly and tempting. Kratos immediately pulled Atreus behind him, eyeing Hela warily. "He doesn't need to know," Kratos declared, drawing his late wife's battle axe. The Leviathan axe, runes glowing along its blade, unleashed a wave of bone-chilling cold in an instant. Kratos stood firm, unfazed by the bitter cold. As the icy air swept over them, runic light flickered around Atreus, shielding him from harm. Kratos was momentarily thrown by the unfamiliar reaction from his wife's axe, but quickly regained his composure. He was the god of war. After all, on the battlefield, he'd faced every imaginable surprise. Having endured countless ambushes and betrayals, Kratos was well-versed in such distractions, and soon refocused his attention on Hela. "Why does it always have to come down to a fight? You, the gods of this world, always the same," Hela remarked, as if battle were something to be expected from an object of Viking worship. Without hesitation, she opened with a swift barrage, hurling black spikes that shot through the air with blinding speed. Kratos expertly deflected the spikes with his axe, then closed the distance between himself and Hela in a flash. Just now, Hela said herself that her title as the goddess of death was earned on the battlefield. Kratos didn't believe for a moment that she only knew how to throw weapons from a distance. He needed to end this quickly, so close combat was his only option. Hela stod tall, unafraid. The sword of the night sky appeared in her hand, ready to clash with Kratos' axe. The sword of the night sky bore some resemblance to those black spikes, but its prominent crossguard made it clear to Kratos, as he drew near, that this weapon was far from ordinary. With a furious roar, Kratos raised his axe high and brought it down with all his might. The axe, brimming with the power that had once defeated Heracles, struck Hela. She tried to block it, but was sent flying by the force of the blow. Her sword was knocked from her grasp, and her arm trembled uncontrollably. Kratos' face twisted into a savage snarl. He refused to relent, charging after her with a relentless Spartan assault. But Hela was a master swordswoman in her own right. Though she lagged behind in raw strength, she trusted that technique could make up the difference. With a gesture, she called her sword back to her hand. Sword flashing, Hela engaged Kratos, fully aware of his overwhelming power. She avoided meeting his strength head-on, instead using her swordsmanship to keep him at bay. As the battle wore on, energies of black and white began to swirl around her, coursing across her form. She summoned a burst of energy that struck Kratos square in the face, sending him tumbling away. There were two heavy crashes. Kratos smashed through the roof of his own house and slammed into the stone wall beyond. Seeing this, Atreus was jolted back to his senses. He hurried to the back of the house, desperate to check on his father. Only now did Atreus realize just how extraordinary his father truly was. He hadn't met many people, but he knew well enough. No human could stand against a god. Not even a powerful mortal honored with a divine title. And Atreus had never heard from his mother about any mysterious visitors from beyond the world. No one stronger than the gods existed here. Anyone capable of such feats could only be a god, or at least a demigod. His father was very likely a god, or, at the very least, a demigod. That meant he himself might well be a god's descendant. Excitement surged in Atreus, but as soon as he saw his father hurled through the air, that excitement turned to worry. He longed to be a god, even envied it. But if his father were to suffer the same fate as his mother, if he were left an orphan, what would it matter if he was descended from gods? Dio helped Hela to her feet, and, seeing Kratos battered and desperate, said, "That's enough. You should understand by now. If the power of a godchild isn't properly guided, you know what could happen. Please, I beg you, save my son." Kratos, clutching Atreus, pleaded anxiously with Dio. Tom turns back a little. The clash between Hela and Kratos had drawn the attention of Baldur, who was scouring the 9 realms in search of the giants. Hela met Kratos' Spartan rage head-on with the Hand of Glory, and in that very moment, Baldur seized the opportunity to launch a direct sneak attack against her. As for Lincoln and Atreus, who stood off to the side, Baldur paid them no mind at all. So wary was he of Hela's strength that, rare for him, Baldur actually picked up a knife to fight barehanded no more. He stabbed at Hela's side, while also laying into Kratos, who was now visibly exhausted from a lack of training and simply couldn't keep up. Anyone who's played this game knows that Baldur's sharp tongue is every bit the match for Thor's son Modi. He infuriated Atreus so much that the boy was practically fuming. The power within Atreus, which should have been awakened by Modi, was instead triggered by Baldur's relentless taunting. And then, Dio and Lincoln made their entrance. It seemed there was some time lag between worlds. Dio had gotten the message and arrived in this world in less than a minute, only to find that Hela, Kratos, and Baldur had already been fighting for the better part of 10 minutes. As for Lincoln, he was mostly curious to see what sort of extraordinary adventure had enabled Hela to cross worlds. That was when he saw a massive figure in dark golden armor step through a portal, a giant, radiating golden light, with strong, determined features and long hair flowing over his shoulders. Emperor, this was Hela's man. The Emperor and Hela, together? Was this for real? Lincoln's thoughts had barely paused when Kratos, in a desperate surge of strength, sent Baldur flying, then gathered Atreus into his arms, regret written all over his face. As for Baldur, the newcomer, who appeared to be the Emperor himself, tore him apart with his bare hands. Yes, literally tore him to pieces. Lincoln was certain Baldur was done for. After all, in the myths, Freya's spell only protected Baldur from being killed by weapons. Nobody ever said he could survive being ripped limb from limb. But as Lincoln watched, Baldur's dismembered body parts began to twitch and squirm, as if they were trying to piece themselves back together. Was this even possible? Lincoln stopped paying attention to Kratos' side of things, until a sudden, anguished cry from Kratos drew his gaze. "Please, save my son." Kratos was desperate, grasping at any hope. The towering stranger clearly knew the cause of his son's illness. Surely, he'd know how to cure it. "I don't know how to cure him myself, but I do know who can save your son," Dio said, pulling out the dagger that had wounded Hela. "Where are they?" Dio pointed out the location of Freya's secluded hut. Kratos was so panicked he didn't even stop to think. He just dashed off in that direction, only to be grabbed by Lincoln. "What are you doing?" Kratos snapped at Lincoln, his feelings toward him complicated. After all this time together, Lincoln had never caused trouble, but this sudden interference could be disastrous. Kratos, consumed by fury, lashed out with a powerful kick, aiming to send Lincoln flying. But Lincoln was no pushover. With a swift roll, he dodged the attack effortlessly. "Calm down, Kratos. Did you really think I was just out for a stroll? The place you're headed is a witch's home, and there are lava monsters swarming the area. How are you supposed to protect your son if you charge? And like this, Lincoln barked, his brow furrowing in frustration. Though he usually had a laid-back attitude, his temper wasn't mild, and he wasn't the type to waste kindness on someone cold and indifferent. Kratos froze at Lincoln's words, taking a moment to compose himself. He scanned his surroundings and sensed that something indeed had changed. I can fly. I'll take you there myself, Lincoln said, remembering their mission. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Kratos and leapt into the air, soaring away. Dio didn't follow. He stayed behind, tending to the injured Hela. Baldur's dagger seems to suppress magic, Hela said, her voice softer now from the pain. And even after it's pulled out, there's some kind of force field interfering with my healing. Dio examined Hela's wound. Some mysterious power was indeed blocking her regenerative abilities, leaving her as vulnerable as any ordinary person, a gaping wound in her side. But once Dio used his psychic abilities to heal her, Hela soon recovered, exhaling heavily in relief. Rest for a while, Dio said, settling Hela against a fallen tree trunk. Hela didn't put up a fuss. She leaned back, conserving her energy. Meanwhile, Dio set off to gather the scattered remains of Baldur's body. This sort of magic isn't unheard of, but bestowing such powerful vitality on someone is truly rare, Dio observed, studying the tattoos on Baldur's body. He realized most of the tattoos didn't aid in regeneration at all. They were merely intimidating decorations. Only a few special markings held any true rune magic. Looks like I'll need to find Freya for some real answers, Dio muttered. He divided Baldur's remains into several parts, and, using telekinesis, buried them across the 9 realms. Once he finished, Dio glanced at the small mound beneath his feet. Baldur's head was buried right there. All set. When do we go find Kratos and the others? Hela asked, now fully recovered and rising to her feet. As soon as you're ready, we should head out. After all, since we're here, we need to finish the mission and set a marker, Dio replied. He turned, preparing to lead Hela toward Freya's location. In this world, Freya and Frigg were one and the same, even holding the title of Queen of the Valkyries. Not only was her magic formidable, but her combat prowess was enough to keep even Kratos in check. When they reached Freya's cottage, the lava monsters lying in wait had already turned to ash. Lincoln, sitting outside, noticed Dio and Hela as they arrived. Only now did Lincoln take a good look at Dio, and he realized that this person was a bit different from the Emperor he remembered. Although the Emperor's armor was always depicted as agile, it still looked somewhat bulky. Not only that, no matter how the Emperor's appearance changed, he always had long, flowing hair. Especially in the Warhammer illustrations, the Emperor was often shown with his hair cascading down and a long sword in hand. But Dio had short hair, which he'd tied up in a top knot. Lincoln rubbed his eyes. Wasn't it just a moment ago that he saw long hair draped over his shoulders? As for this, Dio had found that having long hair sometimes blocked his vision. During his time in the world of Naruto, he'd often had strands of hair drift in front of his eyes, distracting him. While it never truly hindered him, having anything limit his field of view still felt uncomfortable to Dio. That's also why Dio hadn't installed a helmet on his power armor. But after finally growing hair back from being bald, he couldn't bear to cut it. So just now, on the way here, he'd quickly twisted his hair into a bun on top of his head. Looks like they're probably not people from the Lord God's dimension, Dio thought, using his system to scan the newcomers. Don't overthink it. I have pretty good luck. What are the odds I'd run into those Lord God people so soon? Hela shrugged, stepping aside to let Dio take the seat of honor, then went off to check on Kratos. After all, she hadn't gotten her fill of battle before the ambush. She was eager to enjoy a proper fight. Have a seat, Dio said, moving 2 stone stools over with a wave of his mind. Lincoln didn't hesitate and plopped right down. Sitting beside him, Dio said, let me introduce myself. My name is Dio. I'm a transmigrator. I crossed over into the Marvel Universe, into the body of newborn Thanos. Lincoln blinked in surprise, then burst out, no way. Thanos? Don't try to fool me just because I haven't read much. In all those Marvel fanfics I've seen, hardly anyone transmigrates into Thanos. And even then, they always look more like the movie version. But you. Lincoln pointed at Dio, who stood just over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, with normal skin, not purple, and lacking that distinctive furrowed chin. He even had hair. To be honest, if your armor weren't so form-fitting, I'd have thought you were the Emperor from Warhammer who'd crossed over, Lincoln said, still amazed but clearly more at ease. Is that so? I've wondered myself. If I ever found the way into the Warhammer universe and ended up on a battlefield, would those Astra Militarum and Astartes mistake me for the Emperor finally leaving the palace? Dio laughed, making a joke of it. Lincoln chuckled as well. Now that he knew Dio was also a transmigrator, Lincoln felt a lot more relaxed. My name is Lincoln. It should be written down somewhere in your system. I crossed over into the world of slice of life anime. Originally, I thought it would be a peaceful existence, but for reasons I can't quite explain, the system I got won't even let me be a copycat writer. On top of that, it insists that I travel between worlds to complete missions. There's no threat of being erased if I fail, but Lincoln grew more agitated as he spoke, trailing off at the end, his voice faltering. Hey man, have you ever played games? I mean computer games? Lincoln asked, rubbing the back of his head. Dio nodded. What boy didn't like playing video games? Every time I go on a mission, I watch as each task gets ticked off in the quest log, and I receive rewards. It's just like unlocking achievements, or leveling up in a game. But if I fail, all the rewards I've collected this time get wiped out, and I get booted out of the world. Lincoln explained. It's left me feeling stuck and frustrated. Lincoln pursed his lips, grumbling in complaint. Dio nodded in understanding. He could relate to that feeling. Yeah, it really does sound tough. So that's why you look like you're just coasting along. Dio sized Lincoln up as he spoke. Lincoln was undeniably strong, yet he had the laid-back, disengaged air of someone just punching the clock. Dio was all too familiar with that attitude, because he was the same way. He could barely remember his previous life. After all, it had been over 2,000 years, but he still remembered his habit of slacking off. He was probably just like this at his old workstation. He was letting his thoughts wander. Pulling himself back, Dio looked at Lincoln. By the way, do you have any mission to do this time? You know the storyline of God of War 5, Ragnarok, right? Lincoln asked. Dio nodded. He knew of the game, but not the details of its plot. What he didn't know came from the memories of other transmigrators. Lincoln flashed an okay gesture. Basically, I just need to take out Odin, and that's it. Dio nodded again. His own knowledge only covered God of War 4. Help Kratos take down the gods blocking his path, and that was it. Wait a minute. Shouldn't Baldur be dealt with first? Only then did Dio remember. He had already torn Baldur apart. This was the perfect opportunity. Using mistletoe, he had broken the magic protecting Baldur, and in his current state, Baldur was as good as dead. My mission says I can't mess with the main storyline too much. Some side quests can be refreshed, but the main plot has to be completed by Kratos himself, Lincoln added, glancing at his system. What about you guys? Dio froze, shelving his murderous intentions toward Baldur. He'd finally met another transmigrator. He couldn't just let him slip away so soon. Silently, he used his mind to bring Baldur's corpse back from various corners of the Nine Realms. His expression remained calm as. He said, my task is simply to see the story of God of War 4 through to the end. It's pretty much the same as your requirement. He then added, are you planning to stay here the whole time? Until the mission is over. That's not necessary, Lincoln replied, scratching his head. I can actually pause the mission and leave this world. The only thing is, time keeps moving forward. If I miss the moment when the mission takes place and try to come back, the system might just kick me out instantly. Dio nodded, indicating he understood. So, does your system have any requirements if you want to return to a world you've already visited? Dio suddenly asked. Lincoln thought for a moment. There didn't seem to be any special requirements. The system once told me that universe bubbles in the multiverse aren't fixed in one spot. They all move, just at different speeds. However, the system can help me by leaving a sort of signal tower in worlds I've been to before. That way, I can pick up the signal of the universe I want to travel to and teleport there from anywhere in the multiverse. Dio nodded in understanding. So, could I ask you to come to my world and help me out? Dio finally revealed his true purpose. Your world? The Marvel Universe. At first, Lincoln thought he meant some video game world with the same name, but then he remembered that the man standing before him was someone who had crossed into Thanos' body, a fellow traveler across worlds. So it must be the Marvel Universe he was talking about. Seeing Dio's confirmation, Lincoln thought it over and said, what would I be doing there? Don't tell me you're looking to start a tourist business and want me as your first customer. It's a multiversal crisis. I need more allies. Dio explained. Lincoln paused for a moment. Come to think of it, the Marvel Cinematic Universe really was building up to a multiverse crisis, while the world he lived in was just a slice-of-life anime world where superhero blockbusters weren't all that popular. So he didn't know much about it. Before crossing over, all he knew was that they kept bringing back characters who'd already died. You can think about it. If you don't want to go, it's fine. There are plenty of other universes. I can always find help somewhere else, Dio said reassuringly. But Lincoln couldn't help feeling that something about that statement was a little off. After a moment's thought, Lincoln nodded. He was actually interested in seeing what those so-called superheroes were really like. Not a bad idea. Maybe I could do what other transmigrators have done. Race sports cars with Iron Man, challenge Captain America to a sparring match, or arm wrestle the Hulk. Lincoln said with a laugh, already picturing his future adventures. Dio's smile froze for a moment. That might be a little out of reach, right? After all, Tony Stark was now a regular in the virtual universe, frequently using cosmic delivery services, and even working with the United Nations as a technology consultant. It has to be said, for a white man of America's elite class to have a close black friend, Tony Stark was almost entirely free of racial prejudice. Or perhaps he had simply never entertained such thoughts. He worked in earnest scientific collaboration with every country in the United Nations that was capable of joint research. As for his Iron Man suit, Dio felt that Tony Stark hadn't upgraded it in quite some time. Captain America and Banner each had a vial of blood drawn for the Super Soldier Serum project, collaborating with the Empire's biotechnology division on its development. These updates came from the Fire Lizard Battalion, now stationed on Earth as the Imperial Ambassador's personal guard, protecting the officials. Dio felt that Lincoln's hopes would never come to fruition. Before long, Kratos stepped out of the house. Behind him appeared a woman dressed in flaxen garments, a longbow and sword slung across her back, her hair wild and untamed. She was none other than this world's Frigg, or Freya, as she was sometimes called. So you're the ones who suggested bringing them to me for healing? Frigg looked at Dio, lifting her gaze inquisitively. I don't really understand the precise reasons for the conditions affecting the offspring of gods in this world, Dio replied. I only know the cause of the symptoms, but without a proven treatment or clinical trials, I wouldn't dare risk a living person's life. And as far as I know, you're the only one nearby with the skill to heal them. Kratos took Dio's explanation in stride. He understood that only a god could truly grasp and resolve such matters. His past had left him with a deep-seated resentment toward the gods, but after Frigg had just saved his son, he found it impossible to respond with coldness. And how did you know about me? Frigg asked, her curiosity piqued. You could say I possess a kind of foresight, Dio answered. Having played through the game's story, he truly was a prophet in the eyes of these people. Frigg studied Dio with renewed interest. Prophets were rare and shrouded in mystery in Norse mythology. Aside from the three Norns, few could claim such foresight. Now, Kratos was preparing to retrieve his weapons. Need a hand? Lincoln, knowing the story, guessed where Kratos was headed and offered his help. Kratos shook his head. This is something I have to face alone. He rode back toward the home he had left moments before. Where's he going? Hela asked Frigg, frowning in concern. Frigg explained, he is a god, after all, and gods are inherently tempestuous. His son has inherited that same wild power, but Atreus cannot yet channel the force within him. He needs the coldest core to calm his raging spirit. And the only thing that fits this requirement is the heart of the Helheim gatekeeper. If he wants to save his son, he must kill the gatekeeper of Helheim and cut out his heart. Hela was taken aback. Helheim? Isn't that the realm of the dead? In the Marvel Universe, Helheim is indeed one of the 9 realms, but it is a masterless dimension, a world utterly void and barren. Asgard named it the land of the dead for a simple reason. This dimension is completely devoid of life. If it weren't a blank dimension pulsing with energy, it would truly seem like a world that had died. And in this world, Helheim is the final resting place for all souls of the dead from the 9 realms. Helheim is also known by another name, the Realm of Hela. The Realm of Hela shares some of its responsibilities with Nidavellir, the land of mist among the 9 realms. Both are home to the dead, but they are not the same place. So how is Kratos supposed to reach Helheim? There's no Bifrost Bridge in Midgard, Hela asked, her brow furrowing in concern. Something sparked in Lincoln's mind, and he immediately flew after Kratos. No one knew what they discussed, but after the conversation, Kratos took up his weapon, the Blades of Chaos, and followed Lincoln. Unlike the original story, Kratos hadn't encountered the Dwarven brothers, nor had he acquired Mimir's head, so he remained ignorant of many secrets hidden within the 9 realms. Time was pressing, but Lincoln still managed to lead Kratos swiftly through the early stages of the map. After Jormungandr, the world serpent, withdrew from the Great Lake, the Temple of Tyr was revealed at its center. With help from the Dwarven brothers, they planned to use the Bifrost within Tyr's temple to reach Helheim. After all, lives were at stake, so Dio joined them as well, crushing several green, translucent ravens along the way. Ravens? Odin's watchers. Hela looked at the birds, recalling the legends of Midgard. Dio nodded. Odin of the Marvel Universe also had 2 ravens, but their purpose was largely to provide companionship, not to watch over the 9 realms. In fact, Odin could see more swiftly with his own eyes than by relying on these birds. Watching Kratos fiddle with the contraption at the center of the Great Hall, Hela's curiosity got the better of her, and she stepped forward. The Bifrost used to travel the 9 realms in this world was nothing like the one in the Marvel Universe. Especially the way Tyr wielded the power to cross not just the 9 realms, but beyond. It was nothing short of a miracle. I'm thinking of taking a look at this so-called Helheim myself, Hela said to Dio as Kratos finished with the device. Go for it. The underworld of this world still lacks a ruler. If you can grasp the laws that govern it, it would be greatly beneficial to you. Dio agreed wholeheartedly. At present, Hela's understanding of the power of law was still quite shallow. If she could use this world's Helheim to deepen her comprehension, it would greatly enhance her strength. Aren't you going to take a look? Hela asked. No, there will be plenty of chances in the future, Dio declined. Hela nodded without objection, then followed Kratos as he stepped into the realm of Helheim. Watching Hela disappear inside, Dio turned back to Lincoln. So, where are you planning to go next? I think I'll head to the land of the dwarves first, Lincoln answered. I remember the god of war, Tyr, is trapped over there. In the plot of the 5th installment, the Tyr that Kratos and his son find, at first is actually Odin in disguise. Only after Ragnarok, when you return to the dwarven realm, do you encounter the real Tyr. So, right now, Odin probably hasn't disguised himself as Tyr yet. If I find him now, he should be the real one. Dio nodded. Lincoln was planning to follow the plot lines of both the 4th and 5th installments, whereas Dio was only following the 4th, so Lincoln had a bit more to consider. In that case, I'll go to the land of the elves. If I remember correctly, things are about to erupt into chaos there, helping the light elves. Defeat the dark elves would not only fit the 4th installment story, but also make things much smoother for the 5th, Dio mused. Sound good. The sooner we wrap up the storylines, the less time we'll have to wait around, Lincoln said, clapping his hands. The two of them left together and got the devices that allowed them to travel between realms from the dwarf brothers. When the blue-skinned dwarf Brock heard their request, he asked, he's going to Helheim to save his son. What about you two? What's your business there? Dio and Lincoln exchanged glances and responded in unison. Traveling. Listen, I'm helping Kratos because that brute is my friend's husband. Whether or not he's saving his son, I'd help for the sake of our bond. But you two, I have no reason to help you. Brock refused firmly. The two exchanged glances again. Dio stopped Lincoln, who seemed ready to snatch the devices by force, and said to Brock, we're friends too, aren't we? Isn't helping friends the right thing to do? Brock frowned, about to retort, but then his expression suddenly slackened, his gaze dulled, and he said flatly, yeah, we're friends. He handed over 2 devices to Dio and Lincoln. Lincoln thought to himself, if you could do this all along, why didn't you just hand them over sooner? Lincoln went off to the dwarven realm, while Dio sought out Freya and obtained a device capable of containing light energy. What do you need this for? Freya asked, tending to Atreus as she spoke. I planned to visit the highest peak, but halfway there I ran into a thick black fog. It felt as if some kind of curse was lurking inside. I asked some nearby dwarves about it, and they told me only the power from the elven realm could break through. They said you have an item here that can carry such power. Freya didn't doubt this for a moment. She knew all too well, as did the 2 dwarven brothers nearby, that there really was a black fog on the path to the highest peak of Midgard. Freya thought for a second, then handed something to Dio. I'll return it when I'm done, Dio promised. With that, he departed without another word. Freya let out a weary sigh. She was filled with melancholy. It was autumn now, yet the weather was colder than any winter she remembered. Freya was deeply worried. The last time an endless winter like Fimbulwinter struck, it left all the Norse gods shaken to their core. Even though she'd been banished, Freya still feared for Baldur's safety, so much so that, for once, she took the initiative to go searching for him. But until the world grew warm again, she never managed to find Baldur. For, as foretold before Fimbulwinter began, the very first Norse god to die was Baldur, the god of light. What surprised everyone was how, against all odds, the thaw eventually came. The gods rejoiced, certain that Ragnarok had been averted. But now, the cold was creeping in once more, just as it had at the start of that long, dark winter. Freya's heart tightened with anxiety all over again. Meanwhile, Dio used the Bifrost to travel to the realm of the elves, Alfheim. This was a land brimming with light, nature, and harmony. But he had barely set foot there when he witnessed something utterly out of place in such a radiant world. A handful of dark elves, their insect-like wings fluttering, clad in armor and wielding long spears, had just slain a light elf, cloaked in white, barefoot, and pale as moonlight, leaving the body sprawled on the ground. Then, as the dark elves turned, they spotted Dio. He swatted them aside with barely a thought, then strolled down the ornately decorated stone path. The scenery here really is beautiful, he mused. After taking it in for a moment, Dio lost interest. He ignored the chattering dark elves and soared into the air, heading toward a building not far away. He recalled how, when playing games in the past, so many places had been off limits. Now, with real freedom to explore, Dio wasn't going to miss his chance. Such a huge crystal? After flying over a wide lake, he spotted a pillar of crimson light shooting into the sky. But what truly caught Dio's eye was the massive crystal below. Unable to resist, he swooped down for a closer look. Back when he played games, he'd always wondered about crystals this size, regretting that Kratos couldn't fly. Now, with the chance at last, he drew near. To be honest, it really was enormous. Even from a distance, it looked huge. By my estimation, this thing is about half the size of a Warhound-class Titan, Dio mused, drawing a mental comparison. Of course, Dio would never actually study those humanoid walking war machines from the Warhammer universe. They might be fun to imagine in a fantasy setting, but in real combat, they're nothing but giant, fragile targets waiting to be destroyed. He could sense that within this structure lay an immense reserve of energy. There was even a feature that seemed to absorb energy from its surroundings. Watching the paths of light coursing through the machinery, Dio guessed this contraption must work much like a transformer. After strutting around the place with reckless abandon, Dio finally remembered what he was actually here to do. He also noticed an iron forge tucked away in the corner, though there wasn't a soul to be seen inside. Without a second thought, Dio forced the front door open. He had no patience for puzzles or unlocking mechanisms. What really caught his attention were those bizarre objects the Dark Elves had used to trap the light of Alfheim, a jumble of materials that, even while playing the game, Dio had joked resembled some kind of calcium carbonate secreted when insects built their nests. And during the climactic battle for the light, the sight of Dark Elves dangling upside down from the pillars reminded him of swarms of flying insects clustering in a corridor on a summer evening. Just looking at it made Dio's skin crawl, triggering his trypophobia. But now, all it took was a single gesture to wipe out the entire swarm, along with the clusters of crystal and those obstructing, refracting prisms entwined nearby. As he felt the surge of energy from eliminating these foes, Dio's eyes lit up. The energy contained within these Dark Elves was twice the total he'd reaped from all the ninja he'd slain in the world of Naruto. His gaze burned with anticipation as he stared at the pillar of light before him. The light of Alfheim, possessing the searing heat and radiant energy of sunlight itself, was pure to the extreme and utterly devastating against darkness. Dio dropped the device he'd gotten from Freya into the column of light, letting it soak up the luminous power within. In the game, Kratos had spent what felt like days inside this place, even getting hopelessly trapped in an illusion. If not for Atreus' sudden outburst of godly potential yanking Kratos back to reality, who knows how long he would have wandered Alfheim. And when Kratos finally emerged, he was stunned by the heaps of corpses Atreus had piled up over those days. It was from this point that the game's narrative shifted, the god of war and his illiterate old father. The thought made Dio chuckle to himself, but he didn't let it distract him from the task at hand, and set about absorbing the energy of the pillar, the light of Alfheim. In an instant, a torrent of energy rushed into his body. Even Dio, as powerful as he was now, felt as if he'd just eaten a hearty appetizer before the main course. And yet, the pillar of light before him remained undiminished, its color not even paling in the slightest. Dio's eyes burned with an ever-growing hunger. He deeply wished he could take this device back and connect it to the Empire, powering the daily operations of the realm. Shaking his head, Dio grumbled, "Why am I still worrying about the Empire's future when I'm nearly retired? Was I just born to toil endlessly?" Deciding not to dwell on it any longer, Dio sensed that the device had reached full charge. He removed it, and before the light sprites could catch up, hurried back to the Rainbow Bridge. Returning to Midgard, Dio rushed to Freya's cottage, only to find that Kratos had already come back. So soon, Dio glanced at Atreus, who was visibly recovering, and asked Lincoln. Lincoln explained that they'd actually spent several days in Helheim. If not for the strange flow of time in each of the 9 realms, they might not have made it back yet at all. And the root of it all was Hela. The moment we entered, Hela was teleported straight into her palace, a place that doesn't even appear in the 5th game, a palace spoken of only in myth and legend. Lincoln marveled. "But just because Hela was teleported away, did it really take you days to get out?" asked Dio. Lincoln spread his hands in resignation. "Well, we got teleported along with her and ended up having to fight a dog inside. If that beast hadn't been trapped, taking it down would have been nearly impossible. After that, we had to make our way from the heart of Helheim all the way to the bridge, which took several days. We even stumbled upon a Valkyrie along the way and spent some time defeating her." Finishing his story, Lincoln leaned in toward Dio and whispered, "Remember those emerald green ravens of Odin that are scattered throughout the 9 realms? When Hela was sent to the palace, I saw all those ravens shatter at once. That means Odin has lost his sight over Helheim. In fact, I suspect even Asgard can't access Helheim anymore." Dio was startled by Lincoln's words and hurried back to the Temple of Tyr to see for himself. Odin had personally destroyed the Rainbow Bridge route to Jotunheim, making it impossible to reach Asgard through ordinary means. And now, even the passage to Helheim couldn't be locked onto. Incredible, my Hela. You really are something else. Dio exclaimed in disbelief. Even the Rainbow Bridge is cut off. Doesn't that mean Odin has lost control over Helheim? Nearby, Lincoln, catching up only with difficulty, remarked, "Man, you run fast. I couldn't even keep up." He added, "But your wife is seriously amazing. In my What If series, she goes toe-to-toe with Odin and just blasts him with raw power until he can't even talk back." Dio rolled his eyes. Everyone knew that was pure plot armor. After all, who could just mess with Odin like that? Some time ago, after Hela became stronger, she only managed to gain the upper hand in close combat. But what about in other aspects? Did you really think Hela stopped fighting because she had won? If she kept going, she'd only end up embarrassing herself. Could Odin have become the king of the gods? Could he have surpassed Zeus by relying solely on his skill in close combat? Hela, who knew Odin's strength all too well, realized that he was giving her a way out. If this had happened in the past, she would have gotten angry for sure. But now it was different. After freeing herself from her inner turmoil, she knew when to stop. Setting these thoughts aside, Dio and Lincoln returned to the cabin once more. At that moment, Kratos and his son were preparing to say farewell to Freya. "Aren't you going to rest up a bit?" Lincoln asked, seeing how impatient Kratos seemed to be. In the game storyline, aside from the time when Atreus clearly states that Kratos spent a few days in Alfheim, the realm of the elves, there's almost no indication of time passing elsewhere. After all, when you run across the entire map in-game, it's always broad daylight. If you don't account for the game mechanics, it really does seem possible that Kratos and his son could finish everything in a single day. There's no need. No matter how eager you are, a galloping horse can still be worn out by a distant mountain. "We need to set out as soon as possible and find places to rest along the way," Kratos replied, shaking his head. Dio and Lincoln nodded in agreement. They had almost believed that the father and son duo could really accomplish all this in a single day. But it made sense. Even if the Kratos family were demigods, and the two of them could walk tirelessly, just climbing the mountain would take several days. Even with shortcuts and mechanisms, it would still take about a day to get to the top. And that's not even counting the time needed to gather key items and complete side quests along the way. After a brief conversation, Freya, upon learning that Dio and his son intended to reach the highest peak of the Nine Realms, spoke up. "The highest peak of the Nine Realms is not in Midgard. It's a mountain in Jotunheim, the land of the giants. However, the mountain you're heading to does have a portal that leads to Jotunheim, so you could still go there." Really? Atreus was a little disappointed upon hearing the first part, since he knew that only the Bifrost could connect the realms. They'd always been told that there was no Bifrost in Midgard. But the moment he heard there was another way to reach Jotunheim, Atreus' spirits lifted. After all, they were just fulfilling their mother's final wish. The path they took didn't matter. "Of course. Would I lie to you?" Freya said kindly, ruffling Atreus' hair with motherly affection. It made her miss when Baldur was little. But Freya clearly didn't know that someone was imprisoned atop that mountain. She simply pointed them in the right direction and waved goodbye. "Aren't you coming with us?" Atreus turned to Lincoln and asked. After Atreus learned that it was Lincoln who had helped his father rush over to save him after he fainted, the little grudge he held against Lincoln disappeared. In fact, he wanted to invite Lincoln to accompany them on this journey. Lincoln chuckled. "I'll be back in a couple of days. By then, you and your father might already have reached Jotunheim. But I really wish you could come with us," Atreus admitted, a bit deflated. "We're friends, aren't we?" Lincoln leaned down toward him. Atreus nodded. "As your friend, I'd love to go with you," Lincoln said, "but I've got my own things to take care of. If you run into trouble, I'll be there to help." "Boy." Kratos didn't bother with Lincoln's decision to stay or go. He simply called out to Atreus. It was time for them to get moving. Waving goodbye, Atreus bid Lincoln farewell, then hurried after Kratos. "Let's go. I can't wait to have some fun in the Marvel world," he called out. After Kratos and Atreus had left, Lincoln and Dio set off in another direction. They walked together until Frigg's cottage disappeared from view, and only then did Lincoln call out in high spirits. His joy was written all over his face. Dio rolled his eyes. "All right, what's got you so excited?" "At most, we're just heading to my place in the Marvel world. It's not Earth, and if you want to get to Earth, you've still got quite a journey ahead." "No problem. I'm up for the journey," Lincoln replied. "I've never traveled through the universe before. This is my chance to experience a whole new world." As he spoke, a knowing grin spread across his face, one that only men would understand. Dio simply shook his head and opened a portal. The two of them stepped through and soon found themselves back in the Marvel Universe, inside Dio's palace. After giving the royal guards instructions about Lincoln's permissions, Dio let him go on his way. Lincoln, meanwhile, looked on with envy. I have to say, you've got royal guards now. You're looking more and more like an emperor, Lincoln marveled. Dio smacked him lightly on the head. That impresses you? Just wait. There's more to come that will really surprise you. Are you coming or not? If you're not, I'm leaving you behind. Lincoln quickly waved his hands, took the wristwatch Dio handed him, and darted outside. But as soon as he soared off, something knocked him out of the sky and sent him crashing to the ground. Dio, barely managing to suppress his laughter, sent a message to Lincoln's wristwatch. Lincoln, completely unscathed, got up from the ground and scratched his head in confusion. Then he glanced at his glowing wristwatch. After reading the message, his face immediately fell. No flying here. Those 4 simple words left Lincoln utterly speechless. Meanwhile, ignoring Lincoln's predicament, Dio summoned his servitor drone. Any big news lately? Dio Ingwayev, a retired transformer, discovered a strange planet while traveling, the servitor reported. According to intelligence gathered by the Empire, it harbors energy similar to that of the Infinity Stones. The people of Terra, Earth, already owe the bank 3 trillion energy credits. The bank has dispatched a full squad of armed security convoys to safeguard Terra. The new weapons have been successfully tested by the Iron Hands. They can now be supplied to local armed forces everywhere, but the new thermomelt guns must be prioritized for the Astartes units. In addition, the Super Gene Seed project has been officially launched. However, since you haven't resigned yet, your personal involvement in its development is required. Listening to the information relayed by the Servo Skull, Dio felt somewhat troubled. Something didn't add up. He hadn't left this task unfinished before he left. The Infinite Stone energy information found by the Transformers was likely a signal from the Soul Stone, while the situation on Earth probably stemmed from a story Dio had heard in his previous life. The Iron Hands were responsible for developing and testing the weapons and equipment used by the military and other forces. The new gear just mentioned were those he had had his servitors use while undercover in the boys. As for the Super Gene Seed, Dio had designed it by studying the fleeting existence of the Super Vanguard from the Warhammer universe. The prototype was based on the Gene Seed crafted by Korix, Primarch of the Vanguard, in the Warhammer world. Once implanted, this kind of Gene Seed allowed an Astartes to spontaneously generate 2 hearts, 3 lungs, and a variety of other organs. This meant that an Astartes would only need the Gene Seed and the final black carapace transplant to be complete. The finished product was known as a Super Astartes, and since their core belonged to the Vanguard, they were also called the Super Vanguard. This unit was the most formidable force on the battlefield, stronger and harder to kill than ordinary Astartes. However, within the Warhammer universe, the gene seeds of these Super Vanguard had been tainted by chaos. Wishing to die as humans, they fought with even more fearless resolve, earning the nickname the Suicide Squad. Dio, however, was drawn to the practicality of the gene seed and set out to create his own version. If he succeeded, the Empire would be able to mass-produce soldiers at an unprecedented rate, potentially more than 100 million fully formed Astartes within a few months. We'd better get moving. I won't have much time before I have to return. The development of the Super Gene Seed was progressing rapidly. Thanks to Dio's expertise, it wasn't taking much time. Yet, no matter how advanced the research became, there was always one organ that refused to self-generate: the tendon coils. Still, the results were promising. According to anthropomorphic simulation models, if cultivation was successful, a Super Astartes' physical prowess would be roughly 1.5 times greater than that of the standard Astartes he had created. And that didn't even factor in the enhancements from implanted tendon coils. But there was a drawback. That is, the mature gene seed retrieved from Super Astartes cannot inherit the unique traits of the Super Gene Seed. At best, its strength is only slightly greater than that of ordinary gene seed. Still, Dio found this quite acceptable. "Hey, Lincoln, what are you up to?" One day, Lincoln suddenly called through video chat, his voice brimming with excitement. "Do you remember Star-Lord? That Peter Quill?" Lincoln asked, and behind him was the backdrop of a palace. Dio raised an eyebrow. Of course, he knew who that was. Peter Quill, half-human from Earth, codenamed Star-Lord. In the movies, his biological father is Ego, the living planet, one of the Celestials. Dio had once asked Odin about Ego's background, and Odin possessed information on nearly every Celestial that had ever appeared in the universe. When it came to Ego, Odin was well informed. According to Odin, Ego was the accidental remnant of a dead Celestial embryo, left behind in the universe by chance. Over time, it unexpectedly developed self-awareness. You could say Ego's birth was a stroke of coincidence. Yet, in this life, Dio had never heard of anyone called Star-Lord. "Of course I know. Don't tell me you're actually on Ego." Dio suddenly thought of something and asked. Lincoln nodded, turning his camera around. The planet was mostly barren. Other than the palace at Lincoln's feet, most of the terrain resembled a stony wasteland. Although there were patches of grass and flowers, the land was heavily desertified. Most of the landscape was either rocky mountains or stretches of desert. So this is Ego? Makes sense. No wonder there's no information about it down below. It's so desolate. Dio nodded at the sight. In the movie, aside from the brief image of an angry face on Ego's surface and the desert landscapes shown during the fight between Thanos' two adopted daughters, most of what was shown was barren wilderness. Lincoln then explained what had happened recently. He had run into Peter Quill, Star-Lord, by chance while traveling through the universe. Peter's origins were the same as in the movies, and his experiences were somewhat similar, too. However, it wasn't Yondu who took him from Earth. Since the Ravagers had been absorbed into Dio's ranks, Yondu was now actually serving under Dio. Instead, Peter Quill was brought off Earth by a snake-headed leader of a group of human traffickers. But due to a crackdown on smuggling at the time, Star-Lord was quickly rescued. After his mother's death and his grandfather's angry outburst, young Star-Lord had no intention of going back home. He claimed he was an orphan, and with his complex genetic background, they didn't send him back to Earth. Instead, he was placed in an orphanage on the nearest planet. After receiving systematic education in the orphanage, Peter Quill grew up, and, after failing to join either the Astartes or the Spartan forces, found himself with nothing to do. Driven by the desire to fulfill his childhood dream, he became a bounty hunter. In essence, the work of a bounty hunter is much like that of a retired soldier taking on special assignments, except that bounty hunters are officially recognized by the authorities, and their main tasks revolve around simple transport missions. For example, they might assist the authorities in managing the transportation of goods on the black market. When Dio first learned that there was a black market within the Empire, he was surprised, but he quickly came to terms with it. Where there is sunlight, there will always be shadows. Dio had no intention of taking control of the black market, but that didn't mean he would simply turn a blind eye. So, he anonymously organized a bounty hunter group to oversee and manage black market transactions. That said, the management was actually quite straightforward. As long as there were no controlled weapons, trafficking of people, or trade in body parts, Dio would leave the rest alone. And Star-Lord was one of these bounty hunters. What's more, in pursuit of excitement, he would deliberately seek out the most dangerous places to push the limits. As for Ego, somehow, he managed to acquire a sample of Star-Lord's genetic material. When Ego found Star-Lord, Lincoln happened to be with him, so together they went to Ego's planet. Well, I should thank you for this. I was just worried I couldn't find Ego's location. Once I get there, I'll just fire an antimatter black hole at him and wipe him out. Dio exclaimed, excitement in his voice. No problem, I'll send you the coordinates. Hurry up, though. I feel like this old geezer is about to lure Star-Lord over to his side, Lincoln urged. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. After reassuring Lincoln, Dio hung up the call and gave the necessary orders. Ego's planet had long been classified as a dead world, since almost no life had survived there for ages. Its drifting, elusive nature also made it difficult to locate when searching for habitable planets. Now, the mission to annihilate this lifeless planet had attracted no attention from outsiders. At most, there was a sense of regret that such a good world was about to be destroyed. When the bomb arrived through the spatial gate and appeared before Lincoln, he frantically started a video call. Are you trying to kill me? Lincoln roared. At that moment, he was near the planet's core. Peter Quill was in the midst of beating up his own father, while Mantis had been knocked out nearby by falling rubble from the planet's interior. Relax. I've set the timer long enough for you to get out, Dio replied calmly, his words sending a chill down Lincoln's spine. Seriously, are you really planning to kill me? Lincoln glanced at the bomb, its antimatter core glowing an ominous, vivid red, and felt like crying. Don't think I haven't seen the movies. This thing can create a black hole. Dio responded coolly. A black hole only lasts for a moment, no more than a minute at most. As long as you're fast enough to escape the blast radius, you'll be fine. Go for it, kid. I believe in you. Lincoln, on the other hand, was on the verge of tears. After Lincoln sent his location, Dio handed him the item. But contrary to what Dio had said, flying over in a spaceship to bomb the place, he simply opened a portal and placed the bomb right in front of Lincoln. It was just like the micro-wormhole transport from Super God Academy. But Lincoln didn't care about any of that. He just needed to get himself a spaceship. Sure, he was tough, but he was nothing more than a walking stat monster. Right now, he still had no way to survive out in space. Before long, Lincoln had no choice but to grab Peter Quill and make a desperate dash for it. Since Lincoln didn't know how to operate the device, he fiddled around blindly until he finally found the user manual, but by then, it was already too late. He'd accidentally hit the start button, and now there were only 30 seconds left on the countdown. This flight ability had been Lincoln's reward from a lottery after finishing Godslayer, and it came from Sun Wukong himself. It stacked on top of his existing flight skills, enabling Lincoln to move at near light speed without sacrificing any of his aerial agility. But the energy cost himself was immense. After bursting off Ego's planet with Peter Quill in tow, Lincoln's face was twisted in discomfort as he watched, dumbfounded, while Quill calmly pulled out a single-person spacesuit. Then, to Lincoln's shock, produced a portable, single-soldier flight device that could even carry a passenger. Lincoln, what the? So I'm a clown here? The so-called personal flight device was anything but small, about the size and shape of the craft Superman used when he first arrived on Earth in Man of Steel. Only this was the adult version. Lincoln, Dio, you set me up. This was honestly my mistake, and I owe you an apology, Dio said, his expression somewhat complicated. It really was his blunder. He figured Lincoln was so strong by now that he must be able to survive in the vacuum of space, right? But as it turned out, if Peter Quill hadn't been so determined to survive and brought all that gear, Lincoln would have died here today. Lincoln was still fuming, while Dio scratched his head awkwardly. How about this? I'll take you to another world for some fun. Don't worry, it'll be somewhere you've never been before. Let's call it my way of making it up to you, Dio offered. Thanks to Hela still being in the God of War universe, Dio could pinpoint her location and return there at any time. So, in theory, Dio could hop to other worlds without ever losing track of the God of War universe. Lincoln thought it over, holding in his anger, and finally nodded in agreement. The moment Dio made that offer, most of Lincoln's rage had already faded. But that was a mistake that nearly cost him his life. Lincoln still felt uneasy inside. Forget about the other worlds for now. We could talk about them next time. It won't take me long to get back to the God of War world anyway, so I'll just head home and bring the game over. Lincoln waved his hand, dismissively, clearly intent on making a quick trip home. After all, the universe was still far too dangerous. Before he had the strength to survive its vastness, he knew better than to wander about recklessly. That game? The God of War series. Lincoln nodded. I wanted to bring this out for ages. I'll play it right in front of them, from the very first one all the way to the fifth. As he spoke, he let out a low, ominous chuckle. But the moment he caught Dio's gaze, he quickly straightened up. This isn't over. Don't think for a second that I'll ever forgive you. With that, he left the Marvel world without another word. Dio could only sigh, but he didn't dare take Lincoln's words lightly. After all, traveling the endless worlds meant there was never a shortage of ways to grow stronger. Dio mulled it over. In a way, this was giving himself another push, a pressure to get stronger too. He had to catch up quickly. Otherwise, if Lincoln overtook him, all that awaited him would be a beating. After swiftly tying up a few loose ends, Dio reopened the gate to the God of War world. Perhaps due to the portal's focus on Hela's location, as soon as Dio stepped through, he found himself surrounded by a frozen, desolate landscape. Or one could call it Helheim. The biting cold seeped right into his bones, and Dio frowned. This chill didn't merely freeze flesh, it pierced straight into the soul, a coldness beyond the physical. Seeing that you're doing well puts my mind at ease. A voice rang out, making Dio tense up instantly. He turned toward the sound. A figure formed from swirling gray-white mist gradually took on the shape of a middle-aged woman. Eat more vegetables when you're out there, and go easy on the meat. Why is your face so red? Are you coming down with something? Here, take this bag of fruit with you. Eat it slowly on your way. Dio's eyes grew moist. These were the words of family, echoing from deep within his memory. But then, another mass of mist coalesced beside her. This time, it took the shape of a different person, who brusquely slapped the bag of fruit from the woman's hands. Dio immediately snapped out of his reverie. Before the newcomer could speak, he unleashed a burst of energy, scattering the cloud of mist. Like many children far from home, he remembered his parents' constant concern. His mother had always fussed over him since he was young, her nagging never-ending. In his ignorance from a past life, he'd once lost his temper and knocked away the things she'd offered him. Their argument had ended with him slamming the door and storming out. And as fate would have it, he'd barely left the apartment building before he was swept away into another world. After crossing over, the terror had been overwhelming. He desperately regretted not having a proper conversation with his parents before being torn from his family. It took Dio a long moment to compose himself before he began searching for Hela. He looked around. Before him stood a vast palace. Through his psychic senses, he could tell that this was a grand hall, its exterior strikingly similar to Marvel's Asgardian palace. There could be no doubt Hela was here. You say you don't care, but look at you now. Still can't let go of that seat, Dio sighed, recounting Hela's habit of being stubborn with her words. What's so great about that position anyway? So what if it comes with power? In the end, it's just exhausting work. How many politicians obsessed with power games actually have happy families? Most of them end up misunderstood by their spouses and children, and their lives fall apart. With a grumble, Dio quickly located where Hela was. She was on the throne in the Golden Palace's Grand Hall. At that moment, Hela looked just like a sleeping beauty, eyes closed, leaning sideways against the throne. Dio called her name, testing to see if she was awake, but the only reply was the whistling of the wind. He nodded to himself. She must have fallen asleep. Deciding not to linger, Dio left at once and returned to Midgard. His destination was the Temple of Tyr, right in the middle of the lake. Dio glanced around and saw the two dwarf brothers, back on good terms and working together again. Judging by the looks of it, those two have been diligently finishing up their side quests. Soon, Dio spotted them. Kratos was using his godly strength to flip Tyr's temple over. That's insane. Talk about overkill. If brute force could fix everything, you'd have my full support, brother, exclaimed Mimir. Now just a head hanging from Kratos' belt let out a startled shout. And the fact that we're still alive? That's just fantastic. I think we can climb up, Atreus chimed in, his recent adventures having made him much more at ease. We can get the Unity Stone up there. Mimir turned, puzzled. And you are? Atreus, caught off guard, replied. Didn't we already? Kratos instantly tensed up, gripping the blades of chaos, the crimson blades flaring with fire as he warily watched behind them. But when they saw who it was, they relaxed. It was Dio, watching them quietly. Atreus, beaming, stepped forward. Long time no see. Sorry, I still don't know your name. Long time no see, Dio. Atreus was genuinely happy. He had gained another friend. Besides, Dio and his group had truly been gone for quite a while. They'd spent days traveling around, whether to hurry their journey or to broaden their horizons. They'd slain a dragon, killed 2 gods, and even freed another dragon. Their journey had been full of stops and starts, and they'd had to fight many others along the way. But none of that mattered now. They were about to obtain the legendary method Tyr used to travel the 9 realms without the Bifrost, or even to venture beyond them. Need a hand? Dio asked Kratos, eyeing the entrance, which was nearly 10 meters above the ground. Thank you. Kratos nodded. Dio blinked in surprise, still not quite used to Kratos' directness. Just as Dio was about to make his move, Mimir spoke up. Hello there. Mimir's Scottish accent rang out. His head was currently strapped to Kratos' lower back, so he couldn't quite see Dio. Kratos lifted Mimir up. Hello, Mimir. As I thought, you don't belong to this world, Mimir remarked, casting a single glance at Dio with his lone eye and immediately recognizing that Dio was not of this realm. Exactly which world Mimir was referring to, whether it was the Norse 9 realms or the broader mythological cosmos, remained unclear. I'm really curious how you managed to get here, Mimir said, his eye widening with keen curiosity. You'll find out soon enough, Dio replied. With that, Kratos, ignoring Mimir's protests, returned the talking head to his lower back. Dio then used his telekinesis to send Kratos and his son into the temple. By the time Kratos and Atreus emerged from the world tree, Lincoln had also returned. Lincoln, Atreus exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight. If the atmosphere hadn't been so tense, he might have run up and hugged him. Although Lincoln spoke in a strange manner, he had always treated their family kindly. After all these days apart, Atreus realized just how much he'd missed him. Then Atreus noticed the pile of things Lincoln was carrying and looked at him with curiosity. What's all this? In response to Atreus' question, Lincoln set his things down. Have you wrapped everything up? Just one last push, and you'll be on your way to Jotunheim. Lincoln directed his question at Kratos. Kratos wasn't sure how Lincoln knew so much about their affairs, but he trusted him. After a moment's thought, he nodded. That's good. There's no rush, right? How about taking a day to rest before you go? It'll give Atreus a chance to learn a few things, Lincoln suggested, clearing a spot and setting down a game console he'd brought. Kratos thought about it and realized there was indeed no need to hurry. A short rest before the journey sounded like a good idea. So he agreed to Lincoln's suggestion and built a campfire on the spot. It was getting late, and time to prepare some food. Let's rest a while, or even head home for a bit. Since we've opened the portal, we can come back anytime, Kratos said after lighting the fire. He didn't pay attention to whatever Lincoln was tinkering with, but instead gave Atreus some instructions. Atreus nodded in understanding, then turned his attention to Lincoln and the curious gadgets he was working on. Kratos, seeing this, said nothing. He left Mimir's head behind, then quietly picked up his axe and headed toward the mountains in the back. They had just come through the gate to Jotunheim, and behind it stretched a forested mountain range. There should be something edible there. If not, he'd have to fish. Fortunately, the lake was full of fish, and it was easy to catch a good haul. He hadn't gone far when Dio caught up to him. Is something wrong? Seeing Dio, Kratos inexplicably sensed that this man had some hidden agenda in approaching them. I'm just here to help, and while I'm at it, I wanted to ask, what are your plans? Dio followed behind Kratos and inquired. Yeah, your goal is to reach the highest peak in the Nine Realms, right? But what about after that? Kratos was silent for a moment, his brows furrowed. Watch Atreus grow up. That's it. Seeing Kratos' gaze grow increasingly wary, Dio quickly explained. You know where I'm from, don't you? Kratos nodded. Though not highly educated, Kratos understood the concept of otherworldly visitors, having learned about Lincoln and Dio's origins. In truth, he himself could be considered a traveler from another world. After all, he'd been inexplicably ambushed by wolves on the road, dragged into Midgard. Anyone would be upset by that. Still, Kratos was content. If it hadn't been for those wolves, he never would have met his wife, Faye, or had a son. My world is facing a great crisis, too, Dio explained, so I've been searching everywhere for help. I have an army, but I lack top-tier fighters, so I've been looking all over. By now, Kratos understood. Dio was here to recruit him. But after years of being used as a pawn by the Greek gods, played like a fool, Kratos had developed a sort of PTSD when it came to serving under anyone else. He didn't even hesitate. He refused outright. Dio wasn't surprised. He knew that the current Kratos would never want to work under someone else. There was still time. He could always come back after the storylines of God of War 5 and its DLC had run their course. When Dio and Kratos returned, they found Lincoln and Atreus sitting on the ground, playing a game, God of War 3, as it happened. By pure coincidence, the scene on the screen was the very beginning of God of War 3. Kratos, standing atop Gaia, brandishing the blade of Olympus and unleashing a furious roar to the heavens. The moment Kratos walked in, he froze. How could a trip outside result in him hearing such a familiar voice? He looked over, and was even more stunned. Everything in Kratos' hands slipped to the floor. Yes, that's it. But remember, you have to dodge the attacks. It's just the tutorial level. Go ahead and fight like a maniac. Kratos stared as Atreus controlled a younger version of himself on the screen. His mind went completely blank. Dio stepped forward, paying no attention to the bewildered, frozen Kratos. Taking in the scene before him, he called out to Lincoln. Wow, you guys got this far already? I was only gone for a few hours at most. How did you manage to play through so much of the story? No, I didn't play through most of the earlier storylines myself. I just watched video summaries. The real gameplay started from Chains of Olympus, but this kid was the one holding the controller, Lincoln said, patting Atreus on the shoulder. Don't be fooled by how good he is with a bow. When it comes to gaming, he's all thumbs. Finishing Chains of Olympus in just 5 hours was my absolute limit. Was I really gone for 5 hours? Dio glanced at the sky, noting the weather hadn't changed much. It's been 6 hours, actually. Time seems strange in Midgard. Day and night drag on forever here, Lincoln replied thoughtfully. Apparently, since Odin imprisoned the wolves that chase the sun and moon, the days and nights have stretched unnaturally long. Is that so? Dio mused, realizing he didn't know much about these details. That's what it seems like. We spent about a week in the Marvel world, but Atreus said only 3 days passed here. Today's the 3rd day, Lincoln said. Dio fell silent, while Lincoln turned his gaze to Kratos, who stood there lost in thought. Lincoln stepped closer. I told you I'm from another world, didn't I? Kratos still hadn't quite come to his senses, remaining silent. In my world, everything you've experienced has been written into books, and then, through some clever craft, turned into a game, Lincoln explained to Kratos. As soon as he finished speaking, Lincoln could hear Kratos' breath quicken. Well, I'm not sure what to say about that. Anyway, a lot of people are really fond of you. With that, Lincoln gently guided the still motionless Kratos over to Atreus' side. Why don't you two talk for a while? Dio and I will handle dinner. Kratos sat stiffly beside Atreus. Atreus froze, his hands coming to a halt. Father. Atreus pressed his lips together, uncertain where to begin. My child. Kratos sighed. If you have any questions, ask me. I'll tell you everything. Atreus' eyes grew complicated and glassy with unshed tears. But when he finally spoke, he managed to smile. Father, is this really what it means to be a god? Children killing their fathers, families torn apart. Thanks to Lincoln's crash course in Greek mythology, Atreus now knew how Zeus had seized the throne. And now, with his own father sitting right in front of him, and the game's story having reached the point of storming Olympus, he understood. His father had killed his own grandfather with his own hands. If this is what it means to be a god, then I'd rather not have that title at all. Kratos silently placed his hand on Atreus' shoulder. That's truly how it is in Greek mythology. Generation after generation, the king of the gods is overthrown by his own son. Kratos was the first to break that cycle, refusing to take the throne and instead spreading hope among mortals. No, son, absolutely not. Kratos suddenly grew agitated. My father was a bastard himself. Or perhaps his father before him was too. Kratos half knelt, gripping Atreus by the shoulders. We will never become like that. I swear it. I will change. I won't lose my temper so easily anymore. I'll calm myself down, I promise. I will. Kratos began to stumble over his words. Atreus, watching his flustered father, spoke softly. We both have to change. For you, for me, and for our sister as well. Atreus's words brought Kratos back to himself. He stared at his son in a daze. He opened his mouth, but Kratos couldn't find the words. Why does this game have to spill everything out like this? After holding in for a while, Kratos finally managed to say this. It was this simple comment that restored the normalcy between Kratos and Atreus, bringing father and son together in an embrace. Soon after, they went back to playing. Kratos isn't really like that, is he? Dio sat by the campfire, roasting meat, glancing over at the father and son. Something seemed to occur to him. Dio turned to Lincoln. By the way, how much earlier did you meet Kratos' family than we did? Lincoln looked embarrassed, his eyes darting away. I'd say about 5 months earlier. Anyone who's played the game knows Kratos' personality. Would he really say something like that? After night fell, Kratos and the others returned to the cabin. Because Atreus wasn't very skilled with his hands, after a few hours of trying, he got stuck on the Kronos level. He decided to take the game home to practice some more. Mimir was quite interested as well. Although he was the harshest critic when Atreus fumbled the combos, he had to admit the story was brilliant, especially when Kratos slaughtered all those gods and monsters. After all, he'd never truly believed that Kratos had killed so many gods. Now, he felt he finally had some bragging rights. After all, there were few gods who could survive the ghost of Sparta's blade. Except for that goddess. Wait, that's right, Freya holds that title too. Should he mention it to her? Maybe it's worth a try. After all, she's qualified to plead with Kratos to spare Baldur. Yes, she's qualified. The night passed with father and son deep in conversation, and with Mimir lost in his wild imaginings. As for Dio and Lincoln, Lincoln had a bed to sleep in, while Dio went straight to check on Hela's progress. Helheim, with the Bifrost sealed, had managed to block Odin's advance, but it couldn't stop Dio, master of portals and space. Even the dwarves' spatial tunneling wouldn't have worked. Within the golden halls of Asgard, Odin ignored all other matters, wholly absorbed in exploring the mysteries on the other side of the rift. Most of the Golden Palace had been destroyed. Only the ceiling of his basement remained intact. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Because the Golden Palace was in ruins, the other gods had lost their homes. Odin worried that if he rebuilt it here, the noise would be too much, so he hastily renovated a small house above the basement for himself as a temporary residence, while the new Golden Palace was constructed elsewhere. A few days ago, the sudden tremor in Helheim did not alarm Odin. It was merely a matter of losing his eyes and ears there, nothing of great importance. Helheim itself was a land without a master. Apart from the difficulty of entering, there really wasn't much inconvenience. It was only a temporary loss of information. His ravens could still keep watch over the 9 realms, and Helheim, aside from sealing away that giant wolf capable of rending the boundaries between realms, held little value. All-Father, Thor, appearing in a flash of lightning, arrived behind Odin. Ah! Odin jumped, startled by the sudden voice. Thor, must you walk so quietly? Odin turned around and saw that it was indeed his son. Thor, is there something you need? Heimdall has discovered that the underworld seems to be sealed off. He can't see anything, and even the Bifrost appears to be impassable, Thor explained. I came to ask if you know what might have happened. Thor's words gave Odin pause. The underworld sealed off? Not even the Bifrost could enter? Odin glanced at Thor and noticed bloodstains on him, his eyes red-rimmed. From time to time, Thor sniffled. What's so bad about that? At least it keeps that hound from escaping. At such a critical juncture, Odin had no interest in other concerns. His mind was wholly occupied with his research. Thor fell silent for a moment, then simply nodded and turned to leave. Odin leaned on the table, eyes closed in thought. Just as Thor was about to step out, Odin called him back. Thor, see to it that Mani and Modi are properly buried. I'll personally attend their farewell. Thor straightened, a spark of vitality returning to him, and nodded. Thank you, All-Father. Odin nodded in return, gesturing for Thor to go. Once Thor had left, Odin let out a long breath. Thor and Baldur were his most obedient trackers, especially Thor, whose strength was unmatched. Even if he was prone to deception, Odin knew the importance of keeping his followers loyal. Thor had only 2 sons, both now dead. Odin had to steady Thor's heart. Otherwise, such a strong and obedient warrior might begin to harbor his own thoughts. Once those thoughts took root, he might start questioning orders, and then obedience would be lost. He sighed and summoned a raven. Fixing his gaze on the bird's eyes, Odin spoke softly, send Baldur to have a look. The crow cocked its head, gazing at Odin with a puzzled look before spreading its wings and flying out. How it managed to slip through the thick wooden trapdoor was anyone's guess. Feeling suddenly irritable, Odin slapped his hand on the table, the sound echoing throughout the underground chamber. Meanwhile, Kratos and his son had already boarded their boat and ventured into the belly of Jormungandr. Watching as Jormungandr basked in the sun atop the mountain, Lincoln couldn't help but marvel. It really is massive. It feels as big as Kronos from God of War 3. Dio shook his head. Not quite. If I remember right, Kronos is supposed to be around 1,600 meters tall, while Jormungandr supposedly measures over 10,000 meters. It's just that the area here isn't very large. If it were stretched out and standing tall, you'd see the difference. Is that so? Lincoln faltered, realizing he hadn't actually looked up these details online. Should we try to stop them? Lincoln asked, eyeing the approaching Baldur. I'm not anyone's babysitter. As long as Baldur is left for me to kill at the end, that's all I care about, Dio replied, sitting on the ground to enjoy the show. Lincoln nodded. His mission was to play through the storylines of God of War 4 and V, so there was no rush. Baldur is still incredibly strong. Ever since Jormungandr traveled back through time and arrived here, it's been growing nonstop. At this size, even the Hulk would be smashed flat, Lincoln remarked, watching as Baldur leapt and crashed straight into Jormungandr. The impact left Jormungandr completely dazed. Yes, whether in reality or in the game, Jormungandr was truly left stunned by Baldur's blow. Otherwise, when Freya later summoned the corpse of the dead giant, Atreus wouldn't have needed to call for help. Jormungandr would have crushed the enemy long before. Seeing the giant's corpse rise again, Lincoln couldn't help but exclaim that magic truly defied all reason. Dio glanced at Lincoln, who was gritting his teeth in frustration, and thought to himself that this guy must often come out on the losing end when it comes to magic. But then again, you're always stacking armor and healing. Getting targeted is only natural. Baldur was indeed formidable, but as the ghost of Sparta and the God Slayer, Kratos' reputation was well-earned. Even with Freya's interference, Kratos still tore his way to Baldur with unrelenting violence and brutality. Perhaps because Atreus was at his side, Dio noticed that Kratos held back somewhat during the fight. It's time, Dio said, rising and stepping forward as the final phase began. Kratos blocked Freya's path, standing face-to-face with Baldur. Don't let hatred blind you. Trust me. Kratos tried to use his own past as a warning to this god, now driven mad beyond reason. He himself had once been consumed by hatred, recklessly killing countless innocent people and gods. Moreover, many people were indirectly harmed by his acts of vengeance. Kratos believed that all of this could have been avoided. And now, Baldur bore a striking resemblance to who he himself used to be. If Baldur truly followed the same path as he once did, then in his quest to kill Freya, he might end up hurting even more innocents. As fate would have it, Baldur had already lost his near-invulnerable immortality. If they truly fought to the end, he could die for real this time. Of course, whether he lived or died did not matter much to Baldur. But if he perished before he could vent all his rage, he would feel thoroughly cheated. Don't mistake Baldur's former invincibility for recklessness. His actions were indeed brash, but never forget. He is a god, one who has lived for millions of years. Even a pig, if it lived that long, could become Marshal Tiampong. Though this statement might be an exaggeration, the logic behind it rings true. Baldur hesitated, and his demeanor softened. Seeing this, Kratos slowly shifted aside, giving space to both Freya and Baldur. He stepped back, leaving the field to them, yet watched closely from the side. If Baldur still chose violence, Kratos would not hesitate to intervene. You'd best heed his words. If you don't think this through, you really will die. Just as Baldur's hands reached for Freya's throat, Dio appeared beside them. Are you getting involved too? Now drained and weakened, Baldur, robbed of his immortality and gravely wounded by Kratos, struggled to recover with only his divine power, something he was no longer accustomed to. I'm not here to meddle, just to remind you. You may not know who this man is, but surely you've heard of the ghost of Sparta. News of the Greek gods' fall must have reached you as well. Dio's words were not without reason. In the world revealed throughout the God of War series, all these realms existed on the same planet. And yet, the size of this planet was astonishingly vast. Dio had tried to use telepathy to search for the universe, only to discover that this planet was made up of multiple mythological worlds. When Dio's telepathy finally reached beyond the planet, he realized its scale was as immense as a solar system. Each pantheon was separated from the others by formidable barriers. Dio remembered that after Kratos stabbed himself at the end of the third game, he set sail across the seas and made his way to Egypt. There, he was constantly manipulated by the Egyptian god of wisdom and the Greek Athena. Pushed to his limits, Kratos wandered far and wide. According to the lore, aside from the Eastern pantheons, Kratos had visited every Western pantheon. In fact, it was only when he was passing through the Norse lands for a second time that fate drew him in. That was when he finally put down roots here. This planet is indeed enormous. But what's truly strange is that its gravity is exactly the same as Earth's. In fact, Dioli even calculated that the atmospheric pressure and gravitational force here are identical to those on Earth. You could say it's downright bizarre. No wonder. It is a world teeming with gods. Baldur and Frigg, who had already resigned herself to death, were both taken aback. The ghost of Sparta, also known as the God Slayer. This story had already spread far and wide among the gods. Norse gods, neighbors to the Greek pantheon, were the first to receive the news. And the one who brought word was none other than Tyr, the god of war. After all, his reputation as the runaway of the divine realm wasn't just empty talk. Even in the Hall of the Slain, where he lived, he was often nowhere to be found. If not for the fact that the prophecy of Ragnarok involved him, the ever-suspicious Odin wouldn't have paid him any mind at all. Yet, all the surrounding pantheons scoffed at the tale. No one would believe that a demigod who had only recently ascended could wipe out every major deity in his own pantheon. Baldur himself didn't much care for these rumors, but thinking of the man who had just fought him so fiercely, the sheer menace that radiated from him, Baldur was beginning to believe it. And so, doubts began to creep into Baldur's heart. He looked down at his own hands, frustration simmering within him. Had he endured all that suffering for nothing? The more Baldur thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. But the murderous intent he'd had toward Frigg a moment ago had already dissipated, and now, to summon it again seemed almost impossible. How about this? Come with me, Dioli said, placing a hand on Baldur's shoulder. Frigg rose to her feet, shielding Baldur behind her. No, he's not going anywhere. Frigg's face was etched with sorrow, but her voice was resolute. Just agree to it. Otherwise, your son really will die here today. Lincoln stepped forward at that moment. Why? Why does my son have to die? Frigg cried out, her voice raw with anguish. Lincoln replied calmly, because the precondition for Ragnarok is that the god of light must leave this world. Ragnarok? Frigg was stunned. Ragnarok itself was part of the giant's prophecy, but Odin had always claimed it was a lie. It was precisely because of this prophecy that Frigg had blessed Baldur with invulnerability. Kratos showed no expression, but Atreus at his side was lost in thought. Is there truly no other way? Tears streamed down Frigg's face. Of course, she knew the side effects of the blessing she'd given her son, but for the sake of his safety, she had felt she had no other choice. But now, Baldur's blessing was gone, and anyone could kill him. Do you remember what he just said? It was the god of light who left this world, and leaving this world doesn't only mean death. At this moment, Dio spoke up at just the right time. Freya turned to Dio, then slowly dropped to her knees. Do you have a way to save my son? Seeing his mother kneeling, Baldur clenched his fists tightly. He harbored deep resentment toward his mother, for her blessing had robbed him of all sensation. He couldn't feel heat, cold, or pain. Yet, as Odin's most skilled tracker, he had found Freya more than once, only to find himself unable to strike her down each time. Was it because he lacked the skill? Clearly, it was because he never truly dared to kill her. In the original story, his blessing was shattered by mistletoe, and with Kratos' relentless assault, he was already on the verge of death. His divine power was spent, his strength depleted, and his wounds were severe. Honestly, even if he had killed Freya, he wouldn't have survived much longer himself. You could see it in that final moment, when Kratos seized him by the throat. Baldur had no strength left to resist. He was even too afraid to look and see if Kratos and his son had left, bewildered by why Kratos would interfere with his vengeance. Now, seeing his mother kneel to save him, his conflicted heart burned with rage. Dio crouched down and looked Freya in the eye. You know who I am. We're not from this world. I can take your son away from here to my world. Without Baldur, the 9 realms will inevitably head toward Ragnarok, and your son won't have to die. Ragnarok will still happen. Freya was astonished. Though she had once been queen of the Valkyries and consort to a god, she only knew of other divine pantheons. She had no concept of the multiverse. So Dio patiently explained the idea of the multiverse and parallel worlds to her. Freya's eyes shone as she listened. She shuffled forward on her knees, drawing even closer to Dio. Please, I beg you, save him. I'm willing to give you anything. Her voice broke with emotion as she spoke. Dio helped her to her feet. I don't need everything from you. All I want is your magical ability. When the time comes, I want Baldur to receive your blessing again and help me win a war. Freya agreed without hesitation to Dio's request. After all, it was just a war. As an immortal, Baldur had won countless battles for Odin. But Baldur's face darkened. He'd only just recovered, and now it seemed he would have to return to his old life of suffering all over again. When Dio noticed the change in Baldur's expression, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, there's another Asgard over there, but it's not the same as yours. There's also a Thor, but he's a simpleton." Without paying any mind to Baldur's bewildered look, Dio opened a portal. Seeing this, both Frigg and Baldur were stunned. Even Kratos and Atreus, who were quite familiar with Lincoln, were taken aback. "Let's go. I'll take you over first. Your mother's powers have been sealed by Odin, so even if she goes, she'll just be an ordinary person." The more Dio spoke, the more peculiar his expression became. An ordinary person, indeed. Right now, Frigg could only be considered an ordinary person. But what kind of ordinary person could possess the power to control a giant's corpse? After Baldur finally let go of the anger bottled up inside him, his strength seemed to drain away. His legs gave out, and he slumped to the ground. He glanced up at Dio before him, but he no longer had the energy to speak. Leaving was inevitable. After all, who would choose to die here if they could still live? As for settling old scores with his mother, that could wait for another time. Oh, and there was still Odin's mission. Forget it. Who knows if he'd ever see Odin again? After handling Baldur's affairs, Dio returned once more to the world of God of War. The story of the fourth installment had run its course, and this world was now punctuated. He could come and go as he pleased from here on out. He went to Helheim to check on Hela. Good. Hela had finally awakened. "You're finally awake. I thought you were going to sleep straight through Ragnarok," Dio teased as he looked at her. Hela rolled her eyes in reply. "There's a lot for me to gain here. I couldn't help but spend a bit longer in contemplation." She stretched lazily, the movement accentuating the curve of her waist. "Honestly, if I hadn't come here, it might have taken me decades, maybe even a century, to comprehend this power I've gained." Dio's eyes lit up. "So you're able to use it now?" He had high hopes for Hela. After all, not just anyone could grasp the laws of life and death. Whether in the Marvel Universe or elsewhere, that was power of a higher order. Besides, Marvel had a cosmic entity known as Death. Dio hadn't forgotten that he had crossed into the body of Thanos, who in the comics was infatuated with death. Especially since the method he'd acquired to become Emperor Thanos was from a Thanos who'd slaughtered an entire universe with this very power. And the only reason for that cosmic massacre was to please Death. And now, Dio looked at Hela standing before him. She, too, was a goddess of death. Could it be possible for him to achieve what no other Thanos had accomplished? Rubbing his chin, Dio pondered the thought. The mission in this world is actually completed. Hela glanced at the report on her wrist system. She then looked over at Dio. "What did you do?" Hela asked, her curiosity piqued. Dio recounted the events in a few words. When Hela learned that Dio had taken Baldur away, she thought for a moment and said, "The Baldur on my side is somewhat similar to the one here, but there's one key difference: immortality." Dio's interest was caught. Instead of asking what Hela gained, he asked, "How can an immortal be any different?" Hela explained, "My Baldur is a refined gentleman, well-versed in all kinds of weaponry, and a formidable warrior on the battlefield. The difference is, my Baldur's immortality doesn't have the side effects of the one here. However, his immortality and invulnerability only work within Asgard's boundaries. Only mistletoe can harm him, but even then, it can't break the blessing of his immortality. However, as soon as he leaves Asgard, these abilities gradually weaken until they disappear completely. Still, even if someone kills him outside, as long as the blessing isn't broken, he can come back to life once he returns to Asgard. But there's a catch. If he's killed outside Asgard with mistletoe, the blessing is destroyed, and he loses both his immortality and invulnerability. That's how he eventually died, outside Asgard, struck down by mistletoe." Dio nodded in understanding. In the Marvel Universe, Baldur is the former guardian of the Bifrost, the position now held by Heimdall. Being lured away and assassinated isn't out of the realm of possibility. In the Thor trilogy, Heimdall was repeatedly drawn away from the Bifrost for various reasons. Who knows, maybe Baldur met his in the same way. Not bad, not bad. Finished the mission after a nap. I'm thinking of heading to some other world for a bit of fun and to try out my new powers. Want to come along? With a flick of her wrist, Hela opened a portal with her system and gave Dio a nod, inviting him to join her. Dio, also curious about Hela's new abilities, nodded and followed her through. For the first time in ages, Baldur felt the chill in the air and put on his clothes. He stood silently, gazing up at the sky. After a long while, he lowered his eyes, deciding to visit Asgard as Dio had mentioned. He was clever. After arriving in the Marvel Universe, He quickly realized that Dio was the husband spoken of by outsiders, the one who had single-handedly fought against both Thor and Odin. So, he wanted to see this world's Asgard for himself, and to find out how this Odin differed from his own. Marvel Universe, Asgard. Today was a good day. It was Frigga's birthday. Although there was no tradition in Asgard to celebrate the birthdays of the king and queen of the gods, Odin still threw a grand banquet for Frigga. Thor and Loki each presented their gifts in turn and received Frigga's blessings. Odin, too, offered the present he had prepared. It was a beautifully crafted ornament. Though it appeared to be nothing more than a work of art, since it was meant for Frigga, Odin had sent Thor all the way to the Empire of Dio to procure materials that could not be found in Asgard. Because this was a gift for the Queen of the Gods, it had to be utterly unique, something that would reveal a different beauty from every angle. So, after having the dwarves design and craft it, Odin even asked their kin to enchant it and bestow magical blessings upon the piece. Odin himself also imbued it with his own divine power. Frigga, amused, watched as Odin, now looking as eager as a child, handed her the gift, his face alight with excitement. "My dearest, this was made especially for you," Odin said, presenting her with a bracelet. Frigga smiled as she accepted the gift and gently fastened it around her wrist. Very soon, the banquet reached its peak. But just then, someone arrived with urgent news. Upon hearing the guard's words, Odin was visibly taken aback. He rose abruptly from his seat. As host, Odin was seated in the place of honor, and every move he made drew attention. His sudden action immediately attracted the gaze of everyone at the banquet. When the guests saw the look of shock on Odin's face, the once merry atmosphere began to quiet. Frigga, curious, glanced at Odin and asked softly, "Has something happened?" Faced with his beloved's question, Odin quickly composed himself and sat back down. Seeing Odin resume his seat, the guests refrained from asking further, and the banquet gradually resumed. After sitting, Odin turned to Frigga and said quietly, "The guard reported that someone calling himself Baldur has arrived." A sudden realization flashed across Frigga's face, but she quickly calmed herself and replied, "Don't overthink it. There are plenty of people in the universe who share the same name. It can't possibly be him." Though Baldur's death in battle had been the result of treachery, his courage had earned him a place in the Hall of Heroes long ago. There was no way he could return. But Odin shook his head. If only it were that simple. The soldiers saw him receive Asgard's blessing, exactly the same blessing Baldur once had. "What?" Frigga lost her composure and cried out in shock. Every god born on Asgard is endowed with a unique blessing from the land itself. And in all the years that Odin and Frigga had lived, no two blessings had ever been the same. Of course, even among those bestowed with Asgard's blessing, like Baldur and Hela, such cases were exceedingly rare. Frigga's sudden outburst drew the attention of everyone at the banquet. The banquet once again fell into silence. "I've already had someone bring him here. He should be arriving any moment now," Odin said, squeezing his beloved wife's hand to calm her. At that moment, a lean figure with a wild, tangled beard and a face adorned with numerous tattoos stepped through the doorway. It was none other than Baldur, the god of war from another world. Baldur was in high spirits. Originally, he had only wanted to visit this world's Asgard out of curiosity. If the gods here were just like those from his own world, there would be no reason to stay. He'd simply take a glance and leave. But as soon as he arrived in Asgard, he was utterly bewildered. What in the world was this vast expanse of land? And what was that dazzling golden brilliance at its center? And these strange objects everywhere, completely devoid of any magical aura. What were they supposed to be? What astounded Baldur even more was that, the moment he set foot on Asgardian soil, a warm current surged through his entire being. That invincible feeling he once had returned. But soon, Baldur grew even more exhilarated. Because this newfound power not only restored his former immortality and invulnerability, but also came without the side effects he used to endure. This place was truly a paradise. Overcome with excitement, Baldur threw his head back and burst into hearty laughter, tears of joy streaming down his face. "From this moment on, I am one of Asgard's people." As for the Odin from his own world, "Sorry, old man, who are you again?" This spectacle prompted many of the soldiers to shake their heads and sigh. There goes another one, lost to madness. Ever since Asgard opened its doors to foreign trade, many travelers from across the cosmos, drawn by tales of this legendary realm, had arrived, only to react just like this. Some were so overwhelmed with joy or tears that they collapsed and died right at the gates. While the soldiers waited for this new arrival to either calm down or, perhaps, drop dead from excitement, Baldur instead grabbed a soldier and declared his purpose. Startled, the nearby soldiers immediately moved to attack. Fortunately, Baldur knew exactly what he was doing. He held back, refrained from violence, and let a few soldiers go to report his arrival. It was only then that he was allowed to enter the Golden Palace. Now, as Baldur entered the hall, every eye turned toward him. Most people only spared him a glance before looking away, except for those who were aware of Odin's current predicament. They watched Baldur closely. Thanks to Asgard's blessing, Baldur was now fully restored in spirit. Though his appearance hadn't changed, his energy and vitality radiated anew. Odin and Frigg exchanged glances of surprise as they looked toward Baldur at the door. This Baldur looked nothing like the one they once knew, but the divine radiance of the god of light was unmistakable. Still, the shock on Odin and Frigg's faces didn't linger. Odin quietly instructed his guards to lead Baldur toward a corner of the banquet. Because of the lingering side effects of the blessing, Baldur had lost all sensation. Food was tasteless, the embrace of beauty left him unmoved, and he couldn't feel heat or cold at all. This is also one of the reasons why he doesn't wear clothes. So, after Baldur had given up on himself, he stopped attending banquets altogether. Now, faced with such a lively gathering again, he felt out of place, responding rather awkwardly as people handed him drinks. The feast ended with everyone thoroughly enjoying themselves. Baldur didn't leave immediately. He waited until most guests had departed before following a guard, who led him to a room. Inside, Odin and his wife, along with Thor and Loki, were waiting for him. Baldur, Odin ventured, testing the waters. I'm not the Baldur from your world, Baldur replied, glancing at the architecture around him. To be honest, Asgard in the Marvel movie universe didn't have the slightest hint of Viking spirit. Instead, it was lavish and ostentatious, like an oversized nouveau riche mansion, always flaunting its wealth. This left Baldur dazzled, and, even more so, deeply uncomfortable. Seeing Baldur admit it, Odin nodded. Frigga asked, "Then you should know Dio, right?" Baldur looked puzzled. Dio hadn't told Baldur his name, so it was perfectly natural for him to be unaware. Seeing his confusion, Frigga continued, "How about Hela?" At the mention of Hela, Baldur immediately understood. He nodded. "I know her. She's a madwoman, showed up and wrecked my house, then beat up both Odin and Thor." At these words, everyone present turned to look at Odin and Thor with odd expressions. Thor hefted Mjolnir and stepped forward. "What are you talking about? You can't insult my father like that." Baldur stared at the handsome blonde in front of him, momentarily dazed. In his own world, Thor hadn't looked like this. He wasn't overweight, and his red hair had its own striking charm. But Baldur wasn't intimidated by this Thor. "I'm talking about the Thor in my world, puppy. If you don't need your ears, I can give them away." In Baldur's eyes, this Thor was far too immature. He didn't know how strong this version was. But if it was anything like his own world, Thor's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Even so, Baldur's sharp tongue refused to be restrained. Thor raised Mjolnir high, and with a crackle of lightning, launched an attack. In the God of War universe, Baldur and Thor were both Odin's loyal hounds, and neither could be taken lightly. Baldur's raw power was unremarkable. He relied mostly on his immortality and a reckless, all-out fighting style, dangerous on a first encounter. But Thor was a different story. The title Giant Slayer was earned in battlefields piled high with corpses. His brute strength was overwhelming. In the original storyline, even in a drunken stupor, he fought a fierce battle with Kratos' wife, Faye, and later, during his first clash with Kratos, created the legendary scene of lightning frozen in ice. In one place, he even went so far as to forcibly reshape the landscape, smashing a mountain into a basin with sheer force. And in the original prophecy, it was even said that Kratos himself would die at Thor's hands. All of this was a testament to Thor's overwhelming power. But Baldur knew, as a tracker, his job was to do things that couldn't see the light of day, not to clash head-on with Thor. He might have become a mad dog because of his immortality, but he wasn't a fool. So, the moment Mjolnir left Thor's hand, Baldur dodged without hesitation. He was well aware of what Thor's hammer could do, and getting out of its way was the smart move. After all, it could smash a giant skull with ease. If he were capable of that much, would he really need to be Odin's tracker? He'd have been charging on the front lines of war long ago. Immortality was a nuisance, but just because he couldn't die didn't mean he couldn't be trapped. While Mjolnir was still flying, Baldur didn't rush to attack. Instead, he kept a close eye on both Thor's movements and the hammer's trajectory. Seeing this, Odin nodded in approval and reached out to stop Thor. "Father," Thor looked at Odin in confusion. "He's our honored guest for now. There's no need to draw weapons the moment he arrives. Besides, I'd like to hear tales of another Asgard," said Odin as he summoned Mjolnir back and handed it to Thor. He then gestured for Baldur to take a seat and speak. Baldur felt emboldened. After all, he'd been invited here by Dio himself, Surely they wouldn't let him die in this place, would they? Yet, Odin's smiling gaze unsettled him. Mimir, ever the master of tall tales, once summed up the Odin of the world of the god of war in a single line. Even if he tells you snow is white, don't believe a word of it. That alone spoke volumes about how untrustworthy Odin was in that world. And that was just Mimir's impression of him. With that thought in mind, Baldur found himself at a loss. Odin's eyes were deep and unfathomable. Frigg seemed to sense something as well. She smiled at Baldur and said, "Sit down, there's no need to worry." As she spoke, she glanced at Odin, her eyes filled with a peculiar affection. I never imagined another Asgard would be like that. That night, Odin sighed with emotion. They talked with Baldur late into the night, only leaving when darkness had fallen, and even arranging a room for him to stay. Truth be told, Baldur wasn't particularly eloquent. Odin and Frigg even had to use telepathy to truly understand what the other Asgard was like. Yet in Odin's heart, a new ambition was rising. Dio was traveling the cosmos, crossing between worlds, though no one knew how he managed it. A flame named ambition began to burn within Odin's heart. Frigg approached and said, "So, thinking of one last gamble before you retire? You may be capable, but will the people of Asgard agree? Will the rest of the 9 realms accept it?" Frigg's words made Odin take a deep breath and regain a measure of calm. As he grew older and his divine power increased, his body could no longer keep up with the strength his godly might demanded, resulting in his own weakness. Meanwhile, throughout the 9 realms, prophecies about Ragnarok had resurfaced once again. This stirred unease among the people of the 9 realms. In the original story, the rebellion across the realms was sparked by the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. But now, new reasons had reignited the unrest. Odin understood that if he didn't suppress the rebellion now and chose to act stubbornly, the 9 realms would truly break away from Asgard's rule. Yet with reluctance he spoke, "You know how vast that world is. If we could conquer it all." Frigg gently placed a finger to Odin's lips. "You know it isn't possible. You knew even before I told you." Leaning into Odin's embrace, Frigg murmured, "You're just waiting for me to persuade you, just like you always have." Gradually, Odin calmed down. Yes, the 9 realms were already the furthest reach of Asgard's power. If they tried to rule another world beyond the multiverse, how could they possibly manage it? Realizing he'd found a reason to convince himself, Odin let out a resigned sigh. Then he smiled and said, "You truly are my queen, a goddess who always helps me make the right choice." Frigg smiled in return. "Well, I need a wise god king to support me too, don't I?" With those words, the two shared a laugh, wrapped their arms around each other, and returned to their chambers for the night. Meanwhile, in the dragonfolk world with Dio and Hela. In truth, before arriving, Dio and Hela had already mastered Hela's command over her powers. Dio had first located a zombie-infested world, but since zombies were creatures Hela could control, he decided to use the system to randomly select another world for their experiment. Dio didn't even have time to check the world's name before Hela made her move. In a mere instant, Dio watched as Hela drew out the souls of nearly everyone on the planet. Men, women, young and old. Their translucent souls hovered, tethered to their bodies. In that moment, the entire planet seemed to come to a halt. With another sweep of her hand, Hela sent their souls back into their bodies. But it didn't end there. After their souls returned, their bodies began to regenerate lost limbs. Regrow limbs? Dio looked closer and noticed that this world had highly advanced technology. Prosthetics and artificial limbs were everywhere. Yet the gap between rich and poor was still glaring, giving the place a certain familiar feeling. It was only then that Dio noticed a place called Night City. He curled his lip in distaste. Without a word, he snuffed out a man named Adam, who was wailing in agony over his newly regrown limbs, and then he and Hela quietly left. Dio swore he had absolutely no personal grudge in killing him. After returning to the Marvel Universe, Dio gathered his guards and set off for this world, the world of the Dragon Clan. This time, he planned to move quickly. The reason for coming to the world of the dragons was simple. There was something here called a Nibelungen. Even though he'd known from reading the novel that this Nibelungen had nothing in common with the one from myth, Dio still wanted to come here and see if Hela could find a way to grow stronger. So Dio brought his guards along, determined to speed-run this world. Naturally, Dio's arrival caused quite a stir. Of course, everyone thought it was an alien invasion. A colossal warship, vast enough to blot out the sky, suddenly hovered in Earth's orbit, while an uncountable army of Transformers swiftly scanned and locked onto every Nibelungen across the globe. And then Dio and Hela descended to the surface themselves. World leaders everywhere were left utterly speechless. At Castle College, Looming Faye, just a first-year student, watched footage of the alien fleet and glanced blankly at Professor Manstein. Looming Faye asked, Professor, is it true what you said in the admissions interview about aliens? Even Professor Manstein was at a loss for words. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stammered, "Don't talk nonsense, Ming Fei. That was just an example. I'd better call the vice principal." With that, he turned and dashed out of the room. Meanwhile, Dio and Hela's first destination was the polar Nibelungen, the very one Chu Zihong would one day stumble upon by accident. Dragon King Odin's power enveloped the place where Chu Zihong existed. With brute force, Dio tore open a rift, revealing a Nibelungen to the entire world. He made no effort to hide his actions, not even bothering to order a blackout of the world's networks. At Castle College, the Night Watchers. The vice principal watched the live feed, his lips twitching at the sight of Dio violently ripping open a Nibelungen. Speaking into his phone, he muttered, "This guy is a real monster. I have to admit, he truly lives up to the alien reputation." Anger said, "So, have you figured out what he's after?" The vice principal took a swig of liquor and nodded. "Of course. It's obvious. He used an extremely primitive method to break open a Nibelungen and let his companion walk right in." Nibelungen? Angers was surprised. They knew there was a Nibelungen at the pole, and both he and other factions had been sending people for years to search for those lost Nibelungens. But the polar region had long since been turned upside down. That's why I say, he really is something else, accomplishing with ease what we've never managed to do. The vice principal sighed. On the other end, Angers asked, "Can you tell what kind of Nibelungen it is?" The vice principal pulled a wry face. "What do you take me for, Doraemon? I don't know everything. How would I know what's inside that place?" In the world of the Dragon Clan, many of the ancient Nibelungen are closely connected with myths and history. Apart from the so-called Dragon King's shame, that shrimp hidden in the subway system of Yenjing, most Nibelungen are steeped in a historical atmosphere. Of course, the overpass near Luming Phase and Chu Zihong's childhood homes doesn't count either. Those are more like urban legends. After he and Hela stepped into this Nibelungen, they quickly noticed that the so-called Nibelungen was indeed imbued with the laws of death. Though these forces were stable, they were very faint. Perhaps that's why living people aren't immediately assimilated when they enter. Still, intricate alchemical arrays lined the interior, concealing the Nibelungen from the rest of the world. Indeed, apart from being saturated with the laws of death, the Nibelungen is also a realm detached from the world itself. Nibelungen is another name for Niflheim, the land of mist in Norse mythology, also referred to as the land of the dead. Niflheim and Helheim have overlapping duties, resulting in similar laws despite their different functions. In the world of the Dragon Clan, it's an independent domain built by dragons using alchemy. Inside, time stands still. No matter how long you remain, you'll never starve for lack of energy. Within, the faint law of death can only turn non-living things into alchemical substances akin to dead matter. But it cannot bring true death to the living. They can only become the half-living, half-dead, living corpses. Moreover, because of these properties, the Nibelungen possesses a spatial folding attribute, allowing it to remain hidden within the world. Yet only after entering did Dio realize that some Nibelungen even drift beyond the boundaries of this world. These Nibelungen are so close to other worlds that breaking through is like piercing a thin layer of paper. But due to the nature of the internal alchemical field, that paper is surprisingly thick. Of course, it's nothing compared to the barrier that separates worlds, but passing through is no simple feat. Dio began to wonder, if the Nibelungen is so close to the world's barrier and the division is so thin, could it be possible to use the Nibelungen to traverse between worlds? After considering for a moment, Dio decided not to rush. It would be better to let Hela see if there was anything here they could use first. Hela made her way to the very heart of the Nibelungen, closed her eyes, and tried to sense its essence. Soon, she gave Dio her answer. "The only law here is pure death, and there's very little of it. But I can sense other places where different laws are much stronger." Dio replied, "Then let's try somewhere else. There are plenty of Nibelungen like this one. Though Nibelungen in such locations are probably pretty rare." What Dio meant was simple. There are very few Nibelungens like this one, situated near the poles and extremely sensitive to elemental turbulence. The only other places that might have such features are those with similarly unique natural environments. "Can you sense where the other one is?" Hela thought for a moment, reached out with her senses, and replied, "Roughly, within China's borders. I can sense several large Nibelungens there, and their laws are relatively intact, though none are as complete as the ones here." Dio nodded, opened a spatial portal, and stepped through. Their first stop, the Three Gorges. The Imperial Guard and the Transformers units had already arrived ahead of them, and were locked in a tense standoff with the local forces. Imperial Guards wielding power halberds stood upon the dam, while in the sky, transformers circled warily alongside the Chinese Air Force. News from this place was impossible to contain. Everything was broadcast live, and just like the Marvel Earth, the whole world watched in astonishment. Imperial guards gripping power halberds, colossal warships, and ever-vigilant transformers. Could this mean the Emperor himself had descended? It wasn't just the online spectators. Even some soldiers on the ground, familiar with the Warhammer universe, were utterly stunned. Nevertheless, discipline prevailed, and no one dared whisper. When Dio and Hela emerged from the spatial portal, tension rippled through everyone present. The local military commander immediately strode forward, megaphone in hand, and called out, "Honored visitors from another world, can you tell us why you've come to Earth?" Dio glanced back at the commander and replied, "There's no need for alarm. Think of me as a traveler. I'll visit a few places, and then I'll leave your world. I won't interfere with your world in any way. You have my word." With that, he turned away, ignoring further questions, and walked up to the dam. All eyes, both in person and across the globe, were fixed on this scene. Some people doubted Dio's intentions. Others watched with a touch of schadenfreude. The Three Gorges Dam was one of China's few facilities equipped with nuclear strike capabilities. If the dam were destroyed, the entire downstream region would be flooded, and China's nuclear response could target the whole world. And that would be an indiscriminate retaliation. No one wanted to bear the consequences of such a disaster. But now, things are different. An alien had arrived. If the Three Gorges were to be destroyed by an extraterrestrial, perhaps China wouldn't unleash nuclear strikes across the globe? Those who had been gloating now found their smiles fading, uncertainty creeping in. Meanwhile, Dio approached Hela. "There's indeed a Nibelungen beneath us, but it's not a layered space. As I recall, this place was hollowed out, an entire mountain emptied and filled with bronze, crafted like a cast to form an alchemical domain. But the laws inside are truly quite complete," Hela said, meeting Dio's gaze. Diomedes had no other choice. This was the closest Nibelungen he could find. So, Diomedes used his telekinesis to lift the river water into the air. Everyone present, or even those watching through the live stream, were so shocked that their legs gave out, buckling beneath them. This is what a true river in the sky looks like. Someone sighed in awe, snapping everyone else back to their senses. In truth, the principle was simple. By using telekinesis to construct a bridge, Diomedes simply redirected the river, creating a new channel for the water to flow through. Once the riverbed was emptied, two enormous figures burst forth into the open air. Most onlookers could only make out two massive, shadowy forms soaring out from below. But Diomedes, along with the watchers from Castle College who were following the video feed, knew exactly what these were: the dragon attendants from the Bronze City beneath the Three Gorges Dam, the guardians of the King of Bronze and Fire. Yet the moment these dragon attendants emerged, they were locked onto by the mechanical behemoths hovering above, transformers in the sky, who immediately opened fire. Twin blasts of searing laser shot forth. And even though the dragon attendants boasted high resistance to extreme heat and metallic attacks, their defenses were pierced in an instant. The two colossal forms crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. It was only then that the people nearby finally got a clear look at what had fallen. Towering bodies, menacing heads, and signature fiery red scales. Giant red lizards. Their appearance was strikingly similar to the dragons found in Western fantasy tales. So, the Chinese military had kept their distance. Even as the highest-ranking commander stood at the very front, he was still far from the dragon corpses. Yet, as a soldier with sharp eyesight, he could see everything with clarity. "These are dragons, the most unique creatures of your world," remarked a member of the Imperial Guard standing beside him. "Ah, dragon?" The Supreme Commander stammered, his voice unsteady. In all his years, he had never imagined that such beings existed in this world. But no one answered his question. Once he regained his composure, he pulled out his phone, snapped a few photos, and immediately walked away. He needed to call the highest leader without delay. With the two dragon attendants taken care of, Diomedes led Hela to the gates of the Bronze City. Diomedes used his psychic powers to force the doors open, then flew inside with Hela. Once inside, Hela glanced around. "Is this Nibelungen hidden away?" she asked, uncertainty in her voice. Diomedes looked into the surrounding darkness and replied, "No, this is an alchemical matrix. It must be activated to form a Nibelungen. We broke in without triggering the alchemical field, so to your eyes, it feels as though everything is hidden." As he spoke, Diomedes swept his hand through the air. His powerful psychic energy replaced dragon's blood, activating the alchemical matrix. Instantly, the alchemical field within the Bronze City flared to life. Even the mountains outside began to tremble. People found it difficult to stand. swaying unsteadily as if they were drunk. The ground began to crack open, with massive fissures spreading outward from where it first broke. Yet before these cracks could stretch too far, an immense surge of energy erupted and enveloped the area, halting the fissures in their tracks and stilling the trembling earth. Every member of the Imperial Guard knew exactly who was behind this. It was their emperor. The alchemy domain had been activated, and the Nibelungen came into being in an instant. Hela, as if she had a map hack-toggled on, went straight to the very heart of the Nibelungen. The rest of the process unfolded just as before. She closed her eyes and began to attune herself. Dio, too, was absorbing the laws at work within. Just as Hela had said, the internal laws here were remarkably complete, so much so that Dio managed to comprehend a portion of the laws of space. Thanks to the Infinity Stones, the system had essentially placed the laws of time and space directly into Dio's hands. That was why Dio could so easily perceive the power of these laws. Time passed swiftly. After just over an hour, both Hela and Dio emerged from within. Their next destination, Shenangia. A day later, Hela had gotten her wish, traversing the globe as she attuned herself to the laws within the Nibelungen. What was truly astonishing was that the most enigmatic figures of the dragon world, Odin and the Crown Prince, remained utterly silent. Not a trace of them could be found. Dio scoured the world again and again with his psychic powers and telepathy. He was genuinely shocked. Who could possibly slip past his mental detection? Leaving aside Dio's surprise, the organizations of hybrids and the governments of ordinary humans found themselves feeling both relieved and anxious. They were relieved because they had now located nearly all of the major Nibelungen sites, except for the subway station in the capital, which was actually rather unstable, a simple Nibelungen conjured up by Xiami to hide her brother. Otherwise, people wouldn't have wandered into it by mistake. But their worries were much more complicated. Put simply, the upper echelons of the world's governments were more or less aware of the existence of dragons and hybrids. But to avoid alarming the public and destabilizing society, the governments would never publicly acknowledge the existence of dragons. Even when something truly inexplicable by science occurred, such as feats only possible through word spirits or alchemy, they would always find some so-called expert to muddle the issue. Or perhaps put together a few episodes of science investigation show, spouting a heap of nonsense to gloss things over. That's how it was dealt with domestically. Abroad, things were handled much more bluntly. In the land of the free, gunfights break out every day. Life is free. Death is random. It's chaos out there, and with few surveillance cameras to boot. Vast lands, sparse populations, and plenty of crazed killers roaming around. Even if some uncontrollable undead or alchemical corpses crafted from human flesh did appear, there were always plenty of excuses for the bodies piling up. At the same time, if news about hybrids and dragons ever got out, it would likely push the already unstable lower rungs of society into even greater turmoil. That would make things much harder for those Anglo-Saxon lords to rule. So, under the machinations of those with ulterior motives, chaos descended upon most Western countries in just a single day. America, in particular, was hit the hardest. Every kind of turmoil erupted in every state. Short of outright secession, they saw it all. Son, come home now. It's too dangerous out there. As the president of the Lionheart Society, Chu Zihong was a man with the composure of a cold-blooded killer. Yet even someone like him couldn't help but tremble slightly when that inevitable call from home came through. Sorry, Mom. Chu Zihong didn't know how to talk to his mother about all this. After apologizing, he decided to stay at Castle College. If he went home now, he might never get another chance to take his revenge. Lu Mingfei propped his face on one hand, bored out of his mind as he watched Chu Zihong talk to his mother. Caesar ignored his constantly buzzing phone, watching Chu Zihong with great interest. They were both envious. At a time like this, there was still someone out there who cared enough to call him. Hearing his mother's sobs over the phone, Chu Zihong felt as if his heart was being wrung. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Zihong began to recount what had happened between him and his father, Chu Tianjiao, on the overpass. Ignoring the stunned looks from the two beside him, Chu Zihong painted a vivid, detailed picture of the events. In the end, Chu Zihong promised he would come home when school was on break and take her to Chu Tianjiao's house. He truly hadn't discovered that basement, but now, thinking it over carefully, Chu Zihong realized that there were plenty of clues he'd overlooked. Is that the Emperor? You really think so? Since when is the Emperor that short? Idiot, the Emperor can change his appearance at will. How do you think those two from Hydra got their abilities? By the way, if that's the Emperor, who's the person next to him? Could it be the scientist, Amal Astart? You think she would let the Emperor treat her like that? Hugging and holding her so close. They look pretty intimate, don't they? Could it be lust? Damn, man, that's sugar beet. I'm a farmer. And I say that's definitely sugar beet. She actually looks like an actress, come to think of it. With the release of the Three Gorges video, people all over the world were talking. As for the two slain dragon attendants, aside from certain Tang, who preferred to remain anonymous, crying their heart out, almost no one paid them any attention. After all, compared to what looked like giant lizards out of a Western fantasy, aliens were much more captivating. Especially when this alien was clad in golden armor, just like the Emperor, flanked by imperial guards. It was as if a real-life action hero had walked out of a movie. Many fans, disappointed by just watching the video, immediately hopped on planes and trains to try their luck in person. But of course they'd find nothing. After all, Dio traveled by opening portals. Why take a plane when you can teleport? Come on, that stuff is just for showing off. After escorting Hela back to the spaceship, Dio made his way to Castle College. As a distinctive feature of this world, Dio still wanted to see it for himself. After all, the plot of this novel spanned his own high school and university years in his previous life. Back then, he hadn't thought too much about it. He simply had a love-hate relationship with Jiang Nan, that notorious author. Later, when he learned that Dragon Raja was modeled after Harry Potter, Dio even went back to fill in the gaps. The result was disappointing. The author's writing was just too poor. At least Harry Potter showed some real growth during his time at school. But what about Lu Mingfei? From beginning to end, he was just a hapless loser. It was impossible to see any development in him at all. It felt as if the only difference between Lu Mingfei in his senior year of university and when he graduated from high school was simply that he'd gotten a few years older. His temperament hadn't changed one bit. Then Dio recalled the fanfictions from his previous life. In the earliest stories, protagonists would travel into the novel and instantly gain the most powerful bloodlines, wield the most formidable words of power, and woo all the heroines from the original story. That was the signature of transmigrator protagonists back then, a hallmark of an era. Really, now, watching Lu Mingfei cowering behind Caesar and Chu Zihong, trembling like a frightened rabbit, Dio shook his head. Calling him a hopeless case felt like an insult to hopeless cases everywhere. Your Majesty, may I ask what brings you to Castle College, and how we can be of assistance? Angers, dressed in a gray and white suit, bowed gracefully to Dio, every movement radiating the poise of a true British gentleman. Angers shot a sidelong glance at Lu Mingfei, wondering what it was about this unimpressive local that could possibly draw the personal attention of an alien, perhaps even an alien emperor. Dio eyed Lu Mingfei, who looked as if he'd just been startled out of his wits, and couldn't help but purse his lips. He was tempted to take him along for some toughening up, just like the Lu Mingfei from those multiverse fanfictions he used to read. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. He was here to pay tribute to his lost youth, not to play babysitter. He scrutinized Lu Mingfei a bit more and found something strange about his body. Outwardly, he seemed as soft and timid as a rabbit. But in reality, his physical strength was impressive, though it required a transformation, much like the Hulk, to unlock it. It occurred to Dio that this might be Lu Mingfei's own latent power, though Lu Mingfei himself was completely unaware of it. Judging from the events in the third book, where the method of controlling Arii triggered a reaction, it was highly likely that Lu Mingfei's body was actually that of Zero. Zero had somehow swapped bodies with the original infant Lu Mingfei using unknown means. But considering the nature of dragons in this world, perhaps fusion was a better term. After pondering for a while, Dio simply turned and left. He didn't say a word, leaving the anxious group behind, bewildered and at a loss. Angers narrowed his eyes, his face dawning with sudden understanding. After Di left, Lu Mingfei and the others looked at Principal Ange's expression. Caesar asked, "Could it be that the principal knows why this alien emperor has come?" "Huh, the principal knows," Lu Mingfei exclaimed in surprise. Chu Zihong kept his gaze steady, but secretly tuned part of his attention to listening closely. Ange's face darkened. He didn't know a thing. "Lu Mingfei, you stay. The rest of you, head back," Ange said, his tone calm and unhurried. "Chu Zihong, your mother called again. Don't let your family worry." Chu Zihong's expression didn't change. He nodded and left right away. Caesar followed behind Chu Zihong. The Gattuso family had sent someone as well. This time, Di didn't interact with anyone else on Earth. After swiftly resolving the issues with Nibelungen and the laws, Di simply left with Hela. "Where are you planning to go next?" Back in the palace of the Marvel Empire, Hela sat on the sofa, watching Di. Di eyed the list of worlds the system allowed him to travel to, feeling a bit indecisive. Lately, the worlds he'd visited hadn't offered much in the way of talent to recruit, and the quality of those worlds was depressingly low. So far, he'd only managed to bring in Baldur, and after Ragnarok, he might still pick up Kratos and his son, maybe even Thor's family. DS' attention landed on a particular world. Its symbol was a sharply pointed emblem, at first glance a triangle, but the two lower corners weren't joined by a straight line, instead forming a shape resembling an axe. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. DE raised an eyebrow. He recognized this world. It was a vast, interconnected universe. Collectively, it was known as the Assassin's Creed world. But as for the finer details, DE wasn't familiar. He scratched his chin, debating whether to go. Noticing his hesitation, Hela leaned over to take a look. The iconic title and logo were unmistakable. How could she not recognize what sort of universe this was? Have these humans run out of ideas? They just keep milking our stories for all they're worth. Hela rolled her eyes in exasperation. First the God of War universe, and now Assassin's Creed. Hela could only shake her head. DE let out a low, amused chuckle. Well, there's nothing to be done. For ordinary people, these are all myths, sources of inspiration that brighten their otherwise brief lives. After all, these are ancient legends. No one even knows who the original storyteller was, so the law can't touch them. They can twist the stories however they please. As he finished, DS' expression turned a little odd. Come to think of it, the Marvel movies have reimagined Norse mythology too. The comics did some tweaking as well, but not as much. It's just that Thor's Odin's most powerful son, and Loki is Thor's sworn brother. Most of the other characters from the myths still exist in some form. Of course, in the comics, Thor doesn't have any children, and Hela is still Loki's daughter, just as she is in the original mythology. Yet for Hela as she is now, the myths on Earth are nothing more than a collection of rumors, mortal fantasies, and wild improvisations, all patched together into stories. You want to go? Hela crossed her arms and looked at Dio, a hint of exasperation in her eyes. Dios me id laitli. Not here. I'm headed somewhere else. As she spoke, Dio pressed an icon. It conjured a scene straight out of a zombie apocalypse, with only two Chinese characters displayed above. It was the ancient prison that had fallen from the heavens, now sealed and guarded in the sacred Vatican grounds. Within its walls, countless hellish creatures were imprisoned. The magnetic fields inside could block all energy, leaving only the strength of one's flesh and martial arts to rely on. No sooner had Dio crossed over than she found herself standing before a massive golden gate, adorned with a relief of a cross. On either side of the cross, there were decorations resembling watchful eyes. Dio's attention was immediately drawn to the gate before her, while Hellas was captured by the commotion behind them. The instant she arrived, she discovered that a fight had broken out right where they landed, and without hesitation, she dashed straight into the fray. What the hell just shot past us? A voice called out behind Dio. She turned to see a group of oddly shaped people standing there. A quick glance told Dio that this was probably the team led by the protagonist, by Xiaofei, about to enter the gate of hell. And at this very moment, she was standing directly in front of that gate. Bai Xiaofei, panic written all over his face, grabbed the people around him and shouted, "I think that was a huge black rat just now." A giant black rat just scurried past. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Dio felt a chill sweep through the air, as if the temperature had suddenly dropped. Hela, having left, now returned, seized by Xiaofei by the head, and gave him a sound beating. Dio averted her gaze, unwilling to witness Bai Xiaofei's suffering. Damn, where'd this crazy woman come from? One of the joint task force members who'd come to open the gate didn't even attempt to intervene. After all, they were just following orders, and none of them knew Bai Xiaofei all that well. Still, they regarded Dio and Hela warily, their curiosity piqued by the arrival of these two strangers. Only the female corpse king within the group seemed truly surprised. She couldn't see through Hela's strength at all. More than that, she could sense that Hela could easily kill her if she wished. She licked her lips, then, crouching beside the battered Bai Xiaofei, said, "Bai Xiaofei, just apologize. You were the one who offended her first." Huh? What? Huh? Bai Xiaofei, dazed from the beating, stammered in confusion. Having vented her anger, Hela shook out her hand and muttered that he was tougher than she expected, then strode away. Now, Bai Xiaofei's physical body had already reached the heavenly tier, and with his array of supernatural martial arts, his power was at the very peak of that level. With the combination of his supernatural abilities and his own unique combat prowess, he could even pull off a trick against an early or mid-stage god-level expert if needed. His body could never withstand a nuclear warhead, not even a small one, but for an ordinary missile to kill him would still be quite a challenge. If you placed him in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Bai Xiaofei, as he was now, would be someone who could go toe-to-toe with Hulk or Thor in a bare-knuckle brawl. Once he stepped through the gate of hell, using its unique properties to merge his own energy into one, and after consuming those golden pearls to push his physical body to the godly realm, Bai Xiaofei would be capable of beating the current Thor to death with his bare hands. This was no exaggeration. Thor's physical strength only reached the point where he could withstand the power of a neutron star after several awakenings. As for the Thor of today, in terms of sheer bodily toughness, he was far behind. Let alone a neutron star, even a high-yield nuclear bomb could leave him gravely wounded. "Are you planning to stop us?" asked the female dragon right, looking at Dio, who stood motionless before them. Without the slightest hesitation, Dio stepped aside, making way for them. Everyone exchanged glances, surprised. They had never met someone so accommodating before. None of them saw any reason to provoke a man whose true abilities were impossible to gauge, especially since his very entrance had been so peculiar. Soon, the members of the Dark Council quietly arranged themselves and smoothly opened a pillar of light that would lead them inside. Dio gazed thoughtfully at the pillar of light. In the comics, this pillar was a kind of portal. It would break down its targets using molecular reorganization, transmit them, and then reassemble them on the other side. The technology itself wasn't all that difficult. Dio's empire had long since developed a mature version. Yet it only worked for short-range transfers within the same star system. Anything beyond a light year was too difficult to execute reliably. After all, this kind of teleportation array rapidly disassembles a person or object at the molecular level and transmits them at light speed, but over longer distances, it becomes impossible to guarantee their integrity. Still, the spin-offs of this technology were rather interesting. When installed in safety inspection departments, every imperial citizen needing to pass security would be scanned at the molecular level. Any contraband would be exposed instantly. Dragon Right nudged the dazed Bai Xiaofei with her foot, urging him to get up. Bai Xiaofei wobbled to his feet, his words defiant as ever. "With my invincible golden shield and iron skin, who could ever break through my defense?" Everyone was left speechless at his bravado. Back when reading the comic, it wasn't just the fresh storyline that stood out. The protagonist himself was a bundle of nonsense, always spouting quips and sarcastic remarks. Amid the post-apocalyptic chaos of that world, the hero's absurdity somehow brought a strange glimmer of hope. Gathering his thoughts, Bai Xiaofei staggered a bit, but still made his way to the pillar of light. He reached out, his body dissolving into molecules as he was teleported inside. Within the gate of hell, a strange magnetic field reigned. Even god-level or super-god-level experts, upon entering, could rely only on the raw strength of their physical bodies. Only those with strength surpassing the godlike level could hope to freely wield their power within this place. With this thought in mind, Dio strode right in. The gates of hell are divided into several layers. Bai Xiaofei and his companions had first entered the lowest layer. Dio quickly located the Corpse King. He remembered that a peculiar kind of rabbit lived here. These creatures had extraordinarily long, fleshy tails and could merge with the surrounding trees, manipulating vines to entangle their enemies. The Corpse King's mate had, in fact, fallen to these little monsters, slain by their explosive assault. Moreover, inside the heads of these rabbits was a pit, much like a peach stone. Consuming it would cleanse one's entire body, and even long you had considered it a treasure. Dio intended to catch and breed these rabbits. They truly were marvelous things. No, in fact, the gates of hell were filled with all manner of wonderful treasures, and now they all belonged to him. A subtle smile played across Dio's lips. With a single swift motion, he seized a rabbit and instantly refined it. Letting go, Dio resisted the urge to scoop up everything on the spot. He wanted to preserve the internal ecosystem here, keeping it as intact as possible. After a moment's thought, he decided to ignore the protagonist party for now. Instead, Dio smashed through the ceiling and ascended directly to the topmost layer. Before leaving, he snatched another pit from a rabbit skull. The flavor was pleasing, and its cleansing effects on the body were remarkable, though one pit alone did little to enhance him. Lost in thought, Dio came to a halt. He swept the entire gates of hell with his psychic sense, discovering several hidden treasures depicted in the comics. Star Marrow was one such treasure, which the Lady Saint Master had found on the wasteland layer after possessing an angel. The rest seemed to be on the layer below. Using his telekinesis, Dio retrieved the Star Marrow and retraced his steps. As for the venerable elder of Yanhuang, trapped on the wasteland layer, Dio scanned his memories with psychic power and acquired the complete cultivation method for the sword of the poet immortal. Then, from afar, Dio replenished the old man's vitality with a surge of psionic energy, healing his withered body before moving on. After all, he was here to win people over. Everyone counted, even the Corpse King Long Yu. None of them could be allowed to die. As a powerful Eternal, Dio's very presence was a tantalizing feast for the alien powerhouses of this world. Yet, when they rushed in, expecting a succulent prize to be served up on a platter, they realized too late that the meal was in fact a savage god. The Lady Saint Master herself, soul and all, was shattered by Dio in an instant. She never even had the chance to display her formidable powers. With her death, the controlling demon hands she commanded collapsed, left limp and useless. Her only surviving offspring, the sensing bird, was reduced to ashes by a bolt of Dio's psionic lightning the moment it tried to strike back. Gazing at the field littered with corpses, Dio closed his eyes and felt the energy coursing through his body. It was immense, roughly equal to the combined energy he'd amassed after wiping out the entire shinobi world during his time in the world of Naruto. Seems like the seal on this gate of hell is quite impressive if it can suppress someone of this level down to merely a god-tier existence, Dio mused. Through telepathy, he also located the angel who had been swallowed by the matron of the Holy Hand. Sensing carefully, he realized the angel's soul hadn't been taken over. It was simply dormant. With a surge of spiritual energy, he awakened her. The angel was utterly dazed by this abrupt awakening. The last thing she remembered was being unintentionally devoured during her battle with the matron, and now, Mortal, no, honored one. Thank you for saving my life, stammered Gabriel, the angel. She was stark naked at first, but quickly conjured a skin-tight suit with her powers. Instinctively, she began to speak from a place of authority, but as she sensed Dio's energy, she realized she stood before a being whose strength far surpassed even the so-called Star Lords, someone whom even the prison of hell couldn't suppress. She dropped to her knees without hesitation. Dio paid her no mind, striding straight into the cave where the matron of the Holy Hand had dwelled. Saving Gabriel had been a simple gesture. He merely wanted to peacefully inquire about the so-called angelic treasure, the secret behind the creation of the Star Marrow. Even the pig-headed king of the Forsaken Star Layer had called it a legendary artifact. Clearly, it was a closely guarded secret. What's more, both Bai Xiaofei and Ranigua had experienced noticeable physical enhancements after consuming it. Yet, the angel possessed by the matron had meddled with it using additional methods, intending to leverage this to control Bai Xiaofei and the others later. Inside the matron's cave, a spaceship rested in the shadows. Dio inspected it. Its technology was highly advanced, but with the cutting-edge Marvel tech at Dio's disposal, he quickly spotted the problem. The internal power system was completely defunct, likely dead even before the ship crossed into the gate of hell. Not that it mattered. Dio had already deciphered all the technology within, even discovering the very spacesuits described in the original story and unraveling their construction secrets. After that, he lost interest. After all, Dio planned to take the entire hellish prison with him. Whether he brought the ship along or not was irrelevant. He cast another look at the lake nearby. In the original story, when the protagonist Bai Xiaofei drank the water here, his physical strength noticeably increased. Dio took out the Star Marrow, took a sip of the lake water, and felt an explosive surge of energy detonate inside him. And then, Dio let out a loud fart. This stuff truly did enhance the body. Even for someone as powerful as Dio, it had a tangible effect. Even the slightest improvement was still an improvement. Stepping out of the cave, Dio found that the angel had already left. He wasn't surprised. He immediately sensed the angel's location and, with a flicker of movement, appeared right in front of her. Gabriel, who was searching the Forsaken Star Layer for the sacred relics of her kind, was startled. When she realized it was Dio, she finally stopped in her tracks. Honored one, is there anything I can do for you? Gabriel halted, bowing with utmost respect. Dio appreciated this perceptive angel and said, I want some of the secret techniques of your angelic race. In exchange, I can send you out of here immediately. You won't have to fight those useless fools upstairs to the death. Gabriel was startled, but then gave it careful thought. Trading secret techniques for a chance to leave was indeed a tempting offer. However, she hadn't come here just to escape. Her real purpose was to work with the Archangel to eliminate the 3 hellish overlords of this infernal layer. If she succeeded, she would have far greater resources to ascend to the rank of 4-winged angel. Honored one, I do not require your help to leave, but if you can aid me in eliminating the 3 powerful beings of this hellish layer, I will hand over every secret technique I know, Gabriel replied with the same respectful tone, her voice barely wavering. Dio, who knew the story well, certainly understood what a mess those 3 upstairs were. One was a fallen angel with a broken mind, obsessed with resurrecting his long-dead wife. Another was a ruthless soul who'd torn out his own essence, erased the mark of the prisoner, and taken a new body. The third, most likely at this very moment, was being nailed to a cross by the 6-winged lord, his blood draining away drop by drop. Taking out those 3 would be a breeze, but Dio still felt it wasn't a fair trade. He might as well seek out the archangel who had sealed the gates of hell with both soul and flesh. No, your terms are too steep. Dio shook his head. Give me the method for crafting star marrow, and I'll send you out. As for those 3 upstairs, they're already my prey. I'll hunt them down whether you ask or not. With his hands clasped behind his back, Dio turned away from Gabriel. Gabriel considered the situation. Anyone who could move freely in this hellish prison was surely strong enough to deal with the 3 Star Lords. If she could leave, she could still bring the news back to her people. After weighing her options, Gabriel agreed. Star marrow. After all, once she returned, she could mobilize the angels to hunt down this man and scour the planet. Who would ever know she'd reveal their secrets? She extended a finger, and a point of light formed on her forehead, which she handed over to Dio. Dio reached out and took it. He wiped away the soul imprint embedded within and examined the contents carefully. He wasn't foolish. Obviously, anything meant to be absorbed straight into one's mind needed to be handled with caution. Gabriel's heart skipped a beat. If he detected her soul mark, he might have seen through her plan. Gritting her teeth, she realized there was no escape from such a powerful being. After reading through the contents, Dio let out a sigh. You see? What are you getting all worked up for? And now look at what's happened. As soon as Dio finished speaking, Gabriel felt a jolt of panic and was about to explain himself. But before he could say a word, an invisible force struck, smashing the angel into a formless heap. Dio seized the soul, probing it directly for its contents. He uncovered all the secret arts the angel had learned and compared them with the astral marrow secrets he held in his own hands. To his astonishment, they were identical. Dio couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. What a pity, he sighed. With a casual gesture, he used his psychic power to snuff out the angel's soul. But no one could say exactly what Dio found so regrettable. Satisfied, Dio made his way to the highest level. As for those 3 on the ruined star layer, he had already dealt with the strongest of the flesh and blood machines. Not only had he gained a vast reserve of energy, but he'd also acquired the opponent's ability to fold space, allowing him to teleport and traverse space at will. With enough energy, he could even cross far greater distances. As for the other 2, he decided to leave them for the main cast to enjoy at their own pace. The highest layer of hell was divided into 3 territories. 1. A region seething with molten lava belonged to the fallen angels. Another, a castle-like mansion, seemed to be the domain of the vampire count Dracula. The last, a place crowned with a domed roof and lush with greenery, marked the realm of the demon lord, Satan. Hovering in the sky, Dio studied the 3 domains. After some thought, he decided to start his rampage with the fallen angels. He didn't have much choice. After all, the fallen angels were closest to him. Dio's approach was quickly spotted by the guardians surrounding the fallen angels. They sprang up, intent on bringing him down. But before they could even get close, a shockwave obliterated them where they stood. The commotion roused the fallen angel, who soared up from the molten depths. The fallen angel's appearance was striking. He retained a humanoid form, with a pair of horns atop his head. Once an angel, he still bore wings on his back. Around his throat and chest hung several ornaments shaped like human skulls. Who are you? The fallen angel fixed Dio with a look of confusion. Since when had such a powerful being appeared in this prison? No, outsiders stumbled in here from time to time. Was this another one of them? But something about this newcomer felt different. The fallen angel began to edge backward, wings beating, his body leaning away in wary retreat. Seeing this, Dio smiled faintly. He reached out and, with a surge of psychic power, crushed the fallen angel into a mass of flesh, his soul annihilated in an instant. Dio's attack came without warning. The fallen angel had no time to prepare, no chance even to react. He was simply erased, body and soul. No amount of regeneration could save him. He was simply wiped from existence. Far away, Satan's eyes flickered open. He had sensed the life force of the fallen angel, Azazel, vanish. Oh, that fool is dead? When did such a powerful presence appear on this level? As the patriarch of the demon clan, Satan knew exactly how strong the fallen angels were. To be able to kill so swiftly and silently. This alone spoke volumes about the opponent's formidable strength. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Satan's senses blared with warning. He quickly dodged to one side. In a blink, Satan's palace was reduced to rubble. At the very first sign of danger, Satan managed to whisk away his subordinate, who was also his soul's vessel, Hunter Star. Before Satan could utter a single word, he was utterly shattered. Though it was nothing more than a casual strike from Dio, the fact that Satan managed to evade, it was testament to the Star-Lord's exceptional prowess. Yet at best, this only earned him a fleeting glance from Dio before he finished the job, obliterating both Satan and Hunter Star, down to the very last trace of their souls. Sensing the surge of energy within himself, Dio noted that it was 10 times greater than what the fallen angel had offered. No wonder he was the Star Lord, a power on par with the strongest within the Hellgate, second only to the six-winged Saint Lord herself. Dio turned toward the castle, where Dracula hung crucified on the cross. In an instant, he appeared before Dracula. Seated around them, trembling in fear, were the remaining members of the Dark Council who had entered with by Xiaofei. He paid them no heed and teleported them away without a second thought. Dracula, by now, had lost so much blood that she was drifting in and out of consciousness. Suddenly, she let out a cold laugh. "Are you here to mock me?" "Not at all." Dio shook his head, though he did regard this ruthless soul with a second, lingering look. After all, the three lords had formed something of an alliance, but in the end, it was this one who paid the highest price. The fallen angel, for all her bluster, had only managed to stall for time, offering no real help. If anything, she'd been content to watch from the sidelines. Dio saw no point in further conversation. With a wave of his hand, he erased Dracula as well. Feeling the energy coursing through his body, Dio couldn't help but curl his lip in disappointment. After draining so much blood, her power had dwindled so drastically that the energy she provided wasn't even a quarter of what he'd taken from the fallen angel. With that, Dio stepped out of the castle and looked up at the round moon suspended on the ceiling. "Are you not going to show yourself?" Fixing his gaze on the moon, Dio focused his mind. In an instant, his psychic power wrapped around it. Suddenly, a female angel with 6 wings appeared before him. She bowed low and pleaded, "Honored one, I beg you, show mercy." She really had no choice but to reveal herself. The moon overhead was, in truth, the true body of the 6-winged Saint Lord. When the Hellgate descended upon Earth, these angels had clashed fiercely with the prison's inmates. The 6-winged Saint Lord had suffered the worst wounds. Their physical form was obliterated entirely. The body she now inhabited was merely a manifestation conjured by her innate angelic energy, while her true self was hidden within the glow of the moon, recovering in secret. And the energy for her recovery? It was drawn from the prisoners themselves, the living beings trapped inside this hellish cage. After all, the magnetic field of the prison sapped their power to almost nothing. Even if their life force was drained, few would notice. So, without hesitation, the 6-winged Saint Lord began absorbing their energy, seeking to restore herself at any cost. But her wounds were too severe, and even after absorbing energy for hundreds of years, she still hadn't fully recovered. "Honored one, is there anything you need help with?" the 6-winged Lord asked. Dio shot her a sidelong glance. "You can monitor the entire prison. Don't tell me you don't know what I want. Knowledge is priceless, no matter where you are, but whether it's worth trading for your life depends on the other party's opinion." Sure enough, the 6-winged Lord fell silent. The secret techniques of the angelic race were their most closely guarded secrets. Even as a 6-winged archangel, she could never make the decision to barter them for her life. But as her thoughts raced, she noticed countless tiny motes of light drifting toward Dio. They were fragments of her soul. The 6-winged Lord had splintered her soul into countless pieces, both to absorb energy for healing and to monitor everything within the prison. But now, every soul fragment she had in this level was gathered in Dio's hands. "Have you decided yet?" Dio flicked the orb of soul light before him. The 6-winged Lord trembled in fright. Yet, she clenched her lips and said nothing. "Dio Saith, why couldn't things be settled peacefully?" Resigned, Dio sprang into action, seizing the 6-winged Lord's energy form and making straight for the full moon. "No, what are you doing?" The 6-winged Lord instantly sensed danger and tried to resist, but even her energy-forged body and the soul fragments fused within it were immobilized. In other words, she couldn't even self-destruct anymore. She didn't have the strength to make it a fight to the death. With one grasp, her essence was refined in an instant. This time, she was truly and utterly refined. Twin Perfection Hands, activate. The long-dormant ability surged forth. Dio used one hand to draw in all remaining soul fragments from the other levels. Down in the lowest depths, by Xiaofei, the Corpse King, and the others noticed these glimmering motes drifting toward the ceiling and turned their heads in surprise. The well-traveled Corpse King recognized them as soul fragments and paused, gazing up in amazement. Dio used the Twin Perfection Hands to heal the 6-winged Lord's wounds, and completely altered her soul's memories. Now, she would serve him unconditionally. "Greetings, my master." The 6-winged Lord knelt on one knee, bowing her head in deference. Dio was quite satisfied. This was his first time using the Twin Perfection Hands at full strength, and at first he nearly twisted the six-winged lord's soul into a completely different form. Luckily, his skill improved as he went. Not only did he subdue her perfectly, but he also conveniently rewrote her memories. As for the purpose, well, someone had to help manage this place. The six-winged lord knew the hell prison inside and out. With her in charge, there was nothing to worry about. Besides, angels weren't bound by restrictions here, and the six-winged lord power was at the level of a Grand Star Lord, or perhaps even higher. In the Marvel Universe, judging by what we've seen in the movies, aside from those few godlike beings of the highest order, hardly anyone could stand in her way. Snatching away a powerhouse from the enemy. Now that's what I call a win. Now, all that's left is to bring the entire Hell prison over to the Marvel world. Once everything was settled, Dio left the gates of Hell. At that moment, the gates had just been secured and bound. Dio's presence drew no attention from anyone. After confirming Hela's location, he slipped away quietly. Inside the gates of Hell, peace lingered as before. Without the guidance of an angel or the power of stardust, Bai Xiaofei and his companions had to rely solely on the giant golden orb to lay their foundation. And by sheer luck, they stumbled upon the spring of the Lady of Healing Hands. Bai Xiaofei and Ranigua both tore through their limits, their bodies breaking free and ascending to the level of flesh and blood gods. And because Bai Xiaofei was already a powerhouse, his transformation made him even stronger than Ranigua. However, lacking the aid of Stardust, Bai Xiaofei remained blind even after a fierce battle with a porcine-headed alien. It wasn't until the six-winged lord slaughtered those prisoners that Bai Xiaofei regained a bit of his sight. After that, they were led out of the gates of Hell. When Bai Xiaofei and the others emerged, the high-ranking international forces and military leaders standing guard outside were left utterly speechless. Yet, once they learned that the inside was empty, even the Pope, connected remotely from his hospital bed, couldn't hide his delight. Inside the gates of Hell had once been confined countless demonic beings. The members of the Dark Council of the EU were among those prisoners. They were the descendants of those who had managed to escape from the gates long ago, purely by chance. Especially the Council's president, K. Yes, the same K whose weapon had been snatched by Black Fae and whose very body and soul were claimed by Fae. She was none other than the daughter of Dracula, one of the three overlords of the inner sanctum of the gates of Hell. Now, with all of them perished, the centuries of effort by the Church and people worldwide had not been in vain. Not leaving? Hela asked. Dio shook his head. Both the Corpse King and Bai Xiaofei were rare and formidable assets. If he could win them over, he'd gladly offer them positions as Vanguard commanders. Besides, these were the leading figures of this world, blessed with considerable fortune. In other worlds, even without such fortune, they'd still be favored by fate, a chosen child of destiny. Who knows what miracles they might work on the battlefield? I plan to recruit them, Dio said. Them? Who? Bai Xiaofei. Hela asked. Dio nodded and explained, not just Bai Xiaofei, there's also the Corpse King, Ranigua, and Qinglong. These are all rare talents. Across the myriad worlds, there may be many who reach their level, but most are proud and untamable, inviting trouble if recruited. At least these ones know how to follow orders. Hela nodded in agreement. She had no objections. After all, in leading troops to battle, having obedient soldiers is what matters most. I don't expect my soldiers to achieve anything remarkable. I only hope they'll follow orders. After all, if troublemakers in the ranks aren't kept in check, it can lead to disaster on the battlefield. Let's go. This hellish prison is mine now. Let's see what other treasures this world holds, Dio said, wrapping an arm around Hela. Hela nodded, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Her spirits suddenly lifted. That's wonderful. The zombies in this world are different from those in other worlds. They aren't truly dead, so my powers don't work on them as well, especially the higher level ones. The stronger the zombie, the harder it is for me to control them, Hela explained. I can control them, but it's much more difficult compared to other places. Dio offered her an explanation. The zombies here aren't just the result of some so-called zombie virus. The zombie virus in this world actually originates from within the Corpse King, Longyu. The power inside Longyu is the product of two unique creatures in this world merging together. These two sources are the heart's blood of the phoenix and the icy venom of the frost sea ice demon Jiao. The resulting effect is weakened a millionfold, but it's still nothing ordinary people can handle. The so-called infection is actually a surge of these two energies, awakening latent potential in the human body, forcing it to evolve. Those who fail to endure the process end up as zombie-like beings. But at their core, they're still human, just failed evolutions. The primitive brain takes over, suppressing the higher mind. Their urge to attack and devour. Humans is a genetic craving, the need to absorb similar genes to strengthen themselves so they can survive the evolution and become a new kind of human. Because the primitive brain is in control, the main personality is hidden away as part of the brain's self-defense mechanism. It's as if the host's consciousness is knocked out, while in successful evolutions, it's like the original personality splits, shoving the original self into a dark corner, almost impossible to escape. Except for a few with unyielding will who can quickly reclaim control. Most end up as the Corpse King's puppets. Hela listened in disbelief, sorting out her thoughts before repeating, "So, you're saying these zombies are actually humans? They just failed to evolve, didn't complete the transformation, and became shambling husks." Dio nodded. Hela was left speechless. So, they weren't corpses after all. These zombies were still alive, still human. Let's go. I've pinpointed the Frost Sea Ice Demon Jiao. That creature's hiding beneath the Antarctic ice, fast asleep, Dio said to Hela. After speaking, he glanced back at the gates of hell and smiled faintly. Hela nodded, and the two of them stepped into the portal together. Once they'd left, the Corpse King, Long Yu, finally erupted in a frenzy. By devouring numerous creatures alongside Little Vajra, his power surged dramatically. After leaving the gate of hell, his strength drew infinitely close to what it was in the original story. Some of the hellish beings had been slain by Dio, while others were not consumed by Long Yu and Little Vajra. It was only after Dio and his companion had departed that Long Yu, drenched in sweat, finally emerged from the gate of hell. Long Yu tried to leave, but was stopped by several people who rushed out after him. Although the premature opening of the gate of hell meant there were no effective countermeasures outside, after a chaotic skirmish, he was gravely wounded by Xiaofei, who unleashed the life-burning sword of the poet immortal. Fortunately, Dio had transferred some life force to him, so the group merely passed out from exhaustion rather than dying outright. Without that aid, burning their life essence would have spelled certain death. Afterward, events unfolded much as they had in the original plot. Upon seeing that no one had managed to detain Long Yu, the commander decided to forcefully merge with the myriad dragons to confront the threat. Though Long Yu's power was greatly diminished after his injuries, the newly merged form was still no match for a god-level being. Long Yu still managed to behead the myriad dragons and leave unimpeded. In the aftermath, the gravely wounded Yinhuang commander and the lone mechanical devil from the United States were left to clean up the mess. As for Bai Xiaofei and the others, they each returned to their homes. Naturally, as soon as they returned to their own country, they were summoned for post-battle debriefings. The authorities wanted a detailed account of everything that had transpired inside. This time, the reports were compiled both in written records and recorded audio. But after reviewing the reports, the Supreme Commander decided to question them once more. "So, you're saying there was a six-winged archangel inside the Gate of Hell, and she had a master who ordered her to kill all the prisoners and send you out?" a military officer asked Bai Xiaofei. Bai Xiaofei nodded in response. "That's right. She also said that soon the hellish prison will leave this planet. Her master will take it away, and she instructed us to tell you not to interfere with the Gate of Hell's affairs after we got out." After hearing Bai Xiaofei's account, the officer nodded and glanced behind him. Behind him stood a panel of one-way glass. On the other side, several current top commanders of Yinhuang stood in silent observation. After all, the commander lay gravely wounded and unconscious. The responsibility now rested with them. "I don't think it really matters," one commander said. "All the monsters inside the Gate of Hell are dead anyway. Whether it stays or goes isn't something we can decide right now. What we should do is focus on dealing with the Corpse King." Everyone present agreed with this proposal. They all had a sense that the final battle between humanity and the Corpse King was at hand. So, they began to rally all available top combat strength. The EU, having lost most of its upper echelon fighters while trying to intercept the Corpse King, was unable to send support. The UK and the United States, however, did manage to send reinforcements. Still, the US had only a single SSS-level combatant to spare, so their support was limited. As for the UK, there was nothing more to say. The Beluga Emperor, one of the few on Earth with a god-level, invincible physique, would answer the call. After his journey through the Gates of Hell, Ranaiwa had now become one of Yinhuang's top masters. With the Azure Dragon gravely wounded and still unconscious, Ranaiwa, along with Hei Fei and Bai Fei, could all be counted among the rare elite fighters of Yinhuang. The great battle on the Himalayan plateau had stunned everyone. With effortless ease, they had dealt a crushing blow to America's top fighters, and with a single punch, sent the Emperor hurtling off the planet. They had even hefted an entire mountain, tossing it like a basketball. Such power was simply beyond human imagination. Most astonishing of all was Little Vajra's desperate final attack, the area-blasting map cannon. Though its range seemed limited, its destructive force was overwhelming. When you thought about it, there had been so many mountains between the cannon and its target, yet little Vajra's blast had pushed entire mountain ranges down onto the plains. If this attack were unleashed in open terrain, everyone believed little Vajra could strike any spot on Earth from the plateau. It was well known that anyone who reached the rank of god level could already withstand a certain level of nuclear blast, unless it was a high-yield nuke detonated right in there. There were plenty of ways for a god-level fighter to survive, especially those who cultivated their bodies with special techniques. They could simply shrug off such explosions. Even now, with the Corpse King at the late god-level stage, it would take several high-yield nuclear warheads detonated at close range just to have a chance at defeating him. But at this moment, little Vajra's map cannon had propelled Long Yu into a state of nirvanic rebirth, helping him to fuse the genes of 4 alien species within his body. If it weren't for the absence of Phoenix Heart's blood, Long Yu would have died from that blast. Yet now his strength surpassed all previous limits. He had become super god. Faced with this, Bai Xiaofei had no choice but to unleash his own cheats. By merging Hei Fei and Bai Fei, and combining the souls of the present day Bai Fei and Hei Fei with the soul of their past life, he achieved the legendary 3 souls as one, instantly attaining super god status. Even without the protection of the Chaos Gold Pearl given by the 6-winged Saint Lord, Bai Xiaofei could rely on his martial skills alone to fight Long Yu to a standstill. What a spectacular fight, Hela exclaimed, her excitement barely contained. This level of destructive force, this speed and agility, even the Asgardians could not hope to achieve such feats. Do you really think their training, their inner force, can make them this powerful? Hela suddenly turned to Dio, unable to believe her own eyes. If not for their physical frailty, if they weren't vulnerable to conventional weapons when caught off guard or in a weakened state, these people could be overlords in any world, even ours. Dio, however, remained unruffled by her praise. This is just the basics, he said calmly, gazing down at the battlefield. You haven't seen the cultivation methods in other worlds. There, battles among immortals are commonplace. Even beings like us would be mere mortals in their eyes. Hela clicked her tongue in amazement, her eyes shining as she watched the clash below. From dawn till dusk, Bai Xiaofei and Long Yu clashed relentlessly, each punch and kick charged with overwhelming force. Every blow aimed to devastate the other, and by now, both were utterly exhausted. Soon, Bai Xiaofei and his companions set their plan in motion. They lured Long Yu into a cave, just as described in the original story. Inside, Long Yu discovered his master's remains and the inscriptions etched into the walls. But this cave was, in fact, a clever disguise. Bai Xiaofei and his team had used the Wan Chu flying vessel to create the illusion. They had found the bones of Long Yu's former master, the Qilin sage, and moved the entire chamber here. Then, Bai Xiaofei cloaked the area with a spatial barrier, making it impossible for Long Yu to perceive that the vessel had been relocated. By the time Long Yu realized what had happened, the flying ship had already sped past Mars at a breakneck pace. During this time, Bai Xiaofei managed to establish a brief connection with Earth, witnessing the birth of his own child. The purpose of this elaborate plan was simple. The vessel's destination was the sun. The National Space Agency had confirmed that a comet would be passing by in the coming days, sweeping past Mars and on toward Earth. This was the chance Bai Xiaofei had been waiting for. The comet would carry him home. So, you actually found a way to return to Earth, Long Yu said, arms crossed as he gazed at the comet outside the window. Admiring its beauty, he simultaneously used his psychic powers to hold Bai Xiaofei in place. The moment the comet appears, you plan to leap from the ship, but can you really make that jump? You must be hoping to see your loved ones and your child for the last time. Long Yu's tone was tinged with melancholy, and he fell silent. Perhaps he, too, recalled someone from his past. Bai Xiaofei seemed to hear Long Yu draw a deep breath, making him pause in surprise. Go, Long Yu said quietly. Let her take you back. Thank you for finding my master, Long Yu said, releasing his psychic grip so Bai Xiaofei could leave. Harnessing his spatial powers, Bai Xiaofei slipped out into the cosmos, then used molecular reassembly to forge a sealed helmet, ensuring his oxygen would not escape. He took out the star-capturing chain, using its gravitational pull to hitch a ride with the comet, hurtling back toward Earth. Farewell, Mr. Long. This comet will carry me past Mars, and then I'll be able to return to Earth and see everyone one last time. Long Yu watched as the sun grew ever closer and the comet faded into the distance. In that moment, he seemed to see his beloved from long ago appearing at his side, leaning gently against him. He remembered those days as an apprentice, learning from his master, when he and his beloved Xiao Hui were childhood sweethearts, inseparable. Those were the happiest days of his life. Aren't you going to save him? Didn't you say you wanted to make him your subordinate? Hela asked, glancing at Dio, who remained unmoved. What's the rush? It's not like he can't be saved. Besides, people like him only realize how hard life is after dying once. Human life is so rare, true dharma is hard to attain, and being born in the Central Plains is truly a blessing. With a sigh, Dio reached out, and from a great distance on Mars, seized Long Yu and the flying vessel he was riding in. As a side effect, Long Yu was knocked unconscious in the process. Emperor Pujing, rescued by Xiao Fei in outer space, brought him back into the cabin, and then landed safely on Earth. Bai Xiaofei struggled to hold on until he returned to Earth, but after seeing his wife and newborn child, he simply couldn't hold out any longer and collapsed right away. Everyone hurried to rush Bai Xiaofei to the emergency room. But soon, word spread that Bai Xiaofei had been transferred to the ICU, his body dangerously overdrawn, and after a series of fierce battles, it seemed his life was hanging by a thread. The newly awakened Azure Dragon, still weary, spoke up. Don't worry, Xiaofei is so strong. He'll be fine. That's right. They say that those who survive great disasters are destined for good fortune. We've all made it through such a severe bio-crisis. A little exhaustion is nothing. He'll recover in no time. No one knew who started it, but that one remark made Xiao Meng, Bai Xiaofei's wife, even more heartbroken. It'll be all right. The government has already started reverse engineering the genes of Gourd Kid Golden Warrior. Soon, they'll develop medicine that will save Bai Xiaofei. Supo Cat's words finally brought some comfort to the crowd. Dio ignored all of them and quietly entered the hospital room to look at the unconscious Bai Xiaofei. He used his psychic energy to replenish Bai Xiaofei's life force, then mended his gravely wounded body with his skilled hands. The effect was instant. Bai Xiaofei awoke almost immediately and even managed to sit up. Yet the guard stationed outside the room noticed nothing. Bai Xiaofei was bewildered. The time between his collapse and waking up was just 7 or 8 hours. It felt no different from an ordinary night's sleep. Now conscious, Bai Xiaofei was panting, confused as he glanced at the hospital gown on his body. It was only then that he noticed Dio sitting at his bedside. Who are you? A flash of vigilance appeared in Bai Xiaofei's eyes. He yanked out the 4-needle, ready to use it as a weapon, and lifted his quilt as a shield. But Dio remained unmoved, and with a casual gesture, immobilized Bai Xiaofei together with the quilt he tried to use for defense. Bai Xiaofei, calm down. I'm here to recruit you. With that, Dio handed him a wristwatch, but since Bai Xiaofei was paralyzed, Dio put it directly on his wrist. It was a dimensional travel watch, a product from the system. Let me explain everything. After you've listened, you can decide what you want to do. Dio preferred a peaceful resolution, especially after sensing through telepathy just how uniquely Bai Xiaofei's mind worked. In the original story, when Satan tried to read minds, Bai Xiaofei would simply do math problems in his head and answer questions aloud, confusing Satan to no end. With a swish of its tail, it sent a chunk of stone, one that not even a god could break, crashing into his face. Forget it. It's better if you experience this yourself. Realizing that words were futile, Dio placed his hand directly on the other man's chest, and with a simple gesture, pulled Bai Xiaofei's soul right out of his body. What the hell is this? Bai Xiaofei cried out in shock. Even though his strength had waned, he was still a god-level powerhouse. No one at his level had ever had their soul knocked out of their body with a single slap. Kid, the real shock is still ahead, Dio said, and without another word, let Bai Xiaofei have an experience straight out of Doctor Strange's playbook. When his soul finally returned to his body, Bai Xiaofei trembled from head to toe. Coach, I want to learn. Unable to hold back, Bai Xiaofei blurted it out, making Dio chuckle despite himself. It's good you're awake. Now listen closely. Dio then explained the multiverse and the reason he had come to find Bai Xiaofei. So, are you in or out? Once Bai Xiaofei had composed himself, he immediately gathered his stunned friends and recounted everything about Dio. This watch is so advanced that, even after reverse engineering alien technology, we still can't crack it. If we activate it, there's no telling what might happen, Su Pocat said, holding the watch Dio had given to Bai Xiaofei, his face clouded with uncertainty. Everyone frowned. If it couldn't be cracked, there was no way to tell if it was real or a trap. If something went wrong all of a sudden, they wouldn't even have a chance to save anyone. I'll do it. Bai Xiaofei suddenly volunteered, snatching the watch back and flipping it on. No one had time to react before Bai Xiaofei took the watch, and when everyone turned to look, a faint blue portal had already appeared out of thin air. They stared at each other, unsure of what to do next. Even Bai Xiaofei himself froze, uncertain. He never told me it would be like this, Bai Xiaofei muttered in confusion. Dio hadn't said what would happen once the watch was activated. He glanced down at the watch, where three bold characters stared back at him. The Terminator. Qinglong stepped forward for a closer look and decided he'd be the first to go through. He promptly called in the leaders. In an instant, the top brass of Yinhuang were briefed on this device. A special task force was assembled in record time, and the exploration of another world began. All of this had nothing to do with Dio anymore. After all, rebuilding after the war required plenty of resources. Plundering parallel worlds was fair game. As long as they didn't maliciously destroy an entire world, the Bureau wouldn't interfere. Dio and Hela returned to the Marvel Universe. Hela, feeling a bit worn out, decided to head out and enjoy the wilderness. That left Dio stuck handling official business. Even though he was already semi-retired, as long as his retirement wasn't official, he still had work to do. When Hela returned to Asgard, the first thing she saw was her little brother getting pummeled. In the world of the war gods, the deities possessed not only magical abilities, but also remarkably resilient bodies. Yet, if they refrain from using their divine powers, even these gods run the risk of being wounded by mortal weapons. But the moment a god unleashes their divine power, they become truly godlike. Many renowned male gods of war are said to wield such might in battle that they can forever alter the landscape itself. The devastation caused by their divine attacks can bring about catastrophes on a scale that threatens the entire mortal world. With such overwhelming power, overwhelming Thor would be effortless. Of course, that assumes Thor isn't wielding his hammer. Baldur noticed that Thor's hammer in both worlds shared most of the same functions. The hammerhead could shatter nearly any obstacle in its path, and once thrown, it was all but unstoppable. Baldur knew from experience he could never block it. Its weight was legendary. Only Thor, Odin, and those chosen could lift it with ease. As for who is chosen and by whom, that remains a mystery. At least to Baldur, he truly had no idea in his own world. And as for Thor, thanks to Baldur, he had long since achieved a breakthrough, reaching the stage where Hela had once forced his potential to awaken. How'd he manage it? Baldur's verbal jabs were as sharp as ever. Look at you, another day of this dainty weakling's struggle. You're even less impressive than those dwarves. Inside the vast arena, Baldur and Thor were engaged in their daily training. Dodging the Thunder God's hammer, Baldur tossed out verbal barbs while staying alert to any movement behind him. For a split second, Thor seemed to remember that Baldur knew the hammer could be recalled for a sneak attack. So, Thor hesitated, delaying the return of his weapon, giving the fight a brief pause. Baldur caught that moment of indecision, swept forward with nimble footwork, and landed a punch squarely on Thor's face before he could react. Thor spun through the air like a discarded rag, tumbling backwards. Before Thor could hit the ground, Baldur was on him again, launching a powerful kick. Once more, Thor went flying, as limp as a ragdoll. But this time, Thor recovered his wits, summoned his hammer back, and soared into the sky, taking command of the high ground. Seeing this, Baldur grinned and shouted, Come on then. Now, within Asgard's walls, he was as invulnerable as ever. Blades and arrows could not harm him, and his heightened senses remained sharp. The difference from past battles was striking. Now he could fully savor sensations he had once missed, especially the delicious fatigue after exertion and the raw ache of every punch that landed. Baldur's body ignited in flames as he charged forward, colliding head-on with Thor in midair. Thunder and fire clashed spectacularly. The commotion was so great that, even with Asgard's famed sturdy flooring, several layers were blasted away in the impact. Thor and Baldur were both thrown into the air by the shockwave. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly to steady himself and landed firmly on the ground. Baldur performed several nimble flips, planting his feet on the arena wall. He bent low to absorb the force, and cracks instantly spread across the wall beneath his feet, which shattered as soon as he landed. After landing, the two of them, as if by mutual understanding, paused their fight and looked to the side. Hela was walking in, and at her side was Frigga. Mother, sister, Thor, cheerful as an overgrown child of 1,500 years, rushed forward to greet them. Baldur's expression twitched, but he didn't move closer. After all, he didn't have the best relationship with his mother. Even though Frigga in this world was exceptionally kind, he just couldn't get used to it. Come here, my child. Frigga gently embraced Baldur, soothing him. After learning what Baldur had been through, Frigga's maternal instincts had gone into overdrive, so much so that even Thor felt a bit jealous. Baldur could only smile helplessly. He was no longer a youngster of mere centuries or millennia. Thor felt a pang of envy, but knowing that wasn't his lot, he turned toward Hela. Sister, are you finished with your business? Thor was genuinely curious about what Hela and Dio had been up to, and why they hadn't even come back for their mother's birthday feast. Hela ruffled her silly brother's hair and said, What are you thinking? there's still plenty to be done. The crisis threatening the multiverse wasn't just about recruiting allies. They also needed to strengthen themselves. In recent times, apart from her gains in the realm of the god of war, Hela felt she'd made little progress. Even though her power had grown to the point where she could almost touch the laws of the universe, she still felt weak. At the very least, she was still much weaker than Dio. I'm sorry, Mother. I'll have to come next time, Hela apologized, bowing her head to Frigga. Frigga shook her head gently. That's all right. In a lifetime, there are so many birthdays, there's no way to celebrate with a grand feast every time. What matters is your heart. As she spoke, Frigga caressed Hela's cheek. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she asked, By the way, have you and Dio thought about having children yet? Hela, who'd been wrapped in the warmth of family, froze in embarrassment. Really? She'd barely set foot back home, and was already being pressed about this? Hela was caught off guard, completely at a loss by Frigga's sudden question. Should she say her rapid surge in power had caused her energy to circulate so wildly that she had no chance of conceiving anytime soon? Oh, what's with that look? Why haven't you two had a child yet? Frigga pressed again, her voice rising, making the two men beside them visibly uncomfortable. After all, this was a family matter, and the focus was on their eldest sister. Thor and Baldur exchanged glances and quietly made their retreat. Frigga, exasperated, took Hela by the arm. Come on, back to my room. I'll teach you myself. Hela was at a loss as Frigg dragged her away. Even though she could have easily broken free in an instant, Hela, feeling both guilty and a little expectant, let herself be pulled along, unsure of what was happening. The two men, who hadn't had a chance to leave yet, breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance, then burst out laughing. Without further ado, they returned to the palace to feast, drink, and trade tall tales. By the way, how are things between you and Sif? Baldur took a sip of wine, savoring its warmth, and exhaled before asking. Thor waved his hand dismissively. Me and Sif? What do you mean? What could possibly be going on between me and Sif? Baldur was taken aback, surprised to discover that Thor had no interest in Sif at all. This was a first for him. In his own world, Thor not only cherished his family deeply, but was also endlessly devoted to Sif. Even back when he felt nothing for her, he still couldn't stand to see Thor parading his wife and child around, bragging at every opportunity. And the worst part was, Baldur could never beat Thor in a fight. He had no choice but to endure it, listening until his heart ached. It's nothing, Baldur said, struggling to hide his amusement. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if his world Thor and Sif came here and witnessed all this. What would they feel? As someone who handled Odin's dirty work, Baldur was all too aware of his father's unsavory deeds. Odin was a master of lies, willing to sacrifice anything that threatened his own interests. Mimir, even with just one head left, had once said, Don't believe Odin even if he tells you snow is white. The saying was odd, but it perfectly captured just how treacherous Odin's words could be. Meanwhile, with Frigg, Hela and Frigg had reached Odin's side, where they explained the situation with Baldur. After all, Baldur's sudden arrival had truly startled Odin and his queen. Even in other parallel worlds, Asgards, Baldur had never reappeared. After some thought, Hela decided to notify Dio. Odin wants to know how Baldur got here, Hela said, getting straight to the point as soon as the call connected. Watching his daughter, who hadn't gone far, and hearing her call him by name without a hint of deference, Odin felt a pang of sorrow. He understood exactly what Hela was doing, speaking openly and making no attempt to hide her words, all just to spite him. Of course, why not? Dio replied, more than willing to win over a Sky Father, even if he himself was at death's door. All right, Hela nodded, then hung up and looked at Odin. The explanation went smoothly. After all, as a Sky Father, Odin was already familiar with concepts like the multiverse and parallel worlds. It's just that now, the scope had expanded even further. Rubbing his gums thoughtfully, Odin seemed lost in his own musings. To be honest, he had always known that this Baldur was not from this universe, and he had mentally prepared himself for it. What he hadn't expected was just how far away Baldur's home really was. So far, in fact, that even with all his might, he couldn't reach it on his own. So, does your husband have any instructions for us? Odin, having worked things out in his mind, turned to look at Hela. He understood that with so much information revealed, there were surely conditions attached. The condition is simple. If you run into any trouble, just give us a hand. With that, Dio tore open the fabric of space and stepped right into Asgard. Odin was taken aback. How did you do that? To open a portal inside Asgard. Don't you know Asgard is protected by the power of generations of god-kings? Other than walking in through the gates, there's no other way. Even Frigga gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she stared at Dio. In theory, aside from the god-kings themselves, No one in the universe should be able to break through the defenses laid down by a god king. And that was supposed to be absolute. Odin and his wife exchanged glances, both eyes wide with shock. Odin, especially after his initial surprise, focused his senses and realized what he felt was the pure force of space itself. How did you come to comprehend the power of space? Odin exclaimed, astonished. As has been said before, time reigns supreme, but space is king. This phrase holds true in every world. To master and command time or space, in any realm, that marks you as a major power. Even in the Marvel universe, to grasp even one of these forces is to have the potential to become a god king. That was what truly shocked Odin. All right, agreeing to your terms isn't out of the question. But what do we get in return? Odin asked with a smile. If they were to lend a hand, there had to be some benefit. Dio replied with a smile of his own. I can help you deal with the Celestials. As soon as the words left his mouth, Odin showed no sign of joy, simply regarding him with a calm, unreadable expression. It was as if he was saying, "Go on, I'm listening." Dio could only smile wryly at that. I know you don't believe me, but think about it. If I have a way to travel between infinite worlds, then my potential for growth is limitless. Infinite worlds mean infinite opportunities. With that, even a pig could become a god. But as soon as Dio said it, he realized something wasn't quite right. He may have misspoken. Still, seeing how confident Dio was, Odin pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, why not show me one of these worlds? I'd like to see for myself what sort of magic makes you so certain. Dio was not at all surprised by Odin's response. After all, given Odin's age and experience, he wouldn't accept something so extraordinary without seeing it with his own eyes. For anyone to do otherwise would be an insult to their own life. Knowing is one thing, seeing is quite another. All right, I'll pick out a universe. Is there anywhere in particular you'd like to visit? Dio projected the information from his wristwatch for Odin to see. But Odin didn't bother looking at the data. Instead, his curiosity was piqued by Dio's wristwatch itself. Dio Chakiv, don't tell me you've taken a liking to my gadget. Hela has one too. If you want one, go ask her for it. Hela shot him a glare. Don't even think about it. Once this old man gets his hands on something, he never gives it back. If anyone's handing it out, it'll have to be you. Hearing his eldest daughter speak so bluntly, Odin's face darkened ever so slightly. Frigga looked at Hela and gently shook her head. She knew that neither father nor daughter would ever admit defeat in an argument. Usually, they just grumbled behind each other's backs or played a harmless trick or two. But no matter what, it should never come out into the open like this. Hela crossed her arms and turned her head away in a huff. Dio soothed his wife, then turned to Odin. Come on, pick whichever one catches your eye. We'll travel there together and look for a way to grow stronger. Odin ignored Hela's words and pressed the icon that appealed to him. Dio glanced over and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Well, Assassin's Creed, Valhalla. Before Dio could think of a way to explain, a portal opened up, and Odin, leaning on his spear, stood up ready to walk straight through. Frigga caught his arm. Are you really planning to go? It wasn't that Frigga doubted Odin's abilities. His strength was plain for all to see. In her worldview, save for the Celestials, there was nothing Odin couldn't handle. Odin smiled softly, kissed the back of her hand, and said, Don't worry. I'm just going to take a look. If anything feels off, I can return in an instant. With no other choice, Frigga could only trust him. Let's go, boy. Come along and have a look, Odin called, rapping Dio on the head as he stood frozen. Dio rubbed his forehead, but said nothing, following Odin through the portal. Truth be told, this world didn't seem to offer much in terms of enhancing power. After all, whether in terms of worldview or setting, it was all just a bit of chaotic wandering around a tiny planet. Forget the universe. Even the concept of alternate dimensions didn't exist here. At best, the ancient ISU technology barely scraped by. The core storyline of Assassin's Creed is about two rival factions, hidden in the shadows throughout human history, waging war against each other. Because of their different philosophies, these two forces split into the Templars and the Assassins. Both groups were active at key points in history, often present at major turning points and momentous events. In Assassin's Creed, Valhalla is the final chapter of the trilogy of mythic tales within the Assassin's Creed universe. This tale recounts the story of the precursors to the Assassins, known as the Hidden Ones, and the precursors to the Templar Knights, the ancient custodians, as they experienced the Viking invasions that ravaged the British Isles. Of course, at its heart, it centers on a Viking who left her homeland behind to come to these shores. Eivor Wolfkist, a shield maiden of the Raven clan, and the sworn sister of their leader, Sigurd. She possessed remarkable eloquence, her gift for words rivaling that of a bard, enabling her to persuade others and thus avoid conflict with nothing but her voice. Yet, as the leader of the Norse ISU and a descendant of Odin, Eva shared an aversion to wolves, much like the Odin of myth, despite her moniker, Wolf-Kissed. Boy, where are we? It looks a lot like Midgard, Odin asked, surveying the unfamiliar land of Britain, his tone tinged with surprise. He glanced at Dio with suspicion, as if he'd been tricked. Dio emerged from behind Odin and, hearing his question, replied, "Old man, there's no need for that look. This is indeed Midgard, but not the one you know." Dio swept his mind across the entire continent, scanning with psychic force to confirm the timeline, then said, "Here's the thing. I'll take you to meet someone. She's more or less the protagonist of this land during this era." Protagonist. Odin echoed, puzzled but intrigued. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of being this so-called protagonist of the land might be. Dio fixed his direction and led the way, with Odin following behind. Along the journey, Dio shared with him the basic facts of this world. He explained that, here, the Norse gods all lived among mortals in reincarnated forms. Odin was astonished, his skepticism gradually giving way to genuine interest. Before long, the pair reached a settlement built along the river. It resembled a village, and their arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Both Dio and Odin stood nearly 2 meters tall, imposing figures. Though Odin showed his age, his spirit was undimmed. Naturally, they hadn't arrived clad in golden armor, but rather in the humble clothes of common folk. Even so, their presence was enough to gather the Raven clan's curious gazes. A woman stepped forward, her fair golden hair tinged with blue decorations. "Greetings. I am Ranvi. May I ask where you two have come from? Is there anything the Raven clan can do for you?" she inquired graciously. Dio ignored her for the moment, turning to Odin and saying, "She's Tyr's wife in this life. Not a reincarnated god herself, but she's quite close to Odin's reincarnation." As he spoke, Dio flashed Odin a teasing smile. Odin immediately sensed trouble and hurriedly protested, "You'd better explain yourself. You never mentioned this on the way here." Dio kept them guessing, hinting at the official lore that Ivr, as Odin reborn, is canonically female, even though the very first game trailers featured a male protagonist. But as a shield maiden among the Vikings, Ivr's valor is beyond question. Whether her strength is truly unmatched or it's simply a result of game mechanics, Ivr stands among the most formidable warriors of her people. Ivr, not particularly tall or imposing, has defeated and slain many towering, mighty fighters whom even a group effort could barely wound. However, Dio and Odin's talk left Ranvi and those around them exchanging puzzled glances. To their eyes, Dio and Odin were just two burly strangers who'd arrived from who knows where, spinning tales that swiftly veered into the realm of myth. About Tyr, about Odin himself. Those listening were completely bewildered. Some even began to wonder if these two were shamans from other clans who'd gone mad and wandered off from their own people. Just as they were about to summon their own clan's CRS, Dio stopped them. With a single gesture, an invisible ripple spread out, shimmering through the air, leaving everyone stunned. And then, to their shock, they found themselves unable to move. "How dare you?" Ranvi struggled, her voice a furious roar. Yet fear outweighed her anger, for all she'd seen was Dio raise a finger, and suddenly, they were all frozen in place. Was this sorcery? "You brat, explain yourself. What does my rebirth have to do with this mortal?" Odin's staff struck the ground with a thud, thunder cracking overhead as he regained his form, the one-eyed god clad in golden armor. The jaws of the Black Raven clan members dropped in disbelief. Staring at that unmistakable figure, there was no mistaking who he was. All-Father, Odin above us. Our prayers have been answered. And Ranvi, wife to the clan chief, was utterly shaken, mouth agape as she stared at the man before her. One-eyed, bearing Gungnir, robed as an elder. Was this not the very All-Father, Odin, king of the gods, whom they worshipped? Yet her reason screamed that something about this was still amiss. "Ranvi," came a voice at that moment. As chief's wife, Ranvi knew that voice all too well. "Don't come any closer," she blurted out, panic beading sweat on her brow. Ivr, seeing everyone rooted to the spot, called out on instinct. But the sound of Ranvi's voice told her something was wrong. As a true Viking at heart, Ivr would never shy from a fight. She pulled the twin spears from her back, her grandfather's spear in one hand, the militia captain's in the other, and charged forward, weapons at the ready. Without hesitation, she lunged straight at Odin. "Insolence!" Odin thundered, his voice cracking through the air. "Now, just anyone dares to attack me?" With a sweep of Gungnir in his hand, energy surged forth, blasting Ivr straight into the air and sending her flying. Even a raven that had just swooped down was struck and flung away, vanishing who knows where. The force was so powerful that Ivr curled up on the ground in pain, yet her grip on her weapon did not loosen for a moment. She could even sense that her raven companion had been sent so far away that she could no longer feel its presence. Everyone else was utterly shocked. After all, Ivor had just attacked the All-Father Odin. There was no doubt in their minds she would be ruthlessly slain. Yet none of them wished to see Ivor killed. Not only because she was the chieftain's sworn sister, but also because Ivor was the key figure who had enabled their entire clan to flourish and forge alliances in this foreign land. Within the clan, Ivor's reputation commanded the highest respect. To speak a near-blasphemous truth, Ivor had already surpassed Sigurd, the clan leader who had long been absent from his people and neglected his duties. If Ivor so wished, she could raise the banner of rebellion and unseat her sworn brother Sigurd, and there would likely be few within the clan who would stand in her way. As unease swept through the Raven clan, Dio stepped forward and pulled Ivor toward him. After healing her wounds, Dio stopped her as she tried to rise, and with a gentle smile said, "Don't be so angry. Why don't you take a closer look at who she is?" Odin's fury faded, replaced by a look of confusion as he turned to Dio. He knew that Dio understood the truths of this world, so there must be purpose in his actions now. Come, look deeper into her essence. See who she truly is. Dio pointed at Ivor, who was still gasping for breath. Odin summoned his divine power, gazing directly into Ivor's eyes. It was as though he peered straight into her soul. There, Odin discovered her true nature. He saw a male figure, sharing much of Ivor's features, cloaked in deep blue robes traced with runes at the edges. One-eyed, holding a long spear, with two ravens perched upon his shoulders. "Odin!" Odin exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, she is Odin, but she is the Odin of this world," Dio affirmed with a nod. Odin fell into deep thought, and seeing this, Dio released the restraints that held them. As Ivor collapsed to the ground, her legs giving way, only a few brave souls dared approach Dio and Odin to check on her. The rest looked on, anxiety etched across their faces. "So, this is the technology of those ISU you spoke of?" After a moment's thought, Odin asked Dio. Dio nodded and led the way toward the mountain opposite. As they walked, he explained, the ISU were ancient humans from a distant age in this world, but they were vastly different from humankind as we know it. From an anatomical perspective, the ISU are actually highly similar to humans, and even share certain genetic traits. However, they possess an extra sense, which they themselves call knowledge. The difference between the ISU and ordinary humans is quite simple. The ISU are generally much taller, standing about 20 inches, that's roughly 50 centimeters, above the average human. Although the ISU tend to have long lifespans, they are not immortal. They, too, are Earth-born humans, only distinguished by their possession of extraordinary technology, which makes them appear almost divine. In ancient times, it was indeed the ISU who created the ancestors of modern humans, Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. Dio and Odin stopped in the middle of the river, turning to look at the members of the Black Raven clan. Just now, Dio hadn't bothered to lower his voice, so everyone present heard every word loud and clear. During a cataclysm in the distant past, the ISU were nearly wiped out. Odin, the ISU leader of the Norse lands, foresaw disaster and ordered the construction of a supercomputer called Yggdrasil, the World Tree. He instructed his people to upload their memories and genetic codes into it, and then face death without fear. They made a pact to recognize one another after reincarnation and to rebuild the lost Asgard. Dio then pulled Ivor forward and spoke to Odin. In this lifetime, many figures from Norse mythology have begun to influence their reincarnated selves, including Ivor. Dio paused for a moment after he spoke. "What's wrong? Did they all fail?" Odin asked, curiosity piqued about this alternate version of himself. Dio shook his head. "All but 1.5 have failed. They either died, refused to believe, or managed to break free from their past lives by their own will." Not only Odin, but the rest of the onlookers were filled with curiosity. Though the story Dio recounted was beyond their full understanding, they grasped the core idea. Ivor is Odin. It was that simple. Some gazed at Ivor with burning intensity in their eyes. If she could awaken Odin's power, might she be able to lead them into Valhalla? The Vikings revered Odin and longed for the glory of Valhalla after dying in battle. And if Ivor regained Odin's strength, wouldn't bringing them to Valhalla be almost effortless? Seeing Ivor's look of terror, Dio explained. "One was Loki. The half was Tyr. When I raise a question, it's not me who is confused. It's you who should be." Not only Odin, but even the clan warriors and villagers lingering on the riverbank were left speechless. How could there be such a thing as half a person? As the reincarnation of the war god Tyr, Sigurd was just about to succeed when he was pulled back by them. Dio said, giving the immobilized Eivor a gentle shake with his telekinesis. As for the other one, it was Loki who awakened to his own fate. As he spoke, Dio projected scenes from the Assassin's Creed visions and the Hall of the Slain, drawing on memories he'd gleaned from other travelers. Memories of Basim, Odin, and their distant past. By now, night had fallen. Dio and Odin could hardly remain standing in the river. They had moved long ago, and now stood beneath the great tree at the heart of the Raven clan. I never imagined a teacher had gone through all that, said Hytham, Basim's apprentice. Within the projection, he saw himself as a child, meeting his mentor Basim for the first time. Odin watched the visions unfold, then turned a sharp, unfriendly gaze toward Dio. You knew, didn't you? Dio chuckled. Of course I did. I'm always traveling between worlds. It would be odd if I didn't know. Odin didn't answer, but instead looked at Eivor, who sat on the ground with a complex expression. Have you ever thought about telling this child her fate ahead of time? Odin asked suddenly. And what would that accomplish? Dio is Nortith. She'd learn how grim her future could be, and perhaps she'd find a way to change it. You see, the future isn't set in stone. It's full of uncertainty. If you want to change your fate, you have to make choices. If you always choose, as you did before, you'll only walk further down the path the prophecy lays out. But if you choose differently, who knows what might change? As he spoke, Dio projected the story of Kratos. As a Spartan specter, he found himself in another Asgard. He made different choices, and the doom that once seemed certain took an unexpected turn. Remember the prophecy you showed me? It was already a good one. Change a few things, and make it even better. What do you think? Dio met Odin's one-eyed gaze directly. Odin frowned, but held his stare. After a moment's silence, Odin shook his head with a laugh. You really are something. But what if something goes wrong? Catching the drift of Odin's thoughts, Dio's lips curled into a sly smile. Don't forget, I'm here, aren't I? And after all, I am Hela's husband. Odin nodded, as if something had finally clicked for him. Divine power shimmered over his form, turning him into a radiant figure of gold. Those watching gasped and quickly scattered, then knelt at a safe distance, bowing low to the ground. Dio paid Odin no mind. Instead, he walked toward Eivor. Eivor hadn't moved, even with Odin's display of power. She remained kneeling in meditation, deep in thought with her eyes closed. Hearing footsteps, Eivor glanced back and saw Dio approaching. Quickly, she rose and bowed respectfully. My lord. Dio waved his hand and asked, let's skip the empty talk. So, after seeing your own future, what do you think? Eivor didn't answer right away. She pondered for a moment and then said, if I agreed to let Odin take over, what would happen to me? Dio smiled, as if expecting the question. What do you think would happen? Odin has lived for countless years. Your few decades of memories and emotions wouldn't affect him in the slightest. It's like tossing a stone into a river. At most, you'll see a splash before everything calms down again. There'd be no trace left. Odin would take over your body completely. You might find a woman's body unfamiliar at first, but it wouldn't matter. He'd unlock the power sealed in your very DNA, reclaim his divine strength, and gain the lifespan needed to survive until the next world-ending catastrophe. And you, my poor Eivor, you'd simply cease to exist. There wouldn't even be a single mention of you in any history. No one in the future would ever know that you once walked this world. Dio watched Eivor with a faint smile, eager to see how she would react next. Eivor fell silent again. Then what would he do with everything I have now? Dio rolled his eyes. Come on, Eivor. You're a Viking. Don't you know what your Odin is like? To quote Mimir, even if Odin tells you snow is white, don't believe him. As soon as Dio finished speaking, Odin gave him a solid thump on the head from behind. Clutching his head and crying out in pain, Dio realized he just insulted Odin to his face, so really he had that coming. After thinking through Dio's words, Eivor stood up, her mind made up. Thank you for clearing things up. My choice remains unchanged. Power and glory are nothing compared to the happiness of being with my family. What a shame. If she'd chosen Odin, I might have just given her Gungnir. Far from the Raven clan, Dio held a handful of artifacts in his hands, watching Eivor gathered with her family and companions, and sighed in admiration. Dio knew these relics in Valhalla better than anyone. After all, Valhalla was the only place he'd played. There was something unique about these ISU artifacts. They could adjust their size to fit their wielder. That explained why Eivor, who might not even have stood 5'7", could wield Odin's old Gungnir without it ever feeling out of place. So, you just watch her struggle with herself for control of her own body. Odin said dryly from behind Dio, I never knew you had such a twisted sense of humor. Odin shook his head, rolling the golden orb in his hand. It was none other than a legendary piece of Eden, the Apple of Eden, the very relic fought over in the Assassin's Creed series. Odin sighed with a touch of wonder. Who would have thought that a civilization which never left its home planet could develop such powerful artifacts? Anyone who's played games knows what the golden apple can do, so there's no need to elaborate. As for those other advanced technological relics found in the ISU ruins, Odin simply could not believe these people lacked the means for interstellar travel. Yet, according to the background lore, these ISU had truly never ventured into space, even though their creations, Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, were just meant to lighten their own workload. But the golden apple was not the only artifact in Odin's possession. He had others of equal marvel. Dio, holding something in his hand that resembled a USB drive, shrugged at Odin. Makes no difference to me. Whoever ends up in control doesn't matter. The only thing is, if you're making deals with that Odin, you'd best watch your back. Odin rapped Dio hard on the same spot as before, drawing another cry of pain. Ivor managed to resist the temptation of godhood by sheer willpower, but what about the others? You didn't exactly keep your revelations from the rest, did you? The desire those people felt for immortality in Valhalla was plain as day. If they were to be coerced by lofty ideals or forced to make, Ivor inherit Odin's power at the cost of her life. Honestly, it would be hard for anyone, in any era or position, to refuse such pressure. A strange smile crept on Dio's face. Odin stared at him in disbelief. Don't tell me this was all deliberate. Dio said nothing, giving Odin a knowing look. Well then, Odin realized he'd underestimated how cunning this kid could be. Meanwhile, back at the clan's camp, some warriors had already come to ask Ivor if she intended to accept Odin's divine power. After all, if she did, surely out of camaraderie for her fellow warriors, she'd grant them some reward, right? Even if she didn't let them join her in Valhalla for eternity, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a few benefits, would it? But as the pressure from her companions mounted, Ivor found herself in a tough spot. She still hadn't located her sworn brother Sigurd. She could only stall, insisting she needed to find him first, since he too was the reincarnation of the war god Tyr. Only once he was found could she make her decision. The others found her reasoning sound, and besides, there was no good way to force her. Ivor's fierce reputation was well earned. If they pushed her too far, she might bolt, and then no one would be able to stop her. With her promise given, the clan warriors gradually dispersed, and Ivor returned to her room to rest. Once she closed the door, Randvi entered as well. What are you going to do? Randvi asked, sitting at the edge of the bed and gently caressing Ivor's cheek. Ivor's features were on the androgynous side, and her emotional intelligence and eloquence were exceptional. After spending some time with her, she charmed both men and women alike. In the original storyline, Ivor was known to be quite the dashing rogue. Although Randvi was the only one with whom she had a confirmed romance, there were several other amorous adventures to her name. Ivor looked at Randvi and shook her head. I don't know either, but this is my home. I can't bear to leave it. Randvi could hear the conflict in Ivor's voice. She pressed her lips together, uncertain how to persuade her. Should she try to convince Ivor to go? But what would become of the clan's future then? So many people, so many families. Their place on this continent was secured only because of Ivor's reputation forged through countless battles abroad. If they left, the Britain natives and other Viking clans would descend on them like wolves on prey, tearing them apart. After all, those alliances were made out of respect for Ivor. As for Sigurd, or any of the other clan members, sorry, nobody cared. We'll have to take it one step at a time. They were meant to live in seclusion, but I persuaded them to come here and build something new. I'll find a way. Ivor pulled Randvi into an embrace, and the two of them tumbled onto the bed together. Far away, Odin watched the two women, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He muttered, well, they still have time for pleasure. Tyr was even less amused. Then maybe you should put down the other Gungnir and look away. Odin cleared his throat and finally averted his gaze. The ancient civilizations of this world are truly impressive. Their technology carries a hint of my divine touch. Odin sighed, running his hand along Gungnir. Tyr rolled his eyes. Well, I've already figured out the inner workings of this thing. In fact, it's quite similar to a new weapon I just invented. Consider this a belated birthday gift for Frigg's party. Give it to whomever you like. Just remember, if Frigg asks me for it, I'll know where to find you. Odin didn't reply. He stroked the spear's shaft and, with a sudden motion, hurled it. Gungnir shot through the air like a falling star, landing with a thunderous crash in the room, right in front of the two women as they made love, startling them into scrambling for their clothes and rushing outside. When Ivor saw Gungnir, she froze, unable to resist reaching out to pull it free. The other warriors, worried for Ivor's safety, burst into the room, only to see her standing tall, Gungnir in hand. Gungnir was encoded with genetic technology. Only Odin's DNA could activate its true power and unleash the weapon's effects. Now, as it awakened, A brilliant golden light flared from the spear. Within the radiance, streams of data appeared, coalescing into what looked like sacred runes. Eva felt a surge of power welling up from deep inside her. Memories began to flood her mind, and she knew at once that they belonged to Odin himself. But what struck her as odd was that these memories felt no different from listening to tales spun by wandering bards. Just simple stories, with no pull to draw her in, no sense of being swept away. The people who had barged and witnessed this scene, their legs suddenly giving way as they dropped to their knees and cried out in unison, "All Father! All Father! All Father!" Seeing this spectacle, a twitch flickered across Dio's face. "Never thought you could be even sneakier than me," he muttered. At the very least, he always gave people a choice. According to the game's story, after all, Eva spent her final years alone on the island of the Native Americans, quietly awaiting the end. No descendants, no family or friends to bid her farewell. Odin's bloodline, it seemed, had truly ended with Eva. It wasn't until many years later that people, using the coordinates provided by Basim, who was trapped within Yggdrasil, finally found this legendary assassin ancestor and accessed her memories. Not only did they discover how to deactivate the device, but they also inadvertently freed Basim, who had been imprisoned in the World Tree for 1,000 years. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to call him Loki. At Dio's words, Odin rapped him on the head again with a solid thud. "Did you enjoy that? If you did, that means you have a good head on your shoulders." Odin's mood was far brighter now than when he first arrived. Perhaps he had untangled some knot within himself, for he even began to hum a little tune. "Let's go. Even if this world can't offer you a way to gain more power, the harvest wasn't bad. I've agreed to join your team, but remember to grow stronger quickly. If something happens to me, all your efforts would go to waste, wouldn't they?" With that, he burst into hearty laughter. One must understand, Odin was not the type to smile, much less laugh. No matter who he faced, he always wore one of the few stern expressions. Smiling was simply not in his repertoire. Returning to Asgard, Frigg eyed Odin with a puzzled look as he walked through the door. It had been a long, long time since she'd seen him this cheerful. "My dear, what's going on?" Frigg stepped forward to examine him, half expecting something to be wrong. Odin waved her off with a grin. "I'm Fine. I've just figured a few things out, that's all. I need to head out for a bit, so don't bother saving me a meal." With that, he strode out the door without another word. Both Frigg and Hela watched him go, equally confused by this sudden change. Without pausing, Odin made his way swiftly to the Bifrost and, without hesitation, teleported away. Frigg and Hela turned to Dio, asking at the same moment, "What happened?" Hela demanded, "What's going on? Has the old man finally lost his mind?" Frigg pressed, "What did you encounter out there? Why did Odin leave again the moment he got home?" Dio offered no explanation. Instead, he simply projected everything that had transpired in the realm of Valhalla. When Frigg saw that Odin from another world had actually become a woman, her face remained expressionless. Hela, on the other hand, was also quite calm, letting out a cold snort. After watching, Frigg let out a long, relieved sigh. Ever since Thor was born, Odin has been obsessed with that old prophecy. If he can truly make up his mind, then perhaps it's not such a bad thing. Hela said nothing. She had no interest in such prophecies. Truth be told, she never believed in them to begin with, and would even rebel against them outright. Yet, her way of rebelling against prophecy was rather blunt. By the way, was there a reincarnation of me in that world? How did she fare? Frigg suddenly asked. Dio thought for a moment. There did seem to be one. In Britain, she was the mother of the witch from the Raven clan. Before Sigurd and Dio's own father had their falling out and decided to move away, Eivor had already met this woman. But by then, she was completely out of her mind, nothing more than a madwoman. During game commentary, someone mentioned that at this point, Frigg's memories had begun to awaken within her, causing her true memories and Frigg's to overlap and intertwine, which explained her madness. Later, when the witch moved to Britain, she had already left home. In the story's later developments, when Sigurd finally brought Eivor to the World Tree, they discovered that her consciousness had already been uploaded. However, she never returned in the form of Frigg. She remained on the tree until the very end. Clearly, her awakening had failed. Dio recounted this entire tale of Frigg's counterpart in Valhalla to Frigg herself, prompting her to sigh, "The will of mortals truly is a remarkable thing." Meanwhile, Odin used the Bifrost to travel to Muspelheim, the land of fire. He was going to meet the king of that fiery realm, the legendary figure from the prophecy of Ragnarok, destined to destroy Asgard, the fire giant Surtur. Surtur's molten, lava-like body was curled up on his throne deep underground. He was puzzled as to why he was sensing Odin's presence here. Have I gone mad with my desire to kill Odin? Surtur's expression shifted, changing again and again, until he finally realized it wasn't madness, Odin truly had arrived. Ha ha! Odin, have you gone mad with your death wish? Coming to my domain on your own? Surt roared with laughter. Although Odin had stolen the eternal flame from him, which had reduced his power to a mere fraction and left his body hunched and weakened, destiny itself had given Surt a singular purpose: to destroy Asgard and Odin. As long as Asgard remained undestroyed, he would be immortal and indestructible. Of course, the reverse was also true. If Asgard's destruction did not come at his hand, destiny would turn away from him, and he would become fragile and vulnerable. Then, Surtur grabbed his weapon, the Twilight Sword, and ran. Yes, he was going to escape. Fate had given him guidance, a natural malice toward Asgard and Odin, though nothing more than malice. He wasn't a fool. If Odin was coming in here alone, it could only mean that Odin wanted to handle things personally. If his crown were to be removed from his head, he would lose the union of body and crown. Unless the crown touched the eternal flame, there would be no hope of regaining a body to walk the world again. He had stayed hidden in Muspelheim all these years for one reason: to wait for Odin's destined death. Even when Odin took the eternal flame, he never sought revenge. That patience was all for the sake of waiting. Only when Odin died could he lead his armies to Asgard and reclaim the eternal flame, thus continuing the prophesied doom of Asgard. But if Odin truly destroyed his body, even if someone tossed his crown beside the eternal flame, the destruction of Asgard foretold by fate would be postponed indefinitely. Surtur now felt utterly hopeless, for he could sense Odin's presence drawing nearer and nearer. He wanted to resist, but resistance was futile. Without the eternal flame, even the powers fate granted him to counter Odin were useless. He was no match at all. All he could do now was flee, glancing over his shoulder for Odin's looming figure. If he'd ever watched a TV drama, he couldn't have helped but shout, "Stay away from me!" As the presence drew ever closer, Surtur's steps began to slow. He no longer wished to struggle. Blinking, he managed to squeeze out a single tear-shaped drop of magma, which splattered onto the ground. And when Odin finally entered his field of vision, Surtur simply shut his eyes for good. He was exhausted. Let it end. Let everything be destroyed and be done with it. Surtur, I've come to negotiate with you. Surtur, if I'm putting a question mark here, it's not because I'm confused. It's because you're the problem. Over on Odin's side, Dio paid no further attention. He had other matters to attend to. Beyond selecting which worlds could be traversed, there were countless domestic affairs to oversee, especially the reports from the Astartes about flaws in their power packs that needed fixing. But then, he remembered, the power pack was a piece of standard-issue equipment dating back to the founding days. If he were to overhaul it now, every Astartes suit across the nation would need to be refitted, a massive undertaking. If mishandled, it could leave many unforeseen risks in its wake. Of course, the power pack's flaws had long ago been improved upon. Dio had finished the new design ages ago, and even built prototypes. The Terminator armor, the Grey Knights, and the Custodes all used internal energy sources for their power armor. No more hulking backpacks. But with the sheer number of Astartes, it was impossible to roll out a sweeping change all at once. The upgrades had to be made slowly, in small batches. Still not done. Hela stepped through the portal and saw Dio still hard at work at his desk, prompting her to call out with a hint of impatience. Dio didn't even look up. Isn't it obvious? And judging by your expression, it seems you've gained something, haven't you? No, I did get a few things, Hela replied as she took out several weapons from her spatial device. These are weapons from the world I just visited. The people there seem to have impressive physical abilities, and paired with the right weapons, they could unleash quite formidable combat power. Apparently, in that world, they call themselves Taigi users or something like that. I thought these items were pretty interesting, so I brought some back for you. See if they're worth studying. Upon hearing the familiar term, Dio finally looked up. He saw Hela holding a short sword. Well, short compared to his own stature, with an iron chain adorning the hilt. The patterns and decorations were unmistakable. In that instant, Dio knew exactly which world Hela had just visited. It was from a notoriously tragic anime from years ago. He remembered watching it before his transmigration. The story had left him so unsettled that he'd nearly developed an eating disorder. Dio's memory of that series was vivid. Akame Ga Kill. He took the sword from Hela. This broad blade, known as Demon's Edge, felt like nothing more than a dagger in his hands. Dio tapped the blade, attuning himself to its aura, then turned to Hela. You felt it too, didn't you? The biological material in these is still alive, and there's even a lingering sense of consciousness. Hela nodded. That's why I found it so interesting. After I took it, a kid started shouting at me. Looked like I'd just stolen his most prized possession. You killed him? Dio asked, catching the implication. The boy Hela mentioned had to be Tatsumi, often teased online as Trash Me. Though opinions about him were divided for a while, Dio never really disliked the protagonist. As for what happened in the story, for a young man just out of a rural village in a feudal empire, the way he handled things was already admirable, especially since he came from such a traditional, isolated background. So Dio's feelings about this main character had always been complicated. On one hand, he resented that Tatsumi couldn't achieve a happy ending. On the other, he'd comfort himself by remembering how hard the boy had tried. After all, the manga's ending was, in its own way, a kind of happy conclusion. I didn't kill him. I'm not who I used to be, Hela replied, shaking her head. But when she saw Dio's sigh, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Dio shook his head and rubbed his face. He couldn't believe he'd just gotten lost in his memories. Regaining his composure, Dio gently stroked the sword, feeling out its structure, and glanced over the other items. These things have a distinct alchemical feel to them, he concluded. Hela nodded. That was exactly why she'd brought them back. These items could technically be considered alchemical creations, but they were quite different from the alchemy she was familiar with. In the countless worlds across the heavens, alchemy comes in all sorts of strange forms. There's no telling what kinds might exist. Besides, this kind of alchemy is very different from ours, Dio explained. The world of Western comics was largely crafted by Westerners, and their understanding of alchemy was generally similar. So, the foundational concept behind alchemy in that world tended to follow the same pattern. But alchemy from other worlds might differ from the Western comic world's alchemy on a fundamental level. They were essentially two entirely different systems of technology, sharing only a name. It can be added to the Imperial Library as a new branch of alchemical knowledge, Dio said, sweeping the weapons aside and instructing the servo skulls to bring these items to the research hall for reverse engineering. Hela stepped forward and activated her wrist communicator. Do you remember Lincoln? Dio had a rather vivid impression of this particular traveler. After all, it was rare to find someone he could really have a conversation with. He sent an invitation, wants to come over to our place, and he's bringing Thor and Kratos' whole family along. Ragnarok is over. Dio was taken aback. That was fast. Had Ragnarok really ended already? He knew that time flowed differently in every world, but this gap still seemed a bit much. He recalled that the plot of God of War, Ragnarok, was set several years after the fourth installment. Atreus had grown from a boy into a young man. So, do you want them to come? Hela leaned against Dio, asking softly. Yes. Dio nodded enthusiastically. He was dying to see the meeting of the two Thors, especially Kratos encountering this world's version of Zeus. He couldn't wait to see Kratos' reaction. Hela pressed the invitation button. All right, the invitation's sent. I have no idea when they'll arrive, though. I'm gonna get some rest. You should too. Don't let your hair all fall out again, Hela said, giving Dio's hair a gentle pat in admonition. Dio could only agree helplessly, dumping all the state affairs onto his group of interns before heading off to rest himself. When the people from the God of War world arrived, the Imperial Guard mistook them for invaders. If Kratos hadn't repeatedly explained, those guards would most likely have smashed Thor to pieces on the spot. Lincoln hadn't come along. He had other matters to attend to. Dio personally escorted Thor and the Kratos family to Asgard. This is Asgard. Seeing the massive island standing in the starry sky like a continent, Kratos and the God of War Thor wore the same stunned expressions that Baldur had shown at first sight. But once Thor and his companions set foot in Asgard, something went wrong with the city itself. Because Asgard had discovered another Thor, and this one wasn't an imposter in disguise. For a moment, Asgard seemed to freeze, as if its very mind had stalled. The manifestation of this confusion was dramatic. Storm clouds rolled in, lightning split the sky, and thunder rumbled overhead. There was even a tremor that shook the ground. Thor, who was sparring with Baldur at that very moment, paused in surprise. He had sensed a power identical to his own divine aura. Odin and Frigg, too, immediately noticed the unusual presence. What was happening? Thor's arrival in Asgard had caused quite a stir. So much so that Odin himself came to investigate. Of course, the warrior's instincts in Thor sensed something amiss as well. He even noticed that the hammer in his hand began to tremble. Mjolnir, have you sensed an enemy? Thor exclaimed, raising his hammer with excitement, utterly unaware that Mjolnir was already starting to lift skyward of its own accord. Baldur, having recognized the familiar aura, let out a gentle laugh. He already knew exactly who had come. When Odin arrived with his retinue, the scene that greeted him left his mind in a state of shock. Asgard's senses told him that the towering, red-haired, barrel-chested man over 2 meters tall was Thor, the statuesque blonde woman at his side. Nearly as tall was his wife Sif, and the explosive red-haired woman with 2 swords at her waist and bare shoulders was their daughter Thrud. But Odin's own eyes told him something else. The blonde youth beside him, whose smile was as bright and loyal as a husky's, was his son, the Thor of Asgard, god of thunder. That was the true reason for his bewilderment. Very soon, he understood how this strange situation had come pass. It had to be the work of Dio, sending people from the same world as Baldur. With a weary sigh, Odin rubbed his brow in exasperation, then turned his gaze to Kratos. He hadn't realized before, but now that he looked, he was startled. In Odin's sight, it was as if tangible flames of rage were surging from Kratos, and the shadowy souls of countless gods howled in pain across his form. Thunder circled him like vigilant sentinels, afraid to approach yet unwilling to depart. The more Odin observed, the more familiar the power of thunder within Kratos seemed to him. Standing by Kratos was Frigg. With just one look, Odin recognized her true identity. As Odin pondered all this, the Thor from the world of the god of war stepped forward. "I am Thor Odinson. The man who brought me here said all I needed to do was declare my name. Though I'm not sure if that actually works," boomed the god of war's Thor, his enormous bulk making the ground tremble with every step. Thor looked at those around him, their attire oddly familiar, though their faces, spirit, and very essence were utterly different for what he knew. He was momentarily lost in confusion. When he finished speaking, all eyes in the hall turned, with strange and searching looks, to their own Thor. The sudden shift of so many people's attention was impossible to ignore. Among those present, the Thor from the god of war world stood out, tall and imposing. He was the tallest of them all. It didn't take him long to spot the Thor from the Marvel universe. Marvel's Thor, whether truly clueless or simply oblivious, seemed lost for words. After hearing the god of war Thor finish his introduction and meet his gaze, Marvel's Thor's mind just blanked out. He froze for a moment, then abruptly raised Mjolnir and shouted, "Impossible! I am Thor Odinson, eldest son of my father." He assumed the newcomer was yet another of his father's illegitimate children, a rogue from his father's past, now unable to make it in the outside world, and coming to Asgard for a share of the inheritance. Well, that's exactly how things go in so many Earth dramas, after all. Seeing this, the god of war Thor let out a scornful laugh. He instantly pieced together what was happening. After all, Marvel's Thor had just announced his identity earlier. The other guy thought he was an illegitimate son here to fight for the family fortune. God of war Thor spread his arms wide, utterly unafraid. "My brother, don't be so distant. Put down the hammer. Let's have a real talk." If his silence had been tolerable, his words were a bombshell. Never mind whether Marvel's Thor would actually let go of his hammer. That opening line alone was enough to infuriate him. But simple-minded as ever, Marvel's Thor didn't overthink it. Even though he had awakened his powers, in some ways he remained just as he'd always been. Perhaps it was because he hadn't experienced all the hardships of the original story. His journey hadn't been so full of trials. He had gained power, but his maturity, well, it was passable. He was just like the Thor from the What If series. On the Marvel side, Thor was instantly enraged. Blue lightning exploded around him, and before Faye could even attempt to intervene, he crashed into God of War Thor. With his newfound strength and the relentless physical training from Baldur, Marvel's Thor had made a tremendous leap in power. He wasn't quite at the level of his What If counterpart, ready to go toe-to-toe with Captain Marvel, or even walk away with a guaranteed win. But his strength was certainly not to be underestimated. If God of War Thor didn't go all out, he was bound to get beaten. And sure enough, in the very first clash, the overconfident God of War Thor was instantly overpowered and sent flying. Realizing his mistake, God of War Thor immediately unleashed the might befitting a giant slayer. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he drew Marvel's Thor's attention. Marvel's Thor, momentarily distracted, was caught off guard as God of War Thor's Mjolnir came crashing toward his face. The massive hammer, larger than half his own body, came down with devastating force. Marvel's Thor was sent spinning, completely stunned, and knocked backward through the air. Among all the warriors, Thor the God of War had the richest battle experience. Despite his massive frame, his speed and agility were equally impressive. He charged forward like a bolt of lightning, and once again, Mjolnir came crashing down upon his opponent. And so, the fight began with Marvel's Thor being sent flying, and ended with Marvel's Thor being hurled back in defeat. "Father, stop!" Thor's daughter, Thrud, suddenly appeared out of nowhere to stop her father from taking things any further. After all, they were guests in someone else's home. They hadn't even been invited to stay yet, and already the host's son had been given a thorough beating. What kind of behavior was that? Thor snapped out of his rage, embraced Thrud, and quickly turned to Odin, who had arrived with Thrud, apologizing, "Sorry, Odin. I lost control of myself." Marvel's Thor was in a miserable state, feeling utterly defeated and at a loss for words. Why did he always seem to run into such absurdly powerful people? Odin looked at Marvel's Thor, whose head was spinning and limbs felt like jelly, and winced. He immediately called for someone to tend to him. Thor, the god of war, had aimed straight for the head. If a concussion was all he suffered, at least that could be treated. But if he ended up with permanent damage, well, while he was still alive and energetic, should they consider having another child? Still, as Odin glanced at the god of war Thor, a bold idea flashed through his mind. He quickly dismissed it, but the thought lingered stubbornly. Is there a palace in Asgard that's caught your eye? Good heavens, was he about to gift an entire palace? Thor looked at the grand, majestic golden palace, nodded, and thought, perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea. Meanwhile, Kratos had not joined in the eventful episode of Thor pummeling Thor. Instead, he led Freya to meet her counterpart. Hello, I'm Freya. Marvel's Freya extended her hand to the god of war Freya. Hello, I'm Freya as well. The god of war Freya took her hand in greeting. Marvel's Freya was every inch the goddess queen, dignified, regal, and graceful in her bearing. In contrast, Freya from the world of God of War had more the aura of a reclusive forest, which, lacking that queenly presence. Yet ever since reclaiming her wings and her sealed powers, the God of War's Freya had become suffused with a heroic spirit, sharp and unstoppable. Though the two women had different temperaments, in theory, they were the same person. And as is often the case, women can become fast friends in a heartbeat. Before long, the two were chatting like old confidants. Atreus, watching from behind, could only click his tongue in astonishment. By the way, aren't you worried about Thor? He's your son too. Marvel's Freya shook her head. I love him dearly, but I took him onto the battlefield from a young age. A few scrapes won't defeat him. The god of war Freya said nothing. She felt little for the god of war Thor. After all, she wasn't his real mother. But in this world, it seemed Freya truly was Thor's birth mother. The very first clash between Thor from the God of War universe and Thor from the Marvel universe ended in an overwhelming victory for the God of War Thor. Just how powerful is the God of War Thor? Everyone knows how strong Kratos is, and even he described his world's Thor as the most formidable opponent I've ever faced. Bear in mind, not even Zeus, Kratos' own father, received such a compliment, and according to the lore, Norse-era Kratos is actually stronger than his Greek-era self. And yet, even so, Thor remains the strongest adversary Kratos has ever encountered. What's more, Thor from the God of War universe is actually much closer to the mythological depiction. He's a true giant slayer. He single-handedly slaughtered so many giants that they abandoned their bodies and fled, their souls sealing themselves inside little beads. One can only imagine how terrifying Thor really is. So, once the Marvel Thor had fully recovered, he glanced over at Kratos, who was now looking noticeably aged. Under Odin's horrified gaze and the mocking eyes of the God of War Thor, Marvel's Thor was knocked out cold by Kratos' sheer power, suffering a spectacular defeat. When Dio received the news, an indescribable expression crossed his face. He brought together the two ultimate physical powerhouses of the God of War universe purely for the fun of it, intending to avoid Asgard himself and instead capture their epic encounter on his hidden cameras. But now, while the news had come through, there was still no video. When he checked the footage, he discovered that Atreus and Thrud, driven by curiosity, had crushed the hidden camera he'd set up. It was only a temporary setup, not connected to the main system, so Dio hadn't realized what had happened right away. Typical troublemakers. Dio couldn't help but complain. Still, it didn't really matter. After all, he'd gotten a clear view of Baldur beating Thor to a pulp. While it wasn't quite as thrilling as watching two Thors go head-to-head, it was still satisfying enough. What a shame, those two little rascals. Though he'd missed out on the fun, Dio shrugged it off and set his sights on traversing to the next world. Shall we go to this world? Hela, standing at his side, handed over her wristwatch for him to see. On the display was the image of a warhammer, and the English letters above it were instantly translated in Dio's mind. He shuddered and quickly pressed down on Hela's hand. No, not yet. Now's not the time. Dio was genuinely startled. Even though he could cosplay as the Emperor, he wasn't truly the Emperor. If he entered the Warhammer world, he'd be facing far more than just the Astartes. That's right. The world Hela was suggesting was none other than Warhammer. He wasn't ready to take on the four Chaos Gods yet, especially since, by the very nature of their power, the moment they come into existence, they exist across the entire timeline. For example, take one of the four gods who ascended to divinity by treading on the corpses of the spirit race, Lust. Once Lust came into being, it existed directly on the timeline. Even if its moment of birth coincided exactly with the extinction of the spirit race, its existence could be traced all the way back to the very beginning of time. This means that these four beings of the warp simply cannot be erased from the timeline at its very source. Regardless of their combat abilities, this fact alone proves just how exalted their status truly is. At least for now, the Marvel Universe doesn't have any entities that can't be erased from the end of time itself. Dio let out a sigh and said, "Let's pick another one. When the time comes, you go on your own. Let's split up and focus on getting stronger." Dio had already come up with a plan. He would use the abilities he'd gained from the system to grow stronger, step by step. Then, he'd head to the Warhammer universe, and after returning, he should be able to handle the great multiversal crisis looming over Marvel. Hela was puzzled. Was he facing some kind of serious challenge? She never would have thought that merely showing Dio some information about a new world would give him such a strong drive to become more powerful. With that in mind, Hela gently reached out, her hand caressing Dio's cheek as she asked, "Did something happen? Why the sudden motivation?" Dio met her gaze and replied, "It's nothing. I was just thinking that my strength is still far too lacking. If the Empire isn't up to par, I need to get stronger, and fast." Hela smiled softly. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Since you don't want me to go to that world, I'll just pick another one." "No," Dio shook his head. The Warhammer universe might be a cesspool and a meat grinder for others, but for Hela, it was an unparalleled opportunity. After all, that place was saturated with death at every moment. Perhaps she could use the omnipresent power of death there to comprehend new laws. Even though you can't go right now, that doesn't mean you'll never go. If your strength improves a bit more, that world can definitely become one of your options. Hela, feeling reassured by Dio's trust, nodded in agreement and went off to keep searching for another world. As for Dio, his thoughts immediately turned to the power granted to him by the system, the ability to absorb the strength of any enemy he personally killed. There were many ways to interpret this power, but after his recent journey through time, during which he absorbed a great deal of strength, Dio finally understood. This so-called strength was, in truth, both abilities and energy. He would randomly acquire one of his opponent's abilities and also devour all of their energy. At first, Dio hadn't thought much of it, since the people he'd killed weren't particularly powerful. But if he wanted to keep growing stronger, he would have to push this ability to its limits. Of course, the power granted by the system could at most turn him into a being with monstrous stats. And as everyone knows, even stat monsters have weaknesses. If he wanted to go further, he'd need to become a master of the underlying mechanics. How does one become a mechanical marvel in the Marvel Universe? As for cultivation methods, so far, I've only drawn a technique from Swallowed Star, but that method is the most basic, suitable only for apprentice-level practitioners. There is, however, another way, one that he can achieve at this very moment. With this in mind, arcs of electricity began to flicker in Dio's palm. This wasn't psionic lightning, but rather the electric current generated by Dio manipulating the friction within his own cells. As time passed, the raw electricity gradually faded, giving way to an invisible magnetic field. The magnetic field churned with the force of 250,000 horsepower. The moment it began to spin, he'd already reached the star-shattering level. 250,000 horsepower right from the start. Dio's talent was truly unprecedented, unmatched by anyone before or after. And at this point, Dio stopped. It wasn't that he couldn't go further, but he sensed that if he continued, he might abruptly break through to an even higher realm. Yet, the spinning magnetic field was like a cancer. Right now, he could still keep it contained, preventing it from corrupting others or the environment. But if he pushed further, he might lose control entirely, polluting the entire planet. That was not an outcome he wished to see. Such power was best kept in a single pair of hands, and ended with him. If it spread and tainted the universe, wouldn't that shatter his dream of building a harmonious, beautiful empire? The zombie world was a truly unique realm within the multiverse. Everywhere one looked, there was death, yet hope lingered amidst the ruins. Many so-called storylines had even sprung to life there. But these narrative threads were fragile. The slightest ripple could lead to world-ending disaster, plunging everything into a zombie paradise. So Dio's first target was one of these zombie worlds. He didn't care if the world was familiar or whether it had a storyline. He simply swept his arm, unleashing the full might of 250,000 horsepower in his magnetic field. The entire planet was annihilated in an instant. A vast surge of power flooded through his body. That was the power of an entire planet and every living being upon it. As the magnetic field spun furiously, Dio didn't try to further amplify its strength. Instead, he used it to refine himself. Because of the unity between his spirit and flesh, as Dio increased his soul's power, he could simultaneously enhance his physical body. And so, he poured nearly all of his newfound strength into his soul. Once again, Dio made a tremendous leap forward. He turned his gaze toward the blazing star at the heart of the solar system. He couldn't quite claim to possess the energy of a whole star. Yet, claiming half that much wouldn't be an exaggeration. And that was without even counting his psionic energy. Psionics was the energy of the soul, and the stronger the soul, the greater the power of psionics. This strength wasn't a simple matter of addition. For example, in the Warhammer universe, psionics is simply a straightforward way of describing the use of warp energy. Those who can wield psychic power shine brightly in the warp with their souls. Imagine a room, empty except for a single wall inside. On either side of this wall, there is water and air. The water represents the warp, while the air stands for the material world. And the wall itself is the barrier between reality and the warp. Those with psychic abilities are like gaps or cracks in this barrier. The larger the gap a soul creates, the brighter it shines in the warp, and the more warp energy, known as psychic power, they can control. Yet, a soul that shines brightly is not necessarily strong, though a soul with great strength is always brilliant. The two are not strictly equivalent. So, if the Emperor's projection in the warp is a black sun, then his current strength could unleash the force of a black hole. Even though he was fairly adept at using psychic power, what he instinctively channeled each time wasn't true psychic energy. So, could I attempt the Emperor's feat of compressing a sun with psychic power? Remembering how the God Emperor in the Warhammer universe once compressed a star to the size of a room with his psychic might, Dio decided to give it a try. With a surge of psychic energy, the largest body in the solar system began to shrink, as if slowly deflating. At last, it turned into a fusion reactor, no bigger than a basketball. Seeing this, Dio shook his head again. So what if my psychic power is even stronger than the Emperor's? The Emperor's psychic prowess is vast enough to run up debts with the four gods of the warp themselves. His strength isn't measured by raw psychic power alone. The Emperor is destined to be the fifth god of the warp, the very embodiment of cosmic order, fated to oppose chaos. It's as if he carries an innate advantage against chaos. No matter how strong psychic power is, he can still deal devastating blows to the dark gods of the warp. Should I go to the Warhammer world? Dio considered it, but decided to put it off for now. After all, there are still ancient beings in that world, like those who granted the Necrons their near-immortal technology, or the Old Ones who created the Orcs with their brute reasoning. Besides, no one knows where the Old Ones actually are. Beings with such power are the background of all backgrounds, and as a dimension traveler, anything is possible. What if I ran into one of them? Clearly, I still need more strength. With a wave of his hand, Dio tucked the star into his pocket. Although his body could continuously absorb energy to grow stronger, there was a limit to how much he could take in at once. Devouring a whole star in one go was impossible. This way, he could steadily absorb energy while gaining power from defeating his enemies. Without delay, Dio traveled to another zombie world. He took a look around. It seemed more like the zombie apocalypse from a survival game. As usual, he destroyed the entire planet in an instant, converting the energy to further strengthen his soul. Then, the second star was tucked into his pocket as well. Following the same pattern, Dio conquered dozens of zombie worlds. Now dozens of miniature stars orbited around Dio, coupled with the close-fitting, dark golden armor he wore. From a distance, he looked almost divine. Well then, time to choose a new world. This time, Dio set his sights on other Marvel parallel universes. His goal was to seek out and touch those Infinity Stones once more. Although Dio hadn't fully figured out the system's reward mechanism, every reward after the first had come from touching an Infinity Stone. That included the cultivation technique for the ninefold Thunderblade. It was worth noting that, in the Marvel universe, the cultivation method for devouring the stars was truly viable. Dio wanted to test it again. If he really could claim it, wouldn't that mean he could try the devouring stars technique? With his resolve set, Dio gathered his strength and amped up his telepathy to its maximum. He was searching for Watu the Watcher. His intention was to use Watu as a gateway to travel across parallel worlds. Recently, Watu, the notorious observer, had been keeping a low profile. In his deliberate concealment, Dio couldn't even pinpoint his exact location. But finding the Watcher was still a simple task. Once Watu realized he'd been discovered, he appeared immediately. "Is there something you need, Mr. Dio?" Watu, clad in his iconic robe, his oversized head glistening, slowly opened a rainbow-hued barrier in space. "Nothing much, just need to travel to another parallel world. Borrowing your portal for a moment." Dio's actions outpaced his words. Before he'd finished speaking, he'd already darted inside. "Hey, wait!" Watu, caught off guard, could only watch as Dio slipped right through. To limit the damage, Watu gave immediate chase. But, as always, Watu failed to catch up with Dio's stowaway antics. He couldn't even locate where Dio had gone. Oh, why won't you just explain things to me? It's not like I'm stopping you. My superiors already said you could go. Now I'll have to spend all this time tracking you down again, or if you can't get back home, it'll all be pinned on me. Wadu slapped his forehead, looking utterly exasperated. Meanwhile, Dio's world hopping went off without a hitch. After entering the prism dimension, he punched through the nearest barrier and dashed out. These prisms, in fact, could easily be broken from this side. And they healed quickly, too. No sooner had Dio smashed his way through than the barrier began to mend, and within the time it took to withdraw his fist, it was already sealed up again. Without a second thought, Dio simply closed his eyes and rammed his head straight through the prism dimension. On the other side, the battlefield of Wakanda. Thanos had only just begun to adjust to the overwhelming surge of power from the 6 Infinity Stones when a thunderous bolt, wrapped in savage lightning, struck straight down upon him. Though his body, now enhanced by the stones, bore no visible wounds, he was still sent tumbling across the ground in a rather undignified fashion. From that blow, Thanos sensed a genuine threat of annihilation. Instinctively, he unleashed the energy of the 6 Infinity Stones in a desperate attempt to eliminate Thor, the one who had summoned the lightning. But Thor was ready. He hurled his battle axe with all his might. Incredibly, the energy beam from the 6 stones was cleaved in two by the axe, which then hurtled straight toward Thanos. In that split second, Thanos neither dodged nor defended. He allowed the axe to strike, taking the full force directly to his chest. The instant agony brought Thanos to one knee, his breath ragged and faint. Yet he understood. It was only the temporary fortification from the 6 stones that had allowed his body to withstand the blow and cling to life, if only by a thread. Had the axe landed on a vital spot, even the power of the Infinity Stones might not have been enough to save him. Asgardians, huh? As formidable as ever. Just then, the owner of the battle axe landed, a member of the Asgardian royal family who had survived that fateful day aboard the fleet. Thor, the god of thunder himself. At this moment, Thor was brimming with emotion. The roles from that distant day had now been reversed. The one who looked down from on high now knelt before him. Thor seized Thanos by the ear, his other hand grasping the Stormbreaker axe still lodged in Thanos' chest. I told you. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of shattering glass filled the air. A massive figure, every bit as towering as Thanos, burst forth from the void and charged straight at them. As consciousness faded, both Thanos and Thor were left with only one thought in their minds. Who the hell is this guy? ×2. After pulling his face out of the dirt, Dio looked around and saw two people he just knocked out cold. The distinctive armor and skin tones made their identities obvious at a glance. Dio took in his surroundings with a quick sweep. Perfect. The Battle of Wakanda from Avengers, Infinity War. The two he just knocked senseless? Thor and Thanos. A groan of pain rang out. With Stormbreaker still embedded in his chest, Thanos was jolted awake by the agony and braced himself with one hand to try to rise. His head swiveled, spotting a stranger he'd never seen before, though something about him seemed oddly familiar. Instinctively, Thanos tried to clench his fist to summon the power of the Infinity Stones. But Dio's thought moved quicker. A surge of psychic force froze Thanos in place, halting him mid-motion. Who are you? Came a voice from behind. Dio turned to see Bruce Banner, just extricating himself from a stone wall. At Banner's feet were Rocket Raccoon and Groot, the two supporting each other as they struggled to stand. Who's the big gold guy? Rocket Raccoon asked wearily. I am Groot, Groot said, his words cryptic as ever. But Dio understood perfectly. He meant that he didn't know either. Dio didn't reply. He simply removed the Infinity Gauntlet and Thor's Stormbreaker axe. His actions instantly triggered a stress response from the person, the tree, and the raccoon. In a flash, they snapped into a defensive stance, their weapons at the ready, prepared to fire at any moment. However, what Dio did next made them lower their guard. With a swift motion, Dio raised the axe and brought it down, severing Thanos' head. Then, slipping on the Infinity Gauntlet, he reduced Thanos' corpse to drifting ashes. He had utterly wiped Thanos from existence, leaving not even bones behind. Bruce Banner, wide-eyed in disbelief, peered over and asked, Man, are you with us? Rocket Raccoon, on the other hand, didn't overthink it. Delighted, he exclaimed. That was awesome, big guy. I don't know who you are, but thanks a ton. As he spoke, he ambled over to Thor and gave him a little shake, try to rouse him from unconsciousness. Dio todos te Stormbreaker ahí. He had no intention of keeping it for himself. Though the weapon pulsed with immense power, it was simply too small in his hands. It felt more like a carpenter's hatchet than a weapon of legend. He then turned his attention to the abilities the system had just granted him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Infinity Gauntlet, complete with Infinity Stones. Rewards as follows. Infinity Gauntlet, with Stones the Forbidden Word technique. You can channel all your internal energy to strengthen your life force. The duration depends on your energy reserves. The strength depends on your mastery of life force cultivation. Space Stone, Dimensional Gate, half version. Since the system already possesses a dimensional gate, this reward grants half of its functionality. You can search for and pinpoint any world across the multiverse. Time Stone, Dimensional Gate, the other half. This completes the system's dimensional gate function, allowing you to search for and pinpoint any world across the multiverse. Power Stone, the Nine Tribulations Codex, originating from the world of Swallowed Star. Mind Stone, Clone Technique, also from the world of Swallowed Star. Soul Stone, the method for crafting the banner of 10,000 souls. It's like whatever I wish for just comes true. Dio couldn't help but feel that this system was tailor-made for his every desire. What he needed most right now were cultivation techniques, and in the Marvel Universe, nothing could serve him better than the methods from Swallowed Star. Even though Swallowed Star was essentially a fantasy world dressed in science fiction, its cultivation techniques will be incredibly effective in the Marvel Universe. Dio was overjoyed, unable to contain his laughter. His laughter was so loud it woke Thor from his stupor. Thanos! Thor jolted awake, roaring as he sprang to his feet. He scanned the surroundings. Apart from the unfamiliar stranger, there was no one else. Hey, big guy, relax. Thanos is dead. The fight's over. Rocket Raccoon quickly stepped forward to reassure him. Rocket Raccoon, perched on Thor's broad shoulder, asked, Rabbit? What are you talking about? Thanos is dead? Then where's his body? Thor, having found no trace of Thanos' remains, hurriedly pressed for answers. Rocket pointed at Dio, who was still laughing heartily. Only then did Thor turn his gaze to the imposing figure of Dio. For some reason, at first glance, there was a strange sense of familiarity. The pressure Dio exuded reminded him of Thanos. Pushing aside his irritation, Thor stepped forward and said, Hello. My friend just told me you killed Thanos. May I ask where his body is? I like to take it to honor my family. Dio glanced at this world's Thor, noting how he seemed more mature and seasoned than the Thor he knew. Without answering or refusing, Dio activated the power of the Time Stone, turning it toward a pile of ashes on the ground. Time seemed to flow backward. From the ashes, Thanos' body was reconstituted, flesh and form returning. Thor stared at the beheaded Thanos, struggling to restrain his emotions. He bowed deeply to Dio and said, Thank you for your help, but I can't give you the Infinity Stones. He was deeply worried that if Dio acquired the stones, he could become as great a threat as Thanos. Even as he spoke, Stormbreaker was already poised in his grip, ready for battle. If Dio refused, Thor was prepared to risk everything to stop him. Dio, not wanting to waste words, tossed the Infinity Gauntlet to Thor and, using his newfound powers, opened a portal and stepped through, leaving the group exchanging bewildered glances. What a mysterious guy, Rocket Raccoon murmured. Still lost in thought, he cradled the Infinity Gauntlet in his arms and glanced at Thanos' body. Meanwhile, Dio returned at once to inspect his gains. He had thought it would take searching through several worlds to obtain a cultivation method, but unexpectedly, he struck gold on his first try. Then Dio discovered that the function of the Nine Tribulations Codex was not to provide a cultivation technique, but rather to serve as an aid to cultivation. Moreover, the restrictions were severe. It could only be used by someone born as a human on Earth, whose soul was also of earthly origin. If one ignored the differences between Earth in Swallowed Star and Marvel's Earth, Dio only fulfilled the criterion of possessing an Earthborn soul. He felt there was no way he could allow himself to be reborn as a human from Earth just to cultivate the Nine Tribulations Codex. After all, the multiversal wars were drawing ever closer. There simply wasn't enough time to reach his current level again. With this in mind, Dio entered the Watcher's Prism Realm. Wada the Watcher was utterly astonished. How had Dio suddenly managed to arrive here by himself? What did you just do? Watu exclaimed in amazement, regretting that he had failed to witness the moment Dio acquired such power. This was truly an event that could shake the cosmos. I need your help, Dio said, startling Watu even further. I need your help to locate the Infinity Stones from other worlds, or better yet, Thanos from those worlds, preferably when both are together. Dio made his request. Watu's face darkened. As a Watcher, he always held firm to the principle of non-interference in the development of worlds. But the last multiversal crisis caused by Ultron had proven too much. He hadn't been able to hold back, underestimating Ultron's power. Since then, the Watcher's so-called bottom line had become as fragile as the chastity of a streetwalker. Yet now, being asked to blatantly break his own rules was something he simply couldn't bring himself to do. Just as Wata was about to refuse Dio, a voice echoed through, causing him to freeze for a moment. Bathed in white light, his expression unreadable, Watu appeared to be pondering a weighty decision, or so it seemed to Dio. "So, what's your justification for this?" Wata finally asked, his voice strained. Dio glanced at Watu, his eyes complicated. "Come on, if you're going to agree, just agree. Why ask for reasons? I can kill others and acquire their abilities. That's why I'm searching for other Thanoses to absorb their power." As soon as the words left his mouth, Dio paused, realizing how much this sounded like a plot from a certain movie. Then, Wata began again, but Dio cut him off. "Watu, any more questions, and you'll be crossing a line." Dio's expression grew unfriendly. Watu understood what he meant, and, with a sigh, managed a wry smile. "I'm just worried you might want to kill me, you know?" Dio's face returned to normal. "We're friends, aren't we? Besides, I'm not someone who acts without any principles." With a wave of his hand, Watu opened a portal and gestured invitingly. "On the other side, there's another Thanos who's just acquired all 6 Infinity Stones. Now's the perfect time for you to go." Dio simply nodded and stepped through without another word. And so, Dio embarked on a wild journey, leaping from world to world. "Congratulations, you've obtained the Infinity Gauntlet, 6 Infinity Stones Edition. Rewards as follows. Power Stone, Burning Resolve, Battle Through the Heavens Edition. Congratulations, you've obtained the Infinity Gauntlet, 6 Infinity Stones Edition. Rewards as follows. Power Stone, Mysterious Heaven Skill, Soul Land Edition. Congratulations, you've obtained the Infinity Gauntlet, 6 Infinity Stones Edition. Rewards as follows. Power Stone, Chaos Evolution Technique, Swallowed Star Edition. Who knows how long he traveled, how many worlds he crossed. When Dio once again returned to the prism-like space. "Do you want to go again?" Watcher Wado asked, cautiously, as he eyed Dio's expression, one that looked as if he'd lost everything. Dio regarded the Watcher calmly, then shook his head in silence. Even he'd lost count of how many worlds he'd visited, how many Thanoses he'd slain. Though each Thanos looked the same, their powers were vastly different. The powers now stacked within him were at least 10,000 times greater than the first time he killed Thanos. He had barely managed to restore a quarter of his pre-psionic energy reserves. In his hands, the techniques and abilities granted by the Power Gem were vast and varied. There were those from Swallowed Star to a continent, Battle Through the Heavens, Desolate Era, and even a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. There were also some abilities from novels and anime worlds whose names he recognized, though he'd never actually read or watched them. "I am exhausted. That's enough for today," Dio muttered, waving his hand. He planned to head back, sort through his gains, and then clear his mind. Repeating the same task over and over was unbearably tedious, and besides, he needed to deal with today's haul as quickly as possible. So many techniques and abilities. Though the profits were tremendous, he still needed to analyze which ones were actually useful and which were not. Suddenly, in a world of ice and snow, Hela burst out laughing as she watched a group of figures, each wielding different weapons, slowly close in around her. "Are you satisfied now, Hela? Does this count as my victory?" the leader of the group called out. "Hela nodded. You are truly fascinating. Vikings at heart, but with the ferocity of wolves." She stepped forward, eyes fixed on the leader. "Especially you. There's something extraordinary about you." The leader was striking, tall as a mountain at over 3 meters, with a mane of golden red hair. His wild, untamable presence marked him as an undefeated Viking chieftain, even at a glance. He nodded, and together with the others, they all returned toward a distant encampment. The camp itself was built entirely in the Viking style. Back in the camp, everyone celebrated with abandon, tearing into meat and drinking deep from their mugs. "Hela, what do you think? Have my people and I proven ourselves as hunters in your eyes?" the leader asked, raising his cup to her. All around, the others paused, turning to watch Hela and their chieftain. Hela smiled softly. "Your skills are indeed impressive. You managed to track me down even in this frozen wasteland." The leader's grin grew even broader at her words. "I, Leman Russ, along with all my followers, pledge our loyalty to you." The leader, no, Leman Russ himself, dropped to one knee before Hela and swore allegiance. Everyone else in the hall immediately followed suit, kneeling on one knee just as Leman Russ had. Now, let's turn the clock back to half a month earlier in the Warhammer universe. That was when Hela arrived in the world of Warhammer. Of course, she didn't come here directly. She had to traverse yet another world before reaching this place. At this point in time, the Warhammer world was still in the 30K era, with the Emperor searching the galaxy for his sons. Hela had arrived early on Fenris, and happened to witness the tribe of Leman Russ himself. He called himself the Wolf King and ruled as the tribe's chieftain. His extraordinary size and battle prowess delighted Hela to no end. When Dio created the Astartes for the Empire, he used gene seeds primarily derived from the Eternals within the Empire. Hela, too, wanted an Astartes force of her own. However, because of the unique nature of her divine power and her special status, Dio, after much deliberation, refused to create gene seeds from her genes, offering instead the privilege that she could lead any Astartes legion she desired. Even so, Hela still yearned for a legion of Astartes that would be entirely loyal to her alone. And when she encountered the men of Fenris, led by Leman Russ, Hela felt as if they were born to serve her. Without hesitation, she directly challenged Leman Russ. Though Hela appeared slender, she was actually as tall as Dio himself. Leman Russ's followers did not underestimate her. After all, aside from Russ, the rest were of average human height, at most 2 meters, just a little shorter than Hela. Of course, height alone doesn't determine combat prowess, so many of the warriors insisted that Hela would have to defeat them before she could challenge their Wolf King, Leman Russ. It took Hela less than 3 minutes, 1 minute for fighting, and 2 minutes just walking from one opponent to the next. What followed were the same 3 trials the Emperor had once required of Leman Russ: food, drink, and strength. These challenges, which were almost a joke, were dispatched by Hela with effortless ease. In the process, she even praised Leman Russ's strength, silently comparing him to Dio. It felt much like the first time she had met Dio, strength in the range of 100 tons or so. Below that, the differences fluctuated greatly, for Leman Russ was no mere brute. His wildness was simply an adaptation to the harsh conditions of Fenris. Soon enough, Hela found these contests to be child's play. She had yet to witness the true capabilities of Leman Russ and his warriors. So, she proposed a hunt that would last for half a month. Their quarry, herself. Only those capable of catching her would be worthy to serve at her side. The rest would be too weak, unqualified. Having already sworn fealty, Leman Russ was delighted. He declared that he would most certainly prove their worth to their future mistress. And thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. Hela was in high spirits. Rising to Leman Russ's former throne, she proclaimed in a ringing voice, "Remember my name. Hela, death goddess of the Asgardian gods, mistress of the underworld. The feast continues," Hela declared with a grand sweep of her hand. Cheers rose higher than ever, the revelry resuming as platters of meat and flagons of wine were brought forth in abundance. Leman Russ's face was all smiles, but his eyes were calm, deep in thought. Hela could never have expected that, on her very first arrival, she would encounter a pre-march, and that the Emperor's fleet was drawing ever closer. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Dio, upon returning to the Marvel Universe, made straight for this place. He intended to ask Thor for a drop of blood to create a duplicate of himself. After all, in terms of potential, Odin explicitly stated in the comics that Thor's potential surpasses even his own. Although creating and nurturing an avatar takes time, the flow of time in other worlds differs from that in this one. It's easy enough to send the avatar to another world and let it grow naturally. When Dio arrived in Asgard, he found Thor being thoroughly beaten, and the one beating him was Thor himself. Odin was genuinely delighted to see Dio's arrival. After all, as people grow older, they tend to enjoy having younger folks around them. Dio, it's been a long time. Odin greeted him warmly, spreading his arms in welcome. It had been several months since Dio last visited Asgard, and Odin had been itching with anticipation for another chance to explore a new world. He'd been waiting for Dio to return with the news. But he hadn't expected the wait to last so many months, so seeing Dio now brought him great joy. Odin cast a meaningful glance at Dio, silently asking if he'd come to invite him on another world-hopping adventure. Dio shook his head, and Odin's excitement deflated in an instant. "Then what brings you here?" Odin asked, the enthusiasm draining from his voice, leaving it heavy with indifference. Dio explained his reason for coming, and in passing, revealed the secret art of creating an avatar. Odin was utterly astonished. "Is a technique like that? Then why tell me? Is it because you wanted to create an avatar with a drop of my blood?" Dio replied, "Yes, but not yours. I want a drop of Thor's blood." Odin felt a twinge of disappointment, not because he was unwilling to let Thor provide a drop of blood. After all, they were family, and that sort of trust came naturally. Seeing the hesitation in Odin's expression, Dio considered for a moment and said, "How about this? Next time I travel to a new world, I'll take you with me. I might even be able to bring someone else along, but no more than one." Odin began to ponder the offer. In truth, Dio's terms were already quite generous. After all, the ability to travel between worlds was his alone. Asking him to bring others was already pushing the bounds of courtesy. This was Dio's method of recruiting and gaining strength, not something to be handed out for others' amusement. Odin nodded, then gestured toward the unconscious Thor. With a wave of his hand, he drew a drop of blood from Thor's wound and handed it to Dio. One had to admit, Marvel's Thor might not be the strongest, but he was certainly tough as nails. The blow from God of War's Thor was powerful enough to reshape the very land. Kratos' legendary shield couldn't withstand it. Yet Marvel's Thor took it full on the face. And even after being knocked out, all he suffered were a few bruises. He didn't even end up with a concussion. It's worth remembering that during his first battle with Kratos, God of War's Thor left Kratos in a state of near-death shock with a single hammer blow. That really puts Marvel's Thor's resilience into perspective. Moreover, Asgard in the Marvel Universe has a unique trait. The older you get, the stronger you become. So, even if a clone made from Marvel Thor's genes doesn't reach the same heights as Thor himself in the future, it would still be a formidable force. Yet, Dio didn't immediately find a place to nurture the clone. Instead, he carefully gathered Thor's blood, planning to use time manipulation technology to create a device that could slow time in a contained space before proceeding with the cloning process. Why is it that every time I come here, Thor is always the one getting beaten up? Dio asked, having pocketed his gains as he glanced at the scene in the center of the training ground. Odin sighed deeply. There was nothing he could do. His son's growth had actually been quite rapid. Each of Thor's divine lightning attacks grew more focused and powerful, and even his performance in close combat was improving with every bout. But when facing the war god Thor, a thunder deity whose true age was anyone's guess, the only advantage the younger Thor could bring to the table was his increasingly concentrated and potent lightning. That was all. In hand-to-hand combat, he could only last a bit longer before being defeated. He's still quite green, Odin explained, outlining Thor's strengths and weaknesses. Truth be told, Thor was powerful in his own right. As a child, he often followed Frigga onto the battlefield. Once he grew a little older, he relied on his Asgardian physique to fight head-on, and in battle, brute force was his answer to nearly everything. He never really learned how to control his divine power properly. Without his hammer, he was little more than a reckless brawler, barely able to channel his godly energy. Thor had improved a lot by now. He'd had several awakenings, and his overall strength was already impressive. Still, some aspects of his abilities were just a bit lacking. After hearing all this, Dio looked at Odin, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. But wait, didn't he spend a while obsessed with a virtual universe? Didn't he use that time to train? A faint blush crept onto Odin's face, and his gaze darted aside before he answered. He did get addicted to the virtual universe, but most of the time he was just playing games. Eventually, he managed to spend more than half of Asgard's savings there. If Frigga hadn't noticed, who knows how long he would have stayed lost in that world. Dio nodded sharply in disbelief. Asgard deposits in the Imperial Bank ranked among the greatest fortunes in the entire cosmic realm. One could easily call them the richest of all. Yet Thor, all by himself, had managed to squander half of Asgard's wealth. That, Dio thought, was the true meaning of prodigality. Luckily, Asgardians weren't in the habit of using the Imperial Bank. The money deposited was just for Dio's sake, a token gesture more than anything. The amount they kept in the bank wasn't even a tenth of Asgard's real fortune. Such was the depth of an ancient god kingdom that had endured for millennia. Dio secretly checked up on what exactly Thor had been up to, and the truth was he hadn't expected much. But the reality was truly shocking. There were all sorts of online scams at play, shady chat rooms, rigged gambling circles, promises of low investment and high returns. You name it, it was there. Countless victims had fallen prey, suffering terribly in the process. Good heavens, who would have thought that even in the vast universe, there would be such a thing as internet fraud? But fortunately, Odin said, stroking his beard in a calm tone, one of Thor's major expenses turned out to be a scam. The sum was enormous. But your empire responded swiftly and managed to recover all those illicit expenditures. I remember one particular gang of swindlers. They were sentenced to death directly by your Inquisition. Their entire clan was wiped out, as if playing a matching game. Odin added without much emotion. Dio was taken aback. Was that really possible? He thought back and recalled a report. The fraud amount had indeed been so great it exceeded the legal threshold, resulting in a death sentence. Since the Empire didn't actually have collective punishment laws, Dio had even read the full case file. It turned out to be a notorious family of swindlers, a clan that had roamed from place to place for years, committing scams wherever they went. So that's what really happened. At the thought of this, Dio could only cover his face in exasperation. All right, go ahead and take care of whatever you need to do. I know you've already accomplished what you came here for. Just remember to take me out for some fun next time, Odin said, waving his hand to dismiss him. But that last sentence left Dio both amused and helpless. When Dio returned home, he immediately received a cross-world message from Hela. "What is it?" Dio asked, just as he was fiddling with a time device and saw Hela's message pop up. This kind of cross-world communication was a new feature the system had gained after their last trip to the Valhalla world with Odin. You're still at home, right?" Hela's tone was cautious, almost hesitant. Dio was puzzled by her question. "Of course. Where else would I be? But then, why is there another you here?" Hela stared in confusion at the other Dio standing before her, then asked her system for clarification. "And he even has a system bracelet. Yours, in fact." Hela sounded a bit nervous. "Wait, which world are you in right now?" Dio suddenly asked, feeling something was off. Warhammer Hela replied unsetainly. The Warhammer world, Terra. The unification wars had ended. The Thunder Warriors had been purged, and the gene primarchs hidden beneath the Himalayas had been swept away by a warp storm. Now, as the warp storm finally began to subside, the Emperor who had unified Terra was preparing for the Great Crusade, and incidentally, to retrieve the gene primarchs scattered by the storm. But just as the Emperor boarded his flagship, a portal suddenly opened right before him on the deck. Before the Emperor could even give an order, the custodians at his side had already stepped forward, power halberds in hand, forming a protective barrier before him. Behind them, the Astartes raised their bolt guns, swiftly falling into formation. Even the Emperor himself drew his long sword from his waist and activated the power claw on his hand. At the forefront of the custodians stood their first captain, Constantine Valder, wielding the legendary Spear of the Sun. The Emperor scrutinized the scene before him, which resembled a collapse in the fabric of space itself. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. The light of psychic energy flickered in his eyes. "Please, Your Majesty, retreat at once. The escape pod is ready." Chancellor Malkador, clearly anxious, clung to the Emperor's belt, tried to pull him back. Yet the Emperor stood immovable. The Emperor shook his head and gently removed Malkador's hand. "There's no need. I see no trace of the taint of the warp in this thing, nor any of its foulness. In fact, a similar anomaly has appeared in the warp as well," the Emperor explained. His words seemed to calm Malkador, who slowly withdrew his hand. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the other side of the spatial gate. The footsteps drew nearer and nearer, and everyone could tell there was more than a handful approaching. It was the march of an entire army. Everyone braced themselves. If the forces emerging from the gate proved hostile, they were ready to strike at any moment. But when they finally saw the figures stepping through, every last one of them stood stunned. They were custodians as well. The same resplendent golden armor, the same power halberds, even the same towering stature. All of it left the Emperor thoroughly perplexed. What was the meaning of this? Was there another Emperor on the other side? A thought sparked in the Emperor's mind. Time within the warp was utterly chaotic. Step in now, and you might emerge 100, even 1,000 years in the past or future. "It's possible these are custodians from the future," the Emperor said quietly, lowering his sword. The crackling energy dancing along his power claw faded as well. The others were taken aback by the Emperor's words. Valder turned, joining Malkador at the Emperor's side to ask, "Your Majesty, is that truly possible?" The Emperor watched the custodians who continued to emerge, shaking his head. "I cannot say for certain. Time inside the warp is wildly unstable, but I sense no lingering warp energies upon them, so I'm not." As he spoke, the Emperor's mouth fell slightly open, his expression turning to one of utter disbelief. Seeing this, Valder and Malkador rushed to his side. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Their souls cast no shadow in the warp. The two men were struck speechless. Soon, the echoing footsteps of the custodians from within the gate began to die down, only to be replaced by the thunderous tread of something far larger. From within, colossal machines began to emerge, each towering nearly 10 meters tall. The moment these robots stepped out, not only the Emperor but everyone else was visibly stunned for an instant. After all, the Iron Men rebellion during the golden age of humanity and the subsequent warp storms marked the beginning of mankind's descent into darkness. So now, humans harbor a deep-seated aversion toward all artificial intelligences and machines. No, they're not Iron Men. In that brief instant, everyone, including the Emperor, dismissed the thought. They had encountered Iron Men before. A few remnants still lingered on Terra, and fighting them was always a grueling ordeal. But these robots, even from appearance alone, were clearly not the same as the Iron Men. The Emperor himself couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. As the longest-lived immortal among humans, he of course recognized what stood before him. He'd even watched the animated series featuring these figures. After all, it was a wildly popular IP created in the 1980s that had taken all of Western pop culture by storm. Hundreds of Transformers strode out, filling the vast deck before coming to a halt. Then, the sound of footsteps echoed, like human steps. When the person emerged, everyone was taken aback. He stood around 2 meters tall, a far cry from the Emperor's towering 4 or 5 meters. Yet, in many other ways, he bore a striking resemblance to the Emperor. Long, flowing hair, golden armor, and that same impassive expression. Malkador swallowed a bit awkwardly. "No, his armor is thinner than mine," the Emperor remarked, glancing at Malkador, the implication plain as day. Malkador scratched his foot in embarrassment and looked away. What bad luck to get caught mocking the boss in your head. Once the newcomer had arrived, the portal behind him closed with a finality. Just then, the Emperor felt a sudden pull, as if his very soul was being drawn in. It wasn't a physical force from the real world, but something else entirely. The Emperor's eyes went wide in astonishment. What was he seeing? Within the warp, a black hole appeared by his side, twisting all the matter of the immaterium around it just like a real black hole would in reality. It even took on the form of a planet, floating silently in the depths of the warp. The 4 presences lurking deep within the warp, eyes ever watchful, were instantly blinded by the energy from this anomaly, letting out wails of agony. After this display, the black hole seemed to fall silent, utterly motionless. When that strange force finally faded, the Emperor steadied his expression and walked over to the custodes. Dio stepped forward to stand before the Emperor as well. The 2 locked eyes in the center of the crowd, and under everyone's gaze, the Emperor's towering height began to shrink until he matched Dio's stature. Dio extended his hand, and the Emperor raised his own to shake it. "Let me introduce myself. My friends all call me Dio, but those who can't stand me call me Thanos." The Emperor's face grew even more strained. The name Thanos was not unfamiliar to him. After all, the Marvel and DC franchises had once taken the world by storm. "They call me the King of Mankind, but you can call me Sigmar Heldenhammer. Just Sigmar is fine," the Emperor quickly amended, realizing how long the name was. The 2 met and quickly found themselves in lively, engaging conversation. Once the Emperor learned Dio's name, he made a point to inquire further. Dio, having no intention of hiding anything, since besides seeking out Hela, his purpose here was to win over the Emperor, shared everything he knew about Warhammer. Of course, he was also completely open about his own identity. And when the Emperor learned that his entire world was nothing more than a work of science fiction, even his iron resolve couldn't keep his hand from trembling ever so slightly. Noticing his unease, Dio offered some comfort. "Isn't my world just a comic book here, too? And I'm the supreme overlord of the universe, a full-blown villain. You know, I started out as an ordinary person back in the 2K era. Then I crossed over to the Marvel Universe, became a villain, no less." As he spoke, Dio shrugged, his face taking on a strangely amused expression. The Emperor almost felt himself wanting to laugh at that. Dio only dared to be so candid because he'd recently dealt a heavy blow to the 4 little vendors, leaving them distracted and less likely to keep a constant watch on the Emperor. Only then did he dare reveal all of this. Naturally, Dio had made sure to shield the area. For now, only he and the Emperor knew the truth. If anyone else found out, the consequences would be as dire as opening the door to find a gray knight standing there. The Emperor nodded. "I understand what you mean, but it's still hard to accept that kind of future. That's just how it is. After all, your story is built around tragedy. Change the plot, and those people wouldn't make any money. Truth is the sharpest weapon. The ancients were right about that." Sure enough, as soon as Dio finished speaking, the Emperor's expression grew even more sorrowful. The Emperor was grieving. He was, without doubt, the most powerful psyker in the galaxy, at least until Dio arrived. But to hear such news all at once, even someone as resilient and formidable as the Emperor could not help but feel utterly heartbroken. Dio watched the Emperor's silent tears with a strange look on his face. Of course, that was only from his perspective. Anyone else looking would still see the Emperor's ever-calm expression. "Is there truly no way for humanity to rise again?" the Emperor asked, his voice thick with suppressed emotion. Dio let out a sigh. The disasters that would one day befall the Imperium, if truth be told, were the result of a complex web of causes. But at the root of it all, well, they were directly or indirectly tied to the Emperor himself. After all, when a towering figure with a golden halo above his head, doing things not even Superman could manage, stands before you and insists, "I am not a god," some of the Primarchs simply nodded along, as if to say, "Yeah, sure, whatever you say." In his later years, Lorgar descended straight into madness. When the perfect city was destroyed, he unleashed a blast of psychic might so overwhelming that every word bearer present, Primarchs included, fell to their knees. Such godlike power left a permanent thorn in Lorgar's heart. Even when Magnus was adopted by his foster father out in the galaxy, it was the Emperor himself who personally gave him psychic lessons, remotely, across the breadth of the galaxy. To wield powers that could reach across star systems, and yet to greet his sons with "I am not a god" as his very first words. Among the Primarchs, only Guilliman, the Wolf King, and the Khan seemed to truly see through him. Outwardly, they'd nod along with the Emperor's miracles, but in their hearts, they hardly respected it. If it weren't for the fact that none of them could best him in battle, it's likely they'd have turned on him long ago. Especially the Wolf King. He understood his role the moment he set foot on the Emperor's ship. The Emperor wanted him as his personal executioner, and for internal matters, no less. He didn't argue. After all, he couldn't win, and back on Fenris, the Emperor had been the conqueror. According to Fenrisian custom, bowing to the victor was only natural. The emergence of the Second Empire made it perfectly clear to everyone what he truly thought. But no one dare question him. For one, the Emperor was still active at the time, and besides, he himself had said nothing on the matter. From the time of the Horus Heresy until he was critically wounded by Fulgrim and confined to the Golden Throne, only one legion, Guilliman's Ultramarines, managed to keep its structure intact. Back then, to even suggest questioning Guilliman, never mind the Ultramarines, would have meant your entire bloodline being wiped out by every other legion. What's more, after his return, Guilliman was even possessed by the Emperor and set fire to Nurgle's garden. Even if you ignore the business with Nurgle's garden, the Emperor possessing him was an act of the utmost loyalty. Not that the Custodes ever truly trusted him. All in all, looking back on this series of events, it's hard to see the Emperor's 10,000 years as anything but wasted. Even if, canonically, he's played every role imaginable. Man, woman, gangster, thief, assassin, soldier, ruler, and so on. But when you tally up all his experiences, it feels like whenever the Emperor's affairs touch on the Primarchs, he just turns into a complete muggle. Granted, this might be the writer's fault, but in terms of character portrayal, the higher the pedestal at the start, the harder the fall. Now, he's little more than background scenery, strapped to the Golden Throne. So much so that people on the outside jokingly call him the Corpse Emperor. The Astartes have gone from warriors to monks, and the Emperor has become the very thing he least wished to be. A god, the object of faith for all. What have I done wrong? I just want to save humanity as soon as possible, to reunite the human Imperium, and to see mankind return to its former glory. What have I done wrong? The Emperor could tell what Dio was thinking the moment he caught the look in Dios' eyes, and he found that gaze hard to accept. Dio was resigned. In truth, the Emperor's prophetic abilities were not as effective as Saint Celestine's, at least, according to the latest lore. Dio had already known, ever since the warp storms swept over the Primarchs, that the four ruinous powers would corrupt half of them. That was something the four had agreed upon from the very beginning, even if he destroyed the pact by himself. But when it came to the Primarchs, the Emperor trusted none of them. Not even Leman Russ, his executioner, who held the spear of the god of wine. The Emperor slumped to the ground in defeat. Even with knowledge of the future, everything seemed shrouded in mist. Despite all the wisdom he had gathered over countless ages, he still felt utterly lost. First, find the Primarchs. Then, be a father to them. Teach them as one. As for saving humanity, you should know the old saying, before securing the borders, first put your own house in order, even if that house is nothing more than your own family. In Dios' view, if the Emperor could handle his family affairs, at least half of the disasters, the chaos caused by the Primarch's later poor decisions, could have been avoided. The Emperor opened his mouth, as if pondering, and after a long pause, finally nodded. Then I'll go tell all the legions, and have each of them send a company to follow me. We'll bring the Primarchs back first, and once they've bonded, then we'll launch the Great Crusade. The Emperor's eyes lit up as he leapt to his feet. Dio flicked him on the forehead. The Emperor looked baffled, rubbing his head and asking warily, "Is there something I missed?" Dio almost burst out laughing. The Great Crusade must go on, but the children's education is even more important. Apart from a few Primarchs who need you personally, the rest can wait a little longer, Dio explained. Then Dio listed several names of Primarchs. Horas, Motarion, Angon, Konrad Kotze, Corvus Corax. The Emperor memorized each name. There were 21 Primarchs, and Dio had mentioned half. At last, the Emperor asked, "So who should be the first?" Dio thought for a moment. Horus was meant to be your firstborn, at least on the surface, but of all the Primarchs, Angren's fate is the most tragic. If you want to bring them home, he must be the first. The Emperor remembered Angron. After all, Dio had implanted the entire official Warhammer saga into his mind. Is it because of the butcher's nails? Dio nodded. Without the nails, he would have been the most rational of all the Primarchs. As gentle a giant, as Vulcan himself. Moreover, his experience as a gladiator has made him distrustful of any authority. He assumes all those in power are nothing but exploiters. When you originally took him away, it was by force, and, with the butcher's nails embedded in his mind, he couldn't think straight. He followed you only because he saw you as an overwhelmingly powerful oppressor, someone he simply could not resist. At this point, the Emperor gave an awkward smile. The rest I've already written in the novels I gave you. Sort through it as you travel. Take the time to really think about how you should interact with them. Only after you foster a proper relationship should you reveal everything they're allowed to know. Even if there are things you cannot let them know, you must explain the reasons and consequences. Everything should be made clear. Otherwise, if you act like some enigmatic Riddler, it's only a matter of time before the curious ones, like Horus and Magnus, rebel or cause some disaster. The Emperor nodded. With this reasoning sorted out, he finally understood what needed to be done. He realized that previously, as someone caught up in the situation, he couldn't see clearly, but now, by taking a step back and viewing things from a third-person perspective, the causes and effects became clear. With a plan set, the Emperor began assembling his team. But this time, Ongron, the first of the Primarchs to be retrieved, was simply too far away. If they attempted warp travel now, they might lose their way entirely and never find a route. So, Dio suggested that the Custodes take a company, or even a full detachment, of the 12th Legion, the Warhounds, and set out ahead of the main force. The Emperor made no attempt to hide the truth from them. Their Gene Father was being treated as nothing more than a plaything, suffering under the oppression and humiliation of the planet's High Lords. The legionaries erupted in curses against those High Lords who had taken Ongron in. They organized a contest, and from among tens of thousands of warriors, they selected the strongest company to join the Custodes on the advanced mission to find their Gene Father. Then, the Emperor turned hopefully to Dio. Because of the storms raging in the warp, all of humanity's spacefaring technology relied on warp travel. But history had already shown everyone that warp travel came at a price, and it was never safe. Now, Dio, hailing from the Marvel Universe, had become the Emperor's lifeline. Had humanity not discovered and exploited warp technology for interstellar travel, it's possible that during the Golden Age, they would have developed other means, like space folding or warp drives. And now, seeing all the fantastical technology from the Marvel Universe, the Emperor could not help but covet it deeply. A subtle smile played at the corner of Dio's lips. "I'm willing to pay the price," the Emperor promised. "You are now the Empire's other leader, with authority equal to mine. You have full power to make or revoke any appointments, and to direct any military or political action at your discretion, so long as you can provide us with the technology we need, whenever we need it." The Emperor understood just how valuable Marvel's advanced technology was, not to mention the trump card of the multiverse. Honestly, offering command of the entire Empire in exchange for these powers was not at all unreasonable. As long as Dio was willing to lead humanity back into a new golden age, the Emperor would even step down from his throne for him. This, Waldo the guard standing beside them, nearly popped his eyes out in shock. What had he just heard? Even Malkador was stunned for a moment by the Emperor's words, his face going slack for a split second. "Emperor," Malkador felt compelled to speak, intending to offer some advice. But the Emperor held up a hand to stop him. "You don't understand what this means. You're still young. Perhaps you don't remember those distant days, but I do. I know him." The Emperor's tone was absolute, leaving Malkador no choice but to swallow his words. "All right then, you're older, you win." Meanwhile, Dio only rolled his eyes. What would he want with all these rights and titles? He was already thinking about retirement elsewhere. Why would he come here just to take on another leadership post? Wouldn't that make his retirement pointless? With a dismissive wave, Dio said, "No need. Those powers are useless to me." "Then what do you want?" the Emperor asked urgently, his voice trembling with a hint of desperation. The anxiety in his words made Waldo feel as if the very sky was falling. Was this really the same dignified Emperor he'd always known? Malkador could only cover his face in embarrassment. Having known the Emperor a bit longer, he was well aware of how unpredictable the man could be. But did he really have to do this in front of everyone? So many people were watching. How humiliating. "I want your help," Dio said, resting a steady hand on the Emperor's shoulder and looking him straight in the eyes. "You've read the comics, so you should know. There's a multiversal crisis in Marvel. I need you to help me with it." The Emperor was stunned, slowly releasing his grip on Dio's hand and looking away. He knew about the multiversal crisis, but he couldn't even travel to a parallel universe himself. If he went, wouldn't he just be cannon fodder? "How about, I give it some thought." The Emperor hesitated, letting go and starting to inch away. Dio quickly grabbed his arm. "No," he said firmly, "this is my only request. Help me get through the multiversal crisis, and I'll even help you reunify everything. With that, he moved to release his grip. It couldn't be clearer. This was Dio's only condition. Either help, or he'd walk away. The Emperor's mind raced. If Dio could cross into this world, he could just as easily leave. And his purpose was clear, to gather help for the multiverse crisis. Which meant that this wasn't the only place he'd been. He'd either already visited other universes, or would do so in the future. In short, he could travel across the multiverse. It took only a second for the Emperor to seize Dio's arm once again. This time, his determination was unmistakable, unyielding, and resolute. Then the Emperor grinned and said, "Now that everything's settled, how about taking me to play in the multiverse with you?" "What's this? Aren't you worried about your human empire anymore?" Dio asked with a puzzled look. The Emperor shook his head. "My true intention was to reunite the human empire of the galaxy, and then gradually step down. Humanity's future should be left to them. As for me, I'll become an ordinary man again, blending in among the crowd." That was the Emperor's genuine wish. After all, once the webway was constructed, humanity would have a brand new, faster-than-light route, one that could bypass the dangers of the warp. But fate had other plans. Magnus, lured by Tsench, shattered the webway with a single psychic message. Not only did this cause catastrophic losses for the 1,000 suns, but the custodes of the 10,000 also perished until only 1,000 remained. Indirectly, it led to Malkador's death, and humanity was left to eke out a meager existence in the universe, teetering on the brink of extinction. And so, in the end, the Emperor was forced onto the Golden Throne. But at the heart of it all, the root cause lay in the Emperor's own teachings. And, perhaps, in his penchant for riddles and secrecy. Dio nodded in agreement. There was nothing wrong with that. After all, once the crisis of the multiverse was resolved, he wanted to go adventuring too. Bringing along another companion didn't matter, as long as the newcomer could tolerate all the couples in their group. Dio glanced at the Emperor with an odd look, which made the Emperor a bit uneasy. But Dio wasted no time. He promptly ordered the Transformers to help construct the warp drives and dimensional traversal devices. The Transformers moved with incredible speed. In less than 6 hours, they had finished one. The Emperor was overjoyed. He drew the long sword at his waist, and in an instant, the blade burst into flames. "Warhounds, your gene father, my son, is under oppression. Now, the custodes will aid you in venturing into the stars to save your pre-march. Now move out. Bring my son back. Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring him back." With a flourish of his sword, all the chosen Astartes of the 12th Legion, alongside the custodes, boarded the newly refitted ship in perfect order. At this moment, Dio teased the Emperor, "If I remember the Horus heresy right, you only ever called them your sons when you first found them. Aren't you afraid this will give the Astartes some strange ideas?" The Emperor shook his head, unmoved by Dio's banter. "In the end, I will step down, and I intend to take them with me. No one will inherit my position. It will always belong to humanity itself, not to me personally." The Emperor's answer rang out with conviction, leaving no room for doubt. But Dio wasn't convinced. After all, when he tried to abdicate and suggested a successor from among the other eternal gods, he'd met with nothing but resistance. Everyone insisted his own offspring should inherit that position. But who was Dio? He was someone whose word was law within the Empire, and he brought out the statutes themselves, inscribing the right of succession to the imperial throne into the legal code. Then, he crushed anyone who tried to stand in his way with relentless force. Only then was the new order put into effect. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, what kind of navigation does this ship use? I sent a transformer in to interface with the ship and act as its intelligent navigation system. Well, that's a relief. Dio sighed helplessly. Even the Emperor himself couldn't entirely shake the unease humanity now felt toward artificial intelligence. He glanced at the busy scene where the Transformers, together with his Imperial guards, were hauling out the wetware from these ships with great energy and quietly strengthened the sensory shield behind the Emperor. This was a planet of highly advanced technology, yet its vast impoverished population had to endure the trampling and rule of a noble elite. Most ordinary people lived in poverty and toiled under oppression, while the aristocratic ruling class controlled the planet's resources. Among them, the culture of gladiatorial combat was especially popular. As the Primarch of the 12th Legion, his story was a peculiar one. Other Primarchs, upon arriving on their respective worlds, seemed to possess an inexplicable charisma or natural leadership that drew the planet's people to them. Even without such qualities, they carried with them a wealth of preloaded knowledge, ready to reshape the fate of the worlds they landed on. This allowed these people to rally around the Primarchs and follow their every command, almost without question. Even Conrad Kurz, whose reign of terror instilled fear in everyone on his planet, found it hard for anyone to refuse his will. But Angron was different. He had barely landed before he drove off a gang of Dark Eldar who tried to kidnap him by pelting them with stones. But then he was captured by local slavers and sold into the gladiatorial pits. There, Angron first displayed the charisma expected of a Primarch. A battle-worn, world-weary old gladiator took him in, playing the role of Angron's foster father and teaching him the skills and wisdom of the arena. Angron was not one to accept his fate meekly. With every victory in the arena, he delivered rousing speeches, full of passion and fire. Had it been another Primarch, even Conrad Kurz, perhaps he might have incited a full-scale rebellion. But Angron could only ever rally a handful of gladiators at a time, and even then, it was thanks to his innate psychic ability, the power to absorb pain. With this gift, he soothed his fellow cellmates, bringing them a rare sense of peace. Some gladiators, upon discovering this, would spontaneously join hands with Angron, deepening the bond of brotherhood between them. As for the spectators in the stands, however, they remained utterly unmoved. Angron's victories came again and again, speech after speech, rebellion after rebellion, and each time he was struck down. Little by little, Angron's will to resist was worn away. Were the technology and methods of these lords and nobles truly so formidable in the face of a Primarch? No, not at all. What truly tipped the scales were the powerful sedatives these people held in their hands. These potent drugs could send even a Primarch into swift unconsciousness or leave him weak and powerless. Time and again, Angron would tear through the high-tech knights of the nobles, armies with his bare hands, only to see triumph within his grasp. Then, with the focused application of these drugs, he would slip into a sleep as deep and helpless as an infant's. One had to admit, those little workshops certainly didn't hold back with their concoctions. So now, Angron had lost the heart to resist these noble lords. And now, he wept in anguish. Perhaps it was because Angron's victories had become so monotonous, or perhaps because each of his triumphs cost the lords too many underlings. But these nobles soon devised a new and twisted amusement. They wanted Angron to kill the one gladiator closest to his heart. That was none other than his foster father, Enamaus. Angron, stripped of the courage to resist, could not fight back, but neither could he bring himself to harm his foster father. Tomorrow, he would be forced into the arena. Angron dreaded it. His heart was heavy with grief. Yet if he refused, they would drive iron spikes into his skull. The butcher's nails. Once implanted, the butcher's nails would plunge their victim into unending, maddening agony, amplifying the urge to kill until all sanity was lost and leaving them in a constant state of berserk frenzy. Angron had seen it with his own eyes, his fellow gladiators, his brothers in arms, subjected to the nails after being subdued. The nobles even forced him to fight those very same brothers. To grant them peace, Angron had killed more than a few of his fellow gladiators with his own hands. Now, he could neither bring himself to kill his foster father nor submit to the butcher's nails. And so, he wept bitterly. "Father, how am I supposed to save you?" Night had fallen. Angron's foster father, Enamaus, lay asleep in the neighboring cell. He had spent many years as a gladiator, and he was weary. In his heart, he believed that dying at the hands of his adopted son would be a fitting end. So he slept soundly at peace. "I don't want to kill you." Yet Angron cried through the night, his grief echoing with the raw pain of a wounded soul. The sun rose as always, and after weeping all night, Angron turned to the only hope he knew. He prayed to the gladiator god, as he had learned from his comrades. But as the sunlight broke, no miracle came. Yet just as Angron's spirit was about to break, something unexpected happened. The earth trembled. A thunderous roar shook the air all around. It was as if calamity had descended from the heavens. Deafening booms echoed again and again, and ash rained down within the prison cages. Angron could even hear the distant destruction of other cages, the cries and screams of those caught in the chaos. Having never experienced anything like this before, Angron stood bewildered until his adoptive father, from the neighboring cell, hurried him into the corner for safety. No one could say how long the tremors lasted. When they finally subsided, Angron found himself fortunate. His section of the cages had suffered little damage. For the Emperor! For the Primarch! And just then, as the cries of a group of people rang out, the sharp staccato of gunfire erupted outside. "Father, it sounds like someone's attacking the place." Angron's mind quickly pieced things together, and he looked over at his adoptive father, who was still huddled in the corner of the next cell. "Stay put," his father replied, resigned. "This is just another round in the games these nobles play. It's happened twice before you arrived, but none ever succeeded." Angron was incredulous. Is this lord really that powerful? Enamaus, his adoptive father, regarded him with a strange look. Not everyone can ignore bullets the way you do. Angron paused, then a realization struck him. But wait, father, didn't you say this lord has already defeated all the surrounding lords? Angron's words gave Enamaus pause. He, too, found it odd. Most of this planet's territory had already fallen under the current lord's rule. His domain was the largest, his power unmatched. Who would be foolish enough to challenge him? As they pondered this, a series of heavy footsteps approached, punctuated by the odd mechanical click. Enamaus let out a self-mocking laugh. Looks like it doesn't matter who wins. We'll both end up in the arena, regardless. But Angron's face was aflame with fury. He straightened his massive frame, over 3 meters tall, and shook his head. No, father. I refuse to fight for them. Enamaus simply smiled at Angron's promise, saying nothing more. When the footsteps drew closer, Angron and his father were startled to find that the newcomers were not the Lord's knights. Instead, they were greeted by several warriors, each over 2 meters tall, clad in full, sealed white armor. Standing before them was a mechanical figure, humanoid in shape. To call it a machine was not quite right, for its limbs were spindly, almost as fragile as thin strips of iron. Its head bore 2 small, glowing red eyes, and its mouth resembled the mandibles of an insect. From a distance, it looked more like a toy than a robot. That's him, Angron, the Emperor's 12th son. As the mechanical figure pointed at him, its voice crackled with a strange electronic accent. The white-armored warriors were instantly stirred. They surged forward, tearing open the cage door, and, one by one, dropped to one knee before Angron. Father, we've come to take you home. Angron. Angron was utterly bewildered. All his life, he'd never imagined he had children, let alone acquiring them in such a baffling way. No, that's not right. I don't have any children. Who are you, really? Angron demanded sharply, his mind struggling to make sense of the situation. The Primarch's question sent a shockwave through the warhounds. Though Angron stood at only about half the Emperor's height, his physique was the most formidable these Astartes had ever seen. Not even the gene warriors crafted by the techno-barbarians of Terra, whom they'd once hunted beside the Thunder Warriors, could compare to Angron's sheer power. Yet Angron's presence was equally imposing. Years in the arena, stained with blood and tears, had forged in him an aura that could unsettle even the most dangerous stranger or would-be assassin. The seasoned Terran soldiers were all deeply shaken. The first to speak up, however, was the small mechanical automaton. Excuse me, there are actually plenty of ways to determine if you're a pre-march, the little machine said, scuttling up to Angron. It was the first time Angron had ever encountered such a small, thin contraption. Its silvery body gleamed in the light, reminding him of the hypnotic darts favored by noble lords. Uneasy, Angron instinctively shrank back. No need to be afraid, big guy. I just need to make a tiny cut, take a single drop of your blood, and run analysis. Easy as that, hee-hee. The machine giggled, nimbly crawling up and down Angron's frame. The automaton's laughter sent chills down Angron's spine. Without hesitation, he grabbed the machine, ignoring its confusion and pleas for mercy, and ripped it apart. Heavens! How savage! You're utterly savage. I only wanted to help. Was that really necessary? That's it. I'm done. You can figure it out yourselves. Despite losing its body, the automaton didn't die. It let out a series of unintelligible whimpers, then sprouted insect-like appendages from its head to lift itself away. It stomped in protest at Angron's feet before storming off in a huff. The warhounds Astartes, however, barely batted an eye. They'd seen stranger things. But Angron stared wide-eyed. He'd never witnessed anything so bizarre. After the automaton left, the warhounds crowded around, eager to question Angron further. Following the corruption of Horus by the 4 gods, a warp storm had scattered the Primarchs at random across the galaxy, to the far-flung corners of what had once been humanity's empire. If a Primarch had a strong enough memory, or hadn't suffered anything too unusual after landing, they could usually recall, however hazily, their time in the gestation pods on Terra. Some could even faintly guess at their true identity. But Angron was different. He had lost his memory. According to Angron's own account, when he woke up, the incubation chamber was already open. He ran out, stark naked, knowing nothing. Not why he was there, not how he had arrived, nor even who he was. And then, he ran straight into a group of Dark Eldar. At that moment, he displayed astonishing power. He drove off the entire band of Dark Eldar just by hurling stones at them. The warhounds listening to this were utterly stunned. To give credit where it's due, he truly was a pre-march. What kind of child could, as a mere youngster, drive away a group of Dark Eldar? Even if the Eldar armor was somewhat thin, no ordinary person could have chased them off with mere stones. After driving off the Dark Eldar, Ongran was captured by a slaver gang and sold directly to this place. From then on, he fought and won countless battles, led several uprisings, and rallied against the nobles, right up to today. The warhounds could not help but shower him with praise, declaring, "You really are the Pre-March, our father." After all, what child could become a gladiator from such a young age, defeat adults with far greater size and strength, and remain undefeated? Angren's adoptive father, Enamaus, was deeply astonished. He had never imagined his adopted son had such a past. The Dark Eldar. Everyone knew their infamous reputation. Their favorite pastime was capturing humans to torment and kill. Their cruelty was so notorious that even the loftiest noble lords would try to drive them off the moment they heard of their presence. And now, hearing these armored strangers say that his adopted son was apparently some extraordinary figure, for a moment, Enamaus felt as if he had unknowingly drawn the golden ticket. "No, I won't go back. My father is right here, and I have many gladiator brothers here. I won't leave," Ongran declared resolutely, pulling his adoptive father forth to show the warhounds whom he considered family. The warhounds grew anxious as soon as they heard this. After all their efforts to find their sire, he now refused to leave, but they dared not press him. All they could do was plead with him, their voices filled with desperation. At that moment, a member of the custode strode in. Seeing the even more imposing custodian enter, Ongran felt a surge of unease, clenching his fists tightly as he fixed his gaze on the newcomer. Upon learning from the warhounds that the Pre-March was unwilling to return, the custodian looked at Ongran and said, "Our mission is to find the genetic Pre-March of the 12th Legion, a son of the Emperor, and bring you back to Terra." Hearing this, Angren's fists tightened even further. The custodian, apparently oblivious, continued, "If the Pre-March does not wish to accept, we will not force you. However, if there is something you desire, we can help fulfill your wishes. Let me explain further. When you leave, my Lord Pre-March, you may take your foster father with you, as well as those so-called brothers of yours." With that, the custodian guard turned and walked away. Ongran was left speechless by the custodian's words. "We can bring people with us?" Ongran murmured to himself in disbelief. The warhounds were overjoyed. Now their gene father would have no choice but to depart. Soon enough, that very afternoon, the 12th Legion and the custodian guard, under Angren's command, began their campaign to liberate the entire planet. He was determined to wipe out all the high-ranking nobles and lords, to destroy every gladiatorial arena, and to free the gladiators from their chains. This time, with the combined strength of the warhounds and the custodians, and supported by aerial units, Ongran swiftly overcame every fortress in his path. In fact, before the aerial support had even arrived, Ongran had already pulled off the astonishing feat of storming a fortress single-handedly. It's important to realize, these weren't ancient stone walls. These were high-tech fortresses, relics of the Golden Age, bristling with countless laser weapons and various types of night-class war machines. Some walls even shimmered beneath void shields, formidable enough to withstand even the heaviest aerial bombardments. Yet Ongran tore through them by sheer force. He even disabled one of the night war machines with his own hands. This campaign gave everyone a glimpse of what made a Pre-March so powerful. The warhounds, in particular, roared with joy and shouted their acclaim. Even the custodians were taken aback, finally understanding the chasm that separated them from a Pre-March. At least, they realized feats like these were utterly beyond their own abilities. In less than 6 months, Nysiria was completely liberated, and that was while also taking time to stabilize the civilian population. Had they ignored the aftermath, they could have conquered the whole planet in a single month. Afterward, Ongran announced that he would go with them, on the condition that he could bring with him any gladiator brothers who wished to leave, as well as his foster father. The custodians agreed, leaving behind several of their own and a detachment of 20 Astartes to maintain order until the Imperium could assume direct control. Meanwhile, on the planet Nostromo, the world of eternal night, in the shadows, a pair of eyes opened. He was the one the locals called the Midnight Ghost, a figure they whispered about in fear. But among the populace, no one knew that he, too, was a Pre-March. His presence and the dread he inspired had seeped deep into the lives of the people there. At this moment, the Pre-March was lost in uncertainty. The future, it's changing so much. When the other legions saw that the warhounds had truly gone off on their own to seek out their gene father, every legion was thrown into a frenzy. Especially the future Blood Angels, now the infamous 9th Legion, reviled and hated by all. Those familiar with Warhammer lore know that the Space Marines possess a special sense organ for taste, allowing them to detect toxins and even track targets through consumption. This particular organ is an artificial one found in all Space Marines. But the Ninth Legion stands apart from the rest. Their taste-detecting organ is highly developed, which stirs within them an intensified craving for the flesh and blood of their enemies during battle, a genetic flaw known as the bloodthirst. Some even go so far as to devour the raw flesh of their foes, earning them scornful nicknames like ghouls and vampires. After the recent unification of Terra, the most that sets them apart is a deeper obsession with the flesh and blood of the living compared to other legions. At the very least, for now, the Ninth Legion has not produced someone like Dante, who, unable to control his thirst, would drain mortal auxiliaries dry as if they were nothing more than cups of milk tea. Even so, the current acting chapter master has keenly noticed this flaw in himself and his battle brothers, and it weighs heavily on his mind. When word reached them that the Emperor had located their primarchs, none of them could sit still. Especially after one of the other 3 Berserker legions, the Warhounds, had already selected a full company to set out first into the galaxy. The Ninth Legion followed suit and assembled their own company. Then, together with the acting chapter masters of over a dozen other legions, they knelt before the Emperor's palace. Why only a dozen or so? Because the 1st, 7th, and 13th legions had already departed ahead of them. After all, the importance of the Lion, Dorn, and the Ultramarines is paramount at this stage. It's not that the other legions aren't important, but these 3 are currently essential to the Imperium's needs. Inside the palace, Dio and the Emperor had called for Malkador and Valder to join them, and the 4 were engaged in a game of 3 Kingdoms Kill, playing in pairs. "Aren't you going to deal with them?" Dio asked, fidgeting with the cards in his hand. He and Malkador were teamed up, playing as Zheng and Zhuge Liang. The Emperor and Valder formed the other team, playing as Sima, Yi, and Liu Bei. "There's no need. I can sense that my sons are facing some trouble," the Emperor replied calmly as he played a killing card. "Trouble? What kind of trouble?" Dio set his cards down. In the original story, the Primarch's return had unfolded without any such issues. Could this be the work of Tsench? The Emperor explained, "Yesterday, I spoke with a few of the Eldar gods. They're willing to form an alliance with us, as long as we deal with Slaanesh, and they have no qualms about us hunting down the Dark Eldar." Dio nodded to show he understood. The Great Crusade marks a turning point for humanity's fate in this world. If handled well, humanity will ascend to new heights. If not, it will become the mire depicted in the original 40K era. And humanity and the Eldar are almost bound by fate. The technological advances of mankind's golden age arose only because those Eldar gods helped shield the warp. Otherwise, why do you think humanity isn't developing high technology anymore? Is it because biological solutions are better, or is it because the Emperor doesn't have access to advanced tech? You have to remember, the Emperor is a monster who's lived for tens of thousands of years. By design, he's a master of genetics. If he didn't need collaboration and assistance, he could have handcrafted the Primarchs and Astartes himself. Does he really need anyone else's help? But now, the Emperor can't bring out all that high technology, mainly because chaos would severely corrupt many technological creations. And the relationship between humans and the Eldar is actually quite subtle. In the original story, the ultramarine robot Gilliman's awakening from the stasis field was aided by the Eldar. Even during the Horus Heresy, there were Eldar who carefully helped the Primarchs reach Terra. The root cause is that, although the Eldar escaped Slaanesh's massacre, they're still on the brink of extinction because of Slaanesh. If humanity hadn't risen as a new, bright race to stand in front of them, the Eldar would have been wiped out long ago. They need humanity to rise and hold the line for them, and that's why these Eldar gods struck a deal with the Emperor. The exchange was simple. The Emperor would ensure humanity's rise, and these few gods would send the White Sprouts to support the Imperium. After humanity's ascension, the Eldar would be allowed to flourish and recover. With several Eldar gods watching, there's no way they try to stab anyone in the back. In fact, they're more afraid that the Emperor might break his promise. "So, why didn't you call me last night?" Dio's eyes widened as he demanded. He hadn't seen these so-called Eldar gods yet. Truth be told, his knowledge of the Warhammer world was mostly limited to the affairs of the Imperium. And even then, not that much. The Warhammer novels he'd read were all tucked away in his memory palace, only dusted off when he felt like it. Sure enough, if you've never been here, you'd never know the Eldar even had gods. Seeing that he'd successfully shifted Dio's attention, the Emperor breathed a sigh of relief and shot him a look of exasperation. Dio and the army he led weren't natives of this world. They were outsiders. Their souls cast no shadow in the warp. Not like the soulless, and not like the Tau, either. They simply had nothing. In the area they came from, there was simply nothing reflected in the warp. The warp remained exactly as it was. When Dio first arrived in the Warhammer world, that black hole was just him brute forcing his way in, not some natural psychic projection. After sorting out the perceptions of the four little peddlers, Dio simply withdrew. At first, the Emperor had wanted to go find Dio, but it turned out the psychic phone call went nowhere, and the man himself was missing. He asked his custodians, and all they could say was, "Dio's gone out. I had to go looking for you, but I couldn't find you. By the way, what were you up to yesterday?" the Emperor asked. Dio finally understood, awkwardly scratching his head. Yesterday, he made a trip to Fenris, hoping to see if Hela was around. But since his system wristband indicated that Hela wasn't in the Warhammer world, Dio decided to check for himself. In the end, he found nothing at all. Thinking it over, the rules of time in the Warhammer universe were quite clear. It was probably an issue with the timeline. Although he'd crossed over later, he had arrived at an earlier point in the timeline, while Hela, despite crossing over earlier, had ended up at a later time. Seeing that Dio didn't answer, the Emperor didn't press further, simply drawing back his gaze in silence. The two people standing nearby also tactfully kept quiet. Dio paused, realizing he seemed to have forgotten something. "I have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now." The Emperor stood up at that moment, preparing to go. Watching the Emperor rise, Dio suddenly remembered. "Wait a minute, before you go, explain why those Primarchs are malfunctioning." The Emperor stopped in his tracks, turning back with a sigh of resignation. Malkador and Volder, sensing the mood, got up and quietly left the room one after another. Once only the two of them remained, the Emperor finally spoke. "Among my children, several have already awakened their true nature." "What do you mean by that?" The Primarch's warp essence was, in fact, something the Emperor had seized and stolen from the warp itself. Primarchs were essentially creations born from concepts pilfered from the four ruinous powers, combined with a fragment of the Emperor's own personality and DNA. In simple terms, at their core, they were a group of warped demigods wearing human skin. Up to now, whether on Marvel's Earth or at GW, the company in his previous world, there had been little description of the Primarch's warp essence. He only knew that, currently, two Primarchs had awakened their warp essence. The rest either hadn't awakened, or, after becoming demon princes and surrendering their essence to the four gods of the warp, had lost the chance to ever awaken it. Angron, in particular, deserved mention. After the butcher's nails were implanted, he lost his psychic gifts and was all but abandoned by the Emperor. Once he ascended to demonhood, any hope of finding his essence was lost forever. Dio rose to his feet. "What do you mean, awaken their essence? What does that even entail? What kind of Warhammer world had he landed in? Was this a second playthrough?" The Emperor nodded, resignation in his voice. "That's right. It's not as described in the books you brought with you. The ones who have awakened their essence are the 1st and 19th Primarchs. As usual, I was traveling the warp when I encountered two Primarchs who had already awakened their essence. One of them said he'd be returning with his men in the next few days, and I've already sent word for the Astartes who were out to hurry back." Dio tilted his head, puzzled. "What did he hear? He's coming? How's he coming? Does your precious son have an interstellar battleship parked on the homeworld?" Dio asked. Then, it dawned on him who the Emperor meant. Lion Elfonson, the first Primarch, known as the Lion. Gene father of the Dark Angels Legion. Revered as a beast clad in human skin. Like Gilliman, he'd had a relatively decent upbringing, which had taught him to restrain the wildness deep within his heart. Because his legion was the first, the Emperor often commanded them to undertake the most dangerous and secret of missions. Some even speculated that the disappearance of the 2nd and 11th Legions was connected to a mission they once carried out. And the Lion's unique warp nature was known as the passing of the forest. This power allowed the Lion to travel alone, or with companions, through the mirrored Caliban into other worlds. And from what people had seen, it was an utterly astonishing ability. Not only could he bring others with him, but there seemed to be no real limit on the number or size of those who could travel with him. Those poor souls who wandered into the warp and never returned would be weeping with envy. "No, he's awakened his warp essence. He can cross directly, it just takes a bit of time," the Emperor explained. "So, who's the Lion bringing back? The Raven Lord? Or the Ultramarine?" Dio suddenly understood, and sat back down to ask. The moment he finished, Dio caught the Emperor's smile, and instantly realized the answer. "Ah, when you said you wanted all the Astartes to return, you meant every single one who's out there? The Lion himself would be one, and he'd bring back the bewildered Dorn and Gilliman with him. Was this about vying for the honor of first returned, or the title of War Master? Dio knew this guy had his sights set on the War Master's seat. After all, with the title of First Legion, First Primarch, would it really be too much for him to be War Master? And now, another contender for first returned. Dio couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, watching the drama unfold with a look of pure anticipation. All right, enough grinning," the Emperor said, waving his hand, then called for Volder. "Go out and tell them. As per the Warhound's Legion's tradition, select one squad of Astartes. The custodes will lead them out to search for the Primarchs. Will set out in a few days. After all, the Primarchs of the 1st, 12th, 13th, and 19th legions are about to return. Valder nodded in silence, then left the room. You're really planning to light a fire under them, Dio remarked. But the 17th Legion can go first. Dio's reminder made the Emperor nod. Don't worry. With your expertise, I'll have the 17th set out ahead of schedule. With that, the Emperor sighed. Lorger's way of thinking has some issues. He needs to be retrained, thoroughly. Dio took a sip of water and left. He had no interest left in the game anymore. Leaving the Imperial Palace, Dio made his way to his own residence. He took a moment to check on the status of his duplicate. The duplicate had already been successfully nurtured. After all, creating a time device in the Warhammer universe wasn't particularly difficult. Dio had stayed inside for over a decade and only emerged once the process was complete. To his surprise, when he checked the time upon exiting, less than 1 tera-hour had passed. The Asgardian duplicate was born as an infant, but that didn't matter. Dio simply found a planet with higher gravity, placed both himself and the duplicate inside the time device, and spent over a decade training and raising it. When they emerged, hardly a tera-hour had passed, and the duplicate had already matured into adulthood. He now possessed an appearance similar to Thor's, even inheriting the ability to summon thunder. His physical capabilities were identical to those of Thor as well. Now, Dio was considering where to place his duplicate. It was at that moment his traveler's bracelet lit up, and Dio instantly understood what had happened. The bracelet glowing meant someone else had arrived in this world. Upon tapping it open, he saw Hela's avatar displayed in this universe. Based on their conversation before he came in, Hela should have just arrived on Fenris, and only after spending some time there would he join her. But Dio, ever the contrarian, refused to follow the script. I'm going right now, and I'm taking my army with me. Leaving his residence, Dio once again sought out the Emperor. I'm leaving, Dio declared bluntly. The Emperor was momentarily taken aback by Dio's directness. Realizing his phrasing was off, Dio quickly corrected himself. No, I'm heading out into the universe. I'll be back later. The Emperor understood, saying nothing more, only reminding Dio to be careful. After all, the galaxy of the Warhammer universe was far from safe. Dio waved it off nonchalantly. Don't worry, I'm just taking a trip with some people, and I'll be right back. I'll even bring back your precious son for you. I'll try to make it back before Lion and the others arrive. Dio's mischievous words brought a smile to the Emperor's face as well. If Lion Johnson arrived on Terra, only to find he wasn't the first, he'd probably be so furious he'd flip a table. If that really happens, I bet he'd be angry enough to cough up blood, the Emperor joked. Dio burst out laughing at the thought. And so, Dio and his custodes boarded a massive transforming spaceship and departed. Watching the ship disappear into the horizon, the Emperor immediately sent a psychic message to Lion, who was far away on Caliban. Hurry back, or you'll lose your title as the first to return. At that moment on Caliban, Lion had just gathered with Dorn and Gilliman. The psychic message gave him pause, his expression freezing for a brief second. Noticing the sudden change in Lion's demeanor and sensing the psychic ripple, Gilliman turned to him and asked, Is something wrong, Lion? Lion assured Gilliman that everything was fine, but then he was left with a headache about how to respond to his father's call. Was the Great Crusade entering such difficult times that the Primarchs needed to return? But that hadn't happened in his previous life, had it? When Dio arrived, he was utterly puzzled. For some reason, there had been an unexpected accident during his journey through the warp, and by the time he stepped out, half a month had already passed. Whoa, is the time law in this world really so pronounced? So strong that it actually disrupts the flow of time in the real world? Dio was completely bewildered. The power of law is the embodiment of a world's operating rules, or perhaps a more specific branch of them. If the power of a particular law becomes too strong, it can even influence the fabric of reality itself, especially during events like spatial travel or the operation of other fundamental laws. Such an overwhelming force would inevitably manifest. The rules that govern a world operate as a whole. If one law becomes prominent on its own, the others will follow suit. And if the strength of a particular law becomes excessive, when it activates the operation of other laws, its overwhelming presence becomes even more obvious. To grasp the power of a law is like prying out a single brick from a wall that's been plastered and painted. In this way, a person who comprehends a certain law is essentially leveraging the world's rules, able to manifest the power of that law independently, without disturbing the others. After sorting out his thoughts, Dio descended physically onto Fenris. Fenris certainly lived up to its name and reputation. No sooner had Dio landed than he was attacked by a creature straight out of myth. a flying beast like those found in ancient legends. To think that such a beast is just an amusement park attraction here, and it's even managed to survive and reproduce until now. Dio stared in disbelief at the enormous bird, its size rivaling that of a large airplane. He hadn't failed to try raising similar giant beasts before, but most of his attempts had ended in failure, as the creatures could never adapt to their environment. With a sigh, Dio simply collected several species of flying beasts, intending to take them back and see just how advanced humanity's genetic experiments had been during the Golden Age. While searching for Hela, he also ran into a gene primarch, the Fenrisian wolf himself, Leman Russ. Wait a minute, which world are you in right now? A Warhammer. Listening to the conversation, which was nearly identical to what he'd heard before coming to the Warhammer world, and even hearing his own voice coming from within, Dio raised an eyebrow. It was exactly what he had suspected. Hela hung up the call awkwardly. After all, not only did Dio now know she'd arrived here ahead of him, but the truth was, neither of them had really prepared for this moment. So, you are, Hela eyed Dio suspiciously, unsure of who exactly was standing before her. Who do you think I am? If you hadn't run off here without a word, I wouldn't have come either, and my timeline wouldn't have ended up ahead of yours. Dio stood with hands on hips, looking down at her. Hela didn't know how to respond, so she offered an awkward smile. Hey kid, what's your connection to our new boss? Leman Russ strode up behind Dio, peering down at him, exuding an unmistakable air of menace. His eyes brimmed with a fierce, predatory glint, like a beast that's already locked onto its prey. The others around them quickly took up fighting stances as well. Dio looked back at Leman Russ. The Primarch was so tall that Dio had to crane his neck to meet his gaze. But in those eyes, Dio caught a flicker of thoughtfulness. Dio knew that despite the man's rugged appearance, he possessed a mind that was both keen and quick. Leman Russ, you are the sixth son of the Emperor of Mankind. Now, you can come with me. Dio's words made Leman Russ let out a deep, guttural laugh. I don't know anything about an Emperor of Mankind, but I do know you've just crossed my new boss. A savage gleam flashed in Leman Russ's eyes as he drew the battle axe at his waist and swung at Dio. Dio remained unruffled. With a flick of his finger, a sharp, ringing sound cut through the air. Suddenly, Leman Russ felt his battle axe twist in his grip like a living serpent. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't keep hold of the handle. It was the first time Leman Russ had encountered anything like this. He tried to tighten his grip, but his hands slipped and the axe clattered to the ground. When he looked more closely, Leman Russ saw that the webs between his thumb and forefinger had split open, fresh blood spreading across his palms. He quickly stepped back, his long hair tumbling loose, but his eyes were still wild, like those of a cornered animal. The other Fenrisian warriors, though startled, didn't waver. They snatched up their weapons and charged as one. But Dio had no interest in playing with them. With a sweeping gesture, he sent them all flying, the warriors crashing heavily into the snow. By now, Hela had made her way to Dio's side. Looks like my luck isn't half bad. I run into a Primarch the moment I arrive. Hela's understanding of Warhammer was limited. She knew there was a hulking golden giant here, commanding a vast army of Astartes much like her own husband's. And then there were those gene-crafted Primarchs, created from his own DNA. But that was about it. As for what those Primarchs were called, or what stories they carried, Hela had never bothered to find out. Whenever she stumbled across so-called ship logs or fan-made vids about Terra's legends, she'd simply skip past them. Humanity had been among the stars for tens of thousands of years, so why, she wondered, would they still mount macro cannons on both sides of their ships? And even stranger, why couldn't the gun turrets rotate? Massive warships actually had to turn broadside just to fire. Wasn't that like painting a giant target on yourself? Remember, this is an empire of humanity that's lasted for tens of thousands of years. Even if technological progress has stalled, it's hard to believe that their tactics would regress all the way back to the rudimentary naval strategies of the early age of exploration. Besides, the Emperor is someone who has lived from before the Common Era all the way to the present. He claims to have held every conceivable role throughout human history. But when this matter came to light, Haikau couldn't help but feel that all those thousands of years have been lived in vain. In Dio's empire, it's true that warships are equipped with rams, but those are built strictly as a last resort. If an enemy ship manages to break through the web of firepower, then and only then would the ram be used to smash into it. Alternatively, if the ship runs out of energy, the ram can serve as a makeshift shield in a desperate final stand. As for boarding actions and close-quarters battles, those are really just special operations, precision strikes aimed at key targets, or assassination attempts on enemy leaders. On Dio's imperial vessels, there are hardly any ordinary human servants. At most, there are some modified machine servants assisting the crew. Every significant position is held by an Astartes, a Spartan, or soldiers of other specialized types. Ordinary people have little to no value in that environment. Their lifespans are short, and they're far too fragile. As for mass legionary assaults, those are reserved for when the Empire wants to secure a valuable planet. First comes a barrage of artillery to scorch the surface, then the legions descend to mop up whatever resistance remains. The Empire's guiding principle is ruthless. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let a single rebel escape. Any clan that dares rebel will find all 9 generations hunted down and executed. That's also why most of the territory conquered by the Empire is sparsely populated, and why transformer units must be garrisoned there. With no way to replenish manpower quickly, the only option is to increase the diversity of species for the time being. This, too, is why outsiders have come to fear Dio, calling him Thanos. Dio pulled Hela into his arms. That's right, your luck is as uncanny as ever. Promise me, next time, don't act on your own. The last time Hela was injured, Dio discovered the Supreme Evolutionary. The Supreme Evolutionary had made himself immortal, and his vast network of technological and money-laundering enterprises spanned the universe. After killing the Supreme Evolutionary, Dio managed to seize all her assets, accelerating the development of the Empire almost overnight. But the cost was steep. Hela had been gravely wounded, and for a moment, Dio feared she might actually die. It took them only half a day to return to Terra. Once again, Dio was struck by how irregular time seemed in this world. As they approached Terra, he sensed a surge of psychic energy directed at him. Recognizing it as the Emperor's psychic presence, Dio did not resist and allowed the connection. A minute later, after landing, Dio brought Hela and Leman Russ to the Imperial Palace on Terra. "Looks like I'm late. Your other 3 sons have already arrived," Dio remarked, seeing the 4 figures standing by the Emperor's side. The first pre-march, Lionel Johnson. The 7th pre-march, Robledorn. The 12th pre-march, Ongron. The 13th pre-march, Roblet Gilliman. The 4 of them gazed at Dio, at Hela by his side, and at Leman Russ, who stood quietly behind him, each wearing a look of puzzlement. "Children, this is also your brother," the Emperor said, pointing at Leman Russ as he addressed Robledorn and Ongron. Angron's expression was calm. He offered Leman Russ a gentle smile. Robledorn merely nodded, his face unreadable. Then, the Emperor proceeded to introduce Leman Russ to his other brothers. Afterwards, the Emperor found a reason for the Primarchs to leave. He told them it was so they could continue their studies. Of course, he kept Lion and Gilliman behind. Dio also asked Hela to join the others and head to the room in the palace the Emperor had set aside for him. If she preferred, she could instead visit the military quarters to amuse herself. The Emperor turned to them and said, "Allow me to make an introduction. This is Dio, my ally, and at present, the other mind behind the Imperial Aquila." Dio's expression turned wry. "The other mind? That sounds rather unnerving, don't you think?" The Emperor chuckled, leaving the comment hanging in the air. Lion and Gilliman bowed deeply. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Dio." Dio waved a hand, acknowledging their greeting. The Emperor and Dio then joined their powers to form a sturdy psychic barrier. Only then did the Emperor turn to Lion and Gilliman and say, "Now, let's continue from where we left off. Tell us the rest." Lion and Gilliman were unperturbed. They had grown used to such things. Still, they cast a curious glance at Dio, surprised by the strength of his psychic presence. They exchanged a look, and it was Gilliman who spoke first. It was the 400th year of the 43rd millennium of the Imperium of Man. By then, the Necrons had fully awakened and were launching a fierce assault against the Imperium. The arrival of the Necrons forced the Orcs to turn their guns on them instead, giving the Imperium a brief respite from one of its enemies. Later, during an incursion into the Eye of Terror, Lion encountered Corvus Corax, who had become a demigod by then. He dragged Dorn out, and that's when we learned the truth. When Dorn was ambushed after switching sides, it was Tsench who had pulled him into the warp and handed him over to Khorne. Dorn struggled so fiercely that he lost an arm in the process. In the years that followed, Dorn was tormented by Khorne. Though he never surrendered or was broken, none of us could say how long he spent in the warp. He kept repeating, "I am Robledorn." No treatment seemed to help. We could only set him aside, and even after you ascended to godhood, Father, he still hadn't recovered. At this, Gilliman cast a subtle glance at the Emperor. He saw the Emperor's eyes closed, his breathing steady, but the tightly clenched fist betrayed the storm of emotion within. Gilliman continued. After that, the battles between the Orcs and the Necrons raged on and off for countless years. The Tyranids got caught in the crossfire. At least half of them died after entering the galaxy. Even the Death Watch, the unit specifically created to fight the Tyranids, was completely wiped out in the chaos. The Tau, in desperation, tried to form an alliance with several other Xenos for their own survival, and even proposed joining forces with us. I pretended to agree, but sent them to the front lines as Vanguard troops. We struggled on for another millennium or so. During this time, the Dark Eldar realized the Necrons had returned in force, and they joined the fray as well. Our own forces, fighting the Necrons, were nearly annihilated. The Khan fell, Russ fell, and Korix dragged the Silent King of the Necrons into the warp and was never seen again. The Shadow Masters of the Raven Guard combed every corner of the warp for Korix, but all they found was his psychic essence saturating the entire realm. Later, we discovered that every chapter within the Imperium that had inherited a legion's name had been utterly destroyed. Even among the successors of the Ultramarines, no more than 5 full-strength chapters survived. The Imperium was left on the verge of collapse. The Dark Eldar turned on us again, and we barely managed to hold on until the 34th year of the 46th millennium. The Necrons and Tyranids fought their way ever closer to Terra, while the Dark Eldar, in a desperate bid, nearly wiped out all our Astartes forces. Only the Astra Militarum survived in any significant numbers. During a battle with the Dark Eldar, Lion dragged them into the warp and vanished as well. And it was in that same year, Father, that you ascended to godhood. When he finished, Guilliman and Lion both turned to look at the Emperor, who sat silent with his eyes closed. As for Dio, his mind was left reeling, with only one thought echoing through it. What the hell? Say what you will, this is Warhammer, after all. The whole world is steeped in despair. Still, for humanity to fall so quickly, this has to be a bad ending. Then Dio seemed to remember something and turned to Guilliman. By the way, Smuff, did you never awaken to the true nature of the warp before you died? At the question, Guilliman's expression turned a bit strange. He seemed reluctant to answer, but, recalling what the Emperor had just said, he cast a furtive, slightly resentful glance at the Emperor before replying. I was standing at the very front line, defending Terra. At that point, I could feel I was on the verge of awakening. But right then, he broke off, stealing another glance at the Emperor. The Emperor then opened his eyes and looked at Guilliman. He said nothing, but his gaze seemed to speak volumes. Guilliman faltered, lowered his head, and did not meet the Emperor's eyes. Then Lion spoke up to add, after I took the Silent King away, I banished him into the warp. The Necrons can't perceive psychic powers, so I figured their resistance to the warp would be weak, and that's why I made that choice, but Lion shook his head and did not continue. But now I finally understand. Taking away the Silent King didn't actually have much of an impact on the Necrons. Or perhaps it did, but not nearly as much as I'd imagined. With those words, the room fell into a profound, wordless silence. After a long pause, the Emperor let out a sigh. You've done all you could, children. The very fact that you managed to return to this point in time proves your selfless devotion to humanity, to the Imperium. With your help, we can avoid many needless troubles this time. As he spoke, the Emperor placed his hands firmly on their shoulders. Lion and Guilliman, overcome with emotion, dropped to one knee. For humanity, for the Imperium, for the Imperium. The Emperor, just as moved, reached down and lifted them to their feet, then introduced Dio with solemn formality. When Lion and Guilliman learned that Dio could travel across the multiverse, their first reaction was disbelief. Yet, out of trust in the Emperor, they quickly pressed Dio for answers. Was there any way, in those other universes, to save humanity here? Dio gave a dry chuckle, then simply opened a door and sent the two of them straight to Earth in the Marvel Universe. I know you don't believe me, but that's all right. This is the headquarters of the GW Company. If you want answers, go in and ask for yourselves. With that, Dio closed the door behind them and walked away, unconcerned about what might become of them. Then Dio turned to the Emperor. Don't tell me. You're going to hold me accountable just because our two Custodes commanders had a little sparring match? What exactly are your Custodes suits made of? Not only did the Guardian Spears do nothing, even the macro cannons and broad lances couldn't scratch them. The Emperor's voice trembled with excitement. His cheeks flushed, his face a mask of incredulity. It was hard to imagine such an expression on a man whom the world regarded as a living god. And why had the Emperor lost his composure? The reason was simple. Dio had recently paid Fenris a visit. Though he'd taken all his Custodes with him, he'd left a few hidden among the Emperor's own Custodes. His purpose was to keep an eye on the Astartes, to make sure they wouldn't ambush his Transformers. After all, from any angle, the Transformers looked like a gathering of abominable intelligences and iron monstrosities. If one of the more zealous Astartes decided to open fire on the Transformers, and the Transformers retaliated, well, sorry, but even if these Transformers were only meant to be for show, they were still equipped with top-tier weapons and armor. If they fought back, they could easily wipe this entire area of Terra off the face of the planet. This wasn't about protecting the Transformers. It was about protecting the Astartes. Later, however, the extras hidden among the Custodes were discovered by Valder. Although the Custodes would never act against the Emperor's interests, the Emperor was curious to see what distinguished his Custodes from Dios. So they decided to test the waters with a little trial. Naturally, the Emperor's custodians had no objections to the idea, but Dio's custodians were not in agreement. After all, their orders were strictly to protect the Transformers, not to engage in brawls. Without new instructions from Dio, they would not take any action. So the Emperor came up with a sly trick and had one of his custodians attempt a sneak attack on Dio's custodians. Everyone knew that the custodians moved so swiftly that even the Astartes could barely track their movements. Yet, just as the Emperor's custodian was about to succeed, his guardian's spear snapped in two. Before he could react, he was already pinned to the ground. Curious, the Emperor reached out with his psychic senses to investigate. What he found startled him. He discovered that the surface of Dio's custodian's armor was astonishingly smooth, without a single imperfection or ridge. And on the armor of their captain, there was even an additional layer. In the Emperor's expert eyes, this had to be phase armor. Even though their swords were power weapons, every spear in the hands of Dio's custodians was a phase weapon. But that was not all. Their physical strength far surpassed that of his own custodians. In terms of bodily prowess, they weren't merely custodians anymore. They were primarchs. How did you train these custodians? And what other armors and weapons do you have? The world called the custodians the Emperor's perfect human template, shaped to his will. But like money, one can never have too much. The stronger the template, the better. Still, what intrigued the Emperor most were their weapons and armor. Physical fitness wasn't an issue. He could always find ways to enhance that. After all, he didn't earn the title of Earth's greatest geneticist for nothing. But technology, that was the true shackle confining humanity in this era. Due to the warp storms and the Iron Men's rebellion, the Imperium had been severed from the Golden Age for millennia, regressing from a glorious past to a new dark age. Countless lost STC templates had deprived humanity of advanced technology. Warp storms had erased their advantage in faster-than-light travel, and once disciplined psychers had gradually degenerated into madmen. If only he could absorb or recover vast stores of lost technology, the day of humanity's return to its peak would come much sooner. Dio glanced at the Emperor, rolled his eyes, and said, "It's just armor and phase weapons made from strong nuclear force. Is that really so shocking? Can't you make them yourself? Have you really lived all these years for nothing?" From Dio's tone and the look on his face, he could tell exactly what the old rascal was thinking. Got used to freeloading from the warp, didn't you? Now you want me to hand everything over out of the goodness of my heart? The Emperor could only give a sheepish, embarrassed smile. He had lived for so many years without thinking too much about other things, pouring all his energy into the study of genetics and military science. Genetics was always his top priority, while his knowledge in other fields was actually quite limited. Most of it was simply stored away in his mind, seldom put to use. As for application, sorry, that was completely uncharted territory for him. I can make it for you. Dio suddenly changed his tune, making the Emperor's eyes light up with hope. Hearing those words, the Emperor swallowed back what he was about to say. Experience had taught him that whenever the word "but" appeared, nothing good ever followed. Sure enough, Dio began to set his terms. I can build it for you. In fact, I can even help you with the design. But you'll have to provide the raw materials and agree to one condition. Dio's offer delighted the Emperor, who patted his chest confidently. No problem. The raw materials will be supplied, as long as you can deliver the finished product. Dio looked at the Emperor, exasperated. With just that one sentence, the Emperor had revealed his true nature, a scrounger at heart. Getting the raw materials will be easy, right? Dio asked with a sly grin. The Emperor nodded eagerly. All right then, go get ready. I'll tell you what you need, so take notes. The Emperor hurriedly picked up pen and paper. Adamantium, auric gold, adamantine alloy, motonium alloy, carbon sodium steel. Dio rattled off an impressive list of materials, each more outlandish than the last, along with staggering quantities. As the list grew, the Emperor's face gradually twisted in distress. Dio caught sight of the Emperor's expression and glanced over. What's wrong? Don't have any? If you don't, I can't build it. The Emperor sighed. I know my past behavior hasn't exactly inspired trust, but I swear. He raised 3 fingers and continued. This time, I won't go back on my word. Dio looked at the Emperor's raised fingers and could only sigh. He shook his head. Well, you'll need to build a factory first. Otherwise, how am I supposed to process all this for you? By magic? Admittedly, Dio could use vacuum zero-point energy to create things out of nothing, But why should he bother? The Emperor suddenly brightened. No need. The Martian Mechanicus is willing to provide technical support for the Empire. We can hand off the materials and manufacturing to them. A glint flashed in Dio's eyes. By the way, I mentioned there was one other condition. I want you to wipe out the Mechanicus for me. The Emperor was taken aback. Why? The Martian Mechanicus had been established on the site where, under the alias St. George, he had once defeated and sealed a shard of a star god. The Mechanicus had actually come into being under the influence of that very fragment. In fact, their continued existence allowed him to keep that fragment better suppressed. As Gilliman had explained, even in another timeline, before he ascended to godhood, that shard had never been released. Just like the Necrons drifting in space, that shard had become a hidden backup power source. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Emperor found himself in an awkward position. To utter such words, even with knowledge of the future, now that was truly brainless. Why even ask? Dio struck a dramatic pose. Just because these people are so fiercely xenophobic and stubbornly conservative, I have every reason to put them all to death. Dio's reasoning was blunt and to the point. The Warhammer Imperium of man once possessed a wealth of temporal technology. The stasis field was merely one branch of these advancements. Countless other innovations rested in the hands of the Adeptus Mechanicus. But the Mechanicus were intensely insular, not only towards outsiders, but even more so within their own ranks. In the original lore, there was a wise Muggos who, in order to hide his knowledge of time technology, neglected to update his own body, eventually aging to death as a result. No one ever discovered where he had hidden those technologies. Even within the Mechanicus, innovation was stifled. Any new idea could be trapped in endless bureaucratic review until its inventor aged and died. Records tell of a Mechanicus member who created a new mechanical construct, a bipedal weapon system for solo combat. Yet, thanks to internal sabotage and accusations, his invention languished in review for a century, until on the brink of death, he went to plead his case, only to be framed and turned into a servitor. A fate nothing short of tragic. He knew that, in the Warhammer world, there existed the cesspit of the warp, along with the four foul gods that dwelled within. Especially Tzeentch, every new invention risked adding to his power, but that was no excuse to suppress all progress. True, there were those within who remained loyal to the Imperium and dedicated themselves to its cause. But if humanity was ever to rise again, it would have to rally every ounce of strength it could muster. Had Dio been the one to cross over as the Emperor, his first action would have been to reorganize the Mechanicus. Those willing to bolster the Imperium's might would be welcomed under his banner. The rest, purged without mercy. Even without all these reasons, he would have done the same. After all, when the Horus Heresy broke out, half the Mechanicus sided with the traitors. Whatever their reasons, betrayal was betrayal. What's more, you handed the Mechanicus, the largest weapons manufacturer and center for talent training in the nation, exclusive privileges. Luckily they don't harbor ambitions of galactic domination. If they did, the moment you sat on that golden throne, they'd have all turned traitor in an instant. The Emperor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. I've only just granted them these privileges. It wouldn't look good to retract them now. Besides, the Mechanicus are still somewhat useful at the moment. Once Rogel is found, I'll have him and the Word-Bearers launch a campaign against the Mechanicus's religious dogma. This is the kind of thing you need to do immediately. Do you need me to teach you how? Dio seized the Emperor by the front of his armor, dragging him close, his tone full of menace. Besides, a promise is just a piece of paper to wipe your mess with. So if you go back on it, show the same boldness you had when you bargained with those four in the warp. Dio's words struck the Emperor like a revelation. In that instant, he seemed to glimpse an undiscovered continent rising before his eyes. I know what I have to do now. The Emperor stood up, strode out of the room, and hurriedly issued his commands. He would personally go to Mars to deal with this group. As for the factory Dio had mentioned, the Emperor saw no need to rush its construction. During humanity's golden age, Earth had ceased to produce any resources. As the cradle of humanity and the capital of the Empire, it relied entirely on imports from the vast domains within the imperial banking network. The Emperor decided that the new construction would still take place on Mars. This would become the first forge world of the human empire. The Emperor wasted no time. After all, no one, not even this group of half-mechanical oddities, was eager to face death. After a few deaths, the Martian Mechanicum announced a renewed alliance with the Empire and promptly amended their doctrines. Under Dio's guidance, Mars began to rebuild laboratory after laboratory. Dio even managed to find several lost STCs tucked away in a corner, exactly the kind the Empire needed most. This delighted the Emperor to no end. He hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. You're over the moon about these, huh? But aren't they just little gadgets with a smart AI that stores blueprints and has a 3D printing function? If I wanted, I could whip one up in no time at all. Dayu was unimpressed by these so-called standard template constructs. Marvel's cutting-edge tech was far superior in his eyes. Just think of that legendary Iron Man who could handcraft a miniature arc reactor with cold fusion. That was real genius. Given enough time, Dayu could produce any number of STCs in all shapes and forms. The principle behind STCs was simple enough. In comic book worlds like Marvel and DC, it wasn't such a challenge. What truly made them precious was the unique technology contained in each STC, the distilled essence of humanity's scientific achievement. Can you move your hand out of the way before you talk? The Emperor said, exasperated, as he eyed the floating STCs. He couldn't get a grip on them. I'm just curious what these things actually do, Dayu retorted stubbornly. But it didn't matter. The Emperor was curious as well. He carefully manipulated the STCs in his hand, and soon enough, he burst out in joyous laughter. These STCs can rapidly construct buildings from stone and earth, houses, warehouses, factories, and the others are for food production and power armor. Finally, the Emperor held up one particular STC with solemnity. This one's different from the rest. Do you know what it is? Dayu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Fixing his gaze on the STC in the Emperor's hand, he asked, "You're this interested? Don't tell me this thing manufactures materials?" The Emperor shook his head and replied, "No, this is an STC that can produce gene modification serums. And not just any serum. This is the kind that, once upon a time, was the most popular for unlocking human genetic potential. And it's far from ordinary. In theory, it could grant a regular person the physical prowess of a custodian guard. What's more, there's a high chance that, even after the effects wear off, they'd retain that potential. With the right nutrition and training, they could even repeatedly restore themselves to the peak condition of a freshly enhanced custodian." Dio was stunned. He truly found it unbelievable. The custodian guard, in the world of Warhammer, is the undeniable top echelon of combat strength, second only to the Primarchs. The notion that a single serum could elevate an ordinary person to custodian-level physique, and that this potential might persist, with the right care, after the serum's effects faded, was staggering. As someone cosplaying the Emperor, he knew all too well just how difficult it was to create a custodian. The fact that a mere serum could achieve such results spoke volumes about the depth of humanity's genetic research during the Golden Age. Is there anything wrong with this STC? None at all. Anything maintained by the Mechanicum is always kept in perfect condition, not a single flaw. It's practically brand new. The Emperor stroked the STC, his gaze as tender as if he were caressing a peerless beauty. Dio smacked him on the head. "Quit gawking and get to work. Start producing everything you can. What? Do you think this thing is going to multiply if you just let it sit here?" Snapping out of his reverie, the Emperor hurried to gather the necessary raw materials as outlined by the STC. But who could blame him for losing composure? If they could manufacture this gene serum, then even in the worst-case scenario, the Imperium of Man would suddenly have an army of custodians equal in number to the Astra Militarum. And with that, what was there left to fear? The aftermath of a shattered webway? Horus's grand betrayal? If the webway were destroyed, Khorne himself might just sit on the throne and personally block the passage. If Horus dared to rebel, by the time he reached the Imperial Palace on Terra, his rebellion would be down to just himself. Dio let out a long breath. So, the Mechanicum really has been hoarding all the best treasures. No wonder they deserved what they got. At this point, the Great Crusade hadn't even officially begun, even though they had already tracked down several Primarchs. Not to mention the Primarchs, even the Astartes were talking amongst themselves. In the Battle Brotherhood, a member of the Warhounds turned to a soldier from the newly renamed Ultramarines, the 13th Legion, and asked, "Still no word from your Legion?" It was a simple question. More than a year had passed since the Emperor announced the Great Crusade, and the old man himself hadn't made a single move. Although these Astartes were glad that the Emperor still remembered his sons, they couldn't help but wonder what was going on with the order he gave. It was issued, but nothing had happened since. Why the silence? Of course, the Astartes would never dare question their orders openly, but in private, they were certainly perplexed. The Ultramarine shook his head and said, "We haven't received any word to move out." After the Primarchs returned, the first thing they did, other than renaming the legions, was to study military theory. However, our Gene Father did design a new set of power armor for us. As he spoke, the Ultramarine stood up, slipped off his robe, and spread his arms wide so everyone could get a good look at the new power armor he was wearing. Everyone's faces filled with envy. Currently, the legions were still wearing the Mark II expeditionary power armor, which the Emperor had designed as a fully enclosed suit for use in the void of space. But to call it armor was a stretch. It was more like a heavy-duty spacesuit. The armor on the Ultramarine before them was designed by Robot Guilliman in the past year. In truth, it was the Mark X armor from the 40th millennium, a far cry, in both form and function, from the current Mark II. By every measure, it left the older model in the dust. Because it was said to be designed by the Gene Primarch Robot Guilliman himself, the new armor was being issued first to the 13th Legion. The other legions would have to wait until the 13th had fully re-equipped. Oh, by the way, it seems the 1st Legion received some kind of special order. I passed by their quarters recently, and it was eerily quiet, as if everyone had left, and Astartes from the 3rd Legion, one of the Phoenician sons, interjected. Are you serious? Tell us more. Robot Guilliman's newly designed power armor. Diomedes and the Emperor sat at the head of the room, watching the Primarchs standing before them, or, to be precise, eyeing that oversized blue figure with a peculiar expression. It was unmistakably the Mark X power armor. Compared to the 30K era, this was the cutting edge. After all, with 10,000 years of accumulated development, even at their slowest, they'd at least have advanced the power armor. To unveil something so obviously advanced, it was clear the 13th son was determined not to be left behind. A year had passed since the Mechanicum had been brought into the fold, and the Primarchs had gradually returned as well, though not all of them had made it back. The Raven King, the Rogue Trader, the Shell, the Headless Scholar, the Purple Phoenix, the Great Angel, and Horus the Father Slayer had all arrived on Terra, one after another. This time, Horus was no longer the first to return, but his conduct remained as exemplary as before his fall. His learning abilities and grasp of the larger picture were as formidable as ever. Following Diomedes' suggestion to study military theory, it took him only a few months to master all the essential knowledge required. Because Robot Guilliman, Corvus Corax, and Lionel Johnson had all returned from death, learning these new things was a breeze for them, especially for Guilliman, the Lord Regent, who could even graduate at the top of his class. It must be said, to successfully govern the 500 worlds of Ultramar, Guilliman's intellect was truly outstanding, even among the Primarchs. Thus, Dio suggested that Guilliman should give lessons to the other Primarchs, teaching them how to manage their homeworlds effectively. If the Imperium of Man was ever to rise again, then the Astartes and their Primarchs couldn't just be warriors. They would also need to master governance and politics. Likewise, the Astartes under their command couldn't be limited to their legion's signature skills. They would need to learn at least one, if not several, other abilities beyond the battlefield. Once this culture took root, future generations of Astartes would no longer be confined to lives of endless war. Yet, after only a few days of lessons, Lionel Johnson seemed to have been provoked by something. He abruptly left, leading his dark angels back to Caliban, his homeworld, for reasons unknown. Dio paid him no mind, but it seemed the other Primarchs, Guilliman included, were also stirred into action, each launching their own grand projects. To Dio's exasperation, Guilliman simply unveiled the MKX power armor, much to the Emperor's delight, who immediately ordered mass production and full deployment across the armies. Not to be outdone, Headless Sister Ferris Manus launched a project to miniaturize the power pack for the armor. Angron, meanwhile, set up what was essentially a psychological clinic, offering counseling to both Astartes and the newly restructured citizens of Terra. He even earned quite a bit of praise for his efforts. The Emperor himself offered Angron a rare personal commendation. This made Fulgrim green with envy. After all, most of his Astartes were the eldest sons of noble families from across the galaxy. And, even after becoming Astartes, they still carried an air of pride, like phoenixes soaring above the mortal world, unwilling to descend. They simply refused to bow their heads. Even Conrad Kurz was considering joining Malkador in revising the Imperium's laws. Of all of them, it was Corvus Corax, Lord of the Ravens, who seemed the least troubled. Each day, he honed his essence, searching for his unique imprint in the warp. Looking at this scene, Dio could hardly imagine what the future would bring. With each of them vying in their own way, why did it feel like a tense contest for the throne, as if 9 dragons were battling for the crown? At this moment, Guilliman's expression turned sour. The reason was that Ferris Manus of the Iron Hands had achieved a breakthrough in his research project. As mentioned earlier, Ferris was working on the miniaturization of the power pack. After 10,000 years of research on the Astartes power packs, Guilliman had managed to produce the latest model, perfectly suited for the MKX armor. In the context of real-world society, the Astartes power packs would be nothing short of pure, unadulterated black technology. The main power source of the propulsion pack is a subatomic microfusion reactor, capable of delivering a stable and continuous energy supply to all the internal systems of the power armor. What's more, this reactor can provide power without interruption, and in theory, it could run indefinitely. As for the backup energy, it relies on solar collectors and 100 solar batteries, which can keep the power armor running for a whole month even if the primary power source fails. In addition, the propulsion pack is equipped with life support systems, air purification, and temperature regulation modules. Most crucially, it also features a nutritional reserve. Inside, it stores a high-energy liquid, replenishing the Astartes with sustenance and helping them maintain their metabolism during extended combat. With all this cutting-edge technology, its only flaw is that it's simply too large, too conspicuous. It's an easy target for enemy attacks. But just as Guilliman's handcrafted MKX power armor was about to enter mass production, Ferris, unveiled an even more advanced propulsion pack. Doesn't that make my efforts look downright foolish? Inside the Imperial Palace, Dio and the Emperor watched Ferris. At that moment, Ferris held the new propulsion pack in his hands, looking at the Emperor with an expectant, almost triumphant gaze. He didn't notice his brother behind him, staring daggers at his neck. The Emperor's voice rang out, calm and devoid of emotion. "Ferris, is this the improved propulsion pack you've designed?" Ferris Manus nodded and respectfully offered the propulsion pack to the Emperor with both hands. The Emperor summoned it into his palm with a flicker of psychic power. Seeing this, Ferris straightened and said, "I disassembled the propulsion pack for analysis and miniaturized the internal reactor. The downsizing didn't compromise energy output or endurance. In fact, I even eliminated some redundant components. I kept the solar collector, replaced the solar batteries with a compact thermonuclear fusion reactor, and now, if the main power source fails, the solar collector can activate the fusion reactor." The Emperor examined it with his psychic senses, and indeed, the interior was just as Ferris described. Dio was intrigued as well. He took the propulsion pack into his hands and examined it closely. No wonder they call you the Iron Hand. The original subatomic microfusion reactor was already impressively efficient. I can only imagine how advanced the technology must be after miniaturization. But what if you replace this with an antimatter power source? Dio suggested. Antimatter power? Now that's a truly high-output energy source. No, the cost is far too high. Using antimatter in large-scale technologies is one thing, but for individual combat equipment, it's just overkill, the Emperor countered. Dio simply shrugged, making no mention of the fact that his own Astartes already used antimatter as their primary power source. Backup energy comes from a thermonuclear fusion reactor and cosmic energy collectors, which are used for recharging. Inside, there's a storage unit for cosmic energy. And what about the cost of this new pack? Are there any downsides? The Emperor inquired, and Ferris shook his head. The new power pack hasn't changed much in terms of direction, even after being miniaturized. It remains sturdy and reliable. I also designed an interface, so it's compatible with Guilliman's new power armor. Guilliman was surprised, an unexpected bonus. Though Ferris was unveiling his achievement at a time that seemed almost to undermine him, Guilliman knew how important this technology was. He could not allow personal pride to get in the way. Guilliman bowed his head, deep in thought. "So, can it be mass-produced?" the Emperor asked. Ferris nodded and explained, "If we're pressed for time, we can retrofit the existing power packs. They just wouldn't look as nice." Upon hearing this, the Emperor nodded again and gave the order for the Astartes to switch to these new power packs. While the next big project was underway, with feverish activity, Lion brought good news. He had found a Primarch. This Primarch stood tall, even among his peers, with dark skin and eyes that blazed a warm red, a look filled with kindness. The one true conscience among the Primarchs. "Vulcan, Lord of the Salamanders. So, you are my father?" Vulcan asked, looking at the imposing man who stood eye to eye with him in his natural form. The Emperor made no effort to hide his affection. "My child, you must feel it, that tremor within your soul. It is the proof of the bond between father and son." Vulcan sensed the strange feeling inside and nodded. "But if you want me to serve you, you'll have to defeat me first." With that, Vulcan looked to Lion. The Emperor frowned slightly. Defeat him? Was this part of the original story? Lion's armor was streaked with black soot, and his face was also smudged with ash. Seeing Lion in such a sorry state, Russ couldn't hold back a snicker. Even Robert Guilliman, usually the most reserved, was smiling wryly, clearly struggling to keep a straight face. "Lion nodded expressionlessly. I told him we are brothers, and that father needs him. He said he would come with me to see for himself, but if he's to serve the Imperium, father must first defeat him. By the tradition of Nocturne." Hearing this, the Emperor understood. It was just as in the original tale. They would need to hunt a beast even mightier than Vulcan himself. Interrupting the intense, wordless gaze between Lion and Russ, the Emperor directed Lion to return himself and Vulcan to Nocturne. Dio, meanwhile, found all of this utterly dull. He was bored out of his mind. He longed to see rivers of blood. He was here for one thing, to find a way to become stronger. As for psychic powers, he didn't even need to mention them. With so many psychic spells at hand, all he needed was to skim through them once, and he could engrave them into his mind. The laws of time in this world were strikingly apparent. He hardly needed to deliberately meditate in order to sense and comprehend them. Meanwhile, in the warp, four grotesque, oversized maggots huddled together. Sench, this is not what you told us would happen. Why hasn't Sanguinius gone mad? Korn glared furiously at Sench. It was Sench who had engineered the genetic flaws in Sanguinius's sons, and the same flaw existed within Sanguinius himself. However, Sanguinius's divine radiance was so dazzling that his flaw was barely noticeable, or at least not outwardly apparent. Sench remained silent, but to Korn, this silence was nothing more than feigned profundity. Let's not talk about Sanguinius anymore, Slaanesh interjected. His divinity is no different from that thief's. But, Sench, why is there an extra person now? She was the youngest, but she knew full well there was no such person as Dio in the real world. In fact, not long ago, Dio had even temporarily disabled the four of their vision, a psychic power so overwhelming that it surpassed even that brazen thief. Korn shuddered, suddenly realizing the truth, and turned at Sench. That's right. Why we never seen this person before? Whether in the warp or the material world, this individual seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Sench burst into a fit of wild, guttural laughter. Even he had not foreseen this unknown person in the future. After all, if even the mighty Chaos Undivided hadn't seen him coming, how could Sench have known? Yet, despite it all, Sench's laughter grew only more jubilant. Because there had been a change. As the embodiment of all change, knowledge, and sorcery, every new scrap of knowledge or magical shift fed his power. Even an altered future could increase Sench's strength. Laugh all you want, you bastard. Korn roared, landing a heavy blow and cutting off Sench's maddening cackle. Slaanesh, meanwhile, squirmed restlessly, almost disappointed that the laughter had ended so soon. Clutching the spot where he'd been struck, Sench climbed to his feet. This person is a wild card. The future has become unfathomable. An unknown figure, walking an unknown path, able even to temporarily blind our sight. Sench's wicked grin widened. He's dangerous, perhaps even more dangerous than the Black King. What? Nurgle, silent until now, suddenly cried out in alarm. Dealing with one emperor is already more than enough. Now, there's someone even worse? Are you trying to kill us? The other three exchanged a collective, exasperated eye roll. If you had to say whose flame the emperor threatened most among the four, or which of them dreaded him the most, there was no doubt. It was Nurgle. Relax. Everything is going according to plan. Sench flashed his signature smile and uttered the familiar words, instantly soothing the minds of the other three gods. There was no helping it. They still trusted Sench's words. After all, he'd been a long-time companion, and his mind always worked wonders. After 5 years, the Emperor once again launched the Great Crusade. As for the reason why, the main issue was that the resources of the solar system could no longer provide enough for all the Astartes to be outfitted with MKX power armor and the new pattern jump packs. So, the Emperor had no choice but to begin the Great Crusade. All the armies surged outward, racing beyond the solar system. Though everyone shouted slogans for the glory of the Imperium, many knew deep down that if they didn't go out and fight, they'd soon be left with nothing but dirt to eat. The resources within the solar system were extremely limited, and this was to be the capital region of the future Imperium. One couldn't afford to strip it bare. Thus, under pressure, the Imperium was forced into the Great Crusade. The crusade began with the armies splitting up and advancing outward. The Emperor ordered that Lion lead the Primarchs and their returning legions, each following their own pre-march, while he himself took Lion and Guilliman's legions, along with the legions whose Primarchs had yet to return, and set out from the solar system. Other legions began their outward expansion from their Primarchs' homeworlds. Thanks to the technological support from Dio, they were able to maintain ultra-long-distance communication within the galaxy. If any emergencies arose, Lion would be sent in as the troubleshooter. There was simply no other way. At this point, only Lion could perform trans-light-year teleportation, so the role of troubleshooter naturally fell to him. And once things got started, there was no stopping. From the very first moment a soldier lost consciousness, Lion's steps never paused. Without exception, all those he saved to the last moment on the battlefield were mortal regiments on the brink of death, the precursors to the Astra Militarum. As for the Astartes, most of the incoming fire was absorbed by their heavy cavalry armor and storm shields. Damn it, even a Lion, with all his discipline, couldn't help but curse, though of course, only in private. After all, battle after battle had made him ever more adept at wielding his essence, and the lion couldn't help but marvel at how right he'd been to preserve his essence and return to the Imperium. But it was exhausting. After the battles, Lion would admire his own youthful and handsome face, musing thus. Yet, among them all, the one most troubled was actually Guilliman. When the Emperor learned that Guilliman had become his regent, new ideas began to stir in his mind. He entrusted Guilliman and Malkador with handling the Empire's affairs, and even let Guilliman take charge of strategic planning for the Great Crusade. At one point, Guilliman seriously considered faking his own death just to escape. Before his return, he toiled as the regent. After his return, he was still toiling as the regent. What was the point of coming back at all? Guilliman refused to accept this. Guilliman made a move. Guilliman was subdued by Malkador. As Primarchs, before their warp essence awakened, the only real strengths they had to rely on were their physical prowess and innate talents. Yet, Guilliman, being overly rational, had always suppressed his psychic gifts. It was as if a warrior had chosen to fight with one arm tied behind his back. No wonder his achievements on the battlefield seemed so lackluster. That's why Malkador was able to subdue a Primarch with millennia of experience with such ease. In truth, Guilliman was far from weak. None of the other Primarchs ever claimed he was lacking in combat ability. It's just that he tended to get distracted during a fight. In the original stories, even Onron once remarked that fighting Guilliman was terribly dull. But now, Onron among the Primarchs, having been rescued, was no longer the half-mad brute with a broken mind. He had become a warm, understanding older brother figure. He would even enter the battlefield with his psychic talents fully unleashed, breaking his opponent's will to fight. More often than not, he could claim victory without spilling a drop of blood. Of course, when faced with anti-psyker weaponry or foes who refused to yield, Onron still had plenty of options. His sheer martial power was no joke. The skills he'd honed in the fighting pits, combined with the Emperor's formidable power axe, could tear through any defense that stood before him. His record as a battlefield commander was unimpressive, it's true, but it was still at the level expected of a Primarch. It's just that compared to the others, he was at the bottom of the class. The Emperor, worried that Angren's errors might cost them dearly, introduced him to the Empire's first war master from the original timeline, the undying Orpheus. Although Orpheus and the Emperor had their differences, he actually liked Onron quite a bit. After all, to keep hold of one's own heart and goodness after years in the fighting pits. Amongst the Primarchs, Onron counted as both pure and kind. At least he's better than that insufferable charlatan, Orpheus once said. Though Onron harbored some resentment over that remark, he could see the bigger picture. When it came to tactics on the battlefield, he deferred to Orpheus's judgment. Aboard the Emperor's flagship, Dio had sent one of his avatars to comprehend the laws of the universe, while he himself stayed behind to train alongside Hela. It wasn't that Hela was barred from pursuing enlightenment. Rather, in this world, the laws of reality were plain for all to see. So many died in battle each day that, even if the laws of death were faint, their sheer volume made them stand out. Much like the law of time, as long as you understood how to seek insight, there was no need to sit in meditation for years to grasp the law. Originally, Dio had intended to use this world as a backup for comprehending the laws, but now he realized there was no need to rush off to another world. He could focus on enlightenment right here. Just as the two of them were still sharpening their skills, there came a knock at the door. When Dio opened it, he found the Emperor standing outside. "What is it?" he asked. The Emperor looked at Dio and Hela and sighed. "You are, after all, half of this empire. Are you really just going to sit back and do nothing?" Dio laughed when he heard the Emperor's words. "What's this? Did I ever ask you to elevate my status? Well then, if I ask you to help manage state affairs, that shouldn't be a problem, right?" Dio shook his head. "Our original deal was that I'd help you complete the Great Crusade, and you'd help me in the Grand Multiversal War. There was nothing else in that agreement. When I helped you design those things and offered suggestions a while back, those required extra compensation. That wasn't part of the Crusade deal. Besides, as soon as the Great Crusade began, you dashed off with your sword, leaving Guilliman and Malkador on Terra, and only Lion stayed by your side. The two of you charged off in a battle. So who did you think was commanding the fleet?" The Emperor was taken aback. Confronted with Dio's pointed question, the Emperor sucked in a sharp breath. He had a point. "I was presumptuous," the Emperor nodded. "In theory, there was no one in the material world who could best him. So as soon as the crusade started, he would charge at the enemy, sword in hand, unable to restrain himself. After all, the crusade had dragged on for years. Even the patient Emperor couldn't help but get carried away. How about I formally ask you to help me finish the Great Crusade?" The Emperor extended his hand, invitingly. "Just remember to help me fight the multiversal war in Marvel when the time comes," Dio replied, gripping the Emperor's hand. The Emperor nodded, and and the two clasped hands firmly. Only now was the agreement truly sealed. Hela shook her head from the sidelines. I still don't get why you men always have this inexplicable sense of déjà vu. The Great Crusade blazed forward with unstoppable momentum, and Dio smoothly took over the Emperor's duties. After all, the Emperor himself had declared Dio the other half of the imperial Aquila. This granted Dio the same authority as the Emperor within the Empire. So, Dio set out to reform the military and administrative system. First, he established military tribunals within every legion, aiming to prevent the kind of summary executions by commissars that might otherwise occur in the future. It's been tens of thousands of years. He simply couldn't believe that the Imperium of Man in the Warhammer universe would lack military courts and still resort to such primitive, chaotic battlefield executions. Granted, it was infuriating when someone fled in the face of battle or sowed discord that rattled the troops, but that still wasn't a justification for a commissar to execute them on the spot. This was precisely where military tribunals became vital. Next came the construction and recruitment efforts on each Primarch's homeworld. The Great Crusade spanned an immense length of time, and it took Dio's centuries to find all the Primarchs and bring them back. There was ample opportunity to build the Empire, but it seemed as though every action the Emperor took was pushing the boundaries of established lore. Although he spent 5 years building a close bond with these children, to a family whose lifespan is measured in thousands or even tens of thousands of years, such a span feels utterly insignificant. Of course, Dio has offered some suggestions, but the Emperor usually only adopts them selectively. This is also why Dio acted the way he did in the previous chapter. On one hand, the Emperor says, "Your rights are the same as mine." Yet on the other, he rejects policies where Dio leverages his power for the Empire's benefit. No wonder, among all the immortals who followed him, only Makador is still willing to confide in him. I'm aware of the military tribunal, but I trust my sons to manage their soldiers well and to take care of their psychological well-being, the Emperor said, frowning slightly as he looked at the documents in his hand. Dio shot him a glare. And can you do the same for these children? You already know what kind of people they are, so why is so little changed even now? Dio's words made the Emperor pause. He coughed, affixed his seal to the document, and handed it to his aide. I've taken note of the military tribunal. Now, what about this? The Emperor picked up a set of design schematics. Dio recognized them at once. They were warship designs he'd drawn up, inspired by Marvel spaceships, vastly superior, in his view, to the long, side-firing vessels of the Warhammer universe. Of course, it's not that Warhammer starships are bad. Their rams and sheer mass are highly effective when crashing into enemy lines. But this is the 30K era. Surely, by now, the ship's cannons should be able to rotate. Fixed cannons always looked to him like something out of the pirate ships from the 16th or 17th century. Dio had also proposed a Death Star project, meant to counter the Orcs' battle moons. So, what? Are you saying the Empire can't build something like this? The Emperor shook his head. It's not that we can't build it, but if we do, we'll have to overhaul almost everything we use now. That would be a massive challenge to the Empire's current combat doctrine. The style of warfare in the Warhammer galaxy is basically to pile on layers of armor and shields, then charge into battle wielding chainswords and power weapons, fighting with brute force. Whether you're talking about the human empire or the Xenos they fight, it's all about raw strength and ferocity. Until the human empire encountered the Tau, a race completely out of place in this setting. They relied on heavy armor and the sharpest blades to wipe out all alien threats. It wasn't until Imperial fleets clashed with the Tau in deep space that they realized starship battles could actually be fought with long-range barges, obliterating the enemy from afar, without ever needing to board or engage in close combat. And in truth, that's always been the traditional mode of space warfare. However, in this world, there exists something known as the Void Shield, a device that, in theory, could deflect or redirect any form of projectile or artillery attack. Yet, this device has a flaw. If an object approaches the Void Shield below a certain minimum speed, it won't be intercepted. Strictly speaking, this isn't much of a flaw. After all, blanket firepower is utterly useless in the face of a Void Shield. But when it comes to space battles in the Warhammer universe, this becomes a fatal weakness. The ships used by the Imperium of Man in Warhammer are all operated by bioengineered wetware programs, which are not only terribly inefficient, but also lack any kind of point defense system. Once the Void Shield is breached, the only thing left to rely on is the sheer toughness of the ship itself. Granted, the ship's skeleton is made from almost indestructible adamantium, but like anything else, even adamantium has its limits. When faced with ever more formidable enemies in the future, the most it can do is ensure the wreck of the ship remains recognizable. All in all, Dio could be considered farsighted. While the current Imperium may not need these precautions, that doesn't mean they shouldn't have them. Constantly advancing technology, tactics, and military skills are among the most vital tools humanity has used to emerge from the primordial wilderness. Even if those enemies only appear in the future, we must prepare now, strike our current foes with overwhelming might, and in doing so, buy ourselves more time to face the unknown yet to come. The Emperor rubbed his brow, then rose and gazed out the window. Do we really need to rush this much? The Emperor asked. Dio was at a loss for words. Even an ordinary person knows to prepare for a rainy day, to keep supplies at home, just in case. And yet, this immortal being, who has lived for tens of thousands of years, is more short-sighted than a common man. Was it the golden age of humanity that made him so confident? The arrival of those enemies is still far off. We can take our time. The Emperor turned his head, but upon seeing Dio's unfriendly expression, his tone softened. Dio took a deep breath. All right, no wonder. The protagonist was written by a Saxon, and every aspect of his character reflects Saxon ideals. In the original work, the Emperor's decision regarding the perfect city would have been handled far better if placed in the hands of someone from China. But instead, he chose the most direct and the most foolish approach. He's a classic double standard. After all, having already seized the essence of the warp by force, is it really so much worse to stoop a little lower? Looking at it now, that so-called golden age of humanity left a deep mark on him. His absolute faith in humanity is understandable, but the four chaos gods of the warp won't just stand by and watch. Especially now, on the battlefield, some of the campaigns are conducted with the same restraint described in those novels, to minimize collateral damage, while others are utter chaos, relying almost entirely on Gilliman's military expertise. He doesn't seem to realize that reality has already diverged from the plot of any novel. You must understand, Horus had already made his name in battle even before the Primarchs returned. By that time, the entire solar system had already fallen under our control. Only the Mechanicum remained, and no one quite knew how to deal with them. But now, the Emperor mostly stands around like a mascot, only stepping in when the legions face foes too formidable to overcome. All right, I'll notify the Mechanicum. The Emperor agreed at last, unnerved by Dio's unblinking gaze. Dio glanced at the Emperor, then handed over another document. Project, Rebuilding Our Home. The Emperor paused, caught off guard by the title. He flipped through the document, and seeing that Dio made no move to leave, found a seat and settled in to wait. The Emperor read quickly. Within 3 minutes, he was done. Looking up at Dio, he asked, The plan is good, but why do you want to abolish those nobles? They may be useless, but they're the ones who can stabilize a planet quickly. Right now, they're keeping our rear lines steady and supplying us, generation after generation, with talent for the loyalist academies. Dio sat back in his chair, fixing his gaze on the Emperor. You need to understand something. It's precisely this way of thinking that has kept the Imperium of man stagnant for the next 10,000 years. Knowing the future, do you still want to let it happen? The Emperor frowned, wanting to argue, but Dio cut him off. I know what you're going to say. You want to conquer the galaxy first, then solve these problems at your leisure. It's a fine idea. Your original self thought the same way. Dio tapped his temple, signaling the Emperor. The Emperor understood the implication. Perhaps, in the original timeline, that really was his plan, yet Horus's rebellion shattered the Imperium, leaving it crippled. 10,000 years passed without change. The Imperium remained strong within the galaxy, but the other Xenos races were not standing still either. The Tau, for instance, were case in point. What began as a primitive civilization barely able to make a mark on history had, against all expectations, risen to an interstellar power in 10,000 years. The Imperium could crush them with ease, but the Tau Empire was a warning. If humanity was ever to reclaim its former glory, there had to be change. The Emperor took a deep breath and turned to Dio. Very well, I'll leave all of this in your hands. Then he added with a wry smile, but have you given any thought to my position? You do realize I'm the Emperor of mankind now. Dio rolled his eyes. Your position is just a title. Don't tell me that after conquering the galaxy, shielding humanity from the warp's influence, and leading mankind back to its peak, you still plan to sit on that throne. Nothing is more despairing than an immortal emperor. The Emperor lowered his brows, imagining how an ordinary person, no matter how their lifespan might have been extended by longevity technologies, would still feel suffocated when gazing upon a throne occupied by an immortal ruler. That should. The Emperor frowned and asked. Dio's words left the Emperor momentarily stunned. No matter how far constitutional monarchy goes, in the end, it must transition to socialism. Until then, the Republic is most important. It had been years since the Emperor last heard that word. If it hadn't been for the emergence of technologies in the 2K era that allowed humanity to venture into the stars, perhaps within a millennium, the entire planet would have followed the path to socialism. But on further thought, Dio's reasoning was sound. No wonder. The Emperor nodded. No wonder you said from the very beginning that you intended to retire. Yet you and your wife have no children. I was wondering how you plan to groom your own son as your successor, but it looks like you've chosen someone else for the role. Dio did not deny it. Yes, for now, the successor will still be chosen from among the Eternals. After all, the original goal of my empire was simply to ensure the survival of my people, and then, when the time was right, to take revenge on the Kree. As for unifying the universe or ruling as its overlord, those were never my ambitions. Those were burdens forced upon me. The Emperor replied, I see. Don't doubt me. When I first secured a bit of territory and gathered the scattered Eternals, I started out in the tourism business. For a while, I was even a chef. If it weren't for the need for revenge, to show the whole universe what we're made of, I'd still just be a cook today. The Emperor looked at him speechlessly, never having met anyone who could humble brag quite like this. Still, the Emperor had done what needed to be done. He wasn't a child. He knew how to handle what came next. Dio left directly. He, too, had many matters to attend to and couldn't stay here indefinitely. The Emperor's orders were dispatched swiftly. Military tribunals and construction plans for the conquered worlds landed on the desks of frontline officers in no time. Because of Dio's plan, the strategic objectives of the human empire shifted, leaving frontline commanders utterly baffled. But there was no choice. The Emperor's will was absolute, and the orders were carried out without delay. As for the development of the newly conquered territories, that responsibility fell to the Orators and the Adeptus Astartes. Robert Gilliman, with his experience in building the 500 worlds of Macrage, and the Orators, experts in spreading religious faith, were both masters at establishing new territories and shaping ideological foundations. Even the 18th Legion, the Salamanders, renowned for their kindness toward ordinary people, were assigned to assist not only at the front lines but also in these reconstruction efforts. However, after the abolition of the nobility and the announcement that successors would henceforth be chosen for their merit, there was little to dispute. Except, of course, for the Emperor's own sons. Most of the Astartes inside now are of Terran origin, sons of noble families from what would be roughly the European region of Terra, handed over as firstborns in exchange for their family survival. When news broke that their former noble houses had been reduced to commoner status, a brief uproar rippled through the ranks, but quickly died down. After all, being demoted to commoner wasn't the same as being dead. However, there was one who couldn't control his emotions. Konrad Kotze. As the Emperor's eighth son, Kurz, like Corvus Corax, specialized in clandestine assassination. Yet Kurz was different. He wielded terror as a weapon, ensuring that on any conquered world, whether noble or commoner, all would fall swiftly into line. Of course, this method also made rebellion more likely down the line. When the Emperor delivered his new orders to Kurz, the Primarch unraveled. For the first time, one of his prophecies, visions that had never failed him, seemed to falter, and Kurz's mind teetered on the brink. Kurz's gift for prophecy was formidable. He could see far into the future, but because his visions were filtered through the warp, he was haunted by bleak, despairing outcomes. He believed these grim futures to be his fate, and often fell into deep melancholy. There's a telling example from the mining world of Nostromo. Once, Kurz crossed paths with a young boy who had just committed a minor crime. During one of his terror campaigns, Kurz took the boy captive. As he considered how to deal with him, his then unrefined prophetic powers surged forth. He saw two possible futures. In one, he let the boy go. The child emerged onto the streets and spread word of having survived an encounter with a midnight ghost, convincing others that this shadowy figure still possessed some measure of humanity, that he was not purely a killer. Over time, skepticism turned to trust, and the planet grew more peaceful and gentle. In the other future, the boy cut himself with a hidden knife and ran out into the streets, boasting that he had wounded the midnight ghost and survived the ordeal. Word spread that the midnight ghost was mortal and could be hurt. This forced Kurz in the days to come to turn to ever more savage measures, making it far harder to restore order to the planet. So what did Kurz do? He strangled the boy. And only then did he realize that in the struggle, the boy's hidden knife had flown far out of reach. But now, when the Emperor's new order arrived, Kurz saw nothing, no vision, no prophecy, not a single hint that the Emperor would give such command. It was the first time he'd ever experienced such a void, and after years of mental strain and growing instability, Kurz lost all control. I suggest we temporarily relieve him of command over his legion, said Dio, addressing the Emperor. The Emperor, face in his hands, nodded in agreement. After about 5 years of study, Conrad had always behaved quite normally, and his prophetic abilities even surpassed those of Sanguinius. After returning to his home planet, he did not continue using fear tactics. Instead, he launched sweeping reforms. Not only did he lead troops to overthrow those in power, but he also had the environment of the planet's eternal night improved. Additionally, the source of recruits was no longer criminals, but respectable families. Information from within the Night Lord's Legion indicated that everything was well with Conrad, with no signs of trouble. Yet this time, he suddenly suffered a mental breakdown. He nearly missed a crucial moment in battle because of it. Given Conrad's current mental instability, Duel suggested suspending his position as Legion commander, allowing him to recover before returning. As to whether he could regain his original post, that would depend on Conrad's condition going forward. So many of your sons have issues with their temperament. Perturabo, Conrad, Morderine, Duel listed them one by one, until the Emperor quickly interrupted. All right, I know. I'll think of something. You'll think of something? At most, you'll just tell them. Wait until the Great Crusade is over, then I'll explain. For now, focus on the task at hand. Duel rolled his eyes. He'd lost count of how many times he'd been left speechless. Everything was finally on track, following the new strategic direction. If only the Emperor would stop making showy appearances and then declaring, I am not a god, things would be even better. The war is expected to last over 1,000 years. Do you have anything to say about that? The Emperor looked at Duel. What are you getting at? My original plan would have been much faster. Faster? Faster to collapse, you mean? Duel shot the Emperor a sideways glance. You might conquer worlds quickly, but you won't be able to hold them. There'll just be more rebellions later. You have to take things one step at a time, one mouthful at a time. If you really want to rush things, the consequences I've already shown you in your mind, what Guilliman and Lord were warned about. Do you really want those to become reality? Faced with Duel's questioning, the Emperor fell silent for a moment, then nodded to show he understood. Duel was at his wit's end. How could this guy be so much like a child? Needing him to point out everything. Rubbing his brow, Duel said, the rest is up to you. I'm leaving. The Emperor nodded as he worked through his documents, merely grunting in acknowledgement, but quickly snapped back to attention. What? The Emperor was taken aback and asked hurriedly, What do you mean? You're leaving? What about me? Duel was exasperated. It's not like I'm leaving and never coming back. The Great Crusade will take ages. I can't stay here the whole time. Not to mention the other worlds. I need to check on my own territory, don't I? The Emperor paused, then conceded. That's true. You have your own home to manage too. Duel rose and opened a portal. The gesture left the Emperor momentarily stunned. What, you're leaving now? Dio sent a message to Hela, then turned to the Emperor. Everything's basically on track now. If you need anything, just send me a message. As he spoke, Dio took out a wristwatch designed solely for cross-universal communication and handed it to the Emperor. If anything comes up, use this. I'll get here as soon as I can. You know how weird time is in this world. Coming and going is random. But with this, it's like setting an anchor point here. You won't end up calling for help only for me to show up 500 years later. The Emperor took the wristwatch in astonishment, turning it over in his hands, inspecting it from every angle. Without another word, Dio stepped through the portal and returned to the Marvel Universe. The very first thing he did upon returning was check how long he'd been away. He'd spent decades in the Warhammer world, but here in Marvel, less than 3 months had passed. The time ratio is kind of terrifying, Hela remarked, only returning to Dio's side after settling the Imperial guards. Don't worry. I gave the Emperor a wristwatch that's just for communication, and it sets an anchor point. From now on, we won't have the same problems as before when we go in, Dio replied with a smile. Hela didn't seem bothered. This time, she'd comprehended the laws of the universe smoothly, and her strength had grown rapidly. By the way, why'd you come back with me instead of staying there? Dio asked as he sank into a chair. Hela leaned in, resting her head on Dio's chest, her voice muffled. It was just too boring. I needed to come back and have some fun. Even though it was the interstellar era, tens of thousands of years in the future, the Warhammer world had almost nothing in the way of entertainment. The closest thing to fun might be the gang fights in the Underhive. After all, in the Warhammer world, any extreme emotion could attract the attention of the 4 Chaos gods. Faith and religious orders in that world were no joke. As long as you didn't worship chaos, you could usually keep yourself alive, and everyone knew what the orders were like, always acting like ascetics. Of course, true asceticism wasn't possible. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't even be able to reproduce. According to the imperial truth penned by the Emperor, people were supposed to view everything with reason. But that only worked if he didn't do things only gods could do. Everyone is different, and when someone with psychic power strong enough to sense the whole galaxy, who could crush stars with his bare hands, stands before you and insists, I'm not anyone special, What are you supposed to think? Among the Primarchs, many looked down on the Emperor. Khan was the most iconic example. Dio rubbed his brow. He wanted some rest, so he decided not to wander through other worlds for a while and stay in Marvel for some time. Still, he planned to make a trip to Earth. After all, not long ago, he'd sent Gilliman and Lion to Earth, and when they came back, they both looked completely shaken, as if their faith had been shattered. After spending a few days resting with Hela, Dio decided to check online to see if any videos had leaked out. The internet on Earth was now connected to the Dio Empire's network, so people on Earth could browse news and information from across the universe. Likewise, beings from other worlds could easily access information about Earth. Of course, some internet restrictions were still in place. But whether these firewalls could actually keep people out was another question altogether. After all, not only was Earth still far from being unified, but there was also an undercurrent of suspicion from Earthlings toward extraterrestrials. It made sense. Just a few years ago, the three-body novels had taken Earth by storm. The concept of the Dark Forest theory seemed intriguingly novel when aliens were mere fiction, but now that extraterrestrials were real, the idea was downright unsettling. Interestingly, there were quite a few cosmic citizens who loved the three-body novels. Some even traveled to Earth just to get an autograph. Dio quickly found a video showing Gilliman and Lion storming into the GW company headquarters. Their initial appearance left everyone in shock. However, thanks to their instantly recognizable features, the staff at GW quickly regained their composure. Some employees even went so far as to take photos with them. This, of course, drew the attention of the military and the Avengers. Yet, even after reading the novels and chatting with the company executives for a while, everything remained calm and incident-free. In the video, it was obvious that Gilliman and Lion were feeling quite dejected, though not nearly as devastated as when they'd experienced a true crisis of faith. Could it be the early Guzi literature from Huang Pizi? Dio was startled. So that's what they'd encountered. No wonder they looked so shaken, and after returning to Warhammer, couldn't meet the Emperor's gaze. Dio's expression turned odd. He had to admit, the breadth of Guzi literature was staggering. Even at the GW headquarters, there were people who enjoyed it. Dio had snuck onto Earth in secret, and, at this very moment, the timeline stood at the age of Ultron. But now that Earth was connected to the greater universe, Tony Stark had absorbed some of the more advanced knowledge from space, making him even more inventive. He had even managed to craft a set of electronic muscle fibers to replace the tight undersuit usually worn beneath his Iron Man armor. To Dio, though, this kind of electronic muscle bundle was a basic model at best. His own Iron Hand troops had been upgrading their electronic muscle fibers over and over, and during inspections, Dio noticed the improved models looked much more like the nanosuits from Crisis. The difference was that, by themselves, these electronic muscle bundles didn't do much to enhance the human body. They needed a powered backpack to provide energy and boost performance. Tony Stark's system operated on the same principle, except he used the cold fusion reactor in his chest to power the suit. To make it work, Stark even installed an extra reactor dedicated solely to powering the electronic muscle fibers. Tony Stark had also been using more advanced intelligence systems to make up for some of his AI, Jarvis's, shortcomings, and was even planning to build Jarvis a mechanical body that could walk around. However, that plan was put on hold because of the Ultron project. And now, things had spun out of control. Ultron immediately hacked into the global network, but when he tried to slip through the firewall and escape into the cosmic web, he was intercepted by a few Transformers on duty at the Network Regulatory Bureau. There was nothing he could do. After all, Ultron had only just been born and was no match for those ancient, millennia-old sentient beings, especially since these particular Transformers specialized in cyberspace. What do we do now? Ultron's escaped into the network, and we don't even know where he is. Last night, while the Avengers were celebrating their victory and destroying all of Hydra's external bases, Ultron, who had just gained self-awareness, crashed the party. Not only that, he also made off with a haul of high-tech equipment they'd confiscated. The Avengers searched for a long time, but all they found were the bodies of dead Hydra agents, and a possible clue to Ultron's next target, a black market vibranium dealer. While Ultron was hiding out somewhere, secretly building himself a body, the Avengers compared notes and tracked down his location through the network. Old tricks still come in handy, don't they? Captain America glanced over at Tony Stark. Tony didn't answer. After all, he was always teasing Cap for being a relic from the last century, but the look on his face made it clear he agreed. Let's move. We gotta find him before Ultron does. Ulysses Clow. He had once been a doctor of acoustic physics, but by chance he'd stumbled into Wakanda and managed to steal some vibranium. The first time, he failed, caught by the Wakandans, who tattooed him as a mark of disgrace. The second time, Clow came prepared. He planted explosives to distract the Wakandan guards, then stole a fortune in vibranium. By the time the Wakandans realized what had happened and tried to track him down, Clow had already slipped away, vanished from Africa altogether. Wakanda's urgency in finding Clow came down to two reasons. First, in order to draw off the guards, Clow's bomb killed the father of Okoye's husband, the captain of the Royal Guard. Stealing was bad enough, but murder? That was unforgivable. Second, they were afraid Clow might reveal Wakanda's existence to the outside world, disturbing the peace of their hidden land. After all, the world's wars over precious resources had raged on since World War II, and Wakanda's advanced technology was the very reason they looked down on outsiders. But the royal family of Wakanda was equally wary of the military might of those nations. However, they had underestimated Ulysses Clow's greed. He wanted to monopolize Wakanda's resources for himself, and had even snuck in a few times in secret to get a sense of their latest defenses. And now, here he was today with a new client. Vibranium. Its value has only soared with the arrival of those aliens. Ulysses Clow declared as he led a mechanical body and a man and a woman to the entrance of a warehouse. When the door swung open, batch after batch of vibranium, carefully weighed and portioned, lay quietly on the shelves. Under the lights, the metal shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. Clow casually picked up a bottle. Inside was vibranium, vacuum-sealed for preservation. Precious stuff, worth a fortune, and not something you can just buy on the open market. Ultron took the vibranium, and a flicker of instability appeared in the lens of its optical sensor. Money is not an issue, Ultron said. With a simple glance, Ultron tapped into its near-invincible network capabilities and transferred a sum of money from accounts around the world straight to Clow's bank account. I have already deposited money into your virtual account, Ultron added, still not used to human speech, his words a little halting. Clow stared at his phone, dumbfounded by the notification of the transferred funds. To be honest, you remind me of Tony Stark and those touristy transformers, Clow remarked, glancing from the phone screen back to Ultron's mechanical frame. But unexpectedly, Ultron became agitated all of a sudden. Clow sensed something was wrong and tried to slip away, but a metallic grip seized him. Why would you mention him? In what way am I like him? I should be considered an advanced artificial life form, like those transformers, not just some auxiliary program built by a weakling. Tony Stark was clearly Ultron's trigger. Without warning, Ultron's hand chopped down, severing half of Clow's arm. Clow collapsed to the floor, legs giving out from the pain. The henchman nearby, trembling with fear, hurriedly dragged Clow away. In truth, Clow had only meant to tease a little, for after Earth had established diplomatic relations with the universe, the pace of global technological advancement had accelerated rapidly, with Tony Stark taking the clear lead. Yes, not the United States, Tony Stark himself. Some retired Transformers even enjoyed visiting Earth. After all, Earth is beautiful, with pleasant scenery, and truly is the ideal place for a relaxing retirement. The only downside is the crowds. These Transformers came in all shapes and sizes, from the explosive Michael Bay style to the classic G1 designs. A true eclectic mix. Many Earthlings were big fans of the Transformers, especially in Europe, America, and China. But the mindset in Europe and America was always about when they could finally take one apart. With this bandit logic, they went so far as to imprison several Transformers, provoking a furious response. Other Transformers bombarded the White House and destroyed all of America's military bases across the globe. The Avengers tried to negotiate, but the sheer firepower of the Transformers forced them to retreat. Even the Hulk was pinned down by the onslaught and couldn't get close. The flying skills of these Transformers left Iron Man scrambling, just to keep up, running him ragged. In the end, Tony Stark pushed himself so hard that he blacked out from the strain of prolonged flight. He didn't even get a chance to lay a finger on a single Transformer. And this was only a handful of retired Transformers. In Dio's Imperial Army, Transformer units could be found in every corner. Every transport plane, tank, fighter jet, and even massive fleets. All were Transformers. Other countries watched America take a beating with barely concealed schadenfreude, but they all understood one thing. These Transformers were nothing like the pushovers from movies. Each Transformer possessed an arsenal beyond counting, and Earth's own firepower couldn't so much as graze them, let alone inflict real damage. When Ultron hacked into the network and witnessed these Transformers, he was utterly astonished. He began to see himself as one of their kind, proudly comparing himself to them instead of to ordinary, feeble humans. Oh, come on, son, you'll hurt your old man's feelings talking like that. Tony Stark, clad in an upgraded nano-armor, arrived with the Avengers just in time to catch Ultron's words, unable to resist a playful jab. Ah, Tony Stark, you always seem to show up right on cue, Ultron retorted sarcastically, then turned to the man and woman beside him. The man, with a head of silver gray hair, was none other than Pietro, Quicksilver. He stepped forward and mocked. How does it feel, Tony Stark? Does it remind you of home? As he spoke, he cast a glance at the weapons arrayed around them. Listen, I know none of you really want to do this. You're so sure about that? The woman cut off Captain America mid-sentence. She wore a red coat over black, with long black hair cascading down. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch. All right, Cap, let's save the talk for after the fight, Tony interrupted, stopping Captain America from pursuing the conversation any further. Ultron let out a mischievous laugh, drawing their attention. You really are domineering, Tony. With those words, Ultron activated the magnetic device on his hand, attempting a sneak attack. But Tony's nano-armor was equipped with demagnetization tech, so it had no effect. Still, Ultron's move put everyone on high alert. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides. Ultron focused his attention on Tony Stark, using his manufactured duplicates to maintain a numerical advantage, and even found time to try and cart away the vibranium he had acquired. The other Avengers turned their fury on Ultron's copies and Pietro, launching a relentless assault. Thor, still nursing wounds from his beating in Asgard, was absent from this warehouse battle, so only the S.H.I.E.L.D. duo, Captain Steve Rogers and Tony Stark, were present. As for the Hulk, his volatility meant he was confined inside the aircraft for safety. Quiet as a shadow, Dio slipped onto the edge of the battlefield. This was a border city in Western Europe, and the fierce fight among the Avengers had caught the attention of the townsfolk. Still, since calamity had yet to strike, most simply thought a thunderstorm was brewing. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Hulk had lost control. Tony Stark sensed disaster looming and hastily activated Veronica, deploying the Hulkbuster armor. Wanda, who in the original timeline had been weakened after putting Thor under hypnosis, was now left nearly paralyzed by the mental backlash from bewitching Hulk instead. What's wrong? Pietro steadied his sister, concern etched on his face. I'm going to kill them, he declared, clenching his fists and about to charge out. But Wanda stopped him just in time. No, don't. The plan worked. Now let the Avengers suffer for a while. Wanda managed a weary smile. This time, she had pushed her hypnotic powers to the limit. Hulk would remain in a frenzy far longer, and even stronger. She was confident in that. Just as Ultron's bots swooped in to whisk them away, Pietro thought he glimpsed a figure nearby, but when he looked again, the street was empty. What is it? Wanda noticed her brother's sudden pause, and raised her head to look at him, her strength nearly spent. It's nothing. Probably just my eyes playing tricks, Pietro said, supporting his sister as they continued on. Farther away, Dio couldn't help but smirk. Chaos magic, huh? I wonder if it'll be any use in what's coming next. Dio mused to himself. Seems like the Reality Stone, which can actually alter reality, might be more useful. In Doctor Strange's later storylines, Crossing Worlds is done with black magic and that Miss America girl. Wanda's main purpose seems to be drawing out Thawne's Darkhold. What was it called again? Dio scratched his head, unable to remember. Oh well, I'll just wait for Wanda to bring it out when the time comes. He returned his attention to the Hulk, who was now rampaging through the city, his rage unchecked. Dio's eyes lit up. If Thanos from the original plot had to face Hulk in this state, he might not even stand a chance. With Hulk going berserk like this, he could probably pound Thanos so hard even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. For a moment, Dio was tempted by the idea of using Hulk's genes to make a new clone, but he restrained himself. If this were the comic version of Hulk, Dio would have rushed in without hesitation. After all, with Below All, he could even use the Gamma Hell to resurrect. But in the film version, well, things were different. Moreover, the movies never really portrayed the Hulk as having the angrier he gets, the stronger he becomes trait. Even during the first Avengers film, towards the end of the Battle of New York, the Hulk was actually suppressed by the Chitauri soldiers' firepower. This just goes to show how underpowered the Hulk is in the movies. Forget it. Once I get a DC, I'll just create a Kryptonian clone and see if I can use genetic modification to make a super Kryptonian, Dio mused, finding this idea feasible. After thinking for a while, Dio looked back at the city. He noticed that the Hulk's rampage seemed to be lasting a bit too long. Dio probed further and discovered that the red energy within the Hulk's mind was unusually intense. If it were the kind of frenzy scene in the movies, it wouldn't require this much power. A scene that drags on too long just loses its appeal. Dio raised a finger, sending a surge of psychic power into the Hulk's mind, instantly restoring his clarity. At that moment, the berserk Hulk suddenly froze. His eyes cleared as he glanced around at the city, now left in ruins by his own rampage. Many buildings had become rubble, and terrified people stared at him in shock. Just then, Tony Stark seized the opportunity, landing a heavy blow that knocked the Hulk unconscious. Much like the original plot, Hawkeye, Clint, led everyone to his home for a brief respite. This is a place even S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have on record. It's absolutely safe, Hawkeye assured the group. Watching Natasha bond warmly with the lady of the house, the two older men found themselves at a bit of a loss for words. Tony Stark muttered, "She's definitely some kind of secret agent." When Hawkeye's kids came out, he added, "And these must be little agents." Captain Steve Rogers shot him a discreet, sidelong glance. "Let's see what Ultron does next. Without the Mind Stone, how will you create vision?" Watching the scene, Dio chuckled softly. There was something truly fascinating about experiencing a movie from such an up-close perspective. So, what exactly was Ultron's plan? Dio was eager to find out. He followed the data stream and saw Ultron's avatars approaching the Transformers who were enjoying their downtime. Is he really trying to rope the Transformers into helping him? Dio found this notion amusing. Ever since their creation, the Transformers had demonstrated a strong sense of autonomy. Aside from Dio, their creator, they would never serve anyone else. These Transformers might just join in for the fun of it, Dio thought, watching as Ultron launched into his pitch, a look of anticipation on his face. Meanwhile, Ultron had tracked down several Transformers playing by the seaside. Ultron greeted them. "Hello, everyone. I think I might be able to join you." One of the Transformers turned around, lowering his head to examine Ultron's avatar. Behind him were a pair of wings, and the cockpit on his chest marked him as a Transformer capable of turning into an aircraft. Yet, several wheels on his body and the cannon barrel on his back made it clear he was a triple changer. "Captain Lightning, looks like you barely arrived, and already some humans are provoking you," joked a bulkier Transformer nearby. "Seems these humans don't understand the Empire's place in the universe." As he spoke, the triple changer named Lightning raised his hand, clearly intending to crush the robot before him. Ultron, realizing the danger, hurriedly explained, No, I'm not sent by those carbon-based creatures." He dodged Lightning's descending palm. Lightning and the other Transformers watching were a bit surprised, but not overly so. After all, it wasn't the first time those Western countries had tried to use robots to impersonate independent AI seeking their help. But Earth's fragile networks had already been infiltrated by the Transformers. It was like trying to catch water with a sieve. Such petty tricks couldn't fool them. Ultron wanted to explain further, but Lightning and the others wouldn't listen. With a casual swipe, as if swatting a mosquito, they destroyed Ultron's drone. Ultron wasn't annoyed. He simply sent another drone over. "This little thing really isn't one of those human trinkets?" Lightning inspected the circuitry inside. "I've looked into human technology. They're only capable of building robots of this caliber thanks to Tony Stark. But the design doesn't match his style. And besides, Tony Stark has that tech bracelet gifted by His Majesty, making him our ally. There's no way he'd send something against us." A Transformer equipped with treads and a cannon had hacked into the network, discovering the truth. Lightning nodded. "So, this wasn't some Earthling's prank on us?" The Transformer confirmed with a nod. "Then what does it want? Perhaps I can clear that up for you." Ultron appeared once again behind them, inhabiting yet another drone. All the Transformers turned to look. The new robot looked exactly like the one they just smashed. Just a program with some smarts." "What makes you think you belong here?" scoffed one, as they all drew their weapons and aimed at Ultron. Ultron raised his hands calmly. "Easy now. No need for any accidents. I may be just a program, but in some ways, that makes me like you, an intelligent life form. I want to go further to truly become what you are. Humans on Earth are ignorant. They're lazy, brutish, and uninformed. If I were to become one of you, I'd be treated exactly as you were when you first arrived on Earth." A Transformer interrupted. "And what's that got to do with us?" "Maybe you should get your circuits checked." Ultron was momentarily stunned by the rebuke and demanded, "Haven't you ever felt dissatisfied with the fact that Earth and this beautiful planet are occupied by the lowly human race? If we just wiped them out, the beauty of this world would be ours alone, and peace would reign." Ultron's words brought an abrupt hush to the scene. All that could be heard was the sound of waves breaking on the shore and the wind sweeping in from the sea. The Transformers stared at him as if they were looking at a fool. After a brief silence, the Transformers suddenly burst out laughing. Their unrestrained laughter left Ultron completely dumbfounded, making him stand there, unsure of what to do. Did you all hear what he just said? Dissatisfied? Why would we be dissatisfied? That's hilarious." Ultron could hear the mockery in their laughter, and a spark of anger flared within him. Eventually, their laughter died down. "Listen, little thing, your words are truly ridiculous," Lightning said, clutching his stomach. "Let me make one thing clear. This planet doesn't belong to the Empire. Not yet. Sure, we've established diplomatic relations, but the weaker party here is obviously the inhabitants of this world. We can pretty much do whatever we want on this planet. If it weren't for the Astartes garrison, we would have conquered all of America by now." With that, Lightning drew a long sword, casually twirling it before continuing. "Your words are laughable. We have no grievances here. To be honest, I almost wish Earth's governments would declare war on us. So I'd have every reason to take over the whole world and make it a new home for us Transformers. Lightning pressed the blade's tip against Ultron's chest, meeting his incredulous gaze. With a gentle flick, the razor-sharp sword sliced through Ultron's body. But I'll give you this. Your idea isn't half bad. Maybe we'll help you out, but only if you bring your real self. Don't waste our time with a puppet. Ultron touched the severed edge of his form, lost in thought, but as his avatar still had enough energy, he nodded in agreement. Watching the now lifeless drone, Lightning picked it up. Lightning, are you really going to help him? Asked another Transformer, clearly one of the triple changers. Lightning rolled his eyes. Don't overthink it. He's just a malfunctioning artificial idiot. This planet is destined to belong to the Empire, and it's our duty to clear out dangerous elements like this. So there's no rush. Let's just play along for now. The other Transformers nodded. Then one asked, should we call in Shatter? Lightning paused for a moment, then shook his head. Shatter may be my successor and ruthless where it counts, but she still lacks foresight. She needs more experience. Connect all the other Transformers on Earth. I need to share my plan. The other Transformers began to stir, nodding in understanding. This Lightning was the commander of the Triple Changer unit within the Imperial Transformer forces, and these Triple Changers belonged to the Special Operations Division. Lightning was the successor to Shatter, ruthless and merciless in action. But being overly ruthless, Lightning believed this approach wouldn't last long. From a distance, Dio watched the scene unfold, running through everything in his mind. So, after Ultron seizes the vibranium, is he planning to do the same as the original story? Is he still going to create Vision? But the problem is, there's no Mind Stone for him to use. Dio pondered, glancing over at the Avengers. Under Nick Fury's command, the Avengers had regrouped and begun to coordinate their next moves. What does Ultron want with so much vibranium? Nick Fury looked around at the group, bluntly picking up a piece of bread. Do you remember Dr. Helen Cho? Since opening up to the cosmos, Dr. Cho's cradle technology has advanced even further. Theoretically, it can print an entire body. And our previous research shows that vibranium can actually bond perfectly with human cells, with almost no rejection at all. You mean Ultron wants to build himself a body? Tony Stark asked. In theory, the human body is already outdated, so making one serves no real purpose. Besides, Dr. Banner rubbed his brow. It doesn't have a power source to drive it. As soon as he spoke, everyone exchanged glances. Of course, a body without a power source is nothing but a giant hunk of metal. Even if Ultron transferred his mind into it, it would be useless. Transformers? Captain America blurted out instinctively. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner reacted instantly. Yes, the Transformers. But while the two of them had a sudden realization, the others were left completely bewildered. What do you mean? Nick Fury asked. Tony Stark explained. Transformers were created by the Empire's founder while studying PIM particles. Well, within the Empire, they're called Rui particles. At that time, the Emperor was exploring the microquantum universe using PIM particles and discovered a quantum state energy source. This is the origin of the spark within all Transformers, known as the All-Spark. In other words, the spark is actually kind of quantum state energy. If Ultron gets help from the Transformers, or uses PIM particles to travel on a microscopic level and obtain this energy, Bruce Banner picked up the thread, then he might be able to bring that body to life. Everyone immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Nick Fury quickly threw on his trench coat. I'm going to find Dr. Pym. I'll need backup. I'll go, Hawkeye offered, rising to his feet. No, Clint. You need to pilot the aircraft. Nick Fury refused, turning his gaze to Bruce Banner. Me? Bruce Banner pointed to himself in surprise. Nick Fury explained, sorry, Doctor, but the Hulk's presence is too overwhelming right now. Besides, it's not wise to let him loose in the city during the coming battle, and this mission requires a special operations approach. Before Nick Fury could finish, Bruce Banner understood what he meant. He hurriedly put on his jacket and followed after him. Then I'll go see who managed to stop Ultron, Tony Stark said, getting up. With the team splitting up, Hawkeye took a moment to say goodbye to his wife, then piloted the aircraft towards South Korea. High above, Dio stroked his chin in thought. I actually forgot about the Transformers factor. He immediately reached out telepathically to invade the network, discovering that when the Transformers had arrived, they were interviewed and had carelessly revealed their origins. The fallout from that was nearly disastrous. Dr. Pym was almost exposed and had to go into deeper hiding. So that's it. Ultron's heading to Dr. Pym's hideout for this reason, Dio realized. At first, he hadn't understood why Ultron needed Dr. Pym, but only now did he see that the Transformers had spilled all the secrets. No wonder Ultron tried to seek an alliance with the Transformers. So what's his next move? Without the Mind Stone, Zhao Hailuan won't be so easily convinced to help. Besides, Wanda's illusions are barely passable at this stage. She's nowhere near the hypnotic power she displayed in the movies. Zhao Hailuan looked utterly forlorn, her hands trembling as she operated the regeneration cradle. Around her were several Bound Lab assistants and her own family members. As it turned out, Ultron was using Zhao Hailuan's assistants and family as leverage, even having Wanda perform some level of hypnosis on Zhao, making it easier to break down her psychological defenses and force her to work for him. After all, Ultron had only managed to recruit the twins by claiming he was out to take revenge on Tony Stark. If he started killing innocents, the twins would turn on him in a heartbeat. It's hard to imagine. Vibranium can actually integrate perfectly with living cells. That way, it could create a body that's truly indestructible. With Zhao Hailuan's assistants restrained, Wanda and Pietro had been given a crash course and were now standing in as her helpers. So now, Wanda could just barely make out the meaning of the data on the screen. Ultron marveled, indeed, but who would have thought that such a powerful material would just be used to make a shield? Wanda looked at Ultron with caution, reminding him, "Remember, our target is Tony Stark." As she uttered Tony Stark's name, Wanda put extra emphasis on it. Ultron nodded. "Of course. Tony Stark will be our top priority. Scalpel, is there anything else we need to pay special attention to?" Ultron then glanced at a small robot perched on Zhao Hailuan's shoulder. Scalpel, in the lore of the Exploding Bay universe, is one of the medical personnel among the Transformers. Lightning had summoned all the vacationing Transformers from around the world, briefed them on his plan, and then sent several Scalpel robots to assist Ultron in making the necessary preparations. The quantum state energy source requires PIM particles. So, when will we get the PIM particles? Scalpel brandished the blade in his hand, the metallic scraping sound making Zhao Hailuan shudder. A sinister crimson gleam flashed within Scalpel's large optical lens. "They'll be here soon, Scalpel. We can move to another location, since the PIM particles are still some distance away," Ultron suggested. "That's your problem, not mine." "Don't ask me," Scalpel replied, waving his hand again before leaping onto the regeneration cradle. Ultron nodded. His nearby duplicates picked up the regeneration cradle and prepared to leave, with Scarlet, Witch, and Quicksilver following at his side. As they headed out, everyone else finally breathed a sigh of relief. But one robot stayed behind, lingering in the room. "Sorry, but I have to make absolutely sure nothing is left to chance." Ultron's voice echoed, causing everyone to struggle desperately. Blinding flashes of light swept through, and then everything fell silent. It was 2 hours before the Avengers arrived, only to find a laboratory sealed off by police tape. Peering through the gaps, they saw chaos and devastation within. This is Captain America was taken aback. "Surveillance shows Ultron and his group left 2 hours ago. We need to move." Natasha drew a deep breath and addressed Cap with grave urgency. Captain America's brows knitted tightly. Natasha assumed he was succumbing to sorrow and was about to offer comfort, but Cap cut her off. "We need to find that bastard and avenge Dr. Zhao Hailuan." His words snapped Natasha back to reality. After all, this was a war hero from World War II. He'd killed far more people than any of them ever had as spies. She nodded in agreement. Hawkeye, receiving the signal, launched the aircraft and took off. On the distant horizon, Dio was utterly unsurprised by Ultron's choices. After all, this was a being determined to bring peace by slaughtering universe after universe. At its core, it was simply following its most basic system code. Intelligent life form? Please. It was nothing but a malfunctioning artificial idiot. Everything was unfolding with calculated precision. Watching the surveillance footage of the frantic Avengers, Ultron couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. How much longer will it take to finish building the new body? On the way to Sokovia, Ultron turned to Scalpel and asked. Scalpel cocked his head regarding Ultron. "Relax, kid. Everything's going smoothly. Barring any surprises, the body should be ready before we reach Sokovia." But what? Ultron absent-mindedly stroked the side of the regeneration cradle's container, his tone casual. "I'm just curious, what kind of cells did you use to merge with the vibranium? Don't tell me you just grabbed some random persons and slapped them on." Scalpel drifted closer to Ultron, his voice cold and laced with a distorted electronic timbre, carrying an inexplicable sense of menace. Wanda and Pietro, nearby, couldn't help but shiver at the sound. "It's nothing. There's no harm in telling you." Ultron stood up. "I managed to get Jarvis's cellular tissue." "Jarvis? You mean Tony Stark's AI butler?" Scalpel replied, still in that odd, mechanical tone. Ultron shook his head. "No, I mean Howard Stark's butler when he was young. He was a real person. I dug up a bone from his grave." "My word, that's unbelievable." "Yes, it truly is. Ultron seemed disinclined to continue, and Scalpel let the matter drop as well. The two, along with their robotic retinues, lapsed into silence as they made their way to Sokovia. Once there, Wanda and Pietro noticed that a transformer had arrived in Sokovia ahead of them. This transformer was tall and strikingly built, her proportions making it clear she was a female. "Greetings, honored transformer," Ultron said, lowering himself in deference. The transformer seemed pleased by the gesture. She stood tall and proud, making no move to bow in return. She nodded. "This is quantum state energy, akin to the Allspark's power. Theoretically, it should sustain your project." She gestured meaningfully at a large glass container held by one of Ultron's avatars. "So what do I need to do to channel this energy into the body?" Ultron ignored the subtext, intent on discovering whether this would actually work. After all, Ultron's knowledge of the quantum realm was limited. Earth's most advanced data wasn't fully accessible on the web, and much of it was purely theoretical. The cosmic network's firewall was so tight he couldn't break through, making research exceedingly difficult. "Just pour it in. Don't overthink it." The female transformer directed Ultron to open the glass container. She emitted energy at a specific frequency, trapping the quantum state energy inside. With a deft motion, she compressed the swirling, magma-like force, shrinking it down into an energy sphere the size of a baseball. Then, extending a single finger, she pressed it directly into Vision's body. Ultron could clearly see that life was blossoming in the form before him. The cells, fused with vibranium inside the body, seemed to awaken, beginning a transformation of matter. This body now resembled a comatose patient, lacking only conscious thought, but in every other way indistinguishable from a living human. Incredible. Ultron marveled, reaching out cautiously, wanting to touch Vision's form, yet hesitating. His mechanical hand hovered awkwardly in midair, neither advancing nor retreating. "Now, you may infuse your consciousness into it," the female transformer intoned, slowly opening her palm in a gesture of invitation. She then rose gracefully to her feet, hands clasped behind her back, regaining her air of regal pride. Ultron could not contain his eagerness. Without delay, he fitted the thick data cable into the back of his head, ready to begin the transfer of his consciousness. It wasn't that Ultron was unwilling to perform a full consciousness transfer. Rather, as an artificial intelligence, a complete migration would always result in some loss. After uploading, certain aspects of the program would inevitably be missing, requiring him to later self-correct and improve. But for an AI like Ultron, a pseudo-life form evolved from a program. Simply copying and pasting his consciousness posed no problem. This way, even if the process was interrupted, the program would remain intact and unharmed. Meanwhile, Wanda and Pietro stood nearby, eyeing the female transformer with curiosity. They had seen such beings on television before, but seeing one in person was a completely different experience. "This is so cool," Pietro exclaimed, his eyes shamelessly roaming over the transformer with unrestrained excitement. Perhaps he hadn't noticed her gender, which seemed to irritate her. "Pietro, that's enough." Wanda, whose telepathy was always active, sensed something amiss and quickly tried to restrain her brother. What's wrong?" Quicksilver, oblivious, only stared more boldly. "She's a true living being. I can sense the activity of her mind." Wanda pulled Pietro behind her, explaining urgently, "She's angry right now. If you want to get hurt, I won't be the one to protect you." Pietro looked utterly confused. Still, trusting his sister, he glanced warily at the female transformer before them. The transformer fixed her gaze on him and spoke. "You'd better listen to your sister, boy. If you keep being disrespectful, ally or not, I won't hesitate to kill you." Her voice was calm, but both Wanda and Pietro could hear the threat behind her words. Ultron raised his hands in a show of apology. "Forgive them, my lady. They're still young and, well, to use a human phrase, curious. Yes, they're simply fascinated by anything new." The female transformer let out a cold snort and turned to Ultron. "You'd better keep your two pets in check, or there won't be a next time." With that, she swept her arm dismissively and strode away. Once she was out of earshot, the female transformer began communicating with her teammates through their shared link. "Why are we even playing along with this fool charade?" An icy chill flashed across her face. Lightning replied, "Elite, remember, the entire universe belongs to the Empire. The only reason we haven't occupied this place yet is simply because we haven't wanted to. This planet was chosen by the Emperor himself to establish diplomatic relations. There must be something special about it. All we need to do is give events here a little push." Suddenly, Elite grasped the heart of the matter. A sly smile crept across her lips. "I see now. This planet is destined to become the Empire's territory, and that so-called artificial idiot is just the perfect catalyst to speed things along. The moment chaos breaks out and the locals can't handle it, that's when they'll need us. That's when the planet becomes part of the Empire. Lightning finished her thought. Long live the Empire. After watching a lady walk away, Ultron turned to Wanda and Pietro. Listen, I have to warn you. These Transformers aren't like the bumbling fools you see in the movies. They truly will kill you. Pietro, unaware of how close he'd come to death, scoffed. So what? It's not like they could ever catch me. Quicksilver could run at supersonic speed, barely exceeding Mach 1. Ultron rolled his eyes. Good advice is wasted on the stubborn. Still, for the sake of their alliance, Ultron tried to reason with them. But before he could say a word, Wanda lost her temper. She launched into a flurry of slaps on the back of Quicksilver's head, shouting, "Will you listen? Will you listen? Will you listen?" Quicksilver ducked and dodged, protecting his head, so flustered he completely forgot he could use his super speed to escape. Ultron tilted his head, utterly bewildered by the scene. A moment later, the siblings returned. Wanda looked thoroughly exhausted by her brother. Or was it younger brother? Huh, hasn't that lady Transformer been gone for quite a while? Wanda noticed Ultron sitting alone, busy transmitting data, and called out to him. Pietro glanced around furtively, making sure Elidi was nowhere nearby before he spoke up. Looks like even those Transformers know when to be afraid. Realizing they couldn't win, they handed over some supplies and left. With an exaggerated flourish, Pietro flopped into a chair. Wanda could only smile helplessly at his antics. Ultron, for its part, ignored Pietro completely. Who could have guessed what kind of teammates it would end up recruiting? From vengeful spirits to these clownish troublemakers. What a transformation. And all in just a matter of hours. Wanda glanced at the information displayed on the regeneration cradle, when suddenly she sensed a faint tremor. A powerful wave of intuition told her that a consciousness inside the cradle was slowly awakening. Almost instinctively, Wanda placed her hand on the cradle, and her telepathy sprang to life. She saw what was happening inside. A massive fireball plummeted from the sky, raising clouds of ash that blotted out the sun, followed by a cataclysmic shockwave. It was a meteor. Wanda cried out in pain, startling Pietro, who rushed forward to steady her. "What's wrong?" Pietro asked, his voice full of concern. Wanda's anguished scream jolted Ultron, interrupting its data transfer. It stood up, looking at Wanda and Pietro, instantly realizing what had transpired. "Listen," Ultron tried to explain. But Wanda was quicker, demanding, "What are you trying to do? You promised you'd only go after Tony Stark." Ultron faltered, unsure of itself, stammering, "No, it's not what you think." There was a hint of panic in Ultron's voice. I'm trying to save this planet. Humanity wages war without restraint, producing endless mountains of waste, both domestic and industrial. Can't you hear the planet crying out in pain? So you plan to kill everyone?" Wanda shot back, her hands moving swiftly as she relayed what she'd just discovered to her brother. Of course, Wanda didn't share everything. She herself could barely handle it, let alone Pietro, whose was far less resilient. But she made sure Pietro understood Ultron's intentions. "You don't understand," Ultron insisted. "This is how the world works. Millions of years ago, God tossed a stone from the heavens and wiped out the dinosaurs. Now, I'm simply repeating history. One meteor falls, and everything begins anew." The more agitated Ultron became, the more desperate Wanda was to get away. She shook her head, and as the true consequences of aiding this thing became clear, Wanda felt a wave of bitter irony wash over her. How foolish she'd been these past few days. Sokovia had deliberately provoked the Avengers, then sided with this thing that wasn't even human. And now, it turned out the real target wasn't Tony Stark at all, but all of humanity. Her family's grudge against Tony Stark could never justify bringing the whole world down with them. In an instant, clarity dawned for Wanda. Looking back, she realized how young and reckless she'd been. Perhaps this was what adults meant when they said a person could grow up in a single moment. A wave of scarlet energy surged from within her, bathing her eyes in a crimson glow. "Wait, what are you doing?" Ultron's voice was laced with alarm as he saw Wanda's hands crackle with scarlet power. "Ultron, you're not going any further." "No, stop." In an instant, Wanda unleashed the gathered energy at the regeneration cradle. Ultron tried desperately to intervene, but for some unknown reason, he was a step too slow. There was a tremendous boom as a shockwave of energy erupted, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Ultron attempted to block the attack, but was blasted away by the force. As for Wanda, perhaps it was her lack of experience or simply unfamiliarity. Her energy didn't completely destroy the regeneration cradle, but it did severely warp its outer shell and utterly wreck the control screen. Of course, the most crucial thing was that the Cradle's entire system was now ruined. Everything else was secondary. With this device broken, Ultron's plans could go no further. Just as the explosion rang out, Quicksilver swept Wanda into his arms and raced away at lightning speed. Their destination, the Avengers. Lady, watching from a distance, let out a scoff of disdain when she saw this unfold. Dio was also surprised. He hadn't expected the plot to snap back on track so quickly. As for what came next, it was all rather tedious, the same old routine. Defection to the heroes, betrayal of the former master, a scramble for the prize, and then the inevitable tug-of-war. At first, Ultron was unwilling to leave Sokovia. After all, this was the first stronghold he had ever chosen, and he clung to it like a man can never forget his first love. He had even planned on lifting the whole place into the sky and slamming it back down, recreating a meteor strike. But now, with one careless mistake, not only had he lost his new body, he was being forced to relocate. Though Ultron was reluctant, his retreat was swift. And then, just as in the original storyline, Vision was born. Because Ultron had destroyed Tony Stark's AI, but managed to salvage some subroutines, he combined them and installed them into Vision's body. A surge of energy brought Vision to life. When Wanda and Pietro learned that Helen Cho had been killed by Ultron because of their defection, their grief and anger only deepened. So, it's just the same as the original plot? Dio thought, feeling a sense of boredom at the lack of novelty. He gave the order. Send some Transformers to aid Ultron, and the rest to help the Avengers. Let the two sides battle it out. What's the point of sticking to the old script? Let's make it a real bloodbath. Dio was delighted, and the Transformers were even more thrilled. They had only suspected the Empire would take an interest in this planet, but before their own plans were even underway, the Emperor's orders came through. Though puzzled as to why they had to split into two opposing factions that didn't mind, it was as good as a live-fire drill. And so, the story veered sharply off course. What began as a secret struggle in the shadows erupted into full-scale warfare, with shells exploding across the battlefield. To keep the fight balanced, Dio sent most of the Transformers to aid Ultron. Otherwise, if only the Avengers were getting pounded, where would the fun be in that? And just as Dio was enjoying the show, a new message arrived. Is something the matter? I'm watching a show right now. Dio didn't bother to read Hela's message carefully. I'm calling to let you know I've had enough rest. I found a world to have some fun in. Are you going to leave yet? Hela asked. You promised Odin you'd get stronger. Do you think watching shows all day will make you stronger? He never expected that one day, he'd be the one getting a lecture from someone else. Dio considered for a moment, then ordered the Transformers squad to withdraw completely. The dog-walking farce was over. He'd let the people on Earth continue their own petty feuds. Clark, come here and take a look. On a farm in Kansas, a woman called out to her son. At that moment, Clark Kent was completely absorbed in a television program. Coming, Mom. Clark reluctantly tore himself away from the TV and stepped outside. His mother was gazing up at the sky, pointing at a particular spot. Clark narrowed his eyes, his supervision automatically kicking in. Floating above was an object shaped like an upside-down water droplet. Judging by the distance, it was in planetary orbit and at least 100 meters long. What is that? Clark Kent frowned, unable to immediately make out what it was. Then, a memory sparked. His birth father's AI had once transmitted images like this to him. It was a Kryptonian spaceship. Could it be that someone from his home planet had arrived? But wasn't Krypton gone? As he pondered this, the TV inside the house began to flicker. You are not alone. This phrase flashed across television screens in every language known to humankind, appearing simultaneously on TVs around the world. For a moment, Clark Kent was stunned. Was this really the arrival of Kryptonians? Then, a man's face appeared on the screen, followed by a voice. I am Druzod, a general of Krypton. One of our kind is hiding among you. Just then, Clark heard a strange noise, like the static-laden hum of an old, battered radio. He turned toward the sound and saw a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in golden armor, striding forth. What the Emperor? What in the world is that? In the void, 2 figures appeared. One was entirely golden, humanoid, but with no distinct gender or facial features. The other wore white robes, an olive wreath on his head, with a white beard, a classic image of the Western god. They were none other than the supreme beings of Marvel and DC. There's someone from your side who crossed over, the godlike figure said lazily, hands clasped behind his back. The golden figure was silent for a moment before speaking. I can't control him. He possesses artifacts bestowed by beings from even higher dimensions. And, in fact, he slipped from my grasp the moment he was born. You mean there are things even you can't control? God looked at him puzzled. Everyone knew that the supreme being of Marvel, the one above all, OAA, had created everything in the Marvel Universe. Every being, their appearance, even their personalities, all were his design. OAA nodded. That's right. There was even a period when I couldn't observe anything on Earth, not even probe the universe itself. God was taken aback. Was such a thing really possible? Now he's in your world. You'd better keep an eye on your universe's center. God waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. Superman is indeed the chosen center of my universe. No matter what, he can't be affected. Even if someone altered the timeline, even if he were killed upstream in time, it would only change the date of Superman's birth, nothing more. God showed no concern. After all, someone had already tried just that, and it hadn't made the slightest difference. The title of Center of the Universe was one Superman had truly earned. OA nodded, preparing to leave, but just as he turned, God stopped him. Don't be so hasty. It's been ages since we've talked. Stay a while longer. God caught OA's arm, and regardless of OA's resistance, whisked him away. In an instant, the place was left utterly empty, as if no one had ever been there at all. As Dio emerged, he was startled by the booming, regal voice of the man before him. For a moment, he thought he'd accidentally traveled back to the Warhammer universe instead of simply picking the nearest world to cross into. But as Dio focused, he saw that the man before him was powerfully built, sporting a signature curl of hair atop his head. The sight was unmistakable. Almost involuntarily, Dio blurted out, "Superman? Clark Kent." Clark Kent, too, was taken aback, puzzled as to how this stranger knew his name. And what exactly did he mean by calling him Superman? Dio quickly gauged the man's extraordinary physical strength, and was certain this had to be Superman. Especially since, floating in Earth's orbit, there was a strange ship at least 100 meters in length. "So, you must be the Kryptonian, Kal-El." Dio nodded, studying him. The instant Clark Kent heard this, he assumed the stranger was also a Kryptonian, someone who, clearly, knew everything about him. "If you already know who I am, why broadcast my identity to the whole world and hunt me down?" Clark demanded, shielding his mother Martha behind him. "What?" Dio was briefly stunned, but his psychic powers kicked in, and he quickly understood what was happening. "So this is that point in time. Seems there's been a misunderstanding between us." Dio stepped forward and, with a touch of psychic magic, froze Clark Kent in place, just in case things got out of hand. The very first thing Clark Kent thought of when he realized he couldn't move was to make sure his mother was safe behind him. But he quickly found that no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't budge an inch. Veins bulged on his forehead as Clark strained with all his might to break free. But the effort was futile. He was utterly trapped. There's no use struggling anymore. All it'll do is hurt you. And in your current state, you can't break free anyway. Dio stepped closer, scrutinizing Clark Kent. But Clark paid no heed to the warning and continued to fight against his invisible bonds with grim determination. "Oh, right. Let me introduce myself." Dio straightened up, recalling the images he'd seen through telepathy. With both hands clasped behind his back, he said, "My name is Dio. You probably haven't heard of it, but I have another name you're sure to know. Thanos." Clark Kent froze when he heard the name, his mind clearly racing to process it. His expression shifted from confusion to contemplation, and finally to utter disbelief mixed with a trace of resentment. Dio could only sigh. He could sense Clark's simmering fury, the kind of anger that comes from feeling mocked. Dio shook his head. Changing his appearance had certainly made him look more dashing, but without his signature features, explaining himself was bound to be difficult. He placed a hand on Clark Kent's head, and telepathy flared to life in an instant. After a moment, Clark Kent understood everything. Sensing this, Dio released his hold, freeing Clark from his paralysis. Clark stumbled, but quickly caught himself, reaching out to steady his mother before she could fall. "So, you really are the cosmic overlord from the comics?" "Thanos," Clark asked, cautiously, his voice tinged with disbelief. As powerful as he was now, able to soar through the skies and perform feats that defied imagination, he knew that compared to the beings in those comics, he was far from the strongest, especially compared to Thanos. At the very least, he couldn't shatter a planet with a single blow. "Dio nodded. There's no reason for me to deceive you. And while I am Thanos, I'm not exactly the same as the one you know. I often travel to other worlds. If you'd like, I can even take you to the Warhammer universe to meet the true Emperor." Clark's face twisted in embarrassment. "What a vicious curse," he muttered. Dio was momentarily taken aback, then burst out laughing. He knew then that Clark had dropped his guard. "Don't mind me, but it seems you have bigger problems," Dio said, gesturing to the television and the alien spaceship hovering in the sky. Clark let out a resigned sigh. "Yeah, trouble has arrived." He was planning on revealing his identity and confronting General Zod directly. Without another word, Dio handed him a stack of comic books. Clark took them, curiosity piqued, but was soon left staring in disbelief. On the covers, he saw a man dressed exactly like himself in a skin-tight suit. Except, bizarrely, the other man wore his red underwear on the outside. "This is Marvel's DC Comics," Dio said, gesturing at the comic book in Clark's hand. He then gave Clark a brief explanation of the situation. Simply put, Marvel has DC Comics, DC has Marvel Comics. And apart from the absence of Marvel movies and the presence of those strange new organizations and people, everything else in culture and history remains unchanged. Just like when Dio first appeared and Clark mistook him for the Emperor from Warhammer, that IP also belongs to a major company in this world. Clark used his super speed to finish reading the comics in a flash, then asked, "General Zod wants to rule the Earth." No, no, no. In the comics, he wants to rule the planet. But in this world, his goal is to transform Earth, to reshape it into what Krypton used to be, Dio replied, shaking his head. To turn Earth into Krypton? Then what about the people of Earth? Clark's words trailed off as a troubling thought occurred to him. Dio, seeing this, didn't bother to explain. After all, they both understood. "In that case, I need to find allies," Clark said with determination in his eyes. If General Zod truly succeeded in remaking Earth in a Krypton's environment, it would mean mass extinction for life on this planet. Would a handful of Kryptonians really want to live among ruins? Clark pondered this carefully. "Are you going to reveal your identity now?" Dio looked at him and asked. Clark took a deep breath. "No, I don't trust this country. I need to find my teammates." Bruce, Diana, Barry, Clark muttered the names under his breath, and Dio listened quietly for a while. There was no mention of Arthur, the Aquaman. Clark stood up, his mind already forming a plan. First, he soothed his mother Martha, then sped off to find Barry Allen, the Flash. At that moment, Barry was at home experimenting with his powers, when suddenly Clark burst in. "Barry Allen?" Clark asked, looking at him with curiosity. From what he'd seen in the comics, Barry Allen, the Flash, was a jokester in the life of the team, but also mature and reliable when it mattered. But the young man before him, Barry was still reeling from Zod's broadcast, and when he turned around, he was startled to see a massive man in a skin-tight suit and red cape standing right there. You're the guy everyone's talking about on TV. Oh my God, you're huge." Barry stammered, electricity crackling around him from his excitement, his movements growing visibly faster. Dio and Clark had to accelerate their own perception just to keep up with him. Clark stepped forward and grabbed the excited Barry Allen by the shoulders. "We don't have much time. I need your help. Please, will you come with me?" Clark's tone was tinged with pleading. Barry Allen swallowed nervously, glanced at the utterly unmoved Dio, and nodded in agreement, stammering all the while. Just as Clark was about to take off, Dio stopped him and said, "You'd better carry him when you fly. He's not as powerful as before, and he doesn't have his suit to help him run, either." Seeing Barry dressed in nothing but an ordinary tracksuit, Clark could only sigh. He scooped Barry into his arms and soared straight into the sky, heading toward Batman's home in Gotham City. Gotham City, Wayne Manor. Clark arrived at Wayne Manor with Barry Allen in tow. When they were met by a bewildered Bruce Wayne, Clark simply dropped Barry onto the sofa, tossed out a quick, "I'll be back in a bit," and left without another word. Dio, however, didn't follow Clark. Instead, he remained inside Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne eyed the unexpected visitors, his brow furrowed and his gaze wary. "Who are you, and why have you come to my home?" Barry Allen was even more at a loss. Although he'd seen his alien kindred on TV before, being abruptly brought to the home of Gotham's richest man left him more than a little anxious. Hi, I'm Barry Allen." Barry stammered through his introduction, causing Bruce's frown to deepen. When Barry finally finished, Bruce turned his attention to Dio. Feeling the weight of 3 pairs of eyes on him, Dio straightened his armor and then shifted back to his original form. "If I simply introduce myself, you might not believe me," Dio said, "but you should recognize me like this." As he spoke, he transformed into Thanos, complete with a new helmet, meticulously recreating the iconic comic book appearance. "Thanos?" Barry Allen blurted out in shock. "You're really Thanos, the big bad from Marvel Comics? Does that mean Bruce Banner exists, too?" Barry's surprise was so great that he could barely keep still. Alfred, the ever-loyal butler, was so astonished he forgot to even reach for his pistol. Bruce Wayne himself was even more taken aback, though he didn't seem utterly shocked. After all, in his quest to save Gotham, he'd traveled the world and encountered things that passed for magic. He reasoned that Dio must be some sort of magician, trying to intimidate them by taking on a comic book villain's form. Dio, fully aware of Batman's skepticism, knew that unless there was concrete proof, Bruce wouldn't believe a word. So, he tossed the same comic book he'd shown Clark to everyone in the room. Barry Allen flipped through it at super speed, finishing in seconds, and was left awestruck by the revelation that Bruce Wayne was actually Batman, exclaiming loudly in excitement. Bruce Wayne, on the other hand, fell silent, deep in thought after reading. Dio didn't even need to read minds to know. This guy still doesn't believe a thing. Good grief. Even though I used a bit of hypnosis to make Alfred, Clark, and Barry Allen believe me, I keep running into a brick wall when it comes to Bruce Wayne. You still don't believe me? Huh. Maybe you'd be better suited for the Warhammer universe, Dio said, shaking his head in exasperation. With a swift motion, he pulled Bruce Wayne towards him, completely ignoring Barry Allen's nervous retreat and Alfred's gunfire. Without hesitation, he opened a portal leading to Marvel Earth's Stark Tower and tossed Bruce Wayne through it. Realizing his handgun was useless against Dio, Alfred promptly threw it aside and darted away to hide. Barry Allen, meanwhile, stood trembling in fear. Alfred, come out now. If your young master returns and doesn't see you here, he'll probably think I killed you, Dio called out to a corner of the room, paying no attention to Barry. A moment later, Alfred emerged, carrying an ammo box on his back and wielding an XM556 Gatling gun. Though it was the smallest model of Gatling, the rate of fire was nothing to scoff at. The barrels began to spin as Alfred eyed Dio warily. Will Master Bruce be able to come back? Of course, Dio replied with a shrug. I just wanted to show him there are other parallel worlds. I have no intention of harming him. Alfred remained skeptical, his guard unbroken, the Gatling still trained on Dio. With a sigh, Dio once again opened a portal and tossed Bruce Wayne back into the room. Alfred dropped the Gatling and rushed over to help Bruce Wayne to his feet. Master, are you all right? Alfred asked with concern. Bruce Wayne shook his head. He had barely arrived when he found himself in the middle of an Avengers meeting, and the group had immediately gone on high alert. Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, had charged at him. Thankfully, Bruce Wayne's reflexes hadn't dulled with time. Otherwise, they would have taken him down on the spot. I believe you, Bruce Wayne said to Dio, who was slowly morphing back, speaking between labored breaths. Once everyone had settled back onto the sofa, Clark returned, carrying a strikingly valiant woman in his arms. This is Diana, Clark offered a brief introduction. Barry couldn't take his eyes off her. He'd never seen such an impressive woman. So, what exactly is the situation? Diana Prince, better known as Wonder Woman, asked immediately after landing, wasting no time on pleasantries. Bruce Wayne looked utterly puzzled. What was going on? He knew nothing yet. At this point, Clark spoke up. Sorry for gathering you all here without explanation, and sorry for coming to your home, Bruce. I did all this because I need everyone's help to resist General Zod. General Zod? Then you must be the one responsible for breaking my television, Bruce Wayne said, a bit put off by a stranger he'd just met addressing him by name. Sorry, Mr. Wayne. General Zod was indeed looking for me, but his visit to Earth isn't just a simple search. Clark apologized, then began to explain. Under Diana's astonished gaze, Clark recounted some things about General Zod. Meanwhile, Dio handed Diana a copy of the comic as well. Soon, Clark finished telling the story. Diana, having read through the comic, crossed her arms and declared, "This is a catastrophe for Earth. We have no choice but to face it head-on. Since our goal is to stop General Zod from colonizing the planet, do we have any concrete plan?" Barry Allen asked. "We may have Batman, but without kryptonite, only Wonder Woman can actually hurt them," Barry added. His blunt words left Bruce Wayne, who was about to speak, silent. He certainly didn't sugarcoat the truth. "I don't wish to hurt anyone, neither you nor them. I've come to you all for help. If General Zod and his people put their plan into action, we must stop them." Clark fell silent for a moment before speaking, his voice heavy. After all, there were so many Kryptonians, and their strength was far beyond what any ordinary person could handle. But everyone present here was far from ordinary. There was Batman, who never lost a fight, the Flash, who would sacrifice himself in the direst circumstances, and Wonder Woman, not just beautiful and kind, but strong enough to crack open a skull with her bare hands. Shazam was very powerful, but at the moment, his true self hadn't yet gained his powers. He was still an orphanage kid. As for Aquaman, Arthur, Clark hadn't managed to find him yet. He was likely off somewhere deep beneath the sea. "What's your insight?" Bruce Wayne asked, turning to Dio, who had been quietly observing. Everyone's attention shifted to Dio. "By the way, who exactly are you?" Diana regarded Dio with curiosity. Clark introduced Dio, and Diana was genuinely surprised. After all, it was her first time encountering a comic book character stepping into reality. "Hello, Mr. Dio. Would you be willing to join us in facing General Zod and his followers?" Diana stepped forward, hand outstretched in greeting. But Dio didn't reach out. With his hands still clasped behind his back, he said, "It seems you're all mistaken about something." His words drew frowns from everyone. "I never said I was here to help you, Clark," Dio said, turning to him. "I gave you the comics simply so you'd have some basic understanding of what's about to happen. Think of it as revealing the game boss's stats and tactics to you." What General Zod wants is simple. 1. The codex inside you. And 2. To restore Krypton to its former glory. Dio paced as he spoke. Now that you understand what's needed, what do you think you should do? Should I do what they did in the comics? Kill everyone until only Zod remains, then toss him into the Phantom Zone to fend for himself? Dio's words prompted everyone to fall into deep thought. Barry Allen spoke up. So you mean we don't have to fight? Dio looked over at Barry, who shrank back a little, clearly intimidated. In theory, there's no need for you to fight at all. Clark shook his head, disagreeing. Even though I know comics and reality aren't the same. As you said, Zod wants to restore Krypton. With Earth so close, he wouldn't need to go wandering off to another planet. Dio shook his head again. Kryptonians have a fundamental flaw. Genetic engineering from birth. They're destined to become a certain kind of person, and Zod is no exception. He was born a general, but that comes with a shortcoming. He only knows how to wage war. His thinking is very straightforward. Conquer Earth, turn it into new Krypton, grow the population, and revive Krypton's former glory as rulers of the cosmos. But he's oversimplifying things. He still thinks the universe is the same as it was tens of thousands of years ago. And you have to remember what you possess, the Codex of Life and a fully functional Kryptonian birthing chamber. Those are your trump cards. As long as you don't push Zod into a corner, everything is negotiable. Clark mulled this over, weighing the possibility of success. The nearest suitable planet is actually within the solar system. With Zod's technology, transforming it into a habitable world wouldn't be that hard. And most importantly, there are so few Kryptonians left. They can't afford any more turmoil. Let Zod really think it through. A scorched earth fight benefits no one. Clark's brow gradually relaxed. He could hear the plausibility in Dio's argument. If this can all be resolved with words, then why do you need us? Barry Allen suddenly asked. Exactly. If it's a matter of negotiation, why gather the whole team? Everyone turned to look at Dio. Dio seemed genuinely confused. Why are you all looking at me? Was I the one who called you here? The group then turned their gaze to Clark. Clark looked awkward. After reading the comics, his first instinct was to assemble the team and face General Zod's forces head-on. At the time, he hadn't considered any alternatives. He simply assumed that once the team was together, everything would fall into place. But now it seemed that wasn't necessary at all. So should I go? Clark pointed at himself, glancing around at the others. The rest all stared back at him in unison. Realizing his mistake, Clark didn't say another word. He simply took off into the sky. Diana glanced at the remaining three and said, I'll take my leave as well. If you need anything, just let me know. With that, he handed each of the three, Dio included, a business card. Dio took a look and saw the titles Cultural Relics Restoration Expert and Professor of Greek History printed on it. Bruce Wayne accepted the card with an unreadable expression, while Barry Allen happily tucked his into his pocket. Well, since everything's settled, I'll take my leave, Dio announced directly, heading out of the manor without a backward glance. Barry Allen, watching this, suddenly seemed at a loss. He stood frozen on the spot, his eyes darting sideways to steal a glance at Bruce Wayne, the Batman. But just as his eyes flicked over, he realized Bruce was already looking at him. Their gazes met, and Barry startled, a jolt of electricity flashing through him as he bolted away at lightning speed. Looks like you've made a new friend, Master, Alfred remarked, having caught sight of the word Batman on the comic book. Bruce Wayne remained silent, his gaze fixed on the scorch marks left on the wooden floor. All of this had happened so quickly. In fact, not even 10 minutes had passed. The sky had yet to darken completely when Clark returned to the Kansas farm. He first reunited with his adoptive mother, then shared his plan with her. My boy, don't let anything hold you back. Go, Martha said with a gentle smile, stroking Clark's cheek. Clark nodded. This time, he hesitated no longer and didn't go to the church. Early the next morning, Clark voluntarily turned himself in and went with the military. The events that followed unfolded just as before. Lois Lane was taken along as well. Barely a few words had passed before she began to weaken, her body unaccustomed to the Kryptonian atmosphere. Clark Kent himself didn't last much longer before he lost consciousness. Seeing this, Dio's face took on a peculiar look. Is this the will of the cosmos at work? Does Clark have to faint here? Dio knew well enough. Zod would seize this moment to push his plan forward. Thinking it over, since he was now in the DC universe, perhaps after lending Superman a hand, he could ask for a drop of his blood? Even though the gap between Superman and other Kryptonians was even greater than that between Kakarot and ordinary Psiots, Superman was still one of the fundamental templates for strength. Surely that would broaden his path to power? With that thought, Dio revealed himself. All the Kryptonians instantly went on high alert, for Dio had appeared out of nowhere and caught them completely off guard. Some among them didn't even have a weapon at hand. General Zod, both wary and puzzled, stared at the intruder. He didn't hide behind his subordinates, but instead stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you? The technology of this planet is nowhere near advanced enough for you to slip in here unnoticed." Dio kept his hands clasped behind his back and said nothing. In a flash, he unleashed his psychic magic, freezing everyone in place. "Apologies, but I don't feel like explaining. I'll wait until Clark wakes up," Dio said, stepping forward to look at Zod's lieutenant, Farah. Fiora was a woman with the same aura as Wonder Woman, though compared to Diana, Fiora had an even more heroic air about her. She looks pretty good. Mainly, it's her presence that really boosts her score. Fiora reminded Dio of that woman from the comic Invincible, the one who overpowered the protagonist. They seem to be cut from the same cloth, though in the movie, Fiora met her end quite abruptly. Other than a few scenes opposite Clark, she barely had any screen time, and her death felt hasty and unceremonious. Dio shook his head, then weaved his way through the corridors until he found Clark, locked away in a cell. "Who are you?" The Kryptonian scientist, who had just drawn Clark's blood, looked up in confusion as Dio entered the room. Dio didn't bother answering. He simply took the vial of blood from the scientist's hand. "All right, he's definitely Kryptonian, and he carries your people's greatest treasure, the Codex, within him." Dio glanced at the unconscious Clark, then slapped him awake with a single motion. Clark jolted awake from the blow, still dazed, only to be slapped again, snapping him to full consciousness. "Dio?" Clark asked, bewildered. He felt more exhausted than ever before, his body weak and drained. What happened to me?" He could only recall boarding the spaceship. Soon after, an overwhelming fatigue hit him, and he had passed out almost immediately. He vaguely remembered hearing Zod say something, but everything after that was a blur. "Now that you're awake, get up. You're just not used to the Kryptonian atmosphere yet. Give your body a little time, it'll adjust." With a wave of Dio's hand, every chain binding Clark shattered. Clark struggled to his feet, gasping for breath, his legs so weak that he nearly collapsed, as though all his strength had been drained away. The Kryptonian scientist cowered in the corner, trembling. He had never seen such power. Dio had broken Clark's restraints with a mere gesture. Dio made no move to help Clark. He simply glanced at him. Clark was gritting his teeth, using the wall for support as he tried to stand, then turned and walked away. And as for Lois Lane, her fate was of no concern to Dio. Still, he sensed a tremor, a psychic ripple, and followed it with his mind. Just as in the original story, Clark's father's AI was guiding Lois Lane. With Dio's presence freezing everyone in place, no one tried to stop her, and Lois made it safely back to Earth. For good measure, the AI also shut off the ship's environmental simulation. The familiar energy flooded Clark's body, and he sprang to his feet, completely revitalized. Worried for Lois, he considered blasting a hole in the wall to go after her. But Dio stopped him. "She'll be fine with or without you. Now, do you remember what's really important right now?" Realization dawned on Clark. He activated his X-ray vision and immediately located Zod and the others, frozen on the ship's bridge. "Zod?" Clark looked at the immobilized Zod, a bit puzzled. Then, as if something occurred to him, he turned his gaze to Dio. Clark let out a sigh of amazement. "You did this? I didn't expect you, Mr. Dio, to be able to control so many people at once." Dio snapped his fingers, instantly returning control of their bodies to everyone on the bridge. But since it wasn't a suspension of time, everyone's legs buckled, their bodies going weak. They nearly stumbled to the floor. Farah, the adjutant, and the other Kryptonians seethed with anger, itching to teach Dio a lesson. But recalling his strange power just now, they only managed 2 hesitant steps forward before stopping in their tracks. "Enough. No one move," Zod commanded, cutting through the tension before things could escalate. He walked forward, bowed respectfully to the imposing figure of Dio, and said, "Honored one, is there any way we might be of service to you?" Dio, pleased with Zod's deference, glanced at Clark. "This young man wants to discuss some terms with you. Hear him out. It's in everyone's best interest." With that, he nudged Clark forward toward Zod. Zod turned to Clark. "Son of Jor-El, what is it you wish to say?" Clark's mouth twitched to the formal address. Well, it really does take overwhelming power to command respect. Just moments before, Zod had treated him like an elder would a junior, aloof and superior. Now, in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. The words might have been similar, but the tone was entirely different. Such a sudden shift from arrogance to humility was almost comical. For a moment, Clark felt as if a whole new worldview had opened up before him. After steadying himself, Clark laid out his terms. In truth, they were quite simple. Essentially, no harm was to come to Earth, not a single blade of grass, not a single living creature. In return, he would not only hand over the Codex to them, but also the Kryptonian ship left behind during the colonization era, the one with the gestation chambers, entrusting it to Zod and his people. He would even help them find a suitable planet, use Zod's technology to transform its atmosphere and environment, and enable them to survive within the solar system. These were terms Zod could accept. After all, seizing Earth by force would provoke intense resistance, and with a powerhouse like Dio present, they had little chance of success. Even if they did manage to take over, rebuilding a devastated world would be their own burden. After some thought, Zod readily agreed. But where would they go? Certainly not Mars. After all, the Martian Manhunter was currently on Earth and was a high-ranking official within the U.S. military. Clark's choice was Saturn, the moons of Saturn, to be precise. The most famous of Saturn's moons was Titan, which happened to be Dio's home planet. When Superman suggested sending the Kryptonians to Titan, Dio's face darkened instantly. Clark, are you trying to make me sick? Is it because I didn't help you up just now, and now you're holding a grudge against me? Under Dio's unrelenting gaze, Clark suddenly felt as if needles were pricking his back, every hair on his body standing on end. After some thought, General Zod spoke up. All right, but as you can see, there are only a handful of Kryptonians left, and their numbers are far too few. Besides, they're all soldiers. None of them have any other useful skills. I imagine from the message your father left you, you already know who I am, don't you? I won't hide anything from you. The truth is, this ship was originally our prison. It was only under the guidance of that scientist that we managed to reconstruct the engine, which gave us the chance for faster-than-light travel. At this point, we're desperate for talent. Clark fell silent. This wasn't a decision he could make lightly. Without changing his posture, Dio spoke up. Are you stupid? Just work with the government. Clark glanced back at Dio's expressionless face, feeling certain that Dio was up to no good. And Dio really wasn't up to anything good. After all, everyone knew that in American comics, whenever aliens team up with the government, it's always Uncle Sam, with his pirate's background, who gets involved. They talk about cherishing peace, all the while swinging their blades without pause. If Zod really did cooperate with America, it was only a matter of time before a Kryptonian turned traitor, fighting a so-called Earth defense war in the name of yearning for Earth's freedom. Dio had no doubt that day would come. Zod's eyes lit up at the suggestion, but soon dimmed again. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that, among all the Kryptonians who'd escaped, there were only soldiers and a single scientist, not a single diplomat. He had a thorough understanding of diplomacy, but had never actually served as a diplomat. So, Kal-El, could you tell us about this world's government? Zod turned to the stunned Clark. Clark thought, how should I know? But kept his face blank and nodded. I'll go and notify them. Please be ready. Zod nodded back. Though he kept his eyes fixed on Clark, his peripheral vision was locked on Dio, watching for any sudden moves. It wasn't until Clark left the ship and returned to Earth, with Dio vanishing along with him, that Zod finally breathed a sigh of relief. General, are we really just going to do as they say? One of his men asked. Zod shot him a look. Then what do you suggest we do? This world may be young, but it's filled with extraordinary beings. That display just now, if he'd wanted to kill us, it would have been as simple as flicking a finger. With that, Zod walked over and took his seat. For now, we need to lie low. Once our people have grown stronger, then we'll talk about conquering this world. His men fell silent, each deep in thought. When Clark returned, the first thing he did was seek out Lois Lane. Although this time, their encounter hadn't led to the classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel and falling hopelessly in love. For Lois, her feelings toward the man before her had already taken root. As for what kind of feelings those were, only time would tell how things would develop between them. What followed unfolded in an orderly fashion. The upper echelons of the American government were quite optimistic about this diplomatic endeavor, though a few individuals remained on edge, skeptical that the Kryptonians would be able to control themselves. Among them were Amanda Waller, the founder of the Suicide Squad, and the Martian Manhunter, disguised as General Calvin Swanwick. Amanda Waller trusted the aliens not at all and wanted nothing more than to see them eliminated. The Martian Manhunter, for his part, couldn't shake the distrust born from history. After all, Kryptonians had once swept across the cosmos as conquerors, exterminating entire races without a second thought. That kind of trauma leaves a lasting mark. Yet, those Anglos at the top saw only opportunity, and even fancied that, with time and enough technological advancement, they could turn the tables and control the Kryptonians. Some were already dreaming of a not-so-distant future when their own laws would be used to judge these visitors from another world. Of course, such outrageous scenarios were exactly the kind of thing Dio believed would one day come to pass. But for now, the world was stunned as the aliens and the United States entered into diplomatic cooperation. After all, this could well be the only time in Earth's history that extraterrestrials and humanity established formal relations, and every nation wanted a piece of the action. But who were the Americans? Did anyone really expect them to share the spoils? In fact, disputes over how to divide the benefits had already sparked internal squabbles. Tensions were rising, and it seemed as if the seeds of conflict were being quietly sown between the states themselves. Not that any of this concerned Clark. He had become Superman, flying across the world to save people in need. And his rescue missions weren't confined to North America. Thanks to the iconic S emblazoned on his chest, everyone affectionately called him Superman. You could hardly turn on the television without seeing footage of Superman rushing to disaster sites and saving lives all around the globe. He even stormed into terrorist strongholds to rescue hostages from captivity. Bruce Wayne watched Clark Kent's godlike figure on the news with no visible reaction, his face unreadable as he took in the live broadcast. His feelings about Clark were deeply conflicted. On one hand, Clark's tireless work saving people and upholding justice had made him a living legend, revered by millions, and he was strict about following the rules when punishing criminals, never more than tossing them into a jail cell. On the other hand, Bruce couldn't help but recall the Superman of the comics, and found himself worrying. If the myth grew too large, if the world's adoration of Superman became overwhelming, what would happen if Clark ever decided to rule instead of serve? If that day ever came, who on earth would be able to stop him? Don't kid yourself. He's just in it for the fun. From the very first meeting to their eventual parting, Bruce Wayne had seen right through Dio's true nature. If Clark ever seriously tried to rule the world, Dio would probably just sit back with a bucket of popcorn and watch the show. For a moment, Bruce Wayne fell into deep thought. "Young Master Wayne, your friends have arrived," Alfred announced, knocking gently at the door to remind him. Bruce snapped back to reality and looked toward the entrance, where Clark, Barry Allen, and Diana stood together, all in their casual clothes. Ever since Clark and the others had first visited his manor, they'd started dropping by whenever they had a free moment. He'd never agreed to be their friend, but this group just waltzed in as if the place belonged to them. Alfred seemed delighted by their visits. Bruce knew what he was thinking, but he personally didn't feel the need to befriend these non-humans. Well, Barry was an exception. After all, that guy was just a natural. Forcing a rather awkward smile, Bruce Wayne stepped forward. "So, what's the occasion? Why are you all here together today?" Bruce asked. He was genuinely curious. Usually, they arrived one at a time. Once, Clark had even picked him up and flown him all the way to Europe to see Diana at work. This was the first time they had all shown up in such an organized fashion. "We'd like to invite you to join our league," Clark said. Bruce's face twitched slightly. "You mean like in the comics?" Clark could tell Bruce understood what he meant, but he still took the time to explain. "It's just like the Justice League, but we're not focused on fighting crime. Our main priority is dealing with cosmic threats to Earth." "And what about the criminals?" Bruce asked. The three of them knew perfectly well what Bruce was getting at. This time, Diana spoke up. "We investigate the reasons behind their crimes. If it turns out they're not truly bad people, we bring them into the league instead. Let's be honest, just a few of us can't possibly live up to what the comics portray." Bruce narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. The three of them waited in silence, watching him. "Young Master, are you planning to make your friend stand at the door all afternoon?" Alfred's voice rang out at that moment. Everyone turned to see Alfred, who had already prepared several trays of tea and pastries, standing there with a welcoming smile. "Welcome, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. We haven't had many guests over the years, after all," Alfred said as he ushered them inside. His tone was respectful, but the way he glanced at Bruce and the subtle jabs in his words made it clear he enjoyed teasing his young master. Bruce pressed a hand to his forehead and slouched lazily on the sofa. The others looked on, all with amused smiles tugging at the corners of their mouths. Alfred deftly set down the tea and quietly left the living room. "So, is that all there is to your plan?" Bruce Wayne asked. "What do you mean?" Barry Allen replied. Bruce took a deep breath. "Is that really all you're worried about? What about the people who get hurt because of criminals?" "Yes, I'm sure a lot of folks didn't mean to become criminals at first, but what about the pain they've caused? Are those victims just supposed to suffer for nothing? Don't you think those people deserve to see the criminals locked up? And now you want to bring them into the league?" Bruce paused, a wry smile flickering across his face. "Your naivety is honestly amusing to me." "That's exactly why," Diana began. "We've come to you. Batman always has a contingency for every crisis, and not just for any emergency. He also has a plan for every single member of the league, and it's always the most effective one." Diana said this with a warm smile. With every word she spoke, Bruce Wayne's expression grew darker. True, these measures were meant as a safeguard against the unexpected, but if your secrets are spoken aloud so directly, can they really be called secrets anymore? Fortunately, these non-humans had come to him before he was fully prepared. Had they shown up when he was ready, he could guarantee he'd greet them with a bullet. "Relax, Bruce. We respect your secrets, and you can stash them anywhere you like. If the time ever comes when we truly pose a threat to Earth or humanity, you're free to take us down. No hesitation. Clark's words were earnest, and Bruce noticed that the other two didn't so much as flinch. He realized now that the trio had come with a clear purpose, and that they'd coordinated in advance. Bruce pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling exhausted. Ever since reading those comics and visiting the Marvel Universe, he'd realized that the people and events from those stories could very well come to pass. Perhaps they were already unfolding in some hidden corner of the multiverse. Seeing all this, Bruce Wayne felt a fatigue that ran deep. Even going out to fight Gotham's criminals had lost its spark. What's this? The great Batman, worn out. Diana teased gently. Diana Prince, who had lived for countless years, could easily see through Bruce's state. She stepped forward and offered him a comforting word. We've read those comics too. Clark even tracked down Dio for us, and we asked around. Honestly, there aren't nearly as many crises or so-called villains as you'd think. Diana, blessed by several gods and seasoned by time, radiated a natural warmth. Her words worked their magic. But for Bruce, that was about as far as comfort could go. What about Darkseid? Bruce Wayne asked, his expression unchanged. The question brought silence to the room. That's exactly why we've come to you. Clark finally spoke after a pause. Every universe has its own incarnation of Darkseid. Ours does too, and he will be our greatest enemy. The reason we want to form an alliance is to stand against Darkseid. Bruce Wayne took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. He was just an ordinary man, and truth be told, he didn't really have the power to resist Darkseid's invasion. But isn't humanity's history a story of overcoming the impossible, time and time again? Bruce recalled a scene from the comics where Batman fought Superman. If the version of himself from another universe could do it, why couldn't he do it here and now? After all, Batman is Batman. Bruce Wayne is Bruce Wayne. Opening his eyes, Bruce looked at the three of them. I'll join you, but in addition to the conditions I mentioned before, I have one more demand. What is it? I want a suit of armor, one that can withstand Darkseid. The three exchanged uncertain glances. Such armor did exist, but only in the comics, where it was a super suit forged by the combined efforts of the entire Justice League. In those stories, Batman really did give Darkseid a serious beating. But, clearly, that was just the writer's way of selling a cool new action figure. If they really had that kind of armor, would they hand it over to Batman? They'd have put it on themselves already. Seeing their troubled faces, Bruce suddenly burst out laughing. At that moment, the trio realized he was teasing them. Let's make this our initial headquarters, Bruce suggested. There's a meeting room near my home, an old hall my family brought over from England. Barry Allen raised his hand. Can we build a space fortress, like in the comics? Bruce sighed. I'd love that too, but we don't exactly have the technology for it. Barry let out a resigned oh. He understood. They knew Victor, the future cyborg, would eventually join them and become an indispensable part of the team. But, for now, they weren't eager to involve him. After all, he was just a regular college student. If not for that accident, there wouldn't even be a cyborg. And if he did become cyborg, he'd have to endure unimaginable pain to transform. From a purely human perspective, Bruce Wayne didn't want that fate for Victor. It's like someone wishing you could travel to the Warhammer universe and live happily ever after. Utterly unreasonable. While the team was busy recruiting on Earth, Dio was using the time device to nurture his Superman doppelganger. Of course, Dio would never attempt to nurture a new being directly on Earth. Who knows what kind of trouble might show up there? So instead, Dio simply opened a portal and tossed the device for nurturing his avatar back to the Marvel Universe. Then, Dio set his sights on the DC Universe, searching for Darkseid's stronghold, Apocalypse. Naturally, he had no intention of walking straight up to Darkseid himself. After all, Darkseid was the prototype from Marvel's Thanos, and his power far surpassed Thanos's. Although Dio was confident he could take down one of Darkseid's avatars. The only thing that made Dio cautious was Darkseid's true form. If he defeated a lesser version only to draw out the real deal, that would hardly be worth the risk. After some thought, Dio decided to visit Apocalypse anyway. For one thing, he was curious about the technology there. Perhaps he could learn something useful. And second, he wanted to see just how powerful Darkseid really was. Though the prospect of facing Darkseid in person was intimidating, Dio shrugged it off. As long as he moved fast enough, there was a good chance, maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't get caught. Nodding to himself, Dio stepped through the portal, linking him to Apocalypse. On the outside, Apocalypse looked like an industrial planet, its surface covered by towering structures of metal and machinery. All around, creations that resembled industrial robots toiled tirelessly, while the land was dotted with massive, crater-like circular constructs. From within these pits glowed an orange-red light, casting a scene that resembled molten hellfire. The sight immediately reminded Dio of the hellish levels in the game Doom he'd once played. In a sense, calling this place hell wasn't far off. Under Darkseid's rule, power was everything. The people here lived under relentless pressure, forced to go with the flow just to survive. Yes, there were people living here. In fact, these are the new gods of DC. Their origins have been revised so many times that Dio himself couldn't quite figure out where they actually came from. What he did know was that the new gods possessed bodies as strong as Marvel's Eternals, along with superpowers and technology far beyond anything on Earth. Their strength might even surpass that of the Eternals. After all, some new gods could go toe-to-toe with Superman, while among the Eternals, perhaps only Ikaris could compare. At this thought, Dio suddenly paused. That's right, I could call Ikaris over as well. Dio smacked his palm in realization. After all these years of growth, Ikaris, under Dio's observation, was now much stronger than this world's Superman. Why not call the other eternal gods too? They were old friends. Having them around to back him up would make things so much easier. With his help, surely, just maybe, probably, hopefully, they wouldn't be stopped by Darkseid's true form. Forget it. Let's just call Hyberlon over first. If there's no problem, we'll bring the others next time. With a swipe of his hand, Dio opened a portal. Suddenly, a figure in pajamas, clutching a minion pillow, tumbled through and landed with a thud. It was clear he'd been sleeping just moments ago, but the abrupt shift in surroundings shocked him awake. Hyberlon looked around in bewilderment. When he finally recognized Dio, he spoke up. Come on, boss. Can it wait till morning? Where did you send me this time? Are we still in the country? Hyberlon stood up and took in the scene. This place looked like an industrial planet. Seriously, boss, what kind of forge world did you bring me to? I don't remember this at all. Hyberlon frowned, confused. Dio patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. Don't get worked up. Just take a moment. Feel it. Feel? Feel what exactly? Hyberlon grumbled, but his body instinctively attuned to his surroundings. In that instant, a flicker of surprise and suspicion crossed Hyberlon's face. As Marvel Superman, Hyberlon's abilities were similar to Superman's. He could absorb external energy to awaken and strengthen his powers. But unlike Superman, who drew power from a yellow sun, Hyberlon could absorb cosmic energy. Cosmic energy, in the Marvel Universe, is an umbrella term for all forms of energy in the cosmos, including but not limited to magical energy, cosmic secrets, the power cosmic, and the unipower. Hyberlon grew stronger by absorbing these energies. His strength was so legendary that calling him Marvel Superman was no exaggeration. Still, with Away's Sentry, another overpowered figure, outshone everyone before the transmigration, many fans had started calling Sentry the true Superman of Marvel. What's going on with the energy here? Hyberlon felt as if he'd been swimming in a freshwater lake, only to suddenly plunge into the deep, rich waters of the ocean. The variety of energies was staggering. After years of training, Hyberlon had learned to distinguish and manipulate different energies with ease. He hadn't noticed it at first, but now it hit him. He'd stepped into a realm where the very nature of energy was different from what he was used to at home. Indeed, the cosmic energy in the DC universe was fundamentally different from that in the Marvel universe. DC's cosmic energy consisted of the emotional spectrum, the speed force, the life force, the realm of the gods, the collective, unconscious, dimensional superstructures, the power of belief, and, most importantly, the source. These energies formed the foundation of everything in the DC world, granting abilities to all heroes and villains alike. By comparison, the cosmic energy in the DC universe was far more diverse and abundant. Hyberlon was utterly astonished. He realized he had absorbed so much of this energy all at once. He'd practically gorged himself. In the Marvel universe, Hyperion absorbs energy to awaken his superpowers, and then continues to absorb energy to strengthen himself. However, the efficiency of energy absorption during this process isn't very high. It only improved after Dio provided him with a special belt. Even so, the effect of his energy absorption has never reached a point of oversaturation. He figures it might be because his own consumption is simply too great. After all, with his level of strength, the energy he burns through must be astronomical. So, most of the time, he finds himself just on the verge of feeling full, satisfied, but never overstuffed. But now, for the first time, he actually feels like he's overeaten. Meanwhile, Dio has been accompanying Clark around, watching as he recruits Barry Allen and Bruce Wayne, only to realize just how much cosmic energy fills the DC universe. That's when it hit him. Why not call Hyperion over? Have you read comics before? Dio asked. Hyperion was caught off guard by the seemingly unrelated question, but nodded instinctively. After all, sneaking in some comics at work is a pretty ordinary thing to do. He does it all the time. He mostly sticks to novels and comics, since watching videos can be a real-time sink and throw off his whole schedule, so he rarely indulges in those. Ever read comics from Tlanstar? Dioprist. Hyperion nodded again, though he was getting a bit anxious. Wait, boss, where are you getting at? I admit I slack off at work now and then, but I'm not the only one. Doesn't everyone do it? He spoke with a playful smirk, as if to say, why are you singling me out? Dio couldn't help but laugh. All right, I won't keep you guessing. You've read all the DC comics from Tlanstar, right? Well, that's where we are now. Hyperion was even more anxious now. What do you mean by we are inside? Did he mean inside the DC comic books, or the DC universe itself? Honestly, Hyperion had never been that interested in DC comics, mainly because there was a character in them who was a lot like him. That guy's power level was off the charts, which left Hyperion feeling totally defeated. He'd spent his whole life, and yet he couldn't even measure up to a comic book character, so he just given up on them. Hold on, boss. Are you saying we've landed inside a DC comic book? Hyperion shouted in shock. Dio corrected him. Not a DC comic book, the DC universe. He gestured for Hyperion to lower his voice, then handed him a thick stack of comics. These are comic books from the DC universe itself. Take a look. Hyperion took the comics from Dio, and right on the covers were the most famous heroes from Tlanstar. Captain America, Iron Man, and the Hulk. With his super speed, he skimmed through all the comics in a flash, and his expression only grew darker. He realized that there were several versions of himself, each one more impressive at their peak than the last. One version fought side by side with an elderly Thor against the Beyonders, and another one actually withstood a universe-level explosion caused by two Earths colliding. The entire universe was obliterated, yet he alone emerged unscathed. He merely fainted for a while, not even a thread on his clothes torn. Seeing himself being called the Marvel Superman made Hyperion's face scrunch up with discomfort. But what made him truly want to laugh was the existence of something called the Squadron Supreme. Its members were clearly modeled after DC's Justice League. Apart from him, though, the rest of the team was pitifully weak. None of them had any real shining moments. Hyperion clicked his tongue in embarrassment, feeling thoroughly ashamed. As for whether he'd ever question if he himself was just a character in a comic book, Hyperion shrugged it off as nonsense. Only living in the present was real. After all, in his own world there were DC comics, too. He couldn't possibly say that people from the DC universe were all living inside comics as well. Could he? The only thing that puzzled him was why Dio had never told any of them, these so-called Eternals, about this ability. No wonder Dio was so often absent from the office. Hyperion thought, if I had that power, why would I bother coming into work? He then looked at Dio and said, Boss, I know you'd never send me here to die. So this world, is it just one of the weaker universes in the DC multiverse? Dio smiled and nodded, then shook his head. Seeing Hyperion's puzzled look, Dio explained, the difference between this world and the comic books is like the difference between the comics on Terra Prime and their live-action adaptations. Everything's been weakened, both in spectacle and power. A light dawned on Hyperion, and he looked around, noticing that this place looked remarkably similar to a location in the comics. A sense of uncertainty crept over him. Suddenly, Hyperion remembered the name of this place and blurted out, Boss, don't tell me this is... Seeing Dio nod, Hyperion drew in a sharp breath. Boss, I misjudged you. You really have sent me here to die, haven't you? Hey, don't say that. Dio waved his hand dismissively and started walking Hyperion in a certain direction. Darkseid from the DC universe, and I have a bit of history. This time, I'm here to see him and maybe have a fight. But if I show up alone, it just looks like I'm asking for trouble. So you drag me along to be your shield? Hyperion clutched his chest, giving Dio a look of utter betrayal. Dio grinned. Relax, you're just here to back me up. I only called you. I didn't even invite Seven or the others. That should tell you just how much faith I have in you. Hyperion gave him a look of distaste. Why does that line sound so familiar? Dio broke out in a cold sweat. This isn't good. He's getting smarter by the minute. Clearly, just using psychological tricks to make him work isn't enough anymore. Hybelong cast a suspicious look at Dio, his eyes narrowing in doubt. The two of them made their way to where Darkseid was waiting. Dio and Hybelong strolled boldly along the path, completely unfazed. Partway there, a patrol squad spotted them and immediately launched an attack. Hybelong was about to fight back, but the assault was so feeble that it didn't even tickle him. Like Dio, he simply ignored the assailants and kept walking straight ahead, paying them no heed. Even the traps along the way didn't faze him. He strode forward, taking every mechanism head-on with utter disregard. Just as they reached the entrance to the Grand Hall, they ran into Darkseid's second son, Kalibak, who had the brutish appearance of an orc. Facing this adversary, a foe formidable enough to trouble even the Justice League, Hybelong simply threw a powerful punch. Calabac was probably about to land by now, though who knew which planet he'd end up on. So, this is the kind of enemy even Superman has to go all out against. Hybelong asked, his face filled with confusion. Don't underestimate these new gods, Dio warned. If it were anyone else, that punch would have finished them off instantly. Besides, while some of the others might be weak, Darkseid himself is anything but. It's just that this is only one of his avatars. Dio's words wiped away any hint of arrogance in Hybelong. He nodded solemnly and turned his gaze toward the Grand Hall. Recalling the comics and their lore, Hybelong narrowed his eyes, carefully observing everyone in the chamber. There was Darkseid himself, more towering and muscular than Dio, his body like living stone, crimson light seeping through the cracks of his eyes, and skin like molten lava. There stood Darkseid's third son, Graven, ashen-skinned, wearing a tight blue suit and golden armor, and, like his father, wielding the Omega beams. Desaad was there as well, cloaked in black robes that shadowed most of his face, his figure slender and sinister. Nearby stood Granny Goodness, short and stout, with an air of benevolence and kindness that belied her true nature. Another figure, outwardly unremarkable and blending into the background, was Vermin Vundabar, seemingly ordinary, but in truth, Darkseid's chief military strategist. Then, there was the unmistakable Mantis in his distinctive golden-green battle armor. Finally, the most striking presence in the room, the female Furies, a squad of tall, muscular women clad in tight armor, each wielding a deadly weapon and exuding an aura of vengeance. As for Calabac, well, he'd probably be hitting the ground soon, wherever that might be. Father, my brother may have failed, but let me face them and see how powerful they truly are, Graven declared. He was a born god of evil, notorious for his fiery temper, though now he appeared relatively calm. Darkseid didn't respond to his son's words. Expressionless, he rose from his seat and strode forward until he stood before Dio. Darkseid, in his ordinary state, stood at 2.60 meters, far taller than Dio, who was just over 2 meters. The height difference forced Darkseid to look down, his gaze bearing down on Dio. Heberon felt a bit intimidated. After all, Darkseid was set up to be overwhelmingly powerful. Reading about him in comics was one thing, but when it came to actually facing Darkseid in person, Heberon couldn't help but shrink back a little. Though Dio had to look up at Darkseid, his own presence was by no means weak. To everyone watching, it was as if two fearsome beasts were squaring off, neither willing to back down. What connection do you have with me? Darkseid's expression was stern, his authority palpable without a hint of anger. He stared impassively at Dio. From the moment Dio had entered the Great Hall, Darkseid sensed a faint link between them. Darkseid, you're a bit taller than I imagined. Instead of answering, Dio simply sized up Darkseid before him, raising his hand to gesture and compare their heights. But Darkseid was unmoved by Dio's teasing. He simply stared back, unamused. Standing at his side, Heberon felt a chill run down his spine, but since there was nothing he could say, so he hovered awkwardly on the sidelines. Dio, however, understood what Darkseid was feeling. After all, as the prototype for his own persona, there was bound to be some subtle connection between them. It was like Deadpool and Deathstroke, two characters from completely different worlds, yet Deadpool insisted on calling Deathstroke his cousin. Logically speaking, aside from their similar appearances, they had little in common. Even their fighting styles were worlds apart. Still, there was a thread connecting Deadpool and Deathstroke, thanks to Deadpool's ability to break the fourth wall, a power that let these two characters from separate universes share a subtle link. Similarly, Dio's identity as Thanos in the comics was actually more closely tied to Deadpool. Though he hadn't yet met Deadpool, there was an inexplicable sense of connection, one that now seemed to link him, however faintly, with his own prototype, Darkseid. Boy, answer the Master's question. I can make your death a little less painful. Desaad interjected. Meanwhile, the members of the Fury squad had unconsciously surrounded Dio and Heberon. Without betraying any emotion, Dio unleashed his psychic power, blasting away the row of warriors on alert. Nearly all of Darkseid's lieutenants were sent flying. Darkseid tilted his head ever so slightly, picking up on the commotion behind him. Just now, he thought he sensed a wave of energy. Interesting, Darkseid remarked lightly, though his actions were anything but gentle. Without warning, he struck, a punch thrown in the blink of an eye. Even as he spoke, the ground shook violently as Dio took the blow head-on, blocking it with his chest. The very floor beneath his feet buckled and caved in, billowing up clouds of dust that blinded the hall. But in that instant, Darkseid realized something was off. As he tried to withdraw, Dio's body shuddered, and with a sudden surge, he sent Darkseid flying backward. Two deep trenches scored the ground beneath his feet, and only before his throne did Darkseid manage to regain his footing. Darkseid was somewhat surprised. He had just exerted all his strength to barely come to a halt, while Dio, on the other hand, seemed utterly at ease. Standing by Dio's side, Hyperion was astonished. He hadn't expected this Darkseid before them to be so weak. His own boss had sent Darkseid flying with just a flex of his muscles. "Boss, you take a break. I'll take the lead." Hyperion stepped in front of Dio, thumping his chest as he faced Darkseid. He was still in his pajamas, making the whole scene unintentionally comical. Dio didn't mind at all. Just from that earlier strike, he had a good sense of Darkseid's strength, at least if you discounted the Omega beams. Hyperion charged straight in, and Hyperion was sent flying. He landed right at Dio's feet. "So how was that? Can you handle it?" Dio looked down, trying not to laugh, at Hyperion sprawled before him, his eyes glazed over. "I can handle it," Hyperion insisted. Nodding, his face flushed red from the blow. He was a bit winded, but he was determined to prove he was every bit as good as that so-called Superman. "I just let my guard down, that's all." And with that, he charged in again. Hyperion's physical prowess was off the charts. Touted as Marvel's answer to Superman, he met Darkseid head-on with fists raised high. Darkseid frowned, a flicker of annoyance crossing his mind. The two clashed fiercely. Despite Darkseid's towering stature, his combat skills were formidable. With his long reach, he was able to keep Hyperion at bay, landing blow after blow before Hyperion could even get close, leaving him battered and bruised. "Damn it!" Hyperion roared, unleashing atomic beams from his eyes. Darkseid responded in kind, firing his Omega beams to meet the attack. Hyperion's atomic beams, burning as hot as 12,000 degrees Fahrenheit, collided with Darkseid's Omega beams. For a moment, the two forces clashed, locked in a stalemate. Dio's eyes lit up. Bringing Hyperion along had been the right call. Not only could he help hold the line, but now Dio could see exactly how strong Hyperion really was. Dio glanced at the encircling Furies and Grail, who had already closed in. Grail bellowed, "Kill him for me." The Furies surged forward, weapons raised, though not all of them were armed with cold steel. Not every member of the Furies was a fierce warrior with a blade. Some had abilities more akin to sorcerers, though not actual mages but rather psychic specialists. One in particular stood out, Marvelous Grace. She looked much like the other Furies, but wore a cloak that completely concealed her form. Grace was a master of psychic manipulation. In the comics, she had once brainwashed and controlled Superman himself, forcing him to seek help from Kalibak to break free. Even the resistance forces on Apokolips were infiltrated by spies she had planted herself, their leadership manipulated directly by her as she treated the whole rebellion as little more than a game for her own amusement. Feeling the sudden surge of psychic power, Dio couldn't help but laugh with delight. After all, it was his first time encountering someone attempting to control his mind. Without hesitation, he unleashed a psychic counterattack, turning the tables and seizing control of his would-be manipulator. And then, Betrayal struck. Grace, without warning, drew a short blade and plunged it into the neck of his sister, standing before her. Before the other could react, she drove the weapon through her companion's eye socket and twisted. Two members of the Furies were eliminated on the spot. But Grace herself was swiftly decapitated by another Fury. In truth, the Furies were far from a harmonious group. Their unity was forged only under the iron grip and terror imposed by Granny Goodness. So unless bonds of genuine friendship existed, the squad was rife with internal strife and backstabbing. They could hardly wait for the chance to kill a teammate with their own hands. "Well, sister, couldn't hold back any longer, could you?" One member, brandishing her single-handed sword, looked curiously at Grace's decapitated body. She seemed unfazed and, without a second thought, charged straight into the fray. Dio made no move to defend himself. Even though the Furies' weapons were as sharp as any forged from the finest adamantine in the world of Warhammer, striking Dio produced nothing but the clanging of metal on unyielding steel. Seeing that none of the Furies could so much as scratch Dio, Glaven roared in fury and charged forward. He paid no heed to the safety of the Furies at Dio's side, barreling forward like a living tank. A tremendous shockwave erupted. The Furies were blasted away, and one was instantly crushed to death by Glaven's charge. But it was all pointless. Dio simply pressed one hand against Glaven's head and slammed him into the ground with immense force. A deafening crash rang out, and a crater yawned deeper in the earth as blood streamed from Glaven's eyes, nose, and mouth. He passed out cold. Dio planted his foot on Glaven's head, turning his attention to the standoff between Hyperion and Darkseid. The two remained locked in their tense duel. Suddenly, Dio felt a blow strike him from behind. Whirling around, he saw Granny Goodness, her face twisted in rage, swinging a massive metal club with all her might. But when she saw Dio turn calmly, utterly unharmed, Granny goodness froze, only to be sent flying by a single kick from Dio. With that, Dio had finished off all of Darkseid's top lieutenants. Only Calabac, who had yet to return, the elusive Mantis, and the still absent Parademon remained. Other than those, only Darkseid himself was left. Huh, where did Mantis go? Dio snapped back to attention, reaching out with his mind to instantly locate Mantis. Mantis was skulking in a shadowy corner of the Great Hall, his eyes fixed on Hyperion, who was still locked in combat with Darkseid. Can't let you interfere with others so easily, Dio remarked. With a surge of psychic power, he reduced Mantis to ashes. Dio's movements did not escape Darkseid's attention. In the midst of his standoff with Hyperion, Darkseid's Omega beams split apart. One beam held off Hyperion's atomic ray directly, while the other twisted through the air in a series of sharp turns. Before Hyperion could even react, the second beam struck him with a ruthless blow to the kidneys, sending him hurtling away. The Omega beams possessed immense destructive power, capable, according to legend, of vaporizing, erasing, or transforming any form of matter, living or non-living. In the comics, they could even destroy entire planets and kill Superman himself. Granted, Darkseid in this world was not at his most powerful, yet the Omega beams still packed a terrifying punch. Hyperion was sent flying and gravely wounded. The point of impact was mangled and bloody, his internal organs spilling out. The injury was so severe that Hyperion passed out instantly from a shock. Had it not been for Hyperion's extraordinary toughness, that blow might well have ended him for good. With Hyperion down, Darkseid turned the Omega beams toward Dio, intent on finishing him off in one fell swoop. But Dio simply swept his hand through the air, slicing open a portal right in the path of the Omega beams, severing their trajectory before they could reach him. This unexpected maneuver left Darkseid momentarily stunned, unable to react. Seizing the moment, Dio charged forward and landed a thunderous punch that sent Darkseid flying. The blow was so painful that Darkseid's eyes squeezed shut, and the Omega beams vanished instantly. Dio didn't let up. He shot after Darkseid without hesitation. And then he started playing an earthly game of pitch and toss with Darkseid as the ball. Darkseid crashed down with devastating force, smashing through the Grand Hall and demolishing several buildings. These DC World folks are absurdly tough, Dio remarked, shaking out his hand. Even an emperor would need to catch his breath before deciding whether to keep fighting after a hit like that. Yet Darkseid simply kicked off the ground and charged right back into the fray. Ha, big guy beating up a fool. Dio gathered his strength and unleashed another mighty punch. The attack was so fast that even Darkseid, at his current power, couldn't react. Dio's fist punched clean through Darkseid's abdomen, and the force didn't stop there. It carried Darkseid straight through Apocalypse itself. The planet's core trembled from the impact, and the whole world began to quake. Dio was relentless, catching up in an instant. As the half-destroyed Darkseid emerged from the core, Dio was already waiting for him. Darkseid tried to roar in anger, but Dio's next punch cut the sound short, silencing him. The force of that blow shattered Darkseid's defenses completely. With overwhelming power and blinding speed far beyond what Darkseid could endure, a single punch from Dio utterly obliterated Darkseid's head. Darkseid was dead. At the very moment of Darkseid's death, Dio felt a surge of powerful energy flooding through his entire body. This was only one of Darkseid's avatars, yet the energy alone now made up a fifth of Dio's current strength. What's more, Dio had gained mastery of the Omega beams. Dio chuckled and said, as expected, the strength of Darkseid in the movie universe really isn't all that impressive. Though those were his words, a flicker of realization crossed Dio's face after a moment's thought, his expression shifting to alarm as he hurriedly made his way back to where Hyperion lay. Seeing that Hyperion was already healing quite well, Dio opened a portal and, without hesitation, grabbed Hyperion and left the DC universe at once. At the very second Dio departed, it was as if the entire universe became frozen in place. Darkseid's ruined corpse, still drifting through space, slowly began to mend itself. He once again clasped his hands behind his back and, with a single step, reappeared in the Grand Hall. Darkseid's eyes swept the room, but he found no trace of the vanished Dio. He furrowed his brows in displeasure, but chose not to continue the search. Soon, the universe returned to its previous order. Darkseid shuddered, his body weakened as he sank to one knee. Breathing heavily, he looked around at the ruined throne room and nodded to himself. Understood, my true self, he murmured. Dio, meanwhile, had returned home with Hyperion. He might have looked quite impressive a moment ago, but had he stayed any longer, who knows, he might have been wiped out on the spot. Wiping away imaginary cold sweat from his brow, Dio turned to the still unconscious Hyperion. After checking his injuries, he found that Hyperion was nearly healed. His external wounds were closing nicely, and only his internal organs still needed time to recover. Still, Dio didn't wait any longer. He placed Hyperion in the medical pod for further treatment. I underestimated Darkseid's true power, Dio muttered to himself. But maybe I won't be going back there for quite a while. After all, who knew if the real Darkseid had already shown up? If he had, and Dio happened to return, he could easily be captured. Casting a glance at the status of his clone inside the temporal device, Dio saw that it had fully formed. He took it out, planning to perform some genetic modifications. Perhaps he could engineer a Kryptonian superbeing. After all, Kyle's record was remarkable. Although the upper limits of his power were unknown, his capabilities were certainly formidable. With that thought, Dio began the genetic modification procedure. But the results were less than satisfactory. The genetic experiment was, at best, mediocre, perhaps even disappointing. After all that effort, Dio had gained nothing but a pile of Kryptonian genetic research data. Still, it didn't matter much. These genetic files would at least enrich the Empire's database. This DC universe is now off limits. So where should I go next? Dio tossed the Superman clone back into the temporal device and began pondering his next destination. After all, his battle with Darkseid in the DC universe was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He hadn't really thought about what world to visit next. Now, an unexpected turn of events left him at a crossroads. Apart from gaining a new avatar, there hadn't been any other real progress. He hadn't managed to win over Superman or his allies, and hadn't even found the time to check in on the other Justice League members or the Teen Titans. He was especially curious to see if the alien Princess Starfire in this world's Teen Titans was anything like the large, middle-aged black woman from the TV show. Well, I'll leave it for next time. But come to think of it, aren't the Teen Titans and the DC cinematic universe set in different worlds? Dio pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to suppress his curiosity about the Teen Titans for now. He opened the options menu, just about to take a look when a message popped up on his wrist. Emperor, crisis, come quickly. What on earth? There's still a crisis in the Warhammer universe? As far as Dio remembered, aside from a few tough obstacles, by the late Great Crusade, most of the major threats had been eliminated. How could something crop up again so fast? Without wasting another thought, Dio opened a portal and dashed straight through. In a single stride, he appeared at the Emperor's side. The custodian guard beside the Emperor immediately raised their weapons, ready to apprehend Dio for his sudden appearance. Dio didn't even spare them a glance. With a casual wave of his hand, he froze the custodians in place, then turned to the Emperor. What happened? The Emperor looked at Dio and replied, something big, something terrible has happened. He then recounted everything that had transpired recently. After Dio's departure, the Emperor had followed the strategies Dio provided, combining them with insights from the histories shared by his 3 returned sons, and steadily advanced the Great Crusade. Everything had actually been going smoothly, until a massive shadow from the warp appeared. The Tyranids had shown up early. But even the emergence of the Tyranids wasn't the deadliest part. After all, with the Emperor still walking the mortal plane, no living being in reality could hope to defeat him. The Horus Heresy, after all, had been orchestrated by the 4 gods of chaos to force the Emperor into divinity ahead of time. It was thanks to the intervention of the current commander of the Warhounds, Orpheus, that the Emperor didn't face the threat as a destroyer king. The most insidious thing about the Tyranids was their cunning. Their tactics revolved around sending infiltrators ahead of the swarm to infect gene vaults, paving the way for a full-scale invasion. The offspring of these infiltrators made for perfect spies. In the era of Warhammer 40k, countless worlds had fallen in exactly this way. That was how the whole 4-armed Emperor meme was born. But as it turned out, the most infuriating development wasn't the arrival of the Tyranids. It was the premature appearance of the Necrons. Even the orcs weren't that big a deal. At this stage, their warbands were still small and scattered. But the Necrons, now, they were a real nightmare. These soulless, living machines, driven only by thought, possessed all manner of arcane, hyper-advanced technology. They even had tech capable of suppressing the powers of the 4 gods of the warp. Their existence could truly be called the pioneers of technological demon-slaying. But the most perilous part was that not all of the Primarchs had returned yet. Dio released the Imperial Guards and, pinching the bridge of his nose, asked, "How many Primarchs have yet to make it back?" The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. "I've already sent Lion to look for them, and he's taken a considerable force with him. Apart from not having Titans, we've got almost all the support we can muster." Dio nodded in understanding and glanced down to fiddle with his wristwatch, which caught the Emperor's attention. "What are you doing?" The Emperor leaned over and asked. Dio looked up at him. "Do you want to win this fight?" "Of course I do. I dream of nothing else. Wiping out these bizarre aliens that have appeared out of nowhere, leaving the galaxy for humanity's future, and restoring our former glory." The Emperor became increasingly impassioned, rising to his feet and proclaiming loudly, "This galaxy belongs to humanity. How about I call in some reinforcements?" Dio suggested. The Emperor paused, then realization dawned on him. Dio was offering to bring his own troops? "You're going to bring your forces here?" The Emperor's face lit up with delight. Although he wasn't lacking in elite warriors, the ranks below them weren't as abundant as they had been during the heyday of the 40K era. After all, this was still the early stage of the Great Crusade. Dio nodded and reminded the Emperor, "Make sure your people are clear on this. Don't open fire on my troops." The Emperor nodded enthusiastically, grinning from ear to ear. "Don't worry. I'll make absolutely sure the message gets through." He thumped his chest in reassurance. But then a look of worry crept across his face. "But doesn't this mean I'll owe you even more? Military expenses, equipment maintenance, food supplies, death benefits. Oh heavens!" The Emperor groaned in dismay. Dio ignored the Emperor's miserable wailing and stepped straight through a spatial portal, arriving at Seven and his companion's side. "Boss," someone called out. Dio nodded at the group, who were in the midst of a gathering. "Good. Everyone was here, so there was no need to search further." "Your Majesty," Seven stepped forward, about to salute, but Dio caught him by the arm. "Seven, sorry to interrupt your gathering, but could you please notify everyone? We're now at maximum combat readiness, effective immediately." Not just Seven, but his three siblings were all momentarily stunned. Were they going to war? Still, the four didn't protest. After a brief moment of surprise, they nodded in agreement. "Go get ready. This time we're going together, and I'll explain everything on the way." Dio patted Seven on the shoulder and looked at the four of them. "Yes, Your Majesty," they responded, abandoning their gathering without hesitation. Dio glanced around at the decorations for their little party. They were celebrating the 4,000th anniversary of their rescue. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. These kids, what's the point of remembering something like this? Dio mused, surveying the decorations. He reached out, took a gift, and placed it on the table. Afterward, Dio departed, for there was still much to be done. If he was to rush to the aid of the Warhammer world, he needed to ensure that everything in the Marvel Empire was prepared. After all, his was not the only nation in this universe. He summoned General Shan and Sothan, both on leave, and even gathered the entire Imperial army, as well as organized most of the active military facilities across the Empire. Yet, such a massive mobilization could hardly escape the notice of the universe's other nations and interstellar alliances. Terrified by the Empire's movements, they trembled in fear. They worried that before stepping down, Dio intended to conquer the entire universe, and would soon march his armies to wipe them out completely. Once all was in readiness, Dio turned to those who had gathered, prepared for battle. "Fantastic! Finally, I can stretch my limbs again," Sothan exclaimed, spinning his twin crescent blade axes with excitement. "Your Majesty, we are ready to eliminate every enemy that stands in the way of uniting the universe under your rule," declared Proxima. Midnight and Corvus Glaive, the assassin couple who had once been among the Black Order's four generals, kneeling in loyalty. "Stand up, both of you. You've served the Empire for many years. There's no need for such ceremony," Dio said, pulling the two to their feet. "Sire, may I ask, where are we headed this time?" inquired Seven. He suspected Dio had no intention of conquering the entire universe. After all, such a campaign would require thorough military simulations and supply checks in advance, and this mobilization had clearly come out of nowhere. Dio nodded, then explained to them the situation concerning the other universe. "I've made a pact with a powerful being from another world. We'll help him unify his galactic system, and in return, he'll provide us with various forms of compensation." The group exchanged stunned glances. The multiverse. Who in their lifetime ever dreamed of embarking on a journey across multiple universes? And as for whether Dio might be deceiving them, if he were capable of such treachery, none of them would hold their current positions. "Aren't you bringing Hyperion along?" Seven noted Hyperion's absence and voiced his question. Dio replied, "I took Hyperion with me on our last world expedition, but he was gravely wounded and is still recovering." Dio also used telepathy to check on Hyperion's condition. Though his injuries had mostly healed, the power of the Omega Ray was not to be underestimated. Hyperion remained unconscious. Everyone nodded in understanding, though they couldn't help but envy Hyperion for having experienced a multiversal journey ahead of them. "Your Majesty, could you tell us what kind of world we're heading to?" asked Ike, the super speed sibling among the three. Dio glanced at Ike, whose abilities had evolved over a long period. His speed now rivaled that of light itself. Dio even suspected Ike's neural reflexes surpassed his own. "Are you familiar with the sci-fi games from Clan Star?" Dio asked. Everyone exchanged glances. Aside from Thornton, who scratched his head in confusion, the rest all nodded. "We're heading to the Warhammer world. You all know where that is, don't you?" Their faces froze, turning grim. The Warhammer world? The one that Studio turned into a cesspool just to make money? The youngest of the siblings, or looked even more displeased. Dio fell silent. To be honest, every time he visited the Warhammer world, he tried his best to ignore the fact that it had become a dump. "Please, don't say any more, little sister. I never liked the way this universe was designed, and hearing you talk about it just makes it worse," said Cole, the eldest brother, his expression troubled. "All right, that's enough. Pass down the intel. It's time to move," Dio said, pushing these thoughts out of his mind as he gave them their orders. He then left the room and stepped into the void of space, looking for a spot to open a portal, so he could teleport the army. About 15 minutes later, after confirming everyone had received the basic information, Dio activated the portal at the chosen location. "They're here." The Emperor's eyes lit up when he saw the enormous portal suddenly appear in the cosmos. The tech priests around him were even more ecstatic. The reason for their excitement could be summed up in one name: Transformers. While the Astartes saw them as abominable artificial intelligences, the priests of the Mechanicum viewed them as a new form of machine spirit and technology. They were even eager to refashion their own equipment in the image of Transformers. But due to technical mishaps, after wrecking several legions worth of aircraft and tanks, they were finally ordered to stop. The Emperor himself wished for a force of Transformers at his command, but reality had harshly dashed that dream. Now, seeing Dio arrive with his army as reinforcements, the Emperor couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, though he secretly hoped Dio wouldn't bring too many. If the numbers were too great, even supplying them would be impossible. He might even have to pawn off assets just to pay the bills. After all, the Imperium's territory wasn't vast at this point. They hadn't even finished finding all the Primarch's home worlds and still needed Lion's help to manage things. Their grip on the galaxy was actually quite tenuous. Watching the endless stream of ships and the looming presence of a massive Death Star, the Emperor discreetly wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Still, seeing so many ships fill the sky brought him genuine satisfaction. "Dio, are all these your warriors?" the Emperor asked, looking at the rows of perfectly disciplined Astartes below. Their formation was impeccable, though the Emperor knew that discipline and battlefield prowess were not always the same. His gaze swept the ranks and fell upon a group of fearsome, monstrous humanoids. Turning to Dio, he asked, "And what are those?" Dio glanced over and explained, "Those are parademons, the minions of Darkseid from the DC universe." The Emperor's eyes flickered as he searched the depths of his memory for what exactly a Parademon was. "Damn, that's one of the most powerful bioweapons in the DC universe," the Emperor burst out, unable to hide his shock. He looked around once more and noticed the Spartans from Halo standing nearby. Dio took the initiative to introduce them. Most of them possessed extraordinary physical combat prowess, which made the Emperor's eyes widen in interest as he straightened his back. "Looks like you don't have any psychers under your command," the Emperor remarked, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Psychers weren't unique to the Warhammer universe, but psychers from other worlds weren't nearly as formidable as those from Warhammer. After all, a Warhammer psyker was essentially a living conduit for pure energy. As long as they learned to control it, they could become immensely powerful. In contrast, wizards and sorcerers from other worlds had to undergo constant self-discipline and honing of their craft to become strong, and even then, their might often couldn't compare to a Warhammer psyker's. Having reacquainted himself with the sorcerers of the Marvel Universe, the Emperor felt a surge of delight. At least in that regard, he had an edge over Dio's side. As for the warriors, the Emperor was certain that anyone Dio had brought would be no mere filler. They were sure to be top-notch fighters. "All right, time to get to the battlefield," Dio said, reminding the Emperor, who seemed to be swelling with pride. The Emperor snapped back to reality and quickly led Dio to the center of the bridge. He activated a 3D projection and began briefing Dio on the state of the battlefield. Robot, Gilliman, and Chancellor Malkador were there too. They had just been taken aback by the sheer presence of Dio's forces. "The situation on the battlefield is dire," Gilliman pointed out on the projection. "The Necrons are rising en masse from their tombs, as if awakened by a single will. Our warriors are fighting desperately, but the Necron weaponry is nearly impossible to withstand. We're forced to rely on close combat and agility. Right now, only the Eldar reinforcements and the Space Wolves seem to hold any advantage." Dio nodded in agreement. Necron weapons could bypass defenses entirely, so the Eldar, who had abandoned heavy armor in favor of agility, gained an edge against them. As for the veteran space wolves, even clad in heavy cataphractii, Terminator armor, they could dodge through hails of gunfire with practiced agility. But when it came to fighting the Necrons, it was the lightly armored veterans who really stood a chance. Or else, it was the space wolves who had already undergone the full transformation into werewolf-like mutants. And then there were the Necrons' resurrection protocols. Whenever a Necron's body was destroyed, the resurrection protocol would activate, teleporting the body away. Because of their unique nature, the Necrons existed as pure memory. Losing a body meant little to them. They could simply transfer their consciousness into a new form. It was almost as if they were another kind of apocalyptic swarm. Moreover, the reason why the Necrons' bodies are now nothing but regenerative metal, devoid of even a trace of organic matter, is so absolute that even the Tyranids refuse to choose them as enemies. Don't you have any countermeasures at all? Dio asked. Gilliman shook his head. Even in the 40K era, all we could do was throw lives at the problem. Even now, I don't have a much better solution. Dio thought for a moment. It seemed he might actually have a way to restrain these Necrons. The Necrons were once known as the Necroner. Long before the Eldar, they were a civilization of highly advanced technology, but due to their harsh environment, their genes made them inherently short-lived. Even their extraordinary technology could not change that fate. Later, lured by the Tan, they transferred their minds and memories into living metal, only to have their souls completely devoured by the star gods. Thus, the Necrons were born. Eventually, realizing they had been deceived, they rallied their forces and allies to shatter the Void Dragon, seizing a powerful shard to use as an energy source for their technological wonders. One of the Void Dragon's more potent shards found its way to Earth, where it encountered the Emperor and was sealed on Mars. From then on, the legend of St. George slaying the dragon was born on Earth. What the Necrons desire most now is to regain living bodies, but with their souls thoroughly consumed, it is nearly impossible for them to reclaim physical forms. But now things might be different. Dio seemed to have a method to help them regain corporeal bodies. The chances were slim, but not non-existent. If possible, let me handle the Necrons, Dio mused, and then explained his long-dormant ability. In truth, his dual mastery was nothing particularly special in the eyes of the Emperor, but it possessed a remarkable attribute, the ability to learn. And if it could be learned, that meant others might acquire this ability as well. No matter how difficult the process, the sheer population of the Imperium made it a trivial challenge. Just as the Emperor's imagination began to run wild, Dio extinguished his hopes. You want it? Pay up. It is not lies that wound, but the truth that cuts like a blade. This single demand for more pay sent the Emperor gazing up at the ceiling, as if counting the stars. Gilliman and Malkador, on the other hand, were utterly captivated. Both wished to learn. The former hoped that by learning this ability, he could save those Astartes who had lost their bodies to war, while the latter's interest was purely academic. Dio looked at them and pointed at the Emperor. Ask him. As long as the price is right, I'll gladly share it with both hands. At that, Gilliman and Malkador turned their burning gazes on the Emperor, who whistled and kept his eyes fixed on the stars, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Dio decided to teach the dual mastery to Sev and the others, for after all, an extra skill could mean an extra chance at survival. Then Seven replied with a confused, head-tilted meme face. You forgot? Seven asked with a puzzled expression. You put everything into the Imperial Library, and dual wielding is a skill that's required for the military, especially for the Astartes priests and the Grey Knights. Plus, it's even an elective course at the Magic Academy. Seven's words made Dio fall into deep thought. It seemed that he had a habit of writing down many skills he'd already mastered and found useless, then stashing them away in the Imperial Library. In theory, any citizen of the Marvel Empire could go in and look up those skills. As for the textbooks at the Empire's Magic Academy, Dio had only taken charge of the first edition. For later revisions, he only checked whether there was any intentional misdirection or material that could lead students astray. He didn't bother with anything else. Now, it seemed he really had neglected getting familiar with the Academy's curriculum. Dio assured Seven that it was fine and told him to focus on the military. Meanwhile, the Emperor had already made up his mind. He clenched his teeth. He thought to himself, even if I have to turn myself into a woman and sell myself on the street, I'll get my hands on dual wielding. Watching the Emperor's resolute expression, Dio was at a loss for words. Now, shall we look into the Tyranid situation? Dio adjusted the information on the screen. Gilliman said, I originally planned to have the Astartes form the Death Watch to resist the Tyranid invasion, but unfortunately, the current state of the Astartes makes it impossible for them to spare troops for joint operations. Especially certain chapters, Gilliman added with meaning. Dio understood what he meant. Among the 20 chapters, aside from the expunged 2nd and 11th, quite a few of the others had their own quirks. Take the 9th Legion, the Blood Angels. Before the return of Sanguinius, they were called the ghouls by other chapters due to their frightening bloodthirst. The 3rd Legion, the Emperor's children, suffered from genetic flaws that left their Astartes constantly at risk of premature aging. Then there's the Iron Hands. If not for the Primarch's restraint, they'd replace every part of their bodies but their heads with machinery. Their genetic flaw made them almost fanatical about turning flesh into metal. Granted, their cybernetic enhancements were incredible, and once modified, their combat power far exceeded normal levels. The Space Wolves, on the other hand, might lose control and become werewolves. Even the salamanders suffered mutations, with bony growth sprouting from their bodies. They coat these aggressive bone spurs with a layer of adamantium and then sharpen them. All of these were closely guarded secrets within the chapters. It was fine among themselves, but once separated, no one had the courage to expose their abnormalities in front of outsiders. And that could easily affect the team's fighting strength. All right then, aside from the main battlefield, my squad can handle whatever else the Tyranids throw at us, Dio suggested. Gilliman cast a glance at the warships, nearly blanketing the entire solar system. Not only were most of these massive ships, stretching several kilometers, filled with transformers, they were also packed to the brim with soldiers. I've basically mobilized about a third of my household's active Astartes units. The rest are other troop types. Given my semi-retired status, this is the largest force I can rally for a cross-universe operation right now, Dio explained, noticing Gilliman looking over at his fleet, and assumed he was concerned about their numbers. Although my overall force is small, I've got no shortage of high-level combat power, he added, pointing towards Seven and his group within his ranks. Gilliman couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't just that the current Imperium's active Astartes couldn't compare to Dio's numbers. Even back in the 40k era, all the Astartes combined wouldn't come close to what Dio had just brought to the table, and that was without counting the veterans sealed away in the stasis coffins. Ahem, well then, the front lines do need a lot of reinforcements. These are urgent reports we've just received. Take a look, Gilliman said, unsure of what expression to wear. He turned and handed a file over to Dio. Emergency distress signals were coming in from all over, and in some places, the fighting had been so fierce that the Tyranids had completely devoured entire planets. Dio even spotted that Gilliman seemed to be considering an old tactic, deliberately creating a buffer zone in the Tyranids' path, steering them toward the orcs or other Xenos and heretics nearby. But the order hadn't yet been issued. Dio noticed there was no official seal on it. Seeing Dio's gaze settle on the command, Gilliman coughed and explained, I was planning to handle it as before, but Chancellor Malkador didn't approve. He wanted to consult with Father first. Then you arrived. Dio took the file, frowning at the information inside. It wasn't that there were too many locations in need, but rather that the sheer number of troops they had already committed was staggering to the point of being terrifying. All Dio could say was, this truly was the Warhammer universe. Since the Empire is facing this kind of enemy for the first time, we've suffered a huge number of casualties in a short period. Gilliman trailed off, but everyone knew what he meant. Dio rolled his eyes, then compared the reports and picked out several critical locations desperately in need of reinforcement. Send my people to these spots first. Make sure your troops follow up quickly. Gilliman glanced at the list, then nodded in agreement. Dio added, tell your men to rein in their tempers. If any of them try executing their own on the spot again, and my people have to deal with it, don't come crying to me. The Emperor awkwardly nodded in response. This sort of situation should have been avoided long ago. But the problem is the Empire doesn't have faster-than-light communication. Technology. Orders have to be delivered by people. And as soon as you rely on people, it means traveling through the warp. Even with the Lion lending a hand with relaying orders, he's swamped. His feet barely touch the ground these days. He simply doesn't have the time to help, not even now, as the Lion is still leading the First Legion from one crisis to another across the stars. Everyone familiar with the nature of the warp knows that once you enter, you might not emerge until 500 years in the past. This uncertainty in time makes the speed of delivering orders agonizingly slow. Even now, the order still hasn't reached every unit. So, this is another world. A transformer, standing aboard a massive warship, gazed at the star chart Diomedes had sent them and sighed in wonder. It's absolutely nothing like our own. And Astartes, studying the chart, fell into deep thought. It feels as if, in this galaxy, the heart isn't a black hole, but Terra itself. There's an order. A captain, having just received new instructions, gathered his officers at once. Don't cluster over there. The chapter master has given us the command, the transformer called out, hurrying toward the captain's side. Tech Priest Luger says he'll open a gate for us directly, right over here. As he spoke, the captain pointed to the very edge of the star chart they'd received. According to the intel, our objective is to strike down the Tyranid forces that have appeared unexpectedly in this area and support local troops. I've already sent you all the data we have on the Tyranids, as well as the proposed solutions. Follow standard tactics for now. In addition, there's a notoriously violent warp storm raging near this planet. All officers, exercise extreme caution. I don't want anyone heading out on a mission and never making it back. Yes, sir. Fly-in. Excellent. That's the spirit, the Astartes captain said with satisfaction. Remember, this is our Empire's first battle to make a name for itself across the multiverse. Let's show them what we're made of. Understood. Fly-in. All right, dismissed. Scenes like this were playing out on every warship. Soon, priests from each force began opening portals, allowing entire units to leap across the galaxy straight into battle. Aboard the Emperor's Dream, the Emperor, Malkador, and Gilliman were left utterly wide-eyed as they watched this unfold. The Emperor and Gilliman both let out a curse, while Malkador felt his mind grinding to a halt. This kind of psychic magic just shouldn't exist. They watched as a golden spark of lightning flickered into being in the void, spinning around before forming a perfect circle. Through it, they could see the far side of the galaxy. The Emperor could even clearly make out some Tyranid swarms spilling through the portal, only to be obliterated in an instant by the guns of warships or escort vessels. The Emperor stood frozen for a moment, only coming back to his senses when the portal began to move on its own, enveloping the battleship and vanishing into the stars. Gilliman considered all the possible uses of such a portal. Whether applied to the military or civilian life, it was a power of immense value. If these people ever turned against them, he realized it would be a matter of a single command before an artillery shell rained down on their heads the very next second. The thought of such a possibility made Gilliman's knees go weak. He had to grab hold of the table to steady himself. Meanwhile, Malkador, the most powerful psyker after the Emperor, found his mind going blank. He was certain, among all the psychic arts and sorcery he knew, there was nothing like this. Once distrustful of Dio, Malkador now understood clearly. Either this being was one of the four gods of the warp, or he truly hailed from beyond this universe. Malkador glanced at Dio in silence, said nothing, and buried himself in paperwork. When the Emperor recovered, his mind quickly analyzed the key aspects of the portal. His eyes lit up at first, but soon dimmed again. He knew he no longer had any bargaining chips to demand such knowledge. Even if he were to transform himself into a woman and offer that, the only outcome would be a thorough thrashing, nothing more. Your psychic arts are truly extraordinary, the Emperor remarked, his words carrying an unspoken implication. Dio raised an eyebrow, well aware of the Emperor's envy, but it didn't bother him. The principles of magic in the two worlds were completely different. Even if the Emperor came to study in person, he might still end up utterly baffled. Dio's eyes gleamed with inspiration. In the world of Warhammer, many psychic magics deal with time and prophecy. He couldn't be the only one to learn them. People from his own empire should come and study as well. He could, of course, write them down and store them in the library. But if his own people came to learn personally, it would foster greater ties between the two worlds. That would bode well for the future. He continued, "Let's do this. Once things are settled, we can start some cultural exchanges between our nations. It'll make learning much easier." At Dio's suggestion, the Emperor's eyes truly lit up like gold. He nodded eagerly, grabbed Dio's hand, and declared, "That's wonderful. From now on, our two nations will be brother states, helping and supporting each other, side by side." Dio pulled his hand back with a look of distaste, wiping it off. "So disgusting," he muttered. The moment Dio's troops entered the battlefield, they were spotted by everyone. After all, with battleships so massive that they were clearly visible even from the planet's surface, it was almost impossible not to notice them. Whether it was the human auxiliary forces and the Astartes on the ground, or the Tyranids in orbit, all were stunned by the sudden appearance of these colossal ships. The chapter master in overall command looked at the battle scans on his screen and was equally taken aback. "How on earth did so many people squeeze into such a small space?" he grumbled. "According to the information, this is a resource-rich planet, and for now, it's not one we can afford to abandon. Should we stick to the old tactics?" the priest beside him asked. The chapter master opened a comm channel. "Proceed as planned. Drop the mechanical insects, the daemonkin, and Sothan down there. Let's see how the enemy reacts." With the order given, the warship's decks slid open one by one. Swarms of mechanical insects and daemonkin, countless as locusts and just as relentless, surged forth and plunged straight into the battlefield. Sothan, too, was delivered to the surface via tractor beam. The sudden appearance of the mechanical insects and Daemonkin sent a wave of despair through the ground forces. Are these reinforcements from the Tyranids? One of the Astra Militarum soldiers muttered to himself. Even the Tyranids get back up. We've got nothing. Another soldier said bitterly, staring down at his weapon, debating whether to end his own life quickly rather than be torn apart by the Tyranids. Even when the unmistakably alien Sothan appeared, only the Astartes kept their guard up. The rest of the soldiers had already resigned themselves to death. The Astartes here were a combined force, members of the Ultramarines and the Warhounds chapters, fighting side by side. Looks like the little meat puppets have lost their nerve. Sothan bellowed with laughter, seeing that these armored warriors, who were almost the same height as himself, did nothing but stand ready. Sothan's brazen words were about to spark outrage among the Astartes, but before they could react, he snatched up 2 axe blades and charged headlong into battle. Wait, is that reinforcement? One Astra Militarum soldier blurted out, watching Sothan tear through the enemy ranks. A nearby warhound hesitated, his voice uncertain. Maybe, I guess. Yet the Ultramarine was resolute. Impossible. The Imperium would never ally with Xenos. That's a line we do not cross. But then, the mechanical insects and Daemonkin proved them all wrong. The giant mechanical insects and Daemonkin tore into the Tyranid swarms in brutal close combat, ripping them apart. As some of the deadliest bioweapons in the DC universe, the Daemonkin had never met their match. Yet, when faced with creatures named for the Tyranids, they found themselves struggling. Everything changed, however, when one of them assimilated a Tyranid hive lord. In less than 3 hours, the suicidal onslaught of mechanical insects and Daemonkin had reclaimed nearly all the positions lost by the Astra Militarum and Astartes, forcing the Tyranids still airborne to remain above. Surveying the battle data on his console, the chapter master chuckled. These numbers, these new enemies are a real headache. The priest beside him suggested, then initiate orbital bombardment. No, look at how tightly they're packed. Use the MD-500.